Chapter 1: The Unexpected Golden Finger. In the grand city of Dian, nestled against the Beast Mountain Range, there resides a population of tens of millions, amidst a convoluted tapestry of power dynamics. Among the myriad of factions, three illustrious families rise above the rest: the Li family, the Tang family, and the Lin family. At this moment, deep within the ancestral grounds of the Lin family, in a secluded chamber, an elderly man exuding an aura of age and weariness sits cross-legged. With his fingers weaving intricate gestures, he draws threads of celestial energy into his being, transforming them into nourishing sustenance for his body. Time flows like a river, and suddenly, the old man's eyes snap open, a glimmer of resolve flashing within them. His aura surges violently, as the profound essence of his cultivation courses through his meridians, charging towards an impenetrable bottleneck, striving to breach the threshold into the extraordinary realm. A gentle hum fills the air. Under his meticulous preparation, a faint luminescence erupts from the walls of the chamber. Streams of pure spiritual energy, emanating a soft pearlescent glow from the stones within, are drawn into his being by the gravitational force radiating from him, continuously refining into the foundation necessary to shatter his limitations. And so time drifts on, abruptly. The sound of blood being expelled reverberates within the chamber, and the old man's aura dims instantly. A pallid twilight essence manifests around him, signifying the further deterioration of his already limited lifespan, teetering on the brink of peril. I never anticipated that I, Lin Chen, a proud transmigrant from the 21st century, would arrive in this world of celestial prowess, the Jinwu Great World, and yet fail to even break through to the mere transcendence realm. Truly, what a disappointment. At the thought of this, a flicker of self-mockery graces Lin Chen's lips. Upon his arrival in the Jinwu Great World, upon realizing it was a realm brimming with extraordinary powers, he had once dreamt of awakening a golden finger and triumphantly ascending to the apex of this world. Yet, dreams are often grand while reality is stark. From the moment of his birth until now, spanning a staggering 99 years, he has yet to awaken his golden finger. Although he possesses commendable talent, had he been born in a powerful lineage, he might have even breached the transcendence realm, enjoying a lifespan of a millennium. Alas, he hails from a humble mountain village, where only the most rudimentary methods of skin refinement are available, and resources are scarce, as all toil for mere survival. Consequently, this has hindered Lin Chen's optimal cultivation period. Were it not for a fortuitous opportunity, he would likely have struggled to even transcend to the blood exchange realm. Of course, while the blood exchange realm may seem insignificant in the Jinwu Great World, it still holds considerable weight within the Dechu dynasty. After all, dynasty-level powers are typically established and passed down by rulers of the true spirit realm, and the Dechu dynasty has endured for thousands of years. The true spirit experts of the dynasty have long since perished, with no new ones emerging, leaving only the most formidable practitioners at the 9th level of the divine power realm, in the vast realm of Jinwu. The path of cultivation is hierarchically categorized from the nascent to the pinnacle: skin refinement, bone forging, muscle transformation, marrow cleansing, blood exchange, transcendence, divine abilities, true spirit, and nirvana, among other realms. The first 5 stages, as their names imply, are fundamentally about tempering the physical body, laying the groundwork for the subsequent transcendence. These 5 realms do not significantly extend one's lifespan, nor do they grant the ability to soar through the skies. For below the realm of transcendence, one can only cultivate the corporeal form without the refinement of spiritual energy, thus failing to attain an extraordinary existence. However, this does not imply that these stages are weak. Within the Jinwu realm, whether in skin refinement, bone forging, or the subsequent levels, each could be further divided into 9 tiers. A mere being at the first tier of skin refinement possesses the strength to lift 1,000 pounds effortlessly upon reaching the 9th tier. This power escalates to an astonishing 36,000 pounds. The strongest among them can even shatter this limit, achieving 72,000 pounds, with the utmost potential reaching 129,600 pounds. And this is merely the beginning. A formidable blood exchange cultivator like Lin Chen can obliterate a towering mountain with a single strike, leaping to heights of thousands of feet, capable of establishing a seventh-tier power. The Lin clan, having risen in the populous Dian city, stands as one of the three major seventh-tier families, bolstered by Lin Chen's presence as a peak blood exchange powerhouse. If I were to perish, the current state of the Lin family would likely render us incapable of maintaining our foothold in Dian city. Fortunately, I have made preparations to ensure my kin can escape this treacherous land. Contemplating his situation, Lin Chen's eyes momentarily flickered with a sense of resignation. Having once faced death, he harbors a relatively open-minded perspective. Having lived 99 years in this lifetime, he considers it a considerable span, not an entirely unfortunate fate. Under normal circumstances, a blood exchange cultivator, even one who does not significantly extend their lifespan, would possess at least 150 years of life. With proper cultivation, reaching 180 years is not extraordinary. However, Lin Chen, a grassroots genius who emerged from obscurity, understands that without relentless effort and the pursuit of resources, he could never have attained his current standing. Through countless battles, he has endured innumerable injuries, some of which remain unhealed due to the absence of miraculous elixirs, leading to a lifespan inferior to that of ordinary blood exchange cultivators. Furthermore, the recent failure in his attempt to transcend has left him with the aftermath of backlash. Now, he has but a few months of life remaining. He must strategize for the future of his family. After all, the Lin family's rise has been rather swift. With a shallow foundation apart from him, there are no other blood exchange cultivators to safeguard them. In contrast, the other two families in the Yin City openly possess 3 blood exchange powerhouses each, creating a daunting disparity. Yet, while Lin Chen was lost in thought, pondering how to minimize the impending losses for the Lin family, a sudden sharp pain surged through his mind. Immediately, a mechanical and frigid voice echoed in his ear. System activation in progress. Congratulations, host, on binding to the most powerful family system. You have received a novice gift pack, which includes the system operation instructions. Would you like to open it? Yes, no. A system? Upon hearing this sudden voice and witnessing the transparent screen materialize before him, Lin Chen found himself momentarily stunned. Before him lay a parcel-like item with the options of yes or no. After a brief pause, a radiant joy blossomed on his face. Although he had traversed into the true martial world for nearly a century, he had never forgotten his previous life and often indulged in novels on his mobile device. He was well aware of the system's significance. It could be said that as long as the acquired system was not utterly worthless, the host's ascension was virtually assured. Open. Without further contemplation, Lin Chen fixed his unwavering gaze upon the luminous screen, his heart brimming with anticipation as he silently urged. Novice gift pack opened successfully. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Eye of Destiny, a fragment of the innate Tao body essence of the primordial human race, a martial classic, and 100,000 fortune points. Chapter 2. Healing Injuries, Integrating the Innate Tao Body's Essence, Eye of Fate, able to perceive the cultivation, identity, fortune, and even talents of beings up to 3 major realms beneath oneself. Its power evolves with the host's cultivation, potentially transforming into an omniscient eye at its zenith. Essence of the innate Tao body of the primordial human race. The Tao body possessed by the first generation of innate humans, naturally attuned to the great Tao. Upon integration, the host's aptitude and comprehension will significantly enhance. A gentle reminder, due to the vastness of the innate Tao body's essence, the host, at their current strength, cannot fully refine it, and integration will gradually occur as the host's power increases. Martial canon, an exalted martial art unique to humanity. Encompassing numerous divine abilities, achieving mastery renders one invincible across myriad realms. Fortune points, the sole currency of the system's marketplace, redeemable for a plethora of treasures. As the beginner's gift package was unveiled, a series of mechanical and frigid notifications resonated within Lin Chen's mind, while instructions from the system flooded his consciousness, deepening the smile upon his face. This beginner's gift package truly lived up to its name, proving to be extraordinarily bountiful. Each item within it, if cast into the outside world, could incite frenzied pursuits among countless powerful beings, potentially igniting cataclysmic battles. It was nothing short of remarkable. And now, it had simply been bestowed upon him. Given my current grievous injuries, It is prudent to recover before integrating the essence of the innate Tao body of the primordial human race. After a considerable passage of time, as he sensed a faint throbbing pain within his body, Lin Chen furrowed his brow and promptly accessed the system's marketplace. In an instant, an endless array of treasures materialized before his eyes, accompanied by a magnifying glass-like search icon gently hovering in the center left of the light screen. Without casting a glance at the numerical listings of treasures, Lin Chen's mind stirred as he began to seek items suited to his condition. Body Cleansing Pill. Upon direct consumption, it can restore all injuries of beings below the transcendence realm, providing a certain enhancement effect for those of inferior talent. Price: 998 fortune points. Spring of Life. Upon direct consumption, it can restore all injuries of beings below the transcendence realm, also yielding considerable restorative effects for those of the transcendence realm. Price: 888 fortune points. Creation Pill. Upon consumption and refinement, it can restore all injuries of beings below the transcendence realm, offering certain enhancements and restorative effects for those of top-tier talent and transcendence realm practitioners. Price: 1288 fortune points. As he perused the splendid array of treasures revealed by his search, Lin Chen ultimately focused on the Body Cleansing Pill, the Spring of Life, and the Creation Pill. After considerable contemplation, he resolved to redeem the Spring of Life, with the essence of the innate Tao body in hand. The practicality of redeeming either the Creation Pill or the Body Cleansing Pill paled in comparison to the cost-effectiveness of the Spring of Life. Ultimately, the enhancements provided by these two elixirs are utterly negligible when compared to the intrinsic essence of the innate Tao body. Upon Lin Chen's resolution, after expending 888 points of fortune, a vial exuding a rich aura of life materialized in his grasp. Without a moment's hesitation, he consumed its contents in one swift motion. The vibrant life force instantly enveloped him, transforming his previously aching body into a cocoon of warmth and comfort, reminiscent of a return to the womb, allowing his battered form to visibly rejuvenate at an astonishing rate. A quarter of an hour later, after fully assimilating the medicinal potency, Lin Chen underwent a profound metamorphosis. Firstly, the lingering aura of death that had surrounded him vanished without a trace. Secondly, his once aged visage reverted to that of a middle-aged man. Given my current state, even without breaking through to the transcendence realm, I should be able to live to the age of 300. Such is the formidable effect of the Spring of Life. Feeling the transformation within, a flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Chen's eyes. As a formidable figure who had struggled in the Great Chu dynasty for nearly a century, he was acutely aware of the commotion that would ensue if others were to learn of the Spring of Life's effects. Even the lofty transcendence realm experts, blessed with lifespans exceeding 1,000 years, would be tempted by its allure. With the system at his disposal, as long as I continually expand and fortify my family, I shall incessantly acquire points of fortune. However, the growth of any faction inevitably encroaches upon the interests of others. Until I possess absolute strength, it is prudent to remain discreet. Yet, should any faction dare to bully the Lin family, that would be an entirely different matter. Innocent men may suffer for possessing precious treasures, and Lin Chen was determined to keep the existence of the system concealed. Nevertheless, developing the family necessitates the allocation of resources to cultivate formidable beings. Should the resources exceed certain limits, abnormal growth within the clan would inevitably attract the attention of rival factions. Given that Lin Chen currently stands alone as the sole expert in the blood exchange realm, he resolved that even if he were to refine the essence of the innate Tao body and break through to the transcendence realm, he would not reveal his true capabilities. Unless, of course, the foundation of the Lin family were to strengthen significantly. Steady and cautious progress is the true path. Putting aside those thoughts, Lin Chen turned his focus to the essence of the innate Tao body. With a determined thought, he chose to merge with it. In an instant, waves of primal Tao essence materialized within him, transforming into boundless mysteries and nourishing sustenance that continuously enhanced his physical form, spirit, and cultivation. Simultaneously, the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, drawn by an inexplicable force, surged into his body. In that fleeting moment, Lin Chen's overall foundation began to rise exponentially. His innate talent, once merely above average, escalated to an exceptional level within mere breaths. And yet, this was just the beginning. Supreme qualifications. Innate spiritual body. Innate treasure body. It is uncertain how much time has passed, but when Lin Chen reached the limits of his physical endurance, his innate talent had ascended to the pinnacle of the innate treasure body, merely a step away from the divine body. Boom! At that moment, Lin Chen's aura surged forth explosively, akin to a volcanic eruption. Blood Exchange Realm 9th level. Transformation Realm 1st level. Transformation Realm 2nd level. Ascending rapidly, he eventually halted at the 4th level of the Transformation Realm. This was primarily due to the majority of energy and mysteries being devoted to solidifying his foundation. Otherwise, he believed it would not have been impossible to soar directly to the divine power realm in one breath. However, although his cultivation had only risen to the 4th level of the Transformation Realm, his foundation had become extraordinarily profound, with combat power comparable to the 7th level of the Transformation Realm. A smile involuntarily graced Lin Chen's face. It is noteworthy that this was achieved without practicing any martial scriptures or learning the accompanying divine powers. Once he masters these, his combat prowess would undoubtedly continue to soar. Setting a modest goal, for instance, to possess unrivaled combat power within the Transformation Realm, after savoring the benefits bestowed by the second part of the novice gift package, Lin Chen's anticipation for the martial scriptures offered by the novice gift package grew even stronger. Without the slightest hesitation, he allowed himself to accept the inheritance of the martial scriptures. Instantly, a torrent of information surged into his mind like a tidal wave, simultaneously replacing the cultivation methods he had originally practiced with the operational pathways of the martial scriptures. With the enhancement of the supreme innate treasure body, Lin Chen's aura soon transformed into something profoundly mysterious. Chapter 3. Liion Gang. Undercurrents. Stirring. Time flows like water, fleeting and ephemeral. Before long, a month had elapsed since Lin Chen entered seclusion to refine his martial arts. Unbeknownst to when it began, rumors regarding the Lin family patriarch's failed attempt to break through to the transcendent realm, suffering backlash and diminished power, began to circulate throughout the grand city of Dian. Ordinarily, such rumors would hold little ground. All that was needed was for the Lin patriarch to make an appearance, and the whispers would surely dissipate. However, regardless of the fervor with which the rumors spread, the Lin family, one of the 3 great clans, remained utterly silent, as if oblivious to the commotion outside. This silence was interpreted by many factions within Dian as tacit acceptance of the rumors. In an instant, the atmosphere within the grand city turned peculiar, with even the usually bustling streets growing eerily quiet. Meanwhile, within the opulent hall perched atop the Li family's mountain, several figures exuding the aura of blood transformation realm experts stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, gazing out at the scenery of Dian. It appears our conjectures were not unfounded. The Lin patriarch has indeed reached the end of his lifespan. We owe this insight to the reports relayed by young Master Liion Gang. Otherwise, we might never have anticipated that the Lin patriarch's time was drawing so near. This is the disadvantage of lacking a formidable background. How is the contact with the Tang family progressing? Are they amenable to submitting to our Li family? With young Master Liion Gang now under the tutelage of the esteemed elder of Tianyun, his influence is burgeoning. Does the Tang family truly have any other options? Haraha. As the discussion turned to this matter, the Li family's blood transformation realm experts erupted into hearty laughter, their words dripping with pride. Liion Gang, the youngest master of the Li family, is indeed the most remarkable prodigy in their history, possessing the Liion Gang spirit body. His talents are among the finest within the entire Chu dynasty. To ensure Liion Gang's prosperous growth, they had suppressed this information and brought him into their clan's sacred grounds for training, rarely allowing him to appear in public. Now, at 18 years of age, under the Li family's devoted cultivation, he had achieved the astonishing 1st level of the muscle transformation realm and comprehended 70% of the blade intent. Subsequently, under their arrangement, he entered the 5th-tier sect, Yenyuanzong. Little did they anticipate that just days after joining the sect, he would be accepted as a direct disciple by the esteemed elder, catapulting him to immense power and influence. Upon learning of this development, Li Tiangong's father, the head of the Li family, could hardly contain his ambition, planning to leverage the might of Yenyuanzong to subjugate the Tang and Lin families, thereby establishing himself as the unrivaled sovereign of Dian. Reporting, Master, urgent news from the Tang family. Just as the Li family experts reveled in their prospective future, An urgent sound of footsteps accompanied by labored breaths echoed in their ears. Hearing this, Lin Chen, the head of the Li family, waved his hand decisively. The tightly shut door suddenly opened a narrow crack, and simultaneously, a secret message inscribed with prohibitions flew into his hand. "Proceed," he instructed. "Yes, master." As he watched his subordinate depart, Lin waved his hand to close the grand hall's entrance. Only then did he unveil the secret message. Amid the expectant gazes of the other blood exchange realm experts from the Li family, the previously impassive Lin suddenly revealed a smile, causing a surge of joy within their hearts. Before they could inquire further, Lin command resonated in their ears, and the message he held floated before them. "Convey the orders. Let all unfold according to plan." The sharp eyes of the blood exchange realm experts captured every detail inscribed on the floating message without a moment's hesitation. Responding in unison, "We shall faithfully obey the Master's command." With that, these blood exchange realm experts departed the lofty hall atop the mountain, excitement coursing through them as they set forth to execute the predetermined plan. Only Lin remained, gazing at their departing figures, his eyes drawn to the bustling city of Dian below. He opened his arms, as if to embrace it all. "This Dian city ultimately belongs to my Li family. Lin Chen, do you remember how, relying on your formidable prowess in the blood exchange realm's 7th layer, you forcibly compelled the Lin family to occupy Dian city, leaving my Li family to cede part of our interests? Did you ever consider that today would come? The tides of fortune shift. This year belongs to my family. As your lifespan wanes, how can you, no longer at your peak, contend against me with that feckless younger generation of the Lin family?" Haraha. On the mountain peak of the Li family, Lin laughter grew increasingly unrestrained as he murmured to himself. Meanwhile, at the Tang family, the patriarch and several blood exchange realm experts convened within their own council hall, seemingly sensing the stirrings from the Li family. Their already discontented spirits tightened into fists. "Ah, how formidable my Tang family once was! Who would have imagined that in just a few decades, we would first be overshadowed by the Lin family, and then surpassed by the Li family? What a disgrace to our ancestors! Yet, what use is lamentation? Lacking strength, we are left with little choice. The Yunyu sect, with its supreme elder Tian Yun, is a legendary figure of transcendent power, capable of obliterating this vast Dian city with a mere gesture. We cannot afford to offend them. Time and fate." Amid the elders' discussions, Tang Tian, the patriarch of the Tang family, felt a rising sense of helplessness within him. Compared to the elders of the clan, he, as the current patriarch, bore the greatest shame in facing their ancestors. Though it cannot all be attributed to him, one thing remains indisputable: he is the present head of the Tang family. Yet, even so, he found himself devoid of any alternative solutions. The Tang family has established its roots in Dian City for several centuries, and they could never relinquish this heritage or abandon this place. After all, not to mention the uncertainty of finding a suitable city to settle in. Even if such a place could be found, they would still have to contend with numerous factions within that city. Moreover, lacking a source of income and resources to nurture the younger generation, the Tang family would inevitably decline or even vanish from this world. Given these circumstances, it would be wiser to remain in Dian City, where there might still be a glimmer of hope. However, to prepare for any unforeseen eventualities, Tang Tian initiated the family's fire seed plan, secretly sending several promising younger members of the family out of Dian City through concealed passages. Should any misfortune befall the Tang family, these descendants would represent the hope for their resurgence. Yet, unbeknownst to both the Tang and Li families, every move they made was being closely observed by Lin Chen. Even a fortnight prior, when the news of his impending demise circulated throughout Dian City, he had already emerged from his seclusion. This, however, does not imply that he had completely comprehended the martial classics. Rather, he had thoroughly converted his internal cultivation methods into the martial classics, practiced 2 progressive martial techniques along with a body technique, and grasped merely a fragment of the essence of these methods. Chapter 4. Lin Chen's Plan. The Yunyu sect. Deep within the Lin family, Lin Chen, having transitioned his cultivation methods, dedicated himself to rigorous training for another fortnight. Although his cultivation remained at the 4th level of the transcendent realm, his combat prowess had surged several-fold. He felt assured that, with his current abilities, he could rival the most elite practitioners at the 9th level of the transcendent realm. Even when confronted by the prodigies at this pinnacle, he believed he possessed the strength to engage them in battle. This was merely the outcome of a month of diligent practice. Given a few more months, Lin Chen was confident that he could stand against even the legendary figures of the divine power realm, potentially overcoming them. Thus, he harbored no trepidation regarding the latent threats posed by the Yunyu sect, nor was he concerned about the maneuvers of the Li and Tang families. The Tang family, the Li family, and the formidable Yunyu sect behind them served as excellent training grounds for him. Contemplating this, Lin Chen's gaze fell upon the Lin family, specifically the head of the family and several powerful individuals who were but a step away from the blood exchange realm. Lin Chen did not conceal the fact of his breakthrough to the transcendent realm from them. Firstly, such concealment was unnecessary, as they were not oblivious to the changes. With his significant rejuvenation, appearing as if he were in his 20s due to the prolonged lifespan afforded by his advancement, anyone with a modicum of understanding of cultivation could discern the truth. Secondly, it provided the higher echelons of the Lin family with the confidence needed to confront the Tang and Li families. The treasures required for a breakthrough from the marrow-cleansing realm to the blood exchange realm were reasonably priced in the system's marketplace, costing merely hundreds of fortune points. Coupled with some resources to enhance their aptitude in exchange for suitable techniques and martial arts for the Lin family, the total expenditure amounted to just over 50,000 fortune points. Once they ascended to the blood exchange realm and completed the replacement of their clan's cultivation methods, it would not be long before they recouped these spent fortune points. If they managed to subdue the Tang and Li families, monopolizing the grand city of Diyan, the benefits would be immense. Indeed, with his current strength, Lin Chen could effortlessly secure the Lin family's dominance over Diyan city. However, apart from himself, the Lin family lacked even a single powerful practitioner at the blood exchange realm, making such a monopoly an arduous and ungrateful endeavor. Therefore, he intended to delegate this task to the current head of the Lin family and the several elders at the 9th level of the marrow-cleansing realm. He had already bestowed upon them the conditions necessary for a turnaround. Should they fail, the worst that could happen would be their positions being revoked, relegated to the family shrine as idle elders, allowing them to focus on their own cultivation, while a more capable person could be appointed in their stead. After all, with Lin Chen at the helm, the Lin family stood invincible. Time was on his side to allow them to play their games. With this thought, Lin Chen cast another glance at Lin Wudi, the head of the Lin family, and the several 9th-level elders of the marrow-cleansing realm, leaving a trace of his consciousness to remain vigilant of the unfolding situation in Diyan City, before he turned and vanished from sight. Before receiving concrete news of my demise, the Li and Tang families would undoubtedly hesitate to launch a full-scale assault on the Lin family. This implies that you still possess at least 3 months of developmental time, a crucial opportunity for your transformation. I hope you do not let me down. As these words resonated in the ears of Lin Wudi and the elders, who were previously engaged in discussions on how to counter the Tang and Li families, they exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of urgency in the other's eyes. Let us not overlook the fact that Lin Chen, as the ancestral figure of the Lin family, had single-handedly established the clan and holds an unparalleled reputation among all its members. The recent display of the ancestors' sudden appearance, fueled by rumors and accompanied by astonishingly formidable resources, has already led them to speculate about his power and foundation. The strength of our ancestor has grown increasingly formidable. This is a stroke of fortune for the Lin family. However, to gain the ancestors' recognition and continue leading the clan, we must overcome the challenges posed by the Li and Tang families. Time is of the essence. That said, without attempting to confront the situation, how can one ascertain their capabilities? Furthermore, as long as the news of the ancestors' demise remains unverified, they would hesitate to unleash their full might against the Lin family. If we strategize effectively, we should be able to buy ourselves an additional month or two. Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, this world ultimately reveres strength. Before we proceed with our plans, we should first retreat and strive to break through to the blood exchange realm. After a fortnight of preparation, Lin Wudi and the elders had thoroughly absorbed the elixirs that enhanced their aptitude while simultaneously contemplating martial techniques and arranging family matters. Fortunately, given the relatively short span of the Lin family's development, the number of clan members is merely in the hundreds, rendering the tasks at hand manageable. Thus, Lin Wudi and the others swiftly organized the relevant affairs, and entered the training chamber, which Lin Chen had transformed post-breakthrough. Instantly, a rich influx of spiritual energy enveloped them, bestowing an indescribable comfort that resonated deep within their souls. Such abundant spiritual energy, this place must possess a concentration several times greater than the outside world. The ancestor truly lives up to the reputation of a transcendent being. His methods are indeed formidable. With such an opulent training environment, breaking through to the blood exchange realm is virtually assured. Indeed, upon feeling the superior conditions within the chamber, Lin Wuti and the others were filled with exhilaration. It is worth noting that with the elixirs and treasures bestowed upon them by Lin Chen, their innate talents have transcended ordinary measures. The least among them possesses top-tier cultivation aptitude, while the strongest are but a step away from becoming spiritual bodies. Such exceptional qualifications would earn them the title of Prodigy even within the Grand Shu dynasty. Even the majority of transcendent beings boast similar qualifications. Coupled with the martial techniques they are currently practicing, breaking through to the blood exchange realm is as certain as fate itself. Breakthrough. Breakthrough. Upon this reflection, Lin Wuti and his companions could not help but each take their place upon a mat, commencing the operation of their respective techniques while consuming elixirs, thus engaging in their cultivation. In an instant, the entire secret chamber was enveloped in a misty atmosphere, obscuring the figures of those in seclusion. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, having given Lin Wuti and the others some guidance, concealed himself and began to wander through the Lin family estate. Throughout his journey, he continuously employed the eye of fate to ensure he did not overlook a single prodigy. Regrettably, after surveying a considerable portion of the Lin clan, he discovered only a handful of individuals with moderate talents, with not a single one possessing top-tier potential. This left Lin Chen feeling somewhat disheartened. Could it be that the Lin family harbors no talent of considerable merit? It is well known that the resources required to nurture a prodigy of exceptional aptitude are vastly greater than those needed for one of merely adequate ability. After all, the treasures that enhance one's innate gifts are exorbitantly expensive. If it were not absolutely necessary, Lin Chen would prefer not to squander his precious fortune on the clan members of merely advanced qualifications. Alas, from the initial gift package, which granted him 100,000 fortune points, he had already expended over 30,000 for himself and more than 50,000 on Lin Wuti and the others, leaving him with less than 10,000. In a word, impoverished. Chapter 5. The favored ones of the family. The Lin family is neither particularly large nor exceedingly small. Through Lin Chen's deliberate observations, he swiftly assessed all the members of the clan. The outcome, however, left him profoundly disappointed. The Lin family indeed lacked any extraordinary talents of the highest caliber. This compelled Lin Chen to focus his attention on three younger relatives who he had identified as possessing superior qualifications. Name: Lin Feng. Age: 16. Qualification: superior cultivation level, 9th layer of skin refinement. Life achievements: just a day ago, he utilized family contribution points to exchange for a bone-quenching pill at the treasure pavilion, preparing to break through to the bone-forging realm 2 days prior. Details available upon request. Name: Lin Feng. Age: 17. Qualification: superior cultivation level, 3rd layer of bone forging. Life achievements: 7 days ago, he received a high-grade bone-quenching pill from grandfather, the 3rd elder. After several days of preparation, he has adjusted his state to its peak and is currently in seclusion for a breakthrough 10 days prior. Details available upon request. Name: Lin Ling. Age: 15. Qualification: superior cultivation level, 8th layer of skin refinement. Life achievements: recently acquired a jade talisman from the market, containing the soul of a 9th layer true spirit realm powerhouse, currently in a dormant state. He is now observing a first-tier alchemist of the clan concocting pills. 1 day ago. Details available upon request. As Lin Chen meticulously examined the information of the three individuals, intending to identify the most promising candidate for cultivation, he found himself momentarily taken aback by the details concerning Lin Ling. It is worth noting that this pertains to a powerhouse of the 9th layer of the true spirit realm. Even the illustrious Great Chu dynasty, at the height of its power, could only bow to such an existence. After all, the founder of the Great Chu dynasty was rumored to possess merely the cultivation of the 3rd layer of the true spirit realm, a far cry from the might of one capable of reigning as a king. Indeed, the difference of 3 layers is immeasurable, easily extinguished in a moment. especially under the influence of his Eye of Destiny, when the characteristics and identity of this dormant soul resonated with Lin Ling. A thought flashed through Lin Chen's mind. Could it be that the family's fortune has ascended, granting Lin Ling this fortuitous opportunity? As his thoughts swirled, Lin Chen's gaze involuntarily drifted to the skies above the Lin family estate. With eyes that seemed to pierce through all veils, he observed a milky white lake of fortune occupying a radius of 1,000 feet, suffused with a faint blue glow, appearing exceptionally radiant. Upon witnessing this, Lin Chen instantly grasped the situation. The family is on the verge of ascending to blue fortune. No wonder Lin Ling possesses such remarkable luck. In light of this, it is you whom I shall select. It is important to note that in the true martial world, the levels of fortune are typically categorized into 5 ranks: black, white, blue, purple, and gold. Furthermore, fortune can be divided into personal and collective, with most factions lacking a transcendent expert being characterized by milky white fortune. However, the magnitude of the fortune is ultimately determined by the comprehensive foundation of the faction. The Lin family, possessing a milky white aura that spans a vast expanse, has transcended the capabilities of an ordinary 7th-tier force by a considerable margin. This, however, is still compounded by the severe lack of high-level combat prowess within the family. Should Lin Wuti and several elders of the Lin family manage to break through to the blood transformation realm, the collective strength of their kin would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Ascending to the blue aura would then be a matter of certainty. Under the gaze of Lin Chen's Eye of Destiny, the soul contained within the jade talisman acquired by Lin Ling is utterly exposed. This soul, known as Xiao Jia, is a 7th-tier alchemist hailing from Lingzhou, located to the north of the desolate state of Dian City. This territory boasts a concentration of spiritual energy and resources that far surpass those of the barren state. Throughout the entire Dantian continent, it is among the foremost, home to numerous top-tier 3rd-tier forces, incomparable to the barren state. As far as Lin Chen is aware, within the barren state, there are only 3 major 3rd-tier forces, each revealing merely a single Nirvana realm powerhouse. In stark contrast to Lingzhou, those 3rd-tier forces often boast several, if not dozens, of Nirvana realm experts, rendering the 3rd-tier forces of the barren state insignificant by comparison. Despite this, Lin Chen remains unfazed. Given his current rate of growth, it will not be long before he ascends to the divine ability realm. If he can comprehend even a fraction of the martial techniques recorded in the martial canon, he will possess sufficient power to safeguard himself against Nirvana realm experts. With a little time for development, overpowering these 3rd-tier forces would become a trivial matter. However, what astonishes me the most is the vastness of the true martial great world. The Dantian continent I inhabit is merely one of countless lands within this grand realm, and it is but a mid-sized continent, neither grand nor diminutive. In contrast to the expansive Tianwu and Xianhuan continents, which Xiao Jia learned about from her sect's secret texts, the disparities in size and spiritual energy concentration are insurmountable. Notably, within Xiao Jia's life story, she recounts discovering an ancient tome that speaks of a time long past, when the continents of the true martial great world existed as a singular entity. A cataclysmic event shattered this world, leaving it in disarray, and scattering the land into myriad fragments. The remnants of that power are captured only in vague phrases: greatness, divinity, immortality. Contemplating this, Lin Chen cannot help but furrow his brow. Such scant information evokes an indescribable sense of oppression within him. It is evident that the being possessing this title has surpassed his understanding, existing in an unknown realm. After all, the grandeur of the true martial great world far exceeds the imagination of the common folk. Even with Lin Chen's current cultivation level, traversing the entirety of the Dantian continent would take him a lifetime. It is worth noting that even Dian City, a sprawling metropolis within the Great Chu dynasty with a population of millions, occupies an area comparable to a large province from his previous life. This merely represents the territorial expanse of the lesser cities. Numerous metropolises of greater strength and heritage exist, each spanning several times larger than this one. Within the Great Chu dynasty, there are indeed over 100 such grand cities, and even more than a dozen regional capitals that dwarf the cities in size by tenfold. This count does not encompass the royal capital or the remote wilderness. One might assert that the territorial area of the Great Chu dynasty approaches that of the earth itself. However, In the wild state, powers akin to the Great Chu dynasty abound, numbering in the hundreds or even thousands. At the very least, Lin Chen has heard of dozens. It is essential to note that the Great Chu dynasty is merely a top-tier 5th-grade force at present, while those in the wild state, with their more formidable 4th and even 3rd-grade powers, command territories that are 100 or even 1,000 times larger. This vividly illustrates the vastness of the wild state. Yet, this expansive wild state pales in comparison when placed within the context of the Cave Heaven continent. The entire Cave Heaven continent comprises 81 states, with the wild state ranking near the bottom. Similarly, when the Cave Heaven continent is juxtaposed against the true martial Great World, it is as if the Great Chu dynasty is placed within the Cave Heaven continent, highlighting an insurmountable chasm in scale. Chapter 6. Triggering tasks in the vast and profound world of true martial. It is astonishing that it can be shattered by the might of the powerful. The depths of this realm surpass my previous imaginings. Clearly, my prior decisions were astute. The more one knows, the deeper the sense of reverence one feels for this world. Lin Chen is no exception. If, at one point, he chose to entrust the handling of the Tang and Li families to Lin Wudi and his companions, abstaining from direct involvement to hone the skills of the younger generation in preparation for accruing fortune points, he now finds his choice fully validated. Since the system has tasked him with developing his family, he resolves that henceforth, any issues faced by the Lin family shall be entrusted to their own resolution as much as possible. His role is to ensure that the family does not suffer fundamental damage. With the system at his disposal, the approach to family development can no longer adhere to previous strategies. After all, the Lin family had reached a stage where further growth was untenable without a firm foothold in Dian City, which is essential for the sustained acquisition of resources to support both himself and his kin in their cultivation. Thus, he relied on his strength to forcibly penetrate Dian City, subduing the Li and Tang families to carve out a portion of the benefits necessary to sustain the Lin family's expenses. Although this approach yielded substantial gains, it was fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to catastrophic failure. Upon detecting a family member favored by fortune, the system congratulated the host on triggering a main storyline task to cultivate Lin Ling to ascend the list of prodigies in the Great Chu dynasty. Successful completion of this task would yield generous rewards based on Lin Ling's ranking on the prodigy list. Additionally, recognizing Lin Ling's innate potential, a side task was activated to cultivate her into an alchemist. A gentle reminder indicated that this task would unfold in multiple stages, with rewards issued upon each promotion in rank, increasing in value with higher levels. There would be no penalties for task failures. While Lin Chen's mind was a flurry of thoughts, a mechanical and cold voice suddenly echoed in his ear. It appears that a system task has been triggered. Upon reviewing the specifics of the task, a faint smile graced Lin Chen's face. He had already intended to nurture Lin Ling into a high-level alchemist, seeing it as a vital asset for the family's rapid development, and thus he would naturally embrace this task. As for gaining entry into the Great Chu dynasty's prodigy list, that was merely a secondary concern. To aspire to be a high-level alchemist, one must first qualify for the prodigy list of the Great Chu dynasty. Otherwise, such dreams are futile. After all, a high-level alchemist must at the very least possess the strength of the true spirit realm, far beyond what the Great Chu dynasty can compare. In the true martial world, the prerequisites to become an alchemist are twofold. One must cultivate a fire attribute technique, and one's soul power must exceed that of an ordinary being by threefold. The greater one's soul power, the more potential one possesses on the path of alchemy. Certainly, this is contingent upon the suitability for cultivating fire attribute techniques. Casting a glance at Lin Ling not far away, numerous pieces of information regarding the requirements to become an alchemist flashed through Lin Chen's mind. Within the depths of his fated vision, he perceived that Lin Ling's talent was indeed more aligned with fire attribute techniques. However, her spiritual power was merely twice that of an ordinary person, falling short of the foundational threshold of 3 times necessary to become an alchemist. Yet, this posed no insurmountable challenge for Lin Chen. The top-tier 4th-grade elixir, the soul-nurturing pill, priced at 99.99 fortune points, seemed to be the most suitable remedy for her current predicament. Alas, these fortune points appeared to be dwindling rather rapidly. After exchanging his fortune points in the system shop for elixirs to enhance spiritual power, Lin Chen could not help but display a wry smile as he glanced at his remaining 4-digit balance. During this time, due to his own breakthrough in strength and the elevation of his clan members' cultivation, he had accrued some fortune points, but in comparison to his expenditures, this income was akin to a drop in the ocean. It was still far from sufficient. Nevertheless, Lin Chen remained unperturbed. Once Lin Wudi and several elders attained the blood exchange realm, and the clan members transitioned to the techniques he provided, the fortune points would undoubtedly increase. After all, a quality technique significantly impacts a cultivator's enhancement and strength. Contemplating this, Lin Chen's movements did not falter. With a swift turn, he vanished from his location, reappearing before Lin Ling, who was intently observing the family's first-grade alchemist at work. Upon witnessing Lin Chen's sudden appearance, Lin Ling's body tensed, entering a state of alertness. Thud. However, just as Lin Ling was on guard, the alchemist nearby, after a brief moment of astonishment, abruptly knelt on the ground, fervently exclaiming, "Lin Wui pays respects to the ancestor." Ancestor? Hearing Lin Wui's words, Lin Ling stammered, her eyes filled with shock and confusion. She had encountered the ancestor before, but never in such a youthful guise. Upon this realization, Lin Ling's heart involuntarily chilled. What? Have I become younger? And you, little one, no longer recognize your great-grandfather? In your childhood, you used to come to my courtyard asking for candies. Gesturing for Lin Wui to rise, Lin Chen turned to Lin Ling, who stood there gaping in astonishment, and gently smiled, his expression radiating warmth. No, that's not it. It's just that seeing such a young ancestor caught me off guard. Lin Ling exclaimed, her face instantly flushing crimson, her small hands nervously clutching the hem of her clothes as she stumbled over her words. I merely didn't expect such a youthful ancestor. Haraha. Well, ignorance is no sin. Relax a bit. There's no need to be so tense. Upon witnessing Lin Ling's adorable demeanor, Lin Chen could not help but burst into hearty laughter. However, he swiftly shifted his tone, addressing her with earnestness. Linger, do you aspire to become an alchemist? The kindness exuded by the elder relaxed Lin Ling considerably. Yet, his subsequent inquiry left her momentarily taken aback. To become an alchemist? Of course, I yearn for it. It is a dream I cherish deeply. If only I could attain even the status of a first-grade alchemist. My father would no longer need to expend all his cultivation resources to procure medicinal pills for my mother's survival. Should I achieve the legendary rank of a 4th-grade alchemist, I might even be able to completely heal my mother's afflictions. However, the inadequacy of her spiritual power rendered her incapable of becoming an alchemist. Lin Ling bit her lip, a flicker of pain crossing her eyes. She felt a pang of sorrow for her father's sacrifices and an overwhelming sense of helplessness regarding her mother's illness. Were it not for the support from the family elders over the years, their family would have long since succumbed to despair. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen fell into a contemplative silence. He had a faint recollection of Lin Ling's mother, who had devoted much to the Lin family in her earlier years. Unfortunately, during a mission in the Beast Mountain Range, she fell victim to the venom of a bloodthirsty spider. Although she was rescued by the Lin family's experts who arrived later, it was ultimately too late. Lin Ling's father, a man of profound devotion, spared no expense to save his wife, sacrificing his entire fortune to obtain a 3rd-grade medicinal pill, the Tranquil Heart Pill, which preserved her life. Yet, the venom of the bloodthirsty spider was insidious. While the Tranquil Heart Pill sustained Lin Ling's mother, it could not eradicate the toxin, which continued to ravage her blood. Once her life force was depleted, her existence would cease. Consequently, in a desperate bid to prolong his wife's life, Lin Ling's father undertook numerous tasks, amassing family contribution points to exchange for top-tier 2nd-grade pills, the Blood Vitality Pill. At that time, Lin Chen felt utterly powerless in the face of such circumstances, only able to offer discreet assistance. Chapter 7. The Power of Sixfold Souls. What if I could provide a solution to your predicament? Suppressing the tumult of thoughts within, Lin Chen's gaze inevitably settled upon Lin Ling, his expression gravely earnest as he continued. Do you wish to become an alchemist? At Lin Chen's words, Lin Ling momentarily found herself taken aback. Yet, almost instantaneously, a flicker of excitement illuminated her eyes, and she eagerly exclaimed, Truly, truly, truly? Can I really become an alchemist? Certainly. Upon receiving Lin Chen's affirmative response, an overwhelming joy surged within Lin Ling. An alchemist? I can indeed become an alchemist. In that instant, she clenched her fists, her entire being trembling with exhilaration. She was utterly elated. The long-held dream she had yearned for was finally within her grasp. Although she was uncertain how Lin Chen would accomplish this, she firmly believed that her ancestor would not deceive her, for she, a mere girl, possessed nothing of value to warrant such a ruse. Lin Wui, you may leave now. Remember, it is imperative that you do not disclose my circumstances to anyone, not even to your parents or children. Observing Lin Ling's display of excitement, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile faintly. He then turned to Lin Wui, who gazed enviously at Lin Ling and cautioned him. Yes, ancestor. Lin Wui was acutely aware of the Lin family's current predicament. After a moment of contemplation, he understood that their ancestor had already devised a strategy to contend with the rumors emanating from the Li and Tang families. Perhaps, he was merely waiting for the right moment to ensnare the fish. Without a hint of hesitation, he acquiesced and vacated the alchemy hall, ensuring the space was clear. To prevent any disturbances to his ancestor, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he stood guard just outside the hall. Linger, sit cross-legged and open your mouth. Noticing Lin Wui's perceptive compliance, Lin Chen's eyes gleamed with appreciation. Without further delay, he turned back to Lin Ling and issued his command. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling, just recovering from her earlier excitement and preparing to express her profound gratitude to her ancestor, hesitated for a moment, wanting to articulate something, but was interrupted by Lin Chen. Enough, do not assume the demeanor of a little girl. If you wish to express your gratitude, then devote yourself to mastering alchemy. Ascend the so-called list of the esteemed of the great Chu dynasty and bring joy to your ancestor. Having lived 2 lives and more than a century, Lin Chen was well aware of her thoughts and spoke plainly. I, Linger, will not disappoint you, ancestor. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of emotion flickered in Lin Ling's eyes, and without concern for the surroundings, she settled into a cross-legged position. Then, she opened her rosy lips. Whoosh! Observing this, Lin Chen flicked his finger, sending the pre-prepared soul-nourishing pill into Lin Ling's mouth, compelling her to swallow it involuntarily. With a resounding crackle, the medicinal pill dissolved upon entry, unleashing waves of formidable spiritual energy that surged within Lin Ling's mind, contorting her visage in agony. An indescribable pain coursed through her entire being. Yet, despite this torment, Lin Ling resolutely bore the suffering in silence, determined to endure. It is indeed justified that one is favored by the family's fortuitous destiny. Observing Lin Ling's unwavering resolve, Lin Chen could not help but express a flicker of admiration, nodding in satisfaction. Although he initially intended to intervene and assist her in refining the medicinal potency, he paused. Observing her struggle, moments turned into seconds, 5 breaths elapsed. As Lin Ling approached her limit, persisting further would yield no benefits from the soul-nourishing pill. Instead, it would lead to a backlash. At this juncture, he decided to act. Linger, open your mind and allow me to guide your body. Let your spirit flow with the power I impart within you. As soon as he spoke, an immensely pure force surged from Lin Chen's hand, penetrating Lin Ling's body. With this infusion of power, Lin Ling immediately felt a significant alleviation of her pain, accompanied by a mysterious energy that continuously emanated a refreshing aura, flooding into her consciousness, aiding her in refining the overwhelming medicinal energy released by the soul-nourishing pill. With each surge of power, she sensed a marked enhancement in her spiritual strength. Time slipped by, and in the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. With Lin Chen's assistance, Lin Ling finally completed the refinement of the soul-nourishing pill. Her spiritual strength now amounted to 6 times that of an ordinary individual, a remarkable feat indeed, qualifying her as a prodigy within the vast Chu dynasty. Possessing the eye of destiny, Lin Chen discerned the depth of Lin Ling's spiritual prowess with a mere glance. In contrast to martial aptitude, the calculation of spiritual strength required by alchemists is far simpler. 3-fold spiritual strength corresponds to a practitioner of low-tier aptitude among alchemists, while 4-fold equates to those of intermediate aptitude. Following this logic, 6-fold spiritual strength categorizes her among the elite of alchemists. Without a doubt, with diligent practice, becoming a 3rd-tier alchemist would pose no challenge. Should fortune favor her, even ascending to the legendary ranks of a 4th-tier alchemist is within the realm of possibility. Linger, I am grateful for the ancestral guidance. I shall not disappoint your expectations and will strive to become a true alchemist. Upon regaining her senses, Lin Ling was overwhelmed with emotion, dropping to her knees, her expression solemn as she vowed earnestly. Possessing the ambition to become an alchemist, she fully understood the implications of her sixfold spiritual strength. It could be said that if the opportunity she had obtained today were to be revealed, it would undoubtedly cause a stir throughout the entire Chu dynasty. After all, although the soul-nurturing pill is merely a top-tier 4th-grade elixir, its value far surpasses that of an ordinary 5th-grade pill due to the exceedingly rare materials required for its concoction. In the present day, within the Grand Chu dynasty, which is governed solely by formidable beings of the divine passage realm, it is regarded as an invaluable treasure. Your intention is commendable. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen extended his hand to elevate Lin Ling from a distance, then approached her, gently patting her shoulder as he continued, "Strive diligently." Having said that, Lin Chen vanished in an instant before Lin Ling could respond. Upon exiting the Grand Alchemy Hall, Lin Chen noticed Lin Wui stationed at the entrance and felt a stir within his heart. He decided to impart the supreme cultivation technique, initially meant to be shared in batches over the coming days with Lin Wudi and others, directly into Lin Wui's mind. The sudden influx of information caused Lin Wui to wince in surprise. Fortunately, as a first-tier alchemist of the family, his spiritual power is significantly stronger than that of an average person, allowing his mind to swiftly organize the overwhelming information that had suddenly appeared. The supreme technique, the primordial unification formula? As he processed the information within his mind, Lin Wui was momentarily taken aback. However, it was at that precise moment. Chapter 8. The diligent Lin Ling. It was during this moment that an unfamiliar yet familiar voice suddenly resonated in his ear. "Lin Wui, you have done well. This cultivation method is one that our Lin family will have all its members master in the future. I bestow it upon you in advance, hoping you will not disappoint me." "Thank you, ancestor, for your generous gift," Lin Wui replied, his heart swelling with gratitude. After a moment's stupor, he hurriedly bowed towards the location where his ancestor typically secluded himself. He was well aware, through the information in his mind, that the Hunyuan unity technique, while merely a top-tier cultivation method, was profound in its intricacies, rivaling those of higher-ranked methods. Take him, for instance. As an alchemist, he was theoretically limited to fire attribute cultivation methods. Yet the name Hunyuan unity technique seemed wholly unrelated to fire attributes. However, this did not impede Lin Wui from practicing it. The Hunyuan unity technique could adapt itself according to one's inherent attributes, transforming into a method more suited to the individual. For someone like him, with a strong affinity for fire, practicing the Hunyuan unity technique would allow him to evolve it into Hunyuan fire. This not only posed no hindrance to his alchemical pursuits, but also enhanced them. How could Lin Wui not feel exhilarated? Truly, my ancestor is enigmatic. To possess such a remarkable technique, he mused. As the door creaked open, Lin Wui's gaze fell upon Lin Ling, who appeared before him in a flowing white dress. A vision of ethereal beauty illuminated by the resplendent sun. Yet, this was not the focal point of his attention. What left him astounded was the formidable spiritual energy emanating from Lin Ling, which was significantly more powerful than his own. He was a first-tier alchemist, after all. Although his innate spiritual power was of the lowest grade, his affiliation with the Lin family provided him with a continuous supply of materials for refining elixirs, allowing his spiritual strength to be thoroughly honed. Despite his spiritual power being 3 times that of an ordinary person, its density had become considerably robust. Even those with intermediate alchemical talents, yet not reaching the first-tier status, lacked the intensity of his spiritual power. Could it be that Lin Ling's spiritual power had reached 5 times that of an average individual? A gasp escaped Lin Wui's lips at this thought, his astonishment beyond words. He remained oblivious as Lin Ling greeted him and departed from the area, still frozen in place, prompting her to wonder, why is 6th uncle acting so strangely today? Regardless, Lin Ling dismissed the matter from her mind. Upon returning, she entered her chamber and opened the door to her secret room. Inside stood a bronze alchemical furnace, positioned at the center, surrounded by numerous modest yet suitable materials for an alchemical apprentice to practice with. Due to the limitations of my soul power in the past, I was unable to concoct even the most basic elixirs. However, my soul power has now reached 6 times that of an ordinary being. Drawing upon years of observing my family's alchemists and my own hands-on experiences, I believe I can successfully create an elixir that even a novice alchemist would deem inferior. With this thought in mind, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in Lin Ling's eyes. Without further delay, she began her work. At present, Lin Ling's cultivation level was merely at the skin refinement stage, rendering her incapable of igniting fire in the void. Instead, she relied on the array formations inscribed upon the alchemical furnace, utilizing her vital energy as fuel to generate flames for the concoction. Methodically, she added the herbs from the side into the furnace, carefully proportioning them to create a suitable elixir for her cultivation, known as the body-quenching liquid. With her utmost focus and cautious control, she finally merged all the ingredients into a cohesive liquid. The final step was to blend them together. Success would signify the completion of the body-quenching liquid. Sizzling. Perhaps it was the transformation of her soul power that facilitated this process. For this time, Lin Ling encountered no obstacles and successfully crafted the body-quenching liquid, which had eluded her in numerous prior attempts. With a decisive slap to the alchemical furnace, she sent the liquid soaring into her waiting jade vial. As she gazed into the vial, the vibrant green of the elixir sparked tears of joy in her eyes. Prior to concocting the body-quenching liquid, although she sensed a transformation in her soul power, it lacked a tangible manifestation. Now, having effortlessly created the liquid, Lin Ling truly comprehended the formidable potential of her sixfold soul power. Ancestor, I shall not disappoint your expectations. With this thought, a resolute glimmer shone in Lin Ling's eyes as she surveyed the herbs within the secret chamber. Without pausing for even a moment, she immersed herself back into alchemy. Hours passed in a blur as she tirelessly consumed all the herbs stored in the chamber, only then halting her endeavors. By this time, she had produced 9 jade vials containing the body-quenching liquid. With her current cultivation level, 3 vials should suffice to elevate her to the 9th level of skin refinement, while the remaining 6 could be sold to the family in exchange for contribution points. Having devised her plan, Lin Ling placed 3 vials of the body-quenching liquid in her room. She then proceeded to the family contribution hall, exchanging the remaining 6 vials for 60 contribution points. Following this, she made her way to the herb garden, where she traded for 30 portions of the materials required to concoct the body-quenching liquid, before promptly returning home to continue her closed-door refinement. And thus, in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Through relentless effort, Lin Ling's alchemical skills have become increasingly proficient. With ample resources at her disposal, her cultivation has successfully reached the 9th level of the body refinement realm. This achievement was accomplished while she diligently suppressed her own level to solidify her foundation. Otherwise, she would likely have ascended to the pinnacle of this realm, merely a step away from the bone-forging realm. The energy storage pill. I have finally become a first-tier alchemist. Upon holding the smooth pill in her hand, Lin Ling's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. After countless hours of practice, leveraging the foundational knowledge she had amassed and her 6-fold spiritual power, she finally succeeded in refining a basic first-tier pill, the energy storage pill, after approximately 10 failed attempts. Though the energy storage pill is merely the simplest of entry-level pills, its successful creation signifies her status as a first-tier alchemist, albeit without the official certification from the Alchemist Association. Sighing, she realized that after such an extended period of seclusion, her spirit was weary and ill-suited for further cultivation. It was the perfect moment to exchange these potions and the energy storage pill for family contribution points before indulging in a well-deserved rest. Aware of the fatigue settling in her mind, Lin Ling refrained from continuing her alchemical endeavors and exited the secret chamber. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, also in seclusion, was greeted by the system's mechanical and cold notification echoing in his mind. Congratulations, host. Chapter 9. Comprehending the Sword Intent. Congratulations to the host. The younger member of the Lin family, Lin Ling, has achieved the rank of a first-tier alchemist and has been rewarded with a second-tier top-tier alchemist experience manual and 5,000 fortune points. The second-tier top-tier alchemist manual contains all the insights and recipes of a distinguished second-tier alchemist. Upon seeing the system's reward, a subtle smile graced Lin Chen's face. He was not surprised that Lin Ling had quickly become a first-tier alchemist, for her determination in refining the soul-nourishing pill had astonished even him. With a talent of 6-fold spiritual power, it was not implausible for her to attain the rank of a first-tier alchemist within 7 days. Given her solid foundation and diligent effort, The second-tier top-tier alchemist experience manual arrived at a most opportune moment. Although the Lin family is one of the 3 prominent families in Dian City, they are still relative newcomers, having developed over merely a few decades. Their foundation remains insufficient, and the most accomplished alchemist nurtured within the family is only at the first-tier top level, offering little assistance to Lin Ling. Furthermore, Lin Chen was unwilling to allow a mere first-tier alchemist to instruct her. Thus, the system's reward of the second-tier top-tier alchemist's manual, replete with recipes, was perfectly suited for Lin Ling. After a week of seclusion and the accumulation of previous efforts, my cultivation has ascended to the 5th level of the Transcendence realm. In terms of combat prowess, unless faced with a genius at the 9th level of the Transcendence realm, I should be invincible among my peers. Upon reflecting on my own progress during these days of seclusion, Lin Chen felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Of course, the geniuses he referred to were not the mediocre individuals within the Great Chu dynasty, but rather the truly exceptional talents recognized throughout the vast wilderness. Lin Chen's confidence stemmed not merely from his elevation of cultivation, but from his mastery of sword intent. Indeed, this is the ethereal power said to be comprehended only by those at the divine power realm or above. In the true martial world, the power of intent is categorized into 4 levels. Taking sword intent as an example, it ranges from sword momentum, sword intent, sword domain, to the sword path. From the lowest to the highest, the level of sword momentum is relatively straightforward. Typically, a talented individual can grasp it during the bone cleansing realm, and by the transcendence realm, they can comprehend it to over 70%. As for the sword intent level, many powerful beings at the 9th level of the divine power realm in the Great Chu dynasty have yet to master this force. Yet, Lin Chen grasped sword intent at the 5th level of the transcendence realm, which explains his remarkable confidence. Should this revelation reach the outside world, it would undoubtedly cause quite a stir. At the very least, the Great Chu dynasty would not remain indifferent. They would either seek to befriend him or recruit him, or they might attempt to eliminate Lin Chen to prevent any threat to their royal status. With a cultivation base at the 5th level of the transcendence realm, a mastery of 1/10 of sword intent, coupled with a top-tier innate physique and an unparalleled foundation forged through martial classics, one wonders if such a foundation could be compared to that of a typical first-level divine power realm expert. As one progresses further, the disparities between each realm grow increasingly vast. Take, for instance, the distinction between the divine passage realm and the transcendence realm. A typical practitioner at the first level of the divine passage realm can effortlessly overpower dozens, if not hundreds, of individuals at the 9th level of the transcendence realm, with the exception of prodigies. Nonetheless, the disparity is already quite apparent. However, Lin Chen has yet to encounter a practitioner of the divine passage realm, rendering him unable to accurately assess the gap between himself and such an opponent. Thus, he remains uncertain. Meanwhile, in a marketplace under the control of the Lin family, a calamity was unfolding. Initially, no one paid it much heed, for the conflict had arisen between 2 children aged around 14 or 15. What harm could ensue? Yet, as their argument escalated, one of the slightly older, stockier boys uttered something that provoked the other, who could no longer restrain himself and retaliated with a punch. His cultivation at the 5th level of the body refinement realm was unmistakable. This unexpected turn of events caught the attention of several adults in the marketplace, some women glancing away with a hint of sympathy. What? A 5th level body refinement practitioner? Which family does this child belong to, exhibiting such ferocity? The stout boy is surely doomed. Despite this, it was clear that the instigator, having initiated the conflict within the Lin family's marketplace, would also face dire consequences. Witnessing the younger boy unleash the power of a 5th level body refinement practitioner, the onlookers gasped in disbelief. Even among those with bone-forging realm cultivation, none dared to intervene. After all, a mere 14-year-old wielding such strength implied that his elders must possess at least the prowess of the muscle transformation or even the marrow cleansing realm, far beyond what the scattered cultivators could contend with. However, just as the boy's fist was about to strike the stout child, an overwhelming aura, indicative of a peak 5th level body refinement practitioner, suddenly emanated from the latter. With a peculiar twist of his body, he deftly evaded the blow. Unbeknownst to anyone, as the younger boy initiated the attack, a glimmer of scheming delight flickered in the eyes of the stout child. The assailant, known as Lin Yan, hails from the Lin family, one of the three prominent families, and is a grandson of a Lin family elder. His identity, however, is far more formidable. He is the youngest son of the current patriarch of the Li family, one of the three great clans. Thus, the individual who is the disciple of the supreme elder of the Yunyu sect, Liion Gang, is his elder brother. You've fallen into my trap. My task is complete. Once I return to my family, I can request a vial of body refinement essence from my father for my cultivation. My elder brother once promised that if I could break through to the bone refinement realm before I turned 16, he would take me to the esteemed Yunyu sect for cultivation. The mere thought of this sent a surge of excitement coursing through Li Tianqi's heart. After all, the Yunyu sect is the stuff of legends, a formidable power ranked among the top 10 in the entire Dechu dynasty. To become a disciple of such a prestigious force would not only bring glory to my family, but would also illuminate my future with boundless possibilities. Scoundrel, cease your insolence. Do you think the Lin family can be trifled with in our marketplace? Just as Li Tianqi indulged in dreams of the future, a thunderous voice suddenly pierced through his reverie. Before he could comprehend the situation, an overwhelming force propelled him backward. With a violent thud, he flew over 10 meters before crashing to the ground, his internal organs feeling as if they had been crushed. Unable to contain himself, he spewed forth a mouthful of fresh blood. Young Master Yin, are you unharmed? At that moment, the middle-aged man clad in the Lin family guard uniform, who had struck Li Tianqi, turned with concern towards Lin Yin and inquired softly. Although he was merely a guard of the Lin family and not a blood relative, he had been raised by them since childhood, receiving sustenance and instruction in martial arts. His loyalty to the Lin family was unwavering. Sensing the commotion, he hastily rallied the guards and arrived to find Li Tianqi dominating the confrontation, and without a moment's hesitation, he retaliated with a powerful strike, sending Li Tianqi flying. Chapter 10. Is there no one to defend the Lin family? I am fine. Quickly, go check on that scoundrel Li Tianqi. If he dies like this, we will be in grave trouble. The sudden turn of events left Lin Yin astounded. Once he regained his composure, he hastily instructed the middle-aged captain of the guards. Though still young, he understood the boundaries within the Lin family. It was commonplace to engage in brawls and even inflict serious injuries upon one another. As long as there was no threat to life and no one had their cultivation crippled, there remained a chance for reconciliation. However, should death occur, it could incite a conflict between the two prominent families, potentially leading to a violent clash. After all, Li Tianqi was the son of the head of the Li family. If he were to be killed and they remained indifferent, they would have no place in this world. Yes, young master. The captain's expression shifted upon hearing this. He had not anticipated the astonishing identity of this young man and prepared to stride towards Li Tianqi. Yet, at that moment, a ferocious aura descended, accompanied by the resounding crash of splintering floorboards. Damn it, Tianqi, are you all right? What audacity from the Lin family to dare lay such a vicious hand upon a descendant of the Li family. Today, even if the ancestors of the Lin family were to arrive, I shall ensure you all pay the price. Upon arriving, Li Fantian first checked his son's injuries, and upon confirming there was no immediate threat to life, he exhaled a sigh of relief. However, this was swiftly replaced by a look of fury as he glared intently at Lin Yin and the Lin family guards, his words laced with murderous intent. He was genuinely enraged. Although he had anticipated that Li Tianqi might incur some injuries during this mission, he expected them to be mere flesh wounds, trivial matters for a practitioner, which could even serve as a form of training. Who could have foreseen that, in a moment of inattention, the Lin family's guards would strike first? By the time he noticed, it was already too late. Yet, he would never reflect on the fact that he had initiated the scheming against the Lin family. All of this was the Lin family's fault. Humph. You shall all perish. The more Li Fantian dwelled on his anger, the more it consumed him. He could no longer contain his rage and raised his hand to strike at Lin Yin and the Lin family guards. What terrifying power resides within a blood exchange realm expert? Moreover, Li Fantian was a formidable presence at the third level of the blood exchange realm. Under such a strike, neither Lin Yin nor the guards at the bone forging realm stood any chance of resistance. They could not even move, their faces filled with terror as they helplessly watched the colossal hand descend upon them. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the impact reverberated throughout the marketplace, echoing across the entire Great Yin City. The violent energy waves left the surrounding area in utter chaos. Before Li Chen could take action, the crowd that had retreated to observe had yet to recover from the sudden clash of sound. A voice, laced with mockery, resonated in their ears. Humph. Do you think the Lin family is without defenders? Such despicable behavior, bullying the weak with strength. This is the conduct of the Li family patriarch. As the voice faded, the swirling dust and the rampant energy remnants dissipated, revealing the scene within to the multitude of onlookers. Was that Lin Wudi, the patriarch of the Lin family? Wasn't he a 9th-level cultivator in the blood-cleansing realm? How could he withstand Lin Chen's furious strike with such apparent ease? Could it be? Gasped. Upon seeing Lin Wudi's figure, many in the crowd were momentarily stunned, their eyes betraying a flicker of confusion, only to be followed by a sharp intake of breath as realization dawned upon them. The disparity between cultivators in the blood-cleansing realm, while not an insurmountable gulf, was indeed substantial. For the Lin family, with its heritage, to withstand the 3rd level of the blood-cleansing realm represented a significant feat. This implied that either Lin Wudi possessed cultivation prowess comparable to Li Chen's, or he possessed some exceptional talent or physique that allowed him to achieve such a feat with apparent ease. Regardless of which was true, this revelation was enough to send shockwaves through the entirety of Dian City, stirring ripples even in the nearby towns. Gulp. The Lin family's patriarch had concealed his strength far too well, hadn't he? A 9th level in the blood-cleansing realm. Yet possessing the strength of at least a 3rd level in the blood-cleansing realm. This gap was virtually insurmountable. As one of the 3 great family heads, he had managed to maintain such restraint. A formidable mindset indeed, a truly formidable individual. I had always believed that a family capable of producing a prodigy like the Lin ancestor could not possibly be weak. It was no jest. The crowd, observing the standoff between the two, began to murmur among themselves. In their minds, the previously approachable Lin family suddenly donned an enigmatic veil, inciting a desire to uncover the truth. They believed that Lin Wudi's current level of cultivation could not have been achieved overnight. Thus, where did his power originate? It is well known that cultivation does not arise from thin air. This left only one explanation: concealment. Indeed, it was concealment. Lin Wudi had previously hidden his true cultivation level. Only in this way could one explain how the patriarch of the Lin family possessed such current strength. In response, Lin Wudi merely smiled, disregarding the crowd's speculations. Even if you were to ponder endlessly, you would never guess that my strength has only recently ascended. At the thought, Lin Wudi couldn't help but feel a surge of joy, his gratitude towards Lin Chen intensifying. Were it not for the treasures and techniques bestowed by the ancestor, even if he had broken through to the blood-cleansing realm, he would have remained a mere shadow of his current self, incapable of attaining such glory today. As the patriarch of the Lin family, Lin Wudi was no longer young. He is over 40 years of age. From the moment he embarked on his cultivation journey to becoming a formidable figure at the 9th level of the cleansing marrow realm, he accomplished this remarkable feat in just 2 decades. This is particularly noteworthy in the true martial great world, where, under normal circumstances, individuals only mature enough to begin their cultivation at the age of 12. After assuming the role of family head, while his diligence and training may have waned, he still cherished moments of solitude to meditate and refine his skills. Coupled with the advantages that come with his position, he amassed a profound reservoir of strength. After consuming elixirs designed to enhance his innate qualities and transitioning to the primordial unification technique, he remarkably ascended to the blood exchange realm in a mere 3 days. Leveraging his previously established robust foundation and the resources he had gathered, he swiftly advanced to the 2nd level of the blood exchange realm. Thanks to the formidable prowess of the primordial unification technique, his combat strength rivals that of an average 3rd-level blood exchange realm cultivator. Moreover, several other formidable members of the Lin family also successfully broke through to the blood exchange realm, but due to his superior strength, he arrived here first. Chapter 11. We're the strong of the Lin family. The head of the Lin family, Lin Wudi. To my astonishment, you are also a blood exchange realm expert. And a second layer at that. The Lin family has concealed its strength remarkably well. Li Chen, sensing the formidable aura emanating from Lin Wudi, could not help but narrow his eyes, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. It is crucial to understand that the presence of a blood exchange realm expert within a clan fundamentally alters its status. A family with such a figure is regarded as a 7th-rank force, while one without is relegated to an 8th-rank designation. Although both 7th rank and 8th rank forces are considered lower tier in the grand scheme of the Great Chu dynasty, they wield significant influence in Dian City. You still have much to learn. Li Finchen, if your Li family intends to strike against mine, simply state your intentions without all this subterfuge. In this realm, strength is the ultimate standard by which all is measured. Let us see what methods you possess. Observing the astonished expression on Li Finchen's face, Lin Wudi wore a hint of disdain, as if to suggest that aside from the Lin family's ancestors, they truly had no hidden cards to fear the Li family's might. This thought cast a shadow over Li Finchen, who had initially been brimming with confidence in subduing the Lin family. However, with the arrow knocked, it must be loosed, given the circumstances. Failure to act would only invite perceptions of weakness upon the Li family. After a moment of hesitation, Li Finchen gritted his teeth and decided to proceed with the plan. Igniting the specially crafted signal flare of the Li family. Whoosh! Bang! As the signal erupted in the sky, the Li family's prepared experts swiftly leaped from various buildings, propelled by the presence of 3 blood exchange realm masters, racing towards the Lin family's marketplace. Such a grand display instilled a sense of dread among the populace of Dian City. Doors were hastily bolted as they gazed at the aggressive Li family experts with a mixture of awe and trepidation. To their surprise, in addition to the formidable Li Finchen, the Li family could muster 3 blood exchange realm experts. With the ancestral patriarch also present, the Li family now boasted a total of 5 such experts. 5. This is undeniably formidable. No wonder they are a venerable family with a lineage spanning centuries. Their depth of strength is truly astonishing. One can only speculate whether the Lin family's ancestor has truly passed away. If the rumors hold true, the Lin family may well be facing its demise. Beyond the common folk, some rogue cultivators or beings from other major cities, undeterred by the Li family's potential wrath, did not retreat, but rather positioned themselves above, commenting on the unfolding situation below. Yet, their remarks predominantly favored an unfavorable outlook for the Lin family. After all, even if Lin Wudi possessed strength comparable to Li Finchen, a mere pair of fists could hardly contend against 4 hands. Faced with the assault of 4 formidable blood exchange realm experts from the Li family, Lin Wudi's prowess would inevitably lead him to defeat. However, should the rumored nearly transcendent ancestor of the Lin family make an appearance, the situation would differ entirely. If you, Lin family, seek death, I shall fulfill your wish. Sensing the rapid approach of an elder from his clan, Li Finchen cast a fierce glance at Lin Wudi. His voice laced with an icy chill that seemed to drop the surrounding air temperature several degrees. He scoffed, "Annihilate my Lin family? With your merely family. You are not worthy." In the face of Li Finchen's threat, Lin Wudi remained utterly disdainful. As long as their ancestor was present, the Lin family had no reason to fear. Not even the entire Li family, nor the combined forces of several surrounding cities, could pose a threat. After all, none of these cities had a transcendent expert to safeguard them. Within the Great Chu dynasty, aside from a few prominent cities that housed 1 or 2 transcendent beings, most of the transcendent powers were concentrated in the prefectural cities and the royal capital. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Lin Wudi finished speaking, a series of heavy impacts echoed through the marketplace, stirring up clouds of dust. Upon witnessing this, Li Finchen waved his hand, unleashing a surge of vital energy that dispersed the dust, revealing the figures of the newcomers, members of the Li family. "We salute our master," they declared in unison, kneeling before Li Finchen, who stood tall and proud. The arrival of these formidable allies banished any lingering worries from his mind. "Humph, Lin Wudi, tell me, what do you think your family will do if I decide to keep you here? I wonder if your ancient ancestor would be so enraged that he might just perish on the spot." "Silence. To insult my Lin family's ancestor, Li Finchen. You shall pay dearly for your words today." Lin Wudi interrupted fiercely, his anger palpable. While he could tolerate insults directed at himself, slandering his ancestor was utterly intolerable. Thus, the patience that had allowed him to look down upon Li Finchen like a jester faded completely. His gaze turned icy as he surveyed the Li family's ranks. And then he suddenly roared, "Where are the experts of the Lin family?" As his voice echoed, amidst the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, swish, swish, swish. Sleeves fluttered in the wind, creating a sound that pierced the air. Then, a series of figures radiating an overwhelming aura appeared behind Lin Wudi. A surge of formidable power emanated from the crowd, as no fewer than 5 formidable cultivators at the blood exchange realm revealed their presence, clashing with the imposing aura projected by the Li clan's warriors. The astonishment was palpable. Five blood exchange realm cultivators? The Lin clan was truly defying expectations. Was it not said that aside from the venerable ancestor Lin Chen, no other cultivators of that caliber existed within the Lin clan? What was unfolding here? Initially, I believed the Li clan to be shrouded in mystery, but upon witnessing this revelation, their concealed strength appeared trivial in comparison. How delightful it is to anticipate the unfolding drama. Countless cultivators who were keenly observing this calamity were not only taken aback by the Lin clan's sudden display of might, but also engaged in animated discussions with their companions. It is essential to comprehend that this was a formidable assembly of 5 blood exchange realm cultivators. Although the most powerful among them was merely at the pinnacle of the first level of the blood exchange realm, the sheer essence of the blood exchange realm itself far surpassed the previous levels of cultivation. Furthermore, if one were to include the head of the Lin clan, they would boast a total of 6 blood exchange realm cultivators, surpassing the Li clan by 1. This assessment does not even account for the ancient ancestor of the Lin clan, whose longevity is nearing its end. Should the rumors surrounding the Lin clan's ancestor prove to be unfounded, it would imply that the Lin clan possesses the strength to dominate the entirety of Dian City. Chapter 12. Taking action. No, this is impossible. How could a mere Lin family, which relies solely on its ancestral heritage to maintain its foothold in Dian City, possibly possess such a multitude of blood exchange realm experts? This cannot be. It is absolutely unfathomable. You must have consumed some forbidden elixirs, temporarily granting you the power of the blood exchange realm. Am I right? Am I right? In stark contrast to the onlookers surrounding them, the head of the Li family stood in stunned disbelief, his face a mask of incredulity as he shouted loudly. The Lin family possesses such strength. His grand aspirations of annihilating the Lin family, subjugating the Tang family, and monopolizing Dian City now seem utterly unattainable. This outcome is beyond his acceptance. You think that's the case, do you? Take action. Lin Wudi showed no inclination to engage in debate with Li Chen, directly commanding the powerful members of the Lin family behind him. As soon as his words fell, he surged forward, charging towards the Li family. Witnessing this, the elders of the Lin family, not daring to lag behind, hurriedly followed suit. Hunyuan fist, Guiyuan palm, flowing water sword technique. As they approached the vicinity of the Li family's stronghold, the blood exchange realm experts of the Lin family unleashed their signature martial skills. The overwhelming blood energy transformed into various shapes, hurtling towards the Li family's forces. Feeling the terrifying might of these incoming attacks, Li Chen and his companions could not help but change their expressions. Not daring to underestimate their opponents, they unleashed their own renowned techniques. Fierce Blade Slash, Stormcloud Palm. Under the leadership of Li Chen and numerous elders, the offensive from the Li family was not at all inferior to that of the Lin family. With timely reactions, the two sides' assaults clashed in the middle. Boom, boom, boom. With a thunderous roar, the sounds reverberated throughout Dian City. The terrifying energy fluctuations caused the earth to tremble slightly. Before long, the marketplace was reduced to a desolate wasteland due to the fierce battle between the two families. The violent energy aftermath, had it not been for the intervention of the observing powerful figures, would have likely devastated all structures within a 10-mile radius, leaving chaos in its wake. Meanwhile, as the Lin family and Li family clashed and erupted into battle, within a grand hall at the Tang family's residence, numerous Tang family experts gathered, gazing at the distant conflict with lingering astonishment in their eyes. The power displayed by both the Lin and Li families far surpassed their own, instilling a sense of dread. After all, their Tang family could muster a mere 4 blood exchange realm experts. Elder brother, do you think our Tang family should still involve ourselves in this matter? The prowess of the Lin family that has been unveiled is somewhat terrifying. This clan, which has forcefully entrenched itself in our Dian City through the influence of its ancestors, appears to possess a deeper reservoir of strength than we initially perceived. Should they have additional trump cards, then? At this juncture, the second elder of the Tang family paused, his demeanor shifting to one of solemnity. Before he continued, the consequences could be unimaginable. Perhaps we should abandon our foundation in Dian City and seek refuge elsewhere. If we make a decision now, we can swiftly divest a portion of our assets to gather resources for the re-establishment of the Tang family. Once entangled with the Li family, extricating ourselves may prove exceedingly difficult. No, absolutely not. Dian City is the ancestral home of the Tang family. How could we simply abandon it? The second elder's suggestion was met with stern disapproval. If you dare to bring this matter up again, do not blame me for turning hostile. Indeed, second elder, another voice chimed in. Our roots lie in Dian City. Even if we were to sell our ancestral lands and leave, where could we possibly go? The other great cities would hardly welcome us with open arms. Shall we retreat to the rural towns? In the short term, it may seem feasible, but in the long run, without ample resources to nurture our descendants, the Tang family will inevitably decline. Given these circumstances, why not take a stand? However, as soon as the second elder's proposal was voiced, it was met with vehement opposition from the elder and others present. Even Tang Tian, the family head, cast a disapproving glance in his direction. To forsake the foundation of Dian City? How could he even consider such a thing? Seeing this, the second elder could not help but sigh softly, lowering his head and falling silent. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the lack of firewood. Yet, he knew that he alone could not sway the stubborn elders of the family. However, he harbored a genuine fear that participation in the strife between the Lin and Li families could lead to disastrous consequences for the Tang family, transforming them into mere casualties of the conflict. After all, the son of the Li family head is a disciple of a senior elder from the Yunyu sect. In consideration of this connection, even if the Lin family's hidden strength were formidable, they might still hesitate to act against the Li family. The Tang family, however, would not be afforded such delicacies. I cannot stand idly by as the Tang family marches toward its demise. With this thought, a flicker of resolve flashed in the second elder's eyes. It was evident that he had formed a plan in his mind. Family head, do you suggest we assist the Li family? After a lengthy critique of the second elder, the elder suddenly spoke up. The assembly fell momentarily silent, only to then plunge into contemplation. Although the Lin family had one more transcendent expert than the Li family, the latter's quality was marginally superior, resulting in a standoff where neither side could gain the upper hand. Should they intervene, it could tip the scales in favor of one party, leading to the downfall of the other. However, such an action would undoubtedly incur the wrath of the Lin family. If the Lin family possessed only their current strength, they would not be overly concerned. However, the long-dormant ancestor of the Lin family, who has remained hidden for ages, compels them to exercise an abundance of caution. It would be prudent to adhere to the agreement and refrain from acting impulsively. After all, the Lin family's ancestor once subdued our two great clans single-handedly. And until we receive verifiable news of his demise, the most sensible course of action is to observe the situation. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Tian ultimately shook his head, declining the enticing suggestion. The formidable power of Lin Chen loomed over him like an insurmountable mountain, weighing heavily on his heart. The many formidable beings within the hall, upon hearing these words, could not help but feel a flicker of trepidation, even fear, as they fell into a profound silence. Reflecting on the overwhelming battle from decades past sent shivers down their spines. It is worth noting that at that time, Lin Chen was merely at the 7th level of the blood transformation realm. The physical prowess of a blood transformation expert is truly terrifying, and under conditions of ample vitality, they could engage in battle for 3 days and nights without the slightest sign of fatigue. In contrast, the experts at the muscle transformation and bone cleansing realms below could not endure such prolonged, intense combat. Thus, after a day and a night of chaotic fighting, aside from the blood transformation experts who continued to battle, the rest of the members from the two clans had already ceased their efforts. Chapter 13, Madman. You crazed fool, ah? It appears that the Lin family's core strength is not at all inferior to that of the Li family, as they have managed to engage in a battle of equal footing. We had previously underestimated the Lin family. Who would have anticipated their resilience? Had it not been for the sudden turn of events, the Lin family's true power might have remained concealed for much longer. The multitude of spectators observing this grand confrontation could not help but express their astonishment at the losses sustained by both formidable factions. In the hearts of many, the Lin family has become increasingly enigmatic. It is noteworthy that the Li family is an established lineage in Dian City, boasting a history exceeding 3 centuries, with a population surpassing 10,000. In contrast, the Lin family has resided in Dian City for less than 30 years, comprising a mere 300 to 400 members, barely a fraction of the former's number. Yet, Within this brief span, the Lin family has not only matched the Li family in elite combatants, but has also demonstrated remarkable prowess in mid-tier strength. What astonishing depth they possess. I had thought the Li family to be formidable, but after hundreds of years, is this all they have achieved? The onlookers were not the only ones to take note of the conflict between the two families. Lin Wuti, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Li Chen, could not resist a scornful remark. Despite Li Chen's slightly superior cultivation level, it is crucial to understand that he practices the primordial unity technique, a lineage that rivals human-tier martial arts. Such techniques, even within the vast Chu dynasty, can only be matched by the clan-level martial arts of a select few 5th-grade powers. Were it not for Lin Wuti's relatively short training period and his incomplete mastery of the recorded martial skills, Li Chen would not stand a chance against him. Thus, after a period of acclimatization, Lin Wuti not only stabilized the situation but also began to maneuver with ease. The fact that your Lin family can contend with my Li family in this manner does not stem from the inherent strength of your kin. What is there to boast about? In response to Lin Wuti's taunt, Li Chen retorted coldly. Most of the formidable warriors of the Lin family, those at the transformation and cleansing stages, are not even genuine Lin family members, but rather elite guards meticulously selected and nurtured by Lin Chen from a young age. To be inducted into the guard ranks, one must possess at least moderate talent. Those who do not meet the standards are relegated to maintaining the Lin family's enterprises in the outside world. Therefore, Li Chen was not surprised that the Lin family's core strength could rival that of his own. After all, with a population exceeding 10,000, the Li family struggles to allocate sufficient cultivation resources and has no inclination to adopt orphans to cultivate their own guard forces. What genius could arise from a 7th-grade family that could compare to the guards painstakingly selected and trained from the multitude of orphans possessing cultivation potential within Dine City? Thus, both the Li family and the Tang family could only watch helplessly as the Lin family gathered every promising orphan in the city. This is the very strength cultivated by my Lin family's ancestors. How can it not be considered a part of our power? You see, your Li family has suffered the demise of several revered members in the Washing Marrow realm and around 20 in the Changing Tendons realm, while my Lin family has incurred losses that are scarcely half of yours, albeit with a greater number of injuries. Upon hearing Li Fengtian's retort, Lin Wuti maintained his smile, pointing at the corpses strewn across the ground, grinning as he spoke. As the head of the Lin family, he had long grown accustomed to death. Even before the conflict with the Li family commenced, he had already prepared himself for sacrifice. To his surprise, the combat prowess of the Li family's members was not as formidable as he had anticipated, resulting in losses that were significantly lower than he had envisioned. Gazing at the smile on Lin Wuti's face, Li Fengtian was immediately engulfed in rage. Wishing fervently to strike his size 38 shoe upon Lin Wuti's size 42 face to alleviate his pent-up resentment. Unfortunately, he lacked the strength to do so. Very well. It is time to bring this farce to an end. Thank you for your practice. Observing Li Fengtian's exasperation, Lin Wuti's tone shifted, his expression becoming frigid. When their ancestor bestowed upon them their techniques, a plethora of treasures accompanied the gift. Some enhanced their innate qualities, others heightened their comprehension, and some improved their cultivation level. In addition, they were granted life-preserving trump cards. For instance, temporary elixirs that could amplify one's strength. With this in mind, Lin Wuti hesitated not for a moment. With a swift motion, he revealed a blood-red pill in the palm of his hand. The sight of this caused Li Fengtian's expression to change dramatically, fear evident in his voice. A 3rd-grade elixir, the frenzied pill. How could you possess such a precious elixir? Paying no heed to Li Fengtian's outburst, Lin Wuti swallowed the pill without a moment's hesitation. Boom! In an instant, a surge of violent, blood-colored energy erupted from Lin Wuti. His previously moderate aura, comparable to the 3rd level of the blood transformation realm, began to rise significantly. Blood transformation realm, peak of the 3rd level, 4th level, 5th level. Amid the astonished gazes of numerous powerful beings, Lin Wuti's aura soared to the pinnacle of the 5th level of the blood transformation realm before gradually stabilizing. Die for me. Sensing the tumultuous, ferocious power within him, Lin Wuti's eyes turned bloodshot, brimming with intense battle intent as he raised his hand and unleashed a Hunyuan palm towards Li Fengtian. The fierce aura stirred the winds and clouds, enveloping Li Fengtian beneath the massive palm, sending a bone-chilling cold through him, akin to knives slicing through his skin. However, as the head of the Li family, which had endured for over 3 centuries, Li Fengtian possessed his own trump cards. Upon sensing the dire situation, he wasted no time in shattering the jade talisman he had retrieved from his storage ring. Instantly, a faint silver shimmer arose, enveloping him within its protective barrier. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous explosion erupted at the very spot where Li Fengtian had just stood, causing the earth within 100 miles to tremble violently. As the dust settled, the silvery barrier enveloping Li Fengtian merely dimmed slightly, sustaining no harm whatsoever. Nevertheless, despite this, Li Fengtian displayed no semblance of joy. He glared at Lin Wuti, whose face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and erupted in a fit of rage. Have you lost your mind? The frenzied pill cannot be used so recklessly. Are you unaware of its aftereffects? It will leave you utterly drained, severely depleting your vitality, requiring you to lie in recovery for 100 days while consuming various tonics to regain your strength? You lunatic, Lin Wuti, you are nothing short of a madman. The thought that Lin Wuti, in his madness, had so hastily utilized the jade talisman made Li Fengtian's heart bleed. It must be understood that this jade talisman represented the greatest opportunity he had ever encountered in his life, one he had long regarded as his life-saving trump card. To think it had been consumed under such circumstances. Chapter 14. The finale and its aftermath. A 4th-tier talisman? No, it should be a pseudo-4th-tier talisman. Significantly diminished in power. Deep within the Lin family's territory, Lin Chen's gaze seemed to pierce through layers of space, capturing every occurrence within his sight. Upon witnessing the jade talisman in Li Wentian's hand, even he could not suppress a flicker of astonishment. It is worth noting that 4th-tier talismans are rarely crafted, not only in the modest Yin city, but throughout the entirety of the Dechu dynasty. After all, talisman makers do not wield the same influence as alchemists, and their craft is not as widely recognized. With Lin Ling as the alchemist, should I also cultivate a talisman maker? This notion lingered in Lin Chen's mind. Since he aspired to forge the most formidable family, excellence must be pursued in every aspect. Thus, he initially sought to nurture the family's prodigies, cultivate alchemists, and now, talisman makers. Congratulations, host, for comprehending the system's significance, triggering the ultimate challenge mission. This mission is divided into several stages, and the first phase is now released. The host must elevate the Lin family's power level to the 6th tier. Upon completion, a substantial reward will be granted. The specific requirements are as follows. 1. Apart from the host, the family must have 1 transcendent being and 10 blood-swapping realm experts to oversee. 2. Cultivate a 4th tier or higher alchemist. 3. Cultivate a 2nd tier or higher talisman maker. Gulp. Lin Chen's expression faltered upon seeing the system's promotion criteria. It is essential to understand that a typical 6th-tier force only requires 1 transcendent being and 10 blood-swapping realm experts. There are no prerequisites for a 4th-tier alchemist or a 2nd-tier talisman maker. Moreover, although a 4th-tier alchemist may seem modest in rank, their status surpasses that of an ordinary transcendent being significantly, wielding immense influence. However, cultivating an alchemist is no trivial endeavor. It could even be argued that nurturing a 4th-tier alchemist is more challenging than birthing 10 transcendent beings. Most critically, the system has excluded him from consideration. If only he were included, it would be a different story. Shaking his head, Lin Chen murmured with a sense of regret. Were he counted among them? Given his current aptitude, achieving the status of a 4th-tier alchemist would not require much time, and becoming a 2nd-tier talisman maker would be a mere formality. In that case, he could complete the first phase of the ultimate challenge mission in no time. Unfortunately, the system does not permit any loopholes. According to previous data checks, the Lin family currently lacks suitable members to become talisman makers. Alas, the Lin family's development has been rather brief, and their population is significantly fewer than that of the other 2 major families. It seems a solution is necessary to encourage the family members to bear more descendants. With this thought, Lin Chen's gaze began to shimmer with determination. Desiring to transform the Lin family into a comprehensive and all-encompassing hexagonal clan, Lin Chen realized that the current number of family members was woefully insufficient. With a resolute determination, he set forth into action. He meticulously calculated everything from the incentives for procreation to the nurturing, education, and cultivation resources for newborns. intending to devise a motivational plan tailored to the present circumstances of the Lin family. Meanwhile, as Lin Chen immersed himself in his endeavors, the fierce battle between Lin Wuti and Li Finchen escalated to a critical stage. On one side, bolstered by the formidable protection of the Hunyuan Gi Ju and the power of the frenzied pill, Lin Wuti became terrifyingly powerful, forcing Li Finchen into a position of defensive passivity, only occasionally managing to launch minor counterattacks that offered Lin Wuti slight inconvenience. Conversely, shielded by a silver jade talisman, Li Finchen appeared as if encased in a tortoise shell, exhibiting formidable defense that left Lin Wuti somewhat exasperated. Thus, the situation became ensnared in a stalemate, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. After more than an hour of relentless combat, as Lin Wuti sensed his internal energy waning, he realized that breaking through the silver barrier before Li Finchen was beyond his capabilities. Without hesitation, he waved his hand to declare a retreat. However, before departing, he cast a glance at the pale-faced head of the Li family and uttered a pointed remark. Li Finchen, your family has deliberately caused turmoil in the Lin family's marketplace, leading to this calamity. Upon your return, deliberate on how to compensate. Should your proposed reparations fail to meet my satisfaction, I shall not hesitate to summon our ancestral patriarch from the forbidden grounds to pay your family a visit. As his words echoed through the air, Lin Wuti led the clan's formidable members back towards their ancestral home, leaving behind the Li family stronghold, whose members were left in a state of disarray. The mention of the Lin family patriarch loomed over them like an insurmountable mountain, weighing heavily upon their spirits. As long as he drew breath, he remained the most formidable force in Dian City, unrivaled, ninefold in the blood exchange realm. Infuriating, Li Finchen clenched his fists, his body trembling with rage. After a considerable pause, managing to suppress the tumultuous emotions surging within him, he coldly gestured for retreat. This monumental clash had attracted the attention of numerous factions and powerful individuals. With the Lin family's withdrawal, Li Finchen was reluctant to remain, like a spectacle for others to gawk at. As the two great families departed, the outcome of the battle spread rapidly throughout Dian City, reaching neighboring towns with astonishing speed. In an instant, many began to regard the Lin family with newfound respect, with some even daring to proclaim them the foremost family in Dian City, a sentiment that garnered considerable agreement. In stark contrast, the Li family, having suffered such a defeat, found themselves stripped of dignity and reduced to a source of mockery among the populace. After all, those who laboriously schemed to exploit the imminent end of the Lin family's patriarch's life, seeking to manipulate the Lin family as a pretext for future actions, not only failed to inflict any harm upon them, but instead incurred greater losses and found themselves threatened. This conflict has been nothing short of captivating, exceeding all my expectations. Indeed, it is astonishing that the Lin family, once underestimated by us, possesses such profound heritage. One must never underestimate any family that suddenly rises to prominence. However, more than this, I am intrigued to know whether the Li family will compensate the Lin family for their losses. They ought to, considering they have indeed provoked the Lin family's patriarch. I believe they will, for although the Lin family's patriarch is nearing the end of his life, he remains a formidable force at the 9th level of the blood exchange realm, far superior to the Li family patriarch and the Tang family patriarch, both at the 7th level. Should he choose to unleash his wrath, even in his waning strength, he would pose a threat beyond the Li family's capability to handle. The words left by Lin Wuti before his departure have become a topic of conversation among numerous cultivators in Dian City. Countless individuals have engaged in speculation regarding whether the Li family will indeed offer compensation. Chapter 15. Formulating the family development plan regardless of the opinions circulating among the masses. They cannot diminish the joy within the Lin family. Previously, the rumors had instilled a sense of trepidation among the Lin family members, who feared that upon the eventual passing of the ancestor, the Li and Tang families would strike against them. However, this time, the display of strength from the higher echelons of the Lin family took them by surprise. A patriarch whose prowess rivals that of a third-tier blood exchange realm practitioner, accompanied by 5 elders at the first tier of the same realm. Moreover, it appears that the patriarch possesses numerous hidden trump cards. With such formidable strength, even with the ancestor's lifespan expiring, the Lin family can firmly establish themselves within the grand city of Dian, suffering only minor losses in terms of benefits. It can be said that this battle has restored the Lin family's dignity and bolstered their pride. They can now walk the streets with their heads held high, exuding confidence rather than appearing dejected and defeated. I never anticipated that the Lin family's upper echelons had concealed their capabilities so deeply, had it not been for this revelation. I too would have believed that aside from the ancestor, there were no other formidable practitioners within the family. Indeed, one could argue that we were overly concerned. If they lacked sufficient strength, how could the patriarch and numerous elders remain unperturbed amidst the external rumors of the ancestor's imminent demise? It appears that these rumors were merely fabricated by the Li family, rendering any need for explanation unnecessary. The members of the Lin family were all smiles. Even the families of the fallen warriors and guardians from this great battle found their sorrow alleviated under the influence of this uplifting atmosphere. Instead, a sense of pride surged within them. To protect the family, to fight for the family, to die gloriously and heroically. Indeed, they are heroes. My son, you fought for the Lin family, and your mother is immensely proud of you. In the other world, you need not worry about your wife and children, for the family will provide ample compensation, along with the privileges afforded to the families of heroes, sufficient to raise Tiger to adulthood, allowing him to continue serving the family and perpetuating our lineage. In a courtyard within the Lin family estate, a woman in her 50s was continually tossing yellow paper into a basin, tears streaming down her face. Yet a hint of pride illuminated her countenance as she reveled in the glory of having such a heroic son. Whether it was the echo of her words or some other reason, nearby, Tiger and a young woman in her late 20s bore expressions of determination. Tiger's youthful voice resonated through the courtyard. Father, grandmother speaks the truth. When I grow up, I will apply to the family to take over your position and shoulder the responsibilities of this household, ensuring a good life for mother and grandmother. Brotherly, rest assured, I will do my utmost to nurture Tiger well. Gently stroking the small head of the tiger cub, the mother gazed resolutely into the fire pit before her, as if she could see the figure of her husband smiling as he departed. Memories of their sweet moments together flooded her mind, and her conviction to nurture the tiger cub into a remarkable individual grew ever stronger. This scene evoked a glimmer of admiration in the eyes of the Lin family members who had come to offer their condolences, prompting them to speak up. As the hero of our clan, Lin who deserves the best cultivation possible, your efforts alone will not suffice. Therefore, my family is willing to contribute 500 clan merit points to assist the tiger cub. And another chimed in, though my family is not wealthy, my brotherly helped me significantly during his lifetime. I shall contribute 399 clan merit points. I hope you will not think ill of me. Brotherly was always a valuable asset to our guard team. It is regrettable that during this mission, he is now separated from us by the heavens. As captain, I feel ashamed. You need not worry about resources for cultivating the tiger cub. I will personally contribute 2,000 clan merit points, and will report your family's situation to the higher-ups in the clan to see if we can secure additional compensation for you. Upon hearing this, the members of the Lin family present were visibly invigorated. If Lin whose situation were truly conveyed to the authorities, it might indeed resolve their family's plight. Lin whose mother and grandmother were acutely aware of this and expressed their profound gratitude. Thank you, esteemed captain. As they spoke, Lin whose grandmother and mother attempted to kneel before him. Oh no, please do not. This is merely my duty. You must not humiliate an old man in such a way. Rise, please. Seeing this, the captain quickly gathered his energy, gently supporting them back to their feet. As the captain of the guard team, his cultivation was among the highest within the Lin family, having reached the formidable 8th level of the bone cleansing realm. In this world, once one's cultivation reached the muscle transformation realm, they could effortlessly project their vitality outward. Meanwhile, as Lin whose family contemplated their future, Lin Chen, situated in the forbidden area of the back mountain, observed the unfolding events with deep contemplation. As an elder, it was his duty to protect his clan members from harm. Yet, for the Lin family to thrive, sacrifices were inevitable. Such occurrences would likely become commonplace in the future. To gain something, one must inevitably lose something else. While I cannot guarantee your lives, I can alleviate your concerns. As long as I, Lin Chen, exist, the children, spouses, and parents of our clan's heroes will enjoy the privileges of our family. With this thought, Lin Chen no longer hesitated. He produced a jade talisman and outlined his carefully crafted incentive plan and the benefits for the descendants of heroes. In the depths of the Lin family, within a concealed chamber, as Lin Chen assumed a cross-legged position, Lin Wudi, who was recuperating by consuming medicinal pills, along with several elders of the blood exchange realm, suddenly opened their eyes wide. In unison, they retrieved a jade talisman from their waists and infused it with a trace of their own vital energy. Immediately, Lin Chen's voice resonated in their minds, issuing directives for the Lin family to implement the following plans effective immediately. Firstly, to encourage procreation, any member of the Lin family, regardless of gender, who begets a child shall be rewarded with family contribution points, the quantity of which shall escalate in proportion to the newborn's potential. Secondly, any family member identified with advanced qualifications or higher shall receive resources for cultivation from the family. A warning: those who fail to meet the standards will be expelled. Thirdly, for family members who sacrifice themselves for the clan, in addition to an initial one-time compensation, their offspring, spouses, and parents shall receive preferential treatment from the family, receiving a monthly subsidy of 1,000 contribution points until their descendants reach the age of 18. A gentle reminder: those with more than 2 children under the age of 18 may apply for an increase in the subsidy amount. Lastly, any family member who bullies the relatives of heroes shall face severe repercussions. Chapter 16. The excited Lin family and the enraged Li Wentian. We shall faithfully obey the commands of our ancestor. Upon hearing the 4 edicts proclaimed by Lin Chen, Lin Wudi and the others exchanged glances, each reflecting a profound joy in one another's eyes. This decree not only signifies the ancestors' temporary endorsement of their governance, but also embodies a desire to advance the family's development, with a transcendent being overseeing their affairs. It almost guarantees that the Lin family is poised to enter a phase of rapid growth. Furthermore, those pivotal in the family's decision-making stand to ascend to even greater heights. For them, this is undoubtedly a momentous opportunity. Elder Lin and Second Elder, given that the family head has yet to fully recover from the effects of the berserk pill, you are relatively unscathed. Thus, I entrust you to convey these rules from the ancestor to our kin, particularly emphasizing the 4th one. Understood. As the 2 elders departed from the secluded chamber, Lin Wudi and the others wasted no time, diligently utilizing the elixirs previously bestowed by Lin Chen to restore their injuries. Once again, the chamber fell into a profound silence. Meanwhile, as the 2 elders announced the decrees set forth by Lin Chen, a wave of excitement swept through the gathered family members. The revelation of these 4 rules ignited a fervor among them. What? Rewards for having children? How extraordinarily simple. But how many points are we talking about? Are you blind? Did you not see the fine print? Those without qualifications receive a one-time reward of 100 family contribution points. Those with low qualifications earn 500 points. Intermediate qualifications yield 2,000. High qualifications garner 10,000, and top-tier qualifications reap 50,000 points, while spiritual bodies reward a staggering 500,000. 50,000. Such a sum. You should reflect on the requirements. With your intermediate qualifications, do you really think you can produce offspring of a spiritual body caliber? Dream on. Though there were 4 rules announced, the family members naturally gravitated towards those most pertinent to their lives, and the Lin clan was no exception. After perusing the 4 edicts, many began to focus their discussions on the first one, their words imbued with shock and exhilaration. Childbearing, for them, was a matter of utmost simplicity. After all, within this world rich in spiritual energy, abundant with rare treasures and miraculous elixirs, as long as one's strength had not reached a certain threshold, the act of conceiving and giving birth was not particularly arduous. Moreover, for many who had lost their husbands and harbored feelings of unease, the latter 2 rules served as a soothing balm, calming their hearts and gradually bringing smiles to their faces, their eyes sparkling with clarity. Such gazes were filled with hope. In this world, there are no secrets that cannot be divulged, especially when the Lin family so grandly makes such proclamations. For those with a discerning heart, it is not difficult to uncover the happenings within the Lin family. This matter does not pertain to internal betrayal. Anyone who pays attention to the Lin family will inevitably overhear discussions among the younger members regarding the 4 new regulations. Initially, this may seem inconsequential. After all, the Lin family has reached a point where their numbers are exceedingly scarce, and it is quite normal to implement such motivational measures and provide compensation to those who contribute to the family. However, what astonished numerous factions within Dian City was the revelation that these 4 new rules were issued directly by the family's revered ancestor. This piques one's curiosity. What is the situation? It is said that the Lin family ancestor is nearing the end of their lifespan. How can they find the leisure to concern themselves with such trivial matters? Could it be an attempt by the Lin family to create confusion? While this is a possibility, it seems unlikely. The magnitude of such rewards would make it challenging for even the head of the Lin family to persuade the other elders in such a short time. Moreover, the head has just returned from the battlefield, having consumed a berserk pill, and is currently preoccupied with healing their wounds. How could they possibly have the inclination to manage this? In my view, it is far more probable that the orders indeed came from the Lin family ancestor. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. As various factions learned of this news, they began to engage in discreet discussions, most leaning towards the belief that these orders originated from the Lin family ancestor. After all, the Lin family has recently demonstrated its strength, proving its right to stand in Dian City without the need to rely on the ancestor, rendering any such actions unnecessary. Furthermore, it is evident that the earlier rumors were concocted by the Li family. They clearly do not grasp the true circumstances of the Lin family. Consequently, skepticism arose regarding the news of the Lin family ancestors' failure in transcending to the extraordinary realm and their impending demise. When this information reached Li Fantion, who had just managed family affairs and convened a meeting with the elders of the Li family, he was infuriated and erupted in a tirade. Damn it, these unsophisticated fools. What do they know? The information relayed from Yin Yu sect cannot be false. This is utterly outrageous. The elders of the Li family, who had been harboring doubts, found clarity in their leaderess words. Indeed, this information was derived from the connections of the young master, who had enlisted the help of an elder skilled in divining the heavens. It could not possibly be erroneous. Calm down, master, calm down. Those factions are merely a bunch of naive bumpkins who have never seen the world. They cannot begin to comprehend our Li family's networks and strategies. Let us endure for 2 months. Once the Lin family ancestor's lifespan is completely exhausted, we can take action then. After all, we have already established enmity and have ample reason to proceed. Yes, we shall bide our time and let things unfold. In 2 months, we shall see. Under the persuasive dialogue of numerous elders, Li Fantion soon regained his composure. After a moment of contemplation, he issued the latest directive. The elders are correct. It is merely a matter of 2 months, and we can certainly wait. We must not only wait, but also be prepared to compensate the Lin family, thereby averting any leverage they might hold over us, especially as the time of their ancestors' lifespan draws near, which may provoke them to take action against us. As the head of the family, Li Fantion possesses considerable capabilities. He executes his plans with meticulous precision and can endure what others cannot. Upon hearing this, many of the elders of the Li family exchanged glances, all nodding in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom of their master. Although this course of action may tarnish the reputation of the Li family, what does it matter? If they can endure for a mere 2 months, they will reclaim all losses and may even ascend to a new pinnacle over the remains of the Lin family. After all, the Li family boasts an ancestor at the 7th level of blood transformation who is currently in seclusion on the back mountain. In contrast, aside from Lin Chen, the strongest member of the Lin family is Lin Wudi, a mere 2nd-level blood transformation practitioner, whose combat prowess hardly compares to that of their family head at the 3rd level. When juxtaposed with their ancestor, he is hardly worth consideration. Even if the Lin family possesses hidden cards, he can send a message to Liion Gang, confident that, given his stature, it would not be difficult to enlist the aid of several formidable blood transformation warriors to support the Li family. However, such a debt of gratitude will only be incurred in dire circumstances. Chapter 17. Calculations abound as the upper echelons of the Li family reached a consensus. A plan to compensate the Lin family for their losses was swiftly established. Numerous treasures were guarded by the formidable members of the Li family, requiring no less than 10 horse-drawn carriages to transport them to the Lin family's location. Along the way, countless onlookers witnessed this spectacle, and after a moment of confusion, a flicker of understanding flashed in their eyes. Was the Li family conceding? It seemed they too were wary of the Lin family's ancestors' formidable power. After all, wrongdoings must bear consequences, mustn't they? Soon, this news spread throughout the grand city of Dian, circulating among the populace. Many factions within Dian anticipated the Li family's capitulation. After all, the Lin family's ancestor had reached an astonishing 7th level of blood transformation several decades ago, and after years of diligent cultivation, had long since ascended to the 9th level, immersed in his powers for over a decade. His strength was indeed terrifying. Even if he had aged and was no longer at his peak, he was not someone the Li family could easily contend with. Thus, the Li family's submission was foreseen. Yet, the swiftness of their surrender was unexpectedly rapid. Who would have thought that after reigning supreme in Dian for centuries, the Li family would bow before another family? It truly evoked a sense of melancholy. No family is eternal. The Li family, having thrived for several hundred years, had already achieved considerable success. Those who recognize the times are indeed wise. The Li family's actions further solidified prior rumors, which were intentionally disseminated to probe the Lin family's foundations. In their attempt to outmaneuver, they ended up becoming the laughingstock of countless factions in Dian. In light of this, many of the younger generation within the Li family, those seething with resentment, found themselves confronted with an undeniable reality. Coupled with the stern admonitions from their elders, they could do little but refrain from venturing out, lest they attract the scornful gazes of others. Meanwhile, some young individuals aware of the Li family's background, under the counsel of the elders, suppressed their inner turmoil and began to fervently cultivate. What of it? Was it merely the influence of an ancestor nearing the grave? What was so remarkable about that? I shall wait but 2 months, and then the Lin family shall pay dearly for their arrogance. Indeed, this humiliation can only be washed away with blood. Let them revel in their triumph for 2 months. On that day, it shall be the Lin family's day of reckoning. Thus, we shall devote ourselves to intense training during this period, and when the time comes, we will strike down a few of the Lin family members to vent our frustrations. Deep within the Li family stronghold, several young figures glared displeasedly towards the Lin family's domain, vocally expressing their pent-up fury. They had never before been subjected to such warnings since their birth. They felt utterly stifled, unable to even step outside their own doors. With hearts heavy with indignation, they vowed to make the Lin family pay for their insolence in 2 months. This scene elicited a nod of satisfaction from the higher-ups of the Li family, who were concerned about the well-being of these few young individuals. Truly, they are the offspring of the Li clan, exhibiting remarkable spirit. Haraha! Is this the legacy of a prestigious family that has endured for centuries? The depth of their heritage is indeed substantial. The 10 carriages laden with treasures are nearly equivalent to 3 years' worth of income for our Lin family. It seems that the Li family, by making such a grand gesture in delivering their reparations, must be on the verge of losing face entirely. However, it is worth noting that aside from transporting these 10 carriages via horse-drawn carts, what other means could they possibly employ to deliver them discreetly? One would require a spatial artifact of considerable capacity. The dimensions necessary to contain the treasures of 10 carriages would be immense. It is likely that the total weight of these treasures would not even surpass that of the spatial artifact itself. Should this artifact come into our possession, do you truly believe they could reclaim it? The Li family is not devoid of wisdom. Indeed, within our great Chu dynasty, spatial artifacts with significant capacity command exorbitant prices. Even an ordinary transcendent realm expert would require considerable time to amass enough wealth for such an exchange. As for us, the blood exchange realm experts, we can only manage storage bags that measure approximately 3 feet in length, width, and height. Upon receiving the Li family's reparations, the strong members of the Lin family beamed with joy, their hearts brimming with delight. Whether the Li family is genuinely fearful of the Lin family's ancestors or for some other reason remains unclear. The compensation sent by the Li family is nearly equivalent to the entire wealth of an 8th-grade power that has been established for a century. Especially the 10 carriages of treasures delivered by the Li family's experts, which created a sensation and further elevated the status of the Lin family. Look at how the Li family, one of the 3 great families of Dian City, is compelled to apologize to our Lin family. This is what prestige looks like. Unbeknownst to the Lin family's experts, the Li family's decision to compensate them with such a plethora of treasures is not due to an overflow of resources without a place to allocate them. Their motives are twofold. Firstly, to silence the Lin family, preventing Lin Chen from claiming a righteous cause to take action against them. And secondly, to convey their utmost trust in the information relayed by the Yunyu sect. In the eyes of the Li family, regardless of how many resources they compensate to the Lin family. They are confident that in 2 months' time, these resources will return to their possession. As for the possibility of the Lin family consuming these resources in the meantime, they harbor no concerns. After all, with the limited number of clan members in the Lin family, their resource consumption is not particularly alarming. Moreover, once the Lin family's ancestor reaches the end of their lifespan, the decades of accumulated resources will rightfully belong to the Li family. Even if the Lin family exhausts all the treasures they received in compensation, the Li family could easily plunder tenfold or 100-fold from the Lin family. Regrettably, the Li family has overlooked a crucial factor. At this moment, Lin Chen has awakened a system. The information previously deduced by the Yunyu sect is no longer applicable to his current circumstances. Uncertain of what the future holds, one cannot help but wonder how the members of the Li clan will react when, 2 months hence, they hastily gather their formidable forces to assault the Lin family, only to discover that their venerable ancestor remains unscathed. What expressions will adorn their faces in that moment? Thus, within this atmosphere of both tranquility and underlying tension, time swiftly elapsed, surpassing a month. During this interval, neither the Li clan nor the Tang clan instigated any disturbances within the grand city of Dian, allowing the various factions within to enjoy a relatively serene period. Yet, those forces possessing considerable strength could subtly sense the tumultuous undercurrents lurking beneath the surface. A palpable sense of impending storm enveloped the skies above Dian City. Amidst this peculiar ambience, however, Lin Ling, situated deep within the Lin family stronghold, remained impervious to its influence. As one of the few clan members privy to Lin Chen's capabilities, she consistently dismissed the provocations from the Li clan. Though she could not fathom why the ancestor refrained from obliterating the Li clan with a mere gesture, allowing the Lin family to reign supreme over Dian City, she trusted that there existed a rationale behind such restraint. Her sole focus was to quietly enhance her cultivation and alchemical skills, striving to meet the expectations of her ancestor. At long last, I have transcended to the first level of the bone refinement realm. Now, I can endeavor to concoct second-tier elixirs, cannot I? In a private chamber, Lin Ling sensed the surge of power coursing through her being, and an expression of eager anticipation illuminated her countenance. Chapter 18. The 6th level of transformation. Since her ascension to the rank of a first-grade alchemist, she devoted herself to enhancing her cultivation and combat prowess. After expending over a month's time and depleting a significant amount of her family's precious resources, she elevated her strength at the 9th level of skin refinement to over 62,000 pounds. Only when she reached the limits of her progress did she enter seclusion until the present moment. Of course, during this period, Lin Ling did not neglect the improvement of her alchemical skills. After more than a month of relentless practice, supported by the ample resources provided by her family, she advanced from a novice first-grade alchemist to the pinnacle of the first-grade rank. Her rapid advancement can be attributed not only to her soul power, which reached 6 times that of an ordinary being, but also, crucially, to the precious notes bestowed upon her by her ancestor, those of a second-grade top-tier alchemist. With this manuscript, chronicling the life experiences and formulas of a second-grade top-tier alchemist, combined with the abundant resources from her family for hands-on practice and experience accumulation, Lin Ling's growth surpassed even her initial journey into alchemy. In just over a month, she achieved the status of a top-tier first-grade alchemist. Had it not been for the limitations of her cultivation, Lin Ling believed that reaching the level of a second-grade alchemist would have been well within her grasp. However, this does not imply that one at the skin refinement level cannot become a second-grade alchemist. It is merely that the vitality at this level is inherently limited, and the control over power is not as nuanced as that of one in the bone refinement stage. Controlling the precise timing for refining second-grade elixirs and achieving the final liquefaction into pills is, under similar qualifications, tenfold or even 100-fold more challenging than for a top-tier first-grade alchemist possessing bone refinement cultivation. As an astute individual, Lin Ling certainly would not choose to stubbornly pursue the realm of a second-grade alchemist. After all, her ancestor not only wished for her to become an alchemist, but also aspired for her to ascend the prestigious list of talents into Chu, bringing glory to the Lin family. Strength is of paramount importance. These past few days, I have consumed a considerable amount of family resources. I hope these elixirs will help compensate for some of the family's losses. since her ancestor announced the 4 new regulations, Lin Ling, with her superior cultivation aptitude and status as a first-grade alchemist, naturally caught the attention of the family elders, thereby acquiring a wealth of training resources. Furthermore, as long as she did not perform poorly, the family would continue to provide her with resources free of charge until she reached a certain level. Otherwise, she would not have such an abundance of materials to concoct elixirs, accumulate experience, and swiftly elevate her alchemical rank. In order to minimize the family's losses, she voluntarily submitted the elixirs she crafted to her family without demanding any contribution points. This behavior earned her immense prestige within the Lin family, even inspiring genuine admiration from the 2 other elite members of the family who shared her superior aptitude, despite being older than her. Nevertheless, Lin Ling saw nothing remarkable in her actions. Given the resources the family had invested in her, it was only natural for her to repay them by refining elixirs. All she sought was a clear conscience. As Lin Ling solidified her realm, preparing to advance to the rank of a second-tier alchemist. In a secluded chamber within the Lin family's rear mountain, Lin Chen, who had been in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes with a jolt. His gaze, as profound and dark as the cosmos, seemed capable of piercing through all illusions. An overwhelming aura briefly flashed across him. Had it not been for the formation he had meticulously set up in his chamber, this formidable presence would have surely reverberated throughout the entirety Yin City and even the entirety of Huaxian County. At the 6th level of the transformation realm, with 30% of sword intent, combined with the unparalleled foundation forged by a top-tier innate physique and martial scriptures, I should be comparable to an average 3rd-level practitioner of divine abilities, he mused inwardly, sensing the terrifying power within him, now magnified several dozen times. Without prior encounters with practitioners of divine abilities, he could only estimate his combat power based on the previous disparity in realms, which was not entirely precise. Nonetheless, even so, with his current strength, he was undoubtedly among the elite of the Dechu dynasty. If this power were to be revealed, it would undoubtedly incite a stir within the Dechu dynasty and the surrounding kingdoms. After all, in comparison to the lifespans of divine practitioners, Lin Chen's mere century of existence was akin to that of a child in the eyes of ordinary people. Achieving such prowess at such a tender age marked him as an extraordinary prodigy, a rare gem among billions. No, it would be more accurate to designate him as an unparalleled powerhouse, at the very least, for the Dechu dynasty and the neighboring realms. Practitioners of divine abilities represented a pinnacle of strength, possessing lifespans spanning thousands of years, capable of establishing 5th-tier forces, observing the shifting tides of the world, and influencing circumstances, governing the fates of countless beings. Moreover, considering Lin Chen's age, there had never been a record in the annals of the surrounding kingdoms of anyone possessing combat power on par with a 3rd-level practitioner of divine abilities at such a young age. Unmatched and truly deserving of the title. As an extraordinary powerhouse, he further embodied the essence of strength. Oh, Linger is actually preparing to challenge the realm of a second-tier alchemist. How splendid. It is indeed gratifying to have bestowed upon her the top-tier alchemist's manual. I wonder what rewards I shall receive upon her breakthrough to the second-tier alchemist realm. I hope for a substantial increase in fortune points. With this thought, Lin Chen could not help but feel a stirring within him, summoning his personal interface. Host, Lin Chen cultivation level, 6th stage of transcendence physique, supreme innate treasure body, innate Tao body, continuously merging. Martial arts realm, phantom sword technique, mastered. 3-point sword intent. Pending tasks. 1. Ultimate challenge task phase 1. Elevate the Lin family's power level to 6th rank. Specific requirements can be unfolded here. 2. Cultivate Lin Ling to ascend the Great Chu Talents ranking. 3. Train Lin Ling to become an alchemist. This task is divided into several phases. The 1st rank alchemist phase has been completed, 2nd rank alchemist, pending. Fortune points. 8712. These fortune points are truly insufficient. Ever since they nearly dwindled to nothing last time, they have not exceeded 5 digits again. Lin Chen cast a glance at the other data on his personal panel. His expression remained devoid of any fluctuation. However, when his gaze fell upon the last entry, the balance of fortune points, a wry smile involuntarily crept onto his face. Over a month ago, Lin Ling became a 1st-rank alchemist, and the system rewarded him with 5,000 fortune points. coupled with the breakthroughs of Lin Wuti and others, as well as the comprehensive strength of the Lin family, which has been continuously enhanced with the Hunyuan unity technique becoming the new primary cultivation method. A steady stream of fortune points has been generated. Yet, these fortune points come swiftly, but depart just as quickly. Whether through the breakthroughs of family experts or the precious auxiliary treasures required during his cultivation, all hold significant value. This predicament has led to Lin Chen being unable to fully immerse himself in cultivation. Otherwise, with his supreme innate treasure body's aptitude and the profundities of the martial canon, he would not have only advanced one stage in cultivation by now. Chapter 19. Unexpected circumstances. The Hunyuan unification technique has now become the primary cultivation method for the disciples of the Lin family. Although the period of practice has been brief, a significant surge in power is anticipated in the near future. The strength of the elder generation within the Lin family is also steadily advancing, and the family's development is finally on the right track. The time to witness the fruits of their labor is approaching. After reflecting on the insights gained during his recent seclusion, Lin Chen suddenly appeared atop a mountain in the back hills of the Lin family estate, surveying all that belonged to his family with a sense of quiet satisfaction. Observing the transformations within the Lin family, he recognized the considerable efforts made by Lin Wuti and others to effectively manage the clan, validating the resources he had generously provided for their cultivation. Regrettably, the power of the family guards does not factor into the challenges associated with elevating their strength. Otherwise, completing this initial phase of the task would have been considerably easier. After estimating the family's overall power, Lin Chen let out a soft sigh. It is worth noting that the family guard, a force he personally selected and nurtured, harbors formidable individuals, including those at the 9th level of the body refinement stage. While their cultivation may be slightly inferior to that of Lin Wuti and his peers, their innate talent and potential are certainly on par, if not superior. If this strength could be included in the tasks, he could cleverly leverage it to attract powerful individuals to join the Lin family, thereby enhancing their standing. However, it is evident that the system would not allow him such loopholes. After some investigation into the system's rules, he discovered that only those with the Lin family bloodline would be counted towards this ultimate challenge. Thus, it would be wise to proceed with a steady and low-key development. Nevertheless, should the opportunity arise, he could still recruit some powerful individuals as patrons of the Lin family to assist in managing various affairs. With this thought, Lin Chen cast one last glance over the entire Lin family before stepping into his usual resting courtyard. He reclined lazily on a chaise longue beside the garden in the backyard, pouring himself a cup of steaming tea from the kettle nearby, savoring the tranquility of life. Meanwhile, as the Lin family flourished and began to exhibit the demeanor of a prominent clan in another part of the city, to the south of Dian City, within a grand and imposing mansion, several figures radiating an aura of dread stood atop a tall building, gazing at the nearby Beast Mountain range with a glint of malice in their eyes. Orders had already been issued to apprehend that despicable thief within 7 days and to recover all treasures stolen from the royal tomb. You all must understand the magnitude of this incident in Huashuan County. If we fail to bring the perpetrator to justice, not only will you suffer repercussions, but I too shall face the consequences. As he spoke, the expression of the Lord of Dian City grew increasingly grim. It is essential to note that within the Great Chu dynasty, Dian City is governed under Huashuan County, one of its 9 major cities, and Huashuan County is the fiefdom of the Fire Xian King. It can be stated that within the Fire Xian County, the status of the Fire Xian royal mansion is akin to that of a local sovereign. Just a fortnight ago, following the completion of a memorial ceremony, the powerful individuals of the royal mansion, upon opening the royal tomb, unexpectedly discovered that one of the burial chambers was in an open state. After a thorough investigation, the news of the Fire Xian royal tomb being plundered sent shockwaves throughout the entire county. The current ruler of the Fire Xian, in a fit of rage, commanded the adept in deciphering celestial secrets to exhaust all means, ultimately pinpointing the grave robber, a rotund man, approximately 24 or 25 years of age, with cultivation levels ranging from the 7th to the 9th tier of the essence cleansing realm. However, it was unclear whether this individual possessed a treasure that obscured celestial secrets or something else entirely, for before the powerful could delve deeper, they found their once clear insights dissolve into chaos. In desperation, the Fire Xian royal mansion dispatched formidable warriors to meticulously search for the whereabouts of this rotund figure. With the powerful intelligence network and resources at their disposal, the location of this grave robber was narrowed down to the Beast Mountain outside Liion City, the Lava Mountain to the north, and a chaotic zone bordering the Great Xian Dynasty and the Great De Dynasty to the west. Consequently, the Lord of Liion City, who had been blissfully enjoying life at the city lord's mansion, found himself unjustly embroiled in this affair. An imperial edict compelled him to summon the strong within his mansion to deliberate on this significant matter. Thus, the aforementioned scene unfolded. However, the city lord expressed concern that the Beast Mountain was neither too vast nor too small, and given the strength of the city lord's mansion, even with their utmost efforts in day and night searches, it would be impossible to thoroughly scour the Beast Mountain within 7 days. Shouldn't they report the situation to higher authorities and request the support of additional strong individuals? Indeed, Father, the fact that the Fire Xian royal mansion has yet to capture the grave robber suggests that this individual is no ordinary foe. To be given only 7 days without additional support is quite unreasonable. Upon hearing these sentiments from those below, the Lord of Liion City and his companions exchanged glances, each seeing a trace of bitterness reflected in the other's eyes. This issue had not gone unaddressed to the higher authorities in the past. Yet the results were painfully evident. No assistance had been forthcoming. 2 primary reasons underlie this situation. First, the Beast Mountain outside Liion City was deemed the least likely hiding place for the grave robber. Second, both the Lava Mountain and the Chaotic Zone were not places typically traversed by ordinary cultivators, let alone searched for individuals, resulting in most of the strong from the Fire Xian royal mansion being dispatched to these 2 locations. Thus, it became entirely reasonable that Liion City lacked strong support. Of course, it was not to say that no one from the Fire Xian royal mansion had come. 3 individuals had indeed arrived. They were presently resting in a courtyard of the city lord's mansion. A strikingly beautiful woman, approximately 28 or 29 years of age, accompanied by 2 middle-aged individuals resembling stewards. The city lord was uncertain of the strength possessed by these 2 stewards, but he surmised that they were undoubtedly formidable. After all, this enchanting beauty is none other than the favored daughter of the fire-profound king, Chu Sighting. Not only is she stunningly beautiful, but her innate talent for cultivation is also remarkably formidable. To this day, her cultivation has reached the terrifying 9th level of the cleansing marrow realm, merely a step away from the blood transformation realm. In the entirety of the Great Chu dynasty, she stands as one of the most distinguished figures, holding the 9th position on the talented heroes ranking. It is rumored that this is due to her disinterest in rigorous cultivation. Otherwise, she would certainly have the qualifications to contend for a position within the top 3, or even the first place. However, what the likes of the Lord of Liion City and others fail to realize is that Chu Sighting's ability to attain the 9th level of the cleansing marrow realm without diligent effort stems from her possession of an extraordinarily rare spiritual physique, the extreme Yin physique. Yet, the very nature of this physique is a double-edged sword. While it may grant survival opportunities if found in a man, its presence in a woman nearly signals the countdown to her demise. The age of 30 serves as a critical juncture, marking the onset of peril associated with the extreme Yin physique in females. Chapter 20. The extreme Yin spirit body. As it appears that there are no additional strong warriors available for support from the county city, we must resolve this matter ourselves. Thus, Commander Yuan, I implore you to pay a visit to the 3 prominent families and the various notable 8th grade factions within the city. Kindly solicit their assistance, and remember to maintain a cordial demeanor. If necessary, you may promise a share of the benefits. After a brief moment of contemplation, the Lord of Liion City suddenly recalled something and promptly instructed Commander Yuan beside him. Upon hearing this, the others were momentarily taken aback, but they quickly regained their composure. Indeed, since the county city cannot dispatch strong warriors for aid, we can summon the powerful individuals from the major factions in the city to join our efforts. Even if it means sacrificing a portion of our interests, it is surely preferable to antagonizing the fiery Xian County. After all, not to mention the number of powerful warriors possessed by the 3 prominent families, the combined strength of the 8th grade faction's cleansing marrow realm experts is already a formidable force. Should the 3 families be willing to cooperate and each dispatch a blood transformation realm expert, it would undoubtedly alleviate the burden on the Lord's estate significantly. Yes, my lord, Without the slightest hesitation, Commander Yuan departed the Grand Hall, tasked with this mission. He first visited the Lin, Li, and Tang families, before proceeding to the various 8th grade factions. However, unlike his earlier approach with the 3 families, where he employed a more enticing demeanor and promised benefits, his stance towards the 8th grade factions became firm. He directly conveyed the orders of the Lord S estate, leaving no room for refusal, and departed from their strongholds. This left many with uncomfortable expressions as they engaged in fervent discussions. Ultimately, they were compelled to begin preparations. After all, the commander had informed them that their target was a formidable expert at the 7th to 9th levels of the cleansing marrow realm. Failing to prepare adequately could lead to dire consequences if they encountered him alone. In a bid to mitigate the threat to their lives, many powerful individuals from the 8th grade factions began to mobilize, forming temporary alliances to support one another. In no time, the entire Dian city was engulfed in a whirlwind of activity. Meanwhile, within the Lin family, Lin Wudi had, with the aid of medicinal elixirs, fully recovered from his injuries and ascended to the pinnacle of the 2nd level of the blood transformation realm. Hardly a few days of respite had passed before Commander Yuan sought him out. Following their conversation, Lin Wudi immediately summoned numerous strong members of the Lin family to deliberate on this matter. What is everyone's perspective on this? How many of our Lin family's warriors shall we dispatch? After reiterating the request brought forth by Commander Yuan along with the promised benefits, Lin Wudi cast his gaze upon the assembly, his expression remarkably calm. His decision to discuss these matters here essentially indicated his agreement to the conditions set forth by the Lord S estate. The assembled strong members of the Lin family were acutely aware of this, and no one dared to raise any objections. Instead, they engaged in earnest discussion regarding the number of formidable individuals to dispatch, ensuring that their reputation did not falter while remaining inconspicuous. Ultimately, after thorough deliberation, a consensus was reached. They decided to send forth an elder of the blood exchange realm alongside 10 formidable beings of the cleansing marrow realm, each at least at the 7th level, to assist the city Lord S manor in the search for the Tomb Raider. Following this resolution, the Lin family swiftly set their plans in motion. Within merely half an hour, they had selected the candidates destined for the Beast Mountain range. At the tender age of 24 or 25, possessing a cleansing marrow realm between the 7th and 9th levels, a Tomb Raider? It was unexpected that a genius from this fantastical world would exhibit such individuality. Deep within the Lin family, Lin Chen, who was savoring tea with great delight, felt a stir in his heart. His formidable spiritual sense swiftly swept across a significant portion of the Grand Flame City, capturing every movement of its inhabitants. He soon grasped the intricacies of the situation and could not help but chuckle softly. However, he did not take it to heart. To him, the mere relics of a royal tomb were trivial matters, inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. In fact, were he inclined, his strength could effortlessly level the entire Fire Mystic King's manor. An extreme, spiritual body. It was astonishing that such a rare entity could arise in this remote dynasty. Just as Lin Chen contemplated retracting his spiritual sense, a figure, exuding a dense aura of extreme caught his eye. It is worth noting that, according to the system's records, the extreme spiritual body is among the few special constitutions capable of evolution. Moreover, if one knows how to harness it, the extreme spiritual body could be a tremendous boon for its partner. Alas, alas, a woman possessing the extreme spiritual body would fully activate it by the age of 30, if her physical form and spirit were not sufficiently robust. The terrifying extreme energy would instantly disintegrate her body and shatter her soul, leading to her utter obliteration. Shaking his head, Lin Chen was filled with mixed emotions. While possessing a top-tier spiritual body is indeed a grand fortune, if one's own luck or that of their family is inadequate to support such a spirit, it may lead to premature demise in a short span. Fleeting beauty, after all, is but ephemeral. Nevertheless, this bore no relevance to him. This was not due to Lin Chen's indifference, nor was it that he wished to refrain from lending aid. Rather, he simply lacked the means. More precisely, he lacked the requisite fortune points. Naturally, aside from that, there was no connection between him and her. Even if there were, Lin Chen would not squander his resources on a stranger. Meanwhile, within a tranquil estate in the city lord's manor of Grand Flame City, a stunningly beautiful woman, clad in a white dress, with hair cascading like a waterfall, cherry-red lips, willow-like brows, and eyes resembling autumn waters filled with sorrow, gazed blankly at the horizon. She was none other than Chu Siding, the daughter of the Fire Mystic King. Though she has reached the tender age of 29, residing within the royal estate, and possessing a spiritual body, the passage of time has left no marks upon her. Uncle Wang, do you believe I will survive this year? After an indeterminate duration, the voice of Chu Siding, tinged with a hint of melancholy, resonated within the courtyard. This caused both Uncle Wang and Aunt Lon, who stood nearby, to shudder internally and lower their heads. They dared not confront such a topic. Indeed, it could be said that within the royal manor, this subject was a taboo. Anyone who dared to broach this sensitive matter in Chu Siding's presence would face severe repercussions from the Fire Xian King, with no exceptions even for his own son. Uncle Wang, Aunt Lon, please speak candidly. We are not within the confines of the palace, and there is no fear of my father discovering. Chu Siding turned to face them, her gaze fixed intently upon the two, feigning nonchalance. In truth, over the years, she had long harbored an inkling regarding her physical condition. Her inquiry was merely a quest for confirmation. She did not wish to perish in obscurity. Chapter 21. The Soul-Reviving Herb. Oh, foolish child, your body. Observing the inquisitive glint in Chu Siding's eyes, Wang Bo and Aunt Lon exchanged a glance, a silent struggle evident between them. After much contemplation, they began to unravel their decision in hushed tones. The extreme Yin spiritual body, renowned as one of the top 100 spiritual bodies in the true martial world, is among the rare few capable of evolving into the 9 Yin divine body, a distinctive constitution. Historical records recount that hundreds of thousands of years ago, a woman endowed with the extreme Yin spiritual body emerged from a remote state, challenging the prodigies of her time. Through numerous tribulations, she ultimately succeeded in transforming her extreme Yin spiritual body into the 9 Yin divine body, becoming one of the most extraordinary prodigies of her era. To this day, legends of her remarkable journey endure in the world. Aunt Lon, are you implying that I possess the extreme Yin spiritual body? However, according to your earlier descriptions, is that not a fortuitous thing? Yet, recently, every night, I feel a chilling sensation enveloping my entire body, and it seems to be worsening, does it not? Indeed. Chu Siding shivered slightly, nodding as her gaze remained fixed on Aunt Lon, eagerly awaiting her response. In the true martial world, countless spiritual bodies exist. Yet those with the potential to metamorphose into supreme forms like the 9 Yin divine body are no more than 10. Logically, a spiritual body brimming with such potential should rank among the top 10, if not the top 3, among myriad spiritual entities. Yet, why does it only qualify as one of the 100 strongest in the eyes of the world? This brings us to a significant drawback inherent to such spiritual bodies. Through Aunt Lan's meticulous explanation, Chu Siding finally comprehended the uniqueness of her position within the Wang residence over the years. A warmth enveloped her heart, yet a glimmer of tears shimmered at the corners of her eyes. 30 years old, just half a year remains. Wang Bo, Aunt Lon, for so many years, Siding has enjoyed the privileges bestowed by the Wang residence without contributing in return. This time, I wish to personally join the search team and lend my assistance. After a prolonged silence, awakened by the commotion caused by the formidable figures dispatched by various factions, Chu Siding suddenly broke the tranquility of the courtyard. Upon hearing her words, Wang Bo and Aunt Lon exchanged startled glances, instinctively inclined to refuse. However, upon witnessing Chu Siding's resolute demeanor, they opened their mouths yet could not utter their objections. Very well, considering that the Tomb Raider is merely at the 7th to 9th level of the Cleansing Marrow realm, they pose no real threat to the princess. If she wishes to go, let her. Furthermore, with their protection, it was unlikely she would encounter any peril. With this thought, Wang Bo and Aunt Lon exchanged glances with the expectant Chu Siding, ultimately feigning a reluctant nod. Then, amidst her exuberant expression, they exited the courtyard and sought out the Lord of Dian City. The Lord, naturally, dared not refuse the princess's desire to join the search team, nor would he. After all, the princess is under the protection of formidable warriors from the royal palace. He need not worry about her safety, and can leverage the strength surrounding her to weave an intricate web, thereby facilitating his search. Have they begun to act? In a secluded courtyard deep within the Lin residence, Lin Chen, sensing the movements from the Lord's manor, could not help but exhibit a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. He was genuinely curious about what treasures the grave robber had pilfered from the royal tomb that warranted such a grand display of force from the Fire Xian royal palace. Consequently, after toying with the system's marketplace for a while, Lin Chen expended over 1,000 fortune points to acquire a treasure capable of revealing images within a 1,000-mile radius. The Xiantian Mirror, counterfeit, low-grade spirit tool. After refining this spirit tool and channeling some mana into it, Lin Chen beheld numerous figures, including many formidable members of the Lin family and Chu sighting through the mirror. Thus, in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. On this day, Lin Chen, as usual, reveled in his tea while watching the scenes displayed on the Xiantian mirror. Suddenly, a mechanical and cold notification rang in his ears. Congratulations, host. The younger generation of the family, Lin Ling, has broken through to the second-grade alchemist realm. You have received a reward, a top-tier third-grade alchemist experience manual, or a random martial art technique. Choose one. 30,000 fortune points, and a 5th-grade spirit herb. The Soul Returning Grass. Soul Returning Grass, a primary material for refining the 5th-grade Soul Returning Pill, possessing considerable value. A second-grade alchemist? Linger has remarkably advanced so swiftly. Upon hearing the system's announcement, a smile of delight spread across Lin Chen's face, particularly when he learned of the substantial reward of 30,000 fortune points, which made his grin even more radiant. Moreover, the soul-returning grass seemed suitable for the spirit entity within the jade pendant that Lin Ling had discovered. At that moment, she would likely awaken from her slumber. If that spirit were to awaken, with Linger's guidance, my own burdens would be considerably alleviated. With the eye of destiny in hand, Lin Chen was already well aware of Xiao Jia's origins and character, harboring no concerns regarding her potential harm to Lin Ling. Furthermore, even if she were to change after her demise, with him present, a mere spirit entity would pose little threat. Although Xiao Jia had been at the 9th level of the true spirit realm in life, her soul was severely damaged. Even if I were to use the soul-returning grass to restore her, she could only muster the strength of an ordinary transformational realm practitioner, which would be no challenge for me at this stage. Moreover, given my rate of growth, no matter how swiftly Xiao Jia might recover, she would never catch up to my pace. It is worth a try. Having made his decision, Lin Chen felt no inclination to delay. With a swift motion, he vanished from the courtyard and reappeared beside Lin Ling. Greetings, ancestor. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Lin Ling hurriedly approached and performed a respectful bow, her face alight with excitement as she spoke. Master, Liner has lived up to your high expectations and has already become a second-tier alchemist. I assure you that within 6 months, I will ascend to the pinnacle of second-tier alchemy, at which point I will be ready to strive for the 3rd tier. However, advancing to a 3rd-tier alchemist is not an easy feat. Your rapid progression from a 1st-tier to a 2nd-tier alchemist is attributed to your sufficient cultivation and the ample medicinal materials available within our clan for your practice. After reaching the 2nd tier, the resources of the Lin family will no longer be sufficient for your unfettered consumption, let alone the materials required for 3rd-tier elixirs. Observing Lin Ling's confidence, Lin Chen couldn't help but shake his head in bemusement. Youthful exuberance, indeed. Oh, is that so? I still wish to become a 3rd-tier alchemist soon, to aid our family's powerful members in elevating their cultivation swiftly. Moreover, at this rate, when will I ever be able to break through to the 4th tier and heal my mother? As she spoke, a hint of anxiety crept across Lin Ling's face. Her tireless efforts in refining elixirs, accumulating experience, and enhancing her rank as an alchemist are all aimed at curing her mother's peculiar ailment. After all, despite her assistance during this period, her mother has already consumed sufficient blood-cleansing elixirs. Nevertheless, the situation remains dire. According to Lin Ling's own estimation, she has at most 3 years left. If she cannot concoct the elixir needed to save her mother within 3 years, the consequences are beyond her ability to bear. Chapter 22. Apologies, but I find it difficult to comply. I do have a solution. Linger, please retrieve the jade pendant you discovered 2 months ago on the street. Observing the anxious expression on Lin Ling's face, Lin Chen could not help but smile gently. The jade pendant? Upon hearing this, Lin Ling, slightly bewildered, extracted the pendant from her bosom and handed it to Lin Chen. Is this the jade pendant? Indeed. Lin Chen accepted the pendant, nodding in acknowledgement. He then extended his left hand forward, and suddenly, the fifth-grade spiritual herb, the rejuvenating grass, appeared in the palm of his hand. Wow, what an intense aura! Feeling the profound energy emanating from the rejuvenating grass, Lin Ling's soul quivered slightly, causing her to gasp in astonishment, her eyes filled with awe. This spiritual herb was undoubtedly a treasure of at least 4th or 5th grade and was exceedingly rare. Being related to the soul? Absolutely, Lin Ling exclaimed inwardly. In that moment, Lin Chen's already impressive stature in her mind became even more enigmatic and unfathomable, igniting within her an irresistible curiosity to uncover the truth. However, before she could contemplate further, the ensuing scene left her utterly speechless. As Lin Chen produced the rejuvenating grass, a chaotic flame erupted from his palm, consuming the 5th-grade herb in a mesmerizing display. In no time, under his exquisite control, the rejuvenating grass transformed into a viscous liquid. Subsequently, with a thought, Lin Chen suspended the liquid and the jade pendant in midair. Guided by his will, the essence of the liquid, rich with spiritual energy, enveloped the pendant entirely. As a delicate, tremulous sound resonated from within the pendant, the intense soul power, potent enough to overwhelm a 3rd-grade alchemist, was entirely absorbed. A formidable wave of spiritual energy gradually emanated from the pendant. Fellow Taoist, why not reveal yourself? After waiting for a considerable time without any response from the pendant, Lin Chen furrowed his brow and spoke in a detached tone. Although he had his own motives for rescuing Xiao Jia, it was rather impolite for her to remain concealed after he had saved her. Uncertain whether Lin Chen's words had an impact or for some other reason. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Jia, hidden within the pendant, indeed revealed herself. Her glass-like eyes seemed to penetrate all, fixing their gaze on Lin Chen for a while before she exclaimed in astonishment, "I never imagined that such an unparalleled powerhouse could emerge from the remote region of Huangzhou. With a cultivation level of the 6th stage of the Transcendence realm and combat prowess in the Divine Ability realm, if this news were to leak, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation, drawing countless Nirvana realm sovereigns to seek you as their disciple, propelling you to unprecedented heights." As the conversation unfolded, a hint of seduction crept into Xiao Jia's tone. Compared to outsiders, she retained a deeper faith in her own sect. However, given her current predicament, she had no means to contact them and thus turned her attention to Lin Chen. If she could summon a powerful figure from her sect, with the profound foundation of the Pill Dao sect, it wouldn't be long before she could reconstruct her physical form and live again. Nirvana realm? Huh. Upon hearing Xiao Jia's description, Lin Chen merely chuckled disdainfully, showing no signs of being swayed. To be frank, in his situation, a mere Nirvana realm practitioner was hardly worthy of being his mentor. The system was his greatest reliance at present, and he had no intention of engaging in a foolish trade of losing something substantial for a trivial gain. What does that expression mean? Observing the disdain in Lin Chen's eyes, Xiao Jia's brow furrowed slightly, and her heart sank. Despite having discerned from her earlier investigation that the Lin family was merely one of the 3 prominent families within a city under the Great Chu dynasty, and typically incapable of producing such beings, she also understood that the true martial world was vast and teeming with powerful individuals. It was possible that Lin Chen had encountered some great fortune, perhaps possessing the legacy of a formidable practitioner. In that light, his formidable combat power could be justified. Given his unknown heritage, he could not possibly be unaware of the might of the Nirvana realm. Yet, even so, a glimmer of disdain lingered in Lin Chen's gaze. This individual was either an arrogant fool or possessed such confidence in her own legacy that she deemed it beneath her to seek the mentorship of a Nirvana realm expert. Between the two possibilities, Xiao Jia leaned toward the latter. After all, attaining the transformation realm and wielding the power of the divine ability realm could hardly be the work of a simpleton. For a moment, she felt a surge of anxiety. What kind of legacy had this person acquired? If it leaned toward the righteous path, that would be acceptable, but if it were aligned with demonic or peculiar legacies, then, as a sole entity, she would be in peril. The sect's records contain numerous malevolent secret arts specifically designed to devour souls or utilize soul bodies for cultivation. The very thought of their descriptions sent a chill down her spine. A mere Nirvana realm practitioner has no right to be my master. I see you wish for me to seek your sect behind you to aid in your physical reconstruction. However, do not harbor such hopes. I have to guard the Lin family and lack the leisure to assist you in such endeavors. Yet, You need not worry about my intentions toward you. If I truly harbored such thoughts, why would I expend a soul-returning herb to awaken you? Xiao Jia's inner apprehensions did not escape Lin Chen, who possessed the eye of fate and could perceive the intricacies of life. To dispel her thoughts, he spoke plainly and directly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jia halted momentarily. The tension that had previously enveloped her began to dissipate as she gradually relaxed her guarded demeanor. Firstly, Lin Chen's words possess a degree of validity. Indeed, there is no necessity for such unnecessary actions. Secondly, although she was a formidable presence in her lifetime, a true spirit realm powerhouse with an exceptionally high essence of soul, capable of faintly perceiving certain aspects of Lin Chen's strength, she is only just awakened, and her own power is extremely limited, rendering any concern towards him utterly insignificant. After all, in the face of absolute strength, her so-called vigilance may merely be a jest in the eyes of others. So, what is your intention in awakening me? To teach a junior in alchemy? If you can cultivate her to the rank of a fourth-tier alchemist within 3 years, I could assist you in reconstructing your physical body or notify the sect behind you. Are you referring to her? Indeed. Sixfold soul power, advanced cultivation aptitude. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Xiao Jia's gaze inadvertently fell upon Lin Ling, who was curiously observing her from the side, and her previously calm demeanor suddenly furrowed into a frown. I apologize, but I find it difficult to acquiesce to your request. Chapter 23. The Astonished Xiao Jia Apologies. But I find it difficult to acquiesce. As a 7th-tier alchemist and a formidable practitioner at the 9th level of the true spirit realm, she is acutely aware of the advantages conferred by one's innate talent. Were it not for the 3-year constraint, with her abilities, she could cultivate Lin Ling to the rank of a 4th-tier alchemist. Albeit challenging, it would be feasible. However, with this limitation in place, it is almost an impossible task given Lin Ling's current aptitude. She would not hastily make promises on unattainable matters. Hence, even though she yearned to reconstruct her physical form, she refrained from recklessly agreeing to Lin Chen's conditions, as it is in her nature. Lin Chen, of course, understood the immense difficulty of nurturing Lin Ling to a 4th-tier alchemist within 3 years given her existing conditions, and thus, he had long been prepared. What if we add these 2 treasures? As he spoke, Lin Chen extended his hand, revealing a jade bottle of immaculate white akin to sheep fat and a mystical herb exuding an enigmatic aura, which suddenly appeared before the 2 women. The spirit-nourishing flower? Before Lin Chen could utter another word, Xiao Jia could not contain her astonishment. She was taken aback to discover that such a precious treasure as the spirit-nourishing flower resided within the modest Lin family. Do you intend for her to refine this extraordinary treasure? Xiao Jia gazed at Lin Chen with a complex expression, yet her heart surged with tumultuous waves. If the soul recovery grass is a 5th-tier spiritual herb, invaluable yet traceable in quantity, then the spirit-nourishing flower is virtually unparalleled in rarity. At the very least, within the realms of Dantian continent, there has been no news of the spirit-nourishing flower's emergence for countless millennia. Should the word of Lin Chen possessing the spirit-nourishing flower spread, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entire Dantian continent, prompting countless powers and formidable beings to traverse vast distances to seize this treasure. Not for any other reason, but due to the astonishing effects of the spirit-nourishing flower, particularly for beings whose cultivation has yet to reach the transcendence realm, the results are even more formidable. For those below the transcendence realm, it can enhance the quality of their soul tenfold. For those above, it can increase soul quality by 2 to 6 times, depending on their cultivation level. It is essential to understand that this enhancement pertains to soul quality, which, in other words, signifies an augmentation of potential. For those who have reached the transcendence realm and beyond, a stronger soul quality correlates with heightened comprehension and greater prospects for ascending to even loftier realms. One can only imagine the frenzy that the appearance of the spirit-nourishing flower would incite, especially among those ancient beings ensnared in a single realm, nearing the twilight of their lives. Even if it meant risking their very lives, they would not hesitate to fight for it. Indeed, both the spirit-nourishing flower and the transformation pill contained within this jade bottle are intended for Linger. Upon witnessing the shock in Xiao Jia's eyes, Lin Chen offered a faint smile, confirming her conjecture. Hiss! The transformation pill? Upon hearing Lin Chen mention the name of the treasure within the jade vial, Xiao Jia could not help but gasp in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. It is worth noting that although the transmutation pill is not as rare as the spirit-nurturing flower, its value remains exceptionally high, categorizing it as one of the treasures capable of stirring the realms of the Dantian continent. The fact that such a rare artifact has been presented by him, solely for the purpose of nurturing the younger generation, speaks volumes about the wealth of the Lin family's ancestor. In that moment, Xiao Jia silently marveled, and her desire to return to the Dan Dao sect diminished significantly. How about it? With these two treasures in hand, you must feel more confident now. I am aware that you are a 7th-grade alchemist. Just as Xiao Jia's thoughts began to whirl, Lin Chen's voice resonated in her ears. What? At his words, Xiao Jia, who had just regained her composure, was momentarily taken aback. She had sensed that something was amiss earlier, and now, the realization dawned upon her. Indeed, how did he know I was an alchemist, and moreover, the precise grade? As this thought crossed her mind, she opened her mouth to inquire. However, before she could utter a word, Lin Chen preemptively interrupted her. Enough of your musings on how I acquired this knowledge. What matters is that you understand I harbor no ill intentions towards you. Now, I ask you, will you accept this transaction? Of course, I shall accept. Without hesitation, Xiao Jia replied, recognizing the extent of his generosity. Given that my friend has gone to such lengths, it would be ungrateful of me not to comply. With these two treasures to enhance this young one's talents, under my guidance, she shall undoubtedly ascend to the realm of a 4th-grade alchemist within 3 years. Though it may not be a trivial task, it is certainly achievable. This time, Xiao Jia did not waver and immediately gave her assent. The seemingly endless treasures in Lin Chen's possession shrouded him in an air of mystery, and his unhesitating refusal to accept the offer of apprenticeship from a Nirvana realm monarch piqued her curiosity. One can only infer that a person willing to bestow both the spirit-nurturing flower and the transmutation pill upon a rather unremarkable junior must possess even more extraordinary treasures. Only such reasoning could elucidate why Lin Chen chose not to utilize these two artifacts for himself. After all, the potent efficacy of the spirit-nurturing flower and the transmutation pill holds myriad benefits even for those at the transformation realm, potentially elevating their cultivation by 1 or 2 levels post-refinement. Excellent. Ling sit cross-legged. I shall assist you in refining these two treasures. Nodding at Xiao Jia, Lin Chen's gaze shifted to the side, landing upon Lin Ling. Yes, with prior experience, Lin Ling promptly settled into a cross-legged position and opened her delicate, rosy lips. Observing this, Lin Chen wasted no time and swiftly produced the elixirs, administering them into her eager mouth. The pills dissolved instantly, unleashing an overwhelming surge of medicinal power that transformed into a stream of enigmatic energy, seemingly infused with the very laws of nature, continuously fortifying Lin Ling's physical form. Her originally advanced cultivation aptitude began to ascend continuously. Advanced aptitude, top-tier aptitude, spiritual body. Before long, Lin Ling's cultivation talents surged from the initial advanced level to that of a spiritual body, and the effects of the elixir had yet to be fully expended, continuing to devour her potential. It is uncertain how much time passed, but her talent ultimately skyrocketed to the pinnacle of the spiritual body realm before gradually coming to a halt. Linger, solidify your gains. Prepare to refine the nourishing spirit flower. With that, Lin Chen paid no mind to her reaction. A thought crossed his mind, and suddenly a chaotic colored flame appeared in his hand. Under his control, it incessantly scorched the nourishing spirit flower before him. In merely a few breaths, the flower, exuding a rich aura of life, transformed into a pool of liquid. This flame, observing Lin Chen's swift transformation of the nourishing spirit flower into liquid, Xiao Jia's pupils involuntarily constricted. It is worth noting that as a precious resource for enhancing the soul, ordinary flames would be utterly ineffective against it. Even flames derived from true spirit realm or even nirvana realm cultivators would not achieve such rapid dissolution, unless this chaotic flame is the heavenly fire birthed by the natural world. Chapter 24. The Blue Family Fortune. Upon reflecting on this, Xiao Jia felt a profound sense of astonishment. Nearly numb from the series of treasures Lin Chen had revealed, it is worth noting that even at her peak, backed by the esteemed Pill Dao sect, one of the top 3 forces in Lingzhou, her wealth paled in comparison. What kind of extraordinary legacy has he inherited? The depth of his resources is truly remarkable. In Xiao Jia's mind, The treasures Lin Chen presented could hardly have come from any source other than the legacy he had acquired. After all, whether it be the spirit-nourishing flower, the metamorphosis pill, or the heavenly fire, none of these could be obtained by a mere small clan within the Grand Chu dynasty. It could even be said that not even the entire strength of the Chu dynasty could procure any of these items. However, despite her overwhelming curiosity, she refrained from asking. Firstly, they had only just met, and their relationship had yet to deepen. Secondly, in the realm of Dantian continent, every being that has cultivated beyond the transcendence realm possesses their own share of opportunities and secrets. To probe into another's fortunes could easily invite misfortune. She certainly did not wish to perish so soon after her awakening. In this tranquil atmosphere, the night swiftly passed, with Lin Ling's constitution stabilizing following her breakthrough. Lin Chen wasted no time in preparing the medicinal liquid derived from the spirit-nourishing flower for her. Under the gentle yet powerful essence of the flower, Lin Ling's soul quality began to ascend dramatically. 6-fold soul power, 10-fold soul power, 20-fold soul power. She continuously absorbed the immense medicinal energy flooding her consciousness. In Xiao Jia's envious gaze, Lin Ling's soul quality soared to 60 times that of an ordinary individual before it finally ceased. Just as Xiao Jia believed this remarkable ascent was concluding, a mechanical and cold notification echoed within Lin Chen's mind. Congratulations, host. The comprehensive foundation of your family has met the criteria, and the fortune level has ascended to blue, granting the following family buffs. 1. The probability of newborns increases by 20%. 2. The qualifications of newborns will receive a 10% enhancement. 3. The cultivation speed of all members of the Lin family will increase by 10%. 4. The host may designate 3 individuals favored by the family fortune to receive the blue fortune's blessings, or the family fortune may select individuals on its own. For further details on the benefits conferred upon those favored, please click here to expand. The series of notifications from the system momentarily startled Lin Chen, but a smile soon graced his face. The meanings of the first 3 points were readily understandable, while the fourth was particularly intriguing. In the detailed explanation provided by the system, those favored by the auspices of their family's fortune not only gain the aforementioned buffs, but also receive an additional 20% increase in cultivation speed, along with 5% enhancements to both opportunities and comprehension. While these numerical boosts may appear modest, particularly the latter two, which are merely 5%, one must not judge solely by appearances. It is well understood that the acquisition and enhancement of both opportunities and comprehension are arduous endeavors. Countless beings traverse their lives without ever encountering a single opportunity, let alone obtaining treasures that elevate their understanding. Furthermore, most artifacts capable of enhancing comprehension are often temporary in nature. However, the buff bestowed by the family's fortune remains permanent, granted that Lin Chen does not withdraw it. The 5% enhancements to comprehension and opportunities, alongside the 20% increase in cultivation speed, may not yield immediate visible changes. Yet, what of a year, a decade, or even a century? Under identical qualifications, resources, and training durations, the disparities become strikingly apparent. In terms of cultivation realms, one without the favor of family fortune may only reach the first level of blood exchange, while another blessed by such fortune may ascend to the 9th level or even break through to the transcendent realm. The chasm between these outcomes is, without a doubt, vast. The system designated Lin Ling as the favored individual of the family's fortune. Having grasped the implications of this familial buff, Lin Chen decisively granted Lin Ling a place. Thunder rumbled ominously as Lin Chen made his choice, and a gentle blue light descended from the heavens, enveloping Lin Ling. This extraordinary scene, however, went unnoticed by anyone aside from Lin Chen, including the onlooking Xiao Jia. At that moment, Xiao Jia, who had been on the verge of awakening from her secluded meditation, approached Lin Chen, only to be interrupted by his gesture for silence. Before she could comprehend the situation, a surging, volcanic-like aura erupted behind her. There, seated cross-legged upon a mat, Lin Ling underwent a remarkable transformation. Her physique, already at the pinnacle of spiritual body cultivation, and her soul power, elevated to 60 times its original strength, seemingly intertwined in a cosmic dance akin to the yin yang symbol. Concurrently, Lin Ling's previously stabilizing corporeal form and soul power surged dramatically. The top-tier spiritual body evolved before Xiao Jia's astonished eyes into an ordinary treasure body. The quality of her soul power skyrocketed from 60 times to 100 times, rivaling that of a treasure body in cultivation aptitude. At that moment, Lin Ling's long-accumulated potential erupted forth like a volcano, an endless torrent of energy streaming from her being, merging seamlessly with her cultivation. In the realm of bone forging, Lin Ling ascended through the 5th, 6th, and 7th levels with remarkable speed. Under the energy feedback from her promotion to the treasure body, her cultivation soared from the 1st to the 9th level of bone forging. It was only upon reaching the pinnacle of this realm that she managed to halt her advancement. Indeed, the foundation is paramount. Establishing a solid base is the most crucial task for one's future. Observing Lin Ling resist the temptation to ascend to the muscle transformation realm and instead channel this energy to solidify her foundation, Lin Chen couldn't help but nod in admiration. Sometimes, rapid increases in strength can be detrimental. Without a sufficiently stable foundation, no matter how splendid one's talent or spiritual power, it remains but a fragile edifice, liable to collapse at any moment. Lin Ling took her ancestor's teachings to heart. Upon awakening from her secluded meditation, she did not immediately seek to sense the changes within her, but instead, respectfully performed an ancient gesture of homage towards Lin Chen. Her achievements today were solely due to the nurturing she received from her ancestor. She vowed that henceforth, whatever her ancestor requested of her, she would comply without a hint of hesitation. Chapter 25. The erupting lava array. The sudden scene left Xiao Jia utterly astonished, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief. She had encountered similar circumstances in ancient texts. It was said that when an individual's physique and spirit reach a certain threshold, an extraordinary transformation might occur. This metamorphosis could elevate one's physical and spiritual prowess, or it might lead to calamity, resulting in the collapse of the body and the extinguishment of the soul. Whether one could survive such a trial was a matter of fortune. It was unforeseen that this young girl possessed such remarkable fate. No wonder Lin Chen regarded her with such importance. Initially perplexed by Lin Chen's actions, a glimmer of understanding flickered in Xiao Jia's eyes. In the true martial great world, one's cultivation aptitude could determine their lower limits, while comprehension could dictate their upper limits. Yet, with sufficient fortune, one could transcend these limits, reaching astonishing heights. It could be posited that every formidable being who had attained the nirvana realm was inherently blessed with great fortune. If Lin Ling truly possessed such luck, combined with Lin Chen's assistance, her future would be boundless. Surpassing her own limitations was not an impossibility. Perhaps guiding Lin Ling in alchemy would forge a beneficial bond, which would be a wise choice. With this thought, Xiao Jia finally set aside her lingering doubts, and her gaze towards Lin Ling softened significantly. Observing this, Lin Chen merely smiled in silence. He gently patted Lin Ling's small head, advising her to diligently learn the art of alchemy from Xiao Jia, and to strive towards becoming a 4th-tier alchemist as soon as possible before vanishing from sight. Let us proceed to the alchemy chamber. I wish to see the extent of your alchemical skills, Xiao Jia declared, breaking the serene atmosphere of the hall after momentarily gazing absent-mindedly at Lin Chen's departing figure. With that, she took the lead towards a nearby secluded chamber designated for alchemical practices. Curiously glancing at her ethereal form, Lin Ling hurriedly followed suit. She had been privy to the conversation between her ancestor and Xiao Jia from beginning to end, and she understood that this striking beauty was none other than the legendary 7th-tier alchemist. It was noteworthy that even in their grand city of Dian, within the renowned Dechu dynasty, the illustrious Dan king, Liion, was merely a 5th-tier alchemist, unworthy of even carrying the shoes of a 7th-tier master. With such a powerful alchemist as her mentor, coupled with her innate talents, Lin Ling felt that if she could not ascend to the rank of 4th-tier alchemist within 3 years, it would be more favorable to find a block of tofu and meet her end. Meanwhile, as Lin Ling systematically learned the art of alchemy under Xiao Jia's tutelage, an unfortunate incident was unfolding within the Beast Mountain range. My lord, what should we do? That wretched tomb raider has become desperate in recent days, abducting tens of thousands of our citizens from the villages surrounding our Grand Yen city, while setting an explosive lava formation to ensnare them, explicitly demanding an audience with the princess. Although we have dispatched formidable warriors to surround him, we find ourselves compelled to halt our advance for the sake of those innocent lives. Within a hastily erected wooden shelter, numerous powerful figures from Yin City congregated, their brows furrowed in deep contemplation over strategies to confront this tomb raider. Frankly, the fact that this rogue has taken refuge within the perilous Beast Mountain range is both astonishing and somewhat gratifying. However, the extensive search efforts we initiated inadvertently alerted him. While we have stationed strong guardians at every exit to prevent his escape, this has only driven him to extremes, forcibly seizing the populations of several villages on the periphery of the Beast Mountain range and constructing a devastating array that could spell doom even for those at the Blood Change realm. The explosive lava formation is established above a bed of molten rock, on land characterized by an extremely dry and scorching climate. Once activated, it can draw upon the seemingly inexhaustible magma beneath, transforming the area enveloped by the array into a raging inferno. Furthermore, any energy of any attribute that comes into contact with it will trigger a catastrophic explosion, resulting in a chain reaction that could obliterate everything within several dozen miles. The earth would crack open, devoid of life. To step into this realm would feel akin to entering a new world, one devoid of vitality and color, filled only with the charred remnants of destruction, as if the apocalypse had descended upon us. Grand Yin City's Lord, since this tomb raider insists on meeting me, I shall go forth. I cannot turn a blind eye to the fate of tens of thousands of our subjects from the Great Chu dynasty. Just as the prominent figures of Yin City engaged in heated debate, a clear voice, tinged with an undeniable authority, rang in their ears. Suddenly, a creak resonated, and a figure clad in a simple white dress, reminiscent of a youthful maiden, entered from the doorway. Princess Chu Sighting. Your Highness. The assembly greeted her with respectful bows after a brief moment of astonishment. There is no need for excessive formalities. This matter is settled. Prepare yourselves. With those words, she departed without allowing time for further response, leaving the gathered warriors momentarily speechless, their intended words of counsel swallowed back. In the absence of alternative options, they hurriedly exited the meeting place to begin their preparations. Regardless of the circumstances, Princess Chu Sighting, as the daughter of the Fire Xian King and the esteemed princess of the Great Chu dynasty, commanded great respect. Even the Lord of Yin City had no choice but to acquiesce. Nonetheless, to safeguard against any unforeseen events, the Lord of Yin City sought out Wang Bo privately to reiterate the princess's decree. The princess has always possessed a strong will since her youth. The matters she has resolved are seldom altered, even by the prince himself, let alone by a mere servant like me. However, you need not be overly concerned, for the princess is endowed with numerous hidden advantages bestowed by formidable figures from the royal palace, many of which she remains unaware. The trivial explosive lava formation poses no real threat. Let her vent her frustrations. With that, Lord Wang patted the shoulder of the Lord of Dian City and turned to depart. His duty was to safeguard the princess, and he could not be away for too long. Nevertheless, the Lord of Dian City, having received the information disclosed by Lord Wang, felt a sense of relief wash over him. Since the esteemed lord suggested allowing the princess to let off steam, he would cooperate wholeheartedly, if this matter were handled well. Perhaps. As he contemplated this, a flicker of excitement crossed the face of the Lord of Dian City, given Chu Sightings standing within the royal palace. If she could speak favorably on his behalf in front of the Fire Xian King, it could pave the way for his advancement. Not to mention, with a mere few gifts, he might just break through to the Transcendence realm and enjoy a lifespan of 1,000 years. Let us establish a rule for additional updates. The frequency shall be determined by you. For every 1,000 recommendation votes, an additional chapter shall be added. For every 100 monthly votes, another chapter shall be added. For 100 units of contributions or 10 cumulative contributions, an additional chapter shall be granted. For the leader, 5 chapters for a single leader. Although it may seem improbable, what if it were to come to fruition? The frequency shall indeed be determined by you. Chapter 26. He Ping Fan. Thus, as preparations commenced in Dian City, on the other side, within an enormous formation, countless individuals found themselves ensnared. The sweltering air caused them to perspire profusely, accompanied by the cries of children, casting a pall of gloom over the already despondent crowd. Their eyes were filled with palpable terror, especially when they beheld a plump young man standing with his hands clasped behind his back. gazing into the distance from a high platform at the center of the formation. They would never forget the day prior, when this young man had arrived at the entrance of their village, unceremoniously overpowering them and leaving them unconscious, only to awaken in this dreadful place. They had despaired, hurled curses, and even attempted to flee in secret, yet all their efforts proved futile. At this moment, apart from the children and the elderly who had reached their limits, the rest were engulfed in confusion. Why had this young man gone to such lengths to bind them here, yet refrained from any interaction? Father, mother, after today, I shall finally avenge you, and our family shall reunite once more. Long ago, they had been grievously injured by the powerful figures of the royal mansion in the Beast Mountains, barely escaping with their lives, nurturing him until the age of 12, imparting to him martial arts and techniques, only to suddenly perish. In his quest for answers, he had employed every possible means, yet to little avail. Just as despair began to envelop him, he stumbled upon an unexpected opportunity, the legacy of a transcendent being fond of tomb raiding, which fortuitously contained records of his parents' injuries and their origins. Forgive me, my dear parents, for not adhering to your wishes to lead a humble life as an ordinary cultivator, nurturing the He family. To the common folk, he was a demon, yet within, his heart surged with conflicting emotions. Initially, upon discovering the involvement of the Huaxian royal mansion, he had relinquished thoughts of vengeance, aspiring instead to fulfill his parents' desires for the He family's prosperity. However, the love, care, and tenderness his parents had bestowed upon him during his childhood rendered it impossible for him to let go of the burdensome weight in his heart. After years of restraint, the longing for revenge ultimately arose once more. Yet, upon uncovering the true culprit behind the tragedy, he was stunned to discover that the perpetrator had already met a demise of their own. In a fit of rage, he made a bold decision during a memorial hosted by the royal mansion. He infiltrated the royal tomb, pulverizing the remains of the true offender into dust scattered across the ground, while cunningly absconding with numerous burial treasures. Having executed this audacious act, he had intended to flee swiftly. However, his actions soon drew the attention of the royal mansion's powerful figures, leading to a series of events that thwarted his escape from the Great Chu dynasty. Exhausted from his relentless flight, he found himself at a breaking point. Concealed within the treacherous Beast Mountain range, it would be fortuitous to remain undiscovered. All that was needed was to wait for the storm to pass before departing from the Great Chu dynasty. However, to his dismay, the Lord of Dian City had summoned a multitude of formidable warriors and had sealed all exits from the Beast Mountain range. Moreover, news reached him that Chu Siding had also arrived with the main force at this very location, prompting him to make a reckless decision. He resolved to utilize the strength of the thousands of commoners to unleash the explosive lava formation, compelling Chu Siding to accompany him on his journey. In the past, the powerful figures of the royal mansion sought to seize the dragon whisker grass from his parents, establishing a deep-rooted foundation of animosity. His parents, unwilling to yield for his sake, had taken decisive action. By the grace of the heavens, he had already exacted vengeance upon the instigator of that conflict, reducing him to ashes. Now, the very princess who had incited this chain of calamities stood before him. If she were to perish, all consequences would be buried along with her, allowing him the dignity to reunite with his parents in the afterlife. Murmuring to himself, a glimmer of astonishing killing intent surged in He Pingfan's eyes. He was utterly fatigued by this existence. Were it not for the promises and expectations set forth by his parents, he would have mustered the courage long ago to confront the troubles of the Huashuan royal mansion, and he would not have found himself in such dire straits today. Here I am, He Pingfan, princess of the county. Release those innocent civilians. As tumultuous thoughts swirled within He Pingfan, the powerful warriors encircling the explosive lava formation suddenly parted to create a path. From within emerged Chu Siding, clad in a flowing white gown, exuding an aura of chilling coldness. As she approached the formation, she unexpectedly felt a trace of warmth, a sensation long forgotten. As the possessor of an extreme spirit body, she had only experienced warmth briefly in her youth before her spirit fully awakened. Since then, her existence had been shrouded in an unending chill, persisting until her 12th year when her spirit manifested. 9th layer of the Washing Marrow realm. Truly, she is the princess of the royal mansion. Even with minimal effort in cultivation, her power, bolstered by abundant resources, far surpasses my own arduous struggles. Watching Chu sighting approach, He Pingfan felt a flicker of envy at her unmasked cultivation aura. If he were afforded such privileges, he would devote every waking moment to training. Only one who has traversed the treacherous realms of cultivation and comprehended the arduous nature of resource acquisition can truly appreciate the joy of having ample resources. Heh. In response, Chu sighting merely scoffed coldly, her beautiful eyes glimmering with an icy light as she regarded him in silence, sending shivers down his spine. Scoundrel! The princess has come as you requested. Will you not hasten to release those innocent civilians? Release them, release them, release them. Just as He Pingfan contemplated speaking further, the Lord of Dian's city suddenly bellowed, a terrifying aura sweeping through the air. Upon witnessing the movements of the Lord of Dian's city, other formidable beings also unleashed their formidable auras. Accompanied by a deafening roar, they surged forth with an unstoppable momentum towards the position of He Pingfan. Humph. Mere trifles are of no consequence. Erupting lava array disperse. In the face of the overwhelming auras emanating from the many strong individuals of Dian City, He Pingfan's eyes betrayed a hint of disdain. He manipulated the array, amplifying his own aura 100-fold, instantly suppressing the might of Dian City. It is worth noting that the erupting lava array beneath his feet is of the highest 4th tier, translated into the realm of cultivators. It equates to an existence comparable to the 7th level of the transformation realm or above. Although his own cultivation level is merely at the 7th level of the cleansing marrow stage, he could still exert a power surpassing that of a 9th level blood transformation cultivator. Hence, contending against these strongest adversaries, who are at most 9th level blood transformation cultivators, posed no challenge. Chapter 27. I desire your life. How infuriating. Although I had long been aware of the formidable nature of the explosive lava formation beneath He Pingfan's feet, the Lord of Dian's city never anticipated its extraordinary prowess. This formation could empower a mere 7th layer of blood exchange realm practitioner to exude an aura nearly rivaling that of a transcendent realm expert. The array he stood upon was likely a pinnacle 4th tier formation. Typically, a blood exchange realm cultivator capable of establishing a 2nd tier explosive lava formation would be considered quite remarkable, while one who could arrange a 3rd tier formation would be hailed as a genius array master. Yet, a 4th tier explosive lava formation of this caliber could hardly be orchestrated by a mere tomb raider. Could it be a legacy? Indeed. This must be the explanation for how an unsung rogue could repeatedly evade the pursuit of the royal house's formidable warriors. As these thoughts swirled, the Lord of Dian's city and the many powerful figures present could not help but entertain similar notions, which gradually took root in their minds. The legacy of a 4th tier pinnacle formation. Such a foundation could only stem from a transcendent realm expert, and not just any, at least one of the 7th layer or above. If I could obtain it. Upon this realization, the breaths of the Lord of Dian's city and his companions quickened. To release this group of individuals could be negotiated, but the shifting expressions of the crowd did not escape He Pingfan's notice. His gaze remained fixated on Chu's sighting. A glimmer of admiration in his eyes as an astonishing aura erupted from him. He then shifted his tone, speaking with a chilling intensity. What if you were to exchange yourself for them? With that, He Pingfan opened a passageway into the formation before him, his body tensing in readiness. Should any of the powerful figures from Dian City show signs of movement, he could instantly seal the entrance, leaving no room for them to exploit. Preposterous. The identity of the princess is of utmost nobility. How could she possibly lower herself to become a hostage for a mere tomb raider? To insult the princess is a crime deserving of death. As He Pingfan's terms hung in the air, Chu's sighting remained silent. Yet the powerful figures of Dian City erupted in fury. Should the princess acquiesce to his demands, the consequences would be dire. After all, this was a 4th tier pinnacle formation, fraught with dangers that could spell doom even for those among them at the 9th layer of blood exchange realm. While the princess was a prodigy of the 9th layer, equipped with treasures bestowed by the royal house, they could not guarantee her safety. Should she become injured, they would bear the brunt of the royal house's wrath. Silence. Amidst the growing anger of the powerful figures from Dian City, Chu's sighting, standing before them all, raised her hand for quiet. The once clamorous space fell into an instant silence. She then turned her gaze towards He Pingfan. Stepping step by step into the entrance of the formation, her tone indifferent as she spoke. You may fulfill your promise now. Ah, indeed. As the renowned and aloof princess of the great Chu dynasty, she was refreshingly forthright. Coming to this high platform, I have always kept my word. Observing Chu sighting, who gracefully ascended the steps leading to the platform with a mere glance cast in his direction, He Pingfan did not hesitate, raising his hand to part the crowd, creating several pathways to the outside amidst tens of thousands of people. Many sharp-eyed individuals caught glimpses of the outside world through the openings. In an instant, the throng of citizens resembled weary travelers in a desert stumbling upon an oasis, rushing frantically towards these paths. Even those frail and unable to run made valiant efforts to crawl towards the exit. Fueled by an instinctual will to survive, they unleashed their full potential. Before long, tens of thousands of individuals vanished within this formation. Do you see? These are the mountain folk you are to protect. Not a single word of gratitude was uttered as they fled, He Pingfan remarked. A deep mockery etched upon his face as he glanced at Chu sighting standing not far from him, and then at the retreating figures of the crowd. Was it disappointment for her sacrifice, or a belief that her actions were utterly absurd? Regret? Why would I feel regret? Are they not subjects of the great Chu dynasty? As a princess of the dynasty, is it not my duty to protect my people? I seek no reward from them. Upon hearing this, Chu sighting shook her head, her expression devoid of resentment, instead graced with a subtle smile. For someone whose life was on a countdown, with merely months left, being able to save the lives of thousands before her demise was a remarkably worthwhile endeavor. Once this news spread, not only would her reputation endure through the ages, but it would also enhance the royal family's standing among the populace, bringing considerable benefits to her father as well. Truly, a triple benefit. With that in mind, what was there for her to be dissatisfied about? Speak. What scheme did you concoct to bring me here? With this thought, Chu sighting lost interest in further idle chatter. She simply wished to conclude this matter swiftly. What do I want? I want your life. Upon hearing this, He Pingfan found no inclination to ponder trivial matters. His gaze fixated on Chu's sighting, an astonishing murderous intent radiating from him. Initially, your royal family's strongmen targeted my parents for you. Seizing. After venting his rage, He Pingfan's voice grew hoarse, tears of blood streaming down his face as he raised his eyes towards the direction of his parents' grave. Madness consuming him as he retrieved the key to control this top-tier formation. He gazed at the key in his hand, which would trigger an explosion capable of rivaling the might of a transcendent strike if he crushed it. In a fit of madness, he bellowed, "Ha ha! With a princess of the dynasty accompanying me, my journey in this world is not in vain. Let us ascend this high platform, and in the presence of the subjects of the great Chu dynasty, embark on our path together." However, just as he was about to shatter the key, He Pingfan suddenly sensed something amiss. Why is it only the cacophony of those powerful beings outside? Why is there no commotion from her? Reflecting on this, he halted his gesture. Turning around, he was met with the serene gaze of Chu sighting, her expression utterly composed. Why do you show no reaction at all? Are you not afraid of death? Logically, regardless of one's status or cultivation level, anyone would respond to the threat of death. Yet, here was Chu sighting, calmly observing him as he prepared to destroy the key. This left his mind in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 28. No, I cannot die. Do you comprehend why I entered this place without a moment's hesitation? It is because, the instant you called for me by name, I resolved not to return alive. Why? You, as the county lord, possess everything one could desire. Why seek death? Observing Chu sighting's seemingly morose demeanor, He Pingfan was momentarily taken aback, his curiosity piqued, delaying his intent to shatter the key. One must acknowledge that as the most cherished daughter of the Fire Xian King, Chu sighting has always had access to abundant resources for cultivation and martial skills. Given such advantageous circumstances, why would she entertain thoughts of demise? The extreme Yin spirit body can only endure until the age of 30. I am already 29, with merely half a year remaining. Surprised, are you? When I first received this news, despair enveloped me. Yet, there is no remedy for my condition within the grand foundation of the great Chu dynasty. I have lived over 20 blissful years, relishing countless privileges of the royal estate, yet I have contributed nothing in return. Now, facing inevitable demise, I yearn to salvage my reputation, to earn the title of a hero, and to render some service to the royal estate and the great Chu dynasty. Thus, when I heard you specifically requested to see me, I felt that my opportunity had arrived. Oh, why ramble on? Let us hasten to shatter this key. Perishing within the self-destruction of a top-tier formation would not tarnish my identity as a county lord. Chu Siding's eager disposition to break the key left He Pingfan momentarily dazed. No, this cannot be right. The script is ask you. Wait, I summoned you here to seek mutual destruction and revenge, not to allow you to play the hero. He Pingfan, clutching the key in his right hand, pointed first at himself and then at Chu Siding, his expression earnest as he proclaimed, "Why concern ourselves with these trivialities? The outcome remains unchanged. It bears no difference to you, does it? You seek vengeance, while I desire a commendable reputation. We each pursue our own ends, and neither of us gains an advantage over the other." Upon hearing this, Chu Siding let out a resigned sigh, attempting to clarify. However, before she could finish, He Pingfan, visibly agitated, interrupted her with an indignant glare, his voice rising in frustration. "How can there be no difference? I shall never grant you the honor of being a hero. You must relinquish that notion." Observing He Pingfan's fervor, Chu Siding could not help but feel exasperated. Given the gravity of the situation, to dwell on such minor details seemed petty. Enough, enough. Let us break it swiftly and conclude this matter. Considering this, she lost interest in continuing the conversation with him. Stepping forward, she intended to snatch the key from He Pingfan's grasp. No, wait. Even if you disregard your own interests, you must think of the flora and fauna in this vicinity, as well as the formidable warriors of Dian City clamoring outside the formation. This is a fourth-tier, top-level formation. Enough with the nonsense. Are you going to crush it or not? I won't. Why should I? As Chu Siding approached menacingly, He Pingfan stumbled backward a few steps, hurriedly concealing the key within his clothing, feeling both aggrieved and hesitant as he continued to shout, "I merely seek revenge. Why should I perish along with you? While you gain a commendable reputation, leaving a legacy for eternity, while I am left with infamy. I refuse to accept this." Initially, He Pingfan had genuinely contemplated a mutual demise with Chu Siding as a means to an end. However, he suddenly reconsidered. After all, Chu Siding had but half a year to live, while he had already lived 28 years, with a wealth of time still to squander. To exchange the remainder of his life for her mere half-year existence, while enduring the scorn of history, was a proposition he could not accept. I am still young. My parents wished for me to carry on the family name before they passed. I must be a dutiful child and fulfill their legacy. I cannot die. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, He Pingfan cast a glance around before ultimately fixing his gaze upon Chu Siding. The surroundings were heavily encircled. To extricate himself, he would need to rely on her. Apologies. Glimpsing the alluring contours of Chu Siding's figure, a flicker of desire ignited in He Pingfan's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he harnessed the power of the explosive lava formation, transforming it into a colossal hand that reached out to ensnare her. Audacious. Insolent. This sudden turn of events left the many formidable warriors outside aghast, prompting a chorus of exclamations. Concurrently, waves of potent blood energy morphed into various grotesque weapons, launching toward the formation where He Pingfan stood. Only the city lord of Dian and a few others, including Wang Bo and Aunt Lon, who were aware of the hidden trump cards within Chu Siding, remained relatively unfazed. However, their gazes toward He Pingfan were laced with coldness. In their hearts, a death sentence had already been pronounced upon him. Boom. With the reverberating sounds of cataclysmic explosions echoing around the formation, an endless cloud of dust shrouded the view of the onlookers. Yet, before they could ponder further, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura suddenly ascended from within. An intense heat wave carrying an oppressive pressure that instantaneously rendered the smoke and dust to nothingness. As the crowd looked on, they beheld a middle-aged man garbed in a yellow python robe, crowned with a regal diadem, standing resolutely in the void. Not far below, a faint crimson aura enveloped Chu Siding. "Father, the Fire Xian King, we pay our respects to Lord Fire Xian. We have failed to protect the county princess, and we ask for your forgiveness." Upon seeing the visage of the middle-aged man, the Lord of Dian City, after a brief moment of shock, hastily led the others in kneeling. At that moment, their hearts were filled with trepidation. It is well known that Chu Siding is the most cherished daughter of the Fire Xian King. Their negligence in placing her in peril could be deemed a grave dereliction of duty. Should the Fire Xian King take offense, the repercussions would be dire. Just the thought of it made their bodies tremble involuntarily. Do not be so formal. Sensing the unease of the Lord of Dian City and his companions, The Fire Xian King waved his hand, indicating that he bore them no ill will. His gaze then fell upon the barely conscious He Ping Fan lying on the ground. How dares such a mere insect in the cleansing veins realm lay a hand upon my daughter? You shall perish. As his words fell, an overwhelming aura of menace emanated from the Fire Xian King, and in the terrified eyes of He Ping Fan, a fiery red palm imprint loomed ever larger. Before he could react, the imprint collided with his body. Boom! The might of the Fire Xian King was formidable. At the moment the palm imprint made contact with He Ping Fan's flesh, an appalling surge of power shattered him into fragments, which were subsequently consumed by the flames that followed. Chapter 29. The Kin's Marriage. Lin Chen's power revealed. Gulp. Is this the might of a transcendent being? Even a mere imprint can effortlessly disregard a top-tier fourth-grade formation. Truly, they are the pinnacle of our great Chu dynasty. Sigh. If only I could cultivate to such heights in my lifetime, it would render my existence worthwhile. And you? As the Fire Xian King vanquished He Ping Fan, the fleeting imprint dissipated into the ether, prompting numerous strong beings from the outside world to engage in fervent discussion. It is noteworthy that within the Great Flame City, not only are the elusive transcendent beings rarely seen, but even the transformation realm warriors are absent. Thus, witnessing the actions of a transcendent being, even if it is but a remnant of their essence, stirs immense excitement within us. It is akin to an ordinary person encountering their idol. Once only spoken of in tales, such fervor is beyond the comprehension of many. After all, the Great Chu dynasty boasts a population exceeding 300 billion. Yet, the visible transcendent beings number only over 200, a fraction of the vast populace. This scarcity underscores the rarity of transcendent beings. In this context, it is evident that each transcendent being commands great reverence and admiration, standing as a towering figure at the apex of society. It is only natural that their actions would incite a stir among the myriad powerful entities within Great Flame City. The events transpiring in the Demon Beast Mountain range quickly spread as the strong beings of Great Flame City returned. In no time, Chu Siding's resolute decision to protect tens of thousands of citizens of the Great Chu dynasty, disregarding her own life, earned her immense respect among the populace, even benefiting the Fire Xian King's estate in numerous ways. However, all of this had no bearing on the Lin family. After concluding a transaction with the city lord of Great Flame City and reaping some rewards, the Lin family returned to their previous tranquility. Yet, the frequent celebrations they hosted became a source of endless gossip among the citizens of Great Flame City. Have the people of the Lin family gone mad? Why does every adult suddenly seek to marry? You must be new to Great Flame City. How do you know? Ask any resident about the Lin family's marriages, and they will enlighten you. If only I had such an opportunity, I would be even more fervent. Indeed, there are rewards for having children. It is truly enviable. Countless citizens gazed with envy at the bride being carried into the Lin family on a grand palanquin. The Lin family is recognized as the foremost among the three great families of Great Flame City, with profound heritage. For the women marrying into the Lin family, it was akin to soaring to new heights, as their status and position ascended several tiers. Of course, while the Lin family members were eager to marry and have children. However, they did not simply marry anyone. They were either individuals they had previously courted or those they had recently met, hastening their progression to this stage. Moreover, the women involved possessed at least modest cultivation qualifications, with several young prodigies from the Lin family marrying women of even superior capabilities. This reality brought a satisfied smile to Lin Chen's face, who occasionally observed the affairs of the Lin family from the rear mountain. Under such circumstances, it would take no more than 2 generations for the quality of the Lin family's descendants to undergo a transformative change. Frankly speaking, if every genius of the family required him to expend points of fortune for their cultivation, then with the current foundation of the Lin family, he could only cultivate 2 prodigies simultaneously. Any more than that would be utterly insufficient, based solely on the increase in family members, the enhancement of strength, and the expansion of their domain, unless he curtailed the cultivation resources for other family members. However, in doing so, would the Lin family still remain as it is in several decades? Therefore, to ensure the cultivation resources for future generations and to guarantee the sustainable and healthy development of the family, Lin Chen planned to invest considerable time in optimizing the qualifications of the Lin family's descendants, fostering their growth steadily. ultimately nurturing unparalleled prodigies and a legacy unique to their lineage. Thus, time swiftly passed, and more than 2 months elapsed. The trend of matchmaking within the Lin family finally slowed considerably, yet the influx of physicians entering and exiting the Lin household increased significantly. The reason was simple. Many of the women who had recently joined the Lin family exhibited signs of morning sickness within a month. This left many disciples of the Lin family astonished. Have you noticed that your cultivation speed has noticeably accelerated during this time? One inquired. Indeed. When I share a chamber with my wife, it feels as though I am invigorated, as if fatigue is non-existent. I have experienced something similar. My cultivation speed appears to have increased by about 10%, remarkably stable, almost as if it has been permanently enhanced. As they conversed, the disciples of the Lin family grew increasingly astonished. It appeared that the cultivation speed of all Lin family members had surged by approximately 10%. Such a technique surpassed their wildest imaginations. I recall that those at the blood transformation stage do not possess such extraordinary power, do they? Those above the blood transformation stage? Perhaps a transcendence expert? It should not be a celestial realm master, so it must be a transcendence-level expert intervening. Yet, why would such an unknown transcendence expert assist our Lin family? Unless this transcendence expert has a significant connection to us. At this thought, the disciples of the Lin family exchanged glances, each discovering a glimmer of excitement and surprise in one another's eyes. In their family, who could selflessly extend a helping hand without expectation of return, and who could potentially break through to the transcendent stage? Apart from the ancestor, who else could it be? In other words, the venerable ancestor of the Lin family has now transcended the 9th tier of the blood exchange realm, emerging as a formidable being of the transcendence realm. This is splendid news indeed. A master of the transcendence realm is said to possess a lifespan of at least a millennium. With the ancestor's breakthrough, does this not signify that our Lin family can ascend to the ranks of the esteemed aristocracy of the Great Chu dynasty, becoming a lineage of 1,000 years? A 1,000-year lineage, with the transcendence realm ancestor at the helm, as long as we do not provoke the established noble powers. Our Lin family shall flourish for at least a millennium. Moreover, the scope of our family's influence will undoubtedly expand beyond the confines of the modest Diyin city, allowing us to engage in commerce across the entirety of Huaxian Prefecture, except for the 2 ancient 1,000-year families in Dejiang City and Deqian City. Indeed, we shall partake in the thriving businesses of the remaining grand cities. Ha ha ha, how remarkable my clan is. The saying, unity is strength, certainly holds true. Amidst the spirited discussions among the numerous Lin family offspring, they quickly attributed these remarkable developments to Lin Chen, deducing the news of the ancestor's ascension to the transcendence realm. In an instant, excitement enveloped the crowd as they boasted to their companions, expressing their exhilaration. The atmosphere was nothing short of jubilant. Chapter 30. 200 bottles of bone refining pills. After a considerable amount of time had passed, and once the fervor within the Lin family disciples had settled, several notably formidable young talents among them, after a moment of contemplation, rose in unison. They exchanged silent glances before gesturing for quiet among the gathered crowd. One of them, named Lin Feng, a prodigy of the Lin family boasting a cultivation level of the 6th tier of bone refinement, stepped forward and addressed the assembly. While our previous conjectures may indeed hold truth, it is prudent to exercise caution, especially since our esteemed ancestor has not openly revealed anything. It is in our best interest to forget this matter, and remember, we must not mention any information regarding our ancestor outside of this circle. Do you understand? In the eyes of Lin Feng and his companions, it was evident that if they, with their limited experience, could deduce such a notion, the older generation of their clan would surely harbor suspicions as well. Yet, they had not overheard any elder discuss this matter, suggesting that certain secrets were concealed within. Perhaps their ancestor had ulterior motives, or perhaps simply wished to avoid premature exposure. Regardless, it was best for them to keep this potential revelation under wraps. With Lin Feng's admonition, the assembly quickly grasped the underlying rationale and nodded in agreement. During this period, their accelerated training pace and the continuous supply of medicinal pills left them little time for leisure, as they devoted themselves tirelessly to cultivation within the family. Lin Feng was well aware of this and chose not to elaborate further. Suddenly, as the crowd fell into a contemplative silence, 3 resonant and melodious chimes echoed in their ears. The time had come to collect this month's cultivation resources. I wonder how many bone-refining pills we shall receive this month. I have heard that Lin Ling has already attained the rank of a second-tier alchemist, so it should be considerable. Why fret over such details? The family dispenses contribution points each month based on our progress, allowing us to exchange them for cultivation resources. Typically, a clan member receives around 100 contribution points monthly. To acquire more, one must complete family tasks or achieve a breakthrough in cultivation. Oh, let us not dwell on that. In just a few months, I shall turn 18. If I have not advanced to bone refinement by then, I will no longer be able to receive family contribution points for my cultivation. Upon hearing these words, a hint of melancholy surfaced on the faces of several clan members nearing their 18th birthdays without having made progress in their cultivation. Within the Lin family, there is no distinction between direct and collateral lines. As long as one possesses the Lin bloodline and is recorded in the family genealogy, they are entitled to their share of contribution points before turning 18. The amount of these points is allocated based on one's innate talent. Those of lower talent may receive 100 contribution points each month. Intermediate qualifications allow one to receive 300 family contribution points monthly. As for those with advanced qualifications and above, they are uniformly granted 1,000 family contribution points. However, according to the current regulations of the Lin family, members possessing advanced qualifications or higher may request training resources from the family when resources are insufficient, with no upper limit. Of course, this is contingent upon a genuine need for training resources. Should it be discovered that the resources obtained through such requests are sold or gifted in various forms to others, one would face disqualification from future requests, and the family would seek to reclaim the previously allocated resources. Ahem, silence. Just as the multitude of Lin family members engaged in fervent discussions, an elderly man clad in a gray robe emerged from a grand hall inscribed with the words Contribution Hall. He cleared his throat, and his voice resonated clearly across the bustling square. We shall now distribute this month's contribution points. Those whose names are called may come forth to collect. Lin Chen, last month, you completed 7 level 1 tasks, earning a total of 32 family contribution points. Combined with this month's allocation, you may claim 132 family contribution points. Lin Dai, last month, you completed 5 level 1 tasks, accumulating as the steward of the contribution hall continued to call names from the prepared list. The atmosphere became increasingly animated. Those who had accomplished numerous tasks were met with admiration and cheers, while those who merely fulfilled the minimum requirements received no overt scorn, yet were regarded with indifference. In their hearts, even if these individuals currently possessed comparable talents and cultivation levels, over time, they would inevitably fade into obscurity, unworthy of comparison. Soon, under the steward's declarations, many members of the Lin family collected their share for the month. They then surged eagerly into the treasure pavilion. Help me exchange for 3 bone refinement pills and 1 essence nourishing pill. I require 4 bone refinement pills and 1 foundation establishment pill. Once inside the pavilion, these family members paid no heed to the weapons, formations, or various wondrous treasures on display. They rushed into the area where the pills were stored, clamoring at the attendant within, fearful that they would miss out. Hey, calm down, everyone. I assure you, there will be plenty of bone refinement pills this time. You may not know, but Miss Lin Ling delivered a full 200 bottles yesterday. Seeing the anxious expressions of the eager crowd, the middle-aged attendant could not help but chuckle. A glimmer of deep admiration shone in his eyes at the mention of Lin Ling. After all, that was a staggering 200 bottles, 10 pills per bottle, totaling 2,000 pills. How few are the young members of the Lin family? Not even 100. Most of whom possess merely the cultivation of the skin refinement stage. 2,000 pieces, sufficient to support this youthful cohort in their training. Hiss, 200 bottles? Is Sister Lin Ling truly defying the heavens? Although the bone refining pill is merely a top-tier first-grade elixir, it is not difficult for Sister Lin Ling, a second-grade alchemist, to concoct. Yet, to produce such a quantity raises questions. Has she neglected her own cultivation in favor of crafting pills for us? It must be so, otherwise. It is unfathomable how she could have acquired 200 bottles in such a brief span. Enough chatter. Let us promptly exchange for this month's cultivation resources and dedicate ourselves to our training, lest we squander Sister Lin Ling's heartfelt intentions. Indeed. Upon realizing Lin Ling's sacrifice, a hint of shame flickered across the faces of many clan members. she has already begun to alleviate the family's burdens, while they continue to deplete its resources. Should they fail to exert themselves in their cultivation, how could they ever muster the courage to seek her assistance in alchemy in the future? Chapter 31. The movements of the Li family. As this thought arose in the minds of many clan members, they collectively became increasingly diligent after receiving their elixirs. Previously, they would gather with a few friends to explore the market or enjoy the outdoors after a period of cultivation. However, now, they scarcely allowed themselves time to eat or attend to personal needs, driven by an insatiable desire to devote every moment to their training. This fervent atmosphere of cultivation even inspired those disciples who had previously slacked off to become industrious. Moreover, the older generation of the Lin family, witnessing the relentless efforts of the younger members, discreetly increased their own training time. In no time, the entire Lin family found itself ensnared in a cycle of intense competition. Naturally, Lin Chen observed this development with keen interest. He was somewhat astonished by the imaginative capabilities of these youngsters. Nonetheless, it was a positive turn of events. Ling Ling was able to produce 200 bottles of bone refinement elixir in a short span, not due to sacrificing her own training time for the sake of these young ones, but rather owing to her skills as an alchemist. Under the tutelage of the 7th-grade alchemist, Xiao Jia, and with her innate talent as a treasure body, Ling Ling not only solidified her status as a 2nd-grade alchemist, but also advanced to the intermediate level, drawing near to the realm of a high-grade 2nd-grade alchemist. Of course, Lin Chen understood that this was merely the foundation she had acquired from her innate treasure body, which propelled her cultivation to the 9th level of the bone refinement realm. With such a cultivation level and the guidance of a 7th-grade alchemist, her rate of improvement was remarkably swift. Otherwise, one might falsely assume that ascending the ranks of alchemy was a simple feat. After a period of rest, it was time for him to resume his seclusion. He pondered whether, through his recent accumulation of knowledge, he could integrate a portion of the innate Tao body essence to elevate his top-tier innate treasure body to the initial level of an innate divine body. The mere thought of this ignited a glimmer of anticipation in Lin Chen's eyes. It is essential to note that his physique was unlike that of others in the true martial world. In this realm, whether it be spirit bodies, treasure bodies, divine bodies, or even higher-tier physiques, they merely pertained to the talents of the physical form. While there was some enhancement to the soul talent, it paled in comparison to the former. However, the innate Tao body essence he sought to merge was extraordinary. For instance, when his physique reached the pinnacle of the innate treasure body level, not only did his physical talent ascend to that echelon, but his soul talent also matched that caliber. This meant that once Lin Chen integrated the innate Tao body, any elevation in his physique would result in a comprehensive enhancement. With the top-tier innate treasure body and various other foundations, he believed that when he reached the 6th level of the transcendence realm, he would be comparable to an average 3rd level of the divine power realm. He wondered if, upon elevating his physique to the level of an innate divine body, he might attain the combat prowess of a 4th level in the divine power realm. The stronger the foundation, the greater the power. Lin Chen understood that if he did not strive to enhance his foundational essence during the lower realms, then when he ascended to higher realms, not only would he struggle to fight beyond his level, he might even find himself unable to claim invincibility among his peers. After all, those who reach profound realms are invariably prodigies in their youth, each possessing the strength to transcend levels. Furthermore, the disparities between each level at that stage are exceedingly formidable. Engaging in battles beyond one's level would become an incredibly arduous task. He did not aspire to combat beyond his level when he reached that realm. Rather, he simply hoped to be on par with anyone else. With the innate Tao body at his disposal, Lin Chen had never doubted his potential. However, as a transmigrator, he was also acutely aware that even the first generation of innate Tao bodies from the human race faced insurmountable challenges when striving to break through to the legendary level of the great Luo Golden Immortal or even to the quasi-saint stage in his past life. The thought of ascending to even higher realms was daunting. Although Lin Chen was unsure if this world harbored beings comparable to the terrifying great Luo Golden Immortals of antiquity, it was evident that since ancient times, powerful entities had shattered the vast true martial world into fragments, indicating that it was not to be underestimated. For the sake of his future, he had to lay an exceptionally solid foundation. Meanwhile, within the Li family, the long silent Li Chen and other high-ranking members were beginning to feel restless. What was happening with the Lin family? Was their ancestor truly deceased? Why was there no sign of activity? Logically, the predictions of the Yun sect's experts could not be erroneous. Could it be that the Lin family was concealing their ancestors' demise so thoroughly that they had completely sealed off the news? This possibility was not entirely unfounded. It was rumored that the younger generation of the Lin family had recently been rarely seen outside, instead diligently engaging in cultivation. Did you not find this somewhat peculiar? Perhaps. No, this would not do. Until it was confirmed that the Lin family's ancestor had genuinely perished, we absolutely could not act rashly. If we fell into the Lin family's trap, Lin Chen, with his strength at the 9th level of the blood exchange realm, could severely damage our Li family's vitality or even lead to our downfall. Patriarch, should we not adopt a more cautious approach and directly send someone to the Yun sect to request assistance from the young patriarch? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall fell into a profound silence. The gazes of numerous high-ranking members of the Li family turned in unison toward Li Chen, who sat in the foremost position, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Ever since their actions against the Lin family in the market had backfired, revealing a portion of the latter's strength, they no longer dared to underestimate the Lin family as they once had. After all, the presence of 6 formidable blood exchange realm experts was sufficient to make any faction in Dian City wary. Alas, though I wished to avoid troubling Ganger, fearing that it might distract him and affect his cultivation, for the sake of our Li family's future, I shall make this exception this time. Very well. Let it be so. Having spoken, Li Chen paid no heed to the reactions of the Li family's higher-ups and boldly departed from the Grand Assembly Hall. Witnessing this, the numerous formidable members of the Li family present rose with excitement. They understood that with the young clan leader's intervention, and given his esteemed standing within the Yun sect, it would be a simple matter to dispatch several powerful allies to aid them in unifying the great Yin city. When that time comes, apart from the city lord's mansion representing the Dechu dynasty, the Li family would undoubtedly become the unrivaled authority in Yin City. Furthermore, possessing control over the entire cultivation resources of Yin City, they might even nurture a formidable transcendent expert, elevating themselves from a mere third-rate power to the new elite of the Dechu dynasty, a millennium-old family. The mere thought of this caused the eyes of the Li family members to gleam with renewed brightness. As high-ranking members of the Li family, their fates were intrinsically linked to the family's rise and fall. Should the Li family ascend to the status of a millennium-old lineage, they would not only gain access to greater cultivation resources and ascend to higher realms of power, but their influence and prestige would also soar to unparalleled heights. Chapter 32. The young patriarch. The distance from Dian City to Yenyuanzong is considerable. The messenger dispatched by the Li family possesses merely the cultivation of the bone-forging realm. To traverse the journey from Dian City to Yenyuanzong, even at full speed, would require approximately 10 days. If all goes well, a round trip would consume more than half a month. Nevertheless, having resolved to seek assistance from Liion Gang, the higher-ups of the Li family possess ample patience for the wait. However, unbeknownst to them, Liion Gang had already been taken into the forbidden area of the sect for secluded training by the esteemed Elder Tianyin a fortnight prior. The Liion Gang spiritual body, regarded as one of the premier spiritual bodies, guarantees that as long as Liion Gang remains alive, he will undoubtedly ascend to the realm of divine powers in the future. Should they successfully unearth his potential and develop this physique to its utmost, there lies a chance to glimpse the legendary true spirit realm. Thus, upon his arrival at Yenyuanzong, Liion Gang was accorded significant attention, frequently brought into the forbidden ground by the elder Tianyun for intensive cultivation, with the aim of fully harnessing the power of the Liion Gang spiritual body. What? The young patriarch is in secluded meditation within the sect's forbidden area? He will not emerge for 6 months? After enduring a grueling 10-day journey, the messenger from the Li family was left in utter disbelief upon hearing the response from the Yenyuanzong steward. It is essential to note that he had been eagerly anticipating the young patriarch's review of the patriarch's confidential letter, which would lead to the dispatch of several formidable warriors to accompany him back to the Li family to commence their grand ambitions. Instead, he was met with the news of the young patriarch's retreat and a 6-month wait to see him. In that instant, a sense of despair washed over the messenger, and a fleeting expression of melancholy crossed his face as he turned to leave Yenyuanzong, preparing to return to the Li family with his report. Ah, dear friend, please wait a moment. Just as the messenger was about to exit the grand reception hall, the steward who had conveyed the message suddenly spoke up. Are you a member of the Li family, the lineage of young patriarch Liion Gang? Youth patriarch? The messenger nodded in acknowledgement but inquired with a hint of confusion. Previously, he had only learned of Liion Gang becoming the disciple of the esteemed elder Tian Yun, but he had not heard the title of young patriarch before. Could it be? As this thought crossed his mind, a flicker of anticipation illuminated the messenger's countenance. If the situation were indeed as he envisioned, the Li family might truly ascend to great heights. Indeed, it is as you imagine. Just 3 days ago, after deliberation among the sect's higher echelons, it was determined that Liion Gang would be recognized as the young patriarch of Yuanyuanzong. However, due to his brief tenure within the sect and his current level of cultivation, this announcement has not yet been made public. It will only be officially declared once the young patriarch's cultivation reaches the blood exchange realm. Upon realizing that the messenger standing before him was genuinely from the Li family, Steward Wang could not help but display a warm smile. Given Li Tiangong's standing and talent within Yuanyuanzong, it is anticipated that within 3 years, he will break into the blood exchange realm, thus truly becoming the young patriarch of Yuanyuanzong. By that time, with numerous high-ranking sect members placing their hopes on him, he would inevitably become one of the most influential figures within the Yunyu sect. A mere steward, if he were to approach at that moment, would likely not even garner a glance. However, if he were to establish a connection with the Li family now, thereby fostering goodwill with Liion Gang, the situation would undoubtedly shift. The Li family brothers had come to our Yunyu sect seeking the young sect master. What could it possibly entail? Perhaps, my elder brother could be of assistance. As a steward of the Yunyu sect, Wang Huada had already reached the Transcendence realm, specifically the 4th level of this realm. He had also taken the time to familiarize himself with the Great Flame City where the Li family resided. The most formidable figures there were merely ants at the blood transformation realm. Should the Li family face a crisis and send a messenger for aid, he would personally intervene to safeguard them. With such a favor in hand, there might be an opportunity for his own advancement in the near future. Esteemed elder, if you are willing to assist, it would be most splendid. The situation is as follows. As a messenger from the Li family with a cultivation level of the 9th stage of the cleansing marrow realm, he held significant weight within the family. Given the particular nature of his mission, he was well aware of the purpose of this visit to the Yunyu sect. Consequently, he promptly and succinctly articulated the request from the Li family. It was not a matter of life and death, was it? Upon hearing the messenger's account, a flicker of disappointment crossed Wang Huada's eyes. As the adage goes, aiding in times of need is far more valuable than merely enhancing one's fortune. While assisting the Li family in unifying the Great Flame City would indeed be a considerable favor, it paled in comparison to aiding them through a life-threatening calamity. Nevertheless, he did not allow any overt signs of discontent to mar his expression. After contemplating the messenger's narrative, Wang Huada finally spoke. Are you certain that within Great Flame City, aside from the Lin family, there are no other practitioners at the 9th stage of the blood transformation realm? Of course, if it were not for the fear of that old ghost from the Lin family, with the strength of the Li family, unifying Great Flame City would be far from difficult, the Li family messenger replied confidently. Given this, there is no need for me to make the journey personally. Take this jade talisman as a token and proceed to the Wang family in the southern Tianxin County of the Yunyu sect. They will dispatch a 3rd-grade alchemist and 2 practitioners at the 9th stage of the blood transformation realm to accompany you to Great Flame City. Remember, refrain from resorting to force unless absolutely necessary, lest the capital be displeased. With that, Wang Huada produced a jade talisman from his robe, inscribed a message using a secret technique, and handed it to the Li family steward, cautioning him. Do not be deceived by the Yunyu sect's status as one of the top 10 sects of the Great Chu dynasty. It remains entrenched within the dynasty itself. In terms of both the quantity and quality of powerful figures, it is vastly inferior to the Great Chu dynasty. It is precisely for this reason that the Great Chu dynasty can establish city lord offices in various cities, continuously supplying resources and intelligence for its development. For millennia, a rich heritage has been passed down, and throughout this extensive period, the Great Chu dynasty has naturally established its own operational principles. Among these is a guideline concerning the unified development of family clans within a city. The practice of resorting to force without hesitation to obliterate other equally ranked powers. thereby monopolizing a city, is particularly detested by the Great Chu dynasty. When one remains feeble, it may suffice. However, once sufficient strength is amassed, allowing one to be regarded as a millennial family or sect, it is not uncommon for a formidable adversary to descend from the heavens and obliterate you. This is not mere hyperbole, it is a stark reality, for there have been instances of such occurrences in the past. Indeed, this approach is perceived as an exceedingly provocative and sensitive matter in the eyes of the Great Chu dynasty. Should your strength surpass that of other factions, annihilating them at the slightest disagreement could lead to your own usurpation should you surpass the Great Chu dynasty itself. This is an affront that no ruler can tolerate. Chapter 33. The House of the Tianxin County Prince grateful for the elder Wang's reminder. The messenger from the Li family was taken aback when the steward Wang disclosed these hidden secrets. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead as he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. To be candid, the Li family had been unaware of this crucial secret. Initially, they intended to unify Dian City through sheer force, although such an approach might not have immediate repercussions. As the Li family amassed power and a transcendent being emerged from their ranks, that day could very well herald their demise. However, with Steward Wang's warning, the Li family would naturally refrain from such actions. With the backing of a third-grade alchemist, the Li family could effortlessly dominate the markets operated by the Lin family and the various shops throughout the city, depriving the Lin family of substantial resources needed for the cultivation of their kin. Furthermore, they could sway the local herbal suppliers to their side, ceasing the supply of raw materials to the Lin family. It is fair to say that the influence wielded by a single third-grade alchemist presents an abundance of opportunities for manipulation. When the Lin family could no longer endure and took the initiative against the Li family, they would then possess the justification to eliminate the Lin family and unify Dian City. Such trivial matters were not worth dwelling upon. To safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances, Wang Huodao thoughtfully retrieved a jade talisman from his bosom and handed it to the Li family messenger. This talisman, recently crafted by him as a protective measure for his descendants, contained a fragment of his soul power. When shattered, it could unleash a strike equivalent to 50% of his true strength. He would also be able to sense its destruction, allowing him to provide timely assistance. While he did not believe that anyone in Dian City could pose a threat to his family's third-grade alchemist under the protection of two ninth-tier blood exchange realm experts, it was better to err on the side of caution. The elder of the Lin family, one of the three prominent families in Dian City, was no less than a ninth-tier expert in his own right. Having ascended to such heights from humble beginnings, he might possess formidable hidden cards. If they were to corner the Lin family, it was likely that the latter would resort to desperate measures, disregarding the Li family's identity or lineage. In a moment of peril, one could become exceedingly dangerous, and Wang felt it necessary to remain vigilant. After all, even the Wang family, with a lineage spanning several millennia, had only 4 third-grade alchemists at their disposal, each of whom was invaluable. He was unwilling to jeopardize his family's third-grade alchemist. After expressing his gratitude once more, the messenger from the Li family set off with an exhilarated heart towards Tianxin County. Located to the south of the Great Chu dynasty and to the east of Dian City, Tianxin County was not directly on the way, but did not involve significant detours. It was merely over 10,000 miles from the Yunyu sect. Thus, the Li family messenger arrived in this ancient county town in just a little over a day. Indeed, it is no surprise that the top 5 county cities of the Great Chu dynasty are bustling with formidable individuals. As the envoy of the Li family entered the city and observed the powerful figures at the blood transformation realm passing by, a flicker of astonishment appeared in his eyes. He had visited the city of Fire Xian in the Great Flame County before, yet the number of strong practitioners there paled in comparison to those in Tianxin County. Were it not for the presence of the Fire Xian royal mansion, the Great Flame County would likely find itself at the bottom tier among the county cities of the Great Chu dynasty. In Tianxin County, while the Wang family may not be the most formidable force, they certainly should not be underestimated, as they are considered one of the 4 first-rate powers. Consequently, the envoy of the Li family swiftly located the residence of the Wang family and met the current head of the Wang family. You have traveled a long distance. Dear brother, please take a moment to rest. I shall arrange the matters entrusted by our ancestors, he said warmly. Although Wang Huodao was not the most powerful elder of the Wang family, he ranked among the top 5. His position as a steward at Yunyu sect allowed him to access many secrets, and over the years, he had aided the Wang family in acquiring significant benefits. For instance, if what Wang Huada claimed were true, and the young master of the Li family behind him could indeed become the future vice master of Yinyu sect, then assisting the Li family in unifying the Great Flame City would be of paramount importance. Very well, head of the Wang family, please proceed. The envoy of the Li family replied instinctively, nodding in agreement. The Wang family did not keep him waiting long. Merely an hour later, the head of the Wang family entered, accompanied by an elderly man clad in the robes of a third-grade alchemist, and two formidable individuals radiating intense vitality. Upon witnessing this, the Li family envoy promptly rose to his feet. Come, allow me to introduce you. This young brother hails from the Li family, the disciple of the esteemed elder of Tianyun, and they. With the head of the Wang family's introduction, both parties quickly grasped the essential details about one another. The Wang family's strong practitioners were relatively courteous to the Li family envoy due to the influence of Liion Gang. As for the envoy, he was acutely aware that without the support of the young clan leader, he would have had no standing to converse with these individuals, let alone receive such courteous treatment. This understanding filled him with clarity. The dialogue between the two parties naturally unfolded in a harmonious atmosphere. Remember, your task during this journey is to assist the Li family and avoid any unnecessary conflicts. Once both sides became sufficiently acquainted, the Li family envoy, under the head of the Wang family's advisement, departed from Tianxin County. After a swift journey spanning nearly half a month, they finally returned to the Great Flame City. Oh, I am truly grateful for the unwavering support of my esteemed friends from the Wang family, Li Chen said, his face beaming with smiles upon hearing the report from his subordinates, as he courteously invited the Wang family strong practitioners to take their seats. Although his son had shown great promise, he had yet to mature into a true powerhouse. The strength of the Li family is evidently inferior to that of the individuals before them. Thus it is prudent to adopt a more humble demeanor. The head of the Li family is too courteous. Let us instead deliberate on how to counter the Lin family and unify Dian City. Such sentiment was met with a broader smile from Li Fantian. With the assistance of Wang Tianxi, a third-tier alchemist from the Wang family, they swiftly devised a plan that garnered unanimous approval. Wang Tianxi would utilize the medicinal materials of the Li family to concoct various elixirs, which would then be sold through the markets and shops managed by the Li family, undercutting prices to seize market share while aggressively acquiring medicinal materials from the market, thereby constricting the Lin family's commercial viability. Should the Lin family succumb to provocation and retaliate, it would align perfectly with their intentions. However, should they exercise restraint, estimates suggest that the Lin family could endure no more than 6 months before exhausting decades of accumulated resources, unless they are willing to forsake their foundation in Dian City and seek refuge elsewhere. It is likely that even the most patient of the Lin family would ultimately be compelled to take action. Chapter 34. Will you do it? Regardless of the circumstances, the Li family has already secured an invincible position. Unless unforeseen events occur, the unification of the Great Yin City is merely a matter of time. Thus, after finalizing their strategy against the Lin family, the Li family hosted an internal welcome banquet in the evening to extend their hospitality to Wang Tianxi and others. The following day, Wang Tianxi and numerous high-ranking members of the Li family gathered once more in a grand hall. Friend Wang, these spiritual herbs are the culmination of our Li family's efforts over the past several centuries. Feel free to take whatever you need. If what you seek is not here, merely give a command, and our Li family will spare no effort to procure it for you. In order to swiftly overwhelm the Lin family, Li Fantian was resolute, even going so far as to present the entirety of his family's amassed wealth over generations. Thousands of boxes filled with spiritual herbs were laid before Wang Tianxi and his companions. Even with their extensive knowledge, witnessing such an impactful scene left them enthralled. Indeed, were it not for the herbs themselves, their mere aura would have hinted at their low-grade nature, perhaps inciting a sense of greed. That should suffice. These herbs should last us for a considerable time. After inspecting the contents of the boxes, a smile gradually appeared on Wang Tianxi's face. According to the alchemist's convention, 3 types of materials would yield 1 pill, while the quantity of pills produced was beyond his concern. With his prowess as a third-tier alchemist, his success rate in producing first-tier pills approached perfection, and even for second-tier pills, he boasted over 70% efficacy. It was certain that after refining these herbs, he would come into a modest fortune. Could you kindly inform me where your alchemy chamber is located? With a wave of his hand, Wang Tianxi gathered the boxes containing the herbs and promptly inquired of Li Fantian, who was watching with a heavy heart as his family's centuries of accumulation was being taken away. However, upon hearing this question, excitement surged within him, and he quickly replied, "The alchemy chamber? This way, please follow me." With visions of abundant pills in his mind just 7 days hence, Li Fantian cast aside his earlier sorrow and rose to lead the way. Observing this, the two ninth-tier blood exchange realm experts from the Wang family and several high-ranking members of the Li family also stood up to follow. Soon, the group arrived at a grand alchemy hall. Under the watchful gaze of Li Fantian, Wang Tianxi, along with the two ninth-tier blood exchange realm experts, entered the hall together. With a heavy thud, the door closed, sealing the alchemy hall within. In 7 days, our Li family shall obtain the first batch of pills, and at that time, O Lin family. Sensing the gradually rising temperature around him, Li Fantian cast a fervent glance at the grand alchemical hall. Before his gaze drifted towards the direction of the Lin family, a flicker of coldness glinting in his eyes. He had dispatched formidable members of his clan to fervently acquire spiritual herbs throughout the vast city of Dian, regardless of variety or age. As long as the quality exceeded first grade and the price remained reasonably close to market value, they were willing to procure them all. For this endeavor, Li Fantian had drawn upon the extensive resources accumulated by his family over centuries. Otherwise, with the current liquidity of the Li family, achieving such an ambitious feat would have been impossible. After all, Dian City boasted a population of several million. Although third-grade and above spiritual herbs were rare, first- and second-grade herbs were plentiful. In particular, first-grade herbs were cultivated and sold by several factions within the city, and through years of development, mass production of first-grade spiritual herbs had become a reality. Meanwhile, as Wang Tianxi was tirelessly refining pills for the Li family, and Li Fantian envisioned a promising future, Lin Ling, having visited 3 apothecaries on the renowned spiritual herb street in Dian City, emerged from one of the shops with a glum expression, muttering to herself about the inexplicable situation. How odd. The Xiaolinghua is not an uncommon herb, merely second grade. Why have I found none for sale after visiting so many shops? Just days ago, when I came to this street to procure herbs that my family lacked, I saw a Xiaolinghua for sale. Since becoming a disciple of Xiao Jia, Lin Ling had no shortage of pill formulas, and the variety of pills she sought had expanded considerably. She often encountered herbs that were not available in her family's treasury, necessitating her ventures into the market. Her familiarity with this herb street made her increasingly suspicious of the unusual circumstances surrounding her fruitless search. Upon hearing Lin Ling's grievances, Xiao Jia, who had been contemplating words of comfort, suddenly sensed a potent wave of spiritual energy enveloping the surrounding area. This unexpected phenomenon startled Lin Ling, who looked at the jade talisman in her hand with concern. "Ling, it's nothing to worry about. I merely overheard a few conversations that piqued my curiosity. Now, I understand why the shops on the herb street are nearly devoid of spiritual herbs for sale." Feeling reassured by Lin Ling's concern, Xiao Jia's heart warmed, and she quickly clarified, "As a former 7th-grade alchemist, although I am no longer at my peak, my spiritual sensitivity remains considerably superior to that of ordinary transcendence realm practitioners. I can discern conversations from over 10 miles away." Indeed, upon witnessing Lin Ling pass by several shops without locating a single Xiaolinghua, I sensed that something was amiss, and thus I extended my spiritual perception. Not long ago, I happened to overhear a conversation between 2 powerful members of the Li family who had come to acquire spiritual herbs. A third-tier alchemist? To utilize pills to undermine the Lin family's enterprises. How audacious the Li family is. Upon hearing Xiao Jia's account, Lin Ling's heart was instantly filled with rage. Having grown up in the Lin family, her feelings for her clan run exceedingly deep. She would never permit anyone to jeopardize the Lin family. Calm down, calm down. Why are you so worried? With that person from your family at the helm, a mere third-tier alchemist is insignificant. They would be blown away with a mere breath. Observing Lin Ling's expression, Xiao Jia couldn't help but roll her eyes. With that formidable individual safeguarding the Lin family, not even a 4th-tier alchemist could stand tall. They would have to kneel and pen a letter of repentance. However, considering the circumstances of the Lin family, to prevent Lin Ling from frequently running about to purchase spiritual herbs and wasting time, Xiao Jia's mind began to whirl. With a hint of temptation in her tone, she said, "Little Ling Ling, I have thought of an intriguing idea. If it succeeds, it could not only make you wealthy overnight, but also allow you to vent your frustrations. Are you in?" Chapter 35. Why are you blushing? What? The prospect of sudden wealth did not particularly intrigue Lin Ling, yet the notion of venting her frustrations ignited her interest. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Did the Li family not intend to monopolize all the spiritual herbs within the city, creating a vacuum to manipulate the market and suppress the Lin family? Then let us assume the role of the oriole, striking down the Li family's enforcers who are procuring these herbs, and seize our initial dividends. Upon noticing Lin Ling's enthusiasm, Xiao Jia eagerly unveiled her devised plan. The more she spoke, the more animated her expression became, which caused Lin Ling to break into a cold sweat. Initially, she had perceived Xiao Jia as a proud and aloof fairy, only to discover this more audacious side of her character. However, compared to the previously distant Xiao Jia, Lin Ling found this new demeanor far more relatable and engaging. If the Li family dares to conspire against the Lin family, they must not blame me for taking preemptive action without regard for ethics. With Xiao Jia, a formidable presence akin to a transcendent being, by her side, Lin Ling felt no apprehension for her safety. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, she acquiesced. In her eyes, anyone bold enough to challenge the Lin family could hardly be deemed virtuous. Even their demise would weigh lightly on her conscience. Excellent. This is the student I, Xiao Jia, have nurtured. I abide by the principle. If one does not harm me, I shall not harm them, but should one offend me, they shall surely face my wrath. This has always been my guiding tenet, and I hope you will adopt it as well. In this savage world, compassion is a grave misstep. Seeing Lin Ling decisively accept her plan, a hint of admiration flickered in Xiao Jia's eyes. Initially, she had assumed Lin Ling was merely a 15-year-old girl who might feel some reluctance or compassion in such matters. To her surprise, the reality defied her expectations, instilling in her a sense of anticipation for Lin Ling's future. With talent and resources at her disposal, coupled with a temperament suited for greatness, one could only wonder what remarkable journey awaited her. Xiao Jia eagerly anticipated the unfolding of events. Great Elder, we have thoroughly stripped the spiritual herb shops in the southern part of the city. The same applies to the western herb street. Although one shopkeeper attempted to raise prices during the sale of the remaining herbs, which I declined, there are approximately 100 or so herbs left there. We shall settle accounts with that shop later. For now, let us prioritize transporting these herbs back safely, for even a mere 100 cannot alter the grand scheme. Upon hearing his subordinate's reports, the great elder of the Li family narrowed his gaze slightly, yet refrained from elaborating further. The immediate priority was to ensure the safe return of the herbs stored within the spatial bags and those previously acquired in boxes to the Li family. Dian City was neither too large nor too small. Tens of millions thrive within, giving rise to thousands of trading markets, and this time, their destination for purchasing spiritual herbs lies within two of the most renowned spiritual herb streets in the grand city of Dian. Due to the proximity of these two streets, separated by merely a few hundred miles, Lin Chen dispatched the Grand Elder to oversee the operations, instructing the clansmen in the Washmarrow realm to procure spiritual herbs with their storage bags from both streets. After several trips, they finally filled the boxes designated for the herbs. This approach not only saved time and effort, but also ensured relative safety. After all, the Grand Elder of the Li family possessed cultivation at the second layer of the blood exchange realm, and should any mishap befall the clansmen in the Washmarrow realm, a single signal would summon him, allowing him to arrive in no more than 3 minutes. Let us return to the clan, he declared. Once the boxes laden with herbs filled a total of 15 horse-drawn carriages, the Grand Elder surveyed the gathered crowd. Confirming no one was overlooked before he waved his hand and leapt onto the lead carriage, racing towards the Li family's residence. The carriages employed for their journey were a rare breed of steed within the Great Chu dynasty, known as the Shadow Blood Horse. When it gallops, it appears to the naked eye as mere afterimages, capable of traversing vast distances, and most notably, its sweat is a striking crimson. Thus, the name Shadow Blood Horse was bestowed. Departing from this location, they could reach the Li family in no more than 2 hours. I urge everyone to remain vigilant during this time, as there have been past instances of bandit attacks. Do not be deceived into thinking safety is guaranteed within Dian City. particularly on these sparsely populated roads where robberies and violent encounters frequently occur. After all, the scale of Dian City is immense, and the authority of the city lord is scarcely sufficient to maintain order. Generally, unless the disturbances are egregious or disrupt the surrounding populace, the city lord's office tends to overlook such conflicts. The Grand Elder chuckled. Our convoy boasts over a dozen strong individuals in the Washmarrow realm, alongside your esteemed self, a powerhouse of the blood exchange realm. Who among the foolish would dare to rob us? Indeed, with our extensive purchase of spiritual herbs. If those apothecaries dared to resort to treachery, they might as well abandon their business altogether, the others chimed in, dismissing the Grand Elder's caution. After all, this group comprised formidable warriors, the weakest of whom were in the Washmarrow realm, and apart from the city lord's office and two other prominent families, no other force in Dian City could pose a threat to them. Observing this, the Grand Elder merely smiled and stroked his grizzled beard, sharing the same sentiment internally. His earlier warning was merely a formality. Clop, clop, clop. As the rhythmic sound of hooves echoed, the Li family's procession gradually vanished from the streets. At that very moment, not far away in an inn, Lin Ling, who had been seated in meditation, suddenly opened her eyes wide. Master, they have departed. I understand. Let us proceed. Today I shall allow you to witness the methods of a transcendent being. Relax your mind and permit me to take control of this body. Xiao Jia emerged from the jade talisman, languidly stretching her limbs. The pale azure gown that clung to her form accentuated her exquisite curves, rendering her irresistibly alluring. Even Lin Ling, despite being a woman, found herself momentarily entranced. Very well, teacher, the floor is yours. Fortunately, Lin Ling reacted swiftly, ensuring that this spectacle went unnoticed by Xiao Jia. Otherwise, a faint blush crept across her cheeks at the mere thought. Linger, why are you standing there in a daze? Oh, why are you blushing? And no, I merely felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of robbing those formidable figures from the Li family. It's nothing more. Oh, quickly free your mind. I must first acclimate before pursuing them. As Lin Ling willingly opened her mind, Xiao Jia swiftly seized control of the body. A terrifying aura, akin to that of a third-tier transcendent being, flickered briefly around her. A third-tier transcendent being? Nonetheless, it will suffice. Linger, as I engage, be sure to comprehend this power. It will greatly benefit you in the future. Yes, teacher. Xiao Jia donned a black robe that enveloped her form, topped with a wide-brimmed hat that obscured her face, revealing only her piercing eyes. Approaching the copper mirror within the room, she glanced at her reflection and nodded in approval, clearly satisfied with her appearance. Chapter 36. Ambush on the spacious thoroughfare. A dozen carriages raced forward with great haste. The sun blazed fiercely in the sky, rendering even the clouds seemingly melted away, leaving no trace behind. The phantom blood steeds pulling the carriages dripped sweat resembling drops of blood, continuously whinnying as if expressing their inner turmoil. Even the Li family's guards, who had reached the cleansing marrow realm, felt the heat of their seats, causing their previously exhilarated spirits to become weighed down. Seated in the foremost carriage was the Li family's elder, who sat cross-legged, undisturbed by the whinnying of the phantom blood steeds or the jostling of the road. For a practitioner of the blood exchange realm, whose control over their body was finely tuned, such disturbances were trivial. The acquisition of spiritual herbs from the southern and western parts of the city had cost the Li family a tenth of their accumulated wealth over centuries. They had obtained 214 first-grade herbs, 322 second-grade herbs, and 2 third-grade herbs. He wondered how many pills could be produced from these herbs. Nevertheless, he believed the yield would be substantial. As these thoughts occupied his mind, a faint smile crept upon the elder's lips. With a third-grade alchemist like Wang Tianxi at the helm of the refining process, the success rate would undoubtedly surpass that of their own family-trained alchemists. According to the alchemist's standard ratio of 3 portions of materials to 1 portion of pills, they could expect to yield thousands, if not tens of thousands, of first-grade pills. Even for second-grade pills, though the yield might be slightly lower, he estimated it would exceed 1,000. As for third-grade pills, he dared not indulge in such hopes. Just as the elder was lost in contemplation, a cacophony of neighing suddenly pierced his ears. The phantom blood steeds abruptly reared up, coming to a screeching halt. Had it not been for the elder's formidable prowess in the blood exchange realm, stabilizing the carriage, it would have surely toppled, spilling the precious herbs. Dismounting from the carriage, the elder's gaze fell upon a tall figure cloaked in black, obstructing their path. "Who are you? Why do you impede the Li family's convoy?" he inquired, scanning the figure before him, unable to recall any adversary of their family matching this description. "The Li family, huh? I'm precisely here for you," the cloaked figure retorted, a hint of disdain lacing their tone. "You have only yourselves to blame for your overreaching ambition without the corresponding strength. Remember to maintain a lower profile in your next life." Initially bowing their head, the black-clad figure raised their gaze upon hearing the elder's question, revealing a flicker of indifference in their eyes. The look was reminiscent of one observing an insignificant insect beneath their heel, contemptuous, condescending, and aloof. She was none other than Xiao Jia, who had taken control of Lin Ling's body, lying in wait along the path that the Li family convoy was destined to traverse. "How dare you underestimate the Li family? Today, I shall make you aware of the saying, there are always greater powers beyond your own. As the saying goes, the eyes are the windows to the soul." Although this adage may not be entirely accurate, it holds considerable value, as exemplified by the elder of the Li family, who discerned that the young woman in the black robe was not of advanced age. Her eyes bore an extraordinary purity, a trait not typically possessed by one who has weathered the storms of life. Thus, the elder's demeanor shifted abruptly to one of firmness. With a fierce resolve, he unleashed his renowned technique, the Furious Wind Slash, drawing forth a blood-red blade from his storage pouch without hesitation. He aimed the glistening arc of his blade towards the cloaked figure before him. The radiant blade shimmered under the sun, exuding an otherworldly luminescence, cold and piercing. The ferocious edge of the blade swept towards Lin Ling with a howling ferocity. "Huh, such trifling skills dare to flaunt themselves before me?" Xiao Jia remarked with a hint of disdain in her eyes as she beheld the elder's approaching strike. With a mere flick of her finger, an infinite well of cosmic power converged at her fingertip, erupting into an unparalleled brilliance. In that moment, even the sun hanging in the sky seemed to pale beneath this radiant glow. Suddenly, a colossal finger, measuring dozens of feet in size, materialized before the elder, bearing an overwhelming force of nature as it bore down upon the blade's arc. Upon contact, the giant finger obliterated the blade's aura as effortlessly as a gentle snowfall melts away under the sun, dissipating into the ether without a trace. Transcendence into the extraordinary realm. The elder, gripped by an overpowering sense of disbelief, stared wide-eyed, rooted in place upon witnessing this terrifying spectacle. What is transcendence? It is the shedding of the mortal coil, the ascension to the extraordinary. Achieving this state not only extends one's lifespan to an astonishing millennium, but also bestows various supernatural abilities. Among these, one ability stands out. Envied and yearned for by countless beings beneath the extraordinary realm, the power of flight. In the true martial great world, the path of cultivation is one of refining the body, tempering the bones, purging impurities, shedding the mortal form, nurturing divine abilities, and pursuing the path of immortality. Transcendence marks the beginning of this journey, a threshold into the realm of the powerful. It can be said that once one enters the realm of transcendence, they transcend entirely to a different echelon. Yet, why has my Li family incurred the wrath of one such transcendental being? A deep-seated fear gripped the elder as he fixed his gaze upon the figure cloaked in black before the colossal finger descended upon him. At that moment, a ripple from the clash of their techniques stirred Lin Ling's veil, revealing her delicate visage. It was her. Upon recognizing Lin Ling's countenance, the elder's pupils constricted sharply, a wave of despair flooding his heart. It was not directed at oneself, but rather aimed at the Li family. It was over. Everything had come to an end. As the final thought traversed through his mind, the elder of the Li family closed his eyes forever. No, that was not entirely accurate. He had been reduced to a mere puddle of blood by Xiao Jia's swift strike. His eyes no longer existed. Kill. Without a flicker of emotion, Xiao Jia, who had just slain the elder of the Li family, turned her gaze towards the other Li family experts, who were paralyzed with fear. With a mere wave of her hand, several chains of energy surged forth from her grasp. The Li family experts had no time to react before their throats were slashed, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Lin Ling stammered in disbelief. Xiao Jia's ruthless decisiveness and the formidable power she had displayed, reminiscent of the transcendent realm, completely reshaped Lin Ling's worldview. were it not for the fact that she was not in control of her body at that moment. She feared she might have been unable to suppress her urge to vomit. Chapter 37. The sorrow of the minor powers. Gradually acclimatize yourself. One day, you will inevitably encounter such experiences. Sensing Lin Ling's emotional turmoil, Xiao Jia shook her head slightly and spoke with a hint of detachment. Such occurrences are exceedingly commonplace in the true martial great world. Almost every formidable individual must endure similar trials. If you cannot adapt, it signifies your elimination, rendering you unworthy of becoming a true powerhouse. The student understood. It was merely her first encounter with such a scene, and she felt discomfort in her heart. Remarkable. Lin Ling's response surprised Xiao Jia, but only to a degree. As the youngest elder of the Dan Dao sect, one of Lingzhou's premier factions, she had witnessed countless prodigies, including those whose talents rivaled Lin Ling's, even some who displayed ruthless indifference upon taking a life. Conversely, reactions akin to Lin Ling's were relatively common within the circle of geniuses. Her astonishment stemmed from Lin Ling's age and her background. It is essential to recognize that the scions of prestigious families often engage in combat with their kin from the moment they embark on their cultivation journey. It is not unusual for them to endure broken bones, and later, they might even be pitted against ferocious beasts, which inevitably leads to bloodshed. With such experiences, their mental fortitude naturally evolves. In contrast, Lin Ling hails from the Lin family, a modest faction with limited resources, where sparring among peers is merely a gentle exchange, let alone arranging battles against beasts. Previously, the clan rules stipulated that causing a certain degree of harm to a family member necessitated covering part of their medical expenses, with unrestricted combat only permitted during the annual family gathering, allowing for spirited yet non-lethal engagements. Xiao Jia could empathize with these regulations. The Lin family simply lacks the abundant resources necessary for cultivation. If sparring were unregulated, the costs of treating injuries would be exorbitant, potentially hindering disciples' progress due to lingering injuries. This is indeed the lament of smaller families. Many circumstances are beyond their control. Someone approaches. Linger, quickly stow away these spiritual herbs in your storage ring and depart from this place. Suddenly, Xiao Jia's expression shifted slightly, as if she sensed something, and urgently addressed Lin Ling beside her. After the battle, Xiao Jia returned control of her body to Lin Ling, instructing her to gather the scattered spiritual herbs and search the corpses for storage bags. Since they were to plunder, it was only fitting to take every last bit without waste. Although Lin Ling found the scene somewhat distasteful, she suppressed her nausea and proceeded to collect the resources. After all, having come this far, she could not forsake the spiritual herbs and treasures simply due to a fleeting sense of revulsion. Yes, teacher. Upon hearing Xiao Jia's words, Lin Ling's expression momentarily shifted. Dismissing her feelings of disgust, she swiftly began to rummage for treasures, placing them into the storage ring bestowed upon her by her mentor. It is uncertain whether it was the recent accumulation of experience or an adaptation to the scene, or perhaps a combination of both. But Lin Ling's movements had accelerated exponentially compared to before. In just a few fleeting breaths, she had thoroughly scavenged the scattered spiritual herbs and storage bags across the battlefield. With Xiao Jia's assistance, she vanished into the nearby mountains in mere moments. Not long after Lin Ling departed, the sound of slicing air echoed through the space as a group of armored guards, exuding an aura of potent bloodlust, traversed several thousand meters to arrive beside the site of the fallen Li family warriors. This display of power was palpable. The formidable energy waves and a faint presence of celestial power made the expressions of these elite warriors turn grave. A transcendent being. Who would have imagined such strength emerging from the mere city of Dian? Fortunately, the princess had already intended to leave. Otherwise, complications would have ensued. Casting a glance at the corpses on the ground, the guards exchanged meaningful looks, dismissing the scene as they turned back. A quarter of an hour later, the same guards, dispatched to investigate the situation ahead, arrived at a carriage resembling a small palace. Your Highness, there has been a case of ambush ahead. It is predicted that the assailant is a transcendent being, and the deceased appears to be a warrior from the Li family, one of the three prominent clans. These guards were shadow operatives trained by the Huaxian Wangfu, granted access to confidential intelligence. They believed the Li family's maneuvers were flawlessly concealed. Yet within the intelligence network of Huaxian Wangfu, such trivial tactics were hardly noteworthy. Typically, The intelligence organization would not concern itself with the affairs of an insignificant family in a large city. However, due to the presence of Chu sighting in Dian City during this period, a team was specifically assigned to monitor all occurrences within the Li family. How amusing it was that a mere Li family, having given birth to a spiritual body, was so impatient to dominate Dian City before it had even matured. They truly lacked foresight. In stark contrast, the Lin family's ancestor, having broken through to the transcendent realm, exhibited far greater discretion. As the princess of Huaxian Wangfu, Chu sighting wielded greater power and possessed a deeper understanding of the dynamics within Dian City. Ever since the Li family engaged a third-tier alchemist from the Wang family and two ninth-level blood exchange realm experts, they had become overly arrogant. They not only suggested that the younger generation of their clan provoke Lin family descendants throughout the streets of Dian City, but also secretly dispatched numerous strong individuals in an attempt to plunder the entire city's spiritual herb resources, coercing the Lin family into action. Alas, the Li family had overestimated their capabilities and underestimated the Lin family. As it turned out, they were promptly reaped at the onset of their plans. Never mind the open and covert conflicts between these two families, it was of no concern to us. Uncle Wang, let us continue on our journey. Shaking her head to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind, Chu sighting turned to Wang Bo, who was stationed outside, driving the carriage. With her own lifespan nearing its end, she lacked the inclination to concern herself with trifling matters. Alas, she pondered when her father would return to the Wang residence. Ever since a year ago, due to her fragile constitution, the coldness within her had intensified. It was only through the arduous efforts of the Fire Xuanzong King that she managed to endure less suffering. Since then, he had vanished from the Wang estate. As for his whereabouts, apart from a select few, no one within the estate was privy to his knowledge. Regardless of how much Chu sighting pouted or threw tantrums, she could not glean any information about her father's location, receiving only the same reassuring smile and words. The Fire Xuanzong King would be fine, and she would know upon his return. This repetitive response left Chu sighting in a state of bewilderment. Where had her father truly gone? Each time she contemplated this matter, an unsettling feeling nagged at her, suggesting that her father's departure from the Fire Xuanzong residence was somehow connected to her own circumstances. Chapter 38. Organizing gains what? The Grand Elder and the others have encountered misfortune? The spiritual herbs, where are they? A furious roar echoed within a grand hall of the Li family, almost shaking the very roof. A guard, who was reporting to Li Chen, knelt trembling on the ground, fear etched on his face as he stammered, The spiritual herbs have also been seized by that fiend. Upon hearing this, Li Chen's expression momentarily froze, his legs feeling somewhat unsteady. It is vital to understand that the Grand Elder is the third strongest in the Li family, second only to himself and the ancestor. His demise is undoubtedly a catastrophic blow to the Li family, who aspires to unify Dian City. Most critically, the substantial resources expended to acquire the spiritual herbs from the western and southern parts of the city have also been taken by the assailant. This is a severe setback for Li Chen, who intends to leverage the medicinal pills to strike against the Lin family and gain control of the situation. Before the plan even commenced, they had suffered a significant blow, casting a shadow over Li Chen's heart. Do you know who did this? Uncertain, but I discovered remnants of the power of heaven and earth at the scene. And both the Grand Elder and the guards of the cleansing marrow realm were killed with a single blow. As the guard spoke, a flicker of fear appeared in his eyes. It is important to note that the Grand Elder was a formidable being at the second level of the blood exchange realm, and the guards were all above the cleansing marrow realm. Only a legendary figure at the transcendence realm could eliminate them with a single strike and wield the power of heaven and earth. The power of heaven and earth? A single strike? Upon hearing the guard's words, Li Chen's countenance changed. All these signs unmistakably indicated that the assailant's cultivation had reached the realm of transcendence. However, despite the Li family's development over the years and the numerous grudges they had amassed, there had been no word of enmity with any transcendence realm experts. Moreover, with such strength, why would they need to be covert and create such complications when they could simply confront the Li family directly? An enemy of the Li family with the potential to break through to the transcendence realm. Could it be Lin Chen, the ancestor of the Lin family? Yes, it must be him. Apart from him, there is no other enemy of the Li family likely to achieve the transcendence realm. However, According to the reports from Yunyu's sect, he was said to have failed in his breakthrough. How? This situation seems rather perplexing. Lin Chen rummaged through decades' worth of memories in his mind, finding no other potential candidates for the Transcendence realm besides Lin Chen. Yet, this very realization deepened his confusion. What on earth is going on here? Damn it! Frustrated by his inability to comprehend the situation, Lin Chen slammed his palm onto the wooden table crafted from millennium-old ironwood, shattering it into splinters. After a long while, calming the turmoil within, he finally turned his gaze toward the guard beside him. Convey the order to keep the news of the Grand Elder's demise under wraps, while instructing the clan members to hasten their pace towards the various apothecaries in the Great Flame City, acquiring as many first and second-grade spiritual herbs as possible for our clan leader. Within the Li family, only a select few of the upper echelons are privy to the Grand Elder's fall. Should this information leak, not only would it instill fear among our kin, but it would also attract the attention of the numerous factions within Great Flame City. At that juncture, procuring such a quantity of spiritual herbs beneath the gazes of so many forces would prove exceedingly arduous. Yet, I still harbor hope. Our Li family is fortified by the presence of a third-grade alchemist dispatched by the Wang family, alongside two formidable ninth-level blood exchange realm warriors. Even if Lin Chen were to ascend to the Transcendence realm, there is no need for excessive trepidation. At worst, with this thought, a glint of severity flashed in Li Fontain's eyes. The messenger I dispatched to Yunyu's sect to relay this information is undoubtedly one of our own. After he returned with Wang Tianxi and the others, he meticulously reported all that transpired along the way. This included the jade talisman bestowed by Wang Huada, which contained the power of a strike infused with 50% of the third-grade alchemist's strength. One must acknowledge that to attain a modicum of authority as a steward in Yunyu's sect, one must possess a cultivation level of at least the 4th level of the Transcendence realm. Even a mere 50% of such an individual's might would be beyond the capabilities of the recently ascended ancestor of the Lin family to withstand. As long as the plans are executed adeptly, what of the Transcendence realm experts? They too shall meet their end at the hands of the Li family. With this resolution, Li Fantian regained his confidence, and a deep-seated resentment and murderous intent flickered in his gaze towards the Lin family's direction. Lin family, we shall see what unfolds. Meanwhile, in another realm, Lin Ling, having circled through the mountains, returned to her abode. She had struck it rich. Never did she anticipate that the Li family would acquire such an abundance of spiritual herbs, filling several storage bags with spirit stones. Indeed, fortune favors the bold, and this sensation of sudden wealth is simply exquisite, displaying the treasures scavenged from the Li family's formidable members upon the ground. Lin Ling could not suppress her ecstatic expression as she beheld the staggering assortment of items before her. Thousands of first-grade spiritual herbs, hundreds of second-grade herbs, and 2 third-grade herbs. Such a quantity would suffice for her advancement to the pinnacle of second-grade alchemy. Beyond the herbs, what delighted Lin Ling the most were the numerous storage bags brimming with spirit stones. It is worth noting that in the true martial world, due to the dense spiritual energy, many ordinary plants, when nurtured over time, can transform into spiritual grasses and herbs. Consequently, the price of first-grade spiritual herbs is exceedingly low, often settled not with spirit stones, but with secret silver. Even second-grade spiritual herbs, while somewhat rarer than their first-grade counterparts, are generally quite easy to cultivate. Any moderately powerful faction can cultivate them in bulk, resulting in relatively low prices, typically settled in gold. Only certain high-grade or even top-tier second-grade spiritual herbs necessitate payment in spirit stones. In the Great Chu dynasty, one low-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 100 taels of gold or 10,000 taels of secret silver. Generally, the price for a first-grade spiritual herb fluctuates between 1 to 100 taels of secret silver. In contrast, second-grade spiritual herbs are different. 1 to 100 taels of gold will typically only procure beginner or intermediate second-grade herbs, while those of slightly higher grade or rarity will require payment in spirit stones. 1, 2, 10, 312 low-grade spirit stones. Oh my! After emptying the storage bag and counting them one by one, Lin Ling's heart was filled with joy, and her excitement was nearly overflowing from her eyes. This prompted Xiao Jia, who stood nearby, to merely smile and shake her head, choosing not to say much. She recalled her own initial windfall, which had been scarcely better than Lin Ling's. Chapter 39. Past affairs and grudges. Time flows like a river, fleeting in its passage. After Lin Ling had slain numerous members of the Li family and seized many treasures, the great city of Dian experienced several days of tranquility. During this period, the once provocative peers of the Li family, who frequently challenged the Lin family's descendants, diminished significantly in number. Even those young lords, who were typically arrogant and domineering within the city, adopted a notably subdued demeanor. This sudden shift perplexed many factions that had been closely observing the conflict between the Li and Lin families. What could have caused such a transformation in the Li family? Had they truly changed their ways? It was hard to say, but considering the Li family's previous modus operandi, it was evident that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. Something unusual was surely afoot. While the Li family's covert operations to collect spiritual herbs remained largely unnoticed by the various factions within Dian, apart from the city lord's residence, it was known that the city lord's authority, being a transcendental force directly aligned with the Dazhu dynasty, typically refrained from intervening in the rivalries among local factions. Thus, as many factions became preoccupied with the Li family's unexpected shift in demeanor, the Li family's agents, dispatched by Li Chen to procure spiritual herbs from various marketplaces, operated with remarkable ease. By the time others began to sense something amiss and contemplated raising prices or halting sales, the Li family had already acquired over 10,000 first-grade spiritual herbs and thousands of second-grade ones from shops throughout Dian, including those gathered from the spiritual herb streets in the eastern and northern parts of the city. They amassed a total of 20,000 first-grade herbs, nearly 2,000 second-grade herbs, and 3 third-grade herbs. With such a substantial foundation of spiritual herbs, it seemed there would be little difficulty in seizing the Lin family's market share. However, as Li Chen surveyed the fragrant bounty filling the grand hall, his previously troubled spirits began to lift. Yet, the thought of Lin Chen's seemingly transcendent strength caused a frown to crease his brow. Nevertheless, recalling the promises made by Elder Wang and the hidden advantages possessed by Wang Tianxi eased his furrowed brow. Having reached this juncture, he felt compelled to act. The notion that the Wang family might withdraw their support due to Lin Chen's ascension to a higher realm never crossed his mind. After all, Wang Huadai's willingness to assist was well understood among them. Who could resist the influence of a dutiful son? As long as Liion Gang maintained his position within the Yunyu sect, the Wang family would not turn against them nor refuse to extend their aid. Yet, this was merely a secondary concern. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that, given the strength of the Wang family, a mere individual who has recently ascended to the transcendence realm does not possess the qualification to intimidate them. 3 days remain. Just 3 days until the 7-day deadline arrives. For now, I shall endure the Lin family for a few days longer. After 3 days, he murmured to himself, his gaze drifting toward the direction of the Lin family, his eyes flashing with a chilling glint. Why should a mere upstart, a muddy-footed peasant, be able to break through to the transcendence realm? Why? I refuse to accept it. The resentment within Li Chen reached a fever pitch. Once, he was a paragon of excellence in Dian City, basking in the limelight and, in his 40s, breaking through to the blood exchange realm to assume the position of the Li family patriarch, enjoying unparalleled glory. However, whether it was fate's cruel hand or divine decree, just as he began to savor his triumph, Lin Chen, with an unstoppable momentum, led the younger generation of the Lin family into Dian City, humiliating him before the eyes of countless onlookers. Even when the ancestors of the Li and Tang families joined forces, they were no match for him. Had it not been for the battle's impact on surrounding structures, prompting the city lord's intervention, it is likely that the powerful members of both families would have fallen there. Nevertheless, the event left an indelible shadow on the hearts of the Li and Tang families, instilling a fear that lasted for decades, preventing them from challenging the Lin family. Li Chen had once shared this trepidation, until the birth of his son, Liion Gang, who possessed the rare celestial spirit body. The long-dormant hatred and his youthful ambition to dominate Dian City surged back to life in that moment. However, he was acutely aware that even with his son endowed with such a prestigious spirit, without growth or the protection of a formidable force, it would amount to naught. Thus, that fateful night, a river of blood flowed through the Li household. All the midwives who assisted in Li Tiangong's birth and the maidens and guards who witnessed the omens were executed by Li Chen. In his heart, he believed that only the dead could keep secrets. Only recently, with Liion Gang becoming a direct disciple of the esteemed elder of the Yunyu sect, did he dare to unveil the flicker of ambition within him. The first target of his ambition was none other than the Lin family, who had subjected him to such humiliation, a stain that could only be cleansed with blood. If Liion Gang were merely a direct disciple of the elder, the Wang family might consider fostering a relationship with the Li family, but they would not be overly invested. Only if Tian Gang were to become the young master of the sect would Elder Wang take such an initiative to cultivate goodwill. I must leverage this connection wisely, unifying Dian City at the earliest opportunity and extending the influence of the Li family to other cities. Only with a powerful force can we amass greater resources to aid Tian Gang. With a son of such potential, I, as his father, cannot afford to lag behind. Otherwise, even if Li Tian Gang were to break through to the blood exchange realm and become the young master of the Yunyu sect, when asked about his origins, what would he say? Dian City? Others would merely scoff at that. Originally, one hails from a remote small town, a fortuitous individual. Instinctively, one might underestimate you, thereby complicating your quest for recognition. However, should the Li family unify the great Yin city and expand their influence to a considerable extent, they could establish a foothold in the Fire Xian district. At that juncture, the circumstances would markedly differ. The Fire Xian district is home to the illustrious Fire Xian King's manor, which boasts formidable beings of transcendent capabilities, ranking among the top 10 in the entirety of the great Chu dynasty's county cities. Such a presence is sufficient to command respect from many. Consequently, Li Tian Gang would encounter significantly fewer troubles. Swiftly, 3 days elapsed in the blink of an eye. On a morning within a marketplace governed by the Lin family, the air was rife with a cacophony of voices, filled with the sounds of vendors hawking their wares and the spirited exchanges of bargaining. The voices belonged to various stall owners and patrons, all engaged in commerce at stalls rented from the Lin family. Not far from the roadside stalls, numerous shops stood proudly along the street, selling items ranging from medicinal pills to weaponry, fabrics, as well as taverns and eateries. Among these, the shops specializing in medicinal elixirs enjoyed the highest volume of business. Chapter 40. Seizing business due to the exorbitant profits associated with medicinal pills. All the shops within this marketplace that sell such concoctions are firmly under the control of the Lin family. The primary offerings consist of first-grade pills, such as strengthening pills, bone-refining pills, and health-preserving pills, all crafted by alchemists trained by the Lin family themselves. As for the second-grade pills, the majority are procured by the Lin family's strong members from the alchemy sect, allowing them to profit from the price difference. Although the profit margins are not as substantial as those from self-produced pills, they remain significant nonetheless. Please, bring me a bottle of premium bone-refining pills. And I would like a strengthening pill as well. Step aside, step aside. I am Qinghu from the Bloodline Hunting Group. One of our vice captains has sustained injuries and urgently requires a second-grade rejuvenation pill for treatment. I implore you, brothers, to assist me by allowing me to purchase the pills first. The Bloodline Hunting Group will be eternally grateful. As the crowd jostled as usual to procure pills from the Lin family's shop, suddenly, a young man, his face etched with urgency and holding a folding fan, entered. Behind him, 2 individuals carried a makeshift stretcher, upon which lay a middle-aged man, his complexion pale and contorted, with faint traces of blood staining his chest. A wave of shock swept through the onlookers at this sight. It is well known that the Bloodline Hunting Group is a formidable presence in Dian City, with both their captain and vice-captain being powerful figures at the cleansing marrow stage. What kind of ordeal had they faced in the Beast Mountain range to bring such a strong individual to this state? As these thoughts raced through their minds, the crowd, upon seeing Qinghu's anxious demeanor, did not hesitate to clear a path for him to purchase the pills. Meanwhile, Lin Wui, stationed at the apothecary, sensed the commotion outside and hastened over. I am the alchemist in charge of this shop. What medicinal pill do you wish to acquire? Lin Wui addressed Qinghu with a calm demeanor, having witnessed countless similar situations during his tenure. Do you have any top-tier second-grade rejuvenation pills? Top-tier second-grade rejuvenation pills? Unfortunately, we currently only have mid-tier second-grade rejuvenation pills available. Lin Wui shook his head, casting a sympathetic glance at the middle-aged man on the stretcher. What? Only mid-tier second-grade? Qinghu's expression faltered, despair flickering in his eyes. Given the severity of the vice captain's injuries, a mere mid-tier second-grade rejuvenation pill would be utterly insufficient for recovery. It would merely alleviate the injuries temporarily, prolonging life, but ultimately leading to the same dismal outcome. Qinghu, do not waste your efforts. Even if you scour the entirety of Dian City, you will find no pill capable of healing my injuries. It is best to return me to the group. The middle-aged man on the stretcher managed to open his eyes with great difficulty, raising a trembling hand as he spoke. No, if it weren't for you back then, I, Qinghu, would have long met my demise. To give up like this is something I cannot accept, nor can I surmount the mental barrier within me. Qinghu shook his head, his gaze resolute. He is not the kind of person who forgets kindness. Even if hope is dim, he still wishes to make an attempt. Senior, I am aware that your 3 great families procure higher-grade medicinal pills, including second and even third-grade pills, during your visits to the Dan sect. I dare to ask, could your esteemed house sell a life-preserving elixir to my bloodline hunting team? Lin Wui did not respond immediately, but regarded him with a deep gaze. He then approached the vice captain of the bloodline hunting team and began to examine his injuries. After a moment, Lin Wui sighed and addressed the anxious Qinghu beside him. My Lin family indeed possesses a top-tier second-grade revival pill in our treasury, but alas, the injuries of your vice captain are too severe. Based on my experience, without a healing elixir of third grade or higher, complete recovery is unattainable. In my humble opinion, it would be better not to waste those spirit stones. As a top-tier first-grade alchemist, Lin Wui's judgment carried substantial weight. In an instant, the onlookers cast sympathetic glances at the vice captain of the Blood Lion hunting team. It is important to note that healing elixirs of third grade are exceedingly rare. Even the 3 great families may not have such treasures at their disposal. And even if they did, they would not sell them to outsiders. After all, outsiders wishing to purchase third-grade or higher medicinal pills at the Dan sect must either have connections or have procured a sufficient quantity of first- and second-grade pills to qualify for a certain allocation. Consequently, third-grade pills circulate very little in the outside world and are generally not sold directly. When they are released, it is typically through auctions. At the mention of third-grade healing elixirs, Qinghu's expression faltered, a hint of bitterness appearing at the corners of his mouth. Given the resources of their bloodline hunting team, they could indeed gather enough spirit stones to purchase a third-grade healing elixir. However, even if they possessed the financial means, it would be of no avail. In Dian City, third-grade pills are not only valuable, but also scarce. For a moment, Qinghu found himself lost in despair. Although the crowd expressed sympathy, they soon resumed their fervent quest for the medicinal pills they needed. No more, no more. I'm sorry, the top-tier first-grade bone cleansing pill is sold out. Are there any energy-gathering pills left? There are none left either. We are dispatching someone to the clan for an urgent resource allocation. Please do not worry. Time passed, and with a staff member's apologetic announcement, the queue erupted into chaos. Fortunately, at this critical moment, Lin Wui spoke to calm the crowd, assuring them that he would arrange for a batch of pills from the Lin family, which quelled their discontent. However, just as Lin Wui thought the situation had settled, he awaited the arrival of the medicinal pills from his family's stronghold. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside as 2 young men, clad in the garb of hunting teams, burst into the room. Their eyes quickly landed on the blue fox guarding the vice captain, and they exclaimed with delight, "Captain, Captain, we bear splendid news. The Li family is offering a plethora of elixirs for sale, including the second-tier supreme elixir needed by the vice captain, the revitalizing pill. And it is rumored that third-tier elixirs are also available." What? Third-tier elixirs? The blue fox, who had been engulfed in sorrow, widened her eyes in astonishment, fixating on the 2 members before her. Only after discerning that they were sincere did she hastily summon her subordinates, lifting the stretcher as they hurried towards the Li family's location. At the same time, many individuals who had been queuing quietly withdrew from the line. Moments later, an exuberant individual who had just been waiting rushed back, shouting, "It's true, it's true. The Li family truly has an abundance of elixirs for sale. Everyone hurry. If we delay, we might miss out on the elixirs suited for us." The impact of his words sent a tremor through the crowd. They promptly began to inquire further. This individual, not lacking in charm, quickly dispelled the doubts of the gathering and urged them to head to the Li family marketplace to acquire the elixirs. His enticing words compelled several impatient individuals to step out of the line and make their way toward the Li family marketplace. Chapter 41. The family contribution point system. In the blink of an eye, the once crowded Lin clan's Dan shop was reduced to a mere handful of patrons. The atmosphere, previously bustling with activity, now felt spacious. The remaining individuals were primarily those at the front of the queue, reluctant to relinquish their hard-earned positions after such a lengthy wait. They were disinclined to return to the Li family's marketplace to start anew, so they suppressed their curiosity and chose to linger. Esteemed guests, please bear with us. The elixirs will be delivered shortly, Lin Wui reassured the remaining customers. This unexpected scene caused his gaze to sharpen as he sensed an undercurrent of intrigue. He quickly sought to comfort the patrons who remained. Rest assured, Master Lin, even if the Li family possesses an abundance of elixirs, with so many people in line, we would not know when it would be our turn. We shall wait here for you, one patron remarked. Another added, Indeed, the elixirs I seek are available here. So what does it matter where I purchase them? I certainly do not wish to queue again. Upon hearing these sentiments, Lin Wui felt a wave of relief wash over him. To expedite matters, he personally exited through the back of the shop and made his way to the Lin residence. Shortly thereafter, he encountered Lin Han, whom he had dispatched to fetch supplies. Lin Han, quickly procure the elixirs for me, and then return to deliver this jade token to the clan head, Lin Wui instructed, producing a specially crafted task token engraved with the numeral 1 and handing it over. In the Lin family, delegating tasks to the younger generation necessitated the issuance of a task token. These tokens were categorized based on difficulty, ranging from first-level tasks to second- and third-level tasks. Such errands typically constituted first-level tasks. Of course, if one lacked the time or deemed the task token's level unreasonable, the younger members were entitled to decline. However, under normal circumstances, refusal was rare, as a first-level task token bore a value of 3 to 9 family contribution points, an invaluable resource for them. Most individuals could only acquire around 100 family contribution points worth of resources monthly, and to obtain more, they had to undertake tasks to earn them. Moreover, not only the younger generation, but also many of the elder powerful members of the Lin family had their own responsibilities to manage. It could be said that the Lin family's swift establishment and growth within the grand city of Dian were significantly attributed to the contribution point system devised by Lin Chen. Without it, those without connections, despite their talents, might have languished in mediocrity, ultimately hindering the family's developmental pace. Uncle Wui, rest assured, I will complete the task, Lin Han exclaimed, exhilarated at receiving 2 tasks in one go. He patted his chest confidently. Through relentless training during this period, he had achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, reaching the 9th level of the skin refinement realm, just one step away from the bone refinement realm. The family adulthood ceremony is about to commence. At that time, all clan members who have not attained the bone refinement stage will be dispatched by the family for external training. They might find themselves as managers of a shop or even join the family hunting team. In any case, life will no longer be as tranquil as before. To avoid being eliminated, Lin Han is eager to undertake multiple tasks in order to earn contribution points for the family, which he hopes to exchange for resources to aid his breakthrough to the bone refinement stage. After bidding farewell to Lin Han, Lin Wui hurried towards the alchemy shop. However, upon entering, he was met with unsettling news. Breaking news. The elixirs sold by the Li family's apothecary are crafted by a third-grade alchemist, and it is rumored that their efficacy surpasses that of the elixirs from the 3 major families, all while maintaining the same price. Hurry up, everyone. What? Surely you jest? Of course it is true. I stake my life on this. The elixirs currently sold by the Li family are undoubtedly the work of a third-grade alchemist. I've heard that in a month, the Li family will host a small auction where not only will the alchemist himself make an appearance, but numerous third-grade elixirs will also be auctioned off for everyone to choose from. This is an extraordinary opportunity for those stuck at the 9th level of the cleansing marrow stage. Upon hearing such emphatic guarantees and well-crafted rumors, the entire Lin family market erupted in excitement. A third-grade alchemist? The same price for enhanced efficacy? For those of modest means, this was an irresistible temptation. In no time, a throng of people made their way to the Li family market, including those who had previously been queuing at the Lin family's apothecary. The once bustling Lin family market was left in disarray. Among the departing crowd, a knowledgeable individual observed the scene with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. He was not a genuine customer, but rather a covert agent selected and trained from the Li family's collateral branches, who had rarely made an appearance. Thus, even Lin Wui remained oblivious to his true identity, mistakenly believing that this was a spontaneous promotion by customers. This realization weighed heavily on Lin Wui's mind. He thought, I cannot simply wait. I must return to the clan and discuss countermeasures with the patriarch and others. With a heavy heart, Lin Wui briefed the staff on necessary precautions and reassured the merchants within the market, promising that effective measures would be implemented within a day or at most 3 days. He then hurried back to the Lin family estate. Meanwhile, as the Lin family market fell into chaos, within the depths of the Li family's grand hall, Li Fengtian, the head of the Li family, and Wang Tianxi, the third great alchemist from the Wang family, looked over the intelligence in their hands and erupted into hearty laughter. Especially Li Fengtian exuded an air of spirited ambition. Having endured decades of resentment, he now finally had the opportunity for vengeance. Brother Wang, it is largely thanks to your unwavering support that we have reached this juncture. Without the legacy of the Li family, achieving this feat would have been an insurmountable challenge. Ah, brotherly, you jest. With a prodigious talent like Liion Gang among you, soaring to greatness is merely a matter of time. The Wang family merely happens to be fortunate enough to ride this wave alongside you. I hope you do not take offense. Having made the decision to invest in Liion Gang, Wang Tianxi, representing the Wang family, would not withhold his intentions. After all, this matter was well understood among them, and addressing it openly would foster a more amicable relationship. How could I possibly take offense? Were it not for your Wang family, my Li family might still be languishing under the shadow of the Lin family. In response to Wang Tianxi's candid remarks, which implied that his assistance to the Li family was contingent upon reciprocity, Li Fengtian remained unperturbed. After all, why would anyone offer help without the expectation of return? Furthermore, with Wang Tianxi's words in mind, he felt increasingly assured that the Wang family would not retreat merely because of the rumors surrounding Lin Chen's potential breakthrough to the Transcendence realm. Chapter 42. The Praise for Xiao Jia. After a moment of contemplation, Li Fengtian shared his recent experiences and speculations with Wang Tianxi and the others. Indeed, understanding both oneself and the adversary is essential for triumph in every battle. The existence of the Transcendence realm poses a significant threat, both to him and the powerful members of the Wang family. Articulating these thoughts could foster collective wisdom and lead to more effective countermeasures. This summarizes the events that transpired during the seclusion of my brothers. I wonder what insights you all might have. The ancestor of the Lin family is suspected of being in the Transcendence realm. The elder of the Yun Yu sect has divined the fates and confirmed his failure to break through. But how then did he reach the Transcendence realm? Upon hearing Li Fengtian's narrative, a furrow creased Wang Tianxi's brow. He held great trust in the elder's abilities. Since the elder had divined that Lin Chen would fail to break through, it was assuredly the case. Yet, the mastery over the forces of heaven and earth is a capability exclusive to those in the Transcendence realm. Could it be? Suddenly, a spark of understanding illuminated Wang Tianxi's mind, as if he had grasped an elusive concept. He felt a stirring in his heart and retrieved a collection of tomes from his storage ring, hastily flipping through them. At last, he unearthed a passage within a time-worn, tattered book that described a similar circumstance. A failure to ascend to the Transcendence realm, yet possessing the tenacity to withstand the backlash through one's own formidable foundation. Thus acquiring a fragment of the extraordinary powers of the Transcendence realm. Was this the state of being a half-step transcendence? It was a pity, though. Considering the Lin family's ancestors' talents, had he been supported by a substantial force, he might have long since ascended to the Transcendence realm. Shaking his head, Wang Tianxi felt a twinge of sympathy for Lin Chen. It is worth noting that instances of individuals enduring the backlash of a failed breakthrough while forcibly grasping a portion of the Transcendence realm's powers are exceedingly rare. Such cases are far fewer than those of actual Transcendence realm practitioners. Take the Great Chu dynasty, for instance. It may take decades or even centuries for such a situation to arise. After all, the challenge of withstanding the backlash from a failed breakthrough is not any less daunting than achieving a successful ascent to the Transcendence realm. A half-step transcendence. Upon hearing Wang Tianxi's astonished exclamation, Li Fengtian and the others could not help but react with surprise and disbelief. This realm was indeed something they had never heard of nor seen. However, with Wang Tianxi's elucidation, They quickly comprehended the reason behind his earlier exclamation. It is a matter of time and fate. Lin Chen hails from a humble mountain village. Although he stirred the winds and altered the landscape of Dian City, his origins were limited, and his fortune was not particularly profound. After he forcibly subdued the Li and Tang families with martial prowess and assertively established himself in Dian City, he faced the backlash of both families' fortunes, especially the Li family, which had given birth to a top-tier spiritual body prodigy, resulting in a flourishing and prosperous fate. When the fortunes of the Lin family are insufficient to completely thwart or even subdue you, such backlash will inevitably descend upon the strong within the clan. The concept of luck is exceedingly prevalent in the true martial great world. Although most beings cannot perceive the essence of fortune, the myriad mysteries enveloped by it can still be experienced. Take, for instance, the Li family, a seventh-tier power. Do not be deceived by Lin Chen's perception of luck as merely a pale hue, encompassing only a mere 300 zhang. It has already conferred significant benefits upon the Li family. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the number of their Transcendence Realm experts to have surged from 3 to 5 in just over a decade. Oh wait, now it stands at 4. As the Grand Elder has been slain by Xiao Jia, this can certainly be attributed to the Li family's profound heritage and the substantial number of formidable figures at the 9th level of the Cleansing Marrow realm. Yet, one cannot dismiss the enigmatic and potent influence of fortune. Do not fret, brotherly, Wang Tianqi assured, slapping his chest with confidence. Regardless of whether that Lin family's ancestor is a half-step into the Transcendence realm or a true transcendent, they remain insignificant in the face of my Wang family. Leave it to me. Li Finshan, moved by this promise, declared, then I extend my gratitude on behalf of the Li family for your support, Brother Wang. In the future, should any matters arise that I, Li Finshan, can assist with, simply call upon me. Upon hearing this, Wang Tianqi and the others exchanged glances, each finding a glimmer of joy reflected in the other's eyes. To them, the prospect of annihilating a mere Lin family in exchange for such a commitment from the head of the Li family was an extraordinary bargain. After all, according to the words of Wang Huada, the elder of their Wang family, Liion Gang, the prodigious son of the Li family, has a high probability of becoming the future vice master of the Yuanyuanzong, ultimately inheriting the position of master and rising to prominence in the Great Chu dynasty. Such a figure, even a mere fraction of whose fortune might spill through their fingers, could yield immense rewards. With Li Finshan's concerns alleviated and Wang Tianqi securing the promise he sought, both parties found themselves in high spirits, erupting into hearty laughter. However, unbeknownst to them, a faint ethereal figure hovered in the lofty heights above Dian City, observing the entire scene with an impassive demeanor. Meanwhile, within the Lin family, ever since Lin Ling had ambushed the Li family's experts and acquired a wealth of spiritual herbs, she had been immersed in alchemy. Forewarned of the Li family's schemes, she would not allow their plots to succeed. At a bronze alchemical furnace, a beautiful young girl clad in a white dress fixated her keen gaze upon the cauldron. As time reached a pivotal moment, she gently tapped the side of the furnace, and in an instant, a series of fiery spiritual elixirs shot forth from within. The moment the elixirs emerged, the flames that surrounded them were extinguished in an instant. A rich and fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs wafted through the air. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Ling seized a prepared vial from the side and deftly filled it with the precious ingredients. Indeed, she had successfully crafted 7 pills from the materials for a second-tier high-grade heart-calming pill, and their efficacy surpassed that of similar pills by 20%. With a bit more practice to solidify her foundation, she would be poised to challenge the realm of a top-tier second-grade alchemist. As Lin Ling completed her alchemical endeavor, the hall resonated with Xiao Jia's voice, tinged with satisfaction. Hee, it's all thanks to my excellent teacher, Lin Ling replied, slightly embarrassed, fidgeting with the hem of her garment. She understood well that without her teacher imparting a fire-controlling technique that rivaled the highest tier, her success rate in alchemy would not have been so remarkable. Hearing this, Xiao Jia couldn't help but shake her head. If Lin Ling did not exert herself, what would it matter if she taught her celestial grade methods? All right, enough banter. You still. But before Xiao Jia could finish her sentence, a series of 4 melodious yet urgent bell tolls echoed from above the Lin residence, causing Lin Ling's expression to shift slightly. Chapter 43. Avoiding self-destruction, the urgent chimes rang out 4 times in succession, Such a summons was only sounded when pressing matters required the gathering of the clan's formidable members for deliberation. Since the Lin family established itself in Dian City, this bell had never tolled once. It must be that the Li family has taken action. I must investigate. However, Lin Ling soon came to a realization. Go ahead. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Jia refrained from further words, swiftly returning to her jade talisman. Lin Ling's understanding was clear, and she naturally grasped the situation as well. Nonetheless, how absurd it was for the mere Li family to swell with pride merely due to the emergence of a top-tier spiritual body. Reflecting on Lin Chen and Lin Ling, one was enigmatic and unparalleled in combat prowess, while the other was a prodigy forged by the former, possessing both physical and spiritual dual treasures. The revelation of either would undoubtedly cause a sensation throughout the great Chu dynasty and even in the wilderness. Even the lofty sovereign powers of Lingzhou would be compelled to set aside their pride and traverse vast distances to recruit them. Do not underestimate the significance of the distinction between a treasure body and a spiritual body. Take Liion Gang, who possesses a top-tier spiritual body. As long as he survives, he is almost certain to ascend to the realm of divine powers, with even a glimpse of the true spirit realm within reach. In contrast, for Lin Ling, endowed with the dual treasure body talent, as long as she can unleash her potential, entering the true spirit realm has become nearly inevitable. The disparity between the two is almost inconceivable. Sighing, Xiao Jia couldn't help but recall her previous experiences. Had she been as steady as Lin Chen back then, she might have avoided the fate of her physical form being destroyed, leaving only a flicker of true spirit clinging to life. Upon entering the council hall, Lin Ling found all the members of the Lin family who had reached the washing marrow realm or possessed skills of at least first-class advanced level present. Except for those in closed-door cultivation. Linger, you arrived just in time. Here's the situation. Upon seeing Lin Ling, Lin Wuyi's eyes brightened, and he quickly rose to approach her, reiterating what he had just spoken. A third-grade alchemist? The efficacy surpasses that of the same-grade elixirs by 10%. Hearing this, a hint of peculiarity crossed Lin Ling's face. What an extraordinary coincidence. Here, this is the second-grade advanced elixir I just refined, the Tranquil Heart Pill. Lin Ling did not respond immediately. Instead, she retrieved the elixir from her storage pouch and placed it on the wooden table. Then, glancing at the crowd, who were both astonished and slightly puzzled, she calmly stated, the efficacy of this Tranquil Heart Pill is twofold higher than that of comparable elixirs available on the market. With that, Lin Ling raised her right hand in a gesture of triumph. What? Second-grade advanced, with an efficacy elevated by twofold? Hiss. Upon hearing Lin Ling's words, the numerous formidable members of the Lin family present gazed with fervent anticipation at the elixirs on the wooden table. Lin Wuyi, standing nearby, could not contain himself and promptly opened the container, extracting one for meticulous examination. The others, witnessing this, held their breath, their eyes fixated upon him. Although Lin Wuyi was merely a top-tier first-grade alchemist, assessing the efficacy of a second-grade high-level elixir posed no challenge. Before long, his expression transformed into one of astonishment as he exclaimed incredulously, indeed, the potency surpasses that of the same-grade Qingxin pill by a full 20%. I, the Lin family, shall produce the true phoenix. At this proclamation, the grand hall fell into an immediate hush, every gaze gravitating toward Lin Ling, their eyes brimming with delight. To achieve such a status at her tender age, not only had she become a second-grade high-level alchemist, but the elixirs she crafted also exhibited a potency enhanced by a remarkable 20% compared to those of the same grade. Even those with limited worldly experience understood the implications of this achievement. A prodigy, a genuine paragon of excellence. Esteemed elders, Linger is unworthy of such a title. My current standing is solely a blessing bestowed by our ancestor. It is nothing remarkable, Lin Ling replied with earnest gravity, unfazed by Lin Wuyi's exclamations or the surrounding family's admiration. In her heart, the individual she felt most indebted to was not Xiao Jia, but rather Lin Chen. It was he who had granted her the opportunity to alter her fate, offering her a second chance at life, a debt she could never fully repay, even over a lifetime. She recognized that she could not assist the ancestor in any significant way. Her only contribution was to support her family. I possess 1,000 bottles of first-grade elixirs and 300 bottles of second-grade elixirs, encompassing a variety of types. each with an efficacy exceeding that of their counterparts by at least 10%, with some reaching an impressive 20%. Should the family require more, I can continue to produce them, crafting 100 to 180 bottles of first-grade elixirs and 20 bottles of second-grade elixirs daily poses no issue. Naturally, if esteemed elders desire third-grade elixirs, Linger can request assistance from my teacher. Before the many senior members of the Lin family could respond, Lin Ling swiftly retrieved dozens of storage bags from her attire, extracting the elixirs contained within. Silence, an abyss of silence. As they beheld Lin Ling, effortlessly producing dozens of storage bags and over 1,000 bottles of elixirs, the assembled Lin family members felt a pang of deep longing within their hearts. I am so impoverished, they lamented. Furthermore, when had Linger found a teacher, it appeared to be someone of at least third-grade caliber. Oh, it must have been our ancestor who facilitated this. Such thoughts filled them with an overwhelming sense of envy. Head of the family, esteemed elders, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave, Lin Ling stated. Very well, if you have matters to attend to, please do so. Awakened by Lin Ling's words, Lin Wudi's face instantly radiated with a bright smile, until the former figure completely vanished from sight. The grand hall erupted with Lin Wudi's boisterous laughter. With our esteemed ancestors presiding over us and prodigies emerging from our clan, Li Chen, what do you possess to contend with the head of our family? He laughed heartily. With the elixir bestowed by Lin Ling, Lin Wudi cast aside his previous worries and embarked on a grandiose plan of counterattack with several elders of the Lin family. Do you think I am a mere sickly cat because the tiger remains silent? This time, he aimed for the Li family to suffer a grave setback, ideally delivering a decisive blow that would incapacitate them entirely. The mere thought of the Li family's recent brazen provocations sent a chill through Lin Wudi's eyes. After a period of diligent cultivation, his mastery of the primordial unification technique had reached a proficient level, and he had also achieved a preliminary grasp of the accompanying martial skills. With his imminent breakthrough to the 4th level of blood exchange realm and the use of a fury pill, he felt confident that he would not be far from matching the Li family's ancestor. In essence, even without relying on the elder, the Lin family possessed the strength to stand against the Li clan. As for that third-grade alchemist, one could only hope he possessed some discernment. Otherwise, the ancestor had once stated that they should unify Dian City through their own capabilities. However, it was evident that the third-grade alchemist and the powerful beings accompanying him were not natives of Dian City. Should these individuals intervene, the situation would drastically change. What terrifying events might unfold then, even Lin Wudi himself could scarcely fathom. Although the ancestor had consistently operated with a low profile, once he chose to act with prominence, matters would surely escalate. Chapter 44. Counterattack. The following morning, the once tranquil city of Dian erupted into a cacophony of activity. After a day's worth of anticipation, the news that the Li family's pharmacy offered medicinal pills with a potency exceeding that of comparable elixirs by 10%, while maintaining the same price, had spread throughout the entire city, even hinting at a ripple effect towards other towns. Thus, before dawn had broken, a long queue had formed outside the Li family pharmacy. Brother Huang, are you here to purchase elixirs as well? I thought you were reluctant to use them for cultivation. One must make the most of resources, you see. With my intermediate cultivation aptitude, I could easily reach the bone-forging realm without elixirs. It is far wiser to conserve my resources for a crucial breakthrough into the muscle-refining realm. Are you planning to break through to the muscle-refining realm soon? Oh, that is still quite a way off. Yet, isn't it inevitable? The elixirs sold by the Li family possess 10% greater efficacy than their counterparts. We cannot afford to miss this opportunity. It is prudent to stock up. Such conversations echoed at the entrance of the Li family pharmacy, as countless individuals, typically hesitant to invest in elixirs, now eagerly relinquished their savings to join the throng. Some even resorted to borrowing money from friends and family to procure these coveted potions. The promise of enhanced potency at unchanged prices had driven the populace of Dian into a frenzy. Even factions just below the 3 prominent families were stirred into action. However, in comparison to the elixirs available, their interest lay more in the esteemed third-tier alchemist associated with the Li family. I have been stuck at the 9th level of the cleansing marrow realm for a full decade. I wonder if we can persuade that esteemed alchemist to concoct a third-tier blood-refining pill for us. Regardless, it is a rare opportunity to have a third-tier alchemist in our city. We must at least make the attempt. Indeed, as long as we prepare ample materials and a reasonable fee for crafting. Even if the alchemist declines our request, the loss will be minimal. Should they agree, however, we would stand to gain immensely. In a somewhat secluded courtyard within Dian, many leaders of 8th-tier factions gathered, convened by Wang Tianxi, to discuss the potential assistance of this 3rd-tier alchemist in crafting 1st and 2nd-tier elixirs for the Li family. Although the exact means by which Li Fantian had secured this alchemist's services remained a mystery, it suggested that the alchemist possessed a relatively amiable disposition, unlike many of their eccentric counterparts. As long as they approached with respect, even a rejection would not be a grave matter. Therefore, they resolved to make a collective attempt. Prepare a generous gift and gather the spiritual herbs my family has collected over the years for crafting the 3rd-tier blood refining pill. In half an hour, I will return to collect them and ensure a formal invitation to visit the Li family is ready. Once a decision was reached, the leaders of these forces acted swiftly, issuing commands to their accompanying guards in unison. They quietly observed as the guards vanished from sight. The masters of the 8th-tier forces exchanged glances, each discerning a flicker of fervor reflected in the other's eyes. The blood exchange realm. It was indeed the hallmark of a 7th-tier force, given their accumulated foundation over the years. The likelihood of breaking through to the blood exchange realm with the aid of a 3rd-tier blood refinement pill was exceedingly promising. Meanwhile, as the entire Great Yin city spiraled into frenzy due to the elixirs released by the Li family, Lin Wudi, emboldened by newfound confidence, led numerous strong members of the Lin family to the Lin clan's apothecary early in the morning. They hung a pre-prepared sign on the outer wall of the shop. From this day forth, the Lin clan's apothecary would offer a substantial quantity of 1st-tier and 2nd-tier pills, each boasting efficacy at least 10% superior to that of their counterparts, with a few even reaching 20%. Enhanced effects without increased prices, first come, first served. Hurry and seize the opportunity. These Lin family members, emulating the decisive actions of Lin Chen, created a modernized advertisement to bolster the family's business. They dispatched several teams of beautiful women, each bearing signs emblazoned with these enticing words, parading and calling out through the streets of Great Yin City. Naturally, to prevent any unforeseen incidents, these women were surrounded by Lin family protectors and did not enter the Li family market, merely traversing the surrounding streets. What? The Lin clan's apothecary also sells 1st and 2nd-tier pills with superior efficacy? Someone exclaimed. I just inquired, and they assured me. Then what are we waiting for? Let's rush over. Initially, those at the Li family apothecary, feeling it was futile to purchase pills amidst the throng, hesitated. However, upon hearing these words, their eyes flickered with resolve, and they hurried towards the Lin clan's apothecary. Having established itself in Great Yin City for many years, the Lin family still held considerable credibility in the eyes of the public. Such a simple ruse, as long as the higher-ups of the Lin family retained their wits, could never lead to a decision that would tarnish their reputation. Thus, it was not long before the crowd surrounding the Li family apothecary dwindled significantly. The distinction of having an efficacy increased by at least 10%, or even up to 20%, was clear to all, especially for those who could only afford to purchase 1 or 2 pills. This was indeed a stroke of fortune akin to a pie falling from the sky. As people acquired the pills they needed from the Lin clan's apothecary and confirmed that their efficacy surpassed that of their counterparts by at least 10%, news of those fortunate enough to obtain pills with 20% greater efficacy spread like wildfire. The entire Great Yin City was set abuzz. Those who had originally been queuing at the Li family apothecary, upon hearing this news, abandoned their places in line and rushed towards the Lin clan's apothecary without a second thought. Upon witnessing this, many individuals who were previously indecisive resolutely followed suit. In an instant, the once bustling Li family elixir shop became noticeably quieter. Not only were the scattered cultivators in line to purchase elixirs affected, but even numerous high-ranking members of the 8th-tier factions, who had prepared offerings to seek the services of the 3rd-tier alchemist from the Li family, found themselves momentarily frozen in place upon hearing this news. Gulp. The efficacy of the elixirs is at least 10% higher than those of the same grade, with some reaching an increase of 20%, all sold at the original price? Where did the Lin family procure such elixirs? Could it be that they have secured the services of a 3rd-tier or even a 4th-tier alchemist? It is indeed plausible when high-ranking alchemists produce lower-grade elixirs. The resulting potency often surpasses that of those crafted by average alchemists. The third-tier alchemist from the Li family could only enhance efficacy by a mere 10%. But for the Lin family to possess first- and second-tier elixirs with an additional 20% efficacy, their behind-the-scenes alchemist must undoubtedly be no less than third-tier, and possibly even at the pinnacle of third-tier or a fourth-tier. Hiss! The Lin family is about to flourish. Do you believe we should still visit the Li family as third-tier alchemist? Upon this remark, the numerous leaders of the 8th-tier factions present fell into deep contemplation. The actions taken by the Li family yesterday were clearly aimed provocatively at the Lin family. Now, the Lin family's actions appear to be merely a preliminary counterstrike. In the rivalry between these two prominent families, visiting the Li family's third-tier alchemist at this juncture would undeniably be perceived as a provocation towards the Lin family. If the Lin family were to emerge victorious from this conflict, the repercussions would be Chapter 45 Exposure. Perhaps it is best to adopt a wait-and-see approach. Upon this realization, the leaders of numerous 8th-tier factions present could not help but sigh, abandoning their intentions to visit the Li family. It was, indeed, far too premature for them to take a stand. The uncertainties were overwhelming. A misstep could lead to an irrevocable downfall. They dared not gamble, nor did they wish to. However, instructions were dispatched to send family members to queue at the Lin and Li alchemy shops to procure elixirs, regardless of type, as long as their efficacy surpassed that of similarly ranked potions. Remember to bring ample spirit stones for purchases at the Lin family shop. Almost in unison, these 8th-tier leaders issued similar commands. While they could not publicly align themselves, they could certainly acquire potions from these two establishments. After all, such an opportunity to purchase elixirs with superior potency at standard prices was a rare boon. The sales are soaring. Linger, the potions from our Lin alchemy shop are selling like hotcakes. You cannot fathom the frenzy of the crowd present. Linger, you are indeed a great benefactor to our Lin family. Lin Wui, who had been busy all morning, hurried back home during his lunch break, excitedly praising Lin Ling. Since he had taken charge of the alchemy shop, he had never witnessed such madness. Countless customers held out silver, gold, and even spirit stones, eagerly awaiting his acceptance of their payments, a truly bittersweet experience. In just one morning, nearly half of the potions Lin Ling provided had been sold, and the profits gained exceeded the Lin family's earnings from the previous year. Sixth uncle, if you desire potions, just say so. Why beat around the bush? Observing Lin Wui's animated gestures and veiled hints, Lin Ling could not help but feel a bit exasperated. Well, Lin Wui replied awkwardly, chuckling. All right, it's merely some first and second-tier potions. It won't take much time. Please hand over the spiritual herbs sent by the family. With that, Lin Ling extended his hand expectantly. Oh, very well. Seeing this, Lin Wui hurriedly handed over storage bags filled with spiritual herbs to Lin Ling, his face beaming with joy. I shan't disturb you any further, sixth uncle. Should you require anything, just inform the guards. We will certainly fulfill your requests as best as we can. With that, Lin Wui exited the alchemy hall with an expression of excitement. Lin Ling, however, paid little heed to his departure. Instead, his eyes sparkled as he gazed at the spiritual herbs he had retrieved from the storage bags, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "To think there are over 1,000 second-tier spiritual herbs. It appears that the family had not only entrusted me with all the second-tier herbs from our clan's treasury, but also acquired a considerable number from outside. With these herbs, my ascension to the pinnacle of second-tier alchemy is but a matter of time." She had been on the cusp of reaching the pinnacle of second-tier alchemist status. With the guidance of the esteemed seventh-tier alchemist, Xiao Jia, and the innate advantage of the dual treasure body, Lin Ling's diligent efforts have solidified her foundational skills. She harbors a premonition that should she successfully refine all the spiritual herbs before her into elixirs, she is quite likely to ascend to the pinnacle of second-tier alchemy. The mere thought of this fills her with an eager anticipation. As time flows like water, more than half a month has swiftly passed. During this period, the city of Dian has been abuzz with activity. Since the Lin family began selling the elixirs refined by Lin Ling, they not only regained the customers who had previously been lured away by the Li family, but also attracted a substantial number of patrons who once belonged to the Li family. This sudden turn of events incited Li Wentian's ire. However, the Lin family's seemingly endless array of hidden cards left Li Wentian in a state of uncertainty. Despite employing various tactics, he could not uncover the source of the Lin family's elixirs. After several days of restraint and a discussion with Wang Tianxi, he ultimately resolved to engage in a legitimate competition with the alchemist backing the Lin family. Thus, the Li family initiated unprecedented promotional activities, slashing prices and offering a 10% discount on all elixirs. This maneuver ignited a significant uproar, drawing not only local attention but also enticing numerous wandering cultivators from as far as Sunset City and Day City to purchase elixirs. In response to the Li family's underhanded competition, the Lin family deliberated extensively but chose not to follow suit in reducing their prices. Firstly, the efficacy of their elixirs surpassed those of the Li family, making a price cut unwise. Secondly, as Lin Ling was the sole alchemist behind these creations, lowering prices would mean selling more, but at the cost of her own well-being. Thus, the Lin family's apparent indifference brought a flicker of disappointment to the eyes of those who had initially held hopes for a price war. The struggle between the clam and the heron benefits the fishermen. Had the Lin and Li families engaged in competition, the greatest beneficiaries would have been the customers. Unfortunately, with the Lin family standing firm, their small schemes were dashed. Although the Li family strategy garnered them considerable business, they could not recapture all the customers as before. After all, while a 10% discount is enticing, the Lin family's elixirs boasted a potency 20% greater than those of the same tier, making them far more appealing. Customers with even a modicum of means invariably opted for the Lin family's offerings, for the higher the quality of the elixir, the lesser the toxins produced. In a grand hall deep within the Li family's rear mountain, Li Wentian and Wang Tianxi, along with others, gazed intently at the intelligence they had painstakingly gathered over the past half-month, which finally revealed a thread of information. They furrowed their brows in concern. "Li brother, are you certain this information is accurate? Could it truly be that those elixirs from the Lin family were refined by a mere girl from their clan?" Wang Tianxi's gaze fixed intently on Li Wentian, his eyes brimming with incredulity. As a third-tier alchemist, supported by the prestigious Wang family, which boasts a lineage spanning millennia, he comprehended fully the significance of becoming a second-tier advanced alchemist at the tender age of 15 or 16. This implied that, given time, Lin Ling's future would far surpass their wildest imaginations. Achieving the rank of a fourth-tier alchemist would be merely a trivial matter, with just a modicum of opportunity. The prospect of ascending to the status of a fifth-tier alchemist was exceedingly plausible, even harboring the potential to vie for the esteemed title of Alchemist King within the Great Chu dynasty. It is paramount to recognize the gravitas of the Alchemist King. In the Great Chu dynasty, the Dan sect possesses an unparalleled status, one that even compels the royal family to afford it a modicum of respect, precisely because it is presided over by a fifth-tier master alchemist who once claimed the title of Alchemist King. In the presence of such a distinguished alchemist, the likes of the Li family pale in comparison. Even the Wang family is but an insignificant insect. Brother Wang, this intelligence has been relayed by my Li family at the cost of several elite warriors of the Yijin realm. It cannot possibly be false. Li Fengtian shook his head, struck dumb. He could scarcely fathom that he had been outmaneuvered by a mere girl of 15 or 16. 15 or 16. The discomfort of this realization was more unbearable than death itself. Death. As the tumult of his thoughts swirled, a bold notion suddenly surfaced in his mind. Chapter 46. The ninth layer of the Transcendence Realm. Let's take action. Brotherly, have you devised a countermeasure? Wang Tianxi inquired, having sensed the subtle shift in Li Fengtian's demeanor. A prodigy like Lin Ling, who had attained the rank of a high-level second-tier alchemist at such a tender age, undoubtedly had formidable mentors guiding her. It was highly probable that she was a cherished disciple, nurtured with utmost dedication by an alchemist of at least the fourth tier. The existence of such a figure would instill a sense of trepidation even in the Wang family, for one could never truly gauge the astonishing network of connections a fourth-tier alchemist might possess. If provoked, a mere command could summon several, if not dozens, of experts in the Transcendence realm to her aid, and perhaps even invoke the assistance of a powerhouse from the Divine Transformation realm. Each seasoned alchemist is akin to a hornet's nest. Disturb it, and a swarm will descend. A gifted alchemist, despite their talents, remains merely a talent until they mature. No matter how exceptional their potential, it is of little consequence if they are no longer living. Brother Wang, do you not agree? As Li Fengtian's gaze flickered, a glint of murderous intent surfaced. According to the intelligence they had gathered, Lin Ling's cultivation was merely at the bone refinement stage, a level easily extinguished by their hands. By eliminating the individual responsible for refining pills for the Lin family, they could proceed with their original plan to dominate Dian City. Li Chen, do you grasp the gravity of your words? To reach the status of a high-level second-tier alchemist at such a young age, do you truly believe she lacks any backing? Upon hearing this, Wang Tianqi's brow furrowed slightly, as apprehension crept into his heart. He had not anticipated Li Chen's audacity to contemplate the assassination of a cherished disciple of an alchemist of at least the fourth tier. Even the Wang family would not dare to undertake such an act. Could a family that pursued such reckless ambitions truly thrive? As thoughts swirled in his mind, a sudden realization struck Wang Tianqi. However, at that moment, sensing his discontent, Li Chen calmly retrieved a jade talisman emanating a faint aura of pressure. This talisman was bestowed upon me by my esteemed master. Should I shatter it, it will summon an avatar of Elder Tianyan. Brother Wang, all I require is for you to shield me from the Lin family. If that young girl backer dares to intervene, I shall personally deal with them. After this matter concludes, consider it a favor owed by the head of my family. Is that agreeable? An avatar of Elder Tianyan? As Wang Tianqi gazed at the talisman in Li Chen's hand, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. The Wang family held a close relationship with the Yunyu sect and was well aware of Elder Tianyan's formidable strength and status within the sect. At the 7th level of the divine transformation realm, he was the most powerful elder of the Yunyu sect, without exception. Such an entity, even in the form of an avatar, was not something an ordinary expert of the divine transformation realm could withstand. It appears that Brother Li is held in even higher esteem than I had anticipated. Generally speaking, even a direct disciple may not be granted a protective jade talisman by the master, let alone the parents of a disciple. After all, even a formidable practitioner of divine powers must invest considerable effort and years of cultivation to craft an avatar. The fact that Elder Tianyan has bestowed such a treasure upon Li Chen speaks volumes about his satisfaction with the disciple Liion Gang. Given Brother Li's assertion, it would be rather ungrateful of me to decline further. When shall we make our move? According to her usual practice, she departs from the Lin family during the trading conference held by the 4 great spiritual medicine clans at the end of the month. That shall be our moment to act. Good. Having made a firm decision, Li Chen and Wang Tianqi, along with others, no longer hesitated. They retrieved a map of Dian City, identified the route from the Lin family to the trading conference, and, following Lin Ling's prior habits, chose a relatively secluded and suitable location for an ambush. Thus, they quietly commenced their preparations. In a fleeting moment, an undercurrent of tumultuous energy brewed beneath Dian City, imperceptible to the ordinary eye. As the end of the month swiftly approached, Lin Ling remarked, "Master, it is nearly the end of the month. We must attend the spiritual medicine trading conference." Indeed, Dian City is rather limited in scope, lacking sufficient third-grade spiritual medicines. Even with your innate talent, advancing to the realm of a third-grade alchemist will be exceedingly challenging. After this matter concludes, you shall accompany me away from this city to seek experience in the outside world. In the Grand Hall, upon hearing Lin Ling's call, Xiao Jia emerged from the jade talisman, shaking her head at Lin Ling's exuberance. After nearly a month of diligent effort, Lin Ling had ascended from a high-level second-grade alchemist to the pinnacle of the second grade, merely a step away from becoming a third-grade alchemist. Yet, this single step left Xiao Jia, who remained in Dian City, feeling somewhat helpless. The scarcity of third-grade spiritual medicines within the city was simply overwhelming. Even though Lin Ling possessed remarkable talent, one could consider her a prodigy across the entire wilderness state. Without sufficient spiritual medicines for practice, all efforts would be in vain. Yes, master. Lin Ling was already mentally prepared for this, and, rather than feeling resistance, revealed a hint of anticipation. Since her birth, she had remained in Dian City, never having ventured elsewhere. She had long yearned to witness the wonders of the outside world. Observing this, Xiao Jia refrained from further comment. Life beyond the safety of one's family is far from leisurely, but she decided it was best to let Lin Ling experience it for herself to truly understand. Meanwhile, as Lin Ling and Xiao Jia hurried toward the spiritual medicine trading conference, deep within the Lin family's confines, in a chamber laden with restrictions, Lin Chen, who had been in seclusion for an extended period, suddenly opened his eyes with a start. A brilliant light radiated from his gaze. distorting the very fabric of the void around him. At the pinnacle of the transcendence realm, Lin Chen felt a surge of terrifying power within him, a slight smile appearing on his face. After more than 2 months of arduous effort, he not only integrated a portion of the innate Tao body's essence, elevating his originally top-tier innate treasure body to the level of an innate divine body, but he also managed to assimilate the feedback from this enhancement, thereby breaking through to the apex of the transcendence realm, a mere step away from the divine ability realm. Furthermore, his mastery of sword intent had risen from 30% to 50%, significantly amplifying its potency. With my current cultivation and foundation, my combat prowess should rival that of a typical 7th-level divine ability realm practitioner, shouldn't it? The enhancement of both physique and sword intent had substantially increased Lin Chen's combat strength. While he could not precisely gauge the extent of his improvement, he could still make a rough estimation. However, just as Lin Chen organized his recent gains and prepared to exit his seclusion, a flash of light zipped past him, suddenly inundating his mind with a plethora of information. It turned out that a fragment of his consciousness, previously placed above the great Yin city, had returned. Images flickered before him like scenes from a film. To my surprise, so much has transpired in the great Yin city during my retreat. The Li family? The Wang family? A truly reckless bunch. From scrambling for the elixir market to plotting an ambush against Lin Ling to resolve the nuisance. The entirety of events within the Li family unfolded in vivid detail in his mind. This revelation instilled a glint of murderous intent in Lin Chen's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he vanished from his location and appeared before Lin Wudi and the others, who were in the throes of discussion. We have seen the ancestor. Upon seeing Lin Chen's figure, Lin Wudi and the others were immediately startled, hastening to pay their respects. No need for such formalities. I summoned you here for a particular task. First, observe this scene. With that, Lin Chen gestured, and a luminous screen materialized before them, revealing the recent events involving the Li family. Initially filled with confusion and curiosity about the methods of the transcendence realm, Lin Wudi and the others soon manifested expressions of fury and bloodlust. How dare this despicable Li family scheme against the pride of my Lin family? They are deserving of death. Kill, kill, kill. This time, we must not let it go unpunished. We must cleanse our enmity with the Li family in blood. The senior members of the Lin family erupted in anger, their gazes turning to Lin Chen. Apart from the necessary defenders, all clan members with cultivation above the cleansing marrow realm were mobilized. Lin Wudi, you shall lead the majority of our forces to encircle the Li family. Not a single fly shall be permitted to escape. The remainder will disperse throughout the city to monitor the Li family members outside, any sign of attempted escape, and they shall be killed on the spot. Understood. Without the slightest delay, the senior members of the Lin family, upon receiving the order, promptly departed from the grand hall to commence their actions. Observing this, Lin Chen also moved, vanishing from his original position. Chapter 47. If only Ganger had been born earlier. Meanwhile, on an official road several dozen miles away from the Lin family estate, Lin Ling, having just departed from her home, reclined leisurely in a carriage, gazing out at the picturesque scenery along the way, a serene smile gracing her exquisite face. Ever since her innate talent underwent a remarkable transformation, she had devoted herself to relentless cultivation, unwilling to squander even a moment of her time. It was only during such tranquil moments that she could indulge in the beauty of the journey. Master, I seem to sense a prying gaze. Just as Lin Ling was reveling in her pleasant mood, allowing her taut nerves, strained from prolonged alchemical seclusion, to relax, an unusual sensation surged within her heart. As a prodigy endowed with dual extraordinary bodies and an exceptionally high-quality soul, Lin Ling, despite still being at the 9th level of the bone refinement realm, possessed a perception far surpassing that of ordinary practitioners at the cleansing marrow stage. You have discerned it. Indeed, someone has been covertly observing your movements ever since you left the Lin family. From my recent investigation, they appear to be from the Li family. Upon noticing Lin Ling's realization, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Xiao Jia's eyes. She had refrained from alerting Lin Ling earlier to assess whether her disciple possessed even a modicum of vigilance. It seems she has done well. The Li family targeting me? It appears that news of my status as a second-tier alchemist has reached them. As her thoughts spiraled, Lin Ling deduced the circumstances and let out a sigh. She was certainly not concerned for her safety. Not to mention that during these days, she had exchanged contribution points for protective treasures stored in the family treasury. But with Xiao Jia, her mentor, by her side, she could easily thwart the Li family's schemes, even suppressing the entire clan if necessary. What troubled her was why the Li family was so intent on courting disaster. Master, what is the cultivation level of those lurking in the shadows? Most are above the 3rd level of the muscle transformation realm. They are likely the Li family's assassins. Additionally, not far off, there is a group at the blood exchange realm. After imparting this information, Xiao Jia fell silent. Her intent was clear, to use the Li family as a means to temper Lin Ling, allowing her to adapt before embarking on her journey beyond Dian City. Naturally, Lin Ling held no objections. She had been contemplating this very notion. Stop here. I shall disembark at this point. You may proceed. With that, Lin Ling rose, opened the carriage door, and without waiting for the driver to react, leaped down from the vehicle. Very well. Though the driver found her actions peculiar, the affairs of cultivators were beyond his comprehension, so he refrained from asking further, cracking the whip with a sharp pop against the horse's rear and swiftly took off. It was not until the carriage had vanished from sight that the road fell silent. Lin Ling turned around, gazing at the densely clustered trees by the roadside. As her crimson lips parted, her cold voice resonated in the vast wilderness. Come out, do not hide. A gentle breeze swept through, yet the trees across from her remained still, their leaves merely rustling, as if no one were present within. Humph! Observing this, Lin Ling let out a cold snort, her gaze instantly transforming into an icy glare. A green longsword had appeared in her hand, emanating a sharp, chilling glint. Primordial sword technique. As the thought crossed her mind, Lin Ling summoned the surging vitality from within her, infusing it into the sword, unleashing a dazzling, searing sword light that cleaved toward the trees ahead. Swish, swish, swish. At that very moment, figures clad in tight-fitting garments darted out, tumbling to the ground. The thicket where they had been hiding was now flattened within a radius of several dozen meters, exuding a faint scent of charred wood, with scattered debris creating a scene of utter chaos. Witnessing this spectacle, the eyes of the assassins widened in alarm. The might of that sword light was no less than that of a typical 5th-level practitioner of the muscle transformation realm. This woman must not be spared. Kill. They exchanged glances, devoid of hesitation, brandishing their weapons as they encircled Lin Ling. As assassins, they had long abandoned the fear of death, undeterred by Lin Ling's display of combat prowess. Moreover, they were numerous, including several 5th and even 6th-level practitioners of the muscle transformation realm. Their singular objective was clear: eliminate the one before them. 2 6th-level, 3 5th-level, and 6 ranging from 3rd to 4th-level practitioners. Linger, if you cannot hold on, just say the word. I will ensure your safety. Do not worry, Master. I do not wish to meet my end so soon. She had yet to heal her mother's injuries and had not fulfilled the expectations laid upon her by her ancestors. Thus, she would not act recklessly. Seeing this, Xiao Jia refrained from further commentary but remained vigilant, closely monitoring the unfolding situation for any unforeseen developments. Boom, boom. Lin Ling, a prodigy endowed with the dual treasures of her innate gifts, showcased formidable alchemical skills and terrifying combat strength, facing a relentless assault from 11 assassins well beyond her realm. Despite her limited capacity to counterattack, she managed to stabilize the situation. As she gradually adapted to their combat rhythm, her defense became increasingly secure, allowing her to retaliate intermittently. Xiao Jia, concealed within the jade talisman, nodded approvingly. Her adaptability echoed the prowess of her own youth. In stark contrast, Li Fantion and others, miles away from the battlefield, furrowed their brows at the stalemate that had ensued. Originally, their plan had been to let these assassins ambush Lin Ling on her return journey after she participated in the spiritual herb trading conference, masquerading as unfortunate victims of a violent robbery. Unexpectedly, even before the alchemical trading conference commenced, Lin Ling had already been discovered. To make matters worse, her prowess far exceeded his previous estimations. Damn, the Lin family truly possesses extraordinary fortune to have birthed such a formidable prodigy. If it weren't for... At this moment, Li Fantion couldn't help but curse. At merely 15 years of age, not only had her alchemist rank reached the advanced 2nd tier, but her cultivation also ascended to the 9th level of the bone forging realm. Her combat strength was astonishing. Even when confronted by two formidable adversaries at the 6th level of the muscle transformation realm, alongside a multitude of warriors, all at least at the 3rd level of muscle transformation, she managed to remain undefeated. Such talent, had it not been for his son Gang's early birth and his prior enrollment in the Yunyu sect, he would likely have been overshadowed. Moreover, becoming the young master of the Yunyu sect would have been out of reach. Alas, having offended the Lin family so early on, the opportunity for camaraderie was lost. Not only Li Chen, but even Wang Tianxi, upon witnessing this scene, couldn't suppress a sigh of resignation. Yet, with events having unfolded to this extent, he could only proceed resolutely. Contemplating this, he instinctively touched the storage ring on his left hand, feeling a surge of confidence. Brother Wang, shall we strike directly? Just as Wang Tianxi's mind was awash with thoughts, Li Chen's voice suddenly reached his ears. Let us wait a moment. Too many eyes are upon us here. Once we reveal ourselves, we shall undoubtedly be recognized, and then we must face the retribution of the formidable forces behind them. Unless absolutely necessary, it is best to refrain from such actions. Rest assured, after all, she is merely at the 9th level of the bone-forging realm. Her vitality is exceedingly limited. If this continues, she shall weaken within the span of mere minutes. Upon hearing this, Wang Tianxi shook his head. Li Chen possessed a jade talisman bestowed by the esteemed elder of the Tianyun sect, rendering him impervious to the alchemist lurking behind Lin Ling. However, the Wang family had to be cautious. If they were to expose their identities and slay Lin Ling, that alchemist might hesitate to confront the Li family, yet would undoubtedly seek vengeance against the Wang family. After all, the Wang family lacked a powerful guardian at the Divine Passage realm. Their strongest member was merely an ancestor at the 7th level of the Transcendence realm. For a high-ranking 4th-tier alchemist, there was truly nothing to fear. Chapter 48. Resolute upon witnessing this, understanding Wang Tianxi's inner concerns, and acknowledging the validity of his words, Li Chen could not suppress the surge of impulse within. Yet, as he gazed at Lin Ling, his expression grew increasingly frigid. The more exceptional Lin Ling appeared, the more his murderous intent intensified. Isn't that young girl from the Lin family? Who are these audacious individuals daring to ambush her? Hiss! 11 warriors of the 3rd level of the Yijin realm, among whom 2 formidable 6th-level practitioners led the charge, failed to swiftly subdue this 9th-level bone refinement girl. This, a prodigy, an unparalleled genius. The Lin family, first aided by a mysterious alchemist and now blessed with such a remarkable talent, is truly favored by fortune and heaven. Most attendees of the Spiritual Herb Trading Conference resided within Dian City, and while they might not know every member of the 3 great families, they were at least familiar with those of some renown. Although Lin Ling had only recently been cultivated by Lin Chen to reach her current stature, she was previously one of the 3 great talents of the Lin family, possessing advanced qualifications that ranked among the finest in Dian City. Her being recognized was hardly surprising. However, the assassins surrounding Lin Ling were far more difficult to discern. After all, they had not revealed their appearances prior to today. Look, Lin Ling is about to be defeated. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as the onlookers remained in awe of Lin Ling's displayed prowess, unable to calm their astonishment. Suddenly, a gasp echoed among the spectators, redirecting their attention to the battlefield. In the midst of this intense combat, Lin Ling's momentum began to wane. Her complexion turned increasingly pale, resembling one who had exhausted her energy. Clearly, the vitality of a 9th-level bone refinement practitioner could not sustain such high-intensity fighting for long. Alas, though Lin Ling's combat abilities were formidable, the disparity in realms was insurmountable. Otherwise, these individuals might have found it challenging to subdue her. A once great talent was on the verge of falling. It seemed the heavens of Dian City were about to shift. One could only wonder if the Lin family's ancestor had also fallen. If not, that would truly signify a celestial upheaval. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. Despite Lin Chen's years of seclusion within the clan, refraining from action, his reputation had not diminished with time. Rather, it had become more deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people. In the days before the Lin family established themselves in Dian City, an 8th-tier force coveted the opportunities obtained by the Lin descendants from the Beast Mountain range, ruthlessly striking against them. The leader of that force, having acquired a treasure, subsequently broke through to the blood exchange realm, just as their influence appeared poised to ascend to 7th-tier status. becoming one of the premier forces in a great city with a promising future. An unforeseen accident led to one of their disciples inadvertently revealing the secret of their murderous treasure acquisition in the Beast Mountain range. Then, the situation escalated dramatically. On the very day when the faction was hosting a grand banquet to celebrate the emergence of a new powerhouse, a man clad in a white robe wielding a silver longsword shattered the entrance with a single strike, leaving a river of blood in his wake, unstoppable by any. In full view of the crowd, he decapitated the recently ascended leader of that faction and, having plundered a significant portion of their resources, vanished into thin air, leaving behind a chilling proclamation that has since echoed through time. Those who offend the Lin family shall be pursued, no matter the distance. After Lin Chen's departure, the onlookers grasped the sequence of events, and the Lin family, a clan they had previously disregarded, suddenly found themselves under scrutiny from numerous factions. Seizing this opportunity, the Lin family forcefully established their presence in Dian City, transforming the once prominent two families into a triad that continues to this day. At long last, in stark contrast to the crowd's lamentations, Li Fantian and Wang Tianxi, concealed not far away, revealed expressions of profound astonishment. In this moment, they had envisioned this scenario countless times. Yet, just as joy began to surface on their faces, a resounding cry from Lin Ling erupted on the battlefield, unleashing a formidable strike that temporarily repelled the Death Warriors. Struggling against her body's fatigue, an idea sparked within her. Instantly, a third-grade blood replenishing pill, exuding a rich aroma, appeared in her hand, which she swallowed in one swift motion before anyone could react. The third-grade blood replenishing pill. Crack. Although the pill vanished before Wang Tianxi's eyes, as a mid-level alchemist of the third grade, he recognized it instantly, causing the branch he gripped to splinter under his grasp. What was Lin Ling's current predicament? Her cultivation was insufficient, her vitality limited, inadequate to sustain such intense combat. Yet, the blood-replenishing pill, as its name implies, was specifically crafted to restore vitality. Crucially, this was a third-grade pill. Damn it. How could a mere bone-forging realm practitioner carry such a treasure? Wang Tianxi slammed his fist into the ground, his expression shifting between uncertainty and anger. With the continuous influx of vitality from the third-grade pill, they could not hope to subdue Lin Ling in the short term. And once her Lin family, or that enigmatic alchemist behind her caught wind of the situation, their chances of eliminating Lin Ling today would vanish. After all, while the Jade Talisman in Li Fantian's possession contained the essence of a senior elder from Tianyun, it was merely a safeguard for his life, not a weapon for aggression. Breathe, Brother Wang. Let us take action. Taking a deep breath to quell the turmoil within, Wang Tianxi's gaze turned frigid. Indeed, it was time to act. Responding to this sudden declaration, Li Fantian, already consumed by murderous intent, readily agreed. Without a moment's hesitation, they unleashed their formidable presence, stepping forth into the battlefield. A terrifying pressure enveloped the surrounding area for 1,000 meters, rendering the very air thick and oppressive. Truly, the descendant of Lin Chen was impressive. Not only had she attained the rank of a high-level second-grade alchemist at such a young age, but her combat prowess also surpassed that of her peers, a true paragon of talent. However, one could only lament her misfortune of being born into the Lin family. Fate was not on her side, and her demise seemed inevitable. As Li Fantian took control of the situation, he reveled in the sight of Lin Ling, visibly intimidated by his overwhelming aura, furrowing her brow. Yet, to safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances, he refrained from excessive banter and raised his right hand, delivering a powerful strike. Although a blood exchange realm expert could not yet harness the forces of nature, the vitality coursing through him was akin to a blazing sun, radiating an awe-inspiring might. Even a mere strike, fueled solely by his own vitality, transformed into a colossal hand, stretching dozens of feet in size, obscuring the sky and casting a shadow over the spot where Lin Ling stood. Chapter 49. Lin Chen takes action. The sudden turn of events left the gathered crowd in a state of astonishment, their expressions a tapestry of shock. The patriarch of the Li family, Li Wentian, the mastermind behind the scenes, was none other than him. Moreover, Lin Ling was indeed the enigmatic alchemist from the Lin family. Was she not a prodigy in cultivation? The realization sent waves of disbelief across the faces of the onlookers. A person who reaches the 9th level of the bone-forging realm at the tender age of 15 or 16 is already deemed a genius. If they can also manifest combat prowess exceeding the 6th level of the muscle transformation realm at this stage, they would undoubtedly be among the most illustrious prodigies of the Great Chu dynasty, with the potential to ascend to the pinnacle of the Great Chu genius rankings. However, if this individual also happens to be a second-tier advanced alchemist, they would truly be an extraordinary talent. Few could rival such a figure across the entire Great Chu dynasty and its neighboring realms. As long as they survive, they are destined to become a sovereign, wielding the fates of countless beings. Regrettably, as they glanced at the enormous palm poised to strike Lin Ling, they could only shake their heads. Some female cultivators, unable to bear the impending scene, shielded their eyes. With a resounding crash echoing in their ears, the overwhelming force of the blood-imbued palm collided with an unseen barrier, shattering into fragments that scattered through the air. The swirling dust and energy obscured the vision of the crowd. Has it ended? As they surveyed the devastation around them, this thought flickered through their minds. Yet, those with a keener eye noticed that Liion Gang and his companions remained tense, their expressions betraying no relaxation as they vigilantly watched the area shrouded in dust and energy, prepared to act at a moment's notice. Could there be a turning point? The realization stirred a tremor in their expressions, and they fixated intently on the spot where Lin Ling had stood. Before the multitude, the dust soon dissipated, revealing an unexpected scene. A young man clad in white, handsome and composed, had appeared before Lin Ling. He stood suspended in the air, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze directed indifferently at Liion Gang and his associates, as if he were a giant overlooking mere ants, utterly unmoved by their presence. Lin Chen, you have truly broken through to the transcendence realm. But how is this possible? My son, upon joining the Yunyu sect, had sought the elders to peer into the heavens. You shouldn't have been able to achieve this breakthrough. Feeling the vibrant life force emanating from Lin Chen and the ability to hover in midair that only a transcendence realm expert could possess, Liion Gang momentarily faltered. Disbelief etched across his features. He was not alone in this reaction. Even Wang Tianxi, standing beside him, shared the same incredulity. Previously, although they were aware that Lin Chen possessed the power of heaven and earth, they had never doubted the accuracy of the elder of Yunyu sect's divination, merely believing him to have failed in his breakthrough to the transformation realm, but managed to withstand the backlash to become a half-step transformation realm expert. However, now, logically, with the elder's cultivation paired with the treasures that assist in divining the heavenly secrets, there was no way to miscalculate something as trivial as a blood exchange realm. Unless the person before them was endowed with great fortune. Upon this realization, Wang Tianxi's expression darkened considerably. Various legends regarding individuals of great fortune surged through his mind, instilling a sense of dread within him. He harbored no fear of an ordinary transformation realm expert. Yet, a transformation realm expert blessed with great fortune? Not only he, but even the Wang family backing him would treat such an individual with utmost respect, refraining from hostility. In the true martial great world, who was unaware of this? Those endowed with great fortune were nearly invincible, akin to resilient cockroaches. If one could not eliminate them in a single strike, they would be met with endless troubles, exceedingly difficult to deal with. This question is of no interest to me. You might as well consult the king of hell in the underworld. However, Lin Chen regarded Li Fontain's inquiry with disdain. After casting a glance at Lin Ling and confirming her safety, a cataclysmic pressure akin to a volcanic eruption suddenly surged from him, bearing down upon Li Fontaine and the others. Thud! Even as Li Fontaine and his companions summoned the vast, river-like energy within them to resist this terrifying pressure, which felt as though they were bearing the weight of a mountain, their efforts appeared feeble. They could not withstand even a breath's duration before being forced to the ground by Lin Chen's imposing presence. And it did not end there. The pressure continued to intensify, causing those who had fallen to the ground to experience a considerable amount of discomfort, their faces betraying signs of anguish. Gulp. Is this the might of a transformation realm expert? Merely through his aura, he rendered several blood exchange realm experts powerless to resist, including 2 at the 9th level of the blood exchange realm. No, it is not that all transformation realm experts are so formidable. Rather, the strength of the Lin clan's ancestor is simply overwhelming. Indeed, I have traversed numerous cities, even visiting several county towns, and encountered more than one transformation realm expert, witnessing battles between such powerful beings. Yet, in terms of aura, none compared to the ancestor of the Lin clan. Could it be that this Lin clan ancestor has already broken through to the transformation realm, but has chosen to keep it undisclosed? It is highly plausible. Observing Lin Chen's towering figure standing in the void, the numerous onlookers present, from the uninformed residents of Liion City to seasoned martial artists well-versed in the ways of the world, could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of awe. Although this aura was not directed at them, it imparted a sensation of gazing up at an insurmountable mountain. This is a sensation they have never experienced with other transcendent beings, an indescribable feeling. It is akin to a mortal encountering a celestial being, unable to gaze directly. What kind of terrifying power must this be to evoke such a sense of insignificance in us? The elder of the Lin family is, perhaps, excessively modest. Contemplating this, a profound reverence naturally arises in the hearts of the onlookers. Had they been in his position, they would likely have celebrated with a grand feast shortly after their ascension to the transcendent realm, preparing for the unification of Liion City and an entry into the county town. They would not possess the same formidable strength as the Lin family elder while still remaining devoted to nurturing their own small territory and developing discreetly. What they fail to realize is that Lin Chen yearns even more fervently for the advancement of his family, yet is constrained by the overall strength of the clan, rendering such ambitions unnecessary at this juncture. After all, when the system assesses the family's power level, he is first excluded from consideration. It is said that one must act in accordance with one's power level. The Lin family cannot progress solely based on his capabilities. Only when the family's overall strength is sufficiently enhanced, with a multitude of formidable individuals and a solid foundation to command a broader domain and integrate into higher circles, will he initiate the expansion of the Lin family's territory. Chapter 50. Is there always a higher mountain? Cursed be the fate. Wang Tianxi, sprawled upon the ground, felt waves of excruciating pain coursing through his body. Due to his inadequate strength, he was the first to succumb and activate the life-saving talisman bestowed upon him by the family's formidable ancestors. This talisman, crafted with great effort, could be employed actively or triggered passively. Indeed, upon reaching the Transcendence realm, the disparity between each level becomes significantly greater than in previous stages. Those possessing such talismans might not even realize the peril before being swiftly vanquished by a more powerful foe. Were it not for the possibility of passive activation, these talismans would not enjoy such popularity in the true martial world. However, in the face of absolute power, all of this is but a fleeting concern. What audacious scoundrel dares to lay hands upon a member of the Wang family? As the talisman activated, a thunderous roar reverberated across the expanse of hundreds of miles. Subsequently, amidst the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, a middle-aged man clad in resplendent robes stood suspended in midair, emanating an overwhelmingly terrifying aura that countered the oppressive force radiating from Lin Chen. The fourth level of the Transcendence realm. It seems the Wang family's foundation is not to be underestimated. Sensing the formidable presence of Wang Huada, Lin Chen could not help but smile subtly, his tone remarkably calm. The pressure he had just unleashed was at most equivalent to the fifth level of the Transcendence realm. Subduing mere mortals below this level was a trivial matter. Yet to intimidate an embodiment of a fourth-level Transcendence realm expert solely through aura was a daunting task. However, Lin Chen was slightly taken aback by the fact that Wang Tianxi, an insignificant creature not even at the blood exchange realm, possessed such a trump card granted by a powerful ally. Clearly, the Wang family was home to more than one expert of the Transcendence realm. One could even surmise that this fourth-level individual before him was not the strongest among them. Was it due to his status as a third-tier alchemist? It appeared that while the Wang family was relatively robust, it was not overwhelmingly so. As his thoughts whirled, Lin Chen deduced the general circumstances of the Wang family from the information at hand. Logically, the status of a third-tier alchemist was akin to that of a blood exchange realm expert. To garner the attention of the family's strong, and to be granted such a time-consuming and labor-intensive life-saving talisman, one must either be a true genius or possess the potential to ascend to the rank of a fourth-tier alchemist. It was evident that Wang Tianxi, now in his middle age, fell short of both. This meant he possessed such a safeguard purely because the Wang family's experts had bestowed it upon him to support the Li family in unifying the great Yin city. As a precautionary measure. The Wang family. As this thought crossed his mind, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. If one offends me, I shall ensure their demise. This was Lin Chen's guiding principle. Clearly, the Wang family's actions had transgressed his boundaries. The fifth level of the Transcendence realm? As Lin Chen's aura enveloped him, Wang Huada's expression shifted dramatically. The strength of such a formidable opponent was beyond his ability to resist. Instantly, his demeanor shifted, and he continued speaking with veiled implications. My esteemed friend, if there is a matter at hand, let us sit and discuss it together. There may be some misunderstanding. If I, as a junior, have erred in any way, I implore you to visit the Wang family of Tianxin County, where I shall personally offer my apologies. What say you? As Wang Huada spoke, he keenly observed Lin Chen's expression, particularly emphasizing the mention of the Tianxin County family, his tone growing markedly weighty. The nuance was perceptible to anyone with a modicum of intelligence. A mere insect of the fourth stage of transformation dares to negotiate with me? Perish. Lin Chen held Wang Huada's threat in utter disdain, showing no inclination to engage in further dialogue. He raised his hand and, with a delicate motion, directed a palm strike towards both him and the prostrate Wang Tianxi. The imprint of his magical power surged forth from Lin Chen's hand, and the omnipresent force of heaven and earth seemed to find its purpose, converging swiftly. The palm imprint, initially of ordinary size, expanded dramatically before the astonished gazes of onlookers, growing larger and larger until it reached hundreds of feet in size, finally coming to a gradual halt. In the blink of an eye, from the moment Lin Chen's words fell to the ground, the colossal palm had formed. Then, amidst the blend of Wang Huada's fury and Wang Tianxi's abject terror, it came crashing down. Flee. In that instant, even Wang Huada dared not hesitate, nor did he entertain thoughts of confrontation. His sole desire was to escape with Wang Tianxi. Once back at the Wang family, he would summon the ancestral elders who were in seclusion within the family's forbidden grounds. With the combined strength of numerous transformation stage experts, he believed it impossible that they could not subdue a fifth-stage transformation. However, just as he was about to put his thoughts into action, his pupils constricted sharply, and an overwhelming dread surged within him. Why? Why can't I move? He gasped. No. As Wang Huada's voice echoed in terror across the skies of Dian City, Lin Chen's colossal palm struck him down from the void with tremendous force. Boom. The ground shook violently, and the rampant energy dissipated in the air. Where Wang Huada had fallen, there lay a vast crater spanning 1,000 meters, marred only by scattered pools of blood. He is dead. Brother Wang is dead. Witnessing the cataclysmic transformation that occurred in the blink of an eye, Li Finchen's eyes widened with profound fear, his entire being trembling involuntarily. So powerful, far beyond what he had encountered decades ago, a strength that instilled a sense of despair within him. Yet, he quickly steeled himself. The Jade Talisman, the protective Jade Talisman. The recently mentioned powerhouse of the Wang family remarked that Lin Chen's cultivation was merely at the fifth level of the transformation realm. Despite his formidable combat capabilities, he could never hope to challenge the esteemed elder of the Tianyun sect. Kill him. I shall summon the avatar of the Tianyun elder and slay him. A flicker of brutality flashed in Li Fontaine's eyes at this thought. Having reached this juncture, he found himself with no alternative. At that very moment, Lin Chen's gaze fortuitously fell upon Li Fantian, who now held a moon-white jade talisman in his hand, equally fixated on Lin Chen, who stood suspended in the void. Lin Chen, the head of my family, must concede that in terms of talent, strategy, and strength, I am vastly inferior to you. However, in this world, mere strength does not guarantee one the liberty to act as one wishes. Can your solitary strength surpass that of the formidable beings within the county city? Can you outmatch the Yunyu sect, one of the 10 great sects? There is always a higher mountain. Li Fontaine's piercing gaze fixated on Lin Chen, his words rising and falling, leaving the multitude observing the unfolding scene in a state of bewilderment. The might of the county city and the strength of the Yunyu sect. What relevance do they hold for the Li family? There has been no record of any connection between the ancestors of the Li family and the Yunyu sect. Chapter 51. The Crowd. Transforming conflict into peace in stark contrast to the bewilderment of the crowd, Lin Chen was acutely aware of Li Wentian's hidden cards. Thus, upon hearing those words, his expression remained largely unchanged. His gaze towards Li Wentian resembled that of an audience observing a jester's performance, inciting a profound discomfort within the latter. No, it was not merely discomfort. It was an overwhelming sense of unease. Such a gaze made Li Wentian feel as though he were ingesting excrement. You are probably unaware that my son, Liion Gang, had, months ago, entered the prestigious Yunyu sect, where he was accepted as a closed-door disciple by the esteemed Elder Tianyan, garnering significant favor from the sect's higher echelons. Once he breaks through to the blood exchange realm, he shall ascend as the deputy sect master of Yunyu. I, too, have been honored by my son's master with a protective jade talisman. Ha ha ha, surprising, isn't it? To perish at the hands of the renowned Elder Tianyan would render your legendary life worthwhile. As he spoke, Li Wentian's smile grew increasingly audacious and even reckless. The revelation of such explosive information caused an uproar throughout the Grand Yin city. After all, Elder Tianyan of the Yunyu sect was a figure of legend, possessing unparalleled strength even within the vast Chu dynasty. For nearly a millennium, no one dared to challenge his reputation, and many had grown up hearing tales of his exploits. To think that such a formidable entity would take Li Jiashu's son, Liion Gang, as his disciple, and moreover, as a closed-door disciple. This was a disaster. It seemed that the Lin family's patriarch was destined for ruin. There was no escaping the reality that they were entangled with one of the top 10 sects. The Yunyu sect and the Li family had indeed struck fortunate to be accepted as a closed-door disciple by such a terrifying figure. And with intentions to elevate him as deputy sect master, one could only wonder about the exceptional talent hidden within the Li family. In these times, the forces within the city were increasingly duplicitous, and their hidden cards more elusive. For straightforward individuals like ourselves, should we cross paths with them, we would likely be left with nothing. Alas, the depths of urban intrigue are profound. If I do not see any progress in a few years, I shall return to my village. The cacophony surrounding him failed to disrupt Lin Chen in the slightest. He regarded the maniacally confident Li Wentian, who appeared to have everything under his control, with a sense of disinterest. The disparity in their strengths was immense. Whether it was Wang Tianxi or Li Wentian, they both exhibited an unwavering confidence in revealing their hidden cards, oblivious to Lin Chen's formidable power. Crack. Just as Lin Chen contemplated swiftly erasing Li Wentian from existence, the latter, who had been fixated on Lin Chen, noticed his perpetually calm demeanor, igniting a fierce hatred within him, compelling him to crush the jade talisman in his hand. How could it be that I divulged such earth-shattering secrets, yet you remain unperturbed? Do you truly believe that there exists nothing in this world that could confound you? I find it hard to accept that you can maintain such an air of tranquility. Li Chen, with a heart ablaze with fury, crushed the jade talisman and cried out in his mind. Ever since the enmity between the Li family and the Lin family, no matter the circumstances, Lin Chen has consistently maintained a composed demeanor. This tranquility is not a mere faade. It is a profound confidence, an assurance in his grasp of the unfolding situation. In the past, Lin Chen's ability to endure was commendable, but now he is summoning the legendary Elder Tai Shang of Tianyan. You are merely at the 5th level of the Transcendence realm. What gives you the right? As Li Chen seethed with impotent rage, a chorus of sword chants suddenly resonated throughout Dine City. Swords, my swords. Hiss, this aura. This is the essence of sword intent. Is this the depth of the Elder Tai Shang of Tianyan? Truly formidable. With the shattering of the jade talisman, a figure, sharp as a long sword, coalesced in the void, stirring the myriad swords within Dine City, whether idly resting or carried by their masters, into a flurry of activity. They all bowed in reverence towards the manifestation of the Elder Tai Shang, expressing their submission. Countless sword masters in Dine City were left in a state of stunned awe. Yet, once they regained their senses and beheld the aged figure in the void, their gazes brimmed with fervor and excitement, as though they had encountered a deity. 7th level of the Divine Powers realm, with 2 parts of sword intent. Upon sensing the aura emanating from the Elder Tai Shang of Tianyan, Lin Chen instinctively activated his eye of destiny to observe, instantly discerning the depths of his being. The manifestation could at most exert 50% of its true power. With my current combat strength, I should be able to suppress it with ease. If I were to confront the true form of the Elder Tai Shang, I might hesitate to draw conclusions. After all, a being cultivated over millennia, who has also comprehended sword intent, poses a significant threat. Even if I have evolved my physique into an innate divine body and grasped 50% of sword intent, my cultivation time is still limited. With only the 9th level of the Transcendence realm, my understanding of martial classics is not particularly profound. To surpass such a powerful entity, even at the 7th level of the Divine Powers realm, is a daunting challenge. The pinnacle of the 9th level of the Transcendence realm possesses a sword intent that is even more profound than my own. As Lin Chen contemplated the disparity in strength between himself and the elder Tai Shang, the latter was observing him in return. However, unlike the fervent intent of the former, a tempest surged within the heart of the elder Tai Shang, whose first instinct was not to strike at Lin Chen, but rather to seek reconciliation. Might I inquire about the nature of your grievances with my disciple's father? If they are not significant, would you not grant this old man the favor of transforming hostility into harmony? While others may not perceive it, would he remain oblivious? In but a century of life, not only has he reached the 9th level of the Transcendence realm, but he has also comprehended sword intent, and to a degree of at least 3 parts. Such an existence, one could say, is not only unparalleled within the Great Chu dynasty, but also ranks among the most extraordinary prodigies across dozens of surrounding kingdoms and the entirety of the wild state. This individual possesses the qualifications to contend for a place among the top 10, or even the pinnacle, of the wild state's list of outstanding talents. It would be wise to avoid enmity if possible. Silence. Profound silence enveloped the entire Great Yin city the moment the words of the esteemed elder Tianyun fell. It was as if a pause button had been pressed, rendering everyone speechless. They suddenly found themselves struggling to comprehend this world. What on earth? You are the legendary elder Tianyun, and you ought to make a grand entrance, swiftly vanquishing the Lin family's ancestor with a single move. That would align with your persona, wouldn't it? What an absurd turn of events, transforming conflict into tranquility. In their hearts, the crowd erupted with incredulity, feeling an overwhelming sense of unreality. Time and again, the Lin family has been provoked. Now, they even dare to ambush our young talents. Do you truly believe I can let this slide? We must engage in a duel. Should you prevail, he lives. Should you falter, he dies. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Given Elder Tianyun's stance, Lin Chen felt compelled to voice a few more words. Chapter 52. The Battle of the Void, shaking the 4 corners upon hearing Lin Chen's words. The elder of the Heavenly Cloud sect found himself beset by a headache. It was not that he feared battle. Rather, he was genuinely reluctant to become adversaries with Lin Chen. In his youth, he had ventured beyond the Great Chu dynasty to hone his skills in other realms, where he had witnessed the formidable talents listed on the genius rankings of the wasteland, fully aware that their combat prowess far surpassed what their superficial cultivation level suggested. Their hidden trump cards were numerous and varied. Based on his experience, he surmised that this prodigy named Lin Chen undoubtedly possessed formidable secrets that could contend with even himself and the Heavenly Cloud sect, for otherwise, he would not be so resolute. Is there truly no possibility for reconciliation, my young friend? If that is the case, I can only extend my apologies in advance. Despite Lin Chen's extraordinary talent, having comprehended over 30% of sword intent at such a tender age, the elder doubted that the latter, with only the 9th level of the transformative realm, could be a match for him. The Battle of the Void. Lin Chen wasted no time in idle chatter, his figure soaring into the heavens above. If the movements of a transformative realm expert bore the weight of celestial power, possessing immense might, then a master of the divine ability realm had already manifested their innate divine powers. Every gesture and action radiated with the potency of such abilities, capable of shattering a vast expanse of land and altering the very climate of the region. Therefore, battles between divine ability practitioners typically ascended to great heights, minimizing their impact on the ground below. Do take care of yourself. The elder of the Heavenly Cloud sect cast a complex glance at Li Fontain's dazed figure before uttering a somewhat indifferent remark and following suit. In no time, the air was filled with a resounding roar, akin to thunder, as the overwhelming forces of nature surged violently in response to the clash of their powers, giving rise to numerous extraordinary phenomena. Dark clouds loomed overhead, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder, conjuring an apocalyptic scene above the great flame city. To the onlookers, The entire expanse of heaven and earth dimmed, save for two brilliant lights, one white and one gray, shining resplendently in the void. Hiss! Is this the might of a master of the divine ability realm? If such a battle were to occur within our great flame city, would the entire city not be reduced to naught? Is that the crux of the matter? Do you not perceive the strength of the Lin family's ancestor? It is immensely formidable. Formidable is an understatement. To think a ninth-level transformative realm could engage in such a fierce battle with the avatar of the Elder of the Heavenly Cloud sect, regardless of the outcome. The Lin family's ancestor has already proven capable of suppressing a territory spanning thousands of miles, marking him as one of the most elite powerhouses in the Great Chu dynasty. After this battle, it is likely that the entire Great Chu dynasty would erupt in fervor. Countless individuals gazed skyward, and after a brief moment of stupefaction, waves of animated discussions resonated throughout the realm. It is hardly surprising that they were so astonished. The combat prowess exhibited by Lin Chen was simply terrifying. Before today, they had believed that the strongest within the city of Dian was merely at the ninth level of the blood exchange realm. Little did they expect that the actions of the Li family's patriarch would trigger a series of unforeseen events. Regardless of the connections the Li family attempted to leverage, Lin Chen consistently unleashed even greater power, effortlessly crushing their reliance. Not even the intervention of the esteemed elder from the Yunyu sect, one of the top 10 sects, could subdue him. The magnitude of all these events was truly astounding. Meanwhile, within a grand hall of the city lord's residence, the lord of Dian City and numerous powerful figures gazed at the terrifying phenomenon in the sky, their expressions filled with a complex mix of disbelief and a hint of secret delight. They never anticipated that the strength of the Lin family's ancestor would be so formidable. Fortunately, they had not offended the Lin family previously. Indeed, there was also that prodigious descendant of the Lin family, Lin Ling, a remarkable genius. At just 15 years of age, she had already reached the ninth level of the bone refinement realm and was also a second-tier advanced alchemist. If this were to spread, it would undoubtedly overshadow many talented individuals, making them mere backdrops to her rise. By heavens, if rumors circulate that apart from the Lin family's ancestor, the rest are but a bunch of useless beings, I swear I will take up arms against them. If they are deemed useless, then what does that make me? Lord City Master, should we report this matter to the county city? After venting their complex emotions, someone suddenly posed the question. Lin Chen's prowess already afforded him numerous privileges within the Chu dynasty. If they reported this without his consent, any unforeseen incidents would first befall them. Such a significant commotion would surely have caught the attention of the county city. After pondering for a moment, the city lord shook his head. We need only wait quietly for the envoy from there to arrive. Your wisdom is unparalleled, my lord. Upon hearing this, the others breathed a sigh of relief and nodded in agreement. Regardless of the ancestor's cultivation level, his combat strength was a tangible reality. Such matters were beyond their purview, and they lacked the courage to interfere. Even if the county city were to discover their lack of reporting, it would be understandable. On the other side, within the Tang family, one of the three great families, Patriarch Tang Tian observed the phenomenon unfolding in the void with a hint of relief on his face. Phew! It is fortunate that my Tang family did not hastily intervene to assist the Li family. Otherwise, when the Li family had approached them, demanding allegiance, Tang Tian had been cautious. He had stated that should the Li family annihilate the Lin family, he would promptly lead the Tang family to submit to them. Furthermore, a vow was made. This is also the reason why Li Chen, after the incident, remained indifferent to the affairs of the Tang family, focusing solely on confronting the Lin family. To his astonishment, the Li family, with its extensive connections through the Yunyu sect, failed to subdue the Lin family. Especially this time, the power exhibited by the Lin family's ancestor far exceeded his expectations. The realm of divine powers. Just contemplating this distant realm filled him with a sense of vertigo, his eyes clouded with bewilderment. After today, it seems that the Lin family will hold the esteemed position in Dian City. One wonders if the Great Chu dynasty will bestow upon the Lin family the territories of Dian City and several surrounding cities as fiefs. Reflecting on the Great Chu dynasty's customary practice of courting formidable individuals, Tang Tian made a decisive choice in his heart. He resolved to lead his entire clan to pledge allegiance to the Lin family, even if it meant becoming a subordinate family of the Lin clan. It would surely be far more advantageous than developing independently. as various factions were stirred by the fierce battle between Lin Chen and the esteemed elder Tianyun. High in the heavens, they had exchanged thousands of blows. Lin Chen quickly adapted to the combat style of divine power practitioners, growing increasingly valiant with each exchange, leaving the elder Tianyun profoundly astonished. 50% of sword intent, a unique constitution. I had underestimated you before. After a particularly intense clash, the elder Tianyun spoke with a complex gaze, his voice tinged with a hint of bitterness. Such a prodigy. He was now certain that Lin Chen was indeed a person of legendary fortune, an entity of such nearly realized exceptional prowess. Not only could he not contend with Lin Chen alone, but even with the entirety of Yin Yu's sect, he lacked the confidence to face him. One sword strike. Should you withstand my blow, our fates shall be severed. After thousands of exchanges, Lin Chen had garnered sufficient combat experience. Prolonging the fight would yield little benefit. Thus, in response to the elder Tianyun's reflections, he chose not to elaborate further, intending to settle the outcome with a single decisive strike. Chapter 53. A single sword determines the universe, death. Upon hearing these words, the venerable elder Tianyun cast a profound glance at Lin Chen, refraining from any refusal. After all, this incarnation of his was not his true self, possessing only a limited reservoir of energy. Continuing the battle would not secure victory. Thus, it was wiser to acquiesce to Lin Chen's proposition and take a gamble. I wield a sword capable of severing the stars and overturning the cosmos. One sword, one universe. Swiftly, at an unknown moment, a silver-white longsword materialized in Lin Chen's grasp, adorned with intricate and arcane runes, as he unleashed a formidable technique chronicled in the martial canon. Although his time of cultivation was brief, perhaps due to an enhancement in innate talent or the influence of the martial scripture, he found the practice remarkably effortless. In just a few months, he had made significant progress and could now initially harness its formidable power. With the utterance of his words, an extraordinarily sharp aura surged forth from Lin Chen, instantly permeating the entire realm. The spiritual essence within a radius of several hundred miles became tumultuous, merging with the sharp aura and emitting piercing and cacophonous sounds. One sword, two swords, four swords. In an instant, to the astonished eyes of countless beings, an almost boundless array of swords, forged from spiritual energy and sword intent, filled the vast expanse of void. With a swift motion, under Lin Chen's command, these swords moved as if imbued with life, slicing through the air and swiftly converging into the long sword in his hand, transforming into a colossal sword aura that stretched 1,000 zhang, bearing an earth-shattering momentum as it cleaved toward Elder Tianyun. This terrifying spectacle evoked a flicker of fear in the eyes of the multitude of onlookers. Even though this sword was not aimed at them, the mere aura radiating from it rendered them as if they had plunged into an icy abyss, leaving them paralyzed in sheer terror. What a magnificent sword that determines the universe! Feeling the overwhelming pressure of this towering sword aura, which even elicited a slight sting in his body, Elder Tianyun's heart raced, and his expression grew serious. Without the slightest hesitation, he unleashed the signature technique that had brought him renown, executing the most potent sword strike his incarnation could muster. The Tianyun sword technique. As his heart aligned with his intent, the moment Elder Tianyun's sword was drawn, the previously clear sky devoid of clouds suddenly became adorned with billowing white clouds. These transformed into pure, radiant sword lights that surged forth like a deluge toward Lin Chen's towering sword. Clang, clang, clang. As the two forces collided, a series of crisp sounds akin to clashing blades resonated through the air. The endless sword lights struck against the colossal sword, akin to a mantis attempting to halt a chariot, mercilessly crushed and scattering the sword light in all directions, shooting down toward the ground. This unforeseen turn of events caused the countless spectators to change their expressions dramatically, hastily fleeing in all directions. Fortunately, both combatants found themselves at an immense altitude, and the collision had expended the majority of their energy, resulting in a significant reduction in their speed. The onlookers reacted promptly, thus only a few sustained injuries, with no lives endangered. In light of this upheaval, the numerous formidable observers within the city of Dian dared not linger in the vicinity of the fierce battle. They hastily retreated to a safe distance. Upon our initial encounter, I sensed that the elder of the Lin family was extraordinary. aware that he was not as simple as he appeared. However, I never anticipated his true magnificence. With the cultivation of the 9th level of the Transcendence realm and the 7th level of the Divine Ability realm, should this information circulate, it would undoubtedly stir a considerable commotion across the Dantian continent. Countless powerful individuals would be drawn to him, and countless prodigies would flock to challenge him, potentially securing a place for the Lin family elder on the prestigious list of the continent's elite. In this moment of astonishing prowess, one cannot help but wonder what kind of storm this remarkable genius will unleash upon the Dantian continent. As Lin Chen executed his sword strike, Lin Ling, who had witnessed everything from the beginning, was suddenly enveloped by the awestruck voice of Xiao Jia echoing in her ears. Such talent is truly unparalleled, even in her youth. She could not compare. It is worth noting that she had once ranked among the top 20 prodigies on the Dantian continent. And now she felt a sense of inadequacy in the presence of Lin Chen. Only those ranked in the top 10, or even the top 3, possessed such extraordinary capabilities. The prodigies within the top 10 were almost universally endowed with divine physiques, having been meticulously nurtured by the continent's foremost powers since childhood, which bestowed upon them such profound backgrounds. Yet, you have reached this apex without the support of a formidable background. What accounts for this? Is it solely due to your terrifying talent, rivaling that of prodigies from larger continents? Or have you acquired that elusive inheritance? At this moment, Xiao Jia felt an irresistible urge to delve deeper into Lin Chen's secrets. If it is the former, then there is no doubt. He is destined to stand among the pinnacle of powerful beings on the Dantian continent, with a substantial chance of ascending to the Nirvana realm and establishing a sacred domain to rule over the entire continent. If it is the latter, while the potential remains for such achievements, the path would undoubtedly be fraught with covetous eyes from various powers, a treacherous journey indeed. Suddenly, amidst Xiao Jia's tumultuous thoughts, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, causing her to abruptly look up. There, beneath the onslaught of Lin Chen's overwhelming sword energy, the boundless white sword light conjured by the elder of the Tianyun sect faltered, merely managing to obstruct the attack for a fleeting 3 breaths before being utterly shattered. The relentless sword energy surged forth, striking the elder with unyielding force. Despite his attempts to defend himself through various means, he could not withstand the onslaught and was forcefully driven into the earth, creating a vast crater. The terrifying sword intent subsequently obliterated the vitality of the elder's avatar, causing it to dissipate into nothingness at that very spot. Has the esteemed elder Tianyun of the Yuanyuanzong truly met his demise in such a manner? Witnessing this scene, countless onlookers were utterly astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief, their hearts overwhelmed with shock. It is imperative to remember that this was indeed the venerable elder Tianyun of the Yuanyuanzong. How could he have been defeated so easily? And by none other than Lin Chen, who is merely at the 9th level of the Transcendence realm. This revelation left the crowd in a state of bewilderment, as they realized that the world around them had suddenly become profoundly unfamiliar. Just as thoughts surged within their minds and emotions ran high, a sudden, piercing scream echoed in their ears, startling them to their core. Turning to look, they were met with the sight of a gaping pit where Li Fantian had once stood, the gruesome remnants of his shattered form serving as a grim testament to the events that had just unfolded. Chapter 54, Harvest. Arrival at Tianxing County. The Li family has been eradicated. After Lin Chen struck Li Wentian down with a single blow, Lin Wudi led a host of Lin clan warriors to encircle and eliminate the remaining Li family members. In a matter of moments, the Li family, including their venerable ancestor who had reached the 7th level of blood transformation, met their demise before the eyes of many. The once illustrious Li family, which had endured for centuries, now had no remaining members apart from Liion Gang, who was far away at Yuanyuanzong. Within the grand hall of the Lin family, Lin Wudi and the senior members gazed fervently at Lin Chen, who stood by the window with his back turned, contemplating the horizon as he reported the spoils and losses of this encounter. Ancestor, we have seized enough of the details. There is no need for a comprehensive account. Just ensure that the injured and fallen clan members are well taken care of according to our family rules. Furthermore, the treasures plundered from the Li family will be divided among those Lin family members who participated, in accordance with their cultivation and contributions, with 30% allocated for them. The remainder shall be placed in the family treasury, available for clan members to redeem using their contribution points. Upon hearing the summary of the report, Lin Chen raised his hand to interrupt. Understood, Ancestor. Lin Wudi and the others, upon hearing this, could not help but feel elated and quickly expressed their gratitude. The resources from the Li family would significantly bolster the Lin family's overall strength in a short period, marking a monumental triumph. However, after the initial joy, Lin Wudi hesitated, recalling the identities of Wang Tianxi and the others. Ancestor, regarding the Wang family, there is no need for concern. Since they dared to act against my Lin family's descendants, they will cease to exist after today. It is merely regrettable to lose the Wang family's assets and territories. Lin Chen cast a glance at Lin Wudi and the others, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Without waiting for their reactions, he swiftly transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards the direction of Tianjin County. Just as Lin Wudi was reporting their gains, a mechanical and chilling notification echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Congratulations, host, for annihilating the hostile Li family and successfully absorbing their fortune, earning 321 fortune points. Congratulations, host, for expanding your family's sphere of influence, receiving a reward of 666 fortune points. Kindly note, the fortune points gained from the sphere of influence will be calculated once annually. Though nearly 30,000 fortune points may not seem substantial, considering the Li family's lackluster overall strength, Lin Chen felt somewhat reassured. Nonetheless, thoughts of the Wang family nestled within Tianjin County tugged at his heart. If only the Lin family possessed sufficient strength to inherit the Wang family's territories and assets, how many fortune points would he gain? Perhaps the fortune points accrued over a year or two would not match the one-time reward from annihilating the Wang family. But what about over 5, 10, or even 100 years? Thus, when Lin Wudi mentioned the Wang family, he couldn't help but feign disappointment. As the adage goes, pressure breeds motivation. Esteemed colleagues, we are immensely fortunate to have an unparalleled powerhouse like our ancestor leading the Lin family. Others envy us. Yet if we fail to seize the opportunities bestowed upon us by our ancestor and grow rapidly, what right do we have to occupy such esteemed positions within the family? How will others perceive us? Our own reputations may falter, but should we tarnish the illustrious name of our ancestor, we would become pariahs within our lineage, eternally condemned to the family's hall of shame. If the Lin family aspires to ascend as a premier lineage within the Great Chu dynasty, we cannot rely solely on our ancestors' strength. Thus, for our own sakes, and to honor the favorable conditions our ancestor has created for us, we must strive with even greater fervor. As Lin Wudi watched the silhouette of our ancestor fade from view, he was lost in thought for a long while before he turned to the assembled senior members of the Lin family and proclaimed with unwavering conviction. Strange gazes and the specter of disgrace lingered in the air, igniting a fervent desire for strength within their hearts. Lin Wudi's voice painted vivid images in the minds of the senior members, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. Ultimately, an intense yearning to grow surged within them, beating powerfully in their chests. Thump, thump, thump. Stronger, stronger, stronger. The senior members of the Lin family echoed these sentiments in their hearts. In the true martial world, who does not aspire to become a true powerhouse? Almost everyone harbors such desires. However, various constraints have hindered their path to strength, forcing them to struggle at certain stages until the end of their lives. The senior members of the Lin family are no exception. Many years ago, their relentless training yielded meager returns for their efforts, leading them to gradually lose their motivation. Yet now, with ample resources for cultivation at their disposal, what reason do they have to remain stagnant? With this thought in mind, after attending to their current affairs, the senior members of the Lin family flocked to the family treasury to exchange for the necessary cultivation resources, commencing a period of focused training in turns. Meanwhile, Ling Ling, bolstered by the substantial supply of spiritual herbs acquired from the Li family, experienced exponential growth in both alchemical skills and cultivation. In the past, the Lin family struggled to procure third-grade spiritual herbs, often unable to acquire more than a few even with ample spirit stones. However, since the Lin family announced their intent to purchase spiritual herbs, a steady stream of powerful individuals from various cities has arrived, eager to present third-grade and even fourth-grade spiritual herbs for the Lin family to select from. Some factions even offered to donate them outright. Nevertheless, the senior members of the Lin family declined such offers, opting instead to purchase the herbs at market value. Although these factions felt a tinge of disappointment, they bore no resentment. Consequently, upon learning of the Lin family's circumstances, many young, unmarried women in Dian City began to cross paths with Lin family signs on the streets. Even the rarely seen masters of the blood transformation realm occasionally make their presence felt. It can be said that not only is the Lin family flourishing, but the quality of practitioners in Dian City is also continuously on the rise. The allure exuded by a single strong individual is indeed formidable. At the very moment the Lin family thrives, far away, thousands of miles from Dian City, the figure of Lin Chen unexpectedly manifests above Tianqin County. His gaze is indifferent as he casts a casual glance at the Wang family's domain, uttering not a single word. A vast and unfathomable force, akin to the waters cascading from the Milky Way, surges forth with an overwhelming momentum, instantly breaching the protective barrier of Tianqin County and poised to descend upon the Wang family. In that very instant, startled by this abrupt turn of events, several powerful beings of the Divine Passage realm stationed in Tianqin County materialize in the void, extending courteous gestures towards Lin Chen. Friend, as you grace our Tianqin County, we kindly request that you temper your aura, allowing us to extend our hospitality. Despite the fact that the individual before them is merely at the 9th level of the Transcendence realm, the sheer force emanating from him has already instilled a sense of peril within them, leaving no room for carelessness. Chapter 55. Astonishment. They actually did such a thing. I have descended upon Tianqin County solely for the Wang family. Lin Chen cast a casual glance at the several formidable figures in the divine ability realm, and observing their unyielding stances, his expression turned frosty. Step aside. With that, he summoned the profound heritage bestowed by the martial classics, unleashing an aura of terrifying magnitude akin to that of the divine ability realm. He took a step forward. Upon witnessing this, the expressions of the divine ability realm practitioners shifted, yet they remained steadfast. After all, as the rulers of Tianqin County, to retreat in such a public setting would be an immense disgrace. I said, step aside. Perceiving their thoughts, Lin Chen's mind surged as he activated the innate essence of his divine body. Thunderous sounds echoed. 3rd, 4th level of the divine ability realm. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying aura comparable to that of the 5th level of the divine ability realm erupted from Lin Chen, causing the encircling practitioners to change countenance in alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, they yielded the path behind them. It was known that the most powerful among them barely reached the 5th level of the divine ability realm. For the sake of a mere Wang family and so-called pride, it would be foolish to offend an unparalleled genius with boundless potential. Seeing this, Lin Chen reigned in his imposing presence. After all, these practitioners were either the ancestors of the top families in Tianqin County or members of the royal family of the Great Chu dynasty. While the former held little significance, he still felt compelled to extend a modicum of respect to the latter. With no divine ability realm practitioners to obstruct him, Lin Chen's figure swiftly appeared above the Wang family estate. Respected one, if my Wang family has wronged you in any way, I represent the Wang family and am willing to compensate you for any losses, even to the point of total ruin. Please, calm your wrath. Just as Lin Chen's silhouette emerged above the Wang family, a middle-aged man tumbled out from a grand hall, trembling and bowing deeply, adopting an exceedingly humble posture. He had no choice but to bow. It is crucial to note that the most powerful among the Wang family was merely at the 7th level of the Transcendence realm, and their combat ability at this level could only be deemed average. In comparison to Lin Chen, who could wield the power of the divine ability realm, they were insignificant. If apologies could rectify wrongs, what purpose would his cultivation serve? Lin Chen would not be swayed from his resolve to obliterate the Wang family merely by their contrite attitude. Originally, there was no enmity between the Lin and Wang families. It was the Wang family that had chosen to meddle in the grievances between the Li family and the Lin family. Had it not been for Lin Chen's presence, the Lin family might have long been eradicated by the alliance of the Wang and Li families. Such a profound grievance, how could he possibly let it go? Whether for the sake of achieving clarity within oneself or providing an explanation to the kin who bled and sacrificed for the Lin family. The Wang family was destined for annihilation today. Death. With this thought, a fierce glint of murderous intent flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed the sword intent he had comprehended to 50%. An endless stream of spiritual energy, under the influence of this sword intent, manifested as long swords radiating a chilling light. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, these swords began to traverse within the Wang family estate, leaving no one able to match or obstruct their path. Vital energies that once flourished were extinguished in the awareness of many formidable beings. In a mere quarter of an hour, the entire Wang family lay devoid of life, save for Lin Chen, who stood atop the grand hall, gathering, extending his right hand. Lin Chen's thoughts stirred, and he collected the storage bags and rings of the fallen Wang family elites, along with all useful cultivation resources for the Lin family. Then, casting a calm glance at the surrounding powerful figures, he said nothing further. With a twist of his form, he vanished from the spot in an instant. It was only after a considerable time had passed that they returned to their senses regarding the obliteration of the Wang family, which promptly stirred a tumultuous uproar. What deity had the Wang family offended? Not only did a 9th-level transcendence possess the combat prowess of a 5th-level divine ability, but he had also grasped at least 30% of sword intent. One ought to maintain a degree of humility in life. Curiously, I have scoured the entire list of prodigies from the wild state, yet I found no candidates that matched the formidable figure just witnessed. Could he be from another major state? Regardless of his origins, I must return and caution that group of youngsters to exercise restraint. I wonder if that powerful being would take over the Wang family's assets. If not, in the wake of this upheaval, various factions observed Lin Chen's departing figure and the wreckage of the Wang family. Their minds suddenly ignited with schemes. Although the depth of the Wang family had been stripped away, their holdings in Tianqing County represented a significant prize. If they could seize a portion during this tumult, it would be a considerable opportunity for them. Not only these factions, but even the few divine ability practitioners who had previously attempted to impede Lin Chen found similar thoughts crossing their minds. However, just as they were about to signal their subordinates to act and divide the Wang family's assets, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed nearby. Report. The latest intelligence from Dian City, as their subordinates relayed the news of events occurring in Dian City to their respective ancestors. The expressions of these divine ability practitioners shifted dramatically when they finally learned that even the avatar of the esteemed Elder Tianyun had been defeated by Lin Chen. A sense of relief washed over their hearts. Others may not grasp the terror of Elder Tianyun, but as contemporaries of his era, they were acutely aware. In their generation, the entire Great Chu dynasty, along with several neighboring kingdoms, regarded the venerable Elder Tianyun as an unparalleled entity of his rank. Although Lin Chen had merely vanquished one of his incarnations, even that manifestation possessed the formidable strength of the 7th level of the divine communication realm. The juxtaposition of the 9th level of the transcendence realm and the 7th level of the divine communication realm was staggering. Upon contemplating Lin Chen's cultivation, they were instantly struck with a parched sensation in their mouths. Such power transcended their wildest imaginations. No, we cannot seize the assets of the Wang family. Otherwise, when the Lin family rises, that individual might use this rationale against us, and it would spell our doom. Indeed, we must not be greedy for these meager resources. The ancestor of the Lin family is merely a century old, which is astonishingly young compared to the 2 millennia of lifespan that one at the 9th level of the transcendence realm possesses. His future is undoubtedly beyond our comprehension. Not only must we refrain from coveting the Wang family's properties, but we must also appoint the finest managers to diligently oversee and cultivate this foundation, so that when the Lin family comes to take possession, we might even forge a favorable relationship. Agreed. With the foremost powers of Tianqing County reaching a consensus, the subsequent events unfolded without any unforeseen complications. Even Lin Chen himself was unaware that his performance in Dian City had instilled such trepidation in these formidable beings of the divine communication realm, prompting such an extraordinary decision. Chapter 56. Digesting the Harvest. The sacred ground of sword cultivators. Meanwhile, as Lin Chen departed from the influence of Tianqing County, a mechanical and cold notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations to the host for annihilating the opposing Wang family and successfully devouring their fortune, earning 121 fortune points. 18,000. The system's announcement caused Lin Chen's swift movement to momentarily falter. The obliteration of the Li family had already granted him nearly 30,000 fortune points. Coupled with the 18,000 acquired from the Wang family, his fortune points had finally surpassed the remarkable threshold of 200,000. With the resources from both the Wang and Li families, my Lin family would be well equipped with cultivation resources for at least the next 50 years. After reserving a portion for unforeseen circumstances, the remainder shall be wholly converted into strength. Once the exhilaration subsided, Lin Chen pondered his current predicament. As a cultivator in the 9th realm of the transcendent stage, with combat prowess equivalent to the 7th realm of the divine power stage, he would undoubtedly pique the curiosity of many formidable beings within the Great Chu dynasty and its neighboring realms. While they may not directly threaten him, Lin Chen had no intention of entrusting his fate to the whims of others. He would forge his own path. Estimating based on the foundation of the Great Chu dynasty and surrounding realms, he would possess the means for self-defense upon breaking through to the divine power stage. Given his innate divine physique and the profound mysteries of martial scriptures, ascending to the divine power stage should not pose a significant challenge, especially with the aid of fortune points. With over 100,000 fortune points, how many realms could they elevate my cultivation in the divine power stage? The mere thought ignited a glimmer of anticipation in Lin Chen's eyes. At the 9th realm of transcendence, he already wielded combat capabilities akin to the 7th realm of divine power. Once he broke through to the divine power stage and mastered its powers, he could swiftly attain a terrifying strength comparable to that of a 9th realm divine power cultivator. If he were to cultivate to the 2nd or even 3rd realm of divine power, he would be nearly invincible in the Great Chu dynasty and its neighboring realms, provided that no true spirit realm rulers emerged. This is not mere self-aggrandizement. Rather, the Great Chu dynasty and its surrounding realms are exceedingly insignificant compared to the vast territories of the wilderness. The talents nurtured there, in both quality and quantity, far exceed those of the flourishing domains within the wilderness. Take, for instance, the once dominant elder Tianyun of the Great Chu dynasty's younger generation, who, nearing 2,000 years of age, has only reached the pinnacle of the 7th realm of divine power, his strength barely rivaling that of an average 8th realm divine power cultivator. It is foreseeable that upon attaining the 9th realm of divine power, his combat strength would only be slightly superior to that of peers, lacking overwhelming advantage. In such circumstances, it is no wonder that Lin Chen possesses this confidence. Lin Chen's speed was remarkable. Within less than a quarter of an hour, he had returned from Tianxin County to Dian City. At that moment, Lin Wudi and others were occupied with the affairs arising from the annihilation of the Li family. He chose not to disturb them. Instead, he personally sealed away the treasures appropriated from the Wang family that were suitable for the cultivation levels of his kin into the family treasury, available for exchange with family contribution points. He then hastily entered the secluded chamber where he usually meditated. System: elevate the 5-rank spirit absorption array within the chamber to 6 rank. And then exchange for a Tao comprehension mat. Congratulations, host. The exchange was successful, consuming a total of 99,999 fortune points. Echoed the mechanical and icy voice of the system in Lin Chen's mind as soon as he finished speaking. Immediately, the chamber, which appeared to span only a few hundred square meters, suddenly expanded to over 10,000 square meters, with the profound patterns adorning the walls emanating a gentle glow, becoming increasingly intricate. With a sound akin to a howling gale resonating through the chamber, the concentration of spiritual energy, which had thinned with the enlargement, began to surge dramatically. 10-fold, 15-fold, 20-fold. With the assistance of the spirit absorption array, the concentration of spiritual energy within the chamber soon escalated to 50 times that of the outside world before gradually subsiding. Simultaneously, a pale purple mat materialized beneath Lin Chen's feet, enveloping the chamber in a subtle aura of Tao. Under normal circumstances, even with an innate divine body, it would require years of accumulation to break through to the divine ability realm. However, with the support of the 6-rank spirit absorption array and the Tao comprehension mat, this duration could be significantly shortened. Experiencing an environment for cultivation that was more than 10 times superior to before, Lin Chen felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Without further delay, he promptly sat cross-legged to begin his practice. As he commenced his cultivation, the dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth within the chamber seemed to find an outlet, rushing fervently toward him. Regardless of the influx of spiritual energy, Lin Chen endowed with the innate divine body and the formidable heritage of martial texts, welcomed it all, channeling his techniques to absorb it into his body. He began to compress and refine the magical power within, aiming to transform it into divine power as swiftly as possible. Simultaneously, the Tao comprehension mat beneath him released waves of mysterious Tao rhythms that continuously flowed into his being. In that moment, Lin Chen's understanding of the transition from the skin refinement realm to the transformation realm deepened significantly, and a faint, enigmatic aura flickered around him. Thus, during Lin Chen's secluded cultivation, half a month swiftly passed. News of his battle against the avatar of the Elder of Tianyun in Dian City and the destruction of the Tianxin Duke's family had spread throughout the entire Great Chu dynasty. From noble families to common folk, Lin Chen's reputation resonated like thunder in their ears. It could be said that anyone plucked from the streets would be able to share a few anecdotes about Lin Chen. As Lin Chen's strength became known, Dian City drew the attention of countless onlookers. Particularly, the sight of Lin Chen's battle against the Elder of Tianyun became a sacred ground in the hearts of innumerable sword cultivators. The reason for this was simple. As Lin Chen unleashed a breathtaking strike imbued with 50% of his sword intent, he triumphed over the esteemed Elder of Tianyun. The residual sword intent lingered at the edge of the deep pit, refusing to dissipate, thus attracting a multitude of sword cultivators who gathered to witness the spectacle. Among them were several intrepid practitioners of the sword path who, under the scrutiny of the crowd, boldly endeavored to comprehend the profound sword intent contained within. Initially, the majority of spectators scoffed at their audacity, deeming it a fanciful notion. However, much to their astonishment, after several days of patient observation, one courageous middle-aged man, a third-layer practitioner of the transcendence realm, gleaned invaluable insights. Not only did he shatter a long-standing bottleneck, ascending from a perfected 9/10 sword momentum to the realm of embryonic sword intent, but he also seized the opportunity to elevate his cultivation to the fourth layer of the transcendence realm, igniting a frenzy among the onlookers. Countless powerful individuals who had initially intended to remain aloof began to pursue their own understanding of the blade. As word of this remarkable event spread, sword cultivators throughout the entire Great Chu dynasty responded with fervor, flocking to Dian City. Concurrently, numerous formidable merchant guilds and auction houses made their way to the city, resulting in a remarkable surge in the number of powerhouses within Dian City. Chapter 57. The Fire Xian Wang Mansion. Despite this, comprehending the essence of sword intent is no simple endeavor. It is, in its very nature, the residual energy infused with lethal force left behind by Lin Chen in battle. To grasp it, one must endure the backlash it inflicts. Most cultivators lack even the qualification to attempt such understanding. Only those at the first blood exchange realm or above, who can comprehend over 50% of the sword's momentum, are deemed capable. This is a hard truth, born from the blood and sacrifice of many defiant cultivators, and it constitutes two essential prerequisites for deciphering this lingering sword intent. Of course, if one possesses exceptional talent or is favored by fortuitous circumstances, these conditions may be disregarded, allowing for an audacious attempt to decipher the sword intent present here. It is astonishing that such a mere remnant of sword intent can attract so many formidable individuals. This vast pit likely hosts no fewer than 1,000 blood exchange realm experts delving into its depths. Yet, the 1,000 blood exchange realm experts do not represent the pinnacle of the Chu dynasty. Rather, they signify the limit of this very pit. Alas, we have arrived too late. Had we come sooner, we might already have ventured inside to begin our own comprehension. Many independent cultivators, who are situated farther from Dian City and received news later, observed the scene with a shake of their heads and a sense of regret upon their arrival. Although their prowess surpasses that of the majority engaged in the comprehension of sword intent within the pit, they are in Dian City, under the watchful gaze of the Lin family's patriarch, and thus dare not act recklessly. After all, being permitted to enter this realm suffused with sword intent is already a considerable privilege. Any disturbance could jeopardize that. It is uncertain whether they possess the strength to withstand the ire of the Lin patriarch, but they are certain that such a chance to comprehend sword intent would vanish. This is a scenario they wish to avoid. Hence, every practitioner who arrives at this location to grasp the sword intent diligently adheres to the established rules, forming an orderly queue. Just as numerous strong figures engaged in their discussions, a sudden sound of blood spitting pierced the air, followed by a disheveled figure emerging from the pit, stumbling into the crowd, pallid and marked by the remnants of sword intent. Clearly, this cultivator had failed in their attempt to comprehend the sword intent and suffered its backlash. Aside from a few newly arrived experts, the crowd had grown accustomed to such occurrences. Indeed, some among those closer to the front displayed expressions of tension and excitement. After all, those who gain entry to comprehend the sword intent are no weaklings. The elimination of one signifies that the majority within have reached a formidable limit. As anticipated, it was not long before another disturbance echoed in their ears, and like a chain reaction, a succession of figures emerged, all having failed in their attempts at comprehension. Damn it, so close. If only my cultivation were stronger, I would not have faced failure in my understanding. A group of relatively youthful individuals lay sprawled upon the ground, their hearts brimming with dissatisfaction. Though their complexions bore a pale hue, they were undoubtedly in a far better state than those who had been eliminated earlier. However, due to their relative youth and insufficient foundation, they failed to grasp the profound insights and instead suffered the backlash of the lingering sword intent. This left them, already somewhat prideful, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Well done, you have performed admirably. If comprehending sword intent were so effortless, the Daqing dynasty would not possess so few masters who command such power, a voice interjected. At that moment, a figure adorned in a flowing white gown appeared before them, her graceful silhouette accentuating her alluring form. Observing the defiant expressions on their faces, she slightly furrowed her elegantly arched brows and continued. Take the time to thoroughly assimilate the insights gained from this experience. Should you achieve any understanding, the royal house will lend you a helping hand. It is not impossible to grasp a hint of the intricacies of sword intent before it dissipates. Those who have previously comprehended are not barred from further enlightenment. However, should you fail and suffer the backlash, considerable time will be required for recuperation. Of course, if your foundations are substantial, you may utilize various treasures to restore your injuries and try once more. Thank you, Your Highness, the young warriors from the Fire Xian royal house exclaimed, a glimmer of joy illuminating their faces at Chu Sighting's words. While they were indeed members of the Fire Xian royal house, their status paled in comparison to that of the princess, and many resources had to be fiercely contested for through their own efforts. Naturally, they lacked sufficient treasures to heal their internal wounds. However, with Chu Sighting's assurance, they realized that if they could derive some understanding from this experience, they would receive support from the royal house, potentially allowing them to grasp the subtleties of the residual sword intent. What a splendid foundation for fully comprehending sword intent in the future. Truly, the Fire Xian royal house is affluent and grand, they mused. Alas, for us wandering cultivators, it seems bleak. Having failed to gain any insights this time, the chances of doing so in the future appear scant, one lamented. Indeed, though the lingering sword intent here is but a fraction of true sword intent, the backlash it delivers is far beyond what we, as wandering cultivators in the blood exchange realm, can withstand. With our limited resources, recovery will take at least 3 to 5 months. By then, the residual sword intent, having been depleted by so many seekers, will likely be entirely consumed. If only this sword intent would not dissipate. Amidst the crowd, numerous wandering cultivators gazed enviously at Chu Sighting's promise to the royal house. As they contemplated the faintly emanating sword intent from the deep pit, an unrealistic thought flickered through their minds. Yet, they were well aware of its impossibility. The lingering sword intent, if not for the consumption by so many, might endure for several more years. However, in this scenario, without the presence of equally adept cultivators to replenish the understanding of sword intent, it would vanish completely within a few months. It is perhaps best not to dwell too much on such matters. The opportunity presented to us for enlightenment is indeed a rare gift, and we should cherish it while we can. With this thought in mind, the wandering cultivators gave little further consideration to the circumstances. As they stood in line, they disregarded the dirt beneath them, settling into a meditative posture to begin absorbing the subtle essence emanating from the great pit into the surrounding world. Regardless of the efficacy, engaging in contemplation could only yield benefits. I wonder what my father is occupied with. He has yet to return to the Fire Xian King's residence, and has entrusted me with guiding the younger generation of the manor to this grand city of Diyan. Could it be related to the Lin family? Yet that seems implausible. Given my current predicament, I have at most 3 months left to live. My father, who dotes on me so dearly, would not allow me to be burdened with responsibilities at this time, unless... Upon entertaining this thought, a flicker of anticipation ignited in Chu's sighting-s eyes. Chapter 58. The transaction. Due to her physical condition, she would not live beyond the age of 30. Under such circumstances, her father still insisted that she lead a team to the grand city of Dian, awaiting his arrival. Taken together, did this not imply that the ancestral elder of the Lin family possessed a treasure or method capable of resolving her physical afflictions? Indeed, it seemed quite plausible that my speculation was accurate. The elder of the Lin family had managed, without any significant backing, to ascend to one of the foremost powers within the great Chu dynasty in a mere century. His lineage and heritage were, in certain respects, likely unmatched even by our great Chu dynasty. In this scenario, it would not be surprising to find means to rectify my physical shortcomings. Yet, how did my father come to this knowledge? This thought flickered through Chu's sightings mind, leaving her with a lingering sense of doubt. Nevertheless, she did not dwell on it for long. After all, she had long since prepared herself for the possibility of death, no matter how events unfolded. It could hardly worsen than this. Despite this, a faint glimmer of hope resided within her heart. After all, living was surely preferable to perishing, was it not? Meanwhile, as the remnants of sword intent within Dian City stirred waves among the populace, far over 100,000 miles away, within the magnificently grand Chuang City, a middle-aged man bearing a resemblance to Chu's sighting walked alongside a formidable figure clad in royal yellow robes, an air of dominance and nobility subtly emanating from him. As they strolled down the main avenue, "Uncle Wang, is this truly worthwhile? You must realize that this concerns the fortune of the Huaxian Wang mansion for a millennium." Time passed before the imposing figure broke the silence, his expression complex as he queried. He had not anticipated that his uncle would act so impulsively, sacrificing the future fortune of the Huaxian Wang mansion merely to acquire a method from the Chu Wang mirror to address Chu sighting-s physical issues. This was, after all, the fortune of an entire millennium. Losing such fortune meant that, for the next 1,000 years, the Huaxian Wang mansion would not only miss out on significant opportunities, but also that the potential of newly born clan members would be considerably affected. Additionally, the risks associated with the current members' breakthroughs would increase, and their cultivation speed would inevitably diminish. Perhaps in the short term, the repercussions would not be overly significant. Yet, the sacrifice entailed a millennium's worth of fortune. Over time, the overall strength of the Huaxian Wang mansion would undoubtedly suffer a substantial decline, and a millennium hence, the mansion's stronghold might face a severe lack of capable individuals. For a top-tier power, this would be a fundamental loss, the price far too steep. Indeed, it is worth it, absolutely worth it. Have I not already gleaned clues from the Chu Wang mirror regarding the resolution of Ting Er's physical hazards? As long as one can survive the catastrophic trials of the extreme in-spirit body upon reaching the age of 30, a future of guaranteed supremacy as a formidable practitioner of divine abilities awaits. Moreover, should one be fortunate enough to elevate the extreme in-spirit body to the status of a precious body, it would not only benefit my esteemed Fire Xian royal manor, but also the entire Great Chu dynasty. In response to the authoritative man's skepticism, a faint smile graced the countenance of the Fire Xian king. Indeed, when he contemplated sacrificing the millennium of fortune belonging to the Fire Xian royal manor, he was beset by hesitation. The fear of failing to glean the desired answers from the Chu king's mirror weighed heavily upon him. However, as the moment drew near for Chu Sidong to reach her 30th year, whether out of paternal duty or for the future of the Fire Xian royal manor and the Great Chu dynasty, he felt an intense reluctance to abstain from taking the gamble. Fortunately, his wager proved fortuitous. After sacrificing nearly a millennium of the manor's fortune, he finally discerned a sliver of heavenly insight from the Chu king's mirror. Merely 3 words: Great Flame City. Initially, he was engulfed in confusion. Great Flame City? It was merely a third-rate city. How could it possibly harbor opportunities to remedy the deficiencies of the extreme in-spirit body? Yet, before he could ponder for long, news regarding Lin Chen's confrontation with the avatar of the esteemed elder Tianyun reached his ears, invigorating his spirit and redirecting his focus onto Lin Chen. Nevertheless, The treasures capable of resolving the flaws of the extreme Yin spirit body are exceedingly rare. What if he? Hence, I have refrained from departing the royal capital immediately. Your Majesty should comprehend my intentions. Upon hearing this, the Fire Xian King's expression remained unchanged, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the Chu King. As a lord tasked with guarding a realm, the Fire Xian King's cultivation is formidable, having attained the 6th level of divine abilities. Though his combat prowess surpasses that of most at his level, it remains limited, rendering him incapable of contending against those of greater strength. Faced with Lin Chen, who possesses the ability to vanquish the avatar of Elder Tianyun, he found himself devoid of confidence. Uncle Wang, do you realize the gravity of your actions? A being at the 9th level of the Transcendence realm possesses the combat strength of a 7th level practitioner of divine abilities. What an astonishing prodigy! Even across the entire wilderness state, such an individual is among the elite. This unparalleled figure is almost certainly a paragon of great fortune from legends, given our great Chu dynasty's foundation. To forcefully confront him would likely lead to disastrous consequences. Should this endeavor falter, do you comprehend that the entire great Chu dynasty could face annihilation? The Fire Xian King's words elicited a frown from the Chu King, who, disregarding familial bonds, raised his voice in fierce inquiry. To offend a transcendent being who has already matured for the sake of an extreme Yin spirit body whose potential remains uncertain is nothing short of madness. After all, a prodigious talent with great fortune openly displayed the combat strength of a 7th level practitioner of divine abilities, and one could only speculate about the hidden trump cards they possessed. For the great Chu dynasty, attempting to subdue such an individual is nearly an impossibility. Your Majesty has misjudged my intentions. Upon hearing this, the Fire Sovereign could not help but let out a bitter chuckle, for he fully understood the underlying principle. What I mean is, I desire a royal decree from His Majesty to access the dynasty's treasures and select a few worthy artifacts. Are you considering a trade? HM. The King of Chu nodded, his expression softening. As long as it does not involve any harm to Lin Chen, other matters are of little consequence. However, regarding these treasures, a twinge of hesitation gripped the heart of the King of Chu at the thought. The artifacts deemed worthy by the Fire Sovereign were undoubtedly relics left behind by the ancestors of the great Chu dynasty, each capable of driving the powers of divine mastery into a frenzy. This grade of treasure has been largely depleted over the millennia of the great Chu dynasty's existence, with the remaining count barely exceeding 20. Even taking one would cause the King of Chu considerable distress. To remove several at once would surely invite scorn from those who guard the dynasty's legacy, labeling him a squanderer. Uncle Wang has already sacrificed the royal house's millennia of fortune. It would be utterly unkind of me to be reluctant about a few treasures. Thus, I propose this. I shall request the 3 ancestors to accompany these artifacts with you to Dian City. Such a plan is splendid. Understanding the King of Chu's concerns, the Fire Sovereign, ever the agreeable ally, immediately assented. Chapter 59. The 2nd level of the Divine Power Realm. Having made his decision, King Chu did not delay. He swiftly managed the affairs at hand alongside the Fire Xian King and summoned the esteemed figures of the great Chu dynasty. Among them was Chu Jingtian, a formidable presence at the 9th level of the Divine Power Realm, representing the pinnacle of the royal family's combat prowess. He meticulously recounted the events that had transpired during this period. 100-year-old at the 9th level of the Transcendence Realm, possessing the strength of the 7th level of the Divine Power Realm, the elder was astonished to discover that, after years of seclusion, the great Chu dynasty had given rise to such an extraordinary individual. Upon hearing the Fire Xian King's narration of the circumstances, Chu Jingtian's initially impassive demeanor began to shift, particularly upon learning of Lin Chen's staggering combat abilities, which elicited a flicker of astonishment upon his countenance. In his youth, he had ventured beyond the great Chu dynasty to hone his skills in the prosperous regions of the wilderness state. Yet he had never encountered a genius with such remarkable accomplishments. This was a being that surpassed all prodigies of the wilderness state. As this thought emerged in his mind, he could not help but draw a sharp breath. It was noteworthy that many of his contemporaries had ascended to become formidable true spirit realm experts, boasting lifespans of 10,000 years. Among them, a few distinguished individuals had even attained the status of titled monarchs, with the prospect of rebirth within reach. In light of this comparison, did it not imply that as long as Lin Chen remained unscathed, his ascension to the realm of rebirth was an inevitable outcome? The realm of rebirth. This represented a position at the pinnacle of the celestial hierarchy. In the presence of such formidable beings, the great Chu dynasty was hardly worthy of mention. It would not require his direct intervention. A mere display of discontent would provoke countless powerful entities to obliterate the great Chu dynasty 100 times over, seeking to curry favor with such illustrious figures. It was imperative to forge good relations. On this journey to Dian City, regardless of whether Lin Chen consented to our dealings, we must deliver these treasures to the Lin family. No, that is insufficient. Prepare a decree to confer a marquis title upon the head of the Lin family, granting them Dian City along with the surrounding 10 cities as their fief. Chu Jingtian, displaying resoluteness, issued his command to King Chu without hesitation. The current King Chu, Chu Xiong, was momentarily taken aback, bestowing treasures and titles. This notion had crossed his mind, and he deemed it reasonable, given Lin Chen's revealed potential, that the great Chu dynasty should take such action. However, the idea of conferring a marquis title upon a head of the Lin family who was merely at the blood exchange realm was something Chu Xiong found difficult to accept. Ancestor, why not directly confer a title upon the elder of the Lin family? After a moment's hesitation, Chu Xiong could not contain his inquiry. Bestowing a marquis title upon a head of the blood exchange realm would undoubtedly incite discontent among other nobles and invite mockery from the neighboring dynasties, a scenario he wished to avoid. Do you truly believe that the mere great Chu dynasty possesses the qualifications to bestow such a title? With a cold smirk, Chu Jingtian cast a glance at the contemplative Chu Xiong, shook his head, and continued, the great Chu dynasty is too small to accommodate this true dragon. However, because of this, we need not worry about him coveting our Chu family's dominion. Bestowing the title of marquis upon the head of the Lin family not only demonstrates our profound respect for him, but also ensures he cannot refuse our goodwill. As for how other factions perceive this, does it truly matter? Does the ancestor imply that Lin Chen might refuse our granted title? Why is that impossible? Upon hearing the ancestor's words, Chu Xiong stood dumbfounded. Indeed, why would it be impossible? Ancestor, I shall make the necessary preparations immediately. Regaining his composure, Chu Xiong wasted no time and began his arrangements. Granting fiefs to vassals in the dynasty is not merely a matter of issuing an edict. One must also prepare an abundance of rare treasures as gifts, tasks that he must personally oversee. Before long, a convoy of several hundred carriages, drawn by the ethereal blood steeds of the washing marrow realm, departed from the royal capital, hastening towards the direction of the great Yin city. Isn't that the royal convoy? Where could they be heading with such fanfare? I'm not sure, but it seems they are transporting various rare treasures. Could it be that another faction has achieved merit and is being rewarded by His Majesty the Chu King? Goodness, with hundreds of grand carriages, His Majesty is indeed generous. As the royal convoy traveled, countless onlookers speculated about its purpose, their words filled with envy and jealousy. Simultaneously, they were intensely curious about which faction had been fortunate enough to receive royal commendation. Driven by intrigue, many strong individuals followed in pursuit. In contrast, the Fire Xian King and Chu Jingtian, accompanying the convoy, paid little heed to the murmurs around them. After several days of travel, the convoy led by the Fire Xian King finally entered the great Yin city. Lin Wudi, who had long received word from the royal court, had already gathered numerous strong members of the Lin family to greet them. Following a round of pleasantries, they proceeded into the Lin family estate under Lin Wudi's guidance. The hundreds of carriages laden with various rare treasures also entered alongside them. Goodness, these hundreds of carriages filled with treasures are actually rewards for the Lin family. I had suspected the royal court would seek to ally with the Lin family, but I did not expect it to happen so swiftly. I truly envy the Lin family for having such a formidable ancestor at their helm. They haven't even exhausted the cultivation resources harvested from the Li and Wang families. And now the great Chu dynasty has bestowed upon them a wealth of resources that are more than they could ever use. I concede, I am envious. As the onlookers watched the hundreds of carriages enter the Lin family gates, their astonishment quickly erupted into a chorus of chatter. The mere thought of the resources now possessed by the Lin family filled their hearts with profound envy. It is important to note that the Lin family's rise has occurred within a remarkably short span of time, resulting in a mere few hundred clan members. To say nothing of the royal rewards, even the resources possessed by the royal family would take decades to deplete. it is evident that the descendants of the Lin family will not lack for cultivation resources in the future. With an abundance of resources at their disposal, even the most unremarkable of beings could soar to great heights. How much more so for a human? Alas, the adage holds true, comparison breeds envy. Yet, despite this, the onlookers could only shake their heads in resignation, as none dared to covet these resources. After all, the memory of Elder Tianyun being bested by Lin Chen with a single sword strike remains vivid. Meanwhile, deep within the Lin family's secluded chamber, suffused with an extraordinary concentration of spiritual energy, a sudden surge of powerful auras from the city jolted the occupant awake. At last, has the great Chu dynasty arrived? The Lin family had received a formal invitation from the great Chu dynasty 3 days prior. As Chu Jingtian had indicated, Lin Chen did not voice any opposition to the conferral of the title of Marquis upon Lin Wudi. After all, in his vision, the Lin family has always pursued the path of family development, progressing from mundane clans to 1,000-year legacies, 10,000-year clans, and ultimately, eternal families. Currently, the Lin family is undergoing a transformation into a millennia-old lineage. If they were to continue their development in a conventional manner, it would require an immense amount of time. However, with the title of noble rank, overseeing numerous cities, the Lin family's advancement would accelerate significantly, allowing Lin Chen to accumulate a wealth of fortune points each year and grow stronger at an expedited pace. These fortune points are indeed scarce. This recent seclusion consumed a staggering 18,000 points. Shaking off the tumult of his thoughts, Lin Chen turned his gaze to his personal panel, where the remaining balance of fortune points stood at a little over 60,000, prompting a wry smile. Nonetheless, the considerable expenditure yielded substantial gains. His cultivation had reached the second level of the divine manifestation realm. The existence of the innate divine body and the martial canon, coupled with various auxiliary cultivation treasures, enabled him to have insights on an almost continuous basis, with a day of training equating to a decade for an ordinary divine manifestation expert. Besides his cultivation, Lin Chen's most significant achievement was the comprehension of sword intent, having reached a remarkable 70%, an advanced level of sword intent. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly astonish countless individuals and provoke a stir throughout the entire Dantian continent. Such a pace of progress is unmatched in the continent. Even the ancient records of prodigies from the primordial era pale in comparison to Lin Chen. It is worth noting that during the ancient times, the true martial world was a unified entity, with spiritual energy and Tao resonance far more potent than today. The caliber of prodigies from that era was vastly superior to those of the present. With my current cultivation and foundation, I should be considered invincible within the great Chu dynasty when I unleash my full power, shouldn't I? Feeling the terrifying force within me that could evoke ripples in the fabric of space with a mere gesture, a faint smile graced Lin Chen's face. After traversing the true martial world for so many years, he finally possessed some means of self-preservation. It was time to meet the formidable beings of the great Chu dynasty. Having organized the gains from his seclusion, Lin Chen's gaze shifted towards the Fire Xian King and Chu Jingtian, who had already entered the Lin family's council hall. In a flash, he vanished from his original position. When he reappeared, he stood before the assembly. We pay our respects to the ancestor. The high-ranking members of the Lin family, accustomed to Lin Chen's entrance, immediately bowed in acknowledgement. He is the ancestor of the Lin family? How remarkably young. However, it is understandable. Upon breaking through to the transformation realm, one possesses a lifespan of a millennium. And those at the 9th level of the transformation realm can live for as long as 2,000 years. A mere century is tantamount to infancy among ordinary people. Without active control, one would naturally appear younger. Observing Lin Chen's youthful visage, akin to one in their 20s. Both Fire Xian King and Chu Jingtian were momentarily taken aback, but they quickly regained their composure. Most of the individuals they interacted with were leaders of powerful factions. Even upon breaking through to the transformation realm, they would deliberately maintain their appearances in their 30s or 40s to uphold their authority. Individuals like Lin Chen, who allowed their appearances to change naturally, were rare, yet not entirely astonishing. The previous generation of the Chu dynasty, Chu Jingtian, pays respects to my esteemed friend. From the Fire Xian Palace, Chu Zhongyang pays respects to my esteemed friend. While contemplating this, Both Chu Jingtian and Chu Zhongyang approached Lin Chen with a facade of calmness, initiating a preliminary acquaintance. Lin Chen of the Lin family. I pay my respects to both esteemed friends. Lin Chen gestured to the Lin family members behind him, signaling them to refrain from excessive formalities. Before turning to scrutinize the two men, one was at the 6th level of the divine ability realm, while the other was at the 9th level. It appeared that despite the absence of a true spirit realm expert overseeing the great Chu dynasty, its foundation remained commendable. For Lin Chen, who possessed the Eye of Destiny, the cultivation levels of Chu Jingtian and Chu Zhongyang were laid bare before him. Indeed, he could easily uncover many of the former's secrets if he so desired. However, in general, Lin Chen did not harbor a penchant for invading others' privacy. He merely cast a cursory glance, gleaning insight into their purpose for visiting the Lin family before closing his Eye of Destiny. In contrast, Chu Jingtian and Chu Zhongyang were engulfed in tumultuous waves of astonishment. The power of divine abilities, the divine ability realm. How astonishing! To think he had so swiftly broken through to the divine ability realm. A prodigy, indeed a prodigy. When at the 9th level of the transformation realm, Lin Chen already possessed the battle prowess of the 7th level of the divine ability realm. Upon breaking through to the divine ability realm, he must at the very least have the strength of the 8th level, wouldn't he? Even the existence at the 9th level of the divine transformation realm might find it challenging to contend with him. With this thought in mind, Chu Zhongyang and Chu Jingtian exchanged a glance, both perceiving a hint of astonishment in each other's eyes. The speed of his growth is astonishingly rapid. Fortunately, the great Chu dynasty chose not to antagonize the Lin family, otherwise. The mere contemplation of this sent a chill down the spines of these two towering figures within the great Chu dynasty. The imagery was terrifying enough to instill fear in their hearts. Under the auspices of amicable dialogue between both parties, subsequent proceedings unfolded with remarkable smoothness. The Lin family graciously accepted the honors bestowed by the great Chu dynasty. From this day forth, 11 cities, including Dian City, Dahuan City, and Dian City, would become the territories of the Lin family. In terms of taxation, a mere symbolic tribute of 10% to the great Chu dynasty would suffice, with the remainder rightfully belonging to the Lin family. Furthermore, the authority to appoint city officials in these 11 cities would also be transferred to the Lin family. What surprised Lin Chen was that the Fire Mystic King was willing to dispatch 5,000 personnel to assist the Lin family in managing these cities until they developed sufficient capacity to take over independently. Since this is the kind intention of my esteemed friend, I shall graciously accept it. Ha ha, well said. Upon seeing Lin Chen accept his goodwill, Chu Zhongyang could not help but burst into hearty laughter, feeling a renewed sense of confidence regarding the treasures he could procure to remedy Chu Sighting's physical deficiencies. Thus, after an afternoon of becoming better acquainted, when Chu Zhongyang sensed the moment was ripe, he pointed towards Chu Sighting and remarked, "Surely, with your cultivation, you are already aware of Tinger's condition." Noticing Lin Chen nodding in affirmation, Chu Zhongyang no longer hesitated, his gaze sharpening as he continued, "Not long ago, I received a hint that there exists an opportunity in Dian City to rectify Tinger's physical shortcomings." Chapter 60, 3 Methods Recently. I received a subtle hint that within the grand city of Dian, there exists an opportunity to remedy the physical deficiencies of Tinger. After much contemplation, it appears that only my esteemed companion possesses the ability to facilitate this. I wonder if it would be possible to arrange a mutually beneficial exchange, as I am willing to offer these treasures in trade. As he spoke, King Huoxian cast a glance at Chu Jingtian, who without hesitation retrieved several meticulously prepared treasures from his storage ring. Among them were a mid-grade 6th-tier spiritual herb, the soul-nurturing grass, a 6th-tier thunderstruck would age for millennia, a jade talisman embodying the force of a first-level true spirit realm practitioner, and a legacy of a talisman master. For remarkable treasures floated in the air, their brilliance intertwining. And despite being enveloped in protective barriers, they emitted a faint glow, revealing their extraordinary nature. Boom! Upon witnessing the treasures suspended before her, Chu Sidu felt a tremor in her heart. Moved, her enchanting gaze fixated on Lin Chen, a mixture of excitement and hope glimmering in her eyes. Although she had resigned herself to the possibility of death, who would truly wish for such an end if a chance to survive presented itself? Her prior surrender had been born from a lack of alternatives. Tap, tap, tap. Under the scrutiny of those around him, Lin Chen gently tapped his fingers against the table, lost in contemplation. The system's marketplace offered numerous solutions to address the risks associated with the extreme Yin spirit body. Yet most were beyond his financial reach. Given his current balance of fortune points, he could only consider 3 tiers of methods to resolve this issue. The first, a lower-tier solution, required the expenditure of over 19,000 fortune points to exchange for a spirit-melting pill, which would dissolve the peculiar constitution of the extreme Yin spirit body, alleviating the inherent flaws. However, this would significantly diminish Chu Situ's innate talents, resulting in a considerable loss. The second, a mid-tier approach, necessitated the sacrifice of 60,000 fortune points to acquire a fragment of a celestial-level cultivation technique known as the extreme Yin heavenly art. Achieving even a minor success in this cultivation would mitigate the threats posed by the extreme Yin spirit body. Nonetheless, with less than 3 months until her 30th birthday, it seemed nearly impossible for Chu Situ to reach such a level in time. Moreover, the treasures brought by King Huoxian were far from matching the value of 60,000 fortune points. As for the third method, which Lin Chen deemed a superior solution, it required no expenditure of fortune points and would greatly benefit Chu Situ. This involved utilizing the innate Dao body essence within him to assist her extreme Yin spirit body in evolving into the supreme Yin treasure body, effectively eliminating the defect. However, this course of action necessitated complete honesty and profound trust between both parties. After all, while the innate Dao body of the ancient human race is hailed as the source of myriad physiques, encompassing all, Lin Chen had yet to fully integrate with the innate Dao body and could not perfectly wield its primordial power, thus rendering safety uncertain without such caution. I indeed possess a method to resolve the defect of the extreme Yin spirit body, yet, after a prolonged silence, Lin Chen's fingers ceased their rhythmic tapping. Meeting the eager gazes of King Huoxian and others, he spoke with unflinching candor. However, before a hint of joy could grace their faces, Lin Chen deftly shifted his discourse, gradually outlining 3 potential solutions within his capability. The first option, the spirit fusion pill? Absolutely not. That would only be considered as a last resort. The second option, the extreme Yin celestial art? A fragment of a celestial grade technique, uniquely designed for the cultivation of the extreme Yin spiritual body. Upon hearing Lin Chen's first proposed method, the Fire Sovereign immediately dismissed it, while the mention of the extreme Yin celestial art ignited a glimmer of hope within him. Yet, as soon as Lin Chen declared that one must cultivate it to a rudimentary level to resolve the issue, the glimmer of joy on the Fire Sovereign's countenance vanished in an instant. Although he had never encountered celestial-grade techniques, nor knew the complexities of cultivating the extreme Yin celestial art, it took him a full decade to reach the rudimentary level with his current royal lineage technique, the Earth-grade low-level Earth Dragon secret. While Ting'er possessed far superior talent than her father, achieving the rudimentary level of a celestial-grade technique in a mere 3 months was, without a doubt, a fanciful dream, rendering the Fire Sovereign's expression rather grim. Lin Chen, my friend, did you not mention 3 methods? I wonder about the third. Observing the Fire Sovereign's crestfallen demeanor, Chu Jingtian interjected, prompting the initially troubled Fire Sovereign to perk up, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Chen, eagerly awaiting his response. The third. Lin Chen immediately shook his head in refusal. I regret to inform you that I cannot engage in a transaction regarding this third option. The essence of the innate Dao body is immensely precious. How could I deplete my own primordial power to assist Chu sighting and ascending to the supreme Yin treasure body for merely 4 6th-grade treasures? In Lin Chen's view, even the entirety of the great Chu dynasty could not compare to a mere strand of his innate Dao body essence. Why? Is it that these treasures are insufficient? If so, I can offer more. I would gladly expend everything from my Fire Sovereign's estate. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the Fire Sovereign grew anxious, believing his offered stakes were inadequate, and hastily replied, Father. Beside him, Chu sighting felt her heart ache at her father's distressed state, nearly brought to tears. Yet, she understood that it was best not to interject at this moment. Thus, she suppressed her inner turmoil, tightly clutching her garment, her thoughts swirling in complexity. No, Fire Dao friend, you misunderstand. This third method necessitates the consumption of my own essence to achieve, not even the entirety of the Fire Sovereign's resources, let alone the entire Great Chu dynasty, would be worth it to me. Lin Chen did not keep them in suspense and swiftly articulated his reasoning. As these words left his lips, both Chu Jingtian and the Fire's sovereign momentarily found themselves at a loss for words. Though they were unaware of the true nature of Lin Chen's extraordinary physique, the fact that he had ascended to the realm of divine abilities within a mere century, achieving a combat prowess that at least rivaled that of an 8th-tier divine practitioner, suggested that his physique was undoubtedly of a caliber surpassing that of a divine body. To require a divine body to expend its essence in order to assist Chu's sighting in overcoming the deficiencies of her constitution. Who besides a beloved kin could possibly undertake such a sacrifice? Who would be willing to make such a sacrifice? At this thought, a flicker of disappointment crossed the eyes of the Fire Sovereign and his companions. Were they truly left with no option but to resort to the first method? Yet, if that were the case, all the effort and sacrifices made would be rendered utterly futile. The Fire Sovereign found it difficult to accept this outcome. However, the reality before him left him with no choice but to acquiesce. After all, with the Fire Sovereign's cultivation at the 6th tier of divine abilities, he could distinctly sense that Lin Chen was not speaking falsehoods, and given the latter's formidable strength, there was no need for deception. In that moment, the entire Great Hall fell into a profound silence. Chapter 61. What if she belongs to your Lin family? Lin Chen, my friend, there is indeed another approach we might consider. After what felt like an eternity, it was suddenly Chu Jingtian, who had been rather reticent, that shattered the silence within the grand hall. Oh, Lin Chen's curiosity was piqued, and he turned his gaze toward Chu Jingtian, eager to discern what this new method might entail. Not only Lin Chen, but even the once despondent Huaxian Wang and Chu Sighting found a glimmer of hope in their eyes, their attention fixated upon him. Sensing their interest, Chu Jingtian wasted no time in revealing his thoughts, his gaze unwavering as it locked onto Lin Chen. Given the resources of our great Chu dynasty, it may not suffice for you to expend your primordial energy to rectify Miss Sighting's physical deficiencies. However, what if she were to be considered one of your Lin family? At this proclamation, a hush fell over the assembly. What could this possibly mean? When did Chu Sighting become a member of the Lin family? Yet, some astute individuals, including Lin Chen, appeared to have an inkling of understanding. This revelation left him momentarily astonished. Although Sighting was merely a princess of the great Chu dynasty, possessing the exceptional physique of the extreme Yin spirit body, which could evolve into a divine body, her potential, while perhaps not rivaling that of Lin Chen's, still offered considerable advantage. If you would be willing to take this young lady as your wife, I, in my capacity as an elder of the great Chu dynasty, would formally betroth Chu Sighting to you. Moreover, consider these treasures as her dowry from my Chu family. What say you? Seeing the astonishment in Lin Chen's eyes, Chu Jingtian understood that he had grasped the implications of his words, and without awaiting a response, he laid the matter bare before them. Lin Chen's expression faltered, and he turned his gaze toward Chu Sighting, who stood nearby. Before him was a woman nearing 30, yet she possessed the allure of youth, bright eyes, pearly teeth, and skin as fair as snow. Her figure was elegantly curvaceous, and as a princess, she exuded an air of noble grace that was undeniably captivating. At that moment, Lin Chen felt a stir of emotions within him. After all, he was not a eunuch. If she is agreeable, I have no objections. Rather than feigning reluctance, Lin Chen, feeling a genuine attraction, offered Chu Sighting a choice. He abhorred the notion of imposing upon another. Blushing under the scrutiny of the hall's occupants, Chu Sighting felt a rush of warmth. Despite nearing 30, she had never been in a romantic relationship, nor had she ever had even a slightly intimate friendship with a man, leaving her unaccustomed to such attention. However, rather than retreating, she lifted her gaze to meet Lin Chen's. Clad in garments as white as snow, with a visage as finely chiseled as if sculpted by a master, and enveloped in an aura of profound mystery and strength, he appeared strikingly powerful. Within the vast realm of Zhenwu, the combination of striking features and formidable strength proved to be quite impactful for Chu Sighting, who had little prior experience with the opposite sex. Coupled with Lin Chen's remarks, she found herself nodding in agreement, albeit unconsciously. Although the use of the fusion spirit pill would ensure her survival, without her extreme Yin spirit body, her potential would only allow her to cultivate to the transcendence realm at most. Such meager prowess would hold little significance for the royal family. One less or one more would not alter the balance of power. Furthermore, Given the immense sacrifices her father had made, opting for the first choice would undoubtedly attract criticism from her kin, a scenario she wished to avoid. Of course, the most crucial aspect was that Lin Chen, with his striking appearance, immense strength, and the regard he showed her, not only moved Chu's sighting, but also stirred her heart. Ha ha ha. Splendid, splendid. Today is indeed a momentous occasion. Considering Tinger's unique circumstances, let us not squander time. Shall we set your wedding date for 1 month hence? Upon witnessing Chu's sighting's consent, Chu Jingtian could not restrain his joy and promptly finalized the wedding date for the two. Lin Chen, naturally, had no objections to this arrangement. Subsequently, after a brief exchange to discuss various details, the entourage from the great Chu dynasty bid farewell to Chu's sighting and departed from Dian City. 100 years into his sojourn in the Jinwu realm, Lin Chen found himself on the brink of marriage. As he watched the figures of the departing guests fade away, a sense of disorientation washed over him. He had traversed into this world, where he was one of 8 siblings, third in line, with an older sister and brother, and 3 younger brothers and a sister beneath him. Upon realizing the fantastical nature of this realm, he dedicated himself to the pursuit of strength, leaving no thoughts of marriage or offspring in his wake. However, as he ascended to the blood exchange realm, he began to feel the scarcity of cultivation resources, realizing that relying solely on himself was insufficient to sustain his endeavors. Thus, he returned to the Lin family, ultimately becoming the first head of the family, surrounded by his elder brother and 3 younger siblings. Regrettably, the talents of his siblings were notably limited, and they had gradually departed over the past 2 decades. With the combined talents of himself and Chu's sighting, should they bear offspring, their abilities would likely not be lacking, potentially yielding progeny of at least spirit body caliber, with a substantial probability of producing a treasure body or even a divine body. This prospect was undoubtedly superior to the generations of optimization that Lin Wudi and others had pursued, progressing at an exponentially faster rate. Perhaps this was indeed a commendable option. Reflecting on this, Lin Chen exhaled softly. It was noteworthy that since the system had issued the task to elevate the family's power level, nearly half a year had elapsed, yet the progress had scarcely reached 1%. This pace was exceedingly slow. Initially, Lin Chen had felt helpless, as the foundation of the Lin family was inherently weak, necessitating a gradual approach. However, now he found himself with an additional path to consider. While nurturing exceptionally gifted offspring and continuously fostering the quantity and quality of his kin, Lin Chen believed that, with a dual approach, once the most arduous initial phase was surmounted, the ensuing development would yield results that far exceeded the sum of their parts. The interplay of quantity and quality would inevitably unveil a few prodigies among the multitude. For the Lin family to flourish and evolve into a prestigious lineage lasting a millennium or even an eternity, it could not rely solely on his individual efforts. It necessitated the relentless dedication of countless family members. Take, for instance, a family that has thrived for a millennium. Typically, it comprises at least 1 transcendent being, 10 in the blood transformation realm, hundreds in the marrow cleansing realm, and thousands of members below the marrow cleansing level. In stark contrast, the Lin family, apart from Lin Chen himself, could scarcely muster 10 individuals in the blood transformation realm, let alone a transcendent being. Furthermore, the total number of family members barely reached a few hundred. In every aspect, they lagged significantly behind a typical millennium-old family. Nevertheless, Lin Chen was acutely aware that such shortcomings were an inevitable plight for any nascent family, and his sole endeavor was to expedite the rectification of these deficiencies. Chapter 62, Never-ending. Truly endless, the actions of the great Chu dynasty were swift. Shortly after Chu Jingtian and his companions departed from Dian City, the city lord of Dian and the lords of 11 major cities received a decree from the king of Chu. Lin's family head was conferred the title of Baron of the East, and from this day forth, Dian City, Dehen City, and the other 9 cities would be under the dominion of the Lin family. While I had anticipated that His Majesty the King would seek to cultivate a relationship with the Lin family, I never expected this day to arrive so promptly. The city lord of Dian, gazing at the decree bearing the royal seal, could not suppress a hint of bitterness at the corners of his mouth. A family that was once nominally beneath him had now ascended to become his superior, wielding the power of life and death over him. Fortunately, he had not offended the Lin family. Otherwise, he would have been in a state of panic at this moment. Prepare the tax revenue from Dian City for the past 6 months. I must visit the Lin family to pay my respects to the Baron of the East. Yes, whether in Dian City or other cities, taxes were submitted annually. With half the year just passing, the city lord's estate still held a significant amount of unsubmitted resources. Now, with a new superior, he naturally needed to bring the previously unsubmitted resources along, obeying the commands of the Lin family head, for henceforth. The manner of tax submission would be dictated by the Lin family. Not only the city lord of Dian, but the lords of the other 10 cities also took similar actions. After all, apart from Dashuan City, which had a transcendent expert stationed, the strongest among the remaining cities was merely at the 9th level of the blood transformation realm. Such strength would be easily overwhelmed by a mere breath from the Lin family's patriarch. They dared not feign compliance or employ any petty schemes, especially considering that this was a decree personally issued by His Majesty the King. There is no wall that does not let the wind through. And given the grandiosity with which the city lord of Dian and his counterparts acted, there was little intent to keep it secret. Soon, news of the Lin family head being conferred the title of Baron of the East spread rapidly throughout the Great Chu dynasty, causing a stir among the myriad powers and experts who received the tidings. What is this? The Lin family head has been made Baron of the East? Is it not the patriarch of the Lin family being conferred? If memory serves, the Lin family head is merely at the blood transformation realm, is he not? How can one of such meager cultivation attain the title of Baron? Although this news was undeniably explosive, it was indeed the truth, as someone had already verified it in the royal capital. In an instant, the entire Great Chu dynasty became abuzz. Many noble families expressed profound dissatisfaction regarding Lin Wudi's elevation to Baron of the East. It must be noted that since the establishment of the Great Chu dynasty, those conferred noble titles were always at least of the 7th level of the Transcendence realm. Even the heirs who succeeded to noble titles possessed at least the cultivation of the Transcendence realm. Never before had there been an instance of one beneath the Transcendence realm becoming a regional noble. Consequently, numerous formidable members of noble families hastened to the royal city overnight, seeking to implore King Chu to retract his decree. Even if it were to elevate the Lin family to the status of nobility, they insisted it should be conferred upon the esteemed ancestor of the Lin family, rather than a mere lowly figure at the blood exchange stage. This predicament left them feeling rather humiliated. However, initially, King Chu showed little inclination to heed the grievances and requests of these aristocrats. As time progressed, an increasing number of noble family representatives arrived in the royal city, expressing their discontent, and the news eventually rippled into neighboring lands, inciting considerable unrest. Reluctantly, King Chu found himself compelled to address the situation. Yet, contrary to the expectations of the assembly, he did not concede. Instead, he merely uttered the words, "The Lin family ancestor has ascended to the divine passage realm." Having said this, he disregarded the reactions of the crowd and departed from the grand hall that had hosted them. What? The divine passage realm? As they watched King Chu's figure fade from view, the words echoed in their minds, transforming their indignation into solemnity. Silence enveloped the room. How swiftly had the Lin family ancestor progressed to the divine passage realm. At the 9th stage of the Transcendence realm, he already possessed terrifying combat prowess comparable to that of a 7th-stage divine passage expert. Upon transcending to the divine passage realm and wielding the power of divine abilities, he would be nearly invincible. However, that was not entirely accurate. At the 1st level of the divine passage realm, he would not yet attain such supremacy. Indeed, the disparities between each level of the divine passage realm are vast. Even though the prowess of the divine passage experts within the Great Chu dynasty is not as profound as that of certain flourishing territories in the wild state. For the Lin family ancestor to dominate at this level, he would need to possess a minimum of 3rd-stage divine passage cultivation. Nonetheless, even this was exceedingly formidable. It was no wonder that King Chu refrained from granting the Lin family ancestor the title of Eastern Town Marquis. Upon hearing this, those present fell into a contemplative silence. Was it truly that King Chu did not wish to bestow the title upon the Lin family ancestor? Certainly not. But why had he refrained? Because the Great Chu dynasty deemed him unworthy. Realizing this, the noble warriors exchanged glances, each recognizing a hint of resignation in the other's eyes. A century-old divine passage expert, with such a terrifying cultivation speed. It would not be long before the Lin family ancestors' strength surpassed even the most powerful figures of the Great Chu dynasty. Stepping into a realm that had not seen a birth in millennia, the true spirit realm, also known as the royal realm. For instance, if Chu Zhongyang were to break through to this realm, he could proclaim himself the Fire Xin King, a title that transcends the mere status of a feudal lord and signifies the king of martial prowess. With a lifespan of 10,000 years, one individual would be sufficient to rival a pseudo-fourth-grade power such as the Great Chu dynasty, which lacks a true spirit expert to preside over it. Gazing across the entirety of the wild state, one would find themselves among the ranks of top-tier powerhouses, and thus, it was not long before this assembly of noble warriors dispersed, each returning to their own domains. Their ability to endure for millennia, even 1,000 years, in this world may not be rooted in overwhelming strength, yet their acumen in assessing the situation is undoubtedly remarkable. Even numerous factions, having cast aside their grievances, began to prepare gifts. Thus, in the blink of an eye, more than half a month had elapsed. During this period, the city of Dian was bustling with activity. Ever since the lords of Dian and 10 other cities visited the Lin family, myriad factions arrived daily at the Lin residence, bearing gifts of congratulations. This influx granted the Lin family a wealth of cultivation resources, which surged at a visibly astonishing rate, resources aplenty, far beyond their capacity to utilize. The elder in charge of the treasure vault of the Lin family was utterly delighted, counting the vast quantities of resources entering the vault each day. The sensation was indescribably sweet. Recently, he even contemplated requesting an expansion of the treasure vault, as the resources consumed by the Lin family were negligible compared to the bounty flooding into the repository, nearly filling it to capacity. Elder Third, is Elder Third present? How many third-grade spiritual herbs does our clan possess? Quickly, bring them to me. Just as the elder in charge of the treasure vault was merrily tallying the treasures, a sudden hurried footfall accompanied by a loud shout pierced through his reverie. Chapter 63. The Challenge of Becoming a Third-Rank Alchemist. Lin Feng, you little rascal. Rather than pestering your sister for pills, you come to my treasure pavilion demanding third-rank spiritual herbs. Do you really think you are your sister? If you desire the herbs, present your contribution points for exchange. Upon seeing the visitor, the third elder couldn't help but roll his eyes. Lin Feng is the younger brother of Lin Ling, and it has been several years since he heard that he had taken a mysterious and powerful master, frequently venturing into the outside world for experience. Under normal circumstances, Lin Feng would not return to the family until the end of the year. However, given that the Lin family has been making waves in the Chu dynasty recently, acquiring a wealth of cultivation resources, the financially strained Lin Feng hurried back upon hearing the news. Throughout his journey, countless tales of Lin Chen and Lin Ling reached his ears, leaving him utterly astounded. If it were for his own use, he would have certainly exchanged contribution points for them, but these spiritual herbs are meant for his sister. Lin Feng quickly shook his head in explanation. He had just intended to sneak a few pills from his sister for his own cultivation when Lin Ling had summoned him, instructing him to make a trip to the treasure pavilion to collect a substantial amount of third-rank spiritual herbs. More would be better. What? Lin Ling needs them? Is she attempting to break through to become a third-rank alchemist? Marvelous! The third elder exclaimed, his face brimming with joy as he turned to disappear from sight. Lin Feng watched this scene with deep envy, sighing to himself, wondering when he might reach such a realm. His cultivation aptitude was merely average, inferior even to Lin Ling, who had not been nurtured by Lin Chen before. Although his experience in the outside world had allowed him to match the talents within the clan, the hardships he faced remained known only to him. After all, his master was merely a 9th-level practitioner of the blood exchange realm. He barely had enough cultivation resources for himself, with many requiring him to venture into the deep mountains and forests to seek them out, resulting in his current cultivation being only at the 2nd level of the bone refinement realm. Furthermore, this 2nd level was achieved only after returning to the family and utilizing the pills provided by Lin Ling for his breakthrough. Since his master departed from that place 6 months ago, he had not returned, and Lin Feng had no knowledge of his whereabouts. However, he left behind his own message in the wooden cabin. Should his master return, he would be able to find him. Though his master was strict with him, it was ultimately for his own good. Lin Feng knew he must strive diligently to earn more contribution points, ideally accumulating enough to exchange for the transformation pill before his master's return. The mere thought of the days spent with his master brought a faint smile to Lin Feng's face. Despite his low cultivation level, it was merely a reflection of his aptitude. In terms of combat prowess, not even an average 5th-level bone refinement practitioner could rival him. This illustrates the immense effort his master invested in his training. He was not ungrateful. With his capabilities, the first person he thought of was always his master. As for the source of his confidence, believing himself capable of exchanging for the transcendent 4-grade elixirs, one must mention the fortunate encounter he experienced on his journey back to the Lin family. The nature of this small tower remains a mystery, yet it possesses the extraordinary ability to impart martial arts techniques and cultivation methods, and it can directly refine spiritual herbs along with the pure medicinal essence contained within elixirs, thereby accelerating one's cultivation. Contemplating this, Lin Feng found his thoughts drawn into the depths of his dantian, where he beheld the bronze tower suspended within, and he could not suppress a surge of excitement. It is worth noting that typical elixirs, unless they are of the finest quality, invariably carry a hint of elixir toxicity, rendering them unsuitable for prolonged consumption as one must wait for time to diminish the residual toxins. In contrast, the pure medicinal essence refined by this tower within him is wholly different. It can be continuously utilized to hasten his cultivation without the burden of toxic impurities. From this perspective, the small tower is undeniably a treasured artifact, a pivotal opportunity for him to defy fate and emerge as a true powerhouse. However, Lin Feng did not allow himself to become overly complacent. At present, he had only practiced some rudimentary techniques and refined 1st and 2nd-grade spiritual herbs and elixirs, leaving him uncertain of the tower's effectiveness concerning higher-grade techniques and elixirs. He could only strive to maximize the potential of this treasure to grow stronger swiftly. Even if he were to reach the tower's limits, he would still have ample time to pursue loftier realms. Impudent boy, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry and take me to Lin Ling. If you delay her attempt to become a 3rd-grade alchemist, prepare to offer me an additional 1/3 of your contribution points the next time you seek resources from me. Just as Lin Feng was lost in thought, Elder Sin had inexplicably appeared at his side. His stern gaze and blustering demeanor intended to intimidate him. Lin Feng simply rolled his eyes, scarcely believing that Elder Sin would act in such a manner. Nevertheless, he refrained from retorting and led the elder to the location where Lin Ling was sequestered in her alchemical endeavors. Meanwhile, within a grand hall, Lin Ling, having already regained her composure and seated on a mat awaiting Lin Feng's arrival with the elixirs, gazed at the bustling scene below, where various factions came to pay their respects to the Lin family. She could not help but smile, remarking, "Teacher, you once claimed that the resources in Dian City were exceedingly scarce, suggesting I venture out to hone my skills upon reaching the pinnacle of 2nd-grade alchemy. Yet now it seems, not only do I have the spiritual herbs needed to elevate to a 3rd-grade alchemist, but even those for 4th-grade alchemy have become available." In response, Xiao Jia was somewhat speechless. Who could have anticipated that Lin Chen's prowess was so extraordinary? A 9th-level transcendence comparable to a 7th-level divine ability. His awe-inspiring battle not only attracted the attention of the Dechu dynasty, which sought to curry favor by offering noble titles, but also conferred upon Lin Chen 11 grand cities as fiefs, coupled with the gifts presented by various factions visiting the Lin family. It resulted in an overnight transformation of the Lin family into an affluent entity, surpassing even the wealth of many ancient, established families. Very well, let us not be overly clever with our gains. Were it not for the remarkable prowess of your esteemed ancestor, you would already be ensconced far away in the mountains, miles from the grand city of Dian, enduring hardships beyond imagination. However, given the circumstances, it is indeed unnecessary for us to venture out for training just yet. We should first elevate our cultivation and enhance our alchemical skills. When the Alchemist Conference arrives in 2 years, making a spectacular debut would be a commendable plan. Indeed, Master. Lin Ling nodded in agreement upon hearing these words. The Alchemist Conference is a grand event organized by the Alchemist Association of the Great Chu Dynasty, held once every 3 years. Anyone under the age of 30 who possesses alchemical skills of the 2nd tier or above is eligible to participate. During the competition, all formulas and materials are provided by the Alchemist Association, and any elixirs concocted, provided that half are submitted to the association, may be kept by the alchemist. Those who rank within the top 100 will receive additional rewards. This forthcoming Alchemist Conference is even more significant. for it will be hosted by the alliance of 100 dynasties, occurring within 3 months of the conclusion of the Great Chu Dynasty's event. Achieving a position within the top 10 not only brings forth richer rewards from the Great Chu Dynasty, but also allows one to represent the dynasty at the Alchemist Conference organized by the Alliance of 100 Dynasties. If one secures a commendable rank during that time, the benefits garnered would be enough to incite envy and desire from even a 5th-tier power. Chapter 64. The second beneficiary of the family's fortune. Meanwhile, within a hidden chamber deep in the Lin family estate, Lin Chen, having just emerged from his seclusion, appeared to sense something. His gaze fell upon Lin Feng, who was accompanied by the 3rd elder on his way to the alchemy hall. Name: Lin Feng. Age: 15. Qualities: average cultivation level, 2nd stage of bone refinement. Life events: 5 days ago, while returning to the Lin family, he accidentally fell into a cave and acquired a piece of the 7th-tier supreme treasure, the Ling Long pagoda fragment, and is now hastening towards the alchemy hall with the 3rd elder. Through the lens of his fate eye, Lin Chen could perceive everything Lin Feng had experienced, including the small pagoda hidden within his dantian. The Ling Long pagoda, a treasure painstakingly crafted by the esteemed Ling Long Taoist, had an unknown complete grade. At the very least, with his current cultivation level, he could not discern its full nature. Therefore, Lin Chen conservatively estimated that a complete Ling Long pagoda would rank at least as a mid-level 8th-tier treasure. However, due to the cataclysm of ancient times that led to the demise of Ling Long Taoist, the pagoda was shattered into countless fragments. The piece in Lin Feng's possession was one of the larger fragments, which justified its 7th-tier classification. Such a fortuitous encounter was no surprise, as it attracted the family's auspicious fortune. The Ling Long pagoda, though incomplete, still held immense value as a treasure. Observing the information extracted by the fate eye regarding the small tower within Lin Feng, a hint of regret flickered across Lin Chen's face. The incomplete Ling Long pagoda rated a staggering 7th tier. Had it been whole, it would undoubtedly have been an 8th or even a 9th-tier treasure. In the true martial realm, treasures are categorized from 1 to 9 tiers, akin to medicinal elixirs. 1st-tier treasures are suitable for practitioners at the skin refinement and bone refinement stages, while 2nd-tier treasures cater to those at the muscle transformation and bone cleansing stages. 3rd-tier treasures are for blood exchange practitioners, and 4th-tier treasures are meant for those in the transcendent stage. Thus, 7th-tier treasures align with the nirvana stage and above, representing rare and invaluable assets even for the most formidable beings. It is essential to recognize that reaching the nirvana stage places one among the elite of the Dantian continent, capable of establishing their own dynasty or imperial power, with a lifespan extending up to 129,600 years. Each time they transcend a nirvana tribulation, their lifespan can increase by an additional 10,000 years, marking a significant elevation from prior stages. A 7th-tier Ling Long pagoda is enough to make even superlative nirvana experts envious. If its existence were to be revealed, it would undoubtedly cause a stir across the Dantian continent, inciting countless powerful entities to pursue it. Fortunately, Lin Chen harbored no concerns. Only with the fate eye could he perceive the essence of this treasure. Ordinary practitioners at the divine passage stage would be utterly oblivious to any anomaly, even if it lay before them. What captivated Lin Chen's attention were the others who had obtained fragments of the Ling Long pagoda. Lin Feng's acquisition of this treasured artifact signifies that he is destined to forge karmic ties with other cultivators who also possess fragments of the exquisite pagoda. Fate will inevitably lead them to cross paths and vie for supremacy. Ultimately, only one will emerge victorious, truly possessing this extraordinary treasure. If these fragments were in the hands of the younger generation, it would be manageable. However, should ancient beings who have lived for tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years, obtain these fragments, it would spell trouble. The mere thought of this caused Lin Chen to furrow his brow slightly. Such treasures inherently possess restorative capabilities. As long as the remaining fragments of the pagoda are found, they can fuse and devour one another, ultimately restoring their rightful grade. Moreover, those who also possess fragments of the exquisite pagoda will sense each other. The stronger their cultivation, the greater the range of this perception. If it falls into the hands of those ancient beings at the true spirit or nirvana realms, they could likely sense each other from tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of miles away. Thus, Lin Feng's situation becomes perilous. Sigh, why dwell on such thoughts? It has been many days since Lin Feng returned, and no formidable adversaries have sought him out. For now, it seems there is no immediate threat. As long as he is granted some time, what of the true spirit or nirvana realm old monsters? Should they dare to bully the weak, he would uproot them and the forces behind them without hesitation. With this thought, a flicker of intense killing intent flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. With his current level of cultivation, although he is far from being a match for a true spirit realm sovereign, the Lin family is on the verge of a period of rapid growth, capable of generating abundant fortune points for his cultivation. Given some time to develop, he is confident that he could contend with, or even slay, a true spirit realm sovereign. Before long, a week had swiftly passed. Under the guidance of a plethora of third-grade spiritual herbs and the esteemed seventh-grade alchemist, Xiao Jia, Ling Ling, endowed with the dual treasure body talent and remarkable diligence, finally succeeded in breaking through to the third-grade alchemist realm on the 7th day. Meanwhile, in his secluded chamber, Lin Chen also received the system's mechanical and cold notification in his mind. Suddenly, a mechanical and frigid tone echoed in his ears. Congratulations, host. The family descendant, Lin Ling, has broken through to the third-grade alchemist realm, earning rewards, a dossier of experience for 4th-grade top-tier alchemy, 50,000 fortune points, and 10 third-grade spiritual field talismans. Third-grade spiritual field talisman can transform 1 acre of land into a third-grade spiritual field, enhancing the growth speed of first-grade spiritual herbs by 20 times compared to the outside world, second-grade spiritual herbs by 10 times, and third-grade spiritual herbs by 5 times. Note: requires the use of spirit stones to maintain 100 low-grade spirit stones per year. Lin Chen was already accustomed to the first 2 rewards and felt indifferent about them. However, the third-grade spiritual field talisman brought a hint of joy to his face. In Lin Chen's eyes, the significance of this third-grade spiritual field talisman for the Lin family far surpasses that of the 50,000 fortune points. After all, it represents a continuous source of spiritual herbs. As long as it can be utilized, the Lin family's development speed will ascend to a new echelon. Upon this realization, Lin Chen could no longer remain seated. With a swift motion, he departed from the secret chamber and began to wander through the Lin estate. Ultimately, he selected a plain near the family's forbidden grounds in the back mountains and decided to employ a third-tier spirit field talisman. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the sound of air being sliced through echoed, 10 third-tier spirit field talismans transformed into radiant streaks of light, seamlessly merging with the earth under Lin Chen's watchful gaze. Instantly, the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged upon this land, intricate patterns weaving through it, causing the once yellowed soil to rapidly darken, deepening in hue. It is uncertain how much time passed, but as these patterns fully integrated with the earth, the intensely darkened soil suddenly began to emanate wisps of white mist. It was accomplished. Chapter 65. Development Plans. Indeed, it is a third-grade spiritual field, and it spans a full 10 acres. This is a tremendous windfall. Upon receiving the news conveyed by Lin Chen, Lin Wudi led the senior members of the Lin family to this location. As they gazed upon the fields shrouded in wisps of white mist, an expression of unbridled ecstasy graced his face. It is essential to note that among the 4 prominent spiritual herb families in Dian City, each possesses only about 5 plots of spiritual fields, with the highest grade being merely 2nd grade. They have monopolized the spiritual herb market in Dian City, compelling even the 3 major families to show them a degree of deference. Now, however, the Lin family has acquired their own spiritual fields, boasting not only a high grade of 3rd grade, but also an impressive total of 10 plots. The implications of this development are abundantly clear to him as the head of the Lin family. He promptly arranged for the selection of 10 family members proficient in wood-based cultivation techniques to guard and tend to the spiritual fields, and dispatched powerful individuals to various shops in the city to procure as many spiritual herb seeds as possible. Understood, Patriarch, a dedicated steward responsible for these matters, upon hearing Lin Wudi's directives, immediately set off with excitement to fulfill the tasks. As Lin Wudi watched the steward's retreating figure, his gaze shifted to the 4th elder. 4th elder, as a 2nd-grade formation master, the responsibility of establishing the protective formation for these 10 plots falls upon you. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to communicate directly with the 3rd elder. It is an honor, the 4th elder replied with enthusiasm. producing a jade talisman to outline the materials necessary for the formation. In his youth, he had once received the legacy of a third-grade formation master. However, due to his limited comprehension, he had yet to fully grasp this inheritance and remained confined to the pinnacle of second-grade formation mastery. Nonetheless, he was capable of setting up various illusion formations, confinement formations, and defensive measures against beings below the blood exchange realm. After all, the Lin family's back mountain harbors numerous creatures and beasts, making it essential to establish some formations to prevent the spiritual fields from being compromised during the Guardian's moments of inattention. At this juncture, the Lin family enjoys a flourishing reputation within the Dechu dynasty, with their revered ancestors commanding great respect. In Dian City, their status is akin to that of local sovereigns, facilitating an exceptionally smooth process in acquiring spiritual herb seeds, encountering no obstacles whatsoever. The materials required for the Fourth Elder's formations were readily assembled from the vast treasures within the treasure vault, and within merely 3 days, everything was successfully arranged. The cultivation of spiritual herbs has thus embarked on a proper trajectory. Indeed, it is a third-grade spiritual field. At this rate, within a year, the Lin family shall possess a continual supply of third-grade spiritual herbs. Yes, quite so. Most low and mid-level third-grade spiritual herbs mature in under 5 years, with only higher-grade third-grade herbs and those with special effects exceeding a 5-year maturation period. The quintuple growth rate afforded by the third-grade spiritual field is truly formidable, as they observed 3 plots brimming with third-grade spiritual herbs, which sprouted tender shoots in just 3 days. Joyous smiles illuminated the faces of the many powerful individuals present. Currently, the Lin family's number of blood transformation realm experts is quite limited. Even without cultivation, the third-grade spiritual herbs acquired by Lin Chen from the Wang family would suffice for their training, not to mention the congratulatory gifts sent by various factions. However, it is always prudent to prepare for the future. While the Lin family currently lacks strong practitioners in the blood transformation realm, this may change within a year. Thus, without delaying the demand for spiritual herbs among the clan members below this realm, the higher-ups of the Lin family have unanimously decided to allocate 3 extensive fields specifically for the cultivation of third-grade spiritual herbs, primarily focusing on lower and middle-grade varieties. As for the remaining 7 fields, 1 will be dedicated to nurturing foundational herbs for infants, while 3 will be used for the cultivation of first-grade herbs and the other 3 for second-grade herbs. In 2 to 3 months, the Lin family is expected to welcome numerous newborns. Previously, they lacked the means to solidify the foundational essence for infants, establishing a robust groundwork. However, now they possess this capability. Our generation may not be able to follow in the footsteps of our ancestors and witness the higher echelons of existence. Yet our descendants shall fulfill this aspiration on our behalf. Indeed, the path has already been paved by our forebear. Yet our limited potential compels us to diligently cultivate the next generation. With each passing generation, the Lin family shall inevitably embody the grandeur of a noble clan, possessing the profound heritage of a royal family. From the moment Lin Chen showcased his prowess, a strong determination ignited within the hearts of the Lin family's leaders. They recognized that the current prosperity of the Lin family rests solely upon the shoulders of their ancestor. Many factions may appear to show deep respect, yet they can still sense the undercurrent of disdain in their eyes, not directed at Lin Chen, but at themselves. If one were to reflect upon it, seeing a dignified lord of the town east with mere blood transformation realm cultivation would hardly evoke much reverence. Consequently, during this period, after attending to their affairs, they fervently devoted themselves to cultivation. Firstly, Lin Wudi, as the head of the Lin family, has had his potential elevated to the pinnacle by Lin Chen, coupled with abundant resources and a 10% increase in cultivation speed owing to the Blue family's fortune. He has only managed to break through to the 6th level of the blood transformation realm. A considerable distance remains to reach the 7th level. At this rate, the time required to ascend to the transcendence realm is uncertain. 3 years, 5 years, or even 10 years. They are left in the dark. Hence, they came to understand that with their current aptitude and cultivation speed, they could never follow in the footsteps of their ancestor nor elevate the Lin family to the esteemed stature of a royal lineage. Thus, they turned their focus to the soon-to-be-born offspring, striving to cultivate these successors while enhancing the family's overall strength. laying a solid foundation for this new generation to aspire toward the heritage of a noble family. As the appointed month with the Fire Sovereign's residence draws near, only a few days remain. It is time for us to wholeheartedly prepare for the grand wedding reception of our esteemed ancestor. We must not falter in our efforts. After the initial excitement, Lin Wuti glanced at the nearly completed festive decorations, his expression growing solemn. The ancestor has devoted his life to the Lin family without marrying. Now, at long last, there is hope for a union. Should we fail in our preparations, what face would we have to meet the elders of the Lin lineage in the afterlife? Of utmost importance is the ancestor's innate talent and cultivation. Should he father a child, that offspring would undoubtedly possess at least the qualifications of a spiritual body. With a few decades of nurturing from the Lin family, breaking into the transcendence realm would be but a trivial endeavor. Given additional time, even reaching the realm of divine abilities would be within reach. Thus, the Lin family would finally have a pillar of strength, alleviating concerns about squandering precious time without producing a worthy spiritual body, let alone developing into a noble family of significant heritage. Chapter 66. The gathering of major forces in Dian City. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye. Only a day or two remains until the month-long agreement with the Fire Xin Wangfu. During this period, news of Lin Chen's wedding to Chu Si Ting has reverberated throughout the entire Great Chu dynasty. After all, within the circle of noble families, Lin Chen's breakthrough to the divine passage realm is no longer a secret. Coupled with the status of Chu Si Ting, this wedding ceremony has captured the attention of countless forces and powerful individuals. Many factions, undeterred by the long journey, have dispatched their elites bearing gifts to Dian City well in advance. Likewise, those residing in Dian City and the surrounding 11 cities, as well as in the Fire Xin County, have arrived 2 or 3 days early, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the wedding. Gulp. Is this truly Dian City? The sheer number of formidable individuals is astonishing. With just a glance, I can sense no fewer than 10 auras weaker than my own, along with several elusive presences that even I find inscrutable hidden within the crowd. A master of a 7th-tier force. Upon stepping into Dian City and perceiving the auras emanating from the people on the streets, could not help but display a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. It is worth noting that he is a formidable practitioner at the 7th level of the blood transformation realm. The fact that he can detect obscure and indistinct auras, which exceed even those of practitioners at the 9th level of the blood transformation realm, suggests that the owner of such an aura is most likely a transcendent being of the transformation realm. While the presence of transformation realm experts in Dian City does not surprise him, what truly astonishes him is the realization that he has sensed such beings merely upon his arrival. This implies that the number of powerful individuals congregating in Dian City far exceeds his expectations. It is safe to say that the number of strong practitioners here may have already surpassed that of most county cities. Hiss. Upon contemplating this, the master of the 7th-tier force could not help but draw in a sharp breath, his heart stirred by tumultuous waves. In the Great Chu dynasty, there are indeed county cities fortified by powerful and deeply rooted forces, with even 7th-level divine passage practitioners in residence. Yet, despite this, such a commotion could not be stirred, nor could so many powerful individuals be attracted to attend a mere wedding. Only the Lin family's ancestor has achieved such a feat. A true gentleman ought to be as such. Not only the master of the 7th-tier force, but many from other cities who have come to Dian City also feel a tremor in their hearts upon sensing the gathering of powerful individuals, particularly among the noble families. Those who previously looked down upon the Lin family as mere upstarts fall silent. What if the Lin family's overall strength is lacking? As long as their ancestor possesses formidable power, do they dare to act against him? With this thought, regardless of their initial intentions upon arriving in Dian City, all the powerful individuals become subdued and low-key. This transformation has left many bewildered locals in Dian City utterly astonished. Indeed, the influence of our esteemed Great Chu dynasty is remarkable, demonstrating a subtlety that starkly contrasts with the rebellious and tumultuous depictions often found in tales. As I sensed the arrival of these formidable forces in our great Yin city, I took my family closer to the Lin family's estate and the Lord's residence, only to realize that my concerns were unfounded. Is this not a blessing? Without those reckless young scions inciting conflict, our lives and property remain secure. This speaks volumes about the formidable strength of the Lin family's ancestors, whose might is so profound that it deters various factions from provoking unrest. Great Yin City, with its vast population of millions, undoubtedly harbors sagacious minds. They understand that the convergence of these forces here is fraught with past grievances. Yet the absence of conflict can be attributed to their trepidation of the Lin family's ancestral power. Thus, time flowed like a river, swiftly bringing us to the day of Lin Chen and Chu Siyao's wedding. On this momentous occasion, numerous factions that had arrived early in Great Yin City formed long lines before the Lin family's gates. Many disciples of the Lin family busily collected congratulatory gifts while guiding the guests to their seats in the grand hall designated for the wedding banquet. The scene was bustling and vibrant. As the guests entered in an orderly fashion, a clear voice resonated through the air. The head of the Zhao family from Tianqing County, accompanied by his kin, announced their arrival to the Lin family's joyous celebration. As soon as his words echoed, a group clad in Zhao family attire appeared in the skies above Great Yin City. The leading middle-aged man waved his hand, conjuring a magnificent bridge of divine power that extended toward the Lin family's entrance. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he and his kin descended step by step. "Oh, it is our esteemed friends from the Zhao family. Please come in." The third elder, who had been eagerly awaiting their arrival, greeted them with a warm smile. The Zhao family head, far from dismissing the third elder's modest strength, engaged in pleasant conversation with him. However, they did not linger long and soon entered an opulently adorned hall, the heart of the wedding festivities, designed to accommodate the powerful figures of the fifth rank. Not long after the third elder escorted the Zhao family inside, another leader of a fifth-rank faction arrived at the Lin family's doorstep, his prowess surpassing even that of the Zhao family head. The second elder stepped forward to receive him. 1, 2, 3. Astonishingly, there have now been 9 leaders of fifth-rank factions, each accompanied by their formidable kin, arriving to partake in the Lin family's ancestral banquet. One wonders how many more fifth-rank factions will grace us with their presence by the time the festivities commence. It remains uncertain, but one thing is clear: there will certainly be no shortage. Look, yet another fifth-rank faction approaches, seemingly from the Madblade sect. Oh, is it not true that the Madblade sect resides in the far western reaches of the Great Chu dynasty, nearly 100,000 miles distant from the eastern border city of Dian? Such a vast expanse, and yet they have made the journey. It appears that nearly all fifth-tier forces of the Great Chu dynasty shall partake in this grand banquet. One can only commend the Lin family's esteemed ancestor, a peerless prodigy the likes of which has never graced our realm. No, an unparalleled powerhouse. The allure is simply overwhelming, as waves of fifth-tier forces materialized above Dian City. En route to celebrate with the Lin family, a cacophony of excitement erupted from the multitude gathered here, many of whom lacked the privilege to attend such a gathering. Their eyes sparkled with envy and exhilaration. They envied Lin Chen's formidable charisma, and they were thrilled to witness this monumental occasion, which would provide them with ample stories to boast about in the future. Chapter 67. The development of the Lin family after the wedding. As the guests departed, Lin Chen entered the bridal chamber. He gazed at Chu Siting, her red veil barely concealing her striking figure, and a flicker of desire ignited within his eyes. Without hesitation, he lifted the veil. "My husband, please be gentle." As she beheld Lin Chen's handsome visage, a blush crept across Chu Siting's cheeks, her eyes gradually closing in anticipation. Her elegantly arched brows quivered slightly, exuding undeniable allure. In response, Lin Chen honored her unspoken wishes. He waved his hand and extinguished the lights in the chamber, allowing the essence of spring to flow in the darkness. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold pieces. Under Lin Chen's diligent efforts, half a year swiftly passed. Even though, with his current cultivation, the prospect of having offspring was challenging, it did not deter Lin Chen from his tireless endeavors. Soon, a joyful announcement arrived. Chu Siting was with child. A smile blossomed on Lin Chen's face. After traversing the true martial world for a century, he finally had his own bloodline. With my innate divine physique and Siting's evolved supreme treasure body, combined with my mastery in divine arts. Regardless of how mediocre our first descendant may be, they would possess the potential of a top-tier spiritual body. As long as fortune does not forsake us, the likelihood of a treasure body is exceedingly high, perhaps even yielding a prodigy of divine caliber. Murmuring to himself, Lin Chen's expression shimmered with anticipation. If his child were to possess divine-level potential, he could nurture a second unparalleled genius that would send tremors throughout the great Chu dynasty and even the entire wasteland. When this child matures, the Lin family would gain a second ancestral figure, allowing him to retreat into the shadows. After all, the deeper the cultivation, the longer the seclusion. Currently, with his cultivation still at the divine arts realm, even a lengthy retreat would span only a few years. For the Lin family, this duration was manageable. However, once his cultivation reached the true spirit realm or beyond, a single retreat could stretch into decades or even centuries. Such an extended absence would pose significant challenges for the Lin family. In times of urgency, reaching him would be nearly impossible, even if contact were made. If he were in a critical phase of seclusion, matters would become complicated. Thus, following his marriage, he began to cultivate formidable individuals capable of standing independently for the Lin family. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen moved swiftly. He redeemed numerous treasures from the system to establish a foundation for the fetus and made his way to the Grand Hall where Chu Sighting resided. After a flurry of activity, he looked upon his now drowsy wife, a gentle smile gracing his features as he remained watchfully by her side. The treasures he had exchanged, while aimed at nurturing the unborn child, also bore considerable benefits for the mother, as he utilized the essence of his innate Tao body to heal Chu Sighting's physical deficiencies. She reaped numerous advantages. Not only has the physique evolved to the level of the ultimate Yin treasure body, but even the cultivation has achieved a remarkable leap, reaching the second level of blood transformation realm. Subsequently, with every endeavor, the less experienced Chu Sighting has reaped considerable benefits, aided by the treasures Lin Chen exchanged from the system, allowing her cultivation to progress at an astonishing rate. In a mere 6 months, she has broken through to the 9th level of blood transformation realm, just a step away from the transcendence realm. This time, the treasures Lin Chen provided for Chu Sighting, in addition to fostering the fetus's growth, are intended to facilitate her breakthrough to the transcendence realm. With the assistance of the spirit-nurturing liquid, it is likely that upon her awakening, she will have transcended to that realm. Lin Chen mused as he glanced at Chu Sighting's steadily rising aura. The spirit-nurturing liquid is a rare treasure within the system, capable of nurturing the fetus and solidifying the mother's foundational strength, all without any adverse effects. It cost him over 20,000 fortune points to acquire just a single drop. Over the past 6 months, Lin Chen's strength has ascended from the 2nd to the 4th level of the divine ability realm, rendering him utterly invincible within the great Chu dynasty. However, he has chosen to keep his cultivation concealed, maintaining a low profile within the Lin family. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that with ample resources at their disposal, Lin Wudi's cultivation has finally risen to the 9th level of blood transformation realm, just a step away from the transcendence realm. Other elders have also advanced to above the 7th level of blood transformation realm, with a solid core of a dozen or so newly initiated cultivators stationed, gradually forming the semblance of a prestigious family. Even without Lin Chen's intervention, the Lin family stands as a top-tier power among the 7th-grade forces, with a foundation that rivals that of typical 6th-grade factions, excluding the Transcendence Realm experts. Within a grand hall, numerous high-ranking members of the Lin family have gathered, seemingly engaged in deliberations. Suddenly, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps, they turn their attention to the tightly shut doors. Report to the family head. The qualifications of the newborns have been fully assessed. There are 2 with top-tier qualifications, 6 with high-tier qualifications, 32 with intermediate qualifications, and several with low-tier qualifications. 2 with top-tier qualifications and 6 with high-tier qualifications. This is splendid news, truly a blessing for our Lin family. It was noted that those with high-tier qualifications hold a glimmer of hope for breaking into the transcendence realm, while with the current foundation of the Lin family, those with top-tier qualifications are destined to become Transcendence Realm experts, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Upon hearing the steward's report, the faces of the high-ranking members present instantly radiated with joy. Initially, they had estimated that among this batch of newborns, there might be 1 with top-tier qualifications and 3 or 4 with high-tier qualifications, and were already grateful for such outcomes. However, the results far exceeded their expectations. It is important to note that previously, there were only 3 high-tier qualifications among the younger generation of the Lin family under the age of 18, with not a single descendant boasting top-tier qualifications. This leap is indeed monumental. leaving them elated with surprise. It is no wonder that those illustrious families have thrived for millennia. The root of the issue lies here. Indeed, it is merely a matter of employing certain rare elixirs and secret techniques to nurture fetuses, and the results have proven remarkably effective. The royal family has only bestowed upon us a medium-level nurturing method, whereas those ancient noble families possess superior techniques, yielding even more astonishing outcomes. If only the Lin family could acquire such knowledge. The mere thought of it ignited a flicker of yearning among the high-ranking members present. Little did they realize that even the medium-level nurturing method, let alone the advanced techniques, does not boast such exaggerated effects. The cause of this phenomenon is, in fact, quite simple. Firstly, the Lin family's fortune has ascended to a blue level, granting newborns a 10% enhancement in aptitude. Furthermore, the overall cultivation of the Lin family members has significantly improved, coupled with the fact that the qualifications of their wives have also seen a marked increase, resulting in this remarkable leap. Chapter 68. Lin Feng's tenacity. While the senior members of the Lin family were overwhelmed with joy at the potential of the newborn, deep within the Lin family's grand hall, Lin Feng found himself profoundly affected by the recent elevation of Lin Ling to the rank of third-tier alchemist. The respect she garnered and the resources she effortlessly produced made him acutely aware that even years of hard work might not suffice for him to accumulate such wealth. It was as if he had been spurred into action, and he began an unrelenting regimen of intense cultivation. Day after day, he entered the Ling Long pagoda multiple times for his training, depleting his spiritual energy only to recover and return to his arduous practice. The suffering and torment he endured were known only to him. Fortunately, he persevered. At last, he had achieved fourfold spiritual power. Exhausted, Lin Feng dragged his weary body, tinged with both pain and relief, to the bedside. After consuming a second-tier elixir to restore his energy, he collapsed into a deep slumber. The resemblance between the siblings was striking. They both dared to refine their spiritual power using the Ling Long pagoda. Just as Lin Feng succumbed to sleep, Lin Chen, who was vigilantly guarding Chu's sighting, felt a sudden shift in his heart and turned his gaze towards Lin Feng, surprise flickering in his eyes. It is known that entering the Ling Long pagoda with one's spiritual essence for martial training, while convenient, is an arduous drain on spiritual power. Overindulgence in this practice can lead to a state of stupor. Yet, to truly refine one's essence, one must endure the depletion of spiritual power to unlock latent potential and elevate the quality of their essence. Though this process sounds simple, it is indeed fraught with excruciating difficulty. Lin Chen had previously promised Lin Feng that should his spiritual power exceed 4 times that of an ordinary being, he would bestow upon him a significant reward, one that could allow him to match Lin Ling's strides. To his astonishment, Lin Feng had achieved this milestone much sooner than anticipated. With a flicker of movement, Lin Chen appeared beside him, observing Lin Feng's serene slumber, and murmured to himself, "Both you and your sister possess remarkable tenacity, yet you exhibit an even fiercer resolve. If you can maintain this intensity, perhaps you will traverse even greater distances. I have made a promise. When your spiritual power reaches 4 times that of an ordinary being, I shall indeed honor it." He placed a transformative elixir, a spirit-nurturing pill, and a legacy of a 5th-tier talisman master beside Lin Feng, hoping he would not disappoint him. With that, Lin Chen turned and departed. In comparison to becoming an alchemist, the requirements to become a talisman master are far more stringent. While there are no specific demands for the cultivation of certain attributes, one must possess spiritual power that surpasses 4 times that of an ordinary being to qualify for the title of talisman master. Certainly, if a talisman maker has cultivated fire attribute techniques, they will undoubtedly find it far easier to craft fire-based talismans. However, they will encounter significant challenges when attempting to create water-based talismans. Similar to alchemists, talisman makers are also classified into various tiers: low, medium, high, and top tier. 4-fold soul power is categorized as low level, while 5-fold soul power is considered medium. Thus, one must possess 7-fold soul power to be recognized as having top-tier talisman-making talent. It is precisely due to the stringent requirements for talisman makers that Lin Chen set such a threshold for Lin Feng, aiming to gauge the extent of Lin Feng's potential and the strength of his resolve. Now, having presented him with a satisfactory performance, Lin Chen would not be stingy with his praise. The following morning, Lin Feng, who had lain in bed for over 10 hours, felt his eyelashes flutter before he opened his tightly closed eyes. The first thing he did upon waking was to assess the quality of his soul power. Remarkably, it had indeed reached 4 times that of an ordinary being. As he sensed the quality of the soul power residing in his mind, exhilaration washed over Lin Feng's face. Ah, the ancestor had mentioned that as long as I. In the midst of his musings, Lin Feng was distracted by several treasures at the bedside. These are. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes as he hastily picked up the items. The rebirth pill, a top-tier 5th-grade elixir, is known to significantly enhance the user's innate understanding, with a cap for top-tier spiritual bodies. The spirit-nourishing pill, a mid-grade 6th-grade elixir, greatly augments the user's soul quality, capped at the level of initial treasure body soul talent. The Jade Talisman contains the legacy of a 5th-grade talisman maker. As Lin Feng grasped these treasures, a surge of information flooded into his mind, detailing the attributes of the items before him. A sharp intake of breath escaped him as he realized the identity of the benefactor who had placed these treasures here. Ancestor, rest assured, I shall not let you down. With an overwhelming sense of gratitude, Lin Feng silently vowed to himself. Without further ado, he eagerly dove into the Ling Long treasure tower with these treasures in hand. Upon discovering that the tower could still extract the medicinal essence from the 2 pills, he immediately set about refining them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of a tempest echoed through the space, as the ethereal spirit energy in the air swiftly converged upon Lin Feng. The rich aura of spiritual energy was refined by Lin Feng, merging with the medicinal essence extracted from the Ling Long treasure tower, continuously fortifying both his physical form and soul. Over the course of the past 6 months, he elevated his cultivation to the 7th level of bone refinement, with further ascension underway. 7th level of bone refinement, 8th level of bone refinement, 9th level of bone refinement. In a mere half hour, Lin Feng's cultivation surged to the 9th level of bone refinement, and it continued to rise. Unlike Lin Ling, Lin Feng's journey was distinctly his own. After years of relentless cultivation, combined with 6 months of grueling training, his foundation had become exceedingly robust, alleviating any concerns of a hasty elevation that might jeopardize his stability. Thus, following a brief period of silence, an even more terrifying aura suddenly erupted from him. He had transcended to the 1st level of the muscle transformation realm, feeling the surge of power within him, which was at least 10-fold stronger than before, along with the transformation of his innate talent and the quality of his soul. Lin Feng could not help but display an ecstatic smile. His physical and spiritual dual-entity talent was not merely remarkable, it was among the most elite. The speed of his cultivation was exponentially multiplied compared to before, although he had yet to conduct thorough experiments to ascertain the precise magnitude. He sensed that the quality of his soul had reached a staggering 66 times that of the ordinary. In comparison to Lin Ling, who possessed equivalent talents, he was undeniably more formidable. With such exceptional potential, and aided by the exquisite Ling Long pagoda, he anticipated stepping into the realm of a level 1 symbol master within 3 days at most. He chuckled, "Hey, dear sister, if you don't put in the effort, be wary of being surpassed by me." With this thought in mind, Lin Feng solidified his current realm before delving into the comprehension of the symbol master inheritance. Chapter 69. If you can't beat them, join them with the blessings of dual top-tier spiritual bodies. Lin Feng's progress was remarkably swift. Within just 2 days, he transcended the threshold of a talisman apprentice, emerging as a genuine 1st-level talisman master, capable of crafting symbols suitable for the skin refinement realm, such as fireball talismans and water dragon talismans. Subsequently, after a mere fortnight, Lin Feng ascended to the status of a 2nd-level talisman master, fulfilling the familial requirement of nurturing a 2nd-level talisman master as part of the clan's advancement task. However, thereafter, his rate of improvement began to decelerate. Firstly, Lin Feng's mastery of talisman crafting had reached a level commensurate with his innate abilities. Secondly, 2nd-level talisman masters could produce some rather unique talismans, such as swamp talismans and water storage talismans. While lacking in offensive power, they catered to specific needs, and the complexity of their creation far surpassed that of 1st-level talismans. Consequently, it took him well over half a year to attain the rank of 3rd-level talisman master. At this juncture, Lin Ling had already become a 3rd-grade advanced alchemist. Are you quite certain? Has that young lad truly ascended to the realm of 3rd-grade talisman master? In a grand hall, Lin Wudi gazed at the third elder reporting to him, his excitement prompting him to inquire once more. "I am absolutely certain," the third elder replied, nodding with a hint of frustration, yet feeling a surge of joy for Lin Feng. He recalled how he once remarked, "You think you're like your sister? If you desire spiritual herbs, you may exchange them for contribution points," a statement that Lin Feng had taken to heart. The very next day, after becoming a talisman master, Lin Feng showcased a fraction of his talent, instantly captivating the higher-ups of the Lin family. Unsurprisingly, he garnered the family's utmost support, receiving the same treatment as Lin Ling. Thus, each time he visited the treasure pavilion to claim talisman paper and spiritual herbs or elixirs for cultivation, he would make a gesture to the third elder indicating his lack of funds, and then depart with his resources, much to the elder's chagrin. This rather cheeky display thoroughly vexed the third elder. However, he could not bear to reprimand him, nor would the other high-ranking members of the Lin family allow it. After all, this was a trivial matter, and should the third elder inadvertently harm their prodigy, the repercussions would be dire. At your age, how can you still stoop to squabbling with a child? Lin Feng harbors no malice toward you. He thinks of you first when crafting talisman paper, yet you remain unsatisfied. The third elder remarked. That cannot be, he added, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. In a world where secrets are seldom kept, the Lin family had no intention of maintaining confidentiality. With their esteemed ancestor in command, even if a few prodigies were born, what could it matter? Would the powers of the great Chu dynasty dare to harbor ill thoughts against them? Furthermore, given that there was no enmity between the Lin family and those other factions, it was neither reasonable nor necessary for the major forces to engage in petty maneuvers that could escalate into mortal enmity if discovered. Thus, Lin Feng became renowned in the grand city of Dian. A 16-year-old third-level talisman master? Is it true that the 17-year-old third-tier alchemist from the Lin family is actually a sibling? Could it be false? Have you not noticed that a Lin family talisman shop has recently opened right next to the Lin family's pill shop? Indeed, it's true. My goodness. With an elder sister as a third-tier alchemist and a younger brother as a third-tier talisman maker, how are we to live? Within the vast city of Dian, countless citizens, upon hearing this news, initially reacted with skepticism. However, when reports surfaced that the Lin family had opened a talisman shop selling third-tier talismans, even the doubters were compelled to believe, igniting a fervent discussion. Many factions with branches in Dian City, upon receiving this news, promptly reported it to their respective powers, causing quite a stir. In Tianxin County, the Xiao family, a fifth-tier power with a formidable presence bolstered by a transcendent expert, held considerable renown throughout the Great Chu dynasty. Yet today, the head of the Xiao family gazed solemnly at the intelligence in his hands. At merely 16 years of age, a third-tier talisman maker. Could it be that the Lin family is the fabled family of great fortune? Ever since the Lin family ancestor took action, not only have the talents of their kin been steadily on the rise, but prodigies have also emerged in succession. Moreover, has the cause of the extraordinary phenomenon that appeared above Dian City been ascertained? As he spoke, the head of the Xiao family cast his gaze towards the numerous high-ranking members present, awaiting their response. In response to the family head, based on our research of ancient texts and the timing of the phenomenon, it is highly likely that the celestial anomaly above Dian City a month ago was caused by the birth of the Lin family ancestor's offspring. What? The offspring of the Lin family ancestor? Upon hearing this, the head of the Xiao family could not help but change his expression. In the eyes of the major powers within the Great Chu dynasty, the Lin family ancestor, having achieved the astonishing realm of transcendent at just over 100 years of age, possesses unparalleled combat prowess. Such talent is at least of divine body caliber, and quite possibly of the highest order. Rumor has it that the princess of the Great Chu dynasty who married the Lin family ancestor is also a supreme spiritual body. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for their offspring to trigger such phenomena. The new generation of the Great Chu dynasty is truly born at an inopportune time. When they grow up, they will likely despair upon realizing that a genuine prodigy stands before them like an ancient divine mountain, insurmountable and unreachable, leaving them only to gaze from afar. What profound sorrow, yet what immense honor. After a moment of silence, the head of the Xiao family sighed, overwhelmed with contemplation. With an extraordinary figure like the Lin family ancestor paving the way, it seems almost inevitable that the Lin family's prodigies will flourish. In the short term, perhaps there will be little consequence. However, as these prodigies mature, the landscape of the Great Chu dynasty will likely undergo monumental changes. With that thought, the head of the Xiao family fell silent once more. At once, he commanded, "Convey the order to dispatch my Xiao family's legitimate daughter to Dian City. Find a way to cultivate a rapport with Lin Ling and Lin Feng of the Lin family, and if possible, it would be most advantageous to unite with Lin Feng in matrimony." Wise as the family head. Upon hearing these words, the numerous elders present exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming, and promptly acquiesced. As elders of a fifth-tier power, each had lived for centuries, if not millennia, and swiftly comprehended the head of the family's intentions. Recognizing that they could not curtail the Lin family's ascent, they resolved to forge an alliance instead. In this manner, even if the Lin family were to flourish and subsequently reshape the landscape of the Great Chu dynasty, the repercussions on the Xiao family could be mitigated to the greatest extent possible. Not only the Xiao family, but many factions within the Great Chu dynasty, upon receiving this news, also exhibited varying degrees of response, with numerous leaders making decisions akin to that of the Xiao family's head, albeit with different objectives. In an instant, the entire Great Chu dynasty was set abuzz with an undercurrent of intrigue. Chapter 70. The Terror of the True Spirit Realm Monarch. Meanwhile, in the royal capital, King Chu glanced at the intelligence in his hands and couldn't help but smile. In contrast to the frantic maneuvers of these factions, he remained as calm as a fisherman awaiting a catch. Regardless of how formidable Lin Chen's son might become in the future, he would still be his distant nephew. With such a connection, the Great Chu dynasty would remain unshaken. However, my dear nephew has only just celebrated his first month. I ought to make my presence felt. With this thought, King Chu's heart stirred, and he promptly dispatched an edict. Shortly thereafter, a convoy departed from the royal capital, hastening towards the city of Dian. Although the familial bond provided a degree of assurance, it was still essential to demonstrate one's goodwill. Otherwise, by the time the boy matured, the relationship might have grown distant. Spirit-nurturing herbs, essence-gathering pills, ethereal mist pills. TSK, my dear nephew is indeed quite generous. Within the Lin family, Lin Chen was amusing his son when he noticed his subordinate bringing gifts from King Chu to celebrate his nephew's full moon. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. These treasures, if exchanged with fortune points, would easily be worth 30,000. For a mere full moon celebration, the king of Chu presented such an abundance of gifts, reflecting his profound regard for Lin Xia. Lin Xia, the name bestowed by Lin Chen upon his son, symbolizes a remembrance of the 9 provinces of Huaxia from a past life. What made Lin Chen most proud was that Lin Xia possessed a divine physique, the most exceptional of all, known as the innate yin-yang divine body. Not only was his cultivation speed over 1,000 times that of ordinary beings, but the quality of his soul power was equally extraordinary. Furthermore, his physical form was innately 10 times stronger than that of an average creature. This surpassed the mere 3 to 5 times enhancement seen in spiritual and treasure bodies, making it remarkably superior. It can be said that Lin Xia perfectly inherited the talents of both his father and mother. Of course, it is worth mentioning that during this period, Lin Chen had not only awaited the birth of his son, but had also made significant progress in his own cultivation. He had advanced from the 4th to the 5th level of the divine transformation realm, and his sword intent had reached an impressive 80% mastery. Once he comprehended it to the point of perfection, he could delve into attributes and evolve his own domain, thereby breaking through to the sword domain realm. For instance, if Lin Chen were to achieve complete mastery of his sword intent and discern the attribute of destruction, he could forge a destruction sword intent. If he then evolved his own domain, it would be termed the destruction sword domain. Naturally, achieving such a feat is immensely challenging. Many at the 9th level of the true spirit realm, and even the monarchs of the Nirvana realm, have failed to evolve their own domains. Within the Dantian continent, those capable of such evolution are unparalleled figures, renowned for their dominion over vast territories, truly standing atop the pinnacle of this realm. I wonder if, with my current cultivation and foundation, I might contend with a monarch of the 1st level of the true spirit realm. The gap between the divine transformation realm and the true spirit realm is indeed vast. For instance, a formidable being at the 9th level of the ordinary divine power realm, even when exerting their utmost, can merely stir the air with faint ripples, utterly incapable of shattering the fabric of space before them. In contrast, A practitioner of the true spirit realm, having condensed their true spirit, experiences a profound metamorphosis in their inherent strength, which transforms into the formidable power of the true spirit. Not only does the essence of their power undergo elevation, but they can also concentrate their strength at a singular point, unleashing an unparalleled strike. For those in the true spirit realm, traversing the void and navigating through dimensional spaces becomes a trivial endeavor. The chasm between the two realms is so vast that there exists no point of comparison. Even Lin Chen himself remains uncertain of the true extent of his combat prowess. Nevertheless, it is evident that even the esteemed prodigies of the past, who have immersed themselves in the 9th level of the ordinary divine power for many years in the wilderness continent, would now stand no chance against him. His current full-force strike is capable of effortlessly tearing through the void. In the first phase of the ultimate challenge task, the completion hinges solely on the acquisition of a 4th-tier alchemist and a transcendence realm expert. One cannot help but wonder about the magnitude of the rewards awaiting. Shaking his head, Lin Chen refrains from dwelling on the exact level of his combat strength. Instead, he focuses his gaze on the taskbar of his personal panel, a flicker of anticipation igniting within him. At this moment, the Lin family has amassed several dozen blood exchange realm experts. Apart from Lin Wudi, who is on the cusp of the transcendence realm and merely requires a brief period to break through, there are also 3 elders at the 9th level of the blood exchange realm in attendance. The number of individuals above the 7th level of the blood exchange realm exceeds 10. Meanwhile, those below the 7th level have surpassed 20. If the task is completed and the system's rewards are sufficiently generous, it would signify a qualitative leap in the strength and foundation of the Lin family. Of course, accomplishing this ultimate challenge task in a short time frame remains a daunting task, as ascending to the 4th-tier alchemist level is no simple feat. However, prior to that, he can focus on completing the first main task. In 2 months, the Triennial Alchemist Conference of the Great Chu Dynasty will commence, presenting Lin Ling with an excellent opportunity to shine and ascend the Great Chu Prodigy rankings. Achieving a spot on the rankings will fulfill this main task, with the rewards becoming increasingly bountiful based on their ranking position. According to Lin Chen's understanding, with Lin Ling's prowess as a 3rd-tier senior alchemist and her cultivation at the 1st level of the cleansing marrow realm, she stands a considerable chance of making it onto the Great Chu Prodigy rankings. However, securing a commendable position will prove more challenging, given that the rankings are reserved for prodigies under the age of 30. Lin Ling, at merely 17 years of age, faces significant disadvantages compared to those who are 28 or 29. It is indeed time to present her with the tome of insights pertaining to the 4th-tier alchemist expertise. Reflecting on this, Lin Chen recalls the last time Lin Ling was rewarded by the system upon her promotion to a 3rd-tier alchemist. Initially, he intended to wait until she reached the pinnacle of the 3rd tier before bestowing it upon her. How delightful it would be for her to ascend to the realm of a 4th-tier alchemist in one fell swoop. However, at this juncture, in pursuit of a commendable ranking, there is no need for delay. With Xiao Jia's guidance, the opportunity to break through to the 4th-tier alchemist's realm will not be far off. Resolute in his decision, Lin Chen cast a glance at his son, who had already succumbed to slumber. In a flash, he vanished from his position. When he reappeared, he found himself beside Lin Ling, who had just completed the refinement of a high-grade 3rd-tier elixir. Lin Ling, accustomed to Lin Chen's sudden appearances, was not taken aback this time, but promptly offered a respectful greeting. Well done indeed. You have successfully concocted the high-grade 3rd-tier elixir, Bloodfiend Pill. It seems you are not far from becoming a top-tier 3rd-tier alchemist, Lin Chen remarked with a hint of surprise, observing the freshly produced elixir in Lin Ling's hand. Chapter 71. The blood-nourishing and marrow-generating pill. It is important to note that although the blood-nourishing pill is merely a high-grade 3rd-tier elixir, its refinement poses challenges comparable to that of an ordinary top-tier 3rd-grade pill. After all, the process requires the infusion of a wisp of blood-evil energy, which significantly tests the skills of the alchemist. Lin Ling's ability to concoct it now indeed surprised Lin Chen. It is all thanks to my master's excellent teaching, Lin Ling said with a hint of shyness upon hearing his words. Not at all. Your dedication is evident to all, and it is not solely my influence. At that moment, Xiao Jia, who had been within the jade talisman, floated out. She first nodded to Lin Chen and then regarded Lin Ling with evident satisfaction. She held a favorable view of this junior disciple, who not only possessed extraordinary talent, but also worked diligently and exhibited remarkable filial piety. It is worth noting that when she first revived, her combat power was merely on par with the third level of the Transcendence realm. However, with Lin Ling's consistent efforts to help her gather spiritual herbs for restoring her soul's power, her strength had now returned to the third level of the divine ability realm. Enough of the mutual flattery. I have come to present you with an opportunity. I hope you strive for an impressive ranking at the upcoming Alchemist Conference, ideally making a mark on the Great Chu Dynasty's talented individuals list, thereby elevating the Lin family's prestige. With that, Lin Chen produced a manuscript containing the lifelong knowledge of a top-tier fourth-grade alchemist. Yes, I shall not disappoint the expectations of the ancestor. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Ling readily agreed. She understood all too well that her current cultivation and status were bestowed upon her by this very ancestor. Without him, her brilliance would not exist. The family had expended countless resources in her cultivation, and thus, it was only natural for her to bring honor to the family by striving for a place on the Great Chu Talented Individuals list. Very well, put forth your best effort. When the Alchemist Conference begins, I shall personally escort you there. With that, Lin Chen transformed his figure and vanished from sight. Gazing at the manuscript in her hands, Lin Ling and Xiao Jia exchanged glances, neither speaking a word. Lin Ling then immersed herself in the manuscript, beginning to comprehend its contents. In an instant, a torrent of information encompassing various alchemical experiences, techniques, and essential considerations surged into her mind. Under Xiao Jia's training, Lin Ling had laid a solid foundation, akin to a parched sponge, eagerly absorbing the wisdom and transforming it into nourishment for her growth. Time passed, and when Lin Ling finally awakened from her enlightenment, before Xiao Jia could utter a word, she approached an alchemical furnace. Utilizing the vitality within her, she controlled the flame's intensity. Retrieving a selection of third-tier spiritual herbs from her storage ring and casting them into the furnace to begin her alchemical process. This is the third-tier top-grade elixir, the blood-nourishing and marrow-generating pill. Xiao Jia, a seventh-grade alchemist, was taken aback as she discerned the nature of the elixir that Lin Ling had cast into the cauldron. It is essential to recognize that the blood-nourishing elixir is renowned as one of the most challenging concoctions among the esteemed third-grade elixirs. It was only after she ascended to the rank of a high third-grade alchemist that she dared to attempt its creation. Nevertheless, despite its formidable complexity, the elixir boasts remarkable efficacy, capable of enhancing the cultivation of those in the bone-washing realm by 2 to 4 levels, and those in the blood transformation realm by 1 to 2 levels, contingent upon fortune. According to the intelligence from the Lin family, among alchemists under 30 in the Great Chu Dynasty, the most formidable on the surface is merely a high third grade. Should Linkter succeed in crafting the blood-nourishing elixir, even if some competitors were to conceal their true abilities, she would undoubtedly secure a spot among the top 3, if not the very first, in the upcoming alchemy convention. However, to ascend the Great Chu Talents list, even with the prestige of being an alchemist, her current cultivation level poses a considerable challenge. This thought caused Xiao Jia to furrow her brows. The Great Chu Talents list similarly ranks practitioners under 30. In the true martial world, prodigies abound. Although the talents of the Great Chu Dynasty may pale in comparison to Lin Ling's, their extended periods of cultivation, devoid of distractions from auxiliary professions, have allowed them to enhance their prowess significantly. Even the lowest-ranked individual on the Great Chu Talents list possesses a cultivation level exceeding the 7th stage of the bone-washing realm, far surpassing Lin Ling's current first stage. Even if her identity as a third-grade alchemist could impose a 3-level suppression on the talents she would confront, they would still stand at the 4th stage of the bone-washing realm. While their combat strength might not rival that of the average 7th stage, they could certainly contend with the elite of the 6th stage, rendering Lin Ling's current capabilities notably insufficient. Yet, should Linger fail to successfully concoct the blood-nourishing elixir this time, I will personally intervene to create one for her. With an elevation in her cultivation, ascending the Great Chu Talents list should not prove daunting. Contemplating this, Xiao Jia felt a wave of tranquility wash over her. As time flowed on, 2 months swiftly elapsed. Since the past fortnight, the once quiet Dian city had once again erupted in fervor. The cause was simple. The triennial alchemy convention hosted by the Great Chu Dynasty was imminent. During such times, Nearly all citizens of the Great Chu dynasty engage in fervent discussions regarding the forthcoming grand event, speculating on potential champions, dark horses, and the specific elixirs to be contested. Any topic related to the alchemy convention became the subject of their animated discourse. Originally, this grand event bore little relevance to a city like Dian, which is considered somewhat of a backwater. While discussions may have arisen among its inhabitants, they would hardly evoke such fervor. However, who within Dian is unaware of the Lin family's prodigious alchemist? Moreover, he is an extraordinary talent, boasting an impressive rank of a third-tier advanced alchemist. As the Alchemist Conference approaches, with the Lin family firmly established in Dian and the brilliant Lin Ling participating, a commendable ranking is undoubtedly within reach. It goes without saying that Lin Ling, being a third-tier advanced alchemist, stands shoulder to shoulder with the esteemed talents of the royal capital, such as Yun Li from the Yun family and Dan Shun from the Dan sect. The possibility of clinching the championship appears highly plausible. Indeed, this time Dian is poised to gain notable recognition throughout the Great Chu dynasty. One can only hope for the continued prosperity of Dian in the future. Countless citizens dwelling in Dian gaze toward the Lin family's direction, their faces radiant with pride and a profound sense of honor, reveling in their identity as residents of Dian. Chapter 72. Void Translocation. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Dan sect, the foremost alchemical institution of the Great Chu dynasty, it wielded control over a significant portion of the dynasty's medicinal resources, drawing countless prodigies eager to learn. Among this generation, Dan Shun and Yao Kuang stood out prominently. Both had achieved the 8th level of the cleansing marrow realm, and their alchemical skills had reached an extraordinary level, having ascended to the rank of a third-tier advanced alchemist a year prior. Chinner, this upcoming alchemist conference is pivotal for our Dan sect's reputation. Are you confident in securing first place? In a grand hall, the sect master fixed his penetrating gaze upon the young lady clad in a white alchemist robe. As the preeminent alchemical force in the Great Chu dynasty, securing first place in a typical alchemist conference was not particularly remarkable, nor would it command respect from other factions. However, triumphing in this particular conference would compel other powers to acknowledge their standing, elevating the Dan sect's prestige and enhancing the quality of disciples seeking to join. Failure, on the other hand, would not only result in a loss of face, but could also have significant repercussions for the future of the Dan sect. Rest assured, Master. A month ago, I transcended to the pinnacle of the third-tier alchemist realm. This championship is as good as mine, Dan Shen replied confidently. Be wary, for the Yun family's Yun Li from the imperial capital possesses talent comparable to that of top-tier spiritual body alchemists. It is likely that she has also ascended to the pinnacle of the third-tier realm during this time. Furthermore, there is Lin Ling from the Lin family of Dian City. I suspect she possesses a treasure body level of alchemical talent and likely broke through to the advanced third-tier realm months ago. Alas, if she were not merely 17 years of age, the outcome of this conference would be all but guaranteed. The sect master sighed deeply, contemplating the formidable prowess displayed by the Lin family's elder. If not for the overwhelming strength revealed, he would have insisted on bringing such a talent into the Dan sect. A treasure body level of alchemical talent, if preserved, could undoubtedly elevate their sect to unprecedented heights, potentially rivaling or surpassing the Great Chu dynasty itself. Yet, regrettably, the world does not entertain the luxury of what-ifs. Master, fret not. As you have said, her youth is a significant disadvantage. Regardless of whether Lin Ling possesses treasure body level talent, she will not claim the championship in this conference, Dan Shen asserted, her confidence unwavering. After all, having grown up within the Dan sect, endowed with its legacy and tutored by a fifth-tier alchemist, she could not believe that she would be outshone by a self-made talent emerging from a lesser family. In truth, the sect master harbored his own doubts regarding the capabilities of his prized disciple in comparison to Lin Ling, a prodigy from the Lin family. The ancestral figure of the Lin family possesses formidable strength. However, the foundation of the Lin clan remains rather shallow. I refuse to believe that the younger generation of the Lin family can match his extraordinary prowess. Meanwhile, in the royal capital, the Yun family stands as the foremost alchemical lineage of the Great Chu dynasty, second only to the alchemy sect. The Yun family commands over 20% of the elixir market within the dynasty, wielding considerable influence that cannot be overlooked. Yun Li, recognized as the greatest talent of the Yun family, has not only attained the 9th level of the cleansing marrow realm, but has also achieved the pinnacle of 3rd-tier alchemy mastery. His reputation in the royal capital is immense. This time, the Alchemist Conference presents numerous rivals for Yun Li, including the alchemy sect's Dan Shun, the renowned Yao Kuang, and Lin Ling from the Lin family, each a formidable adversary. Do you possess the confidence to face them? In this upcoming Alchemist Conference, my only competitor is Dan Shun. Yun Li directed his gaze towards the direction of the alchemy sect, his eyes ablaze with combat fervor. He pays little heed to Lin Ling, who is situated in Great Yin City. Had the Alchemist Conference been delayed by a year or two, he might have felt a twinge of concern. However, with over a decade more of cultivation under his belt, he remains undaunted, even if Lin Ling is a prodigy suspected of possessing a treasure body. His own talent is by no means lacking. Indeed, he is truly a gem of the Yun family. Go forth and participate in this Alchemist Conference. Let the prestige of the Yun family resound and suppress your opponents. The head of the Yun family could not help but exclaim in approval upon hearing his son's confident words. Yes, father. With that, Yun Li departed from the Yun family, surrounded by numerous powerful guardians. Simultaneously, in Great Yin City, Lin Ling, having secluded herself for 2 full months, abruptly opened her eyes. An overwhelming aura flickered briefly around her. 5th level of the cleansing marrow realm. As she felt this formidable power within her, a smile crept across Lin Ling's face. Ever since receiving the legacy of a top-tier 4th-grade alchemist, her alchemical skills have progressed rapidly. The solid foundation laid under the guidance of Xiao Jia has now come to fruition. Not only has she successfully concocted the blood-nourishing marrow elixir, but she has also elevated her alchemical mastery to the pinnacle of the 3rd grade, just a step away from becoming a 4th-grade alchemist. Having reached this stage, aware that her alchemical skills would not improve significantly in the short term, she took the elixir she had crafted and entered the secluded chamber to meditate. Lin Ling's fortune smiled upon her as she maximized the effects of the elixir, propelling her from the 1st to the 5th level of the cleansing marrow realm. In terms of combat prowess, even a typical 9th level cleansing marrow practitioner might struggle to contend with her. The Alchemist Conference is about to commence. Let us depart. At that moment, Lin Chen's figure suddenly appeared before Lin Ling and Xiao Jia. Upon seeing him, the latter nodded in acknowledgement. He spoke little, merely gesturing for Xiao Jia to enter the jade talisman. Subsequently, he enveloped Lin Ling with his divine power. With a surge of thought, a torrent of sword intent pierced through the void before him, plunging into it. Void displacement. Hiss. As Xiao Jia sensed the method employed by Lin Chen while within the jade talisman, she could not help but gasp in astonishment, her eyes reflecting sheer shock. It is vital to understand that in the true martial great world, to shatter the void, one must possess the combat prowess of a true spirit realm monarch. Without such strength, it is impossible to stir the void even slightly. From the overwhelming aura Lin Chen had just emanated, she distinctly perceived that his cultivation was merely at the 5th level of the divine power realm. I had initially thought you were akin to the unparalleled prodigies of the cave heaven continent, yet it appears I have underestimated you. Casting a profound glance at Lin Chen, Xiao Jia felt a silent lament for the contemporary geniuses of the cave heaven continent. It is noteworthy that even the most exalted genius ranked first on the cave heaven continent's prodigy list, while wielding the power of a true spirit realm monarch, would possess a cultivation level of at least the 7th level of the divine power realm. The disparity between a 5th level divine power cultivator and a 7th level one is immense. Even for ordinary practitioners, the latter could effortlessly crush the former, not to mention when comparing it to genuine unparalleled geniuses. The gulf between the two is indeed vast, exceedingly vast. Chapter 73. The Astonished Powers. The great competition commences as Xiao Jia's thoughts surged within. Lin Chen, in the span of merely a few breaths, traversed vast landscapes, bringing Lin Ling to the outskirts of the royal capital of the Great Chu dynasty. Without alerting a soul, he casually selected a secluded spot and descended. Then, with strides that covered hundreds of zhang, he seemed to traverse the earth with ease, meandering towards the grand gates of the royal city. Meanwhile, within a vast plaza in the royal capital, over 1 million citizens had gathered. Mighty figures from various factions, utilizing their formidable prowess, floated their observation seats in midair, casting their gazes down upon the masses with an air of superiority. Among these suspended seats, a grand palace, measuring 100 zhang in circumference. Hovered above the various factions, it was the royal observation platform of the Great Chu dynasty. Roars of excitement filled the air as the long-anticipated alchemist conference was about to commence. Who would emerge victorious this time? It was obvious. Of course, it would be the enchanting Dan Shun of the Dan sect, who had achieved the rank of a third-tier high-level alchemist a year prior. Humph, our own Yun Li, the young master of the Yun family in the royal capital, is no slouch either. He reached this level a year ago as well. Well, does no one have faith in Lin Ling from the Lin family of Dian City? I've heard she has also attained the level of a third-tier high-level alchemist. Come on, if we are to compare talent. Lin Ling's age indeed grants her the upper hand, but this alchemist conference is a test of alchemical skill. Can she, having just stepped into the realm of a third-tier high-level alchemist, truly compete with the likes of Yun Li, Dan Shun, and Yao Kuang, who have immersed themselves in this realm for a year? Indeed, as the crowd gazed at the thousands of alchemical furnaces arranged on the competition stage, excitement buzzed among the spectators, fervently debating who would seize the championship. Although Lin Ling's name was mentioned, most of the populace favored the renowned talents of Dan Shun and Yun Li, whose reputations had long been established. This was hardly surprising, as the brilliance of both Dan Shun and Yun Li was deeply ingrained in the public consciousness. Furthermore, Lin Ling's youth and the brevity of her tenure as a third-tier high-level alchemist led many to believe that she paled in comparison to these two luminaries. Where are the members of the Lin family? Amidst the fervent discussions of the crowd, as the alchemist conference was on the verge of commencing, the king of Chu furrowed his brow at the absence of Lin Ling. This event was of extraordinary significance, not only due to the numerous treasures the Great Chu dynasty had offered as prizes, but also the substantial contributions from the Royal Alchemist Association. Given Lin Ling's status as a third-tier high-level alchemist, as long as she performed normally, she should secure at least a top 5 position. The rewards she could attain would rival the entire wealth of a millennia-old family like the Tianqin Duke's house. She had no reason not to attend. Surely, nothing untoward had happened? Upon contemplating this, the expression of the Chu king changed noticeably. Although he found it hard to believe that anyone in the Great Chu dynasty would dare provoke the Lin family and challenge the authority of the royal house, he feared the covert machinations of a rival nation that might seek to incite chaos within the Great Chu dynasty, thereby targeting Lin Ling. Recalling the recent events when the Li family sought to undermine Lin Ling by enlisting the Wang family's support, which subsequently provoked Lin Chen's wrath, it was evident that Lin Chen's decisiveness in exterminating the Li family was absolute. Even the Wang family, far away in Tianqin County, did not escape his retribution. Should anything befall Lin Ling, if the perpetrator were known, it would be manageable, but if unknown, the entire Great Chu dynasty would likely descend into turmoil. Summon the royal guards of the capital before the Chu king could finish his command. A sharp voice interrupted him. The Lin family of Dian City has arrived. At this proclamation, the previously bustling square fell into an immediate hush. Countless heads turned towards an entrance where a strikingly handsome young man clad in a white robe approached, accompanied by a beautiful girl of about 17. Observing the scene, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Without further ado, he and Lin Ling traversed the air as if walking upon solid ground, arriving beside the seating area designated for the Great Chu dynasty. With a gentle gesture, he pointed at the void before him. Instantly, an overwhelming surge of natural spiritual energy and Tao rhythm coalesced into an immense throne, resembling white jade, radiating a vibrant spectrum under the sun's glow. The Lin family, Lin Chen, greets all esteemed friends. Having taken his place upon the newly formed throne, Lin Chen first nodded towards the Chu king, then surveyed the many forces hovering in the air, clasping his hands in greeting. His words shattered the tranquil atmosphere, prompting many formidable figures, previously subdued by Lin Chen's display, to rise instinctively, reciprocating with respectful gestures. We have the honor of meeting you, Lin Dao friend. Not only them, but even those of the exalted fifth-grade forces dared not act arrogantly, promptly proclaiming their names. Zhao family, Xiao Jia, pays respects to Lin Chen Dao friend. The Moon White, sect leader of Yuanyuanzong, pays respects to Lin Chen Dao friend. All the powerful figures of the Great Chu dynasty above the 6th grade stood in unison, bowing to Lin Chen in response. This magnificent scene astounded the multitude present, including many from beyond the Great Chu dynasty, stirring within them an indescribable emotion, an amalgamation of pride, envy, and hope. A true man born between heaven and earth cannot languish beneath others for long. Life should be lived thus. Was this truly the legendary ancestor of the Lin family? I cannot perceive even the slightest ebb of energy emanating from him. What realm has he attained? To witness is to believe. The ancestor of the Lin family is indeed formidable. With a mere gesture, one can harness the infinite spiritual energy and the essence of the Tao to forge a suspended throne, impervious to the influence of our powers. Such mastery is beyond my own capabilities. Not only the multitude below, but even those formidable beings of the 6th rank and above, gazing upon Lin Chen's figure, felt a tempest of emotions stirring within their hearts. Most of them had merely heard tales of Lin Chen's reputation and achievements, never having encountered him in the flesh. Yet, upon this encounter, they realized how gravely they had underestimated him. The immense, unfathomable aura he emanated suggested that among the many powerful figures present, none could rival him. My esteemed friends, you are too humble. The true protagonists of this gathering are the young generation present. We should not overstep our bounds. Ha ha ha, you speak most wisely. I hereby declare the commencement of the Alchemist Conference. After a round of pleasantries, the 9,999th Alchemist Competition of the Great Chu Dynasty was officially inaugurated by the proclamation of the Chu King. Chapter 74, The Genius. Always distinctive according to the rules of the Alchemist Conference of the Great Chu Dynasty, the first round serves as the preliminary contest, where all alchemists below the rank of 3rd grade must compete. This stipulation garnered no objections from either the participants or the numerous spectators present. After all, the attainment of 3rd grade status is a testament to one's prowess, far surpassing that of a mere 2nd grade alchemist. As the first match of the conference commenced, the central square came alive with the sight of a 4-tiered arena shaped like a pyramid. On the 1st and 2nd levels, thousands of alchemists were scattered, unleashing waves of formidable vitality that fueled the flames of their alchemical furnaces. The fire blazed with vigor, and the air was suffused with the fragrant aroma of elixirs. Such scenes are a hallmark of each alchemist conference. Even those who have witnessed it multiple times could not suppress their astonishment. Go, Huangshao. You are the best. Dan, keep pushing. You must advance to the next round. Without the participation of those lofty 3rd grade prodigies, my son Li Hua is bound to claim the top spot. The atmosphere gradually grew raucous. Even the esteemed 5th and 6th grade masters suspended in midair cast their gazes downward, both concerned for their disciples and eager to discover any untamed genius worthy of recruitment into their sects or families. It is evident that a significant part of these factions' enthusiasm for the Alchemist Conference stems from this very motive. Amidst the fervent cheers, 3 days swiftly passed. After 4 rounds of preliminary trials, 100 2nd-grade alchemists were finally selected to progress to the next stage. Now, we invite our 3rd-grade alchemists to ascend to the 3rd tier of the arena to compete for a place among the top 100, announced a 5th-grade alchemist from the Alchemist Association as he stepped onto the highest tier of the arena. Instantly, vibrant energy chains manifested from the floating seats, forming bridges leading to the 3rd tier. Dozens of young alchemists clad in moon-white robes adorned with 3 embroidered white elixirs began their ascent, step by step, towards the 3rd tier. Lin Ling was no exception. Alongside these prodigies from various esteemed factions, there were also several gifted individuals from humble backgrounds, lacking any significant affiliation, who gazed up with envy and admiration at their peers gracefully traversing the skies, advancing with heavy steps towards the arena. With thoughts racing through their minds, the young aspirants pondered, with my alchemical talent, after today, I too shall enjoy special privileges akin to those geniuses. As they walked, the spark of ambition flickered ever more brightly in their eyes, spreading like a wildfire within their hearts. As everyone gathered, the competition officially commenced. Observing the numerous alchemists present, the 5th-tier alchemist, who presided over this grand gathering, proclaimed loudly. A radiant brilliance, brighter than the flames from 10 alchemical furnaces, surged forth from their cauldrons. The sharp sounds of spiritual herbs igniting resonated through the air. The alchemists on stage promptly cast their herbs into the furnaces, transforming them into pools of liquid essence that floated beside the cauldrons. Among the over 100 alchemists present, the majority were 2nd-tier practitioners, with only a handful of 3rd-tier alchemists, most of whom were at the initial stages of their tier. There were fewer than 20 mid-tier alchemists, and only a scant number of high-tier ones. Thus, the task at hand was to concoct a third-tier elixir, with a difficulty level just slightly above the simplest of its kind. Lin, who do you think will be the first to successfully refine the blood exchange elixir among them? At that moment, the king of Chu inquired of Lin Chen. Brother Chu, you will discern that in due time. My family's genius will not disappoint, Lin Chen replied confidently. Oh, the king of Chu was momentarily taken aback by Lin Chen's assurance, but soon felt a swell of anticipation. He knew that this alchemist competition was a contest between the Yun family and the Dan sect, both vying for victory. If, in the end, the champion turned out to be Lin Ling, whom they considered still young and in need of further honing, rather than either of their own contenders. The spectacle would indeed be amusing to behold. Hours passed, and as the first blood exchange elixir was successfully produced, a domino effect ensued, with others following suit. Yet, many participants expended 3 sets of materials only to fail, departing dejectedly. Once the participants submitted their concocted elixirs, the 5th-tier alchemist returned to the stage to announce the results. I hereby declare the rankings of the competition. First place, Lin Ling, with a time of 3 hours and 15 minutes. The elixir's quality is exceptional, boasting a potency 15% higher than that of its peers. Second place, Dan Shun, with a time of 3 hours and 30 minutes. The elixir's quality is also exceptional, with a potency 10% higher. Third place, Yun Li, with a time of 3 hours and 45 minutes. The elixir's quality is exceptional, with a potency 10% higher. Ninth place, Jin Jiqing, with a time of 4 hours and 15 minutes. The elixir's quality is superior. Gasp! First place goes to Lin Ling, 3 hours and 15 minutes, with potency exceeding that of peers by 15%. The audience gasped, their mouths agape, filled with disbelief at the announcement. Although the blood exchange pill is merely a third-grade primary elixir, it cannot fully reflect the prowess of an alchemist of the advanced third grade and above. However, under comparable circumstances, Lin Ling's ability to concoct pills with greater efficacy than those of Yun Li and Dan Shin speaks volumes. At the very least, her foundation and innate talent are not something the latter can rival. This promises to be quite a spectacle. As fellow advanced third-grade alchemists, with Lin Ling's profound depth of knowledge, she may very well seize the championship in this local competition. Indeed, I initially believed that this dark horse, Lin Ling, would only reach the top 5, but I underestimated her. She is undoubtedly a formidable contender for the title. The audience, after a brief moment of silence, erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Although they were astonished by Lin Ling's performance, they had long since accepted her reputation as a prodigious alchemist. Even though her display exceeded their expectations, it was swiftly embraced. After all, a genius is always extraordinary. Isn't it? Chapter 75. Cheating. You are undoubtedly cheating, however. Amidst the fervent atmosphere, as the emotions of countless spectators were stirred, Lin Chen, who was engaged in a casual conversation with King Chu, suddenly furrowed his brow. The eye of destiny quietly unfurled. Name, Jin Jiqing. Age, 52, 29, cultivation level, blood transformation realm, 1st level alchemist rank, 4th grade. Initial stage life experience, a spy cultivated by the Great Han Dynasty within the Great Chu Dynasty, who, with the assistance of a powerful figure from the Great Han, utilized secret methods to conceal his true age, aiming to seize the championship of the Great Chu Dynasty's Alchemist Conference, acquire the formula for the 5th grade Chiexine Dan, and represent the Great Chu Dynasty at the 100 Kingdoms Alliance Alchemist Conference, seizing the opportunity to vanish and catch the Great Chu Dynasty off guard, thereby obtaining a coveted spot in the Tianyong Dan Wang's secret realm. A spy? Upon discerning the information revealed by the Eye of Destiny, Lin Chen finally understood why he had sensed something amiss with Jin Jiqing earlier. It was indeed due to the secret method that obscured his true age. Nevertheless, how despicable of the Great Han Dynasty, over 50 years old, preying upon a group of youths under 30? However, what exactly is this Tianyong Dan Wang's secret realm? It is astonishing that a dignified dynasty would expend such immense resources to place a 4th grade alchemist within the Great Chu Dynasty. Contemplating this, Lin Chen once again activated the Eye of Destiny, delving into Jin Jiqing's life experiences to uncover the answers he sought. In the true martial great world, regardless of whether one is a martial artist, alchemist, or weapon craftsman, upon reaching the true spirit realm or the 6th grade alchemist level, one may claim the title of king. Yet, to gain the recognition of the world and become a true titled monarch, a martial artist, for instance, must achieve combat prowess at the true king realm. Indeed, due to the vast disparity between the true spirit realm and the nirvana realm, 3 intermediate combat realms have been established: true king realm, divine king realm, and sacred king realm. These 3 realms are specifically designed for prodigies. After all, a typical 9th layer true spirit realm practitioner is vastly different from an extraordinary prodigy at the same level. The latter can almost effortlessly vanquish the former. Without such detailed distinctions, the imagery is simply too beautiful to contemplate. As for alchemists, one can be titled as a Dan Wang simply by being able to refine the highest grade 6th grade elixirs. Naturally, this is merely the most ordinary title. Beyond this, there exist 1st and 2nd transition Dan Wangs, who can concoct elixirs surpassing the efficacy of their peers by 10, 20 times, or even at higher levels. The Tianyong Dan Wang discovered by the 100 Kingdoms Alliance is a 3rd transition Dan Wang, a figure of unparalleled stature throughout the entire wild state. It is no wonder that the Great Han Dynasty would resort to such nefarious tactics to secure additional spots in pursuit of the legacy left behind by such an illustrious presence. As long as one secures a position among the top 100 in the Alchemist Conference of the 100 Dynasties Alliance, they shall be granted a place within the celestial abode of secrets. The top 50 shall receive 2 places, the top 10 shall be awarded 5, the 3rd position 10, the 2nd 20, and the 1st a remarkable 50. In the previous Alchemist Conference, the Great Chu Dynasty ranked a commendable 88th, surpassing the Great Han Dynasty by more than 10 positions, which barely managed to enter the top 100. Should the Great Han Dynasty's ambitions truly come to fruition, they might indeed procure 2 exploration opportunities. After all, based on Jin Ziqing's life experiences, Lin Chen was aware that this generation of the Great Han Dynasty had birthed a young 3rd-tier top-tier alchemist whose ascension to this level was not markedly inferior to that of Dan Shun and Yao Quan. Amidst the turmoil and disarray in the Great Chu Dynasty, it was plausible that they could exploit this weakness. Alas, they have encountered me. Casting a deep gaze at Jin Ziqing, who was currently concocting pills and vying for the championship of this grand competition, Lin Chen's voice suddenly resonated in the ears of Prince Chu. "Brother Chu, do you see that individual? Do you not find his aura somewhat peculiar?" I would like to hear more." Prince Chu held a certain trust in Lin Chen's words. Firstly, given Lin Chen's strength, there was no need for jest. Secondly, as relatives by marriage, the Great Chu Dynasty shared a close bond with him, leaving no reason for Lin Chen to mislead him regarding such matters. Thus, upon hearing Lin Chen's statement, a surge of murderous intent arose within Prince Chu directed at Jin Ziqing. However, as a sovereign, he refrained from acting impulsively. Instead, he swiftly commanded the intelligence organization of the Great Chu Dynasty to gather evidence that Jin Ziqing was a spy infiltrated by the Great Han Dynasty. Thanks to the information provided by Lin Chen, within just a few hours of thorough investigation, sufficient evidence was presented before Prince Chu. "Scoundrel, this treacherous wretch. Summon all relevant personnel, including the Lord of Fenghua County." Yes, after issuing his orders, Prince Chu, now slightly calmer, turned his gaze to Lin Chen with a bitter expression. "I apologize for any amusement I may have caused you." Lin Chen simply shook his head, unfazed. Instead, his attention shifted back to Jin Ziqing on the arena, who bore a smirk of malice. A 3rd-tier top-tier medicinal pill, the blood-nourishing and bone-strengthening pill. Quite the act. Yet merely possessing a single superior blood-nourishing and bone-strengthening pill will not suffice to claim the championship of this alchemist conference. Following Lin Chen's gaze, Prince Chu, who had initially frowned at Jin Ziqing's concoction, turned his attention towards Lin Ling. Before his eyes, a dark red pellet, exuding a rich fragrance of herbs, spun gracefully within the alchemical furnace, while strands of medicinal liquid flowed continuously from various apertures, only to be solidified upon the pellet's surface by the searing flames. It was also the blood-nourishing and bone-strengthening pill. Hiss! The extraordinary quality. Upon witnessing the elixirs within Lin Ling's alchemical furnace, King Chu was momentarily taken aback, only to subsequently draw a sharp breath. For at that moment, Lin Ling had successfully refined the elixir. The once blood-red, nourishing blood and marrow pill now astonishingly glimmered in a dark golden hue. This was clearly a transformation resulting from the pill attaining extraordinary quality. How could this be? You are merely 17. How could you possibly concoct a pill of such exceptional caliber? You must be cheating. There is no other explanation. Having just completed the nourishing blood and marrow pill, King Chu, brimming with pride as he observed the creations of the other third-tier alchemists, inadvertently glanced at the pill Lin Ling had crafted and was immediately taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief as he shouted, "What? The nourishing blood and marrow pill? And of extraordinary quality?" His exclamations drew the attention of many spectators who had previously overlooked the situation. Upon seeing the pill in Lin Ling's hand, they were struck with astonishment, rising abruptly from their seats. Author's note: after 36 days, this book is finally set to be published. This marks my second work on this platform, and I must admit, the current statistics surpass those of my previous endeavor. I understand that the support from fans of my earlier book plays a significant role in this, and regardless, I am sincerely grateful to those who have followed my journey thus far. Thank you for your unwavering support. I appreciate all the rewards, monthly votes, and reviews. Your encouragement is the driving force behind my perseverance. Now, to the matter at hand. This book will officially launch tomorrow, August 19th at noon. I kindly ask my readers to lend a hand and place a first subscription. My request is modest. If the initial subscriptions exceed 500, I will ensure 3 chapters are updated daily this month. Additionally, the chapters promised for exceeding 100 monthly votes will also be provided. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 76. Ancestor, save me the blood-nourishing and marrow-cultivating pill. Indeed a product of extraordinary quality. Moreover, that boisterous alchemist also concocted a blood-nourishing and marrow-cultivating pill, albeit of superior grade rather than the exceptional quality. Upon comprehending the circumstances unfolding in the arena, the spectators could not help but gape in astonishment, rendered momentarily speechless. Initially, they believed that the two prodigies, Yun Li and Dan Shun, had a promising chance at victory. Now, it seemed even securing second place was beyond their grasp. After all, this was one of the most challenging pills to refine among the third-grade elixirs. The blood-nourishing and marrow-cultivating pill, truly a remarkable creation. How could two talents capable of producing such a pill surface simultaneously? To us, they must seem like a jest. Not only the spectators, but Yun Li and Dan Shun, standing upon the stage, exchanged glances, each perceiving a hint of derision in the other's eyes, not mockery towards others, but rather a scornful reflection of their own naivete. Fortunately, their earlier confident proclamations had been made in the presence of only their fathers or mentors, which alleviated their discomfort somewhat. Cheating? In plain view of all. How could I possibly cheat? Surely, I cannot weave an intricate illusion that would deceive the esteemed elders and audience present. Upon hearing Jin Jiqing's words, Lin Ling could not suppress a trace of disdain. When one cannot compete fairly, resorting to accusations of cheating reflects poorly on one's character. Even if he successfully produced the blood-nourishing and marrow-cultivating pill, his life would remain unremarkable. Indeed, the other had concocted a pill of superior efficacy before the very eyes of the crowd. Losing is losing. Why resort to such feeble excuses? Is it so difficult to acknowledge someone's superiority? Such narrow-mindedness, even as a top-tier third-grade alchemist, is unlikely to lead to any significant achievements. At that moment, the audience, recovering from their shock, erupted into laughter. Those privileged enough to witness this event, even the spectators in the stands, undoubtedly had connections. Moreover, in such numbers, who would fear a mere third-grade alchemist? As the laughter resonated, Jin Jiqing's face flushed crimson. Then, as if struck by an epiphany, he glanced at Lin Ling before directing his gaze toward King Chu. "Your Majesty, I must confess, I am, in truth, a fourth-grade alchemist. My production of the blood-nourishing and marrow-cultivating pill was merely an attempt to conceal my true abilities, ensuring a strategic advantage for the upcoming competition among the alchemists of the 100 Dynasties Alliance. I can no longer maintain this faade. I beseech your Majesty to grant me clemency and allow me to compete once more against this talented young lady." With that, Jin Jiqing performed an elaborate bow in homage to King Chu, then stood tall and self-assured, gazing confidently at the assembly. He believes that once he reveals his true prowess as an alchemist, given the preferential treatment that the great Chu dynasty extends to talent, even if he is not granted another opportunity for competition, it will render Lin Ling's status as the first place dubious. At that point, he could seize the chance to demand rewards equivalent to those of the first place, and at the very least, obtain the coveted formula for the 5th grade elixir. The tranquil heart pill, long desired by his ancestors. What? A 4th grade alchemist? Upon hearing Jin Jiqing's words, the crowd, who had been amused by his predicament, suddenly fell silent, their expressions betraying disbelief. Since the inception of the alchemist conference organized by the Great Chu dynasty, spanning an astonishing 9,999 sessions, not a single 4th grade alchemist under the age of 30 has ever emerged. If his claim were true, it would shatter the long-standing record held since the establishment of the Great Chu dynasty thousands of years ago, etching his name into the annals of history for eternity. In an instant, the eyes of numerous 5th grade powers, already intrigued by Jin Jiqing, sparkled with fervent interest. Countless gazes converged upon Jin Jiqing and the King of Chu, eagerly awaiting the latter's decision. Would he allow Jin Jiqing to substantiate his claim of being a 4th grade alchemist, and then facilitate a contest against Lin Ling? Or would he dismiss Jin Jiqing's proposal outright, yet still declare the two as joint victors? The anticipation among the crowd was palpable. However, at that moment, applause resonated around them. Ah, what a remarkable Jin Jiqing! What a splendid Great Han dynasty! You do not suppose your disguise is so effective that I, the King of Chu, cannot discern your true identity? A mere lackey, having only recently attained the initial level of a 4th grade alchemist at the age of 50, dared to disrupt the alchemist conference of the Great Chu dynasty. Pray tell, who bestowed upon you such audacity? As the sound of applause echoed in their ears, the King of Chu's countenance transformed, revealing a blend of amusement and fury, his face flushed with indignation. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, pressing down upon Jin Jiqing with terrifying force. What? How did he uncover my identity? Sensing the oncoming tide of oppressive energy from the King of Chu, Jin Jiqing's eyes flickered with a hint of panic. He had not anticipated that his disguise, touted by his ancestor as impenetrable beneath the true spirit realm, would be unveiled by the Great Chu dynasty. Could it be that the rumors circulating outside were erroneous, and that a formidable expert of the true spirit realm indeed presided over the Great Chu dynasty? Before he could ponder further, the dreadful pressure radiating from the King of Chu enveloped him, causing Jin Jiqing to collapse prostrate upon the arena, utterly disheveled. Before he could muster any further defense, the life force emanating from him surged from the apparent age of 28 or 29 to that of over 50. Clearly, the secret technique concealing his aura had been shattered by the King of Chu's overwhelming might. Gasp! It is indeed true. This individual is a disruptor dispatched by the Great Han dynasty to our Great Chu dynasty, and he has infiltrated our alchemist conference. How vile! Who is responsible for this betrayal? Fortunately, your Majesty possesses great wisdom. Otherwise, our Great Chu dynasty would have faced humiliation at the alchemist conference of the 100 dynasties. Humph! That despicable Great Han dynasty remains as contemptible as ever. Upon witnessing the genuine vitality emanating from Jin Jiqing, the crowd collectively gasped in astonishment, a mix of relief and fury swelling within them, as they unleashed a barrage of invectives directed at Jin Jiqing and his ancestors. Some even demanded that the Chu king execute him on the spot. This left Jin Jiqing, sprawled helplessly on the platform, utterly terrified. Without a moment's hesitation, he cried out, "Ancestors, save me, save me." Alas, what a fool he is, incapable of handling such a trivial matter. Just as Jin Jiqing's words fell, an elderly figure with white hair, cursing inwardly, swiftly appeared by his side. A formidable aura surged from this individual, clashing with the Chu king's imposing presence, swiftly gaining the upper hand. The elder Jin Tailai, the ancestor of the Great Han dynasty, was the source of this disturbance. Upon recognizing the figure, the Chu king's pupils constricted in alarm, his tone revealing a deep-seated wariness. As the saying goes, the ones who know you best are often your enemies, a sentiment that rings true in this case. The Great Chu dynasty and the Great Han dynasty share a contested border, frequently embroiled in conflicts that have marked their history, with the Great Chu dynasty emerging victorious more often than not. However, this does not imply that the Great Han dynasty is weak. If it were, it would have been unable to survive in this realm even without the Chu dynasty's conquest. In terms of overall strength, the Great Chu dynasty holds an advantage. It boasts a greater number of top-tier warriors. Yet, should the Chu dynasty endeavor to annihilate the Great Han dynasty, even if successful, it would suffer significant losses, leaving it vulnerable to opportunistic forces. The formidable presence of Jin Tailai, one of the two figures the Chu king fears most, looms large. His cultivation has reached the terrifying pinnacle of the 9th level of the divine transformation realm, with combat prowess that far surpasses his peers. He has previously demonstrated the astonishing ability to contend single-handedly against 3 opponents of equal rank. Even among the great Chu dynasty, few could rival him. Huh, and what of it? Jin Tailai retorted. I am curious. How did your great Chu dynasty uncover the secret technique I employed on him? Despite being surrounded by the might of the great Chu dynasty and standing in the royal capital, Jin Tailai remained composed, instead pondering the reasons behind the failure of his secret technique. Curious, are you? Humph. Take your curiosity to the underworld and inquire with the king of hell. Where are the warriors of the great Chu dynasty? Come forth and subdue him. With these words, the Chu king raised his arm, unleashing his own formidable aura. Immediately, a multitude of formidable auras emanating from the masters of the divine realm surrounded Jin Tailai and Jin Jiqing. Without the slightest hesitation, the king of Chu led the royal powerhouses beside him into action. With the king's fist and the awe-inspiring sword technique, a cascade of martial arts prowess erupted from the hands of the king of Chu and his companions, sweeping towards Jin Tailai. Subsequently, the formidable beings from the various 5th-tier factions of the great Chu dynasty, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed their signature abilities, hurling them towards the platform where only Jin Tailai and Jin Jiqing remained. Humph, do you truly believe that a group of weaklings, each no stronger than the 7th level of the divine realm, can defeat me? With the onslaught of the divine realm masters closing in, Jin Tailai's countenance bore no trace of fear. Instead, it radiated disdain. A blood-red great sword had appeared in his hand, and he executed his renowned sword technique perfected to its ultimate form. With a resounding rip, a dazzling cold light shattered the darkness before him, mercilessly slicing through all. A piercing sound echoed throughout the square, resembling the shattering of something significant. Amidst the astonished gazes of countless spectators, a blade gleaming with an icy brilliance tore through the torrent of divine abilities that enveloped them, revealing itself to the crowd. Silence, an overwhelming silence. In that moment, in the eyes of all, there existed only that radiant blade light, as if it had claimed dominion over the entire expanse of heaven and earth. Chapter 77. Lin Chen takes action. Instantaneous kill. Alas, quickly activate the formation. Witnessing this terrifying scene, the numerous formidable beings present, adept in divine powers, could not help but change their expressions dramatically. They hastily formed seals with their hands to activate the protective array of the plaza. Boom. Fortunately, the sword light from that strike, after shattering the divine powers of the crowd, had already lost most of its strength. The residual force, upon striking the newly activated formation, did not even stir a ripple, successfully holding it at bay. Yet, despite this, the many strong individuals present were engulfed in uncertainty. They had not anticipated that even a combined effort from so many adept beings would fail to subdue Jin Tailai. He had undeniably grown stronger, significantly so. Unless he had broken through to the true spirit realm, his cultivation had reached its utmost limit. So what formidable divine power had he mastered over these years? Or had he perhaps comprehended the essence of the sword? Endure a little longer, as long as we can hold on. The foundation of the great Chu dynasty shall soon awaken. In due time, the heart of the Chu king surged with tumult, his gaze towards Jin Tailai filled with astonishment. It is crucial to recognize that those of them trapped at the 9th level of divine powers for many years, even for decades or centuries, may not have witnessed any improvement in their strength, for they had already grasped everything they could comprehend long before reaching the limits of this realm. The remaining elements, unless one were to encounter extraordinary fortune, are exceedingly difficult to break through. Now, with Jin Tailai's sudden surge in strength, a torrent of murderous intent surged within him. A commendable formation. However, to obstruct me, it still falls short. Is that little girl truly the foremost prodigy of your great Chu dynasty? Indeed formidable, at merely 17. She has achieved what talents of 27 or 28 years cannot. Alas, it is unfortunate for you that you have encountered me. Die. Casting a glance towards the Chu king and others ensconced within the formation, he felt the faint stirring of powerful beings awakening within the royal capital, beings that were not inferior to himself. Jin Tailai abandoned the idea of seizing the opportunity to slay the Chu king or other adept beings and instead fixed his gaze upon Lin Ling. He would not allow such an unparalleled prodigy to exist within the great Chu dynasty. Should he manage to extinguish her, this scheme would not have been in vain. One might even say it was a lucrative endeavor. With this thought, he hesitated not for a moment. A terrifying aura surged from him. The sharp and resplendent sword radiance cleaved a small opening in the protective formation of the plaza, hurtling towards Lin Ling with deadly intent. "Thief, how dare you? Do you seek to incite war between the two nations?" Upon witnessing this scene, the Chu king could not help but feel his eyes widen with rage, immediately threatening in response. However, Jin Tailai remained deaf to his words. At his level of power, would he concern himself with a dynasty lacking a true spirit realm powerhouse? Even if the Chu king wished to retaliate, he must consider whether the foundations of the Chu family would permit it. Therefore, he not only did not cease his assault, but intensified his three-point strike. Alas, it is a pity that such a paragon of celestial beauty is destined to perish at my hands. As he gazed upon Lin Ling, clad in a flowing white gown that rendered her akin to a delicate fairy, a fleeting look of regret flickered in Jin Tailai's eyes. However, just as this thought settled in his mind, Lin Ling, who had been bowing her head, suddenly lifted it with fervor. Staring at the imminent strike mere inches away, her eyes betrayed no trace of fear. Instead, she offered a summation of Jin Tailai's actions. "Fool! What does this mean?" Observing this, Jin Tailai furrowed his brow, a glimmer of confusion crossing his gaze. Yet, before he could ponder for long, a voice, devoid of emotion, resonated above the square. "Disperse." As these words fell, Jin Tailai tore open a breach in the formation, only to witness his lethal strike against Lin Ling evaporate into nothingness. Instead, a figure adorned in a white robe, exuding an aura of ethereal elegance and regal presence, appeared before Lin Ling. He was Lin Chen. "How dare you lay hands on the pride of the Lin family? Who gave you the audacity?" Lin Chen's expression remained impassive, regarding Jin Tailai as if he were merely a corpse. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura surged forth from him, enveloping the surroundings. This sudden display of might caused Jin Tailai, who had only just grasped Lin Chen's realm, to tremble involuntarily, his eyes widening in sheer terror. "Who are you? You should not exist in the great Chu dynasty." Despite possessing merely the cultivation of the 5th level of the divine ability realm, Lin Chen emanated a palpable sense of danger that surpassed Jin Tailai's understanding. Dead men need not know too much. Yet, faced with Jin Tailai's panic and inquiries, Lin Chen showed no inclination to elucidate. He merely cast a detached glance at his adversary before slowly extending his right hand. With a finger as a sword, he unleashed 5 resplendent beams of sword light. In an instant, they converged before him. Ah, no. Instinctively, Jin Tailai's hair stood on end, and he could only emit a terrified scream before being effortlessly obliterated by the 5 streams of sword energy, his flesh and soul shattered in an instant. He fell lifeless to the ground. In a heartbeat, all transpired within the span of scarcely 3 breaths, an end as swift as it was decisive. Silence enveloped the scene, an overwhelming stillness settling in. All present gazed in a daze at the unfolding spectacle, their hearts churning with tumultuous waves. He is dead. The once arrogant Jin Tailai has perished just like that? Countless powerful beings found themselves unable to regain their composure. The impact of this moment was simply too monumental. I hereby declare, the first place of this alchemist conference is Lin Ling. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the venue is no longer suitable for the awards ceremony. Shortly, a formidable figure from the Great Chu dynasty will personally present the ranking rewards. Coming to his senses, the Chu king first expressed his gratitude to Lin Chen, and then promptly declared the champion of this alchemist competition, hastily concluding the grand event. The various factions raised no objections. After exchanging pleasantries with Lin Chen and the Chu king, they departed from the scene. They understood that although the chief culprit, Jin Tailai, had been dealt with, the malignant forces lurking within the Great Chu dynasty remained unvanquished. The Chu king would undoubtedly mobilize considerable resources to investigate the situation within the territory. And should any connections to the Great Han dynasty be uncovered, the consequences would be dire. Thus, they felt compelled to relay this information back to their sects, urging the powerful guardians and even the esteemed elders within to conduct thorough self-examinations. If they could identify any traitors within their ranks in advance and prove their lack of affiliations with the Great Han dynasty, they would likely remain unscathed, Otherwise, the repercussions could be catastrophic. The rewards included the formula for a 5th-grade Tranquil Heart pill, 10 4th-grade pill formulas, several 3rd-grade pill formulas, and a set of complementary spiritual herbs. The Medicine Soul Cauldron? Is this not one of the 10 revered alchemical cauldrons of the Great Chu dynasty? It was rumored to be collected by the Great Chu dynasty, yet it has surprisingly been awarded to me. Most significantly, the Alchemist Association has bestowed upon me a top-tier human-grade soul cultivation method, along with a quota for 7 days of training within the Soul Tower. In a grand hall of the royal palace, Lin Ling received the rewards dispatched by the powerful figures of the Great Chu dynasty. After a thorough examination, even she could not help but exclaim in astonishment. The rewards were exceedingly generous. However, she was also aware that a considerable portion of these treasures had originally been intended for the first-place winner, such as the Medicine Soul Cauldron and the top-tier human-grade soul cultivation method. It was highly probable that the Great Chu dynasty and the Alchemist Association had temporarily augmented the prizes to curry favor with the ancestors. The Medicine Soul Cauldron and the top-tier human-grade soul cultivation method were indeed quite commendable for Lin Chen at this moment, particularly the latter, which he could begin to comprehend immediately. Once he grasped the fundamentals, he could borrow from the Alchemist Association to train within the Soul Tower. Thus, it was not unreasonable to anticipate a breakthrough to the 4th-grade alchemist realm within 3 months. Observing that Lin Ling had acquired a top-tier human-grade soul cultivation method, Xiao Jia felt a sense of relief wash over her, prompting her to assist in planning Lin Ling's future training regimen. The soul cultivation method in her hands was a secret technique inherited from her sect. When she initially practiced these methods, she had taken a heavenly oath to never disclose them to others. Consequently, Lin Ling had never been able to cultivate the soul method. Now that the Alchemist Association had rewarded her with one, Xiao Jia felt significantly reassured. Yes, master. Nodding slightly, Lin Ling did not delay, and promptly settled into a meditative posture, beginning her contemplation. Despite having secured first place at the Alchemist Conference of the Great Chu dynasty, which seemed to signify her formidable prowess, she was acutely aware that at the Alchemist Conference hosted by the 100 Dynasty Alliance, there were multiple 4th-tier alchemists under the age of 30, far surpassing what the Great Chu dynasty could boast. Having tasted the benefits that came with victory, a surge of ambition arose within Lin Ling. Meanwhile, as Lin Ling immersed herself in her seclusion and training, the upheaval that transpired at the Alchemist Conference rapidly reverberated throughout the Great Chu dynasty, igniting a wave of fervor among the spectators. Countless individuals expressed their outrage at the machinations of the Great Han dynasty, while simultaneously being astounded by the prowess displayed by Lin Chen. Damn the despicable Great Han dynasty. Their actions have become increasingly repugnant. It is utterly disgraceful for a venerable dynasty to resort to such base tactics. Thankfully, the Great Chu dynasty continues to produce formidable individuals. Otherwise, the losses would have been substantial. The strength of the Lin family's ancestor is truly remarkable, having dispatched the Great Han dynasty's ancestor Jin Tai Lai with a single strike. Such power, perhaps even within our Great Chu dynasty, is unmatched by the neighboring dynasties. Who could dispute this? Many remained unaware of just how terrifying the technique wielded by the Lin family's ancestor, who employed his finger as a sword, truly was. To put it plainly, if a multitude of citizens engaged in animated discussions, with some who had witnessed Lin Chen in action passionately reenacting the scene, provoking gasps of astonishment, the name Lin Chen resounded throughout the Great Chu. Chapter 78. Aftermath of Events, the Majestic Dynasty. Consolidating gains within the Grand Hall of the Yunyu sect, numerous formidable figures congregated, their gazes fixated on the intelligence reports in their hands, which sparked a profound astonishment in their eyes. The news of a single strike that decimated the venerable ancestor Jin Tai Lai of the Great Han dynasty was simply staggering. Had it not been for the fact that this information was conveyed personally by their sect leader, they would have been compelled to question its authenticity. It is essential to recognize that Jin Tai Lai, the ancestor of the Great Han dynasty, was a peak 9th-level practitioner, a being who had once stood against 3 formidable adversaries of equal standing and emerged victorious. His identity and achievements were of such grandeur that they were beings to be revered from afar. Yet, this monumental figure was vanquished in an instant by Lin Chen. What, then, was the extent of Lin Chen's prowess? Moreover, the Li family, having previously offended the Lin family and suffered utter annihilation, had a connection to the Yunyu sect. Although Lin Chen had not pursued the matter further, there was still a loose end, a surviving member of the Li family, who had been appointed as a junior sect leader. The implications of this were chilling. As thoughts of this circulated, many elders of the Yunyu sect shivered, a sense of inexplicable dread rising within them. To oppose Lin Chen? Was that not a reckless gamble with their lives? No, absolutely not. I cannot consent to the appointment of Liion Gang as junior sect leader. Indeed, we have shown mercy by not expelling the Li family from the Yunyu sect. We must refrain from taking this step. For prudence's sake, I advocate for the revocation of his cultivation and his expulsion from the sect. Yet we, as a prestigious sect of righteousness, cannot engage in such disgraceful acts that would tarnish our reputation. What, then, do you propose? In a moment, the grand hall descended into chaos, with the esteemed figures present abandoning their enigmatic personas before the disciples, instead bickering like ordinary mortals, their words flying amidst the fervor, causing the venerable elders seated in high positions to furrow their brows in discontent. However, they chose not to intervene further, opting instead for a discreet dialogue with the esteemed elder Tianyun beside them. Ultimately, a consensus was reached. Esteemed colleagues, since no viable solutions have been presented, let us proceed as follows. We shall temporarily seal off all information pertaining to Liion Gang. Subsequently, we will dispatch an elder to personally visit the Lin family, after which a final decision will be made. What are your thoughts on this? Indeed, I perceive that Lin Chen is not devoid of reason nor a bloodthirsty individual. It warrants a trial. Fortunately, Liion Gang's master was none other than Elder Tianyun. As long as he had not completely forsaken this disciple, many elders remained cautious. Coupled with the fact that this course of action was indeed prudent, the matter was thus resolved. My dear disciple, this is the extent of what I can do for you. I should not have bestowed that jade talisman upon your father. Otherwise, he may not have been so overbearing. Sigh. As the esteemed elder Tianyun departed from the grand hall of the sect, his gaze extended towards the horizon. A flicker of regret welled within his heart. However, in this world, there exists no remedy for remorse. Tianyun, Tian Ke, from this moment forth, proceed to my residence and ensure that no disciple approaches him. Yes, master. Observing the vanishing silhouettes of the two figures, Elder Tianyun turned and hastened towards the direction of Dine City. From a distance, his figure appeared to have aged considerably. Meanwhile, deep within a grand hall of the Yunyu sect, Liion Gang gazed dreamily towards the grand hall, envisioning himself as the future vice master of the Yunyu sect, assisting his family in dominating Dine City, and ascending as a burgeoning power destined for greatness. Isolated from the world by the sect's communications blockade, he remained oblivious to the current state of the Li family, the changes beyond the sect, and the drastic shift in the sect's attitude towards him. Were it not for his possession of the Liion Gang spirit body, coupled with Lin Chen's failure to confront the Yunyu sect, many elders might have entertained a false sense of hope. Liion Gang might have lost his very right to remain in the hall. Meanwhile, in another realm, deep within the capital of the Great Han Dynasty, tens of thousands of miles away from the Great Chu Dynasty, a side hall that typically housed only a handful of royal descendants was now teeming with formidable beings exuding the aura of the transcendent realm. Their expressions reflected a mixture of astonishment and ire as they surveyed the scene before them. How could this be? Even if our plot has failed, the second ancestor's prowess should not have been thwarted by the forces of the Great Chu Dynasty. Did they foresee our scheme and turn it against us? Impossible. Until now, only a select few in our Great Han Dynasty were privy to this plan, and the second ancestor's strategies within the Great Chu Dynasty were known solely to him. Despite the Great Chu Dynasty's slightly superior overall strength, it should have been inconceivable for them to uncover this. There must have been some unforeseen circumstances at play. Investigate. Dispatch my clandestine operatives from the Great Han Dynasty to the Great Chu Dynasty and thoroughly examine this matter. I must ensure that those who conspired against our esteemed ancestor pay a grievous price. The transcendent beings of the Great Han Dynasty erupted in fury, their commands, laced with murderous intent, reverberated throughout the land, sending the populace of the capital into a hushed silence. In an instant, the once bustling capital had transformed into a realm of quietude. The events that transpired at the alchemist conference in the Great Chu Dynasty were hardly a secret, as countless witnesses had been present. shortly after the covert operatives of the Great Han Dynasty infiltrated the Great Chu Dynasty. They swiftly uncovered the occurrences of the Alchemist Conference and even procured a recording stone that captured the events as they unfolded. Although the imagery was somewhat indistinct, they could clearly discern that a young man had effortlessly vanquished the venerable ancestor Jin Tai Lai of the Great Han Dynasty with a single strike. When this news reached the ears of the formidable beings within the Great Han Dynasty, particularly the scene captured by the evidence stone, those who had previously clamored for Lin Chen to face repercussions fell into a profound silence. The Lin family of Dian City, Lin Chen. When did the Great Chu Dynasty manifest such a terrifying force? Could a mere strike truly be the feat of one within the realm of divine ability? Lin Ling, a 17-year-old pinnacle third-grade alchemist, lamented that had the ancestor not targeted her, she would likely have remained unscathed. Daring to lay such a lethal hand on my younger brother, even a true spirit realm sovereign would have to reckon with the consequences. How much more so for a mere practitioner of divine ability? As the numerous experts from the Great Han Dynasty sighed in despair, a commanding voice suddenly resonated in their ears. Shortly thereafter, the figure of a middle-aged man materialized before them. Great Ancestor, we pay our respects. The assembled powers said in unison, bowing with reverence upon recognizing the newcomer. One among them, bearing a resemblance to the Great Ancestor, stepped forward hesitantly and spoke. Great Ancestor, while your words ring true, I fear that our Great Han Dynasty may truly lack the means to confront him. Who told you that vengeance must rely solely on one's own strength? The response was immediate. Are you implying the Great Mei Dynasty? Indeed, after years of negotiation, the Great Mei Dynasty has agreed to assist us in our expansion, albeit at the cost of submitting 50% of our resources annually. Jin Shijian nodded with a beaming smile, affirming this conjecture. 50% of resources? Great Ancestor, might that not be excessive? Upon hearing this, the gathered powers initially felt a flicker of joy, only to furrow their brows in concern. What do you understand? When an ordinary dynasty seeks to expand, they must approach them, and even if they consent, it is often at least 60% of resources. Had I not previously saved a prince of the Great Mei Dynasty, who now wields substantial power, do you think 50% would even be a possibility? Dream on. Moreover, the Great Mei Dynasty has promised to incorporate the territories of the Great Chu and Great Han Dynasties into our Great Han Dynasty's dominion. Even if we allocate them 50%, it is still far more than what we would obtain by securing a nation ourselves. Surely, you cannot be so dim as to overlook this? Jin Shijian chastised, his disappointment evident. Were it not for the fact that those before him were his descendants, he would have dismissed these fools entirely. No, Great Ancestor, your wisdom is unmatched. With the Great Mei Dynasty's intervention, the unification of the three nations under our Great Han Dynasty is just around the corner. I dare say the Great Chu Dynasty could not have imagined that we have allied ourselves with such a superlative dynasty. Great Ancestor, is there anything we need to do? As the realization dawned upon the assembled mighty, they began to offer their praises. A few astute individuals even approached Jin Shijian to receive tasks, hoping to secure a modicum of power within the future Han Dynasty. After all, this was a matter that pertained to their destinies. You need not do anything. Simply maintain the current state of the Han Dynasty. That individual named Lin Ling from the Great Chu Dynasty. Is she not attending the Alchemist Conference of the 100 Dynasties? Coincidentally, the Prince of the Great Mei Dynasty has a penchant for such beautiful prodigies. If I were to relay this news to him, it would undoubtedly pique his interest. At that time, the Lin family of Dian City, prepare yourselves. Allow you to bask in your arrogance for a while. It will not be long before I annihilate your entire clan to honor the spirit of my deceased brother. He chuckled ominously, his voice echoing with a chilling resonance that sent shivers down the spines of the powerful present. However, they were not overtly fearful. Instead, after acclimating to the situation, each displayed an exceedingly arrogant grin, imbued with a mix of anticipation and ambitious dreams, brimming with confidence about their futures. It is essential to recognize that although the Great Mei Dynasty is akin to them as a dynasty, the disparity in power is vast. To put it plainly, not only does the Great Mei Dynasty boast genuine true spirit realm sovereigns, but there are also multiple such beings. Rumors suggest that within the depths of their royal capital, there exists a superpower of the true spirit realm at the 7th level and beyond, undeniably the foremost dynasty among the 100 dynasties. Even when considering the entirety of the wild state, it ranks as a formidable force. This superlative dynasty, with the mere dispatch of a true spirit realm sovereign, could effortlessly obliterate a frail dynasty like the Great Chu, which lacks such formidable guardians. Thus, even upon witnessing Lin Chen's decisive strike that felled Jin Tai Lai through the viewing stone, they never contemplated the possibility of a defeat for the Great Mei dynasty. After all, no matter how formidable Lin Chen may be, he remains merely at the level of the divine ability realm, akin to an ant when compared to the colossal Great Mei dynasty. As for the happenings within the Yunyu sect and the Dahan dynasty, Lin Chen remained oblivious. After spending nearly a month in the royal capital, once Lin Ling completed her cultivation, he took his leave from the Chu king and returned to the Lin family with Lin Ling. Not long thereafter, a mechanical and cold notification resounded within his mind. Congratulations, host. The family descendant Lin Ling has broken through to the 4th grade alchemist realm, receiving system rewards: 1 divine transformation pill, 1 alchemy hall, 8 4th grade spirit field talismans, and 100,000 fortune points. Divine transformation pill, a top-tier 5th grade elixir that can elevate a divine ability realm powerhouse by 1 level of cultivation with no adverse effects. The alchemy hall, a sacred sanctuary exclusive to the Lin family, boasts 10 alchemical chambers. Within its hallowed confines, one can enhance their success rate by 10%, diminish losses by an equal measure, and elevate concentration by another 10%, rendering it the quintessential venue for cultivating alchemists. Upon this revelation, a flicker of astonishment danced in Lin Chen's eyes. Both the divine transformation pill and the alchemical chambers were treasures of immense value to him. The former promised to elevate his cultivation, while the latter would benefit the family, enabling the continuous cultivation of alchemists at minimal cost. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen swiftly made his way to a secluded area on the family's rear mountain, identifying 2 suitable locations. He proceeded to deploy the alchemy hall and the spiritual field talismans. In a brief span, a grand edifice, spanning approximately 1,000 square meters and inscribed with the name Alchemy Hall, materialized before him. Simultaneously, not far from the hall, 8 blocks of 4th grade spiritual fields emanated wisps of white mist and faint traces of Taoist resonance, proclaiming their presence. Subsequently, Lin Chen, having informed Lin Wudi of the changes and the hall's significance, departed from the site and retreated to his usual secluded chamber. He intended to consume and refine the divine transformation pill to transcend his current realm. Lin Wudi, who had guided the Lin family's leaders to the alchemy hall and the spiritual fields, gazed upon the scene before him with delight. Although a flicker of doubt crossed his mind, nevertheless, he chose not to dwell on it, reassured that their ancestor would not lead them astray. Having returned from the competition, Lin Ling's niece had already ascended to the rank of 4th grade alchemist. Once he completed his current tasks, it would be time for him to enter seclusion and break through to the transcendental realm. Otherwise, he could not bear to maintain the position of family head. The Lin family leaders, having gained experience from their previous endeavors, required no further guidance from Lin Wudi, as they meticulously organized the planting of spiritual herbs, the arrangement of formations, and the selection of guardians. Yet, within Lin Wudi's heart, a heavy burden lingered. Chapter 79, Abundant Harvest. Changes in the Lin family. As Lin Wudi's mind wandered through a myriad of thoughts, Lin Ling, who had just ascended to the rank of a 4th-tier alchemist, promptly retrieved the alchemical soul cauldron. She meticulously extracted the necessary spiritual herbs required for concocting the elixir to heal her mother's injuries from her storage ring. The elixir she aimed to produce was a relatively common 4th-tier medicine known as the Liion Gang, renowned for its commendable detoxifying properties and gentle nature, making it particularly suitable for her mother's condition. During this period, she had gathered 3 sets of materials for the Liion Gang. To mitigate the risk of mishaps, she resolved to utilize 2 sets for practice. Success would be splendid, but should failure ensue, she would reserve the final set for herself. Observing Lin Ling's determination, Xiao Jia floated out from her jade talisman, her expression earnest as she spoke. Indeed, Lin Ling nodded firmly in agreement, devoid of any pretense. Whether due to the cultivation of her divine soul, the efficacy of the alchemical soul cauldron, or a combination of these factors, Lin Ling found the process of refining the spiritual herbs to be remarkably smooth. However, while condensing the medicinal liquid into pill form, An inadvertent error led her to allocate an excessive amount of liquid to one of the pills, resulting in the entire batch being rendered to ashes. The potency of 4th-tier pills greatly exceeds that of 3rd-tier ones, and given her current level of cultivation, attempting to concoct 4th-tier pills was indeed a formidable challenge. Such an incident was not unexpected. With a brief adjustment and a focused recollection of the prior experience, she knew that if she could regain control, producing the Liion Gang should pose no significant difficulty. Although Lin Ling had recently advanced to the 6th level of the cleansing marrow realm, she still found the crafting of 4th-tier pills to be quite demanding. This was one of the reasons why Xiao Jia had previously expressed her concerns. Thus, upon witnessing Lin Ling's failure, her demeanor remained unchanged, and she pointedly highlighted the areas where Lin Ling fell short. Lin Ling nodded earnestly, disregarding the dirt beneath her. As she settled cross-legged on the floor, with her eyes closed in meditation, she endeavored to restore her condition to its peak while mentally reviewing the previous events. Half an hour later, as Lin Ling reopened her eyes, she returned to the side of the alchemical soul cauldron, gazing at the herbs in her hand. The scenes of her earlier alchemical endeavor flashed through her mind. Having learned from her prior mistakes, she approached the concoction with greater fluidity this time. Soon, she reached the critical step of merging the medicinal liquids. Her expression grew serious as she cautiously controlled the pills, guiding them to meld together. Time slipped away unnoticed, and Lin Ling was soon drenched in fragrant sweat, her complexion pale, clearly exhibiting signs of exhaustion. Just as she approached her limit, the Liion Gang within the cauldron finally took shape. Collect! With a fierce shout, she deftly tapped the side of the alchemical soul cauldron, and 3 pills radiating a soft white glow soared from the furnace, landing gracefully into the prepared vial. Seizing the nearby cork, Lin Ling swiftly sealed the medicine bottle and burst through the door, racing towards the courtyard where her mother was. Observing this, Xiao Jia opened her mouth, but ultimately refrained from advising Lin Ling to take a moment to recuperate. Although such behavior was detrimental to her health, her extraordinary innate talent would likely mitigate any serious consequences. Mother, you have finally awakened. Father, Mother's injuries have healed. Laughter and exclamations of joy filled the air, as Lin Ling's exuberant cheers mingled with a man's ecstatic sobs, causing a smile to involuntarily grace Xiao Jia's lips. Time flowed swiftly, in the blink of an eye. It had been over 2 months since the conclusion of the Alchemist Conference of the Great Chu Dynasty. The departure for the Alchemist Grand Competition of the 100 Dynasties was merely days away. During this interval, the Great Chu Dynasty had witnessed rivers of blood. All factions and individuals associated with the Great Han Dynasty faced rigorous scrutiny from the imperial guards of the Great Chu. Any hint of collusion with the Han royal family was met with merciless retribution. Better to err on the side of caution than to let a traitor escape. Take the city of Beaconfire, for instance. Due to its deep entanglement with the Great Han, the ruler of Beaconfire and several ancient clans were exterminated by royal decree, resulting in the loss of millions of lives. This was undoubtedly one of the deadliest purges in the millennia-long history of the Great Chu Dynasty. Well done. It would be best to eradicate every last one of these traitors. Indeed, these individuals are either members of ancient clans or lords of counties, wielding power and wealth. It is baffling why they would betray our Great Chu. Regardless of their reasons, they deserve to be eliminated. However, such iron-fisted measures did not provoke dissent among the populace of the Great Chu. Rather, they garnered considerable support. In matters of righteousness, the people maintained their discernment. A nation is built upon countless families. Only with a nation can there be a home. Aside from this grim affair, it is noteworthy that a month ago, Lin Wudi, long stagnant at the 9th level of the blood exchange realm, finally broke through the confines of his realm, emerging as a transcendent being and gaining a lifespan of a millennium. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, having just absorbed the divine transformation pill and ascended to the 6th level of the divine powers realm, received a cold, mechanical notification from the system echoing in his mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the first phase of the ultimate challenge task. Rewards: Eternal Sword. A 20 increase in the birth probability of new family members, a 10 enhancement in the qualifications of newborns, a 10 acceleration in the cultivation speed of all Lin family members, and 10 innate pills, along with 200,000 fortune points. Eternal Sword, a divine weapon of the Lin family's fortune, currently at the initial level of Tier 6. capable of instinctively unleashing the combat power of the 7th level of the divine powers realm. When wielded by the host, it enhances personal strength tenfold and can grow infinitely with the family's fortune. The innate elixir, a spiritual pill forged by the formidable beings of the primordial world utilizing innate spiritual energy. When consumed by the host, it can slightly enhance the integration progress of the innate Tao body and deepen one's comprehension of cultivation. Upon discovering the rewards bestowed by the system, Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. Among these rewards, the least valuable was undoubtedly the last, which consisted of 200,000 fortune points. The other items, each alone, could incite a frenzy among countless individuals in the outside world, particularly the Eternal Sword. Although it currently resided at the initial stage of the 6th rank, its potential for boundless growth, contingent upon the family's fortune, could drive innumerable powerhouses from the Dongtian continent into a state of madness. Thus, having just emerged from seclusion, Lin Chen promptly plunged back into his chamber, resuming his intensive cultivation. After a month in seclusion, I managed to refine a single innate elixir. However, the results were significantly remarkable. My initial innate divine body had ascended to the intermediate level. If this progress continues, refining all 10 innate elixirs could elevate my physique to the advanced innate divine body level. Feeling the tremendous power surging within me, a response to my enhanced physique that had reached the pinnacle of the 7th layer of the divine ability realm, a trace of joy manifested on Lin Chen's face. It had been some time since he elevated his physique to the initial innate divine body. As time passed, his body instinctively fused with the essence of the innate Tao body, advancing considerably within the initial innate divine body. Consequently, refining just one innate elixir had already propelled his physique to the intermediate innate divine body level. Moreover, with the potential to elevate his physique to the advanced innate divine body level using the remaining 9 innate elixirs, this outcome was quite commendable. This implied that, within a mere 10 months, his cultivation could dramatically soar to the 9th layer of the divine ability realm. System: open my personal panel. Name: Lin Chen. Cultivation: pinnacle of the 7th layer of the divine ability realm. Physique: intermediate innate divine body, innate Tao body, continuous fusion in progress. Martial arts insight: 1 sword, universe, great accomplishment, 80% sword intent. Tasks: 1. Cultivate Lin Ling to ascend the Great Chu Talents ranking, incomplete. 2. Cultivate Lin Ling to become an alchemist, task divided into multiple stages. 4-rank alchemist stage completed, 5-rank alchemist, pending. 3. Ultimate challenge task. Phase 2, pending trigger, fortune points. 5, 6, 8, 7, 1, 2 family buff, total. 1. Increased probability of newborn births by 40%. 2. Enhanced aptitude of newborns by 20%. 3. Increased cultivation speed of all Lin family members by 20%. A glance at this personal panel revealed a considerable enhancement compared to my last inspection, particularly the newly added family buffs section, which recorded the family's fortune and the cumulative benefits bestowed upon family members from completed tasks, offering Lin Chen clarity. To my surprise, the second phase of the ultimate challenge task was still pending activation, a notion I had not anticipated. However, having just completed the first phase, there was no need for excessive haste. Reflecting on this, Lin Chen's gaze inevitably drifted towards the outside world. At this moment, the Lin family had undergone a transformation that was nothing short of revolutionary compared to over a year ago. Firstly, the number of family members had surged by a quarter, expanding from several hundred to over 1,000. Their overall strength had multiplied several times over. Essentially, any member of the Lin family with the bloodline, age 30 or above, who did not exhibit laziness, had achieved a cultivation level of at least bone refinement, regardless of their innate talent. In fact, the majority of the family members had reached the realms of muscle transformation and marrow cleansing. As for those at the blood exchange realm, their numbers had exceeded 50. Among them, those at the pinnacle of the 9th level of blood exchange surpassed a handful, and with a bit of consolidation, it was a foregone conclusion that they would break through to the transformation realm. One could say that, with the passage of time, the foundation of the Lin family had become increasingly formidable. Indeed, at this rate of development, it would not take 50 years for the Lin family to truly possess the heritage of a noble house. Is Linger about to participate in the Alchemist Grand Competition of the 100 Dynasties Alliance? Indeed, there are only 3 months left. Sensing the commotion from Lin Ling's side, Lin Chen's thoughts turned, and his figure had already vanished from the secret chamber. He did not intend to accompany her to the alchemist grand competition, as the journey was too far and time-consuming. He needed to remain at the helm of the Lin family. However, to be on the safe side, he planned to bestow upon Lin Ling some trump cards, enabling him to locate her swiftly and tear through space if necessary. With my current cultivation, my strength should surpass that of an ordinary first-level true spirit realm expert, but I wonder how far I have truly progressed. Lost in thought, Lin Chen's figure appeared beside Lin Ling Linger. Take this jade talisman. If you encounter any threats, you can crush it. Upon meeting her, Lin Chen wasted no time and handed the jade talisman to Lin Ling. He then turned to the side, where Xiao Jia awaited eagerly, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Xiao Jia, my friend, regarding what I promised you earlier, I present you with 3 choices. The first option is to use a 7th-grade spirit herb as the foundation to forge a spiritual body for you. We can commence this immediately, and it will be completed in 49 days. The second option involves obtaining the corpse of a true spirit realm expert and, in conjunction with various spirit herbs, reconstructing your physical form. At the moment the form is complete, your soul will merge with the body, allowing you to return anew. However, this method will require 81 days. The third option is to wait until I reach the cave heaven realm, at which point I can reconstruct your body with the power of the cave heaven. This method, while not feasible in the short term, is comparatively safer and holds greater potential than the previous 2 options. Which option do you choose, my friend? Lin Chen did not deceive Xiao Jia. After all, during this period, she had devoted herself to guiding Lin Ling, so he offered her 3 options. Regardless of which one she chose, he would acquiesce. Fellow cultivator, I choose the third option, to reshape my body using the power of the cave. However, in response to Lin Chen's inquiry, Xiao Jia exhibited no hesitation whatsoever and promptly selected the third choice. Oh, observing Xiao Jia's resolute decision, a flicker of surprise crossed Lin Chen's eyes. He had not anticipated that she would place such unwavering trust in him. It is essential to note that this pertains to the realm of the cave. Even scouring the entire cave continent might not yield such a formidable existence. Did she genuinely believe she could step into this domain? As for the 3 methods you mentioned, the first requires no elaboration, even if resurrected. I might not regain my peak cultivation. The second option, while significantly stronger than the first, poses a personal dilemma for me. If the quality of the corpse belonging to a true spirit realm expert is satisfactory, merging with it might even enable me to break through to the nirvana realm. However, I must admit I possess a certain fastidiousness and am reluctant to inhabit another's body. Hence, I chose the third option. Sensing Lin Chen's astonishment, Xiao Jia smiled gently and began to elucidate her reasoning. The primary reason for her selection of the third method was her firm belief that Lin Chen would undoubtedly break through to this realm. It was merely a matter of time. After all, in such a brief span, his cultivation had surged to the 7th level of the divine ability realm. This rate of advancement surpassed her comprehension. Moreover, the benefits that come with reshaping the physical form through the power of the cave are indeed formidable. At the very least, a body reconstituted via this method would be virtually devoid of karmic retribution, and its innate talent for cultivation would exceed that of a top-tier divine body. Is it not merely a matter of waiting? After all these years, I have endured. A few more decades within the Jade Talisman would not be amiss. In my previous life, due to my innate limitations, I was unable to break through to the Nirvana realm, which led to my enemies plotting against me and my corporeal form being destroyed. Now, with the prospect of having an unparalleled expert of the cave realm reshape my body, what remains to hesitate? As her thoughts surged, Xiao Jia grew increasingly convinced of her decision to utilize the third method for the reconstruction of her physical form. There was no error in her choice. Chapter 80. Issuing a challenge in light of this, it appears that my companion must wait a little longer. Lin Chen nodded, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. It is essential to understand that the life essence of those at the cave heaven stage has undergone evolution, nurturing a realm within. The often referenced paradises of the cave heaven, as well as the smaller worlds tethered to the true martial realm, are frequently established by these powerful beings. Indeed, some formidable practitioners of the cave heaven stage, after their demise, transform into myriad forms, bestowing blessings upon countless beings. It is said that the continent of cave heaven beneath their feet is the manifestation of an unknown cave heaven master. Thus, one can imagine that should Lin Chen ascend to the cave heaven stage and personally endeavor to forge a physical body for Xiao Jia, it would undoubtedly be a monumental fortune for her. However, according to miscellaneous records in the martial classics, not every soul can withstand the torment of having their body remade by the power of the cave heaven. It is precisely because Xiao Jia, as a 7th-tier alchemist, possessed extraordinary cultivation, reaching the 9th level of the true spirit realm, and wielded formidable spiritual power, that Lin Chen considered this option. Otherwise, he would not engage in such a thankless endeavor. After all, harnessing the power of the cave heaven to tailor a body for an individual is profoundly exhausting, and one would need centuries of recuperation to recover fully. Even though Lin Chen has the system at his disposal, allowing him to utilize fortune points for swift recovery, the number of points required would be staggering. At present, his balance of fortune points is far from adequate. Lin Chen did not linger any longer. After advising Ling Ling, he departed from the courtyard, intending to continue his seclusion for further cultivation. With sufficient resources, he would swiftly convert them into strength. Such power would provide him with the confidence to confront any unforeseen challenges with greater fortitude. Meanwhile, Ling Ling did not tarry within the Lin family. After bidding farewell to her parents, she left Dian City, journeying towards the capital of the Dechu dynasty. With nearly 10 days remaining before the appointed time, she planned to undergo trials along the way. Given her current cultivation, ascending the Dechu talents ranking would be relatively straightforward. However, securing the top position within 10 days would prove challenging unless she could break through to the 8th level of the cleansing marrow realm. Upon exiting the gates of Dian City, having meticulously plotted her course, she set forth towards her first target, Feng Baiyu, ranked 66th on the Dechu talents ranking. At the age of 26, he had attained the 9th level of the cleansing marrow realm, marking him as a rare prodigy in cultivation. According to the rules of the Dechu talents ranking, any individual holding a sub-profession as an alchemist, weaponsmith, talisman maker, or formation master may, when challenging a contender on the ranking, lower the opponent's cultivation level by 1 tier based on their own rank. For instance, Lin Ling, who has already ascended to the realm of a 4th-tier alchemist, could suppress Feng Baiyu's cultivation to the 5th level of the marrow cleansing stage should she challenge him. Similarly, if the challenger possesses a secondary profession that has also attained a rank, their powers can effectively counterbalance each other. For example, if Feng Baiyu is a 1st-tier alchemist, he would only need to constrain his prowess to the 3rd level when confronted by Lin Ling. It is noteworthy that in the context of the Tianjiao ranking challenges, only one secondary profession is taken into account. Thus, even if one is a 1st-tier alchemist, 1st-tier artifact craftsman, 1st-tier talisman maker, and 1st-tier formation master, only one designation may be considered, without the possibility of stacking them. According to intelligence gathered recently, Feng Baiyu is the young master of the Feng family, one of the 4 premier powers in Shanghai County, a pure martial artist with the capability to contend against a 1st-level blood exchange practitioner. With your strength, you would easily prevail against him, especially with his cultivation suppressed by 4 levels. My objective is not to defeat him for glory, but rather because he fortuitously lies along my path to the royal capital. Upon hearing Xiao Jia's analysis, Lin Ling maintained an impassive expression. She had never regarded Feng Baiyu as a true adversary. Her journey to Shanghai County was merely an opportunity to augment her reputation. Xiao Jia, well aware of Lin Ling's combat prowess, refrained from further comment. When she first met Lin Ling, who had only recently reached the 9th level of the bone tempering stage, Lin Ling was already capable of single-handedly confronting a coalition of 11 death warriors, ranging from the 3rd to the 6th level of the muscle transformation stage, and emerging victorious. While the disparity between the bone tempering and muscle transformation stages is not as pronounced as that between the marrow cleansing stage, it nonetheless indicates that Lin Ling's combat abilities far exceeded those of her peers. Now, having undergone rigorous training under her guidance, coupled with the acquisition of advanced techniques and the consumption of elixirs to solidify her foundation, it can be asserted that Lin Ling's combat capabilities have not only remained stable with her ascension, but have indeed widened the gap between her and her contemporaries. At the 7th level of the marrow cleansing stage, her strength even surpasses that of an average 3rd-level blood exchange practitioner. Should she break through to the 8th level, Lin Ling would immediately possess terrifying combat power comparable to that of a fourth-level blood exchange practitioner, thereby dominating the Tianjiao ranking of the Great Chu dynasty. After all, the current leader of the Tianjiao ranking, Chu Xinghe, has merely managed to withstand several hundred exchanges against a fourth-level blood exchange practitioner. After spending several hours in transit, Lin Ling traversed over 3,000 miles and finally arrived at Shanghai County. Upon entering the city, her presence was swiftly detected by scouts from various factions, who promptly relayed the information to their respective powers. "Oh, why has the champion of the alchemist competition come to our Shanghai County?" They instructed their subordinates to increase surveillance, ensuring that the local young nobles did not offend this unparalleled prodigy. Although there was some curiosity regarding Lin Ling's purpose for visiting Shanghai County, they did not dwell on it and issued similar directives to their subordinates. Understood. Unaware of their intentions, Lin Ling did not linger and continued on her way. Having boldly approached the Feng family, one of the four supreme powers, Lin Ling submitted her challenge amidst the scrutiny of numerous factions. She extended an invitation to Feng Baiyu for a duel at the Tianjiao arena this afternoon. This succinct declaration caused the guards stationed at the entrance of the Feng family to exchange apprehensive glances. Lin Ling, a name renowned throughout the Great Chu dynasty, now issuing a challenge to their young master, instilled a sense of unease even among those who typically held unwavering confidence in him. A name carries weight. If Lin Ling were not truly formidable, how could she have claimed the title of champion at the recent alchemist conference? "Please wait a moment, Miss Lin. I shall inform our young master." One of the guards respectfully acknowledged, then hurriedly dashed into the depths of the Feng residence, eager not to delay such an important matter. Before long, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed in Lin Ling's ears, and dozens of figures emerged from the Feng family gates, led by none other than Feng Baiyu himself. At the pinnacle of the 7th level of the bone-cleansing realm, truly deserving of the title of champion at the Great Chu dynasty's alchemist conference. In his youth, he not only possessed extraordinary alchemical skills, but also wielded formidable power. Reflecting on his own past, the head of the Feng family felt a wave of nostalgia, recalling that at such an age, he had only just begun to tread the path of the bone-cleansing realm, without even embarking on any secondary professions. "Your praise is undeserved," Lin Ling replied with poise, offering a slight bow in gratitude for the accolades. Then, she turned her gaze upon Feng Baiyu. "Do you dare to accept my challenge in the Battle of the Prodigies?" "I shall certainly honor our appointment this afternoon," Feng Baiyu responded with alacrity. Those who ascended the Tianjiao rankings were seasoned warriors, and he was no exception, readily accepting Lin Ling's challenge. Seeing this, Lin Ling nodded in acknowledgement. Without further ado, she turned and departed, leaving the head of the Feng family to shake his head in exasperation at his son. Initially, he had hoped to invite Lin Ling into their home to foster a connection, perhaps allowing her and his son to cultivate some affection. Such a bond would undoubtedly benefit the Feng family. Regrettably, Lin Ling had shown no inclination to entertain his intentions, directly stating her purpose, while his naive son had blithely accepted her challenge. This foolish son, why has he not inherited even the slightest skill in courtship? Is Lin Ling not beautiful? Is her figure not commendable? Is her cultivation not impressive? Is her potential not exceptional? Why does he not exhibit any interest in her? The head of the Feng family, increasingly frustrated, let out a cold snort directed at Feng Baiyu before striding resolutely through the gates of the Feng family. The sudden display of displeasure left Feng Baiyu momentarily bewildered. What was happening? Xiao remarked that girls experience a few uncomfortable days each month, a time associated with their menstrual cycle, during which they may inexplicably display irritability and displeasure. Could it be that fathers suffer from similar afflictions? Is it the arrival of the uncle instead? Yet, why do I not experience this? Scratching the back of his head, Feng Baiyu returned to his room, a look of bewilderment on his face as he began to prepare for the challenge later that afternoon. Little did the head of the Feng family know what thoughts occupied his mind. Otherwise, he would surely be shaking with anger. If given the choice, during the early days with his wife, he would have resolutely restrained the impulse to let him enter this world. When Lin Ling arrived in Shanghai County, it was already noon. The appointed time for the afternoon encounter was swiftly approaching. In the interim, news of Lin Ling issuing a challenge to Feng Baiyu, aiming to ascend the list of prodigies, had spread throughout the entirety of Shanghai County, with whispers of its reach extending beyond the borders. Consequently, even before the two main figures had arrived, The area surrounding the central Prodigy arena was already teeming with a crowd eager to witness the spectacle. The atmosphere was bustling and vibrant, filled with lively chatter. Both openly and discreetly, numerous formidable beings above the Transcendence realm cast their watchful gazes upon the unfolding events. Chapter 81A Move, Accumulated Rewards for Additional Updates. How exhilarating it is. One is a prodigious alchemist who has just claimed the title at this year's Alchemist Conference, while the other is a long-celebrated genius from the talent rankings. One wonders how splendid their battle will be. Yet, one cannot dismiss the possibility of a lopsided contest. Surely not, for Lin Ling is the champion of the Alchemist Conference. Even if her combat prowess is not particularly formidable, the rules of the talent arena ensure that even in defeat, she would not suffer a humiliating loss. Indeed, one must consider that a third-tier alchemist can suppress an opponent by 3 levels of cultivation. Once Feng Baiyu is suppressed, he will only be able to exert the power of a 6th-level cleansing realm practitioner, which pales in comparison to Lin Ling's 7th-level cleansing realm cultivation, thus placing him at a disadvantage. It is rather unjust to be so disparaging. What if I were to say that the one being crushed is Feng Baiyu? At this proclamation, the surrounding crowd fell silent, gazing at the speaker with expressions of bewilderment, as if they were observing a fool. One must remember, how old is Lin Ling? A mere 17. At such a tender age, to elevate her alchemical skills to the pinnacle of 3rd tier is already remarkable. If her combat strength were to rival that of the geniuses on the talent rankings while leveraging a significant advantage in cultivation level to overpower her opponent, it would render their years of training futile. But surely you must be suffering from amnesia. Have you not considered her age? How could she possibly possess the combat prowess of a genius? Indeed, 17 years old. Even if she had begun her cultivation from the womb, it is inconceivable for her to achieve both genius-level combat strength and the apex of 3rd-tier alchemy, unless she possesses the innate talent and cultivation resources akin to the direct disciples of the 3 dominant factions of our region. But is that truly feasible? Alas, the resources held by the 3 dominant factions in our territory, if merely a fraction were to trickle down, could satiate the entire Great Chu dynasty. The benefits enjoyed by their direct disciples are beyond our reach, and even with all our might, the Great Chu dynasty could not compete. Otherwise, how could they ascend to become the 3 dominant powers in our region? The onlookers exchanged remarks, collectively dismissing the earlier speaker, who could no longer bear their peculiar stares. Yet, this did not sway his opinion. A bunch of short-sighted individuals, blindly judging an extraordinary genius through their narrow perspectives. Once Lin Ling takes action, you shall witness what true genius entails. He relished wandering through various cities. He had once witnessed Lin Ling single-handedly confront the assassins of the Li family and had an acute understanding of her terrifying combat power. Of course, later, due to Lin Ling's overwhelmingly formidable alchemical skills, the brilliance of that battle was overshadowed, leading many to perceive her merely as a talented alchemist, unaware that she is, in fact, a true warrior. At last, the young master of the Feng family, Feng Baiyu, has arrived for the appointment, accompanied by Lin Ling. As time passed, the air was filled with gasps of astonishment, and the crowd surrounding the Tianjiao arena parted to form 2 distinct paths. At the end of these paths, a young man clad in a fitted outfit and a maiden adorned in a flowing white dress advanced steadily toward the platform. They were none other than Feng Baiyu and Lin Ling. The Tianjiao arena, spanning a vast expanse of 1,000 feet, was intricately inscribed with formations and restrictions, rendering it remarkably sturdy. In the event of a life-threatening crisis for either party, a protective mechanism could be triggered, facilitating their immediate withdrawal. Within the confines of the Tianjiao arena, the prodigies could freely unleash their abilities. However, the construction of such an arena required immense resources and manpower. Even the Great Chu dynasty could manage to build one in each county city only at the height of its power. This was largely due to the necessity of a true spirit realm monarch to activate the protective teleportation mechanism. As Lin Ling and Feng Baiyu approached the edge of the Tianjiao arena, an elderly man clad in a gray robe suddenly materialized before them. "We pay our respects to the guardian," they both exclaimed, bowing respectfully. The significance of the Tianjiao arena warranted the presence of formidable guardians dispatched by the Great Chu dynasty. This elder was the protector of the Tianjiao arena in Shanhai County, his mastery in the divine ability realm known only to the royal family of Great Chu. "There's no need for such formalities," he replied, waving his hand. His gaze swept over Lin Ling and Feng Baiyu, lingering momentarily on the former. He then produced a stone tablet-like object and continued, "Place your Tianjiao token or alchemist token into the respective slots on either side, and you may enter the arena to battle." Nodding in understanding, Lin Ling wasted no time in placing her token, representing her status as a third-tier alchemist from the Alchemist Association, into one of the slots. Having resolved to compete for a position on the Great Chu Tianjiao ranking, she had prepared accordingly. By placing her third-tier alchemist token, the arena's formations would activate, suppressing Feng Baiyu's cultivation by 3 levels, unless he countered it with a token from one of the 4 major auxiliary professions. Furthermore, to enter the Tianjiao arena, one party must possess a Tianjiao token. Without this stipulation, the arena could be perpetually opened, leading to an unsustainable drain on resources, a burden even the Great Chu dynasty could not afford. With a click, Feng Baiyu also placed his Tianjiao token into the slot, and a crisp sound resonated. Before them, the Tianjiao arena emanated a soft glow, and a wide staircase leading up to the platform materialized beneath their feet. They ascended the arena. The 2 individuals stood facing each other, an overwhelming aura emanating from both. However, Feng Baiyu, originally at the 9th level of the bone-washing realm, could now only exert the prowess of the 6th level. In stark contrast, Lin Ling radiated a significantly more formidable presence. With a single glance at Feng Baiyu's aura, Lin Ling extended a finger, her clear voice piercing through layers of formations, resonating in the outside world. "What?" The crowd, taken aback, momentarily stared in disbelief. Yet, before they could ponder further, the ensuing scene left them agape, their eyes wide with astonishment. As Lin Ling's words echoed, her aura surged dramatically. "Hunyuan Palm." She silently invoked within her mind, striking her opponent with a powerful blow. Instantly, a profound sense of danger surged into Feng Baiyu's heart. He attempted to defend himself, but his body was too slow to react, and he was struck by the blow. Bang! Feng Baiyu felt a sharp pain coursing through him, and then a faint glow enveloped him. When he next beheld the surroundings, he found himself outside the Celestial Champion arena. "I have lost." Glancing at his hands and feeling the throbbing pain in his body, a dazed expression crossed Feng Baiyu's face. Since ascending to the Celestial Champion rankings, he had never before been so swiftly defeated. This was the first time he experienced the profound helplessness of being utterly defenseless. "I have lost. This Celestial Champion token now belongs to you." Contemplating, Feng Baiyu's gaze fell upon Lin Ling, who was descending from the arena. Observing the 2 tokens in the hands of the Guardian, a bittersweet smile crept onto his face. "Thank you for your grace." Nodding, Lin Ling accepted the 2 tokens from the Guardian and stowed them away in her storage ring. Without further delay, she proceeded toward the city gates, ready for her next destination. "Wait." At that moment, Feng Baiyu, who had been watching Lin Ling's retreating figure, called out, "What is it?" "I would like to ask, did you use your full strength with that last strike?" Feng Baiyu could no longer contain his curiosity. Not only he, but the multitude of onlookers also turned their attention to Lin Ling, their eyes glimmering with intrigue. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling's steps faltered for a brief moment. She turned to glance at the anxious Feng Baiyu before continuing her walk, a cool, indifferent voice resonating across the square. "No." As those words left her lips, the once bustling square fell into an utter silence. A single strike that had vanquished Feng Baiyu was not even her full strength? Gulp. After an indeterminate time, the sound of someone swallowing broke the silence, igniting a fervor among the crowd. The entire square erupted into a cacophony of excitement. A cacophony of noise reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Could it be true? Was she not a prodigious alchemist? How could her combat prowess be so formidable? Moreover, with only a few days remaining before the competition among alchemists in the 100 Kingdoms Alliance, why was Lin Ling not diligently honing her alchemical skills, but instead vying for a place on the celestial rankings? Did she not fear the possibility of injury affecting her performance in the competition? Or perhaps she harbored an unwavering confidence in her abilities, unbothered by the prospect of harm? Given the current circumstances, it seemed highly likely to be the latter. Following her chosen path, it appeared she intended to commence from the Great Flame City. Journeying eastward while challenging numerous prodigies along the way, her ambition unwavering as she aimed for the royal capital. Such audacity. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers can outsmart Zhuge Liang. How much more so in a gathering of such myriad talents, including formidable beings of the transcendence realm and even those of the divine ability realm. Thus, it was not difficult for onlookers to deduce her intentions from her actions and trajectory, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Even the patriarch of the Feng family, one of the four supreme powers, softened considerably upon witnessing his son being vanquished in an instant. To be defeated by such a celestial beauty was no disgrace. Chapter 82. Yin Yu Sect. What? Do you intend to support Liion Gang? Lin Ling remained oblivious to the thoughts swirling in the minds of the people of Shanghai County. After departing from the city, she continued along her planned route, relentlessly challenging the top contenders on the Genius leaderboard. From her initial rank of 66, she ascended to 49, then to 32. By the time Lin Ling approached the royal capital, her ranking had soared to 11th, just a step away from entering the top 10. Remarkable. This was truly astonishing. Since she began her challenges, she had not suffered a single defeat, dispatching her opponents with a single strike. One could only wonder where Lin Ling's limits truly lay. The chasm between the top 10 and those beyond it was significant. Her path would not be so effortless from here on. Indeed, the top 10 geniuses represented the pinnacle of the Dechu dynasty, either unmatched warriors or prodigious talents like Lin Ling, who excelled in both alchemy and martial arts. Without the advantages conferred by her status as a third-tier alchemist, achieving such decisive victories would prove exceedingly difficult. This promises to be an intriguing spectacle. Let us await the unfolding drama. A multitude of practitioners, drawn by Lin Ling's actions, began to follow in her wake, their numbers swelling as she approached the royal capital. By the time she arrived, several thousand individuals trailed behind her, and as time passed, even more joined the throng, maintaining a respectful distance. Lin Ling paid them no heed. As long as they did not hinder her quest to claim the top spot on the Genius leaderboard, their presence mattered little. Upon reaching the entrance of a mansion adjacent to the royal palace, Lin Ling, as before, issued a challenge. This time, however, her target was not the 10th, 9th, or 8th ranked, but rather the unparalleled genius who had held the top position for 3 consecutive years, Chu Xinghe. When this news spread, it sent shockwaves through the entire royal capital. Countless powers and formidable warriors, glancing at their information, could not help but reveal a flicker of astonishment in their eyes. A challenge to Chu Xinghe? The Lin family's prodigious daughter appeared to possess considerable confidence in her abilities. With this thought, intrigue crept onto the faces of the onlookers. They believed Lin Ling was no fool. Her audacity to challenge Chu Xinghe surely stemmed from some solid foundation. As time passed, the moment of Lin Ling's duel with Chu Xinghe arrived. Under the gaze of countless spectators, Lin Ling and Chu Xinghe stood facing each other, their auras clashing with palpable intensity. As their energies surged to a peak, the point of contact between their forces emitted a piercing sound. Lin family girl, you are a third-tier alchemist, and I am a third-tier talisman master. Absent the advantages of your title, with your current cultivation level, you have no hope of defeating me. I advise you to withdraw. Let us not disturb the harmony between our families. At that moment, Chu Xinghe's voice resonated from the arena, embodying the essence of the foremost genius of the Dechu dynasty. Though merely 27 years of age, Chu Xinghe had already attained the pinnacle of the first level of blood transformation, his combat prowess surpassing that of an average practitioner at the third level. With such formidable strength, even Lin Ling, despite her prodigious talent, found it challenging to surpass him with her cultivation at the 7th level of the washing marrow realm. Of course, this was partly due to Lin Ling's failure to elevate her alchemist rank within the Alchemist Association. Otherwise, she might have been able to suppress him by 1 level of cultivation. Nevertheless, even without such suppression, what did it matter? As cultivators, we do not shy away from battle. Our youthful generation merely engages in contests. Why speak of strife? Enough of idle chatter, let us fight. With that, Lin Ling did not wait for him to continue. Unbeknownst to him, a long sword had appeared in her hand. The Hunyuan sword technique was unleashed. With a resonant clang, Lin Ling drew her sword, performing a graceful flourish before unleashing several icy strands of sword energy towards Chu Xinghe. Then, as you wish, he replied, invoking the Xinghe blade technique. With a sharp sound, he drew the treasured blade from his back, effortlessly parrying Lin Ling's swordplay. However, before he could revel in his success, Lin Ling's expression remained unchanged as the angles of her strikes became increasingly cunning, and her strength surged dramatically. A treasure body level cultivation talent? Sensing the sudden increase in Lin Ling's power, Chu Xinghe was taken aback, a flicker of incredulity flashing in his eyes. Not only he, but many powerful figures concealed in the shadows, witnessing this spectacle, were equally astonished, their faces betraying a moment of realization as they materialized in the void. No wonder Lin Ling dared to confront a prodigy like Chu Xinghe, even at the 7th level of washing marrow. It was revealed that she possessed the cultivation talent of a treasure body level. Her alchemical talent, suspected to be at the same level, combined with her cultivation aptitude, presented a dual treasure body talent. Such qualifications were indeed among the finest in the entire wilderness state, a formidable young challenger. However, no matter how one regarded Chu Xinghe, he was still a spirit body. Though he could not match Lin Ling's surge in strength, securing victory would not be an easy task for her either. This clash could be described as a pinnacle battle among the youthful generation of the great Chu dynasty over millennia. As numerous powerful figures revealed themselves from the void, discussions erupted, heightening the atmosphere of the scene. One side boasted formidable talent, yet limited training time, while the other possessed immense power that could not be underestimated. The two were truly matched equals, engaged in a fierce struggle where neither could easily gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, as Lin Ling contended for her place on the young hero's ranking, in another location, within an inn in Dian City, an elderly man clad in ornate robes paced restlessly in his room. Alas, it has been over 2 months. When will Lin Chen emerge from his seclusion? He does not wish to meet me, and is likely contemplating an attack on the Yunyu sect. The more he thought about it, the more chaotic the mind of the esteemed elder of Tianyun became, leaving him in a state of anxiety and trepidation. Despite the fact that the Yunyu sect is one of the 10 major sects of the Great Chu dynasty, even ranking among the foremost of these, with numerous formidable beings residing within, in the presence of Lin Chen, the Yunyu sect appears as mere ants, easily extinguishable with a mere flick of his hand. After all, no matter how profound their sect's foundation, they have only produced a couple of 9th-tier transcendents who have long since fallen, leaving behind only some defensive techniques concealed within the sect's grand formation. Currently, the strongest among them are merely 2 venerable elders, whose lifespans are waning, possessing cultivation at the 8th tier of transcendence. To call them ants is certainly no exaggeration. Esteemed guest, a powerful individual from the Lin family, is outside, desiring to meet you. Just as the esteemed elder of Tianyun was pacing anxiously in his chamber, a respectful voice from the inn's attendants suddenly echoed, causing a flicker of joy within his heart. He hurriedly stepped outside, swiftly encountering Lin Wudi, the head of the Lin family, who had already attracted the attention of the surrounding crowd. "Senior, our ancestor has emerged from seclusion. Please follow me." "Then I must thank the Lin family head for your efforts." With Lin Wudi leading the way, the elder of Tianyun encountered no obstacles along the journey, soon arriving at the courtyard where Lin Chen typically rested. "Ancestor, I have brought the esteemed elder of Tianyun." "Oh, the Yunyu sect? What? Do you intend to defend Liion Gang?" Casting a fleeting glance at the elder of Tianyun, Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged, yet his words dripped with a hint of indifference. It was but a single statement, devoid of any overwhelming presence, yet it sent a tremor through the elder's heart. Without further ado, he hurriedly divulged the purpose of his visit, as if pouring out beans. "It is a misunderstanding. Esteemed one, I have come to inquire about your perspective on Liion Gang. If you find him bothersome, you need not take action yourself. We of the Yunyu sect are willing to act on your behalf. We harbor no intention of opposing you. As the saying goes, a dead friend is better than a living foe." Although the master-disciple bond was close, when it comes to matters concerning one's own life, merely a couple of years of companionship was insufficient to warrant risking confrontation with Lin Chen, who could effortlessly slay a 9th-tier transcendence. Thus, he decisively chose to sacrifice Liion Gang in exchange for the safety of himself and the Yunyu sect. Liion Gang, the young master of the Li family, you say? His spiritual body is indeed an excellent adversary for honing skills, just right for Lin Feng to practice on. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's thoughts turned to Lin Feng, who had been fervently cultivating and had made remarkable progress in his strength. By now, his cultivation had already broken through to the 9th tier of the strengthening tendons realm. with combat prowess comparable to that of a 6th-tier cleansing marrow practitioner. With such rapid progress, it will not take 2 years for him to possess the strength to confront and even vanquish Liion Gang. Why make such a fuss over a mere Liion Gang? However, the Li family bears a deep-seated grudge against my Lin family. Although I disdain to lay a hand on a mere junior, should a descendant of the Lin family ascend the mountain to challenge him and inadvertently take his life, you, Yin sect, must not take advantage of the situation. No, we would not dare. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the elder of Tianyun felt a surge of joy within. He understood that Lin Chen did not intend to hold the Yin sect accountable. Furthermore, this approach would maximize their dignity. For it is not uncommon for casualties to occur in conflicts among peers. Even if word got out, others would simply conclude that Liion Gang was outmatched, rather than accuse the Yin sect of allowing a Lin family prodigy to slay their disciple. Very well. I shall now retreat to cultivate. You may leave. Yes, Your Excellency. Having achieved the desired outcome, the elder of Tianyun was eager to return and share the good news. Thus he did not linger. Soon, he departed from Dian City. However, Lin Chen did not immediately commence his seclusion for cultivation. Instead, he ventured to the task hall, a place he frequented rarely, and issued a task to slay Liion Gang, with a reward of 200,000 family contribution points. When this task appeared before the eyes of numerous Lin family members, many rubbed their eyes in disbelief, struggling to comprehend what they were seeing. 200,000 contribution points? Good heavens, even our family head does not possess such wealth. This task, could it possibly have been issued by the ancestor? What do you think? By the heavens. Brothers, this is a grand opportunity. If we can accomplish this task, it will surely attract the ancestor's attention, and we shall prosper immensely. A rich life should not be forgotten. Many Lin family members, without even examining the task details, began to grow excited. After all, this was a task issued by the ancestor. However, their laughter soon faded. Upon reviewing the task details, they discovered that only family members under the age of 30 could undertake the task. And the target not only possessed the Liion Gang spirit body, but was also a formidable opponent at the first level of the blood transformation realm. In an instant, they exchanged glances, bewildered. Oh heavens, my great opportunity. It seems this chance for ascension is not meant for me. Under 30 and a blood transformation expert. Clearly, the ancestor has set this up for the prodigies of our Lin family. I wonder which of the siblings, Lin Ling or Lin Feng, will be the first to complete this task? Or perhaps an unseen powerhouse will emerge unexpectedly. It is indeed a source of shame for me, at the age of 37, to find my cultivation only at the 7th level of the cleansing marrow realm, inferior even to a mere 19-year-old. Frankly speaking, it is simply a matter of insufficient strength. I must dedicate myself to rigorous training. Otherwise, even if opportunities for tasks arise, lacking the requisite power to accomplish them renders them utterly futile. This sentiment rings true. In the crowd, some individuals sought to showcase themselves, while others fell into silence. Liion Gang's age, cultivation, and prowess rendered them all acutely aware of their own inadequacies. He was younger, possessed greater cultivation, and exhibited superior combat abilities. It can be said that apart from his privileged lineage, he surpassed them in every other regard. The family has provided us with such a privileged environment for cultivation. If we fail to achieve notable accomplishments, how are we any different from the worthless? Cultivation. I must surpass others and transcend my own limitations. I have striven diligently, even if I do not attain the ultimate rewards. I believe the ancestors will not hold it against me. With this thought in mind, the members of the Lin family lost interest in idle chatter with those around them and began to immerse themselves in earnest training. Even those with poor talents, who had previously languished in the pleasures of various establishments in Dian City, suddenly found themselves motivated to exert effort. This unexpected diligence inspired many bewildered family members to join in, placing considerable pressure on those who had already been striving, compelling them to intensify their efforts. In no time, the entire Lin family, aside from a few essential tasks, devoted more time to cultivation, igniting a fervor for training throughout the clan. Even some of the higher-ups within the Lin family became significantly more industrious. Indeed, the environment can transform a group of individuals. If we can maintain this atmosphere, how could the Lin family not flourish? Observing this phenomenon, Lin Wudi could not help but display a hint of satisfaction. Gazing toward the place where the ancestor was in seclusion, his eyes brimming with fervor. Chapter 83. The Movements of the Ling Long Pagoda. 8th level of divine powers in the royal capital of the Great Chu dynasty, on the celestial talents arena, after an indeterminate duration of fierce combat. Lin Ling and Chu Xinghe finally determined the victor. Thank you for your graciousness, Lin Ling, her complexion pale, expressed with a slight bow as she gazed at Chu Xinghe, who had been transported outside by the formation. Had it not been for her timely breakthrough to the 8th level of the cleansing marrow realm, achieving ultimate victory would have been nearly impossible. Yet, fortune favored her, and she succeeded. Truly, as a prodigy born of dual treasures, your prowess is formidable. I concede defeat wholeheartedly, Chu Xinghe stated with gravity as he presented Lin Ling with the celestial token inscribed with the character 1. There was no room for denial. Not only had she advanced to the 8th level of the cleansing marrow realm during the battle, but she had also triumphed over a stronger opponent, forcefully casting her adversary, who was at the 1st level of the blood exchange realm, out of the arena. Such strength can only be described as terrifying. Remarkable. Lin Ling has claimed the top position. The crowd erupted in jubilation. A prodigy from a recently ascendant family had astonishingly secured the 1st place on the celestial rankings of our Great Chu dynasty. Indeed, if one's talent is sufficiently potent, even the scions of great powers must bow before you. The Lin family, with the formidable Lin Chen as their esteemed ancestor and the extraordinary Lin Ling emerging as a prodigy, is truly favored by the heavens. Their fortune flourishes, destined to ascend as a premier force. One cannot overlook the keen insight of the royal family. Following Lin Chen's confrontation with the esteemed elder Tianyun, they swiftly sent emissaries to forge alliances, a shrewd move that reaped significant benefits. As Lin Ling grasped the token, the multitude of spectators erupted in a fervor of cheers. Elation, excitement, as well as jealousy, envy, and astonishment, an array of emotions vividly displayed the myriad facets of human life. However, Lin Ling remained unaffected by the commotion. After claiming her victory, she returned to her inn to recuperate. It was not until the following day that a representative from the Alchemist Association informed her it was time to depart for the 100 Dynasties Alliance to participate in the Alchemist Grand Competition, prompting her to leave her quarters. The journey to the 100 Dynasties Alliance was extensive, necessitating a voyage aboard a flying vessel that would take 6 months. As all were aware, the departure was scheduled for noon. Those who had yet to make preparations were urged to do so promptly. Lin Ling had already completed her preparations. Thus she remained at the Alchemist Association. By noon, a colossal flying vessel, approximately 1,000 feet long and nearly 100 feet wide, descended upon the square at the entrance of the Alchemist Association, carrying the formidable representatives of the Great Chu dynasty and the Alchemist Association, along with 10 competitors. As it soared away from the royal capital, many onlookers remained, silently praying for the Great Chu dynasty to achieve a commendable rank in the competition. As time swiftly passed, half a year elapsed in the thick atmosphere of cultivation, leading to a remarkable enhancement in the overall strength of the Lin family. After Lin Wudi transcended to the transformation realm, Lin Dalong, the grand elder of the Lin family, along with the second elder Lin Yuanjin, also stepped into the realm of transformation. Suddenly, the Lin family boasted 3 powerful figures of the transformation realm, making them no less formidable than any other millennium-old lineage, even without considering Lin Chen's presence. Moreover, the collective strength of the younger generation of the Lin family had significantly risen. Previously, one could be hailed as a genius for achieving the 3rd level of bone forging by the age of 18. However, now, those who had not reached the 3rd level of bone forging by that age felt embarrassed to speak out loud and to be deemed a genius. One must possess a strength of at least the 7th level of bone forging. This shift undeniably stemmed from the family's unique benefits, which enhanced their training speed by an additional 20%. Yet, the diligence of the younger generation of the Lin family was also evident. Half a year had passed, and the task offering a reward of 200,000 contribution points still hung unfulfilled, leaving them uncertain of when it would be completed. Strength. I yearn for greater strength. The existence of this task was a silent mockery of their inadequacies, while simultaneously serving as motivation, providing them with a relentless goal to pursue. Within the Hall of Tasks, every member of the Lin family who entered found their gaze drawn to the task suspended at the top, their fists clenching in determination. This was a task issued by their ancestors, and their inability to complete it was a testament to their shortcomings. At that moment, amidst the complex emotions swirling among the crowd, Lin Feng stood in a corner of the Hall of Tasks, contemplating the gap between his strength and that of his peers. In the past 6 months, he had utilized the blood-nourishing essence pill gifted by his sister, elevating his cultivation from the 9th level of muscle transformation to the 6th level of marrow cleansing. His combat prowess should now rival that of a 2nd-level blood exchange expert. However, this level of strength was still insufficient to defeat a prodigy possessing a top-tier spiritual body and at the 1st level of blood exchange, like Liion Gang. This thought caused Lin Feng to furrow his brow. He longed to complete the task, but it was evident that his current strength was inadequate for such a formidable opponent. Accepting this task now would only serve to humiliate himself. It seemed the time had come for him to venture out for training. Although the family provided ample resources for cultivation, it lacked the tempering of blood and fire, which did not align with his training style. Furthermore, he had sensed a peculiar stirring within his Ling Long pagoda, as if it yearned for something. With this in mind, his gaze shifted towards the east, where something of interest to the pagoda seemed to beckon. Resolute in his decision, Lin Feng made a brief preparation, bid farewell to Lin Wudi, and stepped out of the Lin family compound. He intended to traverse the Beast Mountain range, honing his skills while journeying eastward. For some reason, he felt an instinctive premonition that an opportunity awaited him there. At the moment he departed from Dian City, Lin Chen, who had been in seclusion within a hidden chamber deep in the Lin family, suddenly opened his eyes, a powerful aura flashing momentarily. His gaze seemed to penetrate through layers of obstacles, catching sight of Lin Feng's figure. Ah, the owner of the other fragments of the exquisite pagoda has arrived so swiftly? With his cultivation at the 9th level of the blood-cleansing realm, a loose cultivator? That should pose no significant issue. For one who has reached his level of cultivation, deducing a blood transformation realm practitioner is rather straightforward. However, to err on the side of caution, Lin Chen still allocated a portion of his power to enter Lin Feng's body. After completing this task, he shifted his focus back to himself. After 6 months of secluded cultivation, his mastery had ascended to the 8th level of the divine ability realm. Once he refines the remaining 3 innate pills in his possession, his physique will elevate to that of a superior innate divine body. Moreover, his comprehension of sword intent has finally reached a near-perfect state. The next step involves understanding attributes and subsequently harmonizing them into a sword domain. Nevertheless, achieving this is no easy feat at the very least. Even with Lin Chen's current aptitude, it requires a considerable investment of time. Time to continue his secluded training. He shook his head to disperse the chaotic thoughts swirling within, casting a glance at his wife playing with their son, and couldn't help but smile before closing his eyes once more. In this ruthless world where the weak are preyed upon, ordinary people are akin to ants. Without sufficient strength, his wife, son, and younger generations of his family could never experience such joy and peace. For his own sake, as well as for his family, he must relentlessly strive to grow stronger, to surpass all adversaries. Only then can he safeguard what is dear to him. Meanwhile, on another side, after a long journey, Ling Ling and her companions finally disembarked from the flying vessel at the venue of the Alchemist Conference of the 100 Dynasties Alliance. Before their eyes lay a colossal city, several dozen times larger than the capital of the Great Chu Dynasty, with towering city walls reaching hundreds of zhang, stretching endlessly as far as the eye could see. Not far off, long lines awaited entry, and peering through the gates into the city revealed a sea of humanity. Even as they took the special passage for contestants, a faint aroma of medicinal herbs wafted through the air. Is this the renowned Pill City of the 100 Dynasties Alliance? Indeed, it lives up to its reputation. Goodness! The number of formidable beings here is astonishing. A casual glance revealed over 10 practitioners at the transformation realm, and the presence of blood transformation realm cultivators was so numerous it was beyond counting. Furthermore, the spiritual energy of this region appeared to be significantly denser than that of our Great Chu Dynasty. Well, this is hardly surprising. In our Dongtian continent, the closer one gets to the outskirts, the more abundant the spiritual energy becomes. The Great Chu Dynasty, situated in the heartland, is considered one of the more barren territories. Otherwise, we wouldn't have gone so many years without the emergence of a true spirit realm ruler. This is merely one of the reasons. The crux lies in the fact that our Great Chu Dynasty is unable to retain truly extraordinary talents. Throughout history, numerous prodigies with rare gifts have emerged, and once their names spread, powerful factions of the fourth and even third ranks swiftly seek to recruit them, with almost none choosing to remain. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. Who does not yearn for a higher realm? Who does not aspire to a better life and future? Remaining within the confines of the Great Chu dynasty, one is likely to be constrained by the concentration of spiritual energy, by opportunities, and by cultivation methods. Even if one struggles for a millennium to eventually break through to the true spirit realm, life would still reach its conclusion. Without resources suitable for one's cultivation, further advancement becomes nearly impossible. They are not so noble as to sacrifice their futures, generation after generation, for the development of the Great Chu dynasty. After all, the Great Chu dynasty bears the surname of Chu, not theirs. In the true martial world, there exists a saying, "The national fortune endures, and the family shall remain eternal." This implies that while a dynasty may persist in this land for tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years, it will inevitably face extinction. Yet, a family can achieve eternal immortality. Upon entering the city, under the guidance of a powerful figure from the Great Chu dynasty, they arrived at a courtyard. There were still several days before the alchemist conference of the 100 dynasties, allowing them time to rest and recuperate. Linger, someone is secretly observing you, a formidable being of the divine ability realm. Be vigilant. However, he seems to be merely watching, without any intent to act. Relax, and do not let him sense anything unusual. Just as Lin Ling stepped into one of the guest rooms, Xiao Jia's voice, tinged with gravity, echoed in her ear, causing her body to tense instinctively. Fortunately, thanks to Xiao Jia's timely warning, Lin Ling quickly regained her composure and went unnoticed. Strangely, I have resided in the Great Chu dynasty since birth and have not incurred enmity with anyone of dubious character. Why, upon entering Dan's city, am I suddenly targeted? Fear not. He is but a trifling ant of the third level of the divine ability realm. Should he dare to act, he shall be extinguished. My concern is whether he has a powerful figure of the true spirit realm standing behind him. After a period of recuperation, Xiao Jia's strength had already returned to the 7th level of the divine ability realm. She naturally dismissed a mere 3rd-level lackey. What truly troubled her was the individual orchestrating this from the shadows. If it were an adversary from her past, the consequences could be dire. However, if the attention was merely drawn by Lin Ling's displayed talent, the danger would be significantly diminished. Thus, in the days that followed, Lin Ling maintained a notably low profile. Up until the commencement of the Alchemist Conference, that figure of the divine ability realm made no moves, which greatly relieved Xiao Jia. Based on her understanding of her enemies, should they perceive a chance to hide behind Lin Ling, they would not hesitate. It is better to err by taking a life than to allow one to escape. This has always been the guiding principle of that individual. Although the alliance is named the 100 Dynasties Alliance, it comprises far more than just 100 dynasties. In fact, it is significantly more. However, the majority of these dynasties are akin to the Great Chu dynasty, lacking the presence of true spirit realm masters. According to the regulations of the Alchemist Conference of the 100 Dynasties Alliance, dynasties without a true spirit realm master may dispatch 10 alchemists to compete, while those with a master can send 20. Moreover, dynasties boasting true spirit realm masters of the 4th or 7th level are entitled to even more representatives. For instance, the first-ranked Great Mei dynasty possesses a staggering 100 competition slots, while the second-ranked Great Wu dynasty has 90. The process of the Alchemist Conference of the 100 Dynasties is largely similar to that of the Great Chu dynasty. Initially, the competition is held, granting 4th-grade alchemists privileges akin to those enjoyed by 3rd-grade alchemists in the Great Chu dynasty, exempting them from preliminary rounds. Thus, Lin Ling, who had successfully advanced to the rank of 4th-grade alchemist, did not have to reveal her breakthrough and participated directly in the first match. The outcome was predictable. She advanced smoothly to the finals. At this point, numerous youthful figures began to descend from the high platform. The number of 4th-grade alchemists showcased this time surpassed that of the previous conference, likely amounting to nearly 50. Yet, what significance does this hold? They are merely representatives from a handful of dynasties. Alas, it has been several hundred sessions since any alchemist from the middle or lower tier dynasties has reached the top 10 in the alchemist competition of the 100 Dynasties Alliance. If this continues, these dynasties will inevitably stagnate. But what can be done? Can one truly alter this situation? The advanced and super dynasties are intricately connected to the three dominant forces in our desolate state, and it could be said that they are supported by the latter. To change this status quo, one must ascend to a high position within these three dominant forces, wielding substantial power, to have even the slightest hope. For individuals from middle or lower tier dynasties, gaining entry into such forces is a daunting task, let alone dreaming of holding a high position. Countless powerful individuals from various dynasties and the local populace of Pill City gazed upon the emerging fourth-grade alchemists with profound sentiments. Some from the middle and lower tier dynasties could not help but exhibit a glimmer of sorrow in their eyes. Do they not strive? They toil tirelessly. Yet, what does it matter? Their efforts cannot alter the outcome of the competition. They are merely crushed by the prodigies from the advanced and super dynasties, lacking even the slightest capacity for resistance. However, this situation did not persist for long. As the alchemist conference drew to a close, each contestant cast their concocted pills into the testing formations. A name not associated with the advanced or super dynasties astonishingly surpassed one competitor after another, ultimately ascending to the 9th position. Her name is Lin Ling. With a resounding echo, the name reverberated through the air, and after a brief moment of silence, the entire city of Dan erupted in astonishment. What sorcery is this? Am I imagining things? Lin Ling. Who is she to have secured the 9th position in this alchemist convention? I take a closer look. The Daju dynasty? Is that not a mere low-tier dynasty? Who would have anticipated such a prodigy emerging from it? After millennia, has a peerless talent from a lesser dynasty finally shattered the long-standing dominance of the higher and super dynasties in claiming the top 10 positions? How remarkable it is to witness history unfold before my eyes. Countless onlookers fixated their gazes upon Lin Chen's slender figure, their astonishment giving way to uproarious cheers. Even among the exalted ranks of the 100 Dynasty Alliance, those formidable true spirit realm experts and a 6th-grade mid-tier alchemist from Dan City could not help but cast their attention her way. A low-tier dynasty, yet 9th place in the alchemist convention? Unbelievable. If she were to be taken under their wing and nurtured, it would not be far-fetched to foresee her becoming a 6th-grade alchemist in due time. As this thought crossed their minds, the powerful entities began to stir restlessly. However, just as they were poised to extend various propositions to entice Lin Ling, a piece of news arrived, halting their advances and casting their expressions into a tempest of uncertainty. Ultimately, they refrained from stepping out, leaving only the faint echoes of their frustrated curses resonating within their chambers. The Great Beauty Dynasty. Prince Xiao, how dare he desire a beautiful genius, risking his life for a woman? Despite their grievances, they lacked the courage to offend the Great Beauty Dynasty for the sake of a talent yet to fully mature. After all, this Prince Xiao was the most favored son of the current sovereign of the Great Beauty Dynasty. Master, did you not say that displaying talent would attract interest from various factions, compelling those in the shadows to tread carefully and seize opportunities? Why then did Lin Ling return to her residence after receiving her accolades from the alchemist convention, only to find the anticipated throngs of guests absent? The outcome was starkly contrary to their expectations. Clearly, the forces behind her were formidable. Hearing this, Xiao Jia cast a wary glance toward the opposing courtyard, momentarily at a loss for a suitable course of action. In the face of undeniable power, all conspiracies and schemes appeared utterly futile. One step at a time, for the worst has yet to come. After all, the mightiest within Dan City was merely a 2nd-tier, true spirit realm expert. With Lin Chen bestowing upon her a jade talisman, there was no need for excessive concern. They would wait. If an opportunity to enter the Tianyong secret realm arose, they would seize it. Should circumstances change, they would have no choice but to abandon this opportunity. Xiao Jia, in his lifetime, was indeed a formidable being at the 9th level of the true spirit realm, possessing an immensely powerful soul capable of effortlessly discerning the general strength within the city and foreseeing the arrival of any formidable opponents. Thus, he did not flee immediately. After all, it would be a great pity not to explore a secret realm left behind by a Dan Wang. Creak. Just as Lin Ling and Xiao Jia fell into silence, a sudden sound of a door opening caught the latter's attention. Someone has entered from the opposite side. With this thought, Xiao Jia gestured to Lin Ling not to disturb him, then concealed a wisp of his soul power in the void, extending it to the adjacent courtyard, where he soon overheard a conversation. Brother Fei, Nothing unexpected has occurred, has it? With me watching, how could anything happen? Why? Are you coming over because the prince is about to arrive in Dance City? Not so fast. The prince is still in seclusion for a breakthrough and will require several more months. However, he should arrive before the Tianyong secret realm opens. I'm coming over to keep an eye on her with you. Nevertheless, I must say, this little beauty is quite striking. That old fellow from the great Han dynasty has mastered the art of flattering the prince with beautiful women. Ha ha, if he didn't do this, how could we enjoy drinking and feasting here? He has been tirelessly searching for the most outstanding women for the prince, but it's a pity that. Shoo, speak carefully. The prince? Collecting beauties? The great Han dynasty? Upon hearing the conversation, Xiao Jia's eyes brightened. What initially felt like a perplexing predicament suddenly became clear. In recent days, he had frequently heard mention of the prince in Dance City. The prince, famed for his penchant for gathering beautiful talents, was renowned in Dance City, the carefree prince of the great beauty dynasty. It was rumored that he practiced a sinister technique of yin and yang, and none of the beautiful talents who entered his palace ever managed to leave. Most crucially, the carefree prince had already reached the third level of the true spirit realm, and if he were to break through, Linner, it is your choice to decide whether to stay or leave. After recounting his deductions to Lin Ling in detail, Xiao Jia entrusted the decision to her. The thought of a third-level true spirit realm expert on the verge of a breakthrough to the fourth level caused Lin Ling's complexion to pale. Yet, considering that the Tianyong secret realm would open in 3 months, it would be a shame to miss out. She bit her lip, determination settling in. Master, I wish to take a gamble. At worst, I can use the life-preserving talisman bestowed upon me by you and the ancestor. I am sure it will allow me to escape. Chapter 84. The potential power of the dynasty. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Jia could not help but nod in acknowledgement. As a former 7th-grade alchemist and a superpower of the 9th level of the true spirit realm, even amidst the calamity that had befallen, resulting in considerable losses despite deploying numerous trump cards, she remained unparalleled among typical true spirit realm cultivators. After Lin Chen bestowed upon Lin Ling a jade talisman as a safeguard for her participation in the grand tournament of the 100 dynasties, Xiao Jia, in her capacity as a mentor, granted Lin Ling a special escape talisman as well, a 6th-grade teleportation talisman. With but a mere crush of this talisman, Lin Ling could be transported millions of miles away, rendering even the most formidable true spirit realm monarch powerless to pursue her. Armed with such a safeguard, one could indeed take a gamble. Thus, 3 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. On this day, the bustling atmosphere of the alchemist city surged once more, for the long-anticipated Tianyong Alchemist King's secret realm was set to open. Roar, roar, roar. The Tianyong Alchemist King's secret realm is opening. Our dynasty possesses 18 slots. We are sure to gain substantial benefits from this venture. Alas, the secret realm was restricted to those below the age of 30. Otherwise, I too would have profited handsomely. Let us not dwell on that. It is evident that the Tianyong Alchemist King seeks to select a successor from among the many prodigies. Most treasures within will likely be intertwined with this legacy. Anyone who enters this secret realm without the intention of seeking the inheritance is simply a fool. What relevance does the inheritance have to a mere 3rd-grade alchemist like me? It is you who appears to be the fool. Outside the Tianyong secret realm, a throng of talented individuals and onlookers gathered, engaged in animated discussions, creating a cacophony of noise. Among the crowd, Lin Ling's figure remained concealed. To your east, 2 formidable practitioners of the divine passage realm are approaching. Xiao Jia's voice, tinged with gravity, suddenly whispered in Lin Ling's ear, causing her body to tense instinctively. 2 jade talismans had materialized in her palm unbeknownst to her. Should any hint of danger arise, she would not hesitate to shatter them, for her safety was paramount. My dear young lady, we must ask you to accompany us. A significant figure wishes to meet you. A significant figure? Esteemed seniors, the Tianyong secret realm is about to open. Surely, even any significant figure would wait until I emerge from the realm to meet with them? Lin Ling feigned ignorance regarding the identity of their mysterious benefactor, using the impending opening of the secret realm as a pretext to buy time. However, under the command of the carefree king of the great beauty dynasty, the 2 divine passage realm practitioners dared not allow Lin Ling to enter the Tianyong secret realm and then take her to meet the individual behind them. Consequently, upon hearing her refusal, Their expressions shifted dramatically. Humph, my king wishes to see you because he appreciates your alchemical talents and desires to cultivate you. Do not be ungrateful. Come with us at once. With that, disregarding the reactions of the surrounding crowd, they unleashed a powerful aura that enveloped Lin Ling, intending to daze her with their might before delivering her directly to the carefree king. In any case, she merely serves as a tool for the prince's cultivation, destined to meet her demise through exploitation one day, so there is no need to worry about retaliation. Enough. At that moment, the formidable warrior of the Great Chu dynasty, realizing the situation, immediately unleashed his aura to shield Lin Ling from their onslaught. Who are you? How dare you act so recklessly against our Great Chu dynasty's prodigy, Lin Ling, who achieved 9th place in the Alchemist Conference? Where do you place the 100 Dynasties Alliance? And do you not regard the Alchemist Association of Dance City? Or do you presume that those of us hailing from lesser dynasties are unworthy of occupying a position in the top 10? This formidable figure from the Great Chu dynasty, possessing considerable intellect, recognized the gravity of the matter and boldly invoked the banners of the 100 Dynasties Alliance and the Alchemist Association, elevating Lin Ling's predicament to encompass all lesser dynasties. This provoked a change in countenance among the onlookers, who began to regard the two instigators with increasing hostility. Whispers rippled through the crowd. If this issue were mishandled, it would undoubtedly disrupt the Alchemist Conference and could even incite unrest throughout the entire 100 Dynasties Alliance. Although the might of these lesser dynasties was not formidable, it did not imply the absence of powerful allies behind them. Take the Great Chu dynasty as an example. With millennia of heritage, countless beings have been nurtured, giving rise to myriad talents. There will always be some prodigies who have benefited from the dynasty's grace. Though they may have departed the Great Chu dynasty to showcase their abilities on the grand stage of the wild continent and occupy elevated positions, they still remember their homeland with affection. If the Great Chu dynasty were to call for aid, it is likely that most powerful individuals would be willing to extend their assistance within reasonable limits. This is one of the fundamental reasons why these lesser dynasties have persisted on this land for thousands of years. In that instant, the two powerful beings found themselves in a precarious situation. They dared not openly confront such a multitude of forces. However, just as the warrior from the Great Chu dynasty sighed in relief, preparing to withdraw gracefully, a wildly arrogant laughter suddenly resonated through the heavens and the earth. Heh! The 100 Dynasties Alliance? Were it not for the presence of my Great Mei dynasty, this so-called 100 Dynasties Alliance would be nothing but a farce. As for the Alchemist Association of Dance City, it is merely a lapdog fostered by my Great Mei dynasty. You think to call upon external forces to compel me to retreat? You are not worthy. As the words fell, a pink flower sedan suddenly appeared before the crowd, encircled by 16 elegantly dressed maidens in palace attire, gracefully dancing in midair, while the speaker resided within the sedan. With a creaking sound, as the doors of the sedan opened, a delicate man clad in a yellow python robe emerged. A vast aura erupted forth from him. A true spirit realm sovereign. The attire and the grandeur. Ah, he is the wayward prince of the great beauty dynasty. At the utterance of this name, the expressions of many indignant warriors momentarily froze, and a flicker of trepidation arose within their hearts. Among the myriad alliances of sovereign states, who among the formidable warriors that have ventured beyond their own realms and experienced the trials of the outside world is unaware of the notoriety associated with the wayward prince? He is known for his penchant for collecting talented beauties, a glutton in matters of desire, and a figure who exacts vengeance with the utmost precision. Such are the labels affixed to him by society. It is safe to say that the reputation of the wayward prince has long since become irreparably tarnished. Yet, paradoxically, he remains the most cherished son of the current sovereign of the great beauty dynasty. Despite the chorus of grievances from the various dynasties within the alliance, they find themselves powerless to take action against him. After all, regardless of the means through which he has ascended, be it through nefarious tactics, his foundation may be unstable. Yet he is undeniably a formidable entity at the true spirit realm. Even a prodigy at the 9th level of the divine path cannot contend with him. Furthermore, he refrains from targeting those with influential backgrounds, which has allowed him to roam freely to this day. Chapter 85. The Emergence of the Secret Realm. Temporarily avoiding the spotlight in an instant, the numerous formidable figures present could not help but take a step back in unison. Today, should they dare to disrupt the affairs of the carefree king, they would inevitably be responsible for collecting the remains of their families, including their own. In the days to come, it mattered not that Lin Ling was merely a stranger. Even if she were their own daughter, they would likely choose to endure the situation. Alas, it is a pity that such a remarkable prodigy is destined to fall into calamity. The law of the jungle is starkly evident within the great beauty dynasty. It seems that henceforth, even if a heavenly beauty were to be born within the dynasty, it would be wise to prevent her from participating in any gatherings. The onlookers cast their gaze upon Lin Ling, tinged with a hint of regret. At just 18 years of age, she had not only achieved an admirable 9th place in the Alchemist Conference, but had also reached the 9th level of the Cleansing Marrow realm, a paragon of excellence. Such an individual, as long as she remains alive, is destined to ascend to the realm of a 6th-grade alchemist with a stroke of fortune. She may even become a renowned alchemy king of her generation. Regrettably, she has drawn the attention of a scoundrel like the Carefree King. With a cold chuckle, the Carefree King surveyed the reactions of those around him before turning his gaze toward Lin Ling. A beauty marked by his attention could never escape his grasp. It would be wise for her to surrender willingly. As he spoke, the Carefree King slowly extended his right hand. His true spirit force surged forth, manifesting as an enormous hand of several dozens of feet, reaching toward Lin Ling. Boom. At that moment, a thunderous roar reverberated throughout the sky. The crowd, upon witnessing this spectacle, revealed glimmers of delight in their eyes. The secret realm left behind by the alchemy King Tianyong had emerged. Charge! With this sight, the crowd hastily cast aside the events unfolding around Lin Ling and surged toward the entrance of the secret realm. Even the individuals from the Great Chu dynasty, standing beside her, were swept away by the torrent of humanity. The Carefree King, however, remained utterly indifferent to this commotion. He was well aware of the records regarding the alchemy King Tianyong within the Great Beauty dynasty. Despite his title as an alchemy king, both his success rate and the efficacy of his elixirs were, much like his moniker, utterly unremarkable. Rarely did any formidable figures seek his potions. This had led to the alchemy King Tianyong's diminished status. A distinguished alchemy king could not even compare to a 6th-grade alchemist of higher rank. A pitiful collection of impoverished souls. With these thoughts in mind, the Carefree King continued his advance toward Lin Ling, intent on capturing her and bringing her back to his palace. The secret realm had opened. Realizing this turn of events, a flicker of joy crossed Lin Ling's face. As she glanced at the colossal hand that threatened to envelop her, a glimmer of resolve flashed in her eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, she crushed the jade talisman bestowed upon her by her ancestor in her right hand. Tearing apart the talisman, an overwhelming aura surged forth, transforming into a long sword imbued with a profound essence of swordsmanship. In an instant, it effortlessly shattered the colossal hand of the Carefree King, continuing its trajectory toward him. At that moment, feeling the sudden alleviation of pressure around her, Lin Ling, who had previously harbored a flicker of apprehension, was instantly invigorated with a glimmer of brilliance in her eyes. Without a hint of hesitation, she darted toward the entrance of the secret realm of the Tianyong Dan King. This unexpected turn of events rendered the gathered powerful figures momentarily speechless, including the 2 subordinates of the Carefree King, who momentarily forgot to act, helplessly watching as Lin Ling entered the secret realm. How infuriating! I never anticipated that such a mere ant at the marrow washing stage could possess such formidable hidden cards. It seems her fortune is indeed considerable. Though caught off guard, the Carefree King, a formidable being at the 4th level of the true spirit realm, effortlessly deflected the sword strike. Watching Lin Ling vanish into the secret realm, a hint of amusement flickered across his face. He relished the prospect of such a gem, one lacking in background, yet brimming with potential. This not only indicated that her primordial een was more substantial than that of ordinary women, but it also afforded her the ability to seize opportunities and enhance her own strength. Your Highness, please forgive us. We were unable to intercept her in time. The 2 divine power realm experts, now regaining their composure, trembled as they knelt at the feet of the Carefree King. Enough, even I was somewhat caught off guard. I shall not hold this against you, he replied dismissively. In truth, I find her cultivation too weak. Even if I were to capture her and bring her to the royal palace, it would require considerable resources to nurture her. Since she enjoys fleeing so much, I shall indulge her in this little game. With a wave of his hand, the carefree king bore no significant ire toward his capable subordinates. His gaze shifted to the distant entrance of the Tianyong Dan king's secret realm, a glimmer of feline amusement dancing in his eyes. Such games had become rare since he ascended to the rank of true spirit realm monarch. Thus, relishing the memories of the past, a sense of intrigue stirred within him. Issue a decree, dispatch powerful beings to secure the entrance of this secret realm. Meanwhile, on the other side, in Dian City, at the Lin family residence. After enduring 6 months of rigorous effort, Lin Chen had completely refined the innate pill. Not only had his physique ascended to the level of a high-grade, innate divine body, but he had also successfully reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the divine power realm, merely a step away from the true spirit realm. Moreover, what thrilled Lin Chen the most was that the insights gained from refining the innate pill had significantly deepened his understanding of the divine power realm. Mastering the power of divine abilities at this stage, while the true spirit realm involves condensing true spirits and evolving their power, typically requires a substantial accumulation of decades, if not centuries, for a peak expert at the 9th level of the divine power realm to condense a true spirit without any extraordinary opportunities. With the aid of the innate elixir, I have managed to shorten this time by more than half, even without any fortuitous blessings. Remaining in seclusion within the confines of my chamber to cultivate, the time required to transcend into the true spirit realm would not exceed a decade. The mere thought of this brings a smile to Lin Chen's face. A true spirit realm sovereign, with a lifespan spanning 10,000 years, is often hailed as a titan of antiquity, capable of founding a dynasty and commanding vast territories, as well as establishing a grand sect with disciples in the hundreds of thousands. Even in the entirety of the wilderness province, such an individual would undoubtedly be regarded as a top-tier powerhouse. I have begun to grasp my destiny, no longer a mere ant that could perish at any moment. With my current cultivation, combined with the advanced innate divine body, 90% of sword intent, and the formidable martial cannon, I wonder if my combat prowess could rival that of a third-layer true spirit realm practitioner. It should be possible. The Great Chu dynasty harbors no true spirit realm experts, and I have yet to encounter a living exemplar of that realm. Therefore, Lin Chen finds it challenging to gauge his own strength and can only make a rough estimation based on the disparity between the two. As one ascends to higher realms, the enhancement provided by one's physique diminishes. This does not imply that the physique becomes irrelevant. Rather, any practitioner who achieves such a realm possesses extraordinary talent or a unique constitution. Even if their physique does not rival my advanced innate divine body, the effects of their physiques tend to balance out, substantially reducing the advantages they confer. The jade talisman I bestowed upon Ling Ling has been activated passively? Just as Lin Chen was reflecting on his gains, a vivid scene unfolded in his mind. It depicted the series of events Ling Ling encountered prior to entering the secret realm. This revelation ignited a surge of fury within him. The Great Beauty Dynasty, the Carefree King, suspected to be at the 4th layer of the true spirit realm. How splendid! Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen moved, tearing through the fabric of space. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not abandon his kin. Utilizing spatial displacement, Lin Chen's speed was remarkable. Within just a few days, he traversed the distance to the Pill City, a journey that had taken Ling Ling and her companions half a year. However, he concealed his presence, remaining hidden within the void, observing intently. As an innate divine body, naturally attuned to the void, and with unmatched combat prowess, Lin Chen was confident that even a typical 5th or 6th layer true spirit realm powerhouse would be unable to detect him. Thus, he located his target. It was indeed a practitioner at the 4th layer of the true spirit realm. Upon witnessing this, Lin Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Although they had yet to engage, his intuition granted by the Eye of Fate indicated that he was not a match for this opponent. Of course, if he were to wield the Eternal Sword, he could easily slay such a true spirit realm practitioner who relied upon underhanded methods for their ascension. Nevertheless, this would undoubtedly provoke the Great Beauty Dynasty. In the face of such a formidable entity, even with all his trump cards, he would be unable to resist for the time being. A more prudent approach must be taken. Contemplating this, Lin Chen quietly withdrew and arrived outside the secret realm of the heavenly sovereign alchemist. Utilizing the Eye of Destiny, he began to observe the operational rules of the secret domain. In 10 days, would the realm transport all its inhabitants away? Unexpectedly. Linger was receiving the inheritance of the heavenly sovereign alchemist. The extraordinary abilities of the Eye of Destiny revealed to Lin Chen many things unseen by ordinary mortals, even allowing him to penetrate layers of restrictions to glimpse the situation within. This revelation filled Lin Chen's heart with great joy. A plan began to take shape within his mind. I can see through every node of this secret realm, as long as I carefully arrange my strategy. It would not be difficult to evade the rules of the realm and enter. At that moment, a sly smile flickered across Lin Chen's face. His figure instantly vanished from the spot. He needed to utilize the system's marketplace to exchange for some treasures to implement this plan. Lin Chen was no fool. In the face of inadequate strength, he had no qualms about biding his time. With his pace of cultivation, it would not be long before he could uproot the entire Great Beauty dynasty. Why confront danger head-on while in a position of weakness? Such a futile endeavor would yield no benefit whatsoever. Thus, in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Under Lin Chen's meticulous arrangements, he finally mastered the operational rules of the secret realm, immediately retracting his own power and stepping boldly inside. Chapter 86. Slaughtering the 24 Divine Beings. Lin Chen's scheme, the Tianyong King's secret realm, though not extensive, was well known to Lin Chen, who had long since memorized its geographical layout. Consequently, he swiftly located the hidden chamber where Ling Ling was receiving her inheritance. Lin Chen, how did you get in? As Lin Chen materialized, Xiao Jia's figure emerged from the jade talisman, her eyes widening in astonishment. It was essential to note that the Tianyong secret realm restricted entry to the younger generation, specifically those under 30 years of age. The individual before her was well beyond that age, raising the question of how he managed to enter. In that moment, Lin Chen's persona grew increasingly enigmatic in Xiao Jia's mind. Given the circumstances, how could I possibly refrain from coming? Pray tell, how did you provoke the Liion King of the Great Beauty dynasty? It was not us who initiated the conflict. It was the Great Han dynasty. Xiao Jia let out a bitter chuckle and recounted the events leading to their current predicament. The Great Han dynasty? Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze turning perilous. He had never considered the Great Han dynasty a significant concern, yet it had managed to embroil him in considerable trouble. It seemed that his previous approach had indeed been too lenient. Murmuring to himself, Lin Chen revealed a palpable killing intent toward the Great Han dynasty. How could he, unable to contend with the Great Beauty dynasty for now, be threatened by a mere lower-tier dynasty? He silently pronounced the death sentence for the Great Han dynasty. Witnessing this, Xiao Jia felt a sense of mourning for what was to come, understanding the dire consequences of offending such a prodigious talent. Xiao Jia, once Linger completes her inheritance, you must lead her out of this secret realm quickly, following the guidance of the Jade Talisman. Ensure you put as much distance between yourselves and this place as possible. And then, casting a glance at Ling Ling, who would require at least a day or two to finish her inheritance, Lin Chen disclosed his plan to Xiao Jia and handed her a Jade Talisman that could circumvent the rules of the Tianyong secret realm. Typically, a secret realm possesses only one entrance and exit, which is why the Liion King had stationed his subordinates to guard the entrance. However, Lin Chen had thoroughly studied the rules of this secret realm and discovered methods to evade them, allowing him to exit through alternative routes. This was one of the reasons for his unwavering confidence in his strategy. Is it truly that simple? But do you genuinely intend to proceed in this manner? Remember, this is a secret realm left behind by a Dan King. The ability to bypass its rules implies that you can enter freely at any time, representing a substantial fortune. For the Lin family, it could sustain their development for nearly a century. If it were destroyed, nothing would remain. Upon hearing Lin Chen's plan, Xiao Jia's expression shifted to one of astonishment, tempered by a hint of regret. Although the Lin family currently lacked for resources, the increasing number and strength of its members meant that within 30 years, their accumulated resources would be depleted, stifling the family's rapid growth. Should this performance not take place, not only would Ling Ling's safety be jeopardized, but the tranquility of the Lin family would also be at stake. These resources, if lost, are of little consequence. Lin Chen maintained a stoic expression. Having reached this critical juncture, he was fully capable of discerning the gravity of the situation. He would not allow his greed for resources to expose him to the public eye, nor would he risk Ling Ling's escape being discovered by the Wandering King, leading to a relentless pursuit and possibly an assault on the Lin family as a means to coerce Ling Ling into revealing herself. Only with Lin Ling dead would the focus shift away from the Lin family. Hence, this performance must proceed. Once Linger has completed her inheritance, I shall lead her into the Beast Mountain range for training, away from the prying eyes of others. This plan is indeed splendid. Nodding slightly, a faint smile graced Lin Chen's face. Without lingering further, he vanished from sight. To execute this performance convincingly, he required further preparations. Thus, in the blink of an eye, 2 days slipped by unnoticed. Unbeknownst to many, a rumor began to circulate within Dance City. Have you heard? The heavenly prodigy favored by the wandering king appears to have received the inheritance of the heavenly alchemist king. Surely not. Is it possible that the very first opening of the heavenly alchemy secret realm has already yielded an heir? How remarkably swift. But is that the crux of the matter? The real point is that the inheritor is none other than the 9th place contender from the Alchemist Conference, a girl from a lesser dynasty. Yet cursed to be noticed by the wandering king. What a pity that she has acquired the inheritance. As the rumor spread from one person to another, it quickly became a heated topic within Dance City. Many expressed their regret. A promising heir to a revered alchemist king, and yet, she has caught the eye of the wandering king from the Great Beauty Dynasty. What a stroke of misfortune. Even some powerful individuals with ulterior motives felt a pang of discomfort. The wandering king's involvement rendered their attempts to seize the inheritance from Lin Ling utterly futile. In the southern part of Dance City, within a grand courtyard, the wandering king lay on a lavish bed, observing a dancer-esque performance. Upon receiving his subordinate's report, a peculiar smile spread across his face. Oh, the inheritance of the heavenly alchemist king? It seems that this Lin Ling, the heavenly prodigy, possesses not only formidable talent, but also remarkable fortune. I eagerly anticipate the benefits of capturing her and nurturing her to a sufficient level. Perhaps the opportunity for my breakthrough to the 5th realm of the true spirit realm lies within her. With this thought, the wandering king found his spirits lifted. Even the negative remarks from the outside world began to sound agreeable. Although he had previously dismissed such gossip, it had always irked him on some level. After all, while he was indeed domineering, he could not simply resort to violence against anyone who spoke ill of him. Moreover, he cannot kill them all. They have not spoken in his presence. Besides, there are countless individuals who harbor grievances against him, and he has long grown weary of their complaints. What significance do the people of Dance City hold? Bring forth more formidable warriors to encircle the Tianyong's secret realm. Remember, spare no suspect, commanded the prince. Yes, my lord. As he observed his subordinates retreating, the Prince of Leisure cast his gaze toward the direction of the Tianyong's secret realm, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. He was both captivated by Lin Ling's beauty and eager for the opportunity to transcend to greater realms. Now, both desires converged upon a single individual, kindling a sense of impatience within him. Unbeknownst to the Prince of Leisure, as he issued orders to surround the entrance to the secret realm, Lin Ling had already appeared hundreds of miles away from it. Lin Ling, your ancestor is indeed enigmatic. Merely a jade talisman allows us to elude scrutiny and depart the secret realm unnoticed. As she realized she had returned to the territory governed by Dance City with the talisman's aid, a hint of astonishment crossed Xiao Jia's face. In response, Lin Ling, who had recently received the inheritance from the Tianyong Pill King and broken through to the 4th level of the blood transformation realm, merely smiled in silence. No matter how mysterious her ancestor may be, he is still her own. After all, he would not harm her. In fact, Lin Ling wished for Lin Chen to be even more mysterious and powerful. According to the plan, next, you must disguise yourself and enter the Beast Mountain range for a period of cultivation, avoiding encounters with others if possible. Understood. Nodding in agreement, Lin Ling retrieved a black robe from her storage ring, enveloping herself within it, and then hastened toward a branch of the Beast Mountain range located over 10,000 miles away. In the true martial great world, there were many individuals adorned in such attire. It was far safer than employing secret techniques to alter one's appearance. After all, true experts could discern at a glance whether one had used secret methods for disguise. As for those cloaked in black robes, unless absolutely necessary, they would not probe with their spiritual force. Those who understood the reason behind this knew well. The following morning, as more individuals emerged from the Tianyong Pill King's secret realm, news of the Prince of Leisure dispatching numerous powerful warriors to guard the entrance swiftly spread throughout Dance City. Many onlookers, eager for the spectacle, gathered early nearby to observe. 1, 2, 3 My goodness, a staggering 24 experts of the Divine Passage realm. Such extravagance. In Dan City, perhaps only the Prince of Leisure would command so many Divine Passage realm experts to intercept a mere insect at the 9th level of the blood-washing realm. Now, Lin Ling would find it nearly impossible to escape. Which woman targeted by the Prince of Leisure has ever survived? With bated breath, the crowd watched the scene unfold at the entrance of the secret realm, engaging in fervent discussion. The actions of the carefree prince, who is so extravagantly misused, leave one both speechless and somewhat envious. In this life, who among us does not harbor dreams of wielding power over the world while basking in the company of beauties? Regrettably, while such aspirations are common, most are unable to realize them. Yet, the carefree prince, born into the illustrious Great Beauty dynasty, has been granted such privileges from birth. Even now, he can casually command formidable beings of the divine realm to attend to trivial matters. Those being inspected, hurry along, do not linger here. Next, under the prince's authoritative command, both lower and higher-tier dynasties must obediently fall in line for these powerful beings to conduct their inspections. As for those from the super dynasties, as long as they can present proof of their identity, they may pass directly through. This spectacle leaves the onlookers around them in silent astonishment. Yet, as the shadows from the secret realm dwindle, they notice the absence of Lin Ling. This raises a spark of intrigue among the crowd. Should Lin Ling have successfully departed from this place, a captivating spectacle would surely follow. Time trickles away, and soon the moment of the secret realm's closure approaches. At this juncture, even the ordinarily composed carefree prince rushes from the city, his expression darkened as he surveys his surroundings. Wherever his gaze falls, none dare to meet his eyes, each bowing their proud heads. However, this scene brings him no joy. The atmosphere in the space thickens with tension. Many powerful beings begin to feel a sense of panic rising within them. Just then, a familiar sound reverberates through the air, heralding the arrival of a well-known figure. Lin Ling has emerged. A collective sigh of relief escapes the crowd. Thankfully, Lin Ling has appeared. Otherwise, under the previous circumstances, even a passing dog might have felt the wrath of the carefree prince. Seize her for me. To prevent further complications, the carefree prince issues a direct command. Yes. In an instant, 24 formidable beings of the divine realm encircle Lin Ling attack. With the leader's command, these powerful beings unleash their sealing techniques as if they were mere trifles, surging toward Lin Ling. Witnessing this scene, Lin Ling appears momentarily stunned, standing motionless. Although the onlookers feel a pang of sympathy, none dare to offend the carefree prince by intervening. However, just as the sealing techniques are about to descend upon Lin Ling, suddenly, the secret realm of the heavenly medicine king behind her began to tremble. Following this, intricate and mysterious patterns emerged in the void, entwining with Lin Ling's form. A resounding roar echoed as a ferocious and terrifying aura surged from Lin Ling, ascending in a straight line amid the bewildered gazes of the onlookers, reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level of the divine power realm. A pair of ancient yet lucid eyes abruptly opened. Though belonging to a female body, they emitted a distinctly masculine voice. Impudent! Dare to lay a hand on a disciple of the heavenly medicine king? You shall perish! Lin Ling bellowed, and an overwhelming force instantly enveloped the divine power experts present. In the midst of the crowd's trembling stares, a cacophony ensued as 24 divine power masters were unable to withstand even a breath. Dissolving into a crimson mist like a torrential downpour, saturating the surrounding area for hundreds of miles. The pungent scent of blood flooded the minds of the onlookers, some of whom, unable to bear the horror, retched on the spot. Even the seasoned practitioners paled at the sight. This was not only due to the tragic demise of the 24 divine power experts before them, but also because the countenance of the carefree king nearby had darkened significantly. A raging fury spread within him. Very well, heavenly medicine king, I never expected that after your demise, you would thwart my endeavors. How dare you attack my subordinates? Today, I, the carefree king, swear to sever your legacy for eternity. Having learned of Lin Ling's acquisition of the heavenly medicine king's legacy, the carefree king felt a mix of surprise and, predominantly, outrage. It was essential to note that despite being the most favored prince of the Grand Beauty dynasty, he possessed few divine power experts among his ranks. The loss of these 24 had depleted 1/5 of his divine power subordinates, leaving him without sufficient manpower for many matters. fueling his ire. "Huh, do you think a fallen person like me would fear you? If you wish to harm my disciple, you must first contend with me." The heavenly medicine king remained utterly dismissive of the carefree king's fury. This provoked the carefree king beyond endurance, unleashing his formidable aura as he launched an attack. At the fourth level of the true spirit realm, the spectators turned pale as they sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from the carefree king, their eyes reflecting shock. What is happening? Wasn't the carefree king only recently promoted to the third level of the true spirit realm a century ago? How has he ascended to the fourth level so swiftly? Now I understand why the emperor of the Grand Beauty dynasty holds him in such high regard. It is unthinkable. The carefree king has lost so many subordinates. If he unleashes his wrath upon us after dealing with the heavenly alchemist and his lingering spirit power, it would spell disaster for us. We must depart immediately. We cannot remain as mere spectators. In the midst of these thoughts, the once crowded surroundings, filled with onlookers, suddenly saw a significant portion of the crowd disperse. Only those who either possessed unwavering confidence in their own strength or held formidable backgrounds remained, certain that the carefree king would not dare to act against them for such trivial matters. The carefree hand, ignoring the reactions of those around him. The carefree king unleashed his formidable aura and immediately employed his signature divine technique, charging towards Lin Chen. In an instant, countless hands, elegantly dancing through the void, materialized, densely packed like celestial hands from the heavens, relentlessly striking from various angles towards the ground below. Naturally, Lin Chen would not sit idly by. He had not idled away these past few days. He had expended a considerable amount of fortune points within the system, forcibly embedding a sixth-tier formation into the foundation of the heavenly alchemist's secret realm. Though this damaged the essence of the secret realm, it allowed him to wield the powers of a high-level sixth-tier formation, enabling him to unleash combat strength comparable to that of a fourth-level true spirit realm, even without the use of sword intent or his innate divine body. Heavenly alchemist's barrier. With this thought, Lin Chen immediately tapped into the power of the formation, consuming the essence of the secret realm to initiate his defense. Boom, boom, boom. Just as this defensive spell enveloped him, divine powers rained down from the heavens, crashing against the heavenly alchemist's barrier, producing earth-shattering roars. The terrifying energy fluctuations caused the surrounding space to ripple uncontrollably. Amidst the relentless waves of energy, a crisp sound reminiscent of something shattering echoed. To the astonishment of the gathered crowd, the space within a radius of several dozen miles around the two combatants began to fracture, revealing a dark and profound, endless void. However, before they could discern the scene within this void, an invisible force instantaneously restored the shattered space to its original state. Many spectators felt as though the previous scene was but a fleeting dream, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 87. Faking Death to Escape. Reactions from all sides. Humph. After so many years of being dead, you still possess such means. It seems I have underestimated you. However, the essence of the secret realm is ultimately finite. I shall observe how you, once your reserves are depleted and devoid of further sources of power, will contend against me. The inability to subdue Lin Chen had left the king of Carefree in a state of discontent. Nevertheless, as a formidable figure in the realm of true spirits, with a lifespan spanning thousands of years and profound knowledge, he had discerned the reason for the ancient Tianyong Dan Wang's extraordinary prowess, even after being dead for over 10,000 years. Thus, he remained unperturbed. As long as he could exhaust the essence behind Lin Chen, this exceptional cauldron would ultimately be his. Heh. In response, Lin Chen merely scoffed, refraining from retorting, yet his movements grew increasingly fierce. Although he possessed the eye of fate and had gleaned insights into the exploits of the Tianyong Dan Wang, he understood the principle that too much speech could lead to folly. Lin Chen was not naive enough to believe that after 10 millennia, no one would remember the Tianyong Dan Wang. After all, even a newly ascended monarch in the true spirit realm could live for over 10,000 years, and some highly skilled practitioners could extend their lives to 2 decades. Given the profound heritage of the Great Beauty dynasty, it was plausible that ancient beings from a millennium ago still held sway. In any case, it was prudent to exercise caution. Boom, boom, boom. As the two continued their fierce combat, the landscape within dozens of miles shattered, the space quaked, the sun and moon dimmed, and countless phenomena enveloped the entire battlefield. Outside the fray, The true spirit realm experts of Dan's city intervened, containing the residual waves of their battle, rendering the surroundings relatively unchanged. Hiss! Is this the combat prowess of a true spirit realm monarch? Had it not been for the intervention of the ruling monarch of Dan City, the entire city might have been reduced to ruins under their clash. What defines a king? The king of martial prowess is not merely a worldly prince. Such beings soar through the skies, shatter the void, and can obliterate an inferior dynasty with a mere flick of their hand. Their reputation is not without merit. It seems that, for the time being, neither side would yield. Indeed, overall, the situation for the Tianyong Dan Wang appeared to be more precarious. But who cares? Witnessing the grand battle between two true spirit realm monarchs is already a source of great satisfaction for me. Countless spectators, their eyes fixated on the unfolding drama, engaged in fervent discussions with their companions, their words laced with longing for the power possessed by the true spirit realm monarchs. Alas, the true spirit realm is unlike any other. The process of condensing the true spirit is fraught with peril, without sufficient foundation and confidence. Ordinary ninth-level practitioners of the divine power realm would not dare to take this step. This is one of the reasons why practitioners of the true spirit realm are often referred to as kings, and why they are so rare in the wild continent. Look, the Tianyong Dan Wang is on the verge of collapse. Uncertain of how much time had passed, a sudden exclamation echoed through the heavens and the earth. The once clamorous surroundings fell into an immediate silence as all attention converged upon the battlefield. Gradually, as time progressed, the primal energy emanating from the secret realm behind the Tianyong Dan King began to diminish rapidly, evidently having reached its limits, while his complexion grew increasingly pallid, giving the impression of impending collapse. In stark contrast, the recently ascended King Xiao, having just broken through to the 4th level of the true spirit realm, though slightly disoriented from the intensity of the battle, remained largely unscathed, even without the aid of medicinal pills. His formidable recovery capabilities inherent in the true spirit realm would require only a few days of rest at most. Old man, do you truly believe you can challenge me? This is no longer your era. Observing the plight of the Tianyong Dan King, a sigh of relief washed over King Xiao, and a smug smile of derision crept across his face. However, in response to his mockery, the Tianyong Dan King displayed not the slightest alteration in his expression, as if he were impervious to the taunts directed at him. Finally, the moment had arrived. It was time to make his escape. Lin Chen, the orchestrator of this entire affair, also felt a wave of relief wash over him. He feared that if the battle continued, it might attract the attention of the formidable powers of the great Mei dynasty, which would spell trouble. After all, King Xiao was the most favored son of the emperor of the great Mei dynasty, and it was entirely possible that he might draw their gaze. Old man, why have you fallen silent again? Weren't you quite brazen just moments ago? Dare to challenge me once more? Rest assured, I shall fulfill my promise to ensure that the legacy of the Tianyong Dan King vanishes from existence, and your successor shall groan beneath my might. With the Tianyong Dan King remaining silent, yet increasingly ashen, a flush of excitement appeared on the face of King Xiao, as if he had recalled an amusing thought, unleashing a series of eerie and unsettling laughs. The sensation of wielding control over another's fate and existence brought him immense satisfaction. At that moment, Lin Chen, who was contemplating how to feign a state of fury, silently commended King Xiao for his audacity upon hearing his outrageous proclamations. Subsequently, he feigned an overwhelming wrath, adopting a tone laced with subtle malice as he bellowed, "To extinguish my successor and sever my legacy? Very well, you have forced my hand. You have compelled me. My disciple, I hope you do not hold it against your master." As his words fell, a hint of madness flickered across Lin Chen's face. He cast a lingering glance at the Tianyong's secret realm behind him, a glimmer of reluctance crossing his eyes, yet he resolutely turned his gaze toward King Xiao, his eyes brimming with boundless hatred. "Let us perish together with this Dan King." Tianyong's secret realm, explode. As Lin Chen's declaration reverberated, the intricate patterns adorning the entirety of the secret realm suddenly erupted in brilliant light. In an instant, the ethereal energies within a 1,000-mile radius surged violently. Before the astonished gaze of myriad onlookers, the entire secret realm underwent a rapid compression and expansion 9 times, followed by a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens and earth. The terrifying energy aftermath swiftly engulfed the carefree king, who sought to flee the scene. Yet, unnoticed by all, at the moment of the explosion, a faint white glow emanated from Lin Chen, only to vanish quietly thereafter. Quickly, fellow Taoists, unite your strength to counteract the explosive energy waves from this secret realm. We must not allow it to reach Dan City. Also, guards, heed my command and activate the city's protective formation. As everyone stood in stunned silence, a powerful aura emanated from several true spirit realm experts within Dan City, led by an elder whose strength surpassed that of the others. His name was Tian Danzi, a 6th-tier advanced alchemist and protector of Dan City, boasting a cultivation of the 3rd level of true spirit realm. His reputation in Dan City was immensely high. Under his command, the recovering experts promptly employed various defensive spells, assisting the few true spirit realm beings in the void to withstand the oncoming energy waves. Boom, boom, boom. Fortunately, Tian Danzi reacted swiftly, and since the energy Lin Chen unleashed primarily targeted the carefree king, they managed to withstand the first wave of explosive aftermath after enduring for some time and expending most of their strength. As the city's protective formation rose, bolstered by its power, they faced the threat with greater composure, turning their attention outward. To their astonishment, apart from the area shielded by Dan City's formation, everything within a 10,000-mile radius of the Tianyong secret realm had been reduced to scorched earth. The mountains and rivers they once knew lay in ruin, a scene of utter devastation. Gasped witnessing this, those present inhaled sharply. They understood that had it not been for the other great cities or sects situated miles away, which promptly activated their protective formations to fend off the remaining energy waves, the devastation wrought by the self-detonation of the Tianyong secret realm would have expanded tenfold, if not more. Indeed, one must not underestimate any true spirit realm expert, even if they had perished many years ago. The reach of a true spirit realm's power was alarmingly vast, were it not for the fact that more prosperous areas harbored an abundance of strong practitioners who intervened during conflicts. One could scarcely imagine how ordinary individuals could survive on this continent. Thus, young one, strive diligently. As you grow stronger, you will seize the opportunity to master your own fate, no longer enduring such trepidation as you navigate through life. In this moment, countless beings profoundly grasped their insignificance. Before the terrifying presence of a true spirit realm sovereign, they appeared no more significant than ants, hardly worthy of mention. To seize one's own destiny, there exists but a singular method: to forge oneself into an indomitable force, one so formidable that no entity can dictate your fate. Yet, while this notion is easily articulated, the path to its realization is fraught with challenges. Among the multitude present, it is unlikely that more than 100 souls will ascend to the realm of true spirits. This is particularly evident given that the Alchemist Conference in the Pill City has attracted numerous prodigies, many of whom have yet to depart. Without their presence, even 1/5 of this number would be in jeopardy. But what of the esteemed Lord of Leisure? Could he have met with misfortune? As the crowd pondered this grim thought, a sudden gasp reverberated through the air. It was then that they realized with trepidation, since the heavenly alchemist had unleashed a cataclysmic force, submerging the Lord of Leisure in a deluge of energy, he had yet to reappear. This revelation sent a shiver down their spines. The Lord of Leisure is the cherished son of the Emperor of the Great Beauty Dynasty. Should he truly have encountered peril, especially in the vicinity of Pill City, the wrath of the Emperor could justly fall upon them, demanding retribution for the loss. The mere consideration of this possibility rendered their faces increasingly ashen. Cough, cough. At that moment, amidst the chaos of the ravaged earth, a sudden cough echoed. Following this, with a resounding crash, a figure emerged, breaking free from the debris that had buried him like a mountain. My lord, you are unharmed. How splendid!" they exclaimed. "Quickly, where are the alchemists? Prepare some restorative elixirs for our lord, swiftly." In a flurry, the accompanying alchemists began to rummage through their belongings, producing a plethora of potions before the Lord of Leisure. Regrettably, the majority were of the 5th tier, and the solitary 6th-tier potion was not even for healing. The alchemist's countenance paled upon recognizing the severity of the Lord's injuries. Mere 5th-tier potions would be of little consequence. A 6th-tier healing elixir was imperative. With this thought, the 5th-tier alchemist's gaze turned imploringly towards the heavenly alchemist. With a resigned sigh, the heavenly alchemist, unwilling to stand idly by as the Lord of Leisure faltered on his territory, hesitated momentarily before retrieving a 6th-tier mid-grade healing potion from his robes and administering it to the Lord. The potency of the 6th-tier potion was remarkable. Upon consumption, a hint of color returned to the Lord of Leisure's face, and he immediately settled into a meditative posture to refine the essence of the elixir. Thus, he remained in this state for half a year, with his loyal companions steadfastly guarding his side, unwilling to leave even for a moment. The infernal Tianyong Pill King, hissing. Upon awakening, the first utterance of the carefree king was a scathing insult directed at Lin Chen, inadvertently aggravating his injuries, causing him to grimace in pain. Although he had consumed a mid-tier 6th-grade healing elixir, it could only restore his injuries to a maximum of 70%. The remainder would necessitate a prolonged period of recuperation. Guard Tong, prepare to return to the royal residence, and additionally, summon Xiao Jia. I have inquiries for him. We shall obey your highness's command. During this time, Guard Tong was filled with trepidation, fearing that the enemies of the prince would seize the opportunity to strike. Thus, upon hearing that the carefree king intended to return home, he readily acquiesced. Soon, everything was arranged. After assisting the carefree king into the flower palanquin, the entourage departed the premises. This development elicited a collective sigh of relief from the formidable figures in Dan City, who had been vigilantly observing the situation. Finally, this scourge had departed. The old man's heart could hardly bear the strain any longer. Let us go to the exquisite pavilion and celebrate in style. Are you out of your mind? The venerable ancestor of the Pei family, at such an advanced age, venturing to such places? Why not? The old matron's heart remains youthful. It is not as if I cannot afford to indulge. Why should I not go? Will you join me? If not, I shall go alone. Very well. I shall see what delights lie in wait, compelling you, this old fellow, to become so infatuated. In an instant, the mighty figures of Dan City commenced their celebrations through various means. Life without the carefree king amidst them was indeed a breath of fresh air, unlike the previous period, when even the thought of leisure or secluded cultivation was a distant aspiration. The occurrences within the Tianyong secret realm had spread throughout the entire 100 Dynasties alliance over the past 6 months. The tyrannical actions of the carefree king had engendered deep resentment among countless individuals, who also mourned the untimely demise of the young prodigy Lin Ling and the obliteration of the Tianyong Pill King's secret domain. Alas, what a splendid Pill King's realm! Barely explored before its destruction. Such waste is truly lamentable. Haha, at that juncture, had I been in your position, I would have acted similarly. It is indeed noble to leave a legacy, yet you not only seek to slay my successors, but also to obliterate my teachings. No one could endure such a fate. Why retain this secret realm, only to empower the enemy? Indeed, one cannot dispute that. In truth, all of this can be attributed to the carefree king. Were it not for him, shoo, do you wish to court death? As a result of this incident, the carefree king's reputation within the 100 Dynasties alliance became even more infamous, reaching a point where it could silence a crying infant. Were it not for his formidable background, many powerful individuals would likely have taken up arms against him under the guise of righteous retribution. Regrettably, the reality was evident. Apart from hurling curses, there was little that could be done. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Great Chu dynasty, seated regally upon the throne, King Chu's countenance shifted dramatically as he listened to the reports from his formidable subordinates, eventually darkening into a brooding scowl. Damn it, damn it! This cursed Han dynasty! This wretched prince of leisure! Why won't you just perish? He lamented. Alas, the Lin family has finally produced an extraordinary prodigy, and now, as she competes in the Alchemist Grand Tournament organized by the 100 Dynasties Alliance for our Great Chu dynasty, such calamity befalls us. How am I to provide the Lin family with an explanation? The king felt a pang of regret. Though this misfortune was indeed unforeseen, Ling Ling had participated on behalf of the Great Chu dynasty. Her demise was inextricably linked to their legacy. Summon a generous gift in 3 days. I shall pay a visit to the Lin family. As you command. After much contemplation, King Chu ultimately resolved to personally extend his apologies. He had no desire for this incident to sow discord between their families. Meanwhile, within the Han dynasty, Xiao Jia's expression blossomed into a subtle smile as he received reports from his subordinates, turning his gaze to the assembled powerful figures. As I have proclaimed, with the great Mei dynasty supporting us, Whether they are geniuses or strong warriors, they shall all fall before me. Lin Ling is but the first, and she shall certainly not be the last. Our next target is to send the Lin family's venerable ancestor to the afterlife. Previously, during the alchemist conference of the Great Chu dynasty, Lin Ling had shattered their schemes with her unparalleled talent, securing first place in the alchemical contest. While the Lin family's ancestor had wielded his formidable strength to slay their second ancestor. Now, events unfolded precisely as the elder had foreseen. The first target had been dispatched to the depths of hell, and next, they would seek to eliminate the Lin family's ancestor and the entirety of the Great Chu dynasty. The elder is indeed wise, with his presence. The unification of the three kingdoms is but a matter of time. Haha, what our ancestors of the Han dynasty could not accomplish. We are on the verge of achieving in our generation. How splendid! With such a sage as our elder, what is beyond our reach? Chapter 88. 12 years of development in the Lin family amidst the exhilaration of numerous strong individuals from the Great Han dynasty. A formidable aura suddenly descended from the heavens. Shortly thereafter, a man clad in crimson armor appeared, treading upon the void, above the grand hall where the esteemed figures of the Great Han dynasty were gathered. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, this armored figure unfurled a scroll and proclaimed in a commanding voice, Jin Shijian is to proceed immediately to the residence of the carefree king for an audience, as commanded. Master Jin, I kindly ask you to accompany me, he said with courtesy, extending a gesture of invitation that made Jin Shijian feel quite honored. Without further delay, after issuing instructions to the others, he followed the crimson-clad man as they soared towards the territory of the Great Beauty dynasty. The distance between the Great Beauty dynasty and the Great Han dynasty spanned hundreds of millions of miles. Even with both Jin Shijian and the armored man being formidable beings at the 7th level of the divine realm. Reaching the residence of the carefree king would require the better part of half a year. The armored man was able to locate the royal residence so swiftly because the Crimson Guards possessed a communication jade talisman, allowing them to communicate over vast distances. With just a few relays, they could connect with all the Crimson Guards scattered throughout the 100 Dynasties Alliance. Being in close proximity to the Great Han Dynasty, he promptly accepted the task and hastened his arrival. Regardless of the external commotion within the Lin family of Dian City, numerous clan members gazed mournfully at the belongings once used by Lin Ling, their faces etched with profound sorrow and fury. When Lin Ling represented the Great Chu dynasty in the grand competition of the 100 Dynasties Alliance, they had been fervently discussing her potential achievements. How high would Sister Lin Ling place? How brilliantly would she shine in the alchemical contest? Following the conclusion of the competition, would they go to welcome her home in glory? As the first prodigy to rise within the Lin family, Lin Ling had garnered considerable attention. Many elders viewed her as the torchbearer for the family's ascendance. However, their elation was short-lived. With the completion of the alchemical competition, when the participants from the Great Chu dynasty returned to the capital, Lin Ling was nowhere to be found. Upon inquiry, they received the devastating news. Lin Ling had perished. Upon the dissemination of this heart-wrenching news throughout the Great Chu dynasty and back to the Lin family, Lin Ling's parents fainted on the spot. Even the senior members of the Lin family struggled to accept such a calamity. After repeated confirmations, they could only helplessly collapse to the ground, overwhelmed by an indescribable wave of emotions. The carefree king, Great Beauty dynasty. I want them to perish. I shall avenge Ling. But how could they seek vengeance? The strongest among them barely reached the 2nd level of the Transcendence realm, while their adversaries were true spirit realm warriors. Not a single one could be found throughout the entirety of the Great Chu dynasty. What means did they have to exact their revenge? Yet, shall we simply resign ourselves to this fate? Certainly not. Presently, our strength is insufficient, and we must endure quietly, refraining from openly expressing our disdain for the Great Mei dynasty. What frightens me more is the possibility that the Great Mei dynasty may seek to annihilate us, dispatching formidable forces to obliterate the Lin family. Upon hearing this, the numerous high-ranking members of the Lin family fell silent, their expressions momentarily frozen. Annihilation? Surely not. Although our Lin family holds some renown within the Chu dynasty, we are scarcely noteworthy within the 100 Dynasties Alliance. Even the entirety of the Chu dynasty combined would not warrant their attention to traverse countless miles solely to eradicate our clan, would they? After a considerable pause, The eldest elder, Lin Long, was the first to regain his composure, swallowing hard before speaking with hesitation. This statement elicited agreement from many high-ranking members of the Lin family. Indeed, head of the family, if our Lin family were a clan under the protection of a true spirit realm ruler, I would not question the great Mei dynasty's targeting of us. However, given our current circumstances, we hardly present a threat worthy of their concern. Admittedly, though reluctant to acknowledge it, there exists an insurmountable chasm between our Lin family and the great Mei dynasty. Typically, beings of that caliber would scarcely regard us. Head of the family, have you sensed something amiss? At this juncture, the usually reticent second elder, Lin Chen, suddenly inquired. In an instant, the gazes of the high-ranking members of the Lin family converged upon Lin Wudi. Indeed, he affirmed. Have any of you discerned a particular description of the carefree king within this information? Lin Wudi nodded, observing the gathered members of the Lin family as he retrieved a dossier from his storage ring. He then pointed to a specific line, his expression grave as he articulated. Anyone who offends him, or whom he deems an adversary, will face ruthless retribution, as he embodies an unwavering resolve to eradicate any perceived threat. A collective gasp escaped the lips of the high-ranking members of the Lin family, their hearts suddenly gripped by trepidation. If the intelligence contained within this document regarding the carefree king's nature is accurate, then, given his disposition, it is indeed plausible that he might send his subordinates to target our Lin family. With our ancestors safeguarding us, we do not fear what the carefree king's subordinates might do. Yet, should these subordinates fail to subdue the Lin family, or should they be vanquished by our ancestor, it may attract the attention of the great Mei dynasty. The consequences of that scenario are too dire to contemplate. Head of the family, perhaps we should seek an audience with our ancestor. This matter pertains to the very survival of the Lin family, beyond our capacity to resolve. Agreed. Such a significant issue necessitates the involvement of our ancestor. Upon hearing this, the high-ranking members of the Lin family nodded in unison. Although they were reluctant to disturb the profound meditation of their ancestors, they felt compelled to ascertain the circumstances surrounding the matter at hand. Lin Wudi shared this sentiment. Just as the assembly rose to venture toward the family's rear mountain to seek the ancestral judgment on this significant issue, a familiar voice suddenly resonated within their minds. I am already aware of the situation. There is no need for you to concern yourselves. I shall manage it. Moreover, the fall of an individual does not equate to absolute demise. When you attain sufficient strength, you can accomplish all that you desire, including the resurrection from death. If you wish to prevent the members of the Lin family from enduring such tragic fates, then strive diligently in your cultivation. Only through relentless strengthening can you safeguard all that you wish to protect. Having long returned to the family, Lin Chen sensed the commotion and felt a stir within his heart as he articulated these words. In that moment, a flicker of shame crossed the faces of the high-ranking members of the Lin family present. If only their powers were sufficient, they would not have allowed others to bully them to such an extent, nor would they have to fear potential extermination. I must grow stronger. I will protect my home and all that I hold dear. They clenched their fists, their hearts resounding with desperate cries of fury. In that instant, their yearning for power reached an unparalleled intensity. Alas, not only do you require time, but I do as well. Otherwise, how could I refrain from informing you of Lin Ling's survival? On a towering mountain deep within the Lin estate, Lin Chen stood with his hands clasped behind him, observing the reactions of his clan with a sense of reassurance, yet simultaneously feeling a weight of pressure. Through the eye of fate, he scrutinized the actions of the carefree king. He understood that, for the time being, the latter had no intention of employing the might of the great beauty dynasty against the Lin family. After all, in the carefree king's perception, Ling Ling was merely a prodigy hailing from a lowly dynasty. While this was sufficient to affirm her extraordinary lineage, a mere low-level dynasty could only boast a supreme being of the divine realm at best, hardly warranting a grand confrontation. Of course, Lin Chen was acutely aware that the carefree king, with his meticulous and cautious nature, would not overlook the Lin family. The Grand Han dynasty's ancestral figure, Xiao Jia, had already pledged allegiance to the carefree king, and even the news regarding Lin Ling had been divulged by him. Contemplating these matters, Lin Chen began to devise potential strategies. Based on the intelligence gathered thus far, he could surmise 3 possible actions the carefree king might take next. 1. Commanding a contingent of the Crimson Armored Brigade. bestowed upon him by the emperor of the Great Beauty Dynasty, to strike directly at the Lin family and eradicate them completely. 2. Supporting the Grand Han Dynasty in its endeavor to annex the Great Chu Dynasty, thereby simultaneously obliterating the Lin family. 3. Disseminating information that would incite other factions to intervene. Among these 3 strategies, the last held the least probability of occurrence. Despite his infamous reputation, the carefree king was still a man who valued his pride. The first method seems improbable, as once he deploys the red armored troops against the Lin family, his father would inevitably be notified, leading to unwanted inquiries that he would find bothersome. Thus, in Lin Chen's perspective, the Prince of Carefree would most likely opt for the second method. This approach would not only allow him to expand his sphere of influence and plunder additional resources, but also reflects the notion that the Lin family's strength is not yet at a level warranting his serious attention. Moreover, it carries the implication of investing heavily for a significant return. Just consider, a minor dynasty like the Great Han has allied with me, granting them the opportunity to break through to the true spirit realm and the chance to expand their territorial dominion. Does that not entice you? The extravagant lifestyle of the Prince of Carefree signifies substantial expenses. His princely stipend is insufficient, necessitating the exploration of alternative avenues for resource acquisition. Initially, he intended to return and obliterate the Great Han Dynasty, but it appears that such an action is no longer feasible. Sigh, it seems you shall linger a while longer. With a deep gaze toward the direction of the Great Han Dynasty, Lin Chen gradually closed his eyes. The events of this period have left his spirit somewhat taut and fatigued. Yet, as the patriarch of the Lin family, he must shoulder the responsibilities befitting his status. My dear, what occupies your thoughts? You seem quite weary. Shall I offer you a massage? At that moment, noticing the fatigue etched upon Lin Chen's brow, Chu Sighting, who had been attentive to him, felt a twinge of concern. She gracefully moved, resting his head against her bosom, tenderly and attentively kneading his temples. I am well. You bear the responsibility of caring for Xiao, allowing me ample time for cultivation, which I consider fortunate. Once Xiao grows older, you should also dedicate yourself to your own cultivation. Indeed, leaning against Lin Chen, Chu Sighting nodded earnestly. She wished to accompany him on this journey, and would certainly not forsake her own cultivation. Were it not for her reluctance to entrust their son to another's care, she would have already retreated into seclusion for training. Of course, with her innate constitution of extreme ease, even with a few years of delay, the abundant resources provided by Lin Chen would enable her to progress swiftly, alleviating any immediate concerns. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the shadows of the 2 entwined figures stretched long, akin to a layer of delicate golden sand cascading over them, radiating tranquility, harmony, and warmth. Yet, at that moment, a small child resembling Lin Chen, approximately 2 or 3 years old, with round, wide eyes, exclaimed in astonishment, shame. Daddy and Mommy are actually embracing in the courtyard. Lin. Xia, don't run away. Ah, father, save me. Where did you learn such things at your age? Stop right there. Let me give you a little spanking to educate you. Ah, I'm doomed. Time flows like a gentle stream, and in the blink of an eye, over a year has passed. In the skies above the Great Han Dynasty, a familiar aura emerged from the void, heralding the arrival of Xiao Jia, who had been absent from the dynasty for over a year. Ancestor, you have finally returned. How did your journey to the Great Beauty Dynasty fare? Did the Prince of Leisure mention when he would arrange for powerful allies to assist us in our expansion? Upon seeing the figure of their ancestor, the powerful beings of the Great Han Dynasty flocked to him. Had it not been for the knowledge of the long journey, a year without news would have ignited their concerns. Yet, upon witnessing their ancestor's return, their worries dissipated, replaced by a profound curiosity. With this ancestor leading the charge, what more needs to be said? Issue a command to open the dynasty's treasury. In the time to come, we shall exhaust every means to enhance your strengths. Once I emerge from seclusion, the Great Chu Dynasty and the Great Han Dynasty will be but mere trifles in our grasp. Furthermore, send a team to infiltrate the vicinity of Dian City in the Great Chu Dynasty. Should any prodigy from the Lin family arise, act swiftly to eliminate them. And remember to conceal your identities. With that, Xiao Jia stepped into the secret chamber, commencing his retreat to prepare for a breakthrough. His journey to the Prince of Leisure's residence had yielded bountiful rewards. Not only had he garnered the prince's support, but he had also received a 6th grade elixir, the True Spirit Pill. Its efficacy, as the name suggests, lies in enhancing the probability of condensing true spirit. This particular pill was nearing the threshold of intermediate 6th grade, capable of increasing the probability by 40%. With this elixir, combined with his extensive foundation accumulated over a millennium, his chances of breaking into the true spirit realm soared to over 70%. This was precisely why he was so eager. Could it be that the ancestor obtained an opportunity for a breakthrough to the true spirit realm from the Prince of Leisure's residence? Indeed, it is highly probable, otherwise. I cannot fathom what else could incite such urgency in our ancestor. Laughter erupted among the returning powerful figures of the Great Han Dynasty, their faces alight with joy. After a millennium, we shall finally witness the emergence of a true spirit realm sovereign in our Great Han Dynasty. How delightful indeed. The realization filled them with excitement. A dynasty with a true spirit realm sovereign is an entirely different entity than one without. In terms of power hierarchy, a force led by a true spirit realm sovereign is designated as a 4th grade power, often referred to as a sovereign force. In the entirety of the wild state, it ranks among the elite powers. Many significant trade fairs and opportunities for secret realm explorations, pathways monopolizing high-end resources, are accessible only to those of this caliber. After all, without reaching this level, even an invitation would be futile, for one would be unable to afford the costs. In summary, this represents a qualitative transformation for one party, yielding substantial benefits. They stand to gain significantly from this development. Typically, a formidable figure at the 9th level of the divine passage realm requires decades, even centuries, to ascend to the true spirit realm. However, the ancestral figure possesses the fortuitous blessings bestowed by the King of Leisure, which should considerably shorten this duration. Though one cannot ascertain the exact time frame. Is it 10 years, 20, or 30? Regardless of the years required, our focus should be on fulfilling the tasks entrusted to us by the ancestor. The words of the 3rd elder resonate profoundly. At this juncture, the formidable beings of the Great Han Dynasty hastily ventured into the treasury, initially selecting a plethora of cultivation resources for themselves and subsequently formulating a training plan. In a fleeting moment, several surrounding dynasties were significantly affected by their actions, quietly preparing for what was to come. An undercurrent surged within this realm. However, what they did not anticipate was that this undercurrent would persist for a full 12 years. A span of 12 years is negligible for a dynasty that has endured for tens of thousands of years. Yet, amidst the covert competitions among the major dynasties, with resources being drawn from the treasury to bolster their military capabilities, the changes became rather pronounced. Firstly, within the Great Chu dynasty, the number of royal-level figures in the divine passage realm increased by more than 10 over these years, averaging almost one new figure each year. Secondly, the ranks beneath the divine passage realm saw a multiplication of numbers, far exceeding previous counts. The army of the blood exchange realm, which previously maintained a strength of 300,000, surged to 1,000,000. The transcendent realm alone saw an increase of several thousand. This newfound power could sweep away 99% of the forces in the surrounding dynasties, rendering it formidable. With such rapid enhancement in strength across the major dynasties, the Lin family, holding dominion over Great Flame City and 10 other cities, also experienced significant growth. Indeed, one could assert that the Lin family's overall capabilities have undergone a revolutionary transformation. Notably, the number of family members has expanded from a mere 1,000 to over 3,000. Almost every adult member of the Lin family now has several children, with some even having upwards of 10 or 20. Furthermore, they intend to continue expanding their lineage, as the family's contribution points ensure they need not fear the burdens of raising them. Chapter 89. We do not seek trouble, yet we do not fear it next. It is the emergence of formidable individuals from the Lin family. The number of those in the Transcendence realm has grown from a mere 3 to more than 10, prompting Lin Chen to activate the second phase of the Ultimate Challenge mission. Congratulations to the host. The family's overall strength has reached the required standard, triggering the next phase of the Ultimate Challenge mission. Lead the family to ascend to a 5th-tier power, and completing the task will yield substantial rewards. The specific requirements are as follows. 1. The family must have a strong presence in the Divine Ability realm. 2. The number of Transcendence realm experts must exceed 50. 3. Cultivate 1 5th-tier alchemist, 2 4th-tier alchemists, one fifth-tier talisman master, and one fourth-tier formation master. 4. The family must surpass a population of 100,000. Upon reviewing the system's advancement criteria, Lin Chen's gaze momentarily sharpened. Among these 4 stipulations, it can be said that aside from the second and fourth, which are comparatively straightforward, the remaining 2 pose increasingly daunting challenges. After all, within the Lin family, the most powerful member, Lin Wudi, is merely at the 5th level of the Transcendence realm, leaving a vast distance to the Divine Ability realm. Similarly, considering the current state of the Lin family, the task of cultivating 2 fourth-tier alchemists and 1 fourth-tier formation master is no less formidable than the former. However, the presence of Ling Ling and Lin Feng, the sibling duo, alleviates any pressure regarding the 5th-tier alchemist and 5th-tier talisman master roles. After 12 years of dedicated cultivation, under the tutelage of Xiao Jia, Ling Ling has ascended to the 5th-tier alchemist level, with her own cultivation now reaching the 3rd level of the Transcendence realm. Her strength has undergone a remarkable transformation. In comparison, her brother Lin Feng has also made significant strides. After spending some time training outside the Lin family, he encountered another powerful individual possessing a shard of the Ling Long pagoda, leading to an inevitable outcome. Lin Feng successfully overcame this trial, merging with a shard of the pagoda and receiving a surge of power from it, thus breaking through to the blood exchange realm. As of now, Lin Feng has achieved a high 4th tier in talisman mastery, while his cultivation has also broken through to the 1st level of the Transcendence realm. The Lin family now boasts over 200 blood exchange realm experts. If development continues in an orderly fashion, gathering 50 Transcendence realm experts is not an insurmountable task. Moreover, with a base population of 3,000, reaching 100,000 could be accomplished in a few decades. It seems that greater attention must be devoted to cultivating 4th-tier alchemists and formation masters. With this thought, Lin Chen's previously furrowed brow eased considerably. He then turned his focus inward. Without a doubt, the greatest beneficiary of these 12 years has been Lin Chen himself. With the continuous influx of fortune points generated from the Lin family's rapid progress, he has not only elevated his advanced innate divine body to the pinnacle of its kind, but has also experienced a transformative leap in his cultivation. In the realm of the 2nd pinnacle of the true spirit, Lin Chen has, over the years, comprehended a unique essence of power known as Guardian. Should he succeed in merging this ethereal strength with his sword intent, it would evolve into a sword domain, establishing him as one of the foremost sword cultivators in the Dantian continent. With his current cultivation and foundation, he believes that if he were to confront the carefree king once more, he could vanquish him with a single strike. Even against formidable adversaries at the 6th level of the true spirit realm, he possesses the capability to engage in battle. Should he wield the eternal sword, he would not flinch even before the mightiest beings at the 7th level of true spirit, excluding the exceptional prodigies. Having previously battled the carefree king has afforded Lin Chen a clearer understanding of his own combat prowess. As one ascends, the disparities between each realm become increasingly pronounced. During his time at the Transcendence realm, he could contend against foes spanning 7 or 8 levels, but as his cultivation has advanced to the true spirit realm, he can now only challenge opponents 4 levels above him. This limitation stems from the fact that Lin Chen's physique, techniques, supernatural abilities, and sword intent have yet to achieve a significant breakthrough. Take, for instance, the essence of power, should he transcend to the sword domain, with equivalent cultivation, physique, techniques, and supernatural capabilities. Lin Chen's combat strength could potentially overwhelm those at the 7th level of true spirit and stand against the 8th level without relying on the eternal sword. After 12 years of enduring patience, he has finally attained the strength to confront the Grand Beauty Dynasty. The thought of this alleviates a considerable portion of the pressure that has been accumulating within him, although he remains unaware of the true depth of the Grand Beauty Dynasty. The fact that it has not ascended to a 3rd-tier power and become another hegemon of the wasteland suggests that no Nirvana realm experts reside within its ranks. Furthermore, the reliance on the might of the Tianyang sect to dominate the alliance of 100 dynasties indicates that the mightiest within the Grand Beauty Dynasty are likely to be ordinary beings at the 8th or 9th levels of true spirit, with no unparalleled experts of the true king realm or above to oversee them. Thus, should he achieve breakthroughs in both his cultivation and the essence of power, he would possess the strength to contend with the Grand Beauty Dynasty. After accumulating fortune points for so many years, it is time to put them to use. A glance at his personal panel reveals that his fortune points have surpassed 1 million, igniting a glimmer of excitement in Lin Chen's eyes. Without hesitation, he expended 180,000 fortune points within the system to purchase a supreme true spirit pill. With his foundation, the assistance of this pill would facilitate an effortless breakthrough to the 3rd level of true spirit, and with favorable luck, he might even reach the pinnacle of that level in one fell swoop. With a resolute gulp, Lin Chen retrieved the supreme true spirit pill, barely glancing at its appearance before swallowing the dragon eye-sized elixir whole. In an instant, an incredibly potent medicinal essence unfurled within him, continuously devoured and refined by Lin Chen's martial scriptures, becoming an integral part of his cultivation. As the ambient spiritual energy within the chamber surged forth, it seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, akin to a tide rushing towards Lin Chen. The meditation cushion upon which he sat exuded an aura of profound mystery, deepening his understanding of the realm he sought to grasp. For a fleeting moment, the chamber was enveloped in the symphony of swirling spiritual energy, devoid of any other sound. Meanwhile, in the heart of the Lin family, a strikingly handsome youth, approximately 15 or 16 years of age, had just concluded his training. A formidable aura suddenly emanated from him. I have finally reached the first stage of the transcendence realm. As he sensed the terrifying power surging within him, Lin Xia could not help but reveal a look of immense joy. As a divine body, he inherited the exceptional innate qualities of Lin Chen's primordial physique. Lin Xia not only possessed an inherently robust physical and spiritual constitution, but he also began his cultivation journey 7 or 8 years earlier than most. Lin Chen had initiated his training when he was merely 5 years old, utilizing a martial classic obtained from a novice gift package. In contrast, other family members practiced the upgraded version of the primordial return technique, known as the primordial chi skill, which had been exchanged from the system. This high-tier technique, categorized as middle grade, could be cultivated up to the 9th level of the true spirit realm, far surpassing the capabilities of typical 4th-tier heritage techniques. However, this does not imply that Lin Chen was reluctant to share the martial classic with his kin. Rather, their innate talents were insufficient to grasp its complexity. Additionally, the number of practitioners for high-level techniques was too great for the Lin family's resources to accommodate. Most importantly, it is said that a commoner is not guilty, but possessing treasures can lead to their ruin. Should the existence of the martial classic be divulged, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among countless factions throughout the Dongtian continent, turning the entire Lin family into prey for numerous forces. Mother, you mentioned that as long as I reach the transcendence realm, I could leave the Lin family to venture into the outside world. Is that still valid? The newly ascended Lin Xia sought out his mother with a pitiful expression. Since his birth, he had never left Dian City, spending most of his time within the confines of the Lin family. The reason for this was the vigilant presence of formidable assassins dispatched by the Great Han Dynasty to target the Lin family's prodigies, which prompted Chu Siding to restrict his movements for his safety. However, unable to resist Lin Xia's earnest pleas, she ultimately agreed to a set of conditions, establishing a pact. You've broken through to the transcendence realm? So soon? Upon hearing Lin Xia's words, Chu Siding was momentarily taken aback, her gaze intensifying upon him. In that moment, she discerned the true extent of his cultivation. He had genuinely broken through. A flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes, but she soon fell into deep contemplation. The husband has remained in seclusion until now, and if he were to be released under these circumstances, there lies the possibility of peril. With my cultivation at the initial stage of the divine ability realm, I cannot guarantee Xiao's safety with absolute certainty. However, to deny Xiao this opportunity would surely inflict great sorrow upon him. Moreover, Xiao has never ventured beyond the confines of Dian City in all these years. It would indeed be cruel to deny him a glimpse of the world outside. Perhaps it is best to allow him this freedom. After all, with the numerous hidden safeguards left by his father, those assassins should pose no significant threat to him. A journey into the outside world may serve him well, and I merely hope it does not disturb his father's seclusion. Having made my decision, Chu Siding nodded at Lin Xia without hesitation, then advised him, Xiao, you are aware that there are individuals in the outside world who specialize in assassinating the prodigies of the Lin family. While your father has eliminated many, new threats arise periodically, which not only endangers him but also hinders his cultivation, hence your prolonged stay in Dian City. However, you have now broken through to the Transcendence realm, and I shall not impede your desire to venture forth. Yet, remember this, do not trust strangers, and do not misuse your strength to bully others. Of course, if anyone dares to provoke you, do not hesitate to retaliate. If you cannot handle it, send word to your mother, and should it come to that, your father will stand behind you. Remember, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But if one does offend me, I shall certainly retaliate. We do not seek trouble, yet we do not fear it either. As she spoke, a formidable aura emanated from Chu's sighting, her presence exuding strength that surpassed even that of a fourth-stage divine ability cultivator, despite her own cultivation being at the first stage. Mother, you are truly wonderful, Lin Xiao responded, feeling a wave of warmth within. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated remaining at home to avoid burdening his parents. However, the tedium of prolonged confinement had become unbearable, and his yearning for the outside world had reached an insatiable peak. He also understood the strength of his father. Even if he were targeted by those assassins, with the hidden cards he possessed, he could easily turn the tide in his favor. Thus, he refrained from voicing any reservations. Nonetheless, Lin Xiao chose to spend a few more days with his mother before packing his belongings into his storage ring. Under the watchful gaze of Chu's sighting, he departed from the Lin family. His first destination was the Demon Beast Mountain Range. Within the realm of Dongtian Continent, the Demon Beast Mountain Range stretches endlessly, nearly spanning the entirety of the continent, with countless branches extending in various directions. The branch adjacent to Dian City is merely a minor one, where the most formidable of beasts are only equivalent to a fourth-tier beast, comparable to a Transcendence Realm cultivator. For Lin Xiao, who has just broken through to this stage, it represents a relatively safe training ground. Given my physique and foundation, even with cultivation at the first stage of the Transcendence Realm, I can harness combat power equivalent to that of a 7th stage, comparable to a high-tier 4th-grade beast. In order to exercise caution, I shall seek out a 4th-tier intermediate demon beast to hone my skills. As Lin Xiao traversed the path, he contemplated his intentions and soon arrived at a resolution. His departure from Dian City was not solely motivated by a desire to witness the splendor of the outside world. It was equally a quest for self-improvement. After all, although he had engaged in sparring with numerous formidable opponents within the Lin family, they were always cautious, refraining from unleashing their full potential, rendering such encounters rather unfulfilling. Father, when you emerge from your seclusion, the person who stands before you will undoubtedly astonish you. With a reluctant glance back at the direction of Dian City, Lin Xiao plunged into the depths of the Demon Beast Mountains. What Lin Xiao remained oblivious to was that just hours after his departure from Dian City, in a remote forest several thousand miles away, a middle-aged man clad in a tight black suit gazed at the intelligence in his hands, his eyes betraying a flicker of excitement. After 8 long years, you have finally chosen to leave Dian City. I wonder what hidden strengths your father bequeathed you. Regardless of the extent, I cannot allow you to continue your growth unchallenged. Mobilize all resources of the Dahan dynasty within the Dazhu dynasty, regardless of the cost. We must eliminate Lin Xiao without fail, he commanded. Yes, leader. As he watched his subordinate depart, Jin Yoqing's gaze shifted toward the Demon Beast Mountains adjacent to Dian City, a fierce glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Over the years, they had meticulously gathered intelligence on the Lin family. Though many prodigies had emerged, they remained within his comprehension. However, Lin Xiao's talent instilled a sense of dread in him and the Dahan dynasty behind him. At merely 16, he had reached the 9th level of the blood exchange realm. The mere thought of it suffocated Jin Yuqing. Such a talent was terrifyingly extraordinary. In both the Dahan and Dazhu dynasties, as well as among superpowers like the Damei dynasty, none could rival him. He was certain that should Lin Xiao's abilities become known, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the 3 dominant factions of the Wilderness Province, who would traverse billions of miles to recruit him, even igniting a cataclysmic conflict over his allegiance. Thus, despite being aware of Lin Xiao's prodigious talent, they dared not publicize it, and instead worked tirelessly to conceal it, intent on preventing him from drawing undue attention and exposing himself to the watchful eyes of the 3 dominant factions. To this end, the Dahan dynasty even withheld information from the Damei dynasty, ensuring Lin Xiao's news was never disseminated. Of course, This was also due to Jin Shijian remaining in seclusion. In order to reach the Wandering King, they had to rely on other factions for communication, which carried the risk of exposure. As for personally delivering the information, they had been turned away at the very gates of the Wandering King's estate. The individuals residing within the Zhao Wangfu are naught but sycophants, emboldened by their association with power. Had it not been for the Zhao King still in seclusion to recuperate from his injuries, I would have stirred up considerable commotion to draw his attention, even at the cost of my own life. Alas, whenever the image of this scenario flickers through Jin Yuqing's mind, he cannot help but clench his fists. Nevertheless, it is fortuitous that he has emerged. Should he succeed in vanquishing this foe, it would be worthwhile even if it depletes the extensive foundation that the Great Han Dynasty has painstakingly built over millennia in the Great Chu Dynasty. The thought of you surviving to become a formidable being akin to your father weighs heavily on my heart. Meanwhile, deep within the Beast Mountain range, Lin Xia, unaware of the impending danger, ventured several hundred miles in, ultimately discovering the lair of a mid-level 4th-grade beast. A firestorm giant elephant? I am astonished that the first mid-level 4th-grade beast I encounter is such a formidable creature. Upon beholding the beast, a grave expression crossed Lin Xia's face. The firestorm giant elephant possesses two innate talents: the ability to manipulate fire elements to engulf enemies in flames, which can severely injure even those at the 5th level of the Transcendence realm, and its innate strength is unparalleled. The terrifying power of the firestorm giant elephant is sufficient to deter even the most formidable 4th-grade advanced beasts, let alone humans of the same realm. Despite this, Lin Xia felt no fear. While the firestorm giant beast is undeniably powerful, it remains a mid-level 4th-grade creature, and in the grand scheme, it is still inferior to advanced 4th-grade beasts. For one with combat prowess comparable to the 7th level of the Transcendence realm, it presents an excellent opportunity for honing skills. Fight! The mere thought of this ignited a fierce battle spirit within Lin Xia. No longer concealing his presence, he boldly appeared directly before the firestorm giant elephant, unleashing his astonishing aura. Roar! Upon seeing Lin Xia, the firestorm giant elephant immediately let out a thunderous roar, sensing the threat exuding from him, and activated its innate talents. Chapter 90. The ultimate showdown. A terrifying inferno erupted forth from the body of the blazing colossal elephant, cascading towards Lin Xia's position like a barrage from a machine gun. Yet, in the face of such a horrifying spectacle, Lin Xia's expression remained utterly unchanged. In his hand, a long azure sword appeared, seemingly from nowhere. Starlit Sword Technique. As the incantation resonated within his mind, brilliant blossoms of sword energy erupted from his grasp, emitting scintillating starlight that transformed into fierce sword chi, surging forth to meet the flames. Crack! The clash of sword chi against the inferno erupted into a cataclysmic roar, sending sparks flying and transforming the surrounding area into a realm dominated by sword energy and fire. Countless beasts outside the domain of the blazing elephant fled in a panic. Observing that his formidable innate ability, the overwhelming flames, could not subdue the individual before him, the colossal elephant instinctively raised its massive foot, over 4 meters high, and charged towards Lin Xia with a thunderous stomp, an unstoppable force. Feeling the immense pressure emanating from the elephant's foot, Lin Xia's expression shifted, prompting him to roll aside in haste. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated through the void, shaking the very earth beneath him. A vast crater materialized beside him. What monstrous strength! As he absorbed the scene before him, Lin Xia's gaze sharpened, and his heart grew increasingly cautious. Despite being endowed with the innate yin-yang divine body, granting him a physique that surpassed others of the same realm, he was still merely at the 1st level of the transcendent stage, and thus, he fell short compared to the formidable blazing elephant, akin to a 4th-tier high-level beast. Fortunately, while the heavens bestowed upon the blazing elephant immense fiery talents and terrifying strength, they deprived it of speed. With Lin Xia's reflexes, he could still deftly maneuver against it. In this intense combat, Lin Xia's battle experience surged at a noticeable rate, while his comprehension of the sword technique deepened continuously. Time passed, though its measure was lost to him. Suddenly, after a brief pause, the starlit sword technique underwent a profound transformation, becoming ever more ethereal and intricate, resulting in a dramatic enhancement of its power. Consequently, Lin Xiao's combat prowess surged significantly. Starlit sword technique, perfected. Upon sensing this transformation within himself, Lin Xiao's heart brimmed with joy. His gaze towards the blazing colossal elephant shifted instantaneously. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his long sword and executed the perfected starlit sword technique. Endless starlight coalesced in the void, morphing into an infinite array of stellar sword chi that surged towards the colossal elephant. Rumble. The already sluggish and unresponsive elephant was unable to evade Lin Xiao's strike, and in an instant, its gigantic form was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently and creating an immense crater. Strike. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, Lin Xiao, despite never having ventured beyond the confines of Dian City or experienced such life and death struggles, grasped the underlying truths. Without the slightest hesitation, he raised his longsword and charged once more towards the blazing giant elephant. After half an hour, gazing upon the lifeless form of the fiery behemoth, Lin Xia drove his sword into the ground to support his weary body, inhaling deeply to regain his breath. Following a brief respite, he refrained from lingering and scavenged the spoils before continuing on his journey. Traversing the Beast Mountain range was not mere rhetoric for him. Several hours later, the sound of slicing air resonated across the battlefield, suffused with sword energy and flames. Figures clad in black attire, exuding formidable auras, suddenly materialized. The presence of sword energy and these traces indicated that our target had indeed been located. The fiery giant elephant? It was suspected to possess combat prowess exceeding the 6th level of the Transcendence realm. This group of black-clad individuals were assassins dispatched by the Great Han Dynasty, specifically targeting the Lin family within the Great Chu Dynasty. With their extensive experience, they quickly discerned Lin Xiao's general situation. Let us follow closely. Be cautious not to alert him. We are too near Dian City. We shall act once he has distanced himself. Understood, Captain. Shortly after this group of black-clad figures departed, another similarly garbed powerhouse glanced back at Dian City, lingering in the shadows behind them. Meanwhile, on another front, Lin Ling, who was also undergoing trials in the Beast Mountain range and had been navigating towards Lin family territory from the vicinity of Dan City, finally reunited with Lin Feng. Sister, it truly is you. You're alive. Haha. The ancestor did not deceive me. Upon seeing Lin Ling's visage and familiar aura, Lin Feng was overcome with tears and laughter, overwhelmed with joy. All right, you're all grown up now. Hurry, I've been away from home for too long. Tell me about the family's situation. Patting Lin Feng on the shoulder, Lin Ling felt a warmth in her heart, but could not suppress her long-held concerns regarding the family. With the ancestor safeguarding us, what could possibly go wrong? Things have been steadily improving. Over the years, Lin Feng recounted the changes within the Lin family in detail. Lin Ling's expressions fluctuated with joy, guilt, happiness, and excitement as he spoke. It was not until several hours later that their emotions gradually stabilized. Sister, are you planning to leave the Beast Mountain range and return to the Lin family? No, not yet. Until I receive definitive news from the ancestor. It is unwise for me to appear in Dian City. I must remain within the Beast Mountain range for training. After all, if news of my survival were to spread, it would not only jeopardize me, but could also bring grave peril to our entire Lin family. Although Lin Ling yearned to return home to reunite with her parents and the elders of her family, she was acutely aware of the consequences of her exposure. Lin Feng opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from speaking. He understood this reasoning just as well. Oh, do not overthink it. With our ancestors' prodigious talent, staying in the monster Beast Mountains for merely another decade or two will endow us with the strength to defy the Great Beauty Dynasty. In comparison to the millennia of life granted by the Transformation Realm, what does it truly signify? Just consider it a period of training and seclusion for your sister in these mountains. Moreover, unbeknownst to you, the Monster Beast Mountains harbor many undeveloped areas brimming with spiritual herbs. I shall practice alchemy and then enter seclusion in the blink of an eye. A decade or so will pass. Sensing Lin Feng's discontent, Lin Ling comforted him with her words, devoid of any hint of grievance, instead imbued with a sense of joy. After all, she was not truly alone here, with her teacher, Xiao Jia, accompanying her for conversation, alchemy, and exploration. Boredom was a distant thought. Yet, Lin Feng was unaware of this. He mistakenly believed that Lin Ling was merely saying this to placate him. However, he chose not to argue further. When weighed against the fate of the entire family, the cost of remaining in the monster beast mountains for some time was indeed negligible. Well, I shall stay here with my sister a bit longer then. All right. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. Through the trials of blood and fire in the monster beast mountains, Lin Xiao's growth was rapid. Within just half a month, he had solidified his cultivation at the first level of the transformation realm and made considerable progress beyond that. Subsequently, after 3 months, he reached the pinnacle of the first level of the transformation realm. Upon traversing the monster beast mountains and entering the territory of Tianqin County, Lin Xiao's cultivation had advanced to the second level of the transformation realm, with combat prowess surpassing that of an average practitioner at the 8th level. Who goes there? The instant Lin Xia stepped out of the monster beast mountains, an aura tinged with a hint of murderous intent enveloped him, compelling his gaze to fixate ahead as he shouted. Instantly, he became alert. Swoosh! Just as Lin Xiao's words fell, he was met with a flurry of icy blade lights slicing towards him from all directions. Judging by the aura emanating from these blades, some were wielded by formidable beings at the 9th level of the transformation realm. Starry sword technique. Instinctively, Lin Xia summoned his soul-perfected sword technique for defense. As a mid-tier martial skill of human rank, even a typical practitioner at the divine ability realm would require centuries to master it fully. Its might should not be underestimated. Effortlessly, most of the attacks were thwarted, with only 2 beams of light from blades, reaching the 9th level of the transformation realm, breaking through Lin Xiao's sword technique defenses. Bang! A figure was instantly sent flying, crashing against a large tree behind him. Simultaneously, a dozen figures clad in black appeared, encircling Lin Xia completely. Who could it be? Ah, it's you wretched rats. Despite being struck by the blade's light, Lin Xia remained unscathed. After all, the 2 beams that penetrated his sword defenses had lost much of their original potency, and the residual force was merely a trifling nuisance to Lin Xia, who possessed the innate yin-yang divine body, akin to a mere mosquito bite that could not harm him in the slightest. Kill. However, in response to Lin Xiao's taunts, the black-clad figures exchanged glances, showing no inclination to engage in dialogue, and charged forth once more. The blades shimmered with resplendent light under the sun, radiating a chilling gleam. The terrifying force capable of shattering mountains and severing rivers lay hidden within these seemingly beautiful beams, erupting with an awe-inspiring momentum that locked onto Lin Xia. With no avenue for escape, he could only brace himself. Witnessing this scene, the phrase "there's nowhere to run, only to resist" emerged in Lin Xiao's mind. Gritting his teeth, he pushed his innate yin-yang divine body to its utmost limit, emanating strands of intricate light interwoven in black and white. Crack, crack. Then, it was as if something within Lin Xia shattered, unleashing an even more terrifying aura that surged from his being. He was originally only slightly stronger than an average 8th level transformation realm practitioner, yet his aura now multiplied several times, surpassing even that of an ordinary 9th level transformation realm warrior. Kill. A glint of fierceness flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes. He wasted no more words and unleashed his most formidable martial skill, engaging the black-clad figures in combat. Clang, clang, clang. A series of resonant sounds erupted as blades clashed with swords, filling the air with a crisp symphony. The fearsome lights of blades and swords instantly turned everything within a radius of several thousand meters into dust. Many formidable individuals, either preparing to venture into the Beast Mountain range or already within it, felt the commotion and cast their gazes in that direction. Who is this young man? At such a tender age, he can withstand the assault of over a dozen transformation realm experts without faltering? Is he not more terrifying than the legendary ancestor of the Lin family? Most strikingly, his cultivation was merely at the 2nd level of the transformation realm, yet his adversaries included terrifying existences at the 7th and even 9th levels. Unbelievable. How could such a prodigy exist in this world? The black and white aura enveloping him was clearly an anomaly triggered by a special physique, and these black-robed individuals bore an uncanny resemblance to the mysterious powerhouses dedicated to hunting down the Lin family's elite. Ah, do you mean to imply that he... The moment those words were uttered, many formidable practitioners were struck with astonishment. If these individuals clad in black truly belonged to that faction, does it not imply that this extraordinary prodigy, who has achieved the second layer of the Transcendence realm at merely 15 or 16 years of age, is indeed a member of the Lin family. The fall of a super genius, Lin Ling, has given rise to an even more formidable prodigy. The Lin family is truly astonishing. In that moment, the onlookers, strong and seasoned fighters, found themselves at a loss for words. Is this Lin family's brilliance? Upon hearing the discussions, Lin Ling, mingling among the crowd, cast a puzzled glance at Lin Feng beside her. Indeed, he is Lin Xia. Did you not hold him once? Ah, he is that little cherub from before? Upon Lin Feng's affirmative nod, Lin Ling's mouth fell agape in disbelief. She had never anticipated that the adorable child, once exuding the fragrance of infancy, would grow into a stoic swordsman. The disparity between these images was indeed striking. Ah, the Yin Yang divine body. No wonder his cultivation speed is so remarkable. Just as Lin Ling was astonished by the stark contrast between Lin Xia and her memories of him, a voice tinged with shock from Xiao Jia suddenly reached her ears. It is important to note that even in their Lingzhou, prodigies possessing divine bodies are exceedingly rare. Typically, the list of prodigies from each generation does not exceed 10. Most of these are of lower to mid-tier divine bodies. However, the appearance of a high-tier divine body can easily overshadow countless prodigies, securing a place among the top 3, or even first, on the prodigy list. The Yin Yang divine body, among the various divine physiques, stands out as one of the foremost. It is one of the most elite existences among divine bodies. One could assert that a prodigy endowed with a Yin Yang divine body, as long as they remain alive, is destined to become a transcendent figure in the Dantian continent. The Yin Yang divine body, truly, the descendant of the ancestor, their innate talent is indeed formidable. Having accompanied Xiao Jia for many years, Lin Ling, influenced by her observations, had developed a certain understanding of the numerous extraordinary physiques in the world, and she couldn't help but feel a flicker of astonishment. Linger. There is a small mouse at the 3rd level of the Divine Passage realm lurking in the shadows, seemingly intent on finding an opportunity to strike at your kin. Prepare yourself. We may need to act at any moment. Not only did Xiao Jia recognize Lin Xia's physique, but the hidden expert from the Divine Passage realm also took notice. Amidst the turbulence of their thoughts, it was swiftly detected by Xiao Jia. These wretched creatures from the great Han dynasty, one day, I, Lin Ling, shall uproot you entirely. While she silently cursed within, Lin Ling maintained a composed demeanor as she instructed Lin Feng before gradually approaching the battlefield. Thus, this fierce battle continued for several hours. After exhausting a plethora of strategies and mental fortitude, Lin Xia ultimately vanquished each of these assassins. Incredible, simply astounding. To confront and defeat over a dozen assassins ranging from the 3rd to the 9th layers of the Transcendence realm at the 2nd layer of his own cultivation is a feat that instills a sense of humility within us all. Regrettably, the more he showcased his extraordinary talent, the greater the murderous intent of that mysterious force grew towards him. It is likely that next time, they will directly dispatch a formidable expert to take action. At that moment, alas, if I were he, I would undoubtedly remain hidden within the confines of Dian City. Thus, he cannot truly become a powerful figure, as Lin Xia relentlessly vanquished his adversaries. The multitude of onlookers could only shake their heads in disbelief. If Lin Xia were to cease while ahead and seek refuge in Dian City, the majority did not believe he could remain unscathed under the relentless pursuit of that enigmatic organization. However, amidst the fervent debates, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura suddenly descended from the heavens. Simultaneously, a colossal hand, long planned and executed with a cunning angle that seemed to disregard distance, appeared above Lin Xia's head and descended upon him with great force. Bang! In an instant, the once tumultuous sky fell into a profound silence. Countless powerful beings were rendered speechless as they beheld the figure cloaked in black that had abruptly materialized in the arena, their minds consumed by a singular thought. An expert of the Transcendence realm, it was astonishing that such a powerful entity lay hidden in the shadows for this assassination. It was a certain death for him. This prodigy of the Lin family was doomed, regardless of Lin Xia's formidable physique or his terrifying combat prowess. These attributes could not alter the undeniable fact that his cultivation was merely at the 2nd level of the Transcendence realm. No matter how exceptional his constitution or talents might be, it was impossible for him to transcend so many realms to contend against an expert of the Transcendence realm. If he could, he would not have struggled so vehemently to eliminate those assassins of the Transcendence realm. Yet, just as the crowd believed Lin Xia was undoubtedly doomed, the dust settled, and the scene revealed him unscathed. However, beside him stood a powerful figure cloaked in black robes, confronting the figure in black above him. "Who are you?" the black-clad assassin demanded, his gaze fixed intently on the figure in black robes. "Why do you obstruct my affairs? Please step aside, or else. The consequences are beyond your capacity to bear." The coldness in his tone carried a hint of menace. Chapter 91. The pinnacle of the third stage of true spirit realm. Half-step sword domain. Amidst the clamor, facing the threats posed by the cloaked figure, Xiao Jia, who commanded Lin Ling's body, dismissed him with utter disdain. He could not even be bothered to engage in discourse, instead unleashing a terrifying aura and striking with a forceful palm. Ninth stage of the divine passage realm. Upon sensing the overwhelming energy radiating from Xiao Jia, the black-robed man's expression shifted dramatically. He pivoted, attempting to employ a secret technique to escape. Yet how could he, being merely at the third stage of the divine passage realm, hope to evade the grasp of Xiao Jia, who had regained the prowess of the ninth stage? Boom! Before the cloaked figure could react, Xiao Jia's palm landed heavily upon him, pinning him to the ground. An overwhelming force surged through his body, exacerbating his already grievous injuries, forcing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, leaving him in a critically weakened state, on the brink of death. "I, the great Han dynasty, shall not spare you." The black-clad man, acutely aware of his injuries, fixed his gaze upon the floating figure of the black-robed man, threatening even in his dying moments. Yet, before he could finish his utterance, a gentle breeze stirred, slightly lifting the veil that adorned Lin Ling's face, allowing him a glimpse of her exquisite and familiar visage. A wave of buried memories surged forth. Lin Ling, first place in the alchemist conference of the Great Chu dynasty. The mastermind behind the destruction of their great Han dynasty, ninth place in the alchemist competition of Dan City. As fragments of information about Lin Ling flashed through his mind, the black-clad man's face paled, his eyes widened in shock, pupils constricting as unprecedented terror erupted within him. Before he could utter another word, the tumult of emotions triggered a resurgence of his internal injuries. In his already precarious state, he was effectively scared to death, unable to close his eyes in repose. He could not fathom why Lin Ling, who had perished at the hands of the carefree king, would reappear in the Great Chu dynasty, and within a mere decade, become a formidable being of the ninth stage of the divine passage realm. What hope remained for the great Han dynasty's ancestors to break through to the true spirit realm under such circumstances? How could they contend with a peerless prodigy capable of slaughtering their kindred as though they were mere dogs? "We must depart from here." Casting a swift glance around, Lin Ling led Lin Feng and Lin Xiao away. The onlookers, only after a considerable time, regained their composure. Gulp. A dignified powerhouse of the divine passage realm was so effortlessly dispatched by that enigmatic black-robed figure? When did the Great Chu dynasty become such a haven for hidden talents? The divine passage realm, indeed, was a formidable force. Yet, who was that mysterious black-robed warrior, daring enough to offend the great Han dynasty? It is known that even the ancestors of the Lin family, having slain numerous strong foes, ultimately failed to annihilate them completely. Uncertain, yet it is evident that the figure cloaked in black seeks to conceal his identity, likely out of trepidation towards the great Han dynasty. Regardless, this spectacle was far from futile. If my conjecture holds true, the youth who was recently slain by the cloaked individual must be Lin Xia, the direct descendant of the Lin family's patriarch and, notably, the nephew of our esteemed emperor of the Great Chu dynasty. Alas, this revelation is bound to send ripples through the Great Chu dynasty. Observing the departing figures of Lin Ling and the others, the surrounding crowd erupted into fervent discussions. Among them were those well-informed, who deduced Lin Xia's true identity, causing a collective stir as some hastily departed upon hearing the news. In the Beast Mountain range, within a valley meticulously arranged with formations, Lin Ling spent considerable time elucidating the circumstances to Lin Xia and Lin Feng. This revelation stirred a sense of guilt within Lin Xia. No wonder his father had either been in seclusion or en route to it all these years. He had never anticipated the immense burden his father bore. The insufferable prince of leisure and the formidable Great Han dynasty ignited a flicker of sorrow in Lin Xia's eyes as he struck the ground with a heavy fist. harboring intense animosity toward the instigators of this turmoil. However, both the Prince of Leisure and the Great Han Dynasty loomed over him like insurmountable mountains, beyond the reach of his mere second-tier, transcendent cultivation. By the way, Lin Ling, how did you exhibit such formidable power moments ago? Suddenly, Lin Xia seemed to recall something and inquired with curiosity. Lin Feng, who had remained largely silent, also wore a face of intrigue. Just as Lin Ling contemplated seeking Xiao Jia's opinion, the latter unexpectedly emerged from the jade talisman. This is because I have temporarily possessed Linger, she explained. A spiritual entity? The sudden appearance of Xiao Jia startled both Lin Xia and Lin Feng, yet they soon regarded her with wide-eyed fascination, as it was their first encounter with such a being. Are you aware that it is quite impolite to scrutinize a young lady so? She chided playfully. Dare you believe I shall inform your ancestral patriarch of this indiscretion? Embarrassed, Lin Xia and Lin Feng exchanged sheepish glances, scratching their heads. Esteemed elder, do you know my father? Indeed, I was once. Just as Xiao Jia began to recount her entanglements with the Lin family, the news of Lin Xia's assassination attempt and subsequent rescue by a mysterious, powerful individual spread throughout the Great Chu dynasty, igniting a storm of tumult. Particularly shocking was the revelation of Lin Xia's identity as the son of the Lin family's patriarch, born with a unique constitution. In the realm of the second stage of transformation, various pieces of information have left countless individuals in a state of shock, astonishment, and frenzy. The son of the Lin family's ancestral figure? He should only be 16 years old, correct? 16 years old, and at the second stage of transformation? Are you quite certain you are not jesting? Why would I deceive you? This news has spread like wildfire among the major factions. Hiss! The Lin family is truly defying the heavens. With the illustrious Lin Chen as their formidable ancestor and the emergence of prodigies like Lin Ling and Lin Feng, the loss of Lin Ling has been succeeded by the even more extraordinary Lin Xia. The Lin family appears to possess an air of the extraordinary. Alas, it is regrettable that the Great Han Dynasty has inexplicably targeted the Lin family. Were it not for such circumstances, who knows how terrifying the Lin family's development would have been with these prodigies. Rumors suggest that the Great Han Dynasty's animosity towards the Lin family is influenced by the directives of the carefree king. Initially, tread carefully. Countless factions and powerful beings, upon receiving news about Lin Xia, were not only filled with trepidation but also recalled prior rumors, leading them to harbor doubts. Could it truly be so? Yes, it must be just as suspected. During the alchemist competition of the Great Chu dynasty, Lin Chen was capable of slaying a formidable adversary at the 9th stage of divine powers with a single sword strike. Now, he must be even more terrifying. Even if he is not a match for a true spirit realm sovereign, within the realm of divine powers, he is undoubtedly an invincible entity. If these powerful figures were merely puppets of the Great Han Dynasty, Lin Chen's temperament would have compelled him to confront them directly, rather than allowing the Lin family to remain in Dine City, unless there exists something that instills fear in Lin Chen. Since the Lin family's rise, it has only been during the alchemist competition in Pill City that Lin Ling's defiance angered the carefree king. If there is anyone who could invoke such caution in Lin Chen, aside from him, they cannot fathom any other significant grievances the Lin family might hold against a major power. If it were indeed the carefree king, the Lin family would be in dire straits. Upon this realization, silence enveloped the crowd. The carefree king is no mere individual. He is backed by the colossal Great Beauty dynasty. Regardless of how formidable Lin Chen may be in the short term, he could not possibly possess the strength to confront them. Potential, no matter how immense, remains merely potential. Only strength serves as the true measure of all things. In the capital of the Great Chu dynasty, the king of Chu observed the intelligence in his hand, his expression darkening increasingly. These wretched rodents. Had it not been for the Great Han dynasty's actions drawing numerous powerful individuals from my Great Chu dynasty, I would have ensured you knew the consequences of committing transgressions within my domain. Sigh, cousin siding truly is vexatious. Why allow Lin Xia to depart from Dine City? If anything were to go awry, there would be no place to weep. Issue orders to dispatch 2 Divine Powers guards to secretly protect Lin Xia on my behalf. Understood. Observing the departing figures of his subordinates, King Chu unconsciously rubbed his temples. Recently, as the activities of the Great Han dynasty intensified, he found himself under immense pressure. The fact that he could spare two formidable guardians to protect Lin Xia was a testament to his efforts. Reports arrived from the spies of the Great Beauty Dynasty, carrying urgent news. After what felt like an eternity, a hurried voice echoed from outside the grand hall, jolting King Chu from his reverie. "Come in." Upon unfolding the confidential letter handed to him by the guard, the moment he discerned its contents, his pupils constricted sharply, and his expression transformed dramatically. The Great Beauty Dynasty's Prince of Carefree had dispatched a pair of formidable beings and a true spirit realm master to the Great Han Dynasty, seemingly agreeing to the prince's conditions, which included assistance in territorial expansion. The Prince of Carefree, indeed, he had become embroiled in this matter. Muttering to himself, a flicker of despair crossed King Chu's eyes. A true spirit realm sovereign. Before such powerhouses, their lowly dynasty stood no chance. As for the Great Han Dynasty's ambitions for expansion, it was evident they intended to target several nations, with his own Great Chu Dynasty undoubtedly among them. No, the Great Chu Dynasty must not perish under my watch. With this thought, King Chu abruptly rose, departing from the hall where he typically conducted affairs, making his way deeper into the palace. Moments later, several formidable figures radiating a terrifying aura descended from the heavens. Before they could inquire further, King Chu presented the intelligence he held, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. What is happening? Why would the Prince of Carefree agree to assist the Great Han Dynasty in its expansion? A true spirit realm master, against such beings. The strength of the Great Chu Dynasty was utterly inadequate. They needed to prepare for all possibilities and activate the Ember Plan. In truth, there was no need for such haste. Matters had not yet reached a dire state. Just as the other elders consented to initiate the Ember Plan, the previously reticent Chu Jiantian suddenly spoke up. "Oh." The elders glanced at him, their faces reflecting surprise, their attention now focused on him. The Lin family. Acknowledging the attention, Chu Jiantian did not hesitate to direct his gaze toward the direction of Dian City, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. The Lin family? Are you referring to Lin Chen? Yet, has he not been coerced by the Great Han Dynasty into confining his family members within Dian City? If he truly possessed the strength to contend with a true spirit realm sovereign, how could he endure such humiliation? They were quite familiar with the Lin family and promptly raised their doubts, shattering the flicker of hope that had begun to rise in King Chu's heart. Indeed, if Lin Chen possessed such terrifying power, how could he possibly tolerate the Great Han Dynasty's reckless actions? You only know one side of the story, unaware of the other. Do you genuinely believe that the Lin family's presence in Dian City is due to the influence of the Great Han Dynasty? No, they share not even a trifling connection. To be precise, the Great Han Dynasty holds negligible significance to the Lin family's ancestors. What truly concerns them is the Xiangyao King and the Great Mei Dynasty. I dare say his years of low profile are likely a means of amassing strength. Only when he possesses sufficient power to confront both the Xiangyao King and the Great Mei Dynasty will he take action against the Great Han Dynasty. For us, the realm of true spirits seems unattainable, but for prodigies like Lin Chen, transcending to such a level is as effortless as eating or drinking. Chu Jingtian, brimming with confidence, analyzed his perspectives. His arguments were well-founded, leading the venerable ancestors into a contemplative silence. Ultimately, the most powerful ancestor made a decisive call. The group would split into two factions. One would journey to Dian City to pay a visit to the Lin family, while the other would continue preparations for the Fire Seed Plan. Should the expedition to Dian City yield no fruitful results, they would be poised to respond promptly. No one opposed this strategy. The chosen emissaries to the Lin family were the great ancestor and Chu Jingtian. Meanwhile, at Yunyu's sect, the esteemed elders, including the supreme elder Tian Yun, gathered to discuss matters not concerning the Great Han Dynasty, but the Xiangyao King. How likely is it that the Great Han Dynasty's recent actions were dictated by the Xiangyao King? It is highly probable. I believe we are all aware of the formidable combat prowess of the Lin family's elder. Despite having kept a low profile in recent years, he is certainly not someone of mere divine passage realm who could be easily challenged. Such strength is invincible within the Great Han Dynasty, which lacks a true spirit realm sovereign. Yet he has not sought trouble with them. Indeed, the Great Han Dynasty holds no weight that would warrant fear from a prodigy like Lin Chen. If that is the case, might we? One of the supreme elders' gaze inadvertently fell upon Liion Gang, who was diligently cultivating in the sect. In recent years, due to assassins dispatched by the Great Han Dynasty, the Lin family had been unable to fulfill the task of eliminating Liion Gang, allowing him to persist until now. The Yunyu sect, wary of overcommitting and wasting resources, had consistently withheld cultivation resources from Liion Gang, under the pretense of tempering his resolve. Yet, Liion Gang did not disappoint them. Through his arduous training, he fully awakened the potential of his Tiangang spirit body, rapidly advancing to the transcendence realm within a mere decade, and now reaching the second level of transcendence, showcasing terrifying strength. Now, with the possibility of the Lin family facing the Xianyao King's wrath and potential annihilation, a flicker of scheming thoughts arose within their minds. No, there is no need for urgency. When the Lin family truly faces annihilation, we shall devise our plans then. After the passage of over a decade, a few more years of observation hardly seemed detrimental. Soon, the senior members of the Cloud Moon sect reached a consensus once more. The unfortunate Liion Gang remained blissfully unaware, tirelessly devoted to his cultivation. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Lin family's secret chamber, Lin Chen abruptly opened his eyes after months of seclusion. An overwhelming aura flashed briefly from his being. He had reached the pinnacle of the third level of the true spirit realm. Most crucially, he had preliminarily fused the intent of the sword with the Guardian's intent, positioning himself at the threshold of the sword domain. Feeling the immense power coursing within him, a hint of joy illuminated Lin Chen's face. Although his period of seclusion was not extensive, the aid of elixirs and the Tao Enlightenment mat yielded significant gains. In his current state, without resorting to the eternal sword, he believed he could contend with the 8th-level true spirit realm sovereigns. If he were to wield the eternal sword, even an average 9th-level true spirit realm adversary would pose no threat to him. Finally, he could seek vengeance. The Great Han Dynasty. As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Chen's gaze turned toward the direction of the Great Han Dynasty, a fierce killing intent flashing in his eyes. Previously, he had refrained from eradicating the Great Han Dynasty out of concern that such actions would attract the attention of the Great Mei Dynasty. This dynasty, which had provoked him repeatedly, had long been marked for annihilation. Now, emboldened by his newfound power, his first target would be to bloodily cleanse the royal family of the Great Mei Dynasty, to appease the spirits of his kin who had fallen at their hands. With this resolve, Lin Chen prepared to set forth. Suddenly, a flicker of realization crossed his face, and he halted. In an instant, he vanished from his location, reappearing several hundred miles away on a main road. Lin brother? Is that truly you? I was beginning to worry that upon arriving at Dian City, you would still be in seclusion, exclaimed Chu Jingtian, upon witnessing Lin Chen's silent arrival. He and the elder exchanged astonished and delighted glances, each reflecting shock at Lin Chen's formidable strength, which they had only recognized upon his emergence. Their joy stemmed from the hope that if he indeed possessed the power to withstand a true spirit realm sovereign, they might not need to initiate the Ember Plan after all. Chapter 92. The Annihilation of the Great Han Dynasty under the Gaze of Fate. The intentions of Chu Jingtian and his companions were laid bare before Lin Chen. The Prince of Leisure's estate, a formidable figure of the true spirit realm. Within the recent chronicles of their lives, Lin Chen stumbled upon a particularly intriguing piece of information that elicited a dangerous smile from the corners of his lips. The Great Han Dynasty had been exceptionally unruly of late. It was time to restore some semblance of order. Brother Chu, we shall discuss matters upon my return. As soon as the words escaped his lips, Lin Chen did not await their reactions. He extended his right hand and swept it forward, instantly tearing through the fabric of reality, stepping boldly into the rift. Chu Jingtian, who had intended to voice further thoughts, found himself gaping at the spectacle. Spatial displacement? A true spirit realm sovereign. Such a notion flickered through the minds of Chu Jingtian and the Grand Ancestor, bringing them both joy and astonishment. To their utter disbelief, Lin Chen had indeed transcended to the true spirit realm. The Great Han Dynasty was in for a calamitous fate. At the recent Alchemist Conference, he had possessed the strength to annihilate adversaries of the 9th tier of the Divine Ability realm, despite being merely at the 5th tier himself. Even considering the vast chasms between the realms of the true spirit realm, it was likely that Lin Chen now wielded the terrifying combat prowess capable of contending with foes 3 or even 4 tiers above him, perhaps even beyond that. His audacity to strike against the great Han dynasty suggested a power exceeding their wildest imaginations. Was Lin Chen a fool? Certainly not. No fool could attain such a formidable level of cultivation. As previously mentioned, Lin Chen had shown restraint against the great Han dynasty in consideration of the Prince of Leisure's estate and its backing from the great Mei dynasty. Now, with his newfound confidence, did this imply he possessed the strength to confront the latter? A sharp intake of breath escaped both Chu Jingtian and the royal ancestor, their eyes wide with shock. If his conjecture proved accurate, then Lin Chen's rate of growth was indeed staggering. Even among the three dominant forces of the cultivation speed of the ancient ancestors in the Nirvana realm during their youth paled in comparison to Lin Chen's grand ancestor. Should we still proceed to the Lin family? To Diyan City, without intruding upon Lin Chen's kin? The significance of this endeavor is paramount. Let us ensure that we safeguard the rear, lest those assassins seize the opportunity to target the Lin family. Such is a splendid plan. Unbeknownst to Chu Jingtian and the grand ancestor's decision, Lin Chen remained indifferent. Even if he had been aware, his emotions would have remained unperturbed. His audacity to depart from the Lin family indicated he had left behind certain contingencies, one of which was the Eternal Sword, a reward for completing the ultimate challenge of the first phase. As the divine weapon of the Lin family, it has ascended from the initial stage of the 6th rank to the intermediate stage over the years. Although Lin Chen's combat power remains augmented by a factor of 10, the innate strength he can now wield has undergone significant transformation. At the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Divine Passage realm, this is the formidable power that the Eternal Sword can unleash autonomously. Moreover, as a divine weapon devoid of pain, it proves to be far more troublesome than typical adversaries of the same realm, effortlessly safeguarding the Lin family. Not to mention, the foundation he has personally established within the Lin family further solidifies their strength. Based on information gathered over the years, the Great Han Dynasty is home to 8 prominent royal houses, each situated at the boundaries of its 8 cardinal directions. As Lin Chen contemplated his approach toward the Great Han Dynasty, he realized the necessity of thorough eradication, root and branch. Thus, he resolved to obliterate these 8 royal houses before launching his assault on the capital. In mere moments, Lin Chen's figure appeared above one of the royal houses of the Great Han Dynasty. Who dares to stand above my Jinxian royal house? Are you seeking death? A powerful guardian of the royal house swiftly detected Lin Chen's presence and bellowed in outrage. Meanwhile, the onlookers below raised their gazes in astonishment, mourning for the young man clad in white. Those who offend the Jinxian royal house have never met a good end. Annihilate. Lin Chen merely cast a dispassionate glance at the Jinxian royal house before unleashing an unparalleled aura of pressure. With a subtle gesture of his finger, strands of sword energy materialized before the eyes of the gathered crowd, hurtling downward with ferocity. In a heartbeat, the sword energy, as if guided by an unseen force, transformed the royal house into a hellish realm, extinguishing all life within. After effortlessly collecting the royal house's resources and the treasures on the fallen guardians, Lin Chen tore through the fabric of space, departing from the city. From Lin Chen's emergence to the obliteration of the Jinxian royal house and his subsequent departure, the entire episode transpired in mere breaths. Many in the city remained oblivious to the events that had just unfolded. Gulp. The Jinxian royal house has been obliterated? In the span of 3 breaths, just 3 breaths, the royal house, fortified by numerous formidable beings of the Divine Passage realm, was utterly vanquished. Who was that young man in white? It is over. The Great Han Dynasty is doomed. Do you realize how that young man in white just vanished? He tore through the void. Within the confines of Jinxian County, aside from the royal palace, there existed other 5th-tier forces. Observing the unfolding events were powerful beings of the Divine Passage realm, who, burdened with knowledge, understood the grave implications of the situation. The shattering of the void signified the presence of a true spirit realm expert. The Great Han Dynasty had incurred the wrath of such a formidable being, which nearly sealed its fate. We cannot await our demise here. We must withdraw and escape Jinxian County, flee the Great Han Dynasty. The 5th-tier forces, bolstered by their Divine Passage experts, swiftly resolved. They began to gather their resources and summon their kin to depart from this perilous land. After all, should the royal family of the Great Han Dynasty fall to that enigmatic entity, lacking the strength to deter the surrounding forces, it would undoubtedly become a target of insatiable desire. Remaining within the Great Han dynasty would significantly increase their chances of being purged by these factions. Lin Chen, however, remained oblivious to the maneuvers of the forces in Jinxian County. Even if he were aware, he would not have deemed it worthy of concern. To him, these fifth-tier forces were no more significant than mere ants. After annihilating the Jinxian royal palace, Lin Chen proceeded to eradicate the remaining 7 royal palaces of the Great Han dynasty, plundering their resources before making his way toward the capital. Remarkably, this entire endeavor took less than a quarter of an hour. As he approached the capital, Lin Chen detected the presence of 2 true spirit realm experts. Had the people of the Xiao Jia royal palace arrived so swiftly? Gradually nearing the capital, he discerned the situation within. Nevertheless, a solitary true spirit realm pinnacle, no more than an insignificant insect, did not warrant his attention, let alone the newly ascended Xiao Jia. Meanwhile, in the Great Han capital, the recent breakthrough of the ancestors into the true spirit realm, coupled with the arrival of another true spirit realm expert from the Xiao Jia royal palace to assist in expanding the dynasty's territory, prompted the emperor of the Great Han to host a grand feast. This celebration was not only to honor the return of a true spirit realm sovereign, but also to welcome the arrival of the Liion King. Additionally, Lin Chen's rapid destruction of 8 royal palaces had left Xiao Jia and others within the capital utterly uninformed. They were gathered in a grand hall, indulging in revelry. Who would have thought that you, my friend Xiao, would achieve the true spirit realm so swiftly? Truly commendable. With the might of our 2 sovereigns, we can expedite the completion of the prince's orders, the Liion King remarked, his gaze falling upon Xiao Jia with admiration. Haha, your praise is unwarranted, dear Xiao. I have lingered at the 9th level of the divine passage realm for over a millennium, with the assistance of the true spirit elixir bestowed by the prince. If I had not broken through to the true spirit realm, it would have been a disservice to the prince's expectations, Xiao Jia replied. Indeed. However, are you aware of the task assigned by the prince? To eradicate the Lin family? Conversing with the astute is indeed a straightforward affair, nonetheless. Let us first obliterate the Lin family. I have heard that in recent years, a prodigious talent has seemingly emerged from the Lin lineage. I wonder, dear Taoist Xiao, are you aware of this? At this juncture, the tone of King Xiao grew markedly grave. Were it not for the unintentional report from the Red Armored Guard to the Xianyao Prince's residence, the prince would not have so decisively dispatched him to bring about the downfall of the Lin family. Oh, is that so? I have been in seclusion for these past years and had not anticipated the Lin family's fortunes to be so robust. However, rest assured, my esteemed Taoist Xiao, the Great Han dynasty shall undoubtedly lend its full support in your endeavor to annihilate the Lin family. What of talent? A genius that has yet to mature is nothing at all. Upon hearing King Xiao's words, Xiao Jia, having long prepared himself mentally, remained unfazed, expressing his indignation with fervent disdain for the so-called genius. What a charade this old man is putting on. Observing Xiao Jia's performance, King Xiao felt a sense of contempt. Yet, he refrained from pursuing the matter further, recognizing that Xiao had also ascended to the true spirit realm and was thus his equal, deserving of a modicum of respect. In light of this, why not seize the day? Let us embark at once and proceed to eliminate the Lin family. So be it, as you suggest, Taoist. Xiao Jia did not hesitate and readily acquiesced. In his view, although the Lin family's ancestor possessed the combat prowess to obliterate those at the 9th layer of the divine transformation realm over a decade ago, the true spirit realm differs significantly from other realms, with a vast chasm between them. Even with formidable talent, transcending such a divide is no trivial feat. To elevate the Lin family's ancestors' strength to the 1st layer of the true spirit realm over the span of these years would be an extraordinary feat. With their combined might, they would easily subdue him. Once Lin Chen is vanquished, the truths he had concealed to acquire the true spirit pill would become mere history. Oh, to annihilate my Lin family? I fear your strength may not suffice. Just as the 2 reached a consensus and prepared to depart, a dispassionate voice suddenly resonated in their ears. Who is it? Who dares approach? Xiao Jia and King Xiao were instantly alarmed, realizing that someone had drawn near. Instantly, an overwhelming aura emanated from their bodies. The might of true spirit realm sovereigns surged forth, soaring towards the heavens, shattering the grand hall and disrupting the celestial phenomena. casting a shadow over the entire capital of the Great Han, compelling countless onlookers to gaze skyward. It was then that a young man, clad in white, with a handsome visage and an air of nobility, pierced through the dimness of the sky. The warm sunlight once again enveloped the entire capital, and he gazed down upon them with an expression of indifference. Lin, the ancestor of the Lin family, Lin Chen. As the exclamation echoed through the heavens and the earth, Jin Shijian's countenance turned profoundly awkward, for he realized that the cultivation of the figure before him was beyond his comprehension. It is important to note that he was indeed a sovereign of the true spirit realm. Could it be that the venerable ancestor of the Lin family has ascended to the realm of true spirit? As this notion took root in his mind, a flicker of despair crossed Jin Shijian's countenance. If only he were unaware of Lin Chen's terrifying prowess, it might not be so dire. Merely breaking through to the true spirit realm, 2 against 1, there remained a peak-level true spirit warrior on their side, rendering them unafraid in the slightest. Yet he was Lin Chen, a being of such formidable strength that even a 5th-level divine ability practitioner could annihilate a 9th-level counterpart with ease. Such an unparalleled prodigy, one could only imagine the implications of his ascension to true spirit, even should he merely reach the 8th level of divine ability. Jin Shijian would have to ponder whether he could contend with him, let alone when they stood on equal ground. In that moment, a wave of regret washed over Jin Shijian. Had he reported Lin Chen's whereabouts truthfully a decade ago, forsaking the temptation of that opportunity to break into the true spirit realm, perhaps matters would have unfolded differently. Are you Lin Chen? Ah, splendid. I was just about to seek you out, yet here you are, presenting yourself at my doorstep. So you've broken into the true spirit realm? No wonder you possess such arrogance, daring to venture into the great Han dynasty alone. However, you are tardy. Heaven has a path you refuse to tread, and hell has no gate you insist on entering. Today, this realm shall be your tomb, and you shall learn the consequences of defying His Highness, the carefree prince. As he spoke, a terrifying aura erupted from the true Liion King, revealing his pinnacle status as a 1st-level true spirit warrior. The overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire royal capital, instilling a heavy burden upon the countless citizens and warriors within, as though they bore the weight of a colossal mountain. What horrified them further was the implication of the true Liion King's words. If the ancestor of the Lin family had truly broken into the realm of true spirit, a battle would ensue in the heart of the great Han capital. It was over. Everything was doomed. The clash between true spirit monarchs could obliterate the heavens and the earth, and without a peer-level warrior to counterbalance the force, everything within thousands, even tens of thousands of miles, would be reduced to dust. If a battle were to erupt in the royal capital, what would become of them? Heavens! I am still a virgin. Why must I suffer such misfortune? In that moment, the populace of the great Han capital trembled, their voices a cacophony echoing into the void. However, faced with the derisive and audacious challenge posed by the true Liion King, Lin Chen found himself stifling a laugh. To him, a mere 1st-level true spirit monarch appeared as insignificant as an ant. A mere jester, all noise and no substance. With that thought, Lin Chen lost interest in the spectacle. Hardly had his words faded when he extended his right hand, wielding his finger as a sword. The terrifying essence of his half-step sword domain surged forth like a torrential flood, instantly enveloping the true Liion King and the entire royal palace. Concurrently, a vast and overwhelming aura rose from him, suppressing all present. Before such overwhelming might, even the esteemed Jin Shijian, who had reached the true spirit realm, could not help but feel his insignificance, akin to a fragile boat adrift upon a tempestuous sea, ever on the brink of annihilation. The notion of a 3rd level within the true spirit realm seemed utterly implausible. How could this be? Cursed be you for deceitfully concealing the true strength of the Lin family patriarch. Suddenly, the true Liion King turned to Jin Shijian, his expression twisted with rage. Bellowing in fury, were it not for the oppressive aura emanating from Lin Chen, he would have relished the thought of devouring his flesh and bones. For such actions were indeed infuriating. Yet, despite the animosity within, the true Liion King had no choice but to ally with Jin Shijian to confront Lin Chen. However, the disparity between the two sides was insurmountable. Their defensive measures and hidden trump cards could not withstand even a fleeting moment against the relentless sword intent of Lin Chen, which tore through them and advanced without hesitation. With a thunderous roar, a cataclysmic sound resonated through the heavens and the earth. In the dazed eyes of countless onlookers, the true Yin King and Xiao Jia, who had recently boasted so arrogantly in the void, were struck down with no means of resistance, pinned in the air. The royal palace of the Great Han was reduced to mere rubble, as boundless sword energy rampaged within, eradicating every soul present, leaving no trace of life behind. With a gesture, Lin Chen collected the true Yin King, Xiao Jia, and the remaining intact resources of the palace, casting his gaze around. Wherever his eyes roamed, none dared to meet his gaze. Thus, the Great Han dynasty ceased to exist. As his indifferent words echoed, Lin Chen tore through the fabric of space before him and hastened towards the Lin family's abode. The monumental dread that had loomed over the hearts of the masses dissipated instantaneously with his departure. Many collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. Yet, before they could utter a word, a series of sudden, anguished cries pierced the air. A tremor ran through the crowd as they looked up, only to discover that the royal members who had not been present within the palace had all been slain by a sudden onslaught of sword energy. The Great Han dynasty is no more. Fortunately, that senior is not a bloodthirsty individual. We have survived. How splendid, how splendid. At last, I have a chance to rid myself of my virginity. The Lin family patriarch is truly terrifying. Chapter 93. Journey to the Great Beauty Dynasty. The encounter not long after Lin Chen returned to the Lin family. The news of the fall of the Great Han dynasty swiftly spread to several neighboring dynasties, expanding at an astonishing pace. Many who first heard this news reacted with disbelief, expressing incredulity as if they were being jested with. However, as images captured by the recording stones depicting scenes from the imperial capital of the Great Han dynasty began to circulate, even the most skeptical were compelled to accept the truth. The whispers began to circulate. What formidable power had the Great Han dynasty provoked to meet such a swift demise? Some rumors suggested it was the ancestor of the Lin family. The Lin family ancestor? The very one sent by the Great Han dynasty to infiltrate the Great Chu dynasty for the express purpose of assassinating the Lin family's prodigies? Surely not. If he possessed such strength, how could he have allowed the Great Han dynasty to act with such impunity? As for the truth of the matter, opinions varied, but the rumors persisted. In no time, countless individuals engaged in fervent discussions, utterly astonished by the sudden annihilation of the Great Han dynasty. Meanwhile, the astute populace residing near the borders of the Great Han dynasty seized the opportunity, swiftly relocating their families to the heart of their own dynasties before chaos ensued. Regardless of who was responsible for the Great Han dynasty's downfall, it was evident that they had now become an enticing target in the eyes of the surrounding dynasties. Should the formidable being behind this act remain silent for a month without declaring intentions to claim the territory, it would be understood by all as an invitation to seize and divide this prize. In the Great Awakening dynasty, the capital stood as one of the neighboring states to the Great Han dynasty, its strength only marginally superior. Within this dynasty, there were no true spiritual realm experts to safeguard its interests. Nevertheless, as a neighboring nation, they maintained a keen interest in the events unfolding within the Great Han dynasty. It was fair to say that every major city within the Great Han dynasty had its informants, and the capital was no exception. In a grand hall, numerous powerful figures from the Great Awakening dynasty gathered, their expressions betraying a flicker of astonishment as they scrutinized the intelligence reports in their hands. It was all but confirmed. The one responsible for the annihilation of the Great Han dynasty was indeed the Lin family ancestor. From the moment he struck until the end, the vast imperial family of the Great Han had not even withstood a mere half-hour before being utterly obliterated at his hands, which included two true spiritual realm experts. The sheer magnitude of this strength was undeniably terrifying. Having recently given birth to true spiritual realm experts, they had harbored hopes of reviving the glory of the dynasty's peak. Instead, they were met with a cataclysmic blow. Life, it seemed, was no more than a play, and this was its most profound act. Indeed, when they first received news that the ancestor of the Great Han dynasty, Xiao Jia, was rumored to have gained the support of the Liion King to break through to the true spiritual realm, they were gripped by fear. After all, with a true spiritual realm monarch in command, the Great Han dynasty would ascend to the status of a mid-tier dynasty, inevitably leading to territorial expansion. The Great Chu dynasty borders the Great Han dynasty, making it susceptible to the latter's covetous gaze. However, before they could dwell on such concerns for long, the Great Han Dynasty was obliterated by Lin Chen single-handedly, with its remnants still warm and suspended in the void. This inevitability left them somewhat reflective. Orders were issued forbidding any domestic faction from encroaching upon the territory of the Great Han Dynasty, a domain not meant for their avarice. Third Prince, select some treasures to send to the Lin family in Dian City, came the command. After a moment's contemplation, Emperor Zhu issued a series of edicts, which were met with eager compliance. This sentiment was not exclusive to the Great Zhu dynasty. In several other remaining dynasties, similar scenes unfolded. Those who wield power in this unforgiving land are not mere brutes. They possess intellect and discernment regarding whom to provoke and whom to avoid. Even though Lin Chen had slain the formidable envoy dispatched by the wandering prince, provoking potential retribution from him and possibly inciting animosity from the Great Mei dynasty, such repercussions lay in the future. Should any of them dare to encroach upon the Great Han dynasty's territory, they might find themselves obliterated by an unseen hand from the heavens. Thus, they refrained from overstepping, even as other factions within their dynasties sought to exploit the situation. They were swiftly reprimanded by their respective rulers. Meanwhile, within the Yunyu sect, in the very same grand hall, numerous high-ranking members perused intelligence reports, their eyes momentarily flickering with relief. It was fortunate they had not rashly continued their support for Liion Gang. Otherwise, they might have met a fate akin to that of the Great Han Dynasty. Indeed, their caution had served them well. I wonder how Lin Chen has cultivated his powers. Achieving true spirit realm within a mere century is astonishing. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly terrify many. One mused, I suspect most would find it hard to believe, dismissing it as mere rumor. Upon hearing these remarks, the assembly fell into silence. Humans often resist accepting phenomena that transcend their understanding, measuring others against their own limited perspectives, indifferent to the vast disparities that exist. Had it not been for the early contact the Yunyu sect had with the Lin family, granting them insight into Lin Chen's capabilities, they might have succumbed to disbelief, much like the general populace. Yet, while myriad factions and powerful beings were astonished by Lin Chen's prowess, they remained oblivious to the fact that Lin Chen had already reached an agreement with the Great Chu dynasty regarding the management of the Great Han dynasty's territory. The Great Chu royal family would take charge of all affairs pertaining to the Great Han, but moving forward, 30% of the ensuing profits from that land would be allocated to the Lin family. Additionally, 3 counties, including Huaxian County, would be transferred to the Lin family's name, exempting them from future tax obligations to the Great Chu dynasty. This transaction could hardly be deemed a loss for either party. It may also be described as a win-win situation. The resources of the entire Korean royal family, combined with the future tax revenues from the 3 surrounding counties and 30% of the profits from the territory of the Great Han dynasty, will ensure that the Lin family lacks for resources at least until they develop into a 4th-tier power. Casting a glance at Chu Jingtian and his companion, who exited Dian City in high spirits, Lin Chen began to reflect on the gains from this journey to the Great Han dynasty, a smile flickering across his face. As the Lin family has progressed thus far, what they have lacked most is time. An abundance of resources, however, could significantly shorten their developmental timeline. According to Lin Chen's estimation, if they continue on this path, within a century, the Lin family could rise to become a 5th-tier power. With the growth of the Lin family, the number of clan members is increasing rapidly, and it is likely that soon their land will no longer suffice. Once the matters concerning the Great Mei dynasty are settled, preparations for the expansion of Dian City should commence. Previously, due to the smaller population, the Lin family's territory, while comparable to a county in his past life, was still limited. However, one must not forget that this is a fantastical world. To avoid interference among themselves, nearly every clan member, upon reaching the age of 12, is assigned a courtyard of varying sizes based on their aptitude and cultivation for living and practicing. In addition, numerous training fields, treasure pavilions, alchemy rooms, and other structures have been constructed. The cumulative area of these types of buildings is immense. Otherwise, there would be no space for clan members to engage in friendly sparring. Now, with the number of clan members reaching 3,000 and soon to surpass 10,000, if the family does not expand, space will quickly become inadequate. Nevertheless, Lin Chen remains unhurried. Resolving the issues with the Great Han Dynasty is merely a prelude. It is the elusive King of Freedom and the Great Mei Dynasty that capture his true attention. It is time to settle this long-standing grudge. With a glance at Lin Xia, Lin Ling, and others who have entered seclusion to cultivate, Lin Chen shifted slightly and instantly tore through the void, vanishing from sight. Before taking action against the Great Han Dynasty, Lin Chen had sent Lin Xia and the others back to the Lin family. As a token of gratitude towards Xiao Jia, Lin Chen gifted her a 6th-tier spiritual herb, the 7-colored illusory spirit grass, which he had obtained from the Great Han Dynasty's treasury. According to Lin Chen's calculations, once Xiao Jia refines this herb, her combat prowess will be restored to the true spirit realm. Thus, even if he takes the eternal sword and temporarily leaves the Lin family, with Xiao Jia at the helm, he need not worry about their safety. Meanwhile, as Lin Chen made his way to the Great Mei Dynasty, within the halls of the King of Freedom's estate, the recently healed king's expression darkened upon receiving reports from his subordinates. The true spirit realm, 3rd level? That damn Jin Shurjian dares to falsify information and deceive me. Utterly outrageous. The King of Freedom slammed his hand on the table, crafted from millennia-old wood, shattering it into splinters. The numerous powerful figures present fell silent, too intimidated to utter a sound. After a considerable time had passed, the wrathful King of Leisure finally shifted his focus to Lin Chen, his eyes glinting with a profound murderous intent. The Lin family, a mere trifling true spirit realm threefold cultivator dares to harm someone from my esteemed Leisure King's residence? Summon the troops and let us obliterate this Lin family. Without a moment's hesitation, the King of Leisure deftly issued his command. He had encountered similarly obstinate clans before, and they too had met their demise at his hands. Furthermore, he had slain true spirit realm threefold cultivators before. It was nothing new to him. Yes, we shall obey your royal decree. Upon hearing the king's command, the numerous formidable warriors present could not suppress their excitement and responded in unison. Each time they annihilated a faction, the king generously bestowed upon them half of the spoils. This was a significant reason why these formidable cultivators, many of whom were also in the true spirit realm, were unwaveringly loyal to the King of Leisure. After all, the king possessed a formidable background, alleviating their fears of retaliation. Moreover, he exercised discernment, never confronting powers beyond his means, which made their allegiance quite comfortable. Under the king's orders, the powerful warriors moved swiftly. Ship after ship of war vessels were drawn forth from the royal treasury, and under the deft control of the warriors, they hovered in the void. Mighty beings of the divine ability realm and their subordinates boarded the ships, while several powerful entities, seamlessly blending with the surrounding void, followed closely behind the King of Leisure, striding through the air towards the Lin family in the Great Yin City. Such a grand display stirred quite a commotion among various factions along the way. Initially, there were murmurs of dissent and plans to activate protective formations to teach this audacious force a lesson for daring to traverse above their clan or city. However, upon seeing the characters' leisure emblazoned on the ships, they promptly quieted and retreated, their ambitions quelled. What is happening? Why is King of Leisure's fleet on the move again? I have not heard that this faction has provoked him anew. Have you not heard? The prodigy from the Great Chu dynasty has emerged from the Lin family, which has given birth to a true spirit realm threefold ancestor. Do you not think the king is heading there for a reason? Goodness, if memory serves. The Great Chu dynasty is a low-tier dynasty, is it not? How could such a family produce a true spirit realm threefold cultivator? This is astonishingly concealed. Indeed, and to think they have kept it hidden until now, only to obliterate a true spirit realm cultivator from the Great Han dynasty and the King of Leisure's ranks just moments ago. What a feat of concealment. After the King of Leisure departed, various factions began to investigate, and soon enough, the events that transpired in the Great Han dynasty came to light, creating an uproar among the spectators. It is worth noting that low-tier dynasties typically signify a lack of true spirit realm guardians, rendering them second-rate powers not worthy of attention. However, within a diminutive and lowly dynasty, a family has astonishingly given rise to a formidable being at the 3rd level of the true spirit realm. This occurrence is even more noteworthy than the emergence of a 4th-level true spirit realm existence in a prestigious dynasty. Regrettably, the ancestors of the Lin family have been rather ostentatious, attracting the attention of the wandering king, and they are likely to face inevitable doom. Contemplating this, the powerful figures of various factions could not help but shake their heads, merely instructing their subordinates to keep a watchful eye on developments in the Great Chu dynasty before returning to their other matters. A true spirit realm powerhouse destined to fall does not warrant significant concern, just as the Wandering King, accompanied by numerous strong allies, advanced towards the Lin family. Lin Chen, who was traversing the void en route to the Great Beauty dynasty, suddenly found his motion halted. He sensed the presence of many powerful beings nearby. The Wandering King? How fortuitous. I was just about to seek you out, and you have presented yourself at my doorstep. Hidden in the shadows is a 6th-level true spirit realm powerhouse, alongside a 4th-level and 2 3rd-level true spirit realm beings, as well as 4 1st-level true spirit realm warriors, in addition to a plethora of divine passage and transcendence realm practitioners. Truly, the Wandering King of the Great Beauty dynasty commands a strength surpassing that of an ordinary high-ranking dynasty, even from a mere royal estate. Upon witnessing the power aboard the warship, even Lin Chen could not suppress his astonishment. No wonder the Great Beauty dynasty reigns supreme in this territory. Such strength is indeed unparalleled by typical factions. Nevertheless, since they have come, let them all remain. With this thought, Lin Chen shifted his focus and departed from the void. Meanwhile, in the real world, the entourage from the Wandering King's estate gazed ahead with eager anticipation, fantasizing about the wealth of cultivation resources they would acquire from this venture. After all, for a family from a lowly dynasty to produce a 3rd-level true spirit realm ancestor, there must be some hidden secrets at play. They were unwilling to believe otherwise. Had they obtained the inheritance of a powerful being? Or perhaps excavated resources from a sect's ruins? Regardless, once they vanquished the Lin family, all these treasures would be theirs. However, just as the many strong figures from the Wandering King's estate indulged in their fantasies, a terrifying and sharp aura suddenly descended from the heavens, instantly suppressing all present. Bang, bang, bang. Unprepared, everyone, whether Transcendence Realm practitioners or captains of the Divine Passage Realm, even those at the 1st level of the True Spirit Realm, struggled with all their might against this overwhelming force. Who dares? I am the Wandering King of the Great Beauty dynasty. I implore you, esteemed elder, to retract your aura, lest the elders of my household become less amiable. Feeling this menacing presence, the Wandering King's expression shifted dramatically. A gentleman's vengeance is not to be delayed for a decade, he pondered to himself, having never offended such formidable beings, and thus invoked the power of the forces behind him, hoping to instill a semblance of intimidation. You intend to annihilate my Lin family, yet you resort to threatening me with those old relics of the Great Beauty dynasty? Is that not rather absurd? Just as anxiety gnawed at the hearts of the onlookers, suddenly, a figure clad in white emerged from the void, standing resolutely before the warship, obstructing their path. Simultaneously, his voice, laced with a hint of mockery, resonated through the heavens and earth, sending a genuine chill down their spines. What? The Lin family? You are the ancestral figure of the Lin family. Upon hearing this, the carefree king's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze towards Lin Chen flickering with alarm. Damn it, those wretched intelligence organizations. Was it not said that the ancestral figure of the Lin family was merely at the 3rd level of True Spirit Realm? This aura. To hell with the 3rd level of True Spirit Realm. Get lost. The carefree king's thoughts swirled in turmoil, loathing the informants who had relayed the message. You, who are so arrogant, wish to obliterate my Lin family. Now I stand before you. Come forth. No. Senior, there has been a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Since you choose not to act, I shall not hold back. However, Lin Chen had no inclination to entertain the carefree king's attempts at justification. Before the latter could finish his words, Lin Chen extended his right hand, conjuring an enormous palm, several thousand zhang in size, and struck towards the nearby warships. Damn it! Uncle Wang, save me. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the colossal palm, the carefree king wasted no time, calling out to the void behind him. As his words fell, the space before him rippled with energy. Immediately, a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s and dressed as a butler, positioned himself in front of the carefree king, unleashing all his power to deliver a formidable punch in an attempt to block Lin Chen's strike. Yet, Lin Chen's palm was infused with sword intent. Even a peak true spirit realm 7th level cultivator would find it challenging to withstand, let alone Uncle Wang, who was merely at the 6th level of true spirit realm. When Lin Chen's colossal palm collided with Uncle Wang's punch, it did not even endure for a breath's time before being sent flying. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 94, The Guarding Sword Intent. The realm of the sword, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. After vanquishing Wang Bo, the residual energy surged forth like a ferocious flood, crashing violently against the ships. A considerable portion of this energy fell upon the exalted prince, sending him crashing to the ground and producing a deafening sound. Subsequently, as if triggered by a domino effect, the floating ships and formidable beings of the true spirit realm were also struck down, raising clouds of dust into the atmosphere. Fortunately, this desolate space was devoid of human life, for had there been inhabitants, countless would have suffered dire consequences. Die, wretch. As the saying goes, one should seize the opportunity when their adversary is weak. Lin Chen was not one to waver. Upon realizing his advantage, he unleashed an astonishing torrent of sword energy, aimed at the group of powerful figures below. Among them, the exalted prince, who had been particularly targeted, was met with 3 piercing waves of sword energy, slicing through the void toward him. The chilling glimmer of the sword energy instilled a deep-seated dread within the exalted prince, rendering him momentarily paralyzed with fear, forgetting all thoughts of resistance as he stared blankly at the descending onslaught. No, Your Highness. Witnessing this scene, Wang Bo's eyes bulged with fury as he bellowed at Lin Chen, "Stop! If you dare to kill His Highness, the great beauty dynasty shall annihilate your Lin clan. All 9 generations of it." Regrettably for him, Lin Chen had long since dismissed any concerns regarding retaliation from the great beauty dynasty. In fact, if the latter's strength was as he suspected, lacking any formidable figures above the king realm, he felt confident in obliterating the great beauty dynasty without a second thought. Why would he heed such trivial threats? Thus, Lin Chen did not relent, but instead intensified his assault. In the midst of the shocked gazes of numerous powerful beings who had come to investigate the commotion, the terrifying sword energy struck the exalted prince with unyielding force. "Impudent! Who dares to lay a hand on my son?" At the moment the sword energy made contact with the exalted prince, the soul avatar hidden within the great beauty dynasty's monarch was instantly activated, manifesting as a colossal spiritual silhouette that enveloped the exalted prince, absorbing the brunt of the attack. A series of piercing sounds reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. The avatar of the great beauty dynasty's monarch, resembling a corporeal entity, began to visibly fade away at an alarming rate. 90% complete sword intent. Who might you be? As the monarch perceived the rapid depletion of his avatar's power, his expression turned grave, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his gaze as he looked toward Lin Chen. It is essential to note that this was a sword intent at such a remarkable level. Across the vast expanse of the wilderness state, those capable of comprehending a conceptual force to this degree were fewer than 10, each renowned as legendary figures of immense power. Even the grand dynasty of Demei appears insignificant, akin to mere ants, in the presence of such a terrifying entity. Had he not sensed that Lin Chen was merely at the 3rd level of the true spirit realm, he might have believed he had encountered a legendary figure from the wilds of Zhou. Nonetheless, even with this awareness, the emperor of the Demei dynasty dared not underestimate him in the slightest. To comprehend 90% of the perfect sword intent at such a nascent stage is a testament to a future that could undoubtedly position Lin Chen among the most formidable beings in the realm, provided he survives. Even now, the emperor perceived Lin Chen as possessing the terrifying capability to vanquish those at the 7th level of the true spirit realm. Otherwise, with his own peak prowess at the 7th level, even as a mere avatar, he would not feel so utterly powerless. The dead have no need for excessive knowledge. However, in response to the emperor of the Liion dynasty's bewilderment, Lin Chen exhibited no inclination to elucidate. He cast a calm glance at the gathered crowd, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the group of formidable beings from the Xian Yao Wangfu below. With a hand infused with sword intent, he gently pressed downwards. At Lin Chen's level of comprehension, the essence of intention transcended physical form. Sword intent could be manifested through a blade, could accompany fists and kicks, or be wielded through various weapons such as knives and staffs. The efficacy, however, would not be as pronounced as when executed with a sword. Die. As soon as Lin Chen's words resonated, the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth within several dozen miles surged violently, converging towards him in an overwhelming torrent. In an instant, a colossal hand, vast enough to overshadow the surroundings, materialized, radiating an indomitable aura that locked onto the individuals below. Damn it! The Demei dynasty shall not let you escape. Realizing the futility of resistance in the face of such an overwhelming force, the avatar of the Demei Emperor's countenance paled dramatically, leaving him to utter a bitter threat before surrendering to despair. Then, Lin Chen's hand descended. Boom! The entire realm fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the echoes of the explosion. The onlookers, who had witnessed the entire spectacle, stood frozen in shock. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. As the energy waves and dust surrounding the gigantic hand dissipated, a massive imprint, several thousand feet in diameter, emerged before the crowd. Within the crater, countless bloodstains bore witness to the identities of those who once lived. With a sweep of his hand, Lin Chen collected the remnants of resources that remained untouched. Without sparing a glance at the surrounding spectators, he tore through the fabric of reality and vanished from sight. Thud! Could it be that I am merely dreaming? The notorious Xian Yao Wang, a scourge to the 100 Dynasties alliance for millennia, was just struck down by the ancestor of the Lin family with a single blow? Even the appearance of the Demei Emperor's spiritual avatar proved utterly ineffectual. This is simply too astonishing. Is he truly an ancestor from a lesser dynasty? The fearsome Lin ancestor has been underestimated by all. Indeed, one must not be overly arrogant in life. How splendid! The notorious Xiao King has finally met his demise. My dear sister, what a tragic fate. It seems the entire 100 Dynasties alliance is on the brink of turmoil. One can only speculate whether the venerable ancestor of the Lin family will withstand the impending vengeance from the great Mei dynasty. A captivating spectacle awaits us. After a prolonged pause, the onlookers gradually regained their composure, their gazes drawn to the numerous bloodstains nearby, and they began to chatter excitedly. Filled with awe at Lin Chen's formidable prowess and deep curiosity regarding how he would confront the retribution of the great Mei dynasty. After all, the great Mei dynasty boasts a legacy that spans several 100,000 years. In such an extensive expanse of time, who can fathom the depth of their heritage or the number of concealed powerhouses they possess? On one side stands the ancient and venerable great Mei dynasty, while on the other is Lin Chen, the enigmatic ancestor of the Lin family, born of a lower-tier dynasty, yet shrouded in mystery. The former's foundations remain unknown, while the latter grows stronger in the face of adversity, revealing an array of hidden cards. In this conflict, the outcome remains uncertain. However, statistically speaking, many believe that the odds favor the great Mei dynasty, albeit slightly, as Lin Chen vanquished the Xiao King and pressed onward toward the great Mei dynasty. News of his triumph spread like wildfire throughout the 100 Dynasties alliance, stirring countless factions into a frenzy. Soon after, reports emerged of Lin Chen's appearance at the Xiao King's estate, where he had thoroughly plundered its resources. Instantly, the entire 100 Dynasties alliance was set ablaze with excitement. Indeed, who would not be impressed by someone audacious enough to slay the Xiao King right under the watchful eyes of the great Mei dynasty? How bold of him to appear in the great Mei dynasty and loot the Xiao King's estate. Did he not fear being besieged by the dynasty's formidable warriors? Perhaps this is the mark of true talent, emboldened by skill. What a spectacle we have before us. Such a slap in the face. I cannot believe the great Mei dynasty will remain passive. Among the various factions, numerous powerful individuals buzzed with excitement as they hastily made their way toward the great Mei dynasty. Such a monumental event could not be ignored by those of the human race. In no time, the great Mei dynasty became a hive of activity, drawing the attention of countless forces. Simultaneously, within the capital of the great Mei dynasty, the emperor received news of Lin Chen's resource plundering at the Xiao King's estate even more swiftly than the other factions. His fury was palpable. Outrageous. How preposterous. A mere trifling being from the true spirit realm, even if he has grasped 90% of the sword's essence. Does he truly believe the great Mei dynasty cannot contend with him? Dispatch the imperial guards and summon the esteemed generals of bygone dynasties. We shall capture that Lin Chen without fail. He has slain my son and dares to brazenly enter the great Mei dynasty to pillage our royal resources. This is an utter affront to our dignity. Yes, we shall faithfully obey your command, your majesty. The great Mei dynasty, with its profound heritage and formidable strength, prepared for the impending confrontation. It is a being of a higher echelon than the Crimson Armored Legion. One might even assert that the existence of the Crimson Armored Legion serves solely to provide manpower for the Imperial Guards. Each member of the Imperial Guards is a meticulously selected powerhouse, possessing extraordinary combat prowess that surpasses that of ordinary adversaries of the same realm. Furthermore, all of them have attained the 9th level of the Divine Passage realm. The entire Imperial Guards consists of no fewer than 3,000 individuals. As for the generals of the dynasty, their strength is beyond question. None who hold such a position can be deemed weak. Even the current general of the dynasty is a formidable presence at the 6th level of the true spirit realm. Within the grand beauty of the dynasty, there are 3 other generals who enjoy the bounty of the dynasty, each a terrifying entity at the 7th level of the true spirit realm. When combined with the Imperial Guards and their battle formations, even an ordinary adversary at the 8th level of the true spirit realm would find themselves facing dire consequences. What significance does having the ability to slay those at the 7th level of the true spirit realm hold, when it is said that achieving a perfect mastery of sword intent is already your utmost limit? Once my forces arrive, I shall ensure your blood spills upon the ground, thus proclaiming the might of our grand beauty dynasty. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, the emperor of the grand beauty dynasty felt an intensifying bloodlust. However, recalling Lin Chen's legendary exploits, he hesitated for a moment before ultimately departing from the grand hall, making his way towards the ancestral grounds deep within the royal capital. One cannot afford to be complacent. Such a peerless prodigy must not be granted even the slightest opportunity to escape. I must journey to the ancestral grounds and summon our royal ancestors to secure our victory. The emperor of the grand beauty dynasty fully comprehended the consequences of unleashing a tiger back into the mountains. Having offended Lin Chen, he resolved to exert every effort to eliminate him. Otherwise, should Lin Chen grow in strength, it would spell disaster for their grand beauty dynasty. The 396th patriarch of the grand beauty dynasty, Jinda, requests an audience with the esteemed ancestors. The emperor of the grand beauty dynasty stood beneath a colossal stone gate, calling out with a tone of humility. With a resounding rumble that shook the mountains, the massive stone gate slowly parted. Simultaneously, an ancient voice echoed in Jinda's ear. Enter. Upon stepping inside, Jinda felt an immediate lightness in his body, enveloped by an overwhelming abundance of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. In the distance, a few small houses constructed of stone or bamboo were nestled by the edge of a pond, where an elder was observing him intently. I pay my respects to the 5th ancestor. Speak. What brings you to seek the counsel of us old-timers? 5th ancestor, it is as follows. Without the slightest hesitation, Jinda recounted the grievances between Lin Chen and the grand beauty dynasty in detail, ensuring he neither exaggerated nor concealed any aspect. A mere ancestor of a lowly dynasty, at the 3rd level of the true spirit realm, having comprehended a perfect mastery of sword intent, and he has slain a direct descendant of my family? Upon hearing Jinda's account, the 5th ancestor's expression grew grave. The myriad signs unmistakably indicate that the venerable ancestor of the Lin family is likely a paragon of extraordinary fortune, possessing not only an enigmatic legacy, but also an unparalleled innate talent. You have performed admirably when confronting such a peerless prodigy. It is imperative to exert every ounce of effort to subdue him decisively. Otherwise, the repercussions may be dire. Fortune and misfortune are entwined. While facing such a fortuitous individual is indeed fraught with challenges, should we succeed in vanquishing him, the benefits we might reap would be monumental. If his legacy is sufficiently potent, perhaps this could be our grand opportunity to transcend into the Nirvana realm and alter our fates. The Nirvana realm. Alas, for beings like us, who lack even the combat prowess of the true king realm. To endure the tribulations of Nirvana and attain that exalted state is undoubtedly a futile endeavor. The prospect of overturning one's destiny is no trivial matter. Therefore, there remains hope. Does it not? In light of this, let us all act in concert, save for our elder brother who remains in seclusion. This is indeed most agreeable. In a matter of moments, these esteemed ancestors of the great beauty dynasty reached a consensus, and without a glance at the astonished Jinda, they promptly departed. Even a lion exerts its full strength against a mere rabbit. How much more so against a prodigious individual endowed with great fortune? Such vigilance is warranted. Unbeknownst to Lin Chen, the actions of the Great Beauty dynasty were unfolding. He was only aware that following the annihilation of the Xiao royal mansion and the subsequent plundering of resources, the balance of his fortune points had surged by over 1 million, propelling his total to beyond 5 million. At last, he had amassed a sufficient quantity of fortune points to procure that coveted treasure. With this thought, Lin Chen deftly concealed his presence and sat in meditation, closing his eyes and directing his consciousness into the system. The fractured short sword, priced at 5 million fortune points, promised to encapsulate the majority of insights possessed by a formidable being who had comprehended the 5 realms of sword domain, thereby enhancing one's own understanding of the sword path. Indeed, this was the very fractured short sword. Over the years, Lin Chen had endeavored to harmonize the essence of protection with sword intent. Regrettably, despite his innate divine physique, he had yet to discover a method to unify the two, resulting in only the most rudimentary applications. According to Lin Chen's own estimations, with his current aptitude, to fully grasp the sword domain would require no less than several decades, and potentially over a century. Such a duration, were it to befall other true spirit realm practitioners, might evoke laughter even in their dreams. Yet, having grown accustomed to rapid advancements in cultivation, coupled with increasingly formidable adversaries, the Lin family was compelled to resort to unconventional means. Directly utilizing fortune points, he sought to exchange for opportunities within the system's marketplace. System, purchase the fractured short sword. Congratulations, host, you have successfully purchased the fractured short sword for 5 million fortune points. As the cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed in his ears, Lin Chen felt a surge of anticipation. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen retrieved the incomplete short sword from the system's repository and immersed his mind within it, beginning to contemplate deeply. What constitutes the domain of the sword? Within this realm, I am invincible. Apart from those formidable beings who have also grasped the essence of the domain, none within the same realm can rival me. Only a domain can vanquish another domain. In the presence of the domain's essence, all else is but mere vermin. And what of my sword domain? It is a sanctuary, a protection for all that I hold dear. The power of guardianship. Gradually, Lin Chen's understanding of the essence of the domain deepened, and an increasingly profound aura began to emanate from him. If previously he could only apply the protective essence and sword intent in rudimentary ways, now, with his enhanced comprehension of the domain, his mastery over the protective essence and sword intent had been significantly amplified. Time passed, though its measure was lost to him. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from Lin Chen, instantaneously shattering the formations and prohibitions he had set around him. The sword intent and protective essence within him began to swirl and intertwine, ultimately coalescing into a unique silvery force. The essence of guardianship and the realm of the sword had been achieved. Feeling the terrifying enhancement bestowed by his newly formed protective sword domain, a subtle smile crept upon Lin Chen's lips. Prior to fully comprehending the sword domain, he could contend with general 8th-tier true spirit realm practitioners without resorting to the eternal sword. Now, even without employing the eternal sword, he felt confident in his ability to triumph over typical 9th-tier true spirit realm adversaries. Should he wield the eternal sword, he would dare confront even the most formidable superiors of the true king realm. It could be said that Lin Chen's strength had undergone a qualitative leap. In this moment, he contemplated contacting the Imperial Guard to report to the high-ranking officials. Just as Lin Chen reveled in his newfound power, a sudden exclamation pierced the air, prompting him to open his tightly shut eyes and gaze outward. He beheld a group of formidable beings clad in the attire of the Great Beauty dynasty, joyfully utilizing jade tokens to convey messages to their esteemed leader. A throng of mere mortals from the Transcendence realm dared to point fingers at him. They shall perish. Chapter 95. Do you think you are worthy? When it comes to dealing with adversaries, Lin Chen shows no regard for their insignificance. Without hesitation, he delivered a decisive slap, instantly erasing the overconfident soldiers of the Great Beauty dynasty. Suddenly, the sound of slicing air filled Lin Chen's ears, and formidable figures emanating the aura of the 9th level of the divine power realm emerged before him. Leading them was a renowned general of the Great Beauty dynasty. a peak existence at the 7th level of the true spirit realm, accompanied by 2 more of the same terrifying caliber. Such formidable strength is a testament to the profound legacy of a super dynasty that has endured for hundreds of thousands of years. Upon witnessing this, Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, a flicker of gravity crossing his features. The prowess of the dynasty's generals was evident. The true foundation of the Great Beauty Dynasty was likely replete with numerous superlative beings at the 9th level of the true spirit realm. The exact number remained uncertain, but it was reasonable to surmise that they were not few in number, for otherwise they could not possibly suppress the multitude of forces and powerhouses within the Great Beauty Dynasty. Are you frightened? The leading general of the true spirit realm sneered, misinterpreting Lin Chen's expression as fear. You might as well surrender and accompany me to the emperor to confess your sins. Earlier, he had believed Lin Chen to be formidable, daring even to strike against the beloved prince of leisure of their dynasty. Little did he realize that the mere presence of 3 generals leading 3,000 elite soldiers was enough to instill fear in Lin Chen. Do you think I would surrender to you? Lin Chen chuckled at the absurdity of the notion. His understanding of the realm of intent had already transcended into the sword domain. Even without this mastery, the trifling combination of 3 7th-level true spirit beings and 3,000 elite soldiers posed no threat to him. After all, given the depths of the Great Beauty Dynasty, even their battle formations could only muster strength equivalent to the peak of the 8th level of the true spirit realm. For Lin Chen, who wielded the eternal sword capable of contending with the apex of the 9th level, they were utterly inconsequential. Moreover, in the current moment, he could decisively eliminate the formidable adversaries before him with a single strike, for beneath the sword domain, all else resembles mere ants. As long as he did not encounter a foe that surpassed his combat limits, Lin Chen, having comprehended the sword domain, stood as an invincible entity. Numbers, formations, or any fanciful tactics held no power over him. Humph, they dare to show such arrogance. Elite soldiers, heed my command. Form the blood-iron battle array and eliminate him. With that command, the 3,000 elite soldiers of the divine power realm moved with intricate steps, erecting a colossal battle formation imbued with a sanguine aura. The overwhelming scent of blood rapidly enveloped the surrounding area, staining the very fabric of the atmosphere crimson. The commotion drew the attention of numerous formidable figures, who had just arrived, their hearts trembling with excitement. The ancestral figure of the Lin family, Lin Chen, had come face to face with the esteemed generals and the elite guards of the Great Beauty Dynasty. After a month of anticipation, the moment of exhilarating confrontation had finally arrived. The depth of the Great Beauty Dynasty was truly formidable, effortlessly summoning 3 7th-tier true spirit realm monarchs. Such might is a testament to its status as the foremost super dynasty within the 100 Dynasties Alliance. Indeed, it appeared that the ancestral Lin Chen was in grave peril. Yet, one could not dismiss the possibility that he had hidden cards up his sleeve. The gathered powerhouses from various factions and wandering cultivators observed the unfolding scene. Their discussions ignited with fervor. Over the course of the past month, many formidable figures from forces ranked above the 5th tier had managed to reach the Great Beauty Dynasty, eagerly anticipating this clash. Initially, they feared Lin Chen had fled the dynasty during his prolonged seclusion, only to witness his sudden reemergence, confronting the dynasty's illustrious generals and poised for battle. Their eyes widened in rapt attention, fearful of missing any thrilling spectacle. Kill, ignoring the throngs of onlookers. The leading general of the Great Beauty Dynasty, bolstered by the Iron Blood Battle Array, summoned the strength of 3,000 elite guards and 2 other generals, unleashing a terrifying might surpassing that of a typical 8th-tier true spirit realm warrior. Instantly, they charged towards Lin Chen. Humph, even a mere grain of rice dares to shine. In the face of this overwhelming force, Lin Chen did not retreat. Instead, he brandished a 6-tiered longsword and met the assault head-on. This sword, not the fabled eternal divine sword, was an unknown longsword he had procured from the royal palace of leisure, perfectly suited for channeling his sword intent. After all, the present adversaries were not formidable enough to compel Lin Chen to reveal the existence of his sword domain and the eternal divine sword. One sword, to encompass the universe. Flash. As Lin Chen's declaration echoed, an overwhelming sword intent annihilated the sanguine aura surrounding him for hundreds of miles, rapidly expanding in its wake. The blood-red aura emanating from the iron blood battle array displayed no resistance whatsoever. Suddenly, the ambient spiritual energy in the void erupted, manipulated by Lin Chen's sword techniques. Morphing into a colossal sword stretching 10,000 feet, adorned with myriad realms of dust where individuals practiced the way of the sword. In an instant, it collided with the iron blood battle array with a speed that was almost imperceptible. Boom! The terrifying aftershocks of the battle radiated outward, sending powerful energy waves that caused the onlookers to pale, their bodies retreating in haste. Yet, some confident in their own strength remained steadfast, channeling their magical energies in an attempt to withstand the oncoming tumultuous waves of battle. However, the reverberations emanating from the iron blood battle array were effortlessly thwarted. Yet, the sword intent unleashed by Lin Chen, nearing perfection at 90%, was an entirely different matter. This terrifying sword intent disregarded the physical form, inflicting harm upon the soul, causing many to be caught unawares, their bodies propelled backward, faces drained of color. Of course, there were formidable warriors who withstood the remnants of the battle, remaining unscathed. Still, the astonishment etched upon their faces was undeniable. For in the very instant Lin Chen's sword collided with the formidable iron blood array of the Great Beauty Dynasty, the seemingly invincible formation sustained cracks after a mere 3 breaths, with the sound of blood being coughed up echoing in the ears of the onlookers. Innumerable strong figures from the Great Beauty Dynasty were sent flying from the iron blood array, their hot blood erupting as if it were of no consequence. They crashed heavily to the ground, rendered devoid of combat capability. Gulp! Had the once invincible iron blood array, which had thrived for 100,000 years within the alliance of 100 dynasties, truly been shattered. Hiss, the ancestor of the Lin family, is exceptionally powerful. Is he truly at the 3rd level of the true spirit realm? Why do I feel as though I, a fellow 3rd level true spirit realm practitioner, appear almost feeble in his presence? Fellow cultivator, I find myself deeply offended. It must be noted that since its rise to prominence, the iron blood array of the Great Beauty Dynasty has instilled fear in countless factions. Countless strong warriors have perished within this terrifying formation. Rumor has it that thousands of years ago, several formidable generals of the Great Beauty Dynasty utilized this array to slay a superpower at the 8th level of the true spirit realm. It is easy to fathom the formidable reputation this battle array holds within the alliance of 100 dynasties. Yet, this unparalleled formation was shattered by a single sword strike from Lin Chen. The spectacle was, to them, utterly staggering. Death. Nevertheless, Lin Chen paid no heed to the murmurs of the onlookers. After successfully dismantling the iron blood array with a single blow, he unhesitatingly raised his long sword once more. The sword intent, almost tangible, sliced through the air, releasing colossal sword energies that engulfed the ranks of the Great Beauty Dynasty's warriors like a sea of blades. Ack! Instantly, anguished cries of torment resonated throughout the heavens and earth. In the blink of an eye, this cohort of 9th-level Divine Guard was annihilated at Lin Chen's hands. The 3 esteemed generals of the Great Beauty Dynasty were left utterly heartbroken, ready to plead for mercy. However, before they could utter a word, Lin Chen's long sword danced again, sealing the fate of these 3 7th-level true spirit realm generals forever in that place. Without casting a glance at the surrounding crowd, Lin Chen proceeded to collect his spoils of war, intending to tear through space and rush towards the imperial capital of the Great Beauty Dynasty. Yet, it was at this moment, a terrifying aura, causing ripples in the surrounding void, suddenly enveloped an expanse of 10,000 miles. Such audacity! To slay thousands of the Imperial Guard of the Great Beauty Dynasty and presume to escape unscathed? Do they truly believe that the Great Beauty Dynasty is without defenders? A chilling voice, laced with a hint of murderous intent, reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Amidst the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, for formidable figures, exuding the essence of the 8th stage of true spirit realm and above, materialized not far from Lin Chen. Those among the powerful who possessed some knowledge of the Great Beauty Dynasty were instantly struck with alarm. By Tianjun, heavens! Is he not the previous monarch of the Great Beauty Dynasty? Remarkably, he is alive and has ascended to the 9th stage of true spirit realm. The other 2 figures appeared to be princes of the dynasty, thought to have perished, yet they have evidently been concealed within the dynasty's profound reserves. With 2 peak 8th stage and 2 ninth stage true spirit realm experts, has the Great Beauty Dynasty revealed its full strength? It remains uncertain. Yet this formidable power is already capable of sweeping across the entire 100 Dynasties alliance. It is overwhelmingly powerful. Indeed, it is awe-inspiring. As they beheld the 4 figures standing resolutely in the void, the multitude of spectators erupted in excitement. Some among them, possessing ancient lineages and knowledge of the Great Beauty Dynasty's affairs, gasped in astonishment at their appearances. They had not anticipated such decisiveness from the Great Beauty Dynasty. In their efforts to confront Lin Chen, they not only dispatched esteemed generals and 3,000 imperial guards, but also summoned 4 venerable ancestors of the dynasty to stand guard. This seems rather excessively cautious, does it not? Chapter 96. The might of the sword domain. If there were anyone, they would not dare to strike against this esteemed presence. Especially not a group of decrepit old souls on the verge of the grave. However, in stark contrast to the astonishment of the crowd, Lin Chen, who discerned the formidable strength of the 4 venerable ancestors of the Great Beauty Dynasty beneath the eye of fate, remained utterly unfazed and retorted with sharp wit. This shift in atmosphere rendered the surroundings palpably tense, prompting even the onlookers to gaze at Lin Chen in disbelief. They had not anticipated that Lin Chen possessed not only terrifying power, but also a tongue as deft as his sword. Humph, a sharp-tongued fellow. I wonder if your prowess matches your words. Old 3, Old 4, Old 5, attacked together. As the words fell, the second ancestor of the Great Beauty Dynasty unleashed a fearsome aura, honed over millennia in the 9th layer of the true spirit realm, and charged towards Lin Chen. Witnessing this, the remaining 3 ancestors of the Great Beauty Dynasty were equally resolute and joined the fray. To them, notions of righteousness were non-existent. As long as they faced an enemy, it was merely a matter of strength overpowering weakness and numbers overwhelming singularity. Humph. Do you think I fear a bunch of ancient relics? In response, Lin Chen refused to cower, brandishing his sword and advancing towards them. Boom. With a cacophony of earth-shattering sounds resonating through the void, the very ground surrounding their battlefield trembled violently for miles. Countless fragments of space scattered, transforming into lethal talismans that spread outward. Even those formidable beings who had stood unmoved during the previous conflict were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically as they hastily retreated. As for the spectators who were already at a distance, feeling the overwhelming force, they too began to withdraw in haste. For those who had transcended the ordinary, even at a distance of thousands of miles, they could still catch a glimpse of the battle, albeit lacking clarity. How infuriating! How can you be so powerful? With merely a near-complete sword intent, your strength should not have escalated to this extent. As the second ancestor of the Great Beauty Dynasty engaged Lin Chen, he immediately sensed the latter's terrifying combat prowess. Faced with the combined assault of his 4 brothers, Lin Chen showed no signs of faltering. Instead, he grew increasingly valiant, leaving them profoundly shaken. Such inquiries are best posed to the king of hell below. Yet, in the face of the second ancestor's bewilderment, Lin Chen harbored no intention of offering explanations. To him, since he was destined to eliminate the 4 before him, what purpose did verbosity serve? It would merely be overheard by the surrounding crowd, leading to public knowledge, offering him no advantage whatsoever. Better to maintain an air of mystery, allowing them to speculate. The unknown is indeed the most terrifying of all. Upon hearing Lin Chen's provocative words, the second ancestor of the Great Beauty Dynasty felt a surge of vexation. Without further ado, he intensified his movements, growing increasingly ferocious. In response to this, Lin Chen, far from being intimidated, let out a resounding roar towards the heavens and charged forward once more, engaging in a fierce battle with his adversaries. This encounter marked the most exhilarating clash Lin Chen had experienced since acquiring the system. Even his previous confrontation with the avatar of the Elder Taishang of Tianyun paled in comparison. After all, that had merely been an incarnation, wielding limited power. And given that his combat prowess had already reached the 7th tier of the divine ability realm, it had been impossible for him to fully indulge in the fight. However, this time, aside from the sword domain and the eternal sword, Lin Chen unleashed the entirety of his strength, yet could only achieve a stalemate against them. This was a testament to the breakthroughs he had made in the sword domain, which had significantly enhanced his foundational abilities. Even without employing the sword domain, his power had seen considerable augmentation, Otherwise, absent the use of the eternal sword, his combat capabilities would have only been comparable to those of a peak practitioner at the 8th layer of the true spirit realm. Exhilaration surged within him. Again, after what felt like an eternity, following yet another clash, Lin Chen shouted with fervor and leapt back into the fray, entangled once more with the 4 venerable ancestors of the Great Beauty Dynasty. Their eyes burned crimson with rage, wishing nothing more than to eliminate Lin Chen on the spot. Unfortunately, their strength at this level could only be deemed average. Their ascension to such heights had come from immense opportunities in their youth and the countless resources supplied by the Great Beauty Dynasty. Otherwise, they would not have remained stagnant for millennia after reaching their current realm. The potential of these ancestors had already reached its zenith. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th elders invoked a sacred ritual. Hours passed, and sensing the increasing number of powerful beings converging around them, the 2 ancestors of the Great Beauty Dynasty realized they could not afford to prolong the battle any further, regardless of whether they could subdue Lin Chen. The ramifications for their dynasty would be profound. Thus, gritting their teeth, one of them steeled his resolve and, seizing the fleeting moment of respite after a skirmish, unhesitatingly executed a secret technique that could temporarily enhance their power. The remaining ancestors of the Great Beauty Dynasty nodded in agreement. Although invoking this sacred ritual would render them weak for several centuries, with the support of the dynasty, they could recover in less than 100 years. For beings with lifespans still exceeding 1,000 years, this was within tolerable limits. As they accepted this course of action, a profound wave of energy surged within them, and the true spirit hidden deep within their dantian erupted in a brilliant radiance. Following this illumination, a dark flame enveloped their true spirits, ceaselessly burning. In that moment, the auras of the 4 venerable ancestors of the Great Beauty Dynasty surged dramatically. Their strength, previously at the peak of the 8th layer of the true spirit realm, forcefully ascended to the 9th layer. While those already at the 9th layer approached its pinnacle, their overall combat capabilities multiplying manifold. Wow! The secret technique of burning the true spirit, hiss. The ancestral figure of the Lin family has actually forced the ancestors of the Great Beauty Dynasty to this extent. A prodigy, an unparalleled prodigy. As long as he transcends this tribulation, he will undoubtedly step into the realm of nirvana, becoming the supreme monarch of our. So formidable. Is this truly the combat power that can be unleashed by someone at the 3rd level of the true spirit realm? After this battle, regardless of whether the Lin family's ancestor wins or loses, he will surely be immortalized in history, revered by all living beings. Witnessing the actions of the ancestors of the Great Beauty Dynasty, the onlookers could no longer contain their astonishment, erupting into a clamor. Their gazes towards Lin Chen were akin to witnessing the rise of an unparalleled sovereign, filled with fervor. Sharing the same true spirit realm, the same 3rd level of true spirit, the combat prowess that Lin Chen exhibited utterly conquered them. A true submission, both in heart and voice. Oh, have they truly reached the end of their wits? If so, then let me send you on your way. However, just as the crowd was in awe of the secret technique displayed by the ancestors of the Great Beauty Dynasty, Lin Chen, upon witnessing this scene, lost the desire to continue the fight. His cold voice reverberated across the heavens, causing the once tumultuous atmosphere to descend into silence. Countless gazes involuntarily turned towards Lin Chen, who stood resolute in the void, their eyes reflecting a mixture of 3 parts doubt and 7 parts anticipation. What astonishing methods does he still possess? How could he regard the ancestors of the Great Beauty Dynasty as mere playthings? Guardian Sword Domain rise. Lin Chen did not allow them to ponder for long. The moment his words fell, amidst the dazzling brilliance that caused many onlookers to instinctively close their eyes, he unleashed the Guardian Sword Domain he had just comprehended. Instantly, it enveloped the 4 ancestors of the Great Beauty Dynasty in close proximity. Then, with a thought, an endless torrent of terrifying sword energy erupted from the void, disregarding space and distance, striking towards them in an instant. What is this? Why has my power diminished by 30%? The 4 ancestors of the Great Beauty Dynasty could only utter this single phrase before being torn apart by the relentless sword energy, extinguishing their life force. At that moment, Lin Chen also seized their accompanying treasures. Then, casting a glance at the many onlookers who had just opened their tightly shut eyes, he tore through the fabric of space and departed from the scene. All that remained were countless bewildered individuals staring at the battlefield, watching helplessly as Lin Chen's figure faded away. Where did the ancestors of the Great Beauty Dynasty go? What happened to those 4 ancestors? Just now, I seem to have heard several anguished cries. Those esteemed ancestors of the Great Beauty Dynasty could not possibly have fallen to Lin Chen. No, that cannot be. These are the ancestors of our Great Beauty Dynasty, whose cultivation has long reached the transformation realm. How could they be slain by a mere trifling figure at the 3rd level of the true spirit realm? Yet, I distinctly heard those cries, and judging by the sound, they belong to your dynasty's ancestors. Indeed, the moment we opened our eyes, we clearly witnessed Lin Chen tearing through space to depart, while your Great Beauty Dynasty's ancestors vanished without a trace. Is there any possibility other than the demise of your ancestors? This incident will not only send shockwaves through our 100 Dynasty alliance, but will reverberate throughout the entire wild continent. What a formidable ancestor of the Lin family. What a master of the sword. I have resolved to devote myself solely to the path of swordsmanship henceforth, forsaking all other chaotic techniques and martial arts. Ah, fellow cultivator. I too harbor such intentions. Why not explore this path together? With the main figures having departed, the onlookers gradually calmed their tumultuous hearts and began to disperse. Simultaneously, news of the events that transpired on this battlefield rapidly spread in all directions, centered around the Great Beauty Dynasty. Some powerful factions, equipped with comprehensive intelligence systems, learned of the developments within less than a quarter of an hour. These factions were a mix of the exhilarated, the agitated, and the apprehensive, regardless of their sentiments. An unprecedented undercurrent began to form within the 100 Dynasty alliance. Numerous factions were poised to act. Once the Great Beauty Dynasty falls, the Lin family, which stands behind Lin Chen, would undoubtedly not be able to monopolize such a vast dynasty. By relinquishing a portion of their interests, there remains an opportunity for others to partake in the spoils. Regarding updates, the author previously stated that upon reaching an initial subscription of 500, there would be a daily update of 6,000 words. Since the launch, my average update has far exceeded 6,000 words. Henceforth, maintaining the 6,000 word count. For every additional 50 monthly tickets, an extra chapter of 2,000 words will be added. For every additional 500 recommendation votes, another chapter will be added. One alliance leader's support will yield 10 extra chapters. A 10,000 reward will grant 2 extra chapters. An accumulative total of 20 individual rewards will result in 1 additional chapter. Rewards under $1 do not count. I shall uphold my promises. If I do not deliver, I shall toil relentlessly. Chapter 97. The Aftermath of the Great Beauty Dynasty. The Peril of the Lin Family. In an instant, the entire 100 Dynasty alliance became a tempest of activity. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Great Beauty Dynasty, as the sovereign of this formidable empire, Bijinda received the news of the fall of the 4 esteemed ancestors sooner than other factions, coupled with the whispers circulating among the various powers within the capital. This ancient city, which had stood for hundreds of thousands of years on the Dongtian continent, was plunged into chaos. Various factions hastily summoned their descendants and barred their doors. Outrageous. A veritable band of traitors. The Great Beauty Dynasty has yet to be vanquished, yet they are so eager to sever ties. Once I weather this storm, I shall ensure you all face the consequences. Fuming, Bijinda smashed the items in the grand hall to the ground, utterly appalled by the actions of the factions. However, now was not the time to dwell on such grievances. He needed to venture into the forbidden grounds to summon the ancient ancestor who had been in seclusion for millennia. He believed that as long as the ancestor intervened, all crises would be swiftly resolved. It is well known that the Great Beauty Dynasty boasts an ancestor at the 9th level of the true spirit realm. Yet the precise number and their specific capabilities remain a mystery to the world. However, Bijinda was aware that the ancestor's combat prowess had transcended the true king realm a millennium ago. Even his nominal son, Xiao Jia, was the result of an incident during the ancestor's retreat, where a palace maid was left with a child. Fool, you should never have killed him. Not only will it bring ruin upon yourself, but also upon the Lin family and the entire Great Chu dynasty. Bijinda's low, thunderous roar revealed a shocking secret to the world. It is common knowledge that the progeny of the Great Beauty Dynasty numbers in the hundreds. However, apart from King Xiao Jia, all other princes were raised strictly according to royal protocols, facing penalties for any transgressions. Only King Xiao Jia regardless of the troubles he might cause, received unwavering favor from the sovereign of the Great Beauty Dynasty, a degree of affection that far surpassed the typical father-son bond. The reason behind this was now clear. Once this information spread, it would leave countless factions astounded while finally elucidating the sovereign's extraordinary fondness for King Xiao. After all, he was a descendant of the great ancestor, making him, in terms of lineage, the great-great-grandson of the sovereign. How could one not be affectionate? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Baijinda soon found himself at the periphery of the forbidden grounds. I, Baijinda, the 396th patriarch of the Great Beauty Dynasty, seek an audience with the great ancestor. Our dynasty faces a life and death crisis. I implore the great ancestor to intervene and restore the balance, ensuring the eternal legacy of the Great Beauty Dynasty. With the echo of Baijinda's words, the massive stone door, weighing hundreds of thousands of pounds, suddenly swung open. Simultaneously, an ancient voice resonated from within. What crisis? Can't the second and third elders handle it? As he spoke, an elderly man clad in coarse linen appeared before Baijinda, his words laced with a hint of perplexity. The second ancestor and the third ancestor, they have already sacrificed themselves. What on earth has transpired in the Great Beauty Dynasty during this time? Furthermore, have you inadvertently provoked any of those powerful factions? Upon hearing this, the grand ancestor of the Great Beauty Dynasty felt a jolt in his heart, and a terrifying glimmer flickered in his eyes. The situation is as follows. Baijinda dared not withhold any information, recounting the sequence of events in detail. From the moment the carefree king set his sights on Lin Ling, attempting to forcibly abduct her, leading to his utter demise, to a decade later when the ancestor of the Lin family retaliated by obliterating the Great Han Dynasty, slaying the carefree king, and storming the Great Beauty Dynasty, all these developments caused the grand ancestor's expression to shift dramatically. This unworthy descendant. Yet, how could a mere ancestor of an inferior dynasty possess such formidable strength? It seemed he had encountered significant fortuity. To single-handedly confront the combined might of the second and third ancestors and emerge victorious suggested that his power was nearing the true king realm, or perhaps had already attained it, the third level of true spirit, with the might of a true king. Reflecting on this, even though he had lived for nearly 20,000 years as the grand ancestor of the Great Beauty Dynasty, he could not help but furrow his brow. His own strength had reached the true king realm over a millennium ago, but his progress in the intervening years had been minimal. At most, he had grown slightly stronger than when he first entered that realm. If Lin Chen's power had indeed reached the true king realm, while he possessed confidence in defeating the latter, he could not guarantee that he could capture him. Proceed to the ancestral hall. Establish your presence there to awaken the fortunes of the Great Beauty Dynasty, while activating the grand formation of the royal capital. This grand ancestor shall ensure his complete retention. Understood. Upon hearing the grand ancestor's grave command, Baijinda felt a sudden tremor in his heart and promptly agreed without hesitation. The dynasty's fortunes, accumulated over hundreds of thousands of years, contained a power that would astound even him. Indeed, if employed correctly, these fortunes could elevate an ordinary person to the status of a supreme powerhouse at the 9th level of true spirit, wielding dominion over vast territories. As for the grand formation of the royal capital, its significance was even greater. Constructed by the founding ancestor and fortified by the successive ancestors of the Great Beauty Dynasty, it had become virtually indestructible, capable of withstanding even a true king for a time. It could be said that these two elements constituted the pinnacle of the Great Beauty Dynasty's heritage, complemented by the grand ancestor himself, forming the three foundational pillars of their dynasty. United, even if Lin Chen possessed the strength of a true king, he would be buried here. After all, strength is merely strength. His cultivation ultimately remained at the 3rd level of true spirit. Meanwhile, as the Great Beauty Dynasty prepared to unleash all its resources for a grand gamble against Lin Chen, another scene unfolded in the Great Chu Dynasty. A figure adorned in the official garb of the Great Beauty Dynasty, a true spirit powerhouse, accompanied by a retinue of transcendent beings, suddenly descended upon the skies above Dian City. The formidable individual of the true spirit realm, named by Zhongxian, hails from the royal lineage of the Great Beauty Dynasty, boasting a cultivation of the 2nd level of the true spirit realm. Under the imperial decree of His Majesty the Great Beauty Dynasty, he was tasked with the annihilation of the Lin family's 9 clans. before the inhabitants of Dian City could react. Bai Zhongxian produced a pre-prepared edict and gestured to a cadre of formidable beings from the divine passage realm behind him. In an instant, a torrent of overwhelming energy erupted from them, cascading towards the ancestral lands of the Lin family. The citizens within the city felt an oppressive weight descend upon them. As if burdened by an immense mountain, their expressions tinged with terror as they gazed into the void. Accompanying this terrifying aura were colossal hands that blotted out the sun, unleashed by their might, growing in size with each passing moment, from several feet to several dozen feet, and then to hundreds of feet by the time these gargantuan hands were poised to descend upon the Lin family. They had enveloped the entire estate. The Lin family was doomed. This thought echoed in the minds of countless individuals within the city. Over the past month, they had witnessed the Lin family's ancestor obliterating the great Han dynasty and slaying the carefree king, launching a relentless advance towards the great beauty dynasty, leaving the Lin family unguarded. Without the protection of their venerable ancestor, the Lin family was vulnerable. It would take but a single being of the divine passage realm to bring about their ruin, let alone the multitude of such beings now converging in the void. Who dares to act with such audacity against my Lin family? Just then, a cold rebuke resonated from deep within the Lin family estate, accompanied by an astonishing pressure. A woman clad in a flowing purple gown materialized in the air. Observing the overwhelming hands that loomed above the Lin family, her brow furrowed slightly. In an instant, she unleashed dozens of strikes, dispersing the colossal hands. However, this exertion caused her to stagger back, taking 3 steps to regain her balance. It was none other than the wife of the Lin family's ancestor, Princess Huishuan, Chu Sighting. To everyone's astonishment, she had also cultivated to the divine passage realm, and it appeared that her prowess was far from ordinary. To withstand the simultaneous onslaught of so many beings of the divine passage realm, she must possess at least the 5th level of that realm. Yet, doubts lingered. Many remained skeptical of the Lin family's fate, especially given the presence of a man in the void who clearly exuded the air of a leader and had yet to make a move. Indeed, the Lin family's development had been too brief. While their lower-tier combat strength had increased, their mid- to high-tier capabilities were conspicuously lacking. Within the city, a wave of astonishment swept through the populace as they beheld this sudden turn of events. Among them, many who had encountered Chu Sighting recognized her identity. Their shock mingled with a resigned shake of the head. The Lin family's rapid growth over the years was undeniable. In a scant decade, they had ascended from a 7th-tier power to a status rivaling many 6th-tier forces, a pace that could hardly be deemed slow. In addition to that, within the family, there exists a plethora of prodigies, with exceptional talents emerging continuously. Take, for instance, the illustrious genius ranking of the great Chu dynasty, where the Lin family occupies no less than 6 positions. Beyond them, following Lin Ling, the Lin family has also given rise to extraordinary talents such as Lin Feng and Lin Xia. Although they do not participate in the genius ranking, in the hearts of the populace of the great Chu dynasty, their cultivation speed and strength have transcended the very concept of the genius ranking, allowing them to stand shoulder to shoulder with the elder generation of formidable warriors. Such is the Lin family that, given time to flourish, they are destined to become a formidable power that stirs the entire 100 Dynasty alliance and even the wild state, with a promising future ahead. Alas, the Lin family has drawn the attention of the great Mei dynasty. Upon this realization, a collective sigh of regret resonates among the onlookers. Feeling deep sympathy for the Lin family, the 3rd level of the divine passage realm, to withstand even a casual strike from my subordinates, your combat prowess must at least rival that of the 7th level of the divine passage realm. Truly remarkable. It is astonishing that such a small family as the Lin has birthed so many prodigies. If they are allowed to develop, the great Mei dynasty shall be in peril. Ha ha! Fortunately, His Majesty has wisely dispatched us to annihilate your Lin family and eradicate the entire great Chu dynasty. This time, our great Mei dynasty will crush all threats in their infancy. Suddenly, the appearance of Chu Sighting astonished Bai Zhongxian, causing him to erupt in wild laughter. Yet, the chilling implications of her cold voice sent shivers down the spines of the inhabitants of Dian City and the powerful beings who had been monitoring the commotion. To obliterate the Lin family is one thing, but to extinguish the entire great Chu dynasty? When this news reached the powers lurking in the shadows, their leaders were instantly incensed. In the city lord's mansion of Tianxin County, the Zhao family and other top-tier forces, bolstered by powerful warriors of the Divine Passage realm, gathered in solidarity. How outrageous! The common folk may be oblivious, but we, the fifth-tier forces, are well aware of the happenings in the Great Mei dynasty. How dare they act so arrogantly? The four esteemed ancestors of the dynasty were slain by the Lin family's elder, and now they march towards their royal capital. Still harboring delusions of annihilating our great Chu dynasty, they are simply courting death. That said, let us not forget that the leader is likely a true spirit realm expert, and he possesses the authority to make such claims. True spirit realm, what of it? Do not forget whose territory the Lin family occupies. Do you think that Lin Chen, the elder, departed from the Lin family to confront the Great Mei dynasty without leaving behind any means? With Lin Chen's prowess, a mere flick of his subordinate's hand could annihilate them 1,000 times over. Indeed, I have been pondering how to forge a connection with the Lin family, and this presents the perfect opportunity to offer them support. Excellent. Before long, several top-tier forces in Tianxin County reached a consensus, and numerous experts from the Divine Passage realm soared into the sky, heading towards Dian City. Within the 100 Dynasty Alliance, there exists an organization dedicated to the trade of information, known as the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Essentially, every dynasty possesses its factions, and the Great Chu dynasty is no exception. Powers like the Zhao family, classified as fifth-tier forces, lack the intelligence capabilities to swiftly ascertain events transpiring within the Great Mei dynasty. However, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion does possess such information. Such timely intelligence is not exorbitantly priced, a mere 10,000 low-grade spirit stones for each piece of information, which is a negligible expense for a fifth-tier faction. Consequently, they harbor little trepidation towards the Great Mei dynasty. This sentiment is not confined solely to the elite factions of Tianxin City. Across various regions of the Great Chu dynasty, wherever a fifth-tier power is stationed, one or more formidable beings of the Transcendence realm ascend, hastening towards the location of Great Yin City. The Zhao family and similar factions are astute enough to recognize this reality, as their leadership is not composed of fools. As for the royal family of the Great Chu dynasty, they are even more entangled, particularly the Chu family, which has a close association with the Lin family, ensuring their involvement regardless of the outcome. Therefore, upon receiving news of a Transcendence realm expert taking action against the Lin family, numerous figures of such prowess surged from various royal manors and the Chu family's stronghold within the capital, heading towards the Lin family's domain. Of course, some short-sighted or timid factions opted to remain spectators, believing that if the Lin family emerged victorious, they would incur no losses. Yet if the Great Mei dynasty gained the upper hand, they could swiftly pack their belongings and retreat to distant lands. They were unconvinced that the Great Mei dynasty would expend vast resources to pursue a cluster of insignificant ants such as themselves. Meanwhile, as the various factions of the Great Chu dynasty rushed to support the Lin family, within Great Yin City, Bai Zhongxian's expression sharpened significantly after delivering his orders. Crimson Armored Guards, execute her. Although the ability of a third-tier Transcendence realm expert to wield the might of a seventh tier is indeed formidable, his contingent of Crimson Armored Guards is no less powerful, ranging from the 3rd to the 7th tier, and even boasting a commander at the 8th tier. He was confident that such a multitude of strong warriors would be sufficient to subdue Chu's sighting. As for why he refrained from engaging personally, it was merely a precaution against potential hidden cards within the Lin family. After all, this was the family presided over by the Lin family's esteemed ancestors. Crimson Flame Fist, Bloodied Palm. Upon hearing Bai Zhongxian's command, the Crimson Armored Guards wasted no time, unleashing their myriad martial techniques and supernatural powers against Chu's sighting. The overwhelming momentum transformed the very void of Great Yin City into a kaleidoscope of colors. The terrifying aftermath of the battle, had it not been for the protective barriers left by Lin Chen, would have reduced the entire Lin family to ruins. Ultimate In-Sword Slay. In response, Chu's sighting dared not to show weakness. A long sword, radiating a faint ethereal light, materialized in her hand, and she advanced to meet them. As the crisp sound of clashing weapons resonated through the void, Chu's sighting astonishingly stood her ground against a group of formidable beings at the Divine Ability realm. The sheer might of the Lin family patriarch was unparalleled. Could it be that his wife possessed an equally formidable strength? This revelation left one astounded. Was every member of this family an extraordinary prodigy? At last, I grasped why the Lin family incessantly produced powerful warriors. The terrifying prowess of 16-year-old Lin Xia was now comprehensible. With such illustrious parents, it would indeed be remarkable if one did not excel. I sensed the urgency to retreat, for the situation appeared far more complex than it seemed. What they were unaware of, however, was that Chu Sighting's own strength was not as formidable as it appeared. With her cultivation at the 3rd level of the divine ability realm, she could only exhibit a power equivalent to the 7th level at most, which was insufficient to confront the formidable beings before her. Yet, she was fortunate to have a remarkable husband. The supreme Yin sword in her grasp was a protective talisman bestowed upon her by Lin Chen, a treasure of the 6th tier, intermediate grade. Although Chu Sighting had yet to unlock its full potential, it significantly augmented her own combat capabilities. A 6th tier artifact, no less, and not merely an ordinary one. Bai Zhongxian, a true expert of the true spirit realm, recognized the quality of the long sword in Chu Sighting's possession with a mere glance. A flicker of avarice surfacing in his eyes. Regardless of the hidden legacy left by Lin Chen within the Lin family, he aimed to eliminate Chu Sighting and seize this invaluable treasure. With lethal intent, the true spirit realm expert unleashed a palm strike, intent on obliterating her. The speed of his attack was astonishing, capable of shattering the void. Before his words had even dissipated, his hand had already descended upon Chu Sighting's head. This sudden turn of events elicited furious roars from the recently arrived members of the great Chu royal family and the Lin household, their eyes wide with disbelief. Yet, Bai Zhongxian remained unfazed, intensifying his assault. In an instant, the entirety of Dian City was filled with the sound of a colossal hand slicing through the void, aimed mercilessly at Chu Sighting. Just then, the heavens and earth underwent a dramatic transformation. Chapter 98. Xiao Jia takes action, Lin Chen versus. The ancestor of the great beauty dynasty, however, at that moment, the heavens and earth were engulfed in a tempestuous transformation. A voice, imbued with an ethereal indifference, suddenly resonated in the ears of countless onlookers. Great beauty dynasty, you truly are a lingering specter. Very well, it is time to resolve the grievances that lie between us. As this proclamation faded, a figure, unmistakably familiar to the crowd, appeared before Chu Sighting. Gradually, she extended her delicate right hand, effortlessly shattering the colossal palm that surged toward her, causing it to vanish into the void. Lin Ling, how is this possible? Was she not already lost to us? Bewilderment washed over the crowd. What is happening? Moreover, her cultivation, how has she ascended to such heights? Rivaling the true spirit realm in such a short span? This cannot be. It is utterly unfathomable. At that moment, astonishment flickered across every face, each gaze laden with confusion. Even Lin Ling's parents were ensnared by disbelief. How could their deceased daughter have returned to life? Surely, I am not dreaming, they thought, torn between excitement and trepidation, fearing this might merely be an illusion. Perceiving the tumultuous emotions of her parents, Lin Feng stepped forward, striving to elucidate the circumstances to the myriad members of the Lin family present. This revelation only deepened the astonishment of the various factions gathered, enhancing their faith in Lin Chen's capacity to dismantle the great beauty dynasty, utilizing the celestial medicine king's clandestine realm as a guise for his famed demise. It became evident that the Lin family's patriarch had orchestrated an intricate web of schemes. No wonder Lin Chen's earlier reactions had seemed somewhat discordant. With both valor and cunning, alongside formidable strength, the downfall of the great beauty dynasty appeared inevitable. Humph, this wretched dynasty has no idea how many young prodigies they have ensnared. They are the very hopes of our 100 Dynasties alliance. Were it not for them, we would not languish without a single prodigy gracing the rankings of the celestial prodigies of the wilderness. Indeed, my discontent with the great beauty dynasty had long since festered. They have transformed a once unified 100 Dynasties alliance into a chaotic and discordant entity. Among the onlookers stood not only the forces of the great Chu dynasty, but also those from other dynasties and sections. They harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the atrocities committed by the great beauty dynasty. Yet, in the past, their overwhelming strength had rendered them powerless to retaliate, forcing them into submission. But now, the tides had turned. No longer did they hesitate to voice their opinions, openly critiquing the actions of the great beauty dynasty. This audacity only served to darken the countenance of Bai Zhongxian, who floated in the void. Feeling a profound sense of disappointment and anger towards the intelligence network of the Great Beauty Dynasty. Nevertheless, the pressing concern remained. He must devise a means to escape this place. For he could clearly discern that the figure before him was not Lin Ling, but an ancient entity whose cultivation had transcended countless years. At least at the 9th level of the true spirit realm. Such an ancient aura. You are undoubtedly not Lin Ling, but rather that old fellow. The Tianyongdan Wang, are you? To occupy another's body and still dare to appear in the Lin family, you truly possess audacity. Upon hearing Lin Ling's words, Bai Zhongxian's eyes subtly shifted, promptly revealing the anomalies surrounding Lin Ling in an attempt to sow discord between them. What? He is not Lin Ling, but the Tianyongdan Wang? At this revelation, the onlookers were momentarily taken aback, astonished that the situation had once again taken a turn. Their gazes towards Lin Ling transformed into something peculiar. After all, such a claim bore considerable credibility. The Tianyongdan Wang? After the passage of over 10,000 years, do you truly believe that even if a fragment of his true spirit managed to survive, he could seize control right under the noses of the Lin family's ancestors? As for the aura you mentioned, it is not entirely inaccurate. I am not Lin Ling. I merely temporarily borrow her body to engage in battle. As for myself, casting a glance at the numerous powerful figures present, Lin Ling's aura underwent a sudden shift. Her cultivation instantly plummeted to the 5th realm of the transcendent stage. Simultaneously, a soul entity radiating the aura of a true spirit realm powerhouse abruptly manifested before the crowd. Without allowing them a moment's reaction, it once again dove into Lin Ling's body, returning her to her previous state. These actions unfolded in the blink of an eye, so swiftly that Bai Zhongxian scarcely had the opportunity to react before the soul of the Chao family reclaimed control of Lin Ling's form. A soul entity of true spirit realm caliber. No wonder Lin Ling's growth rate was so astonishing. It appears she had a formidable mentor behind her. Hence, that woman was indeed a high-tier alchemist? Good heavens, what extraordinary fortune! If only I could encounter such a benevolent elder, would I not soar to greatness as well? Envy consumed me, tearing my very essence apart. Upon witnessing his scheme effortlessly unraveled by Xiao Jia, Bai Zhongxian's countenance turned grave. He realized that to depart from this place, he would likely have to engage in combat with her. Thus, he refrained from further dialogue. Fight! Fight! The two transformed into streaks of light, soaring into the sky like two blazing suns, unleashing a brilliant radiance as they collided in the void. Meanwhile, the cohort of powerful figures below found themselves encircled by the reinforcements from the great Chu dynasty and others, including Chu Sighting. Kill! With a command from Chu Sighting, hundreds of formidable beings surged towards the scarlet armored guards in a frenzied assault. Faced with the onslaught, the scarlet armored guards retreated under pressure, succumbing to this group of powerhouses in a mere hour. However, the true determinant of victory in this war lay in the battle above. Only where victory was achieved would it be deemed a true triumph. Simultaneously, on the other side, during the great battle in Dian City, Lin Chen traversed the entirety of the magnificent Great Beauty Dynasty, uprooting all 81 royal manors and amassing a wealth of rare treasures and fortuitous resources. His previously diminished fortune surged to over 30 million points. This was largely due to the fact that upon learning of Lin Chen's actions, many royal manors hastily evacuated their resources to the heart of the dynasty. Otherwise, this figure could have multiplied several times over. Truly, it is no surprise that such a superlative dynasty, steeped in tradition for hundreds of thousands of years, is so opulent. As Lin Chen beheld the treasures piled high within his storage space, a smile crept upon his face. The resources he had acquired were already sufficient for the Lin family to elevate to a 4th-tier power, and there would still be an abundance left over. Should he manage to conquer the Great Beauty Dynasty, he could scarcely fathom the bounty awaiting him. At the very least, he would not have to concern himself with a lack of resources until he ascended to a 3rd-tier power. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen gripped his long sword and gazed toward the domain of the Great Beauty Dynasty, where he sensed an ancient, decaying aura awaiting his arrival. Was it an ancestral being of the true king realm? Indeed, one must never underestimate any force with a long-standing heritage. Alas, had I not comprehended the sword domain prior to this, I might have struggled within your territory, but now, as he reflected on this, Lin Chen felt the easily breakable bottleneck within him, and a playful smirk danced upon his lips. He was no fool. With the eye of destiny at his disposal, he had long discerned the true depth of the great beauty dynasty from the four venerable ancestors. Thus, after dealing with them, he did not immediately rush toward the royal capital, but instead began to pillage the resources of each royal manor. Firstly, he required more fortune points as a trump card. Secondly, each of the major manors was governed by true spirit realm experts, possessing numerous valuable items. Lin Chen had previously acquired his sword from the Carefree Manor, and thus, to further augment his own foundation, he chose to plunder the various royal manors. The results of his choices proved to be fortuitous. After raiding several manors, Lin Chen managed to uncover a substantial quantity of elixirs to enhance his cultivation. While their effects were not particularly remarkable for him, when combined, they prepared him for a potential breakthrough to the fourth stage of the true spirit realm at any moment. With such a multitude of trump cards, he could not believe that a mere royal capital could pose any significant threat. It was time to gather more intelligence. With this in mind, Lin Chen's gaze turned toward the direction of the royal capital of the Great Beauty Dynasty. Ignoring the ephemeral gazes around him, he swiftly moved toward the capital. In a matter of mere breaths, Lin Chen found himself hovering above the royal capital. Boom! Upon his arrival, he unleashed his terrifying aura, pressing down upon the Great Beauty Palace. The royal family of the Great Beauty, come forth to meet your demise. What boldness! As a thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth, the figure of the great ancestor of the Mei dynasty abruptly materialized before Lin Chen. An aura, far more terrifying than Lin Chen's own, instantaneously bore down upon him. Unveil whatever means you possess. Today, the Mei dynasty shall surely perish beneath the edge of my blade. The fourth realm of the true spirit, break. At the very moment Lin Chen's words fell, his aura surged dramatically, elevating to a level commensurate with that of the Mei dynasty's great ancestor. The true dragon of fortune, manifest. The city defense formation, arise. In response, the great ancestor of the Mei dynasty, unwilling to be outdone, immediately activated these two trump cards. A resounding boom echoed as a golden beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping him and significantly amplifying his presence. Simultaneously, the city's protective formation, which enveloped the entire royal capital, was instantly activated. Countless mysterious patterns adorned the void, reminiscent of a faint domain force, rendering the surrounding space remarkably robust. A subtle, earthy yellow protective barrier encompassed the entire royal city. This grand formation served not only to prevent the aftershocks of their battle, but also to restrict Lin Chen's escape and impede his speed, a truly multifaceted strategy. Yet, could such a sixth-grade top-tier formation truly affect Lin Chen? The answer was a resounding no. As the great ancestor of the Mei dynasty unleashed his hidden power, Lin Chen, without hesitation, invoked the protective sword domain he had comprehended. Chapter 99. The Unveiling of Hidden Depths. The fall of the Great Beauty Dynasty. As Lin Chen made his move, a profound wave of energy emanated from him, expanding outward in all directions. The terrifying power of the Guardian Sword domain instantaneously shattered the false domain energy that permeated the city's protective array, enveloping an expanse of 10,000 miles. This power was palpable. He felt a piercing sensation throughout his body, as if something sharp could erupt from the void at any moment, ready to cleave him apart. There was also an enigmatic rule that relentlessly invaded his being. Had it not been for the accumulated fortune of the Great Beauty Dynasty over hundreds of thousands of years aiding him, the ancestral figure of the dynasty sensed that his abilities would have been suppressed by this mysterious rule by at least 20%. This was the power of the domain realm energy. Suddenly, a realization struck the ancestral figure of the Great Beauty Dynasty, his expression transforming into one of sheer astonishment as he gazed at Lin Chen. Disbelief etched across his features. It was known that this was the energy of the domain realm. In the entirety of the wild continent, no one had heard of any formidable beings comprehending such formidable power. Even among the exalted three hegemonic forces, none of their Nirvana realm ancestors had achieved this. Yet here stood Lin Chen, having grasped this terrifying force at the mere fourth stage of the true spirit realm. Not only the ancestral figure of the Great Beauty Dynasty, but even the powerful figures of various factions observing the battle from afar could no longer contain their astonishment and erupted into a chorus of exclamations. Did I hear correctly? The ancestor of the Lin family, Lin Chen, has comprehended the domain realm energy? You heard right. I too am astonished. This is the sword domain. Is this truly the legendary prodigy described in tales? I once thought such stories were mere fabrications of those unable to reach profound realms. Yet here we are, witnessing such a prodigy in reality. The onlookers were profoundly shaken. The ancestral figure of the great beauty dynasty had lived for nearly 20,000 years, once having been affiliated with one of the three hegemonic forces, the Tianyang sect. He was well versed in the ways of the world, and now, as he spoke of the sword domain, the veracity of the matter became overwhelmingly likely. Yet, it was precisely this realization that deepened their shock. To find a being who comprehended the domain realm energy in the entirety of the wild continent was nearly impossible, and now it had manifested right before their eyes. One could only imagine the extent of their astonishment and excitement. A being who had grasped the sword domain, such an unparalleled existence, once matured, would require no action to reap immense benefits simply by being born in the territory of the 100 Dynasties Alliance, garnering respect from other factions wherever they went. It appeared that the great beauty dynasty was indeed facing an inevitable calamity. With that thought, the crowd could not help but shake their heads in dismay. Do not be misled by the great ancestor of the grand beauty dynasty, who possesses the combat prowess of a true king. In the presence of a true king adept in the realm of swords, the former is scarcely worthy of mention. Even with the accumulated fortune of the grand beauty dynasty amassed over hundreds of thousands of years, it proves futile. After all, fortune is bound to be exhausted at some point. In contrast, the power of the sword realm is boundless. As anticipated, once Lin Chen activated the sword realm and engaged the great ancestor of the grand beauty dynasty, merely 3 days into their fierce clash, a trace of distress appeared upon the latter's face. This cannot continue. I must strike Lin Chen with overwhelming force, injuring him or even severely wounding him. Only then can I hope to overcome this tribulation. At this juncture, the great ancestor of the grand beauty dynasty no longer harbored hopes of slaying Lin Chen. He merely sought to survive this trial and find another opportunity. After all, their dynasty has endured for hundreds of thousands of years. Besides their own strength, they have also cultivated numerous connections. These connections may seem inconsequential when not in use, but once called upon, they would undoubtedly evoke tremors and fear in any faction beneath the three dominant powers of the wild state. Of course, to manifest such a scene, as the foundation of the grand beauty dynasty, he must remain alive. Otherwise, in his absence, even those strong individuals within the various factions, despite their old ties, would not wholeheartedly assist them. Indeed, many connections would become void. Bajinda, manipulate the ancestral hall's formation to sacrifice 1/3 of our dynasty's fortune in exchange for a strike comparable to the peak of the true king realm to aid me. The great ancestor of the grand beauty dynasty was resolute. Upon forming this thought, he immediately commanded discreetly, using the protective city formation. What has transpired outside? Is that so-called ancestor of the Lin family truly so formidable? Bajinda was taken aback upon hearing the ancestor's orders. Enclosed within the ancestral hall, surrounded by numerous formations and restrictions, he could neither see nor hear the commotion outside. However, judging by the command, the situation seemed dire. Without a moment's hesitation, he acquiesced. Yes, ancestor. As soon as he spoke, Bajinda, seated at the heart of the ancestral hall, focused intently, intertwining his fingers to form intricate seals, which he infused into a golden scroll before him. Boom! In that instant, a milky white flame erupted from the scroll. As the golden dragon of fortune spiraling within the ancestral hall witnessed this, it let out a mournful cry. Its once massive form, spanning dozens of feet, was instantly reduced by 1/3. Simultaneously, outside, the great ancestor of the grand beauty dynasty suddenly felt a surge of power coalescing within the ancestral hall, an energy several times greater than his own, and an overwhelming sensation that he could harness this newfound strength. The power of the sacrificed fortune. Feeling this, the grand ancestor of the great beauty dynasty could not help but be stirred. Seizing a fleeting moment after a fierce clash, he unleashed his formidable power without hesitation. Roaring, instantly, a terrifying golden dragon materialized in the void, exuding an unstoppable momentum as it locked onto Lin Chen and surged towards him with lethal intent. Has he actually ignited his fortune? Witnessing this scene, Lin Chen's expression shifted. However, it was not the power carried by the fortune dragon that concerned him, but rather the fact that the great beauty dynasty had begun to burn its own fortune. This was serious. I had intended to engage you in a thrilling contest. But your reckless consumption of fortune power cannot be tolerated. This farce must come to an end. Lin Chen, who had long regarded the fortune power of the great beauty dynasty as his own, would never allow such waste. Continuing down this path would only lead to his own detriment. Therefore, after uttering this statement, amidst the bewildered gazes of countless onlookers, Lin Chen flipped his palm, and the sixth-grade sword he had wielded vanished from his grasp, replaced by a silver-white sword intricately adorned with various runes and inscribed with the word eternity. Then, just as before, Lin Chen swung the sword. In an instant, an unrivaled sword aura erupted from the blade, emanating a terrifying aura that could rival some weaker deities. Meeting the golden dragon summoned by the great beauty dynasty. Boom! Under the astonished eyes of countless beings, the towering sword aura collided with the golden dragon, fracturing the void for miles around, causing the very heavens to tremble thrice. If it were not for the protective great formation guarding the grand capital of the great beauty dynasty, absorbing much of the force, along with the efforts of powerful beings within the city to shield themselves, the vast capital would have surely been reduced to ruins beneath the aftermath of this strike. Alas! That blow, which had filled the grand ancestor of the great beauty dynasty with confidence, met no resistance whatsoever from Lin Chen's sword and was cleaved in two, dissipating into nothingness. The remaining residual sword aura, undiminished in its ferocity, struck the grand ancestor directly. Bang! Caught off guard, the grand ancestor was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily into the protective barrier formed by the great formation, much like a stone dropped into a still pond, creating ripples of chaos. Then, before the terrified and bewildered gazes of countless beings within the city, crackling sounds emerged as fissures suddenly appeared on the barrier, which had safeguarded this ancient city for hundreds of thousands of years. Subsequently, with a resounding bang, the barrier shattered. The entire grand capital of the great beauty dynasty was laid bare to the outside world. Yet, while the crowd stood frozen in confusion, Lin Chen showed no signs of hesitation. Raising the eternity sword once more, he charged toward the grand ancestor of the great beauty dynasty. No, grand ancestor, it is over. Our glorious Demei dynasty has met its demise. Cursed be the king of leisure. You are the bane of our dynasty. Should I descend and encounter you again, I shall ensure your soul is shattered. Witnessing this scene, countless powerful figures from the Demei royal family in the capital felt their eyes blaze with fury, their voices rising in a chorus of rage. Many among them, already discontent with the king of leisure, found their animosity reaching a fever pitch in this moment. It is all his doing. Had it not been for his reckless abduction of Lin Ling, how could our Demei dynasty have attracted such unparalleled foes? Not only he, even the grand ancestor of the Demei dynasty, who has lived for nearly 20,000 years, felt a twinge of regret upon sensing the lethal threat posed by Lin Chen's sword. In hindsight, he should never have allowed this wretched offspring to come into existence. Alas, there exists no remedy for regret in this world. Lin Chen's resolve to obliterate the Demei dynasty remained unwavering, and the onlookers, far from intervening, merely observed with cold detachment. The actions of the Demei dynasty over the years had already incited widespread resentment among various factions. They would not lift a finger to aid them. Were it not for their own inadequacies, they would have long since extinguished this detestable dynasty. Boom! With another earth-shattering explosion reverberating through the realm, the entire capital of Demei trembled. Yet, in that instant, the cacophony that once filled the air dissipated, replaced by an eerie silence. An overwhelming stillness enveloped the surroundings as all eyes turned towards the dissipating smoke, revealing a massive pit in the heart of the capital, where a lifeless body lay, a transparent sword embedded in its chest, devoid of any sign of life. Silence fell upon the crowd as they gazed at Lin Chen, who stood in the void, wielding the eternal sword, their eyes glimmering with profound reverence. As Lin Chen felt the weight of their stares and surveyed the area, no one dared to meet his gaze. All bowed their proud heads in submission. Unparalleled and unmatched, what followed unfolded without unexpected twists. Under Lin Chen's relentless assault, the majority of the Demei royal family's formidable figures were swiftly vanquished. Even if a few managed to escape his grasp, it mattered little. After all, the Bai family of the Dame dynasty had flourished over countless millennia, with their numbers surpassing 1 billion, spreading across the dynasty and surrounding factions. It was somewhat implausible for him alone to eradicate every member of the Bai family. Nevertheless, Lin Chen was indifferent. Leaving behind these scattered remnants would serve to refine the members of the Lin family. After thoroughly pillaging the resources possessed by the Dame royal family, Lin Chen paid no heed to the watching factions and vanished in the blink of an eye. Upon witnessing this, the high-ranking officials of the various factions, who had initially intended to discuss how to address the territory of the Dame dynasty with Lin Chen, were left speechless, exchanging bewildered glances. What shall we do? The ancient ancestor of the Lin family has departed from this realm. Should we seize this territory now, or shall we wait a while longer? Seize it? Are you reckless? Without his consent, if you were to occupy it, would you be prepared to live in perpetual anxiety? Then what do you propose? Should we venture to the Lin family and solicit his opinion? That is indeed a prudent suggestion, but we cannot simply go as we are. How about we deliberate first, and then pay a visit to the ancient ancestor of the Lin family? I believe that is a sound plan. Excellent. As they gazed at the void where Lin Chen had vanished, the various factions, after a brief silence, reached a consensus once more. Regardless of the circumstances, they dared not take possession of this territory without Lin Chen's approval. After all, the Grand Beauty dynasty had been annihilated by him. Should they act rashly, it would imply a complete disregard for Lin Chen. In such a scenario, if he were to feel displeased and unleash a strike upon their stronghold, it would spell dire consequences. However, regardless of the perceptions of those present, this matter bore no weight on Lin Chen. After departing from the Grand Beauty imperial capital, the mechanical and cold voice of the system resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host, on the annihilation of the rival faction, the Grand Beauty dynasty. The absorption of fortune has been successful, yielding 121 fortune points. Over 80 million fortune points? Upon hearing this announcement, Lin Chen, traversing through the void, momentarily halted, only to be soon overtaken by overwhelming joy. This was undoubtedly the most prosperous day he had experienced since acquiring the system. If he were to utilize these fortune points to exchange for cultivation resources, it would undoubtedly propel him to the 9th level of the true spirit realm in a short span of time. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen hastened his return to the Lin family with renewed vigor. In the brutal survival of the fittest realm of the true martial world, one must actively seize every opportunity for cultivation. Otherwise, there is surely something amiss with one's mindset. Chapter 100. The future development plans of the Lin family with Lin Chen's relentless journey. The grand city of Dian soon came within reach. At this moment, the battle above Dian City had entered a phase of daylight intensity. Although Bai Zhongxian was at the 2nd level of true spirit realm, he found it effortless to thwart Xiao Jia, who was once at the 9th level of the true spirit realm, even though she had only regained the 1st level of true spirit realm cultivation. However, he scoffed. If it were a formidable being at the 7th level of the divine transformation realm under your control, I would depart without a second thought. Yet, what can a mere insect at the 5th level of the transcendence realm do to prolong our conflict? How long could your body withstand my assault? Bai Zhongxian was not anxious despite his inability to subdue Xiao Jia. After all, facing a soul that had once been at least at the 9th level of the true spirit realm, it was expected that she could withstand his onslaught, even at her current diminished state. After all, he had cultivated for 10 millennia to barely reach the 2nd level of the true spirit realm. In terms of combat prowess and talent, he was exceedingly ordinary compared to others of the same realm. Nevertheless, Xiao Jia's command over her body was a significant weakness. A physical form at the 5th level of the transcendence realm could hardly endure in a battle of such caliber for long. Master, I am burdening you again, Ling Ling lamented. Although she no longer controlled her body, her awareness of the external world remained. Hearing Bai Zhongxian's words and sensing the fatigue creeping into her form, she felt a surge of urgency and despondency. It is all right. Achieving the 5th level of the transcendence realm in such a short time is commendable. He is merely a useless being who has lived for over 10,000 years. Even without your body, I shall burn my true spirit to vanquish him, Xiao Jia replied, her voice laced with a cold determination. Having spent many years with Lin Ling, she genuinely regarded her as a disciple and did not wish to disappoint Lin Chen's expectations. Burning her true spirit might lead her to slumber once more, but she believed that when Lin Chen returned to the Lin family and learned of her plight, he would not hesitate to provide her with treasures to restore her soul and awaken her again. "You lunatic yet," Bai Zhongxian interjected. "However, I have come to obliterate your Lin family," armed with a 6th-level talisman bestowed by His Majesty, which contains a full-force strike from a being at the 7th level of the true spirit realm. "I wonder if your Lin family possesses the foundation necessary to withstand it." Hearing Xiao Jia's words, Bai Zhongxian felt a tightness in his chest, fearing that she might sacrifice her soul in a mutual destruction with him. Without hesitation, he retrieved the jade talisman granted by the Emperor of the Great Beauty Dynasty. As the battle raged on, the Lin family had remained conspicuously silent. If they had any hidden cards, they would not have remained idle. Thus, Bai Zhongxian disregarded everything else and unleashed his greatest reliance. Die. His voice had barely fallen when the crowd had yet to fully register the unfolding events. A colossal hand, obscuring a vast expanse, materialized from the void, exuding an unparalleled might that descended upon Lin Ling and the Lin family behind her, crushing them beneath its weight. However, at that moment, a radiant light suddenly erupted from the depths of the Lin family estate. In swift succession, a beam of sword light cleaved through the sky, instantaneously shattering the enormous hand and the imposing figure of Bai Zhongxian standing behind it. The sword intent was a lingering legacy left by the ancestor. Slaughtering true spirits was as effortless as butchering a dog. How astonishing! This was sheer folly, knowing that our Lin family harbored such a formidable ancestor. How dare they approach with hostility? Did they truly believe our ancestor lacked means to defend against such threats? They met a fitting end. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers collectively exhaled in relief, their faces alight with joyous exclamations. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, having just returned to Dian City, observed the situation without uttering a word, silently slipping back to his usual residence. Once the senior members of the Lin family had resolved the myriad affairs at hand, he summoned them to the council hall for a discussion. The ancestor has returned so swiftly? Has the Great Beauty Dynasty been vanquished? It must have been, for the ancestor is invincible. Yet, it is difficult to ascertain. Although the ancestor possesses immense strength, the Great Beauty Dynasty has dominated the 100 Dynasties Alliance for many years, indicating their power cannot be trifled with. Even if the ancestor is capable of obliterating them, it would not occur so promptly. There must be unforeseen circumstances. As they made their way to the council hall, the senior members of the Lin family engaged in animated discussions. Some believed that the Great Beauty Dynasty had indeed been destroyed, while others, more rational, speculated that even if the ancestor could conquer the Great Beauty Dynasty, it should not have happened so quickly. There might be deeper implications at play. Soon, they arrived at the council hall. "I bear good news. The Great Beauty Dynasty has been eradicated," Lin Chen declared, observing the excitement and exhilaration on the faces of the assembled Lin family leaders. A subtle smile graced his lips before he continued, "However, do not rejoice too soon. Although I have annihilated the pinnacle forces of the Bai family, there remain numerous transcendence and divine ability realm practitioners still at large, and even some true spirit realm beings exist. Of course, these true spirit realm experts are not affiliated with the Great Beauty Dynasty, and most do not reside within the 100 Dynasties Alliance. Upon learning of the dynasty's downfall, they are unlikely to return immediately. Hence, you must remain vigilant against those unfamiliar transcendence and divine ability realm practitioners. They may be incapable of confronting me, but could very well retaliate against you. Aside from threats from true spirit realm experts, I hope you will navigate the remaining challenges on your own." Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the initially jubilant expressions of the Lin family leaders were replaced by a hint of gravity. They were not particularly concerned about the existence of transcendence realm beings, for the Lin family already boasted several of their own. However, the divine ability realm, to speak candidly, apart from the venerable matriarch, the Lin family lacks any formidable experts in the realm of divine abilities to safeguard them. Moreover, given that this trial was bestowed upon them by their ancestor, should they encounter difficulties and seek the matriarch's assistance, it is uncertain whether she could be persuaded to intervene. Even if she were willing, it is highly probable that she would be disheartened by their reliance on her. Thus, it is prudent for them to depend on their own strengths. Consequently, an air of silence enveloped the grand hall. Sometimes, the resources you can rely on extend beyond the inherent power of the Lin family. Never mind. You shall comprehend it on your own. Now, I must impart to you several matters that require swift execution. Shaking his head slightly, Lin Chen merely offered a brief reminder before redirecting the conversation to another pressing issue. This matter naturally pertained to the plans for the reconstruction of Dian City. After witnessing the majesty of numerous royal capitals within the Hundred Kingdoms Alliance, Lin Chen found himself dissatisfied with the layout of Dian City. Having long contemplated its expansion, he wished to delegate this task to the senior members of the Lin family before he entered seclusion. In summary, the directives were as follows. First, to expand and reconstruct Dian City, increasing its area to at least 100 times its current size. Second, to enhance the quality of the population within the city, along with the regulations governing real estate transactions and various other protocols. Third, to standardize the training processes for family members in alchemy, weapon crafting, formation techniques, and talisman production, thoroughly advancing the contribution point system and promoting the circulation of contribution points within the new city. Fourth, to issue long-term missions aimed at eliminating the remnants of the great Mei royal family. Fifth, to forge a jade token bound to individual identities, to facilitate the circulation and accumulation of contribution points. In total, Lin Chen outlined 5 key initiatives, offering his insights as guidance, particularly emphasizing the 5th point, as it pertains to the Lin family's future resources for cultivation. Lin Chen directly procured a special restriction from the system's marketplace, one that would ensure the safety of the contribution points contained within the jade tokens. However, inscribing such a restriction onto the jade tokens necessitated the expertise of at least a 5th-grade talisman master. Within the Lin family, even the most accomplished talisman master, Lin Feng, still fell short in this regard. Thus, Lin Chen sealed the inheritance of this restriction within the jade token, intending for it to be delivered to him by the family head, Lin Wudi, after the meeting concluded. Ancestor, I can comprehend the need for city expansion and renaming, but I find the regulation of real estate transactions within the city to be unnecessary, remarked Lin Wudi. After all, the value of a residence is rather modest, regardless of the location. For instance, in Dian City, one can acquire a courtyard spanning several hundred square meters for merely a low-grade spirit stone. Upon hearing Lin Wudi's skepticism, the other senior members of the Lin family nodded in agreement. Whether in the Great Chu dynasty or the Hundred Kingdoms Alliance, both properties and land were not particularly expensive, as the vastness of the Dongtian continent rendered land abundantly available. In response, Lin Chen could not help but shake his head. Had he not been a transmigrator, perhaps he would have shared the same perspective. Indeed, on the Dongtian continent, land and housing hold little value. For cultivators, even the most desolate wilderness can be transformed into a habitable cave at any moment, with vast expanses of untamed land available for utilization. However, this holds true only under normal circumstances. What if, within the newly established Yanhuang city, a large-scale spirit gathering array were to be set up, altering the entire city's spiritual energy concentration? Would the situation remain the same? When Lin Chen meticulously outlined this scheme to the senior members of the Lin family, the eyes of Lin Wudi and others instantly sparkled with anticipation. Ancestor, do you mean you can arrange a large spirit gathering array, divided into 3 zones, the core area, the inner circle, and the outer circle, each with significant differences in spiritual energy concentration? If so, then engaging in real estate transactions becomes exceedingly necessary. Indeed, although the vast expanse of the Dongtian continent offers ample land for habitation, what is truly lacking is a residence with a high concentration of spiritual energy and relative security. With this, our Lin family stands to reap substantial profits. Ancestor, may I inquire how much the large spirit gathering array can enhance the spiritual energy concentration? This will aid us in pricing. As these words were spoken, the entire council chamber fell into a profound silence. All the senior members of the Lin family turned their gaze toward Lin Chen, their eyes shimmering with eager expectation. Lin Chen, who had long since decided on the array to be arranged, glanced at the gathered family elders and, without further ado, replied calmly. The core area will roughly span a radius of 1,000 miles, becoming the residence of our Lin family. This will not be for sale. The spiritual energy concentration here will be approximately 100 times that of the outside world. The inner circle will have a concentration varying from 30 to 60 times that of the outside world, suitable for those at the transformation realm and above. The outer circle will possess a concentration ranging from 5 to 20 times that of the outside world, fitting for those below the transformation realm. In any case, the closer one is to the core area, the higher the concentration of spiritual energy. Hiss! Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the senior members of the Lin family collectively gasped in astonishment. It is well known that many sixth-tier forces, fortified by experts at the transformation realm, could only achieve a spiritual energy concentration of 3 to 6 times that of the outside world in their meticulously crafted cultivation chambers. Those exceeding 10 times are invariably the work of fifth-tier forces backed by formidable beings of divine powers. The large spirit gathering array described by the ancestor, once successfully arranged, would enable even the outer circle to outshine all sixth-tier forces and most fifth-tier forces in their cultivation chambers. Crucially, cultivation chambers are merely transient spaces, limited in number and not suitable for prolonged residence. However, acquiring a courtyard on the outskirts of Yanhuang City, granting permanent residency, signifies that one will continuously thrive in such an environment rich in spiritual energy. The transformative impact of this subtle yet profound change is immense. For instance, consider two individuals of equally exceptional talent, one nurtured in this abundant spiritual energy environment, while the other remains in the ordinary world. A decade later, the former may have cultivated to a level beyond the 7th stage of the cleansing marrow realm, while the latter has yet to step into the realm at all. The disparity between them is evident, and it is easy to imagine the profound transformations it will bring. They have anticipated that once the Lin family constructs a city with such a concentration of spiritual energy, it will bring about extraordinary changes to the situation in the Dechu dynasty and even the entire 100 Dynasty alliance. All you need to do is ensure the construction of Yanhuang City and refine the regulations. As for the formations, we shall discuss them once I emerge from seclusion. Now, do you have any questions? Upon hearing this, the many senior members of the Lin family exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. Lin Chen's prior explanations had been exceedingly clear. Even if they had any uncertainties, they could refer to the images recorded on the wall's memory stone to review the information. Lin Chen was well aware of this, and thus chose not to elaborate further before swiftly departing the council hall. After inspecting Lin Xiao's cultivation progress, Lin Chen took Chu Si Ting with him into the secret chamber, beginning his secluded meditation. This elicited a profound sense of malice from Lin Xiao, who had just finished her own training. I will definitely seek out 10 or 8 wives in the future, flaunting my affection before you every day. Meanwhile, as Lin Chen engaged in his meditative retreat, news regarding the downfall of the great Mei dynasty spread with astonishing speed throughout the 100 Dynasty alliance, gradually permeating the entirety of the wild state through word of mouth among various factions. In an instant, it sparked widespread commotion. Chapter 101, Aftermath of Events. Demise of the Great Beauty Dynasty. What? The Great Beauty Dynasty has been annihilated? The catalyst was an insolent scion from within the dynasty who brazenly abducted a woman. Merely a few years later, the patriarch of the victim's family emerged from seclusion, wielding his sword with deadly intent. He first decimated the Great Han Dynasty, the lackeys of the scion, and then proceeded to assault the Great Beauty Dynasty directly. With a relentless onslaught, he eradicated the royal family of the Great Beauty Dynasty and slaughtered all 5 of its venerable ancestors. Even the accumulated fortune of hundreds of thousands of years was shattered by Lin Chen's sword. These seemingly absurd yet detailed rumors left the various factions in the wild state in a state of disbelief. Although the Great Beauty Dynasty may not rival the ancient powers, it was nonetheless a formidable force in its own right, regarded as one of the most elite among the first-tier powers. Had it not been for the absence of a true king-level powerhouse, the Great Beauty Dynasty's foundation would undoubtedly affirm its status as a leading force. However, reports circulating from the 100 Dynasties alliance clearly indicated that the combat prowess of the Great Beauty Dynasty's patriarch had evidently ascended to the realm of a true king. With the assistance of the dynasty's fortune and the protective city formations, his strength on the battlefield could indeed be considered formidable within the true king realm. How could it then be obliterated by a mere ant at the 4th level of the true spirit realm? It was inconceivable. Such a feat was utterly impossible. No matter how talented, a being of the 4th level of the true spirit realm could not hope to match the strength of a true king. Even the leader of one of our wild state's 3 hegemonic powers, Tianyang sect, who once ranked among the top 3 on the Wild States talents list in his youth, only attained true king-level combat ability at the 8th level of the true spirit realm. Indeed, even if the 100 Dynasties Alliance lacked formidable guardians, surely they would not concoct such an exaggerated tale out of spite, risking the ire of the Great Beauty Dynasty? Surely, if they sought to promote their own standing, they might employ a bit more discernment. When this news first reached the ears of the denizens of the Wild State, their initial reaction was one of skepticism. They denounced the individuals from the 100 Dynasties Alliance, eager to seize the moment for glory, expressing their disdain. However, as time passed, numerous elite factions received intelligence regarding the events within the 100 Dynasties Alliance. Additionally, some disgruntled members of the Alliance procured many recording stones capturing the battle over the capital of the Great Beauty Dynasty, disseminating them throughout the Wild State. Suddenly, the tide in the Wild State shifted dramatically. Could it be true? The Great Beauty Dynasty has truly perished? Gulp. It is indeed a 4th-level true spirit realm cultivator, and possessing comprehension of the sword domain. How could such a formidable existence exist in this world? The sword domain. Is it truly so powerful? It enabled a 4th-level true spirit realm practitioner to transcend over 6 levels of combat strength. The rankings on the Wild States talents list are surely to be revised overnight. Surely not. Is it not true that our esteemed Tianjiao ranking only includes the youthful generation under 300 years of age? What is this name change about? Oh, have you not heard the revelation just shared by a powerful figure from the 100 Dynasty Alliance? Although the ancestor of the Lin family is referred to as such, he is merely a little over 100 years old. Would you not consider him part of the younger generation? Hiss. Many beings who had overlooked this fact gasped in astonishment upon hearing this. A little over 100 years? In the 4th realm of true spirit, and possessing comprehension of the sword domain? Heaven above, what a prodigy this is. The entirety of was in uproar. Even the 3 dominant powers could not remain unmoved. Within the Grand Hall of Tianyang sect, numerous high-ranking members gathered to deliberate this matter. The grand ancestor of the Great Beauty Dynasty was once an inner disciple of our Tianyang sect. Just now, an elder approached me, seeking vengeance for the Great Beauty Dynasty. What do you all think of that? Master, this is unwise. Such an extraordinary prodigy must be a wielder of immense fortune, and one that is on the brink of maturation. Should we provoke him without the means to eradicate him in one strike, the consequences would be unfathomable. Indeed, Master, though the grand ancestor of the Great Beauty Dynasty was once our inner disciple, that is now a thing of the past. While we have reaped considerable benefits over the years, he has risen to prominence within the 100 Dynasty Alliance. It is a fair balance, and now that he has perished, we need not contend with such a prodigy. No. I believe we should take action. Consider this. Great crises are often accompanied by great opportunities. While the outcome of confronting him is uncertain, should we succeed, we would undoubtedly reap tremendous rewards. Do you not feel a stir of ambition? In that moment, the hall erupted into a heated debate between the war faction and the peace faction, each unable to sway the other. However, regardless of their disputes, the final decision lay with the esteemed leader, King Tianyang. After a period of quarrel, silence fell as all eyes turned to King Tianyang. The hall became eerily quiet. Thud, thud, thud. The rhythmic sound of King Tianyang striking the armrest of his throne echoed through the hall, aligning with the heartbeat of the assembly, intensifying the atmosphere to a tense crescendo. What? No longer bickering? Weren't you all so eager to argue? Continue, he stated, his voice laced with disappointment. Today's display has truly let down this sect leader. We, the Tianyang sect, are one of the 3 major powers of. Yet you high-ranking officials behave like common folk haggling over groceries in the market. Have you no shame? Is this hall of mine a marketplace? After a considerable pause, King Tianyang finally directed his gaze to the assembly of high-ranking officials, reproaching them with a hint of disappointment. Hearing this, the officials below bowed their heads in shame. Upon witnessing this, the leader of the Tianyang sect refrained from elaborating further. After a brief moment of silence, he suddenly spoke up, suggesting that they commence a vote, where the minority would yield to the majority. Those in favor of taking action against Lin Chen were asked to raise their hands. Swiftly, numerous high-ranking officials, who had recently advocated for war, raised their hands. However, the momentum was not overwhelming. Firstly, Lin Chen had already reached the 4th level of the true spirit realm, having seized all the resources of the Great Mei Dynasty, Who could fathom what trump cards he might possess? Secondly, a prodigy who had comprehended the sword domain could only be slain by summoning an ancestor from the Nirvana realm, making it exceedingly difficult to ensure a decisive kill. Thirdly, Lin Chen's aggression towards the Great Mei dynasty was justifiable, whereas any assault from them would inevitably arouse the vigilance and even hostility of other factions. After all, no one favors a rule breaker. Consequently, the assembly ultimately failed to pass the resolution to take action against Lin Chen. This left the members of the Bai family active within the Tianyang sect feeling a chill in their hearts. They realized that if the Tianyang sect could not be relied upon, they would have to depend solely on themselves. Yet, as they contemplated the vast disparity in strength between themselves and Lin Chen, a profound sense of helplessness surged within them. I cannot endure this any longer. I have lost my home, my parents and family are gone. I absolutely cannot permit Lin Chen and his Lin family to frolic freely beneath our very noses. Each brother capable of reaching this point shared the same animosity towards the Lin family, yet the gap in strength was simply too great. We are no match for them, and the Tianyang sect is untrustworthy. However, as long as we possess sufficient spirit stones or treasures, I have a plan to target the Lin family. What plan? Upon hearing this, the remnants of the Bai family turned their gazes towards the speaker, their eyes glinting with anticipation. The speaker, not one to keep them in suspense, glanced around at the crowd before shifting his gaze towards a bustling city not far from the Tianyang sect, revealing a gleaming smile. The Mingluan Pavilion. At this proclamation, the eyes of the Bai family members brightened instantly. How could I not have thought of this power? The Mingluan Pavilion is a superlative assassin organization, renowned even in the wilderness state in the Dongtian continent, claiming that as long as one can afford the price, they would dare to carry out assassinations even against the leaders of the three dominant factions in the wilderness state. A widely circulated saying in the wilderness state goes, when the Mingluan notice appears, by the hour of noon, death is certain. This signifies that once the Mingluan's death notice is at your side, regardless of where you are or how powerful your protection, you are doomed to die when the appointed time arrives. One can only imagine the formidable influence of the Mingluan Pavilion. However, given our current resources, it seems we may fall short in our ability to post a contract for the assassination of the Lin family's elder. Even if we toiled relentlessly for 100 years, we might not be able to amass such resources. Although the Hall of Fate is indeed commendable, the cost it demands is exceedingly steep. Alas, what choice do we have? Lin Chen has comprehended the sword domain, and his combat prowess is akin to that of a top-tier true king. The resources required to assassinate him could have been utilized to cultivate a formidable being at the Divine King level or even in the Nirvana stage. After the initial excitement, the remaining members of the Bai family soon found themselves furrowing their brows in contemplation. As a prominent assassin organization, their continued presence in the wilderness province, without being eradicated, speaks volumes about their formidable power and highly sophisticated intelligence network. Those who engage in the assassination trade are not virtuous souls. They would not partake in unprofitable ventures. To commission a task, one must pay a sufficient price. While full payment is not necessary until completion, an upfront fee of 30% is required. Yet, they found themselves lacking in resources. The ambition to issue a contract for Lin Chen's assassination was far from attainable. Who said I intended to post a task to assassinate Lin Chen? At that moment, the Bai family member who had initially suggested the idea spoke up with a contemplative tone. Since he has caused us to lose our families, why should we not allow him to experience the anguish of losing his own families? Upon hearing this, the eyes of several remaining Bai family members brightened. Indeed, why not target his family? I have heard that Lin Chen has a son named Lin Xia, currently at the transformation stage. I believe he could be an appropriate target. One is not enough. We should also include that fellow from the Lin family named Lin Feng. Agreed. With the support of the group, several individuals pooled their available resources and borrowed generously from their comrades. After a series of disguises, they promptly made their way to Tianyang City, adjacent to the Tianyang sect, where they sought out a hidden outpost of the Hall of Fate within the city, a tavern, no less. Welcome, esteemed guest. How may I assist you? Upon entering, a cheerful innkeeper greeted them with a bright smile. Deliver us to the King of Hell. The leading Bai family member uttered these 4 words in a calm, yet commanding tone, causing the innkeeper's previously sunny demeanor to falter as he silently led them away. Soon, they arrived at a secluded chamber deep within the tavern. As they entered, a figure clad in a black robe awaited them. "What task do you wish to commission?" "I seek the assassination of Lin Xia and Lin Feng, the scions of the Lin family from Dian City." The robed figure responded with mild surprise, but quickly regained composure. If his assumptions were correct, these individuals must be the remnants of the Bai family from the Great Beauty Dynasty. The total fee is 15 billion low-grade spirit stones. What? Such an exorbitant sum? Have they not just entered the Transcendence realm? Yet their price surpasses that of even the most formidable true spirit realm practitioners. Upon hearing the words of the cloaked figure, the white family member gasped in astonishment. It is vital to recognize that this amounts to a staggering 1.5 billion low-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, this figure represents merely 30% of the total payment. If one were to consider the entire sum, it would amount to an astonishing 50 billion low-grade spirit stones. To elucidate, 100 low-grade spirit stones can be exchanged for 1 medium-grade spirit stone, and 100 medium-grade spirit stones can, in turn, be exchanged for 1 high-grade spirit stone. Thus, 50 billion low-grade spirit stones equate to an impressive 5,000 high-grade spirit stones. High-grade spirit stones are considered hard currency in the wild state, representing a premium cultivation resource, even utilized by the leaders of the 3 dominant sects for their training. It is evident how immensely valuable they are. The 2 individuals you mentioned are indeed prodigies, particularly from the illustrious Lin family, who are currently basking in their glory. If I were to engage the assassination pavilion, it is clear that the evaluation of their worth would not solely hinge on their cultivation level. Various other factors must also be taken into account. If you are unable to afford this price, I kindly request that you take your leave and refrain from disrupting my business. As the cloaked elder spoke, his enthusiasm waned. He had initially anticipated a significant patron, but was met with the reality of a pauper. "Wait, I wish to inquire. How much would it cost to assassinate Lin Feng and Lin Xia respectively?" For Lin Feng, it is 300 million low-grade spirit stones. For Lin Xia, 1,200 million low-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, the elder's expression softened considerably, and without a moment's hesitation, he disclosed the prices. 300 million, 1,200 million? The disparity is indeed vast. In that case, I choose to assassinate Lin Feng. May I pay using resources? Indeed. Chapter 102. Ascending to the Yunyu sect at the moment when the remaining members of the Bai family sought vengeance by targeting the Mingyin Pavilion. The other 2 dominant forces in the desolate region, namely the Huangcheng and the Yin God clan, reached a decision akin to that of the Tianyang sect. Although they were enticed by Lin Chen's legacy, they remained cautious. The Lin family was on the verge of flourishing. Should they engage, the probability of success was uncertain, and the potential cost of failure loomed large. Exile from the desolate region, akin to the fate of the Great Mei Dynasty, was a scenario they wished to avoid. Coupled with various other concerns, they found themselves unable to muster sufficient strength to confront Lin Chen at this time. Thus they abandoned the notion entirely. Consequently, while Lin Chen's obliteration of the Great Mei Dynasty sent ripples through the region, it did not provoke the ire of the 3 dominant forces. Their inaction meant that those factions ranked just below them likewise remained passive, with the exception of the Mingyin Pavilion, which had accepted in order to assassinate Lin Feng. To ensure a swift and decisive strike, they dispatched a formidable assassin of the 7th level of the Divine Passage realm. Meanwhile, in Dian City, following Lin Chen's retreat into seclusion, the upper echelons of the Lin family, led by Lin Wudi, commenced plans to reconstruct Dian City. They sought the aid of numerous skilled artisans from the Great Chu dynasty, and to alleviate the manpower shortage within the Lin family. The Chu king generously dispatched a cadre of powerful individuals from the Divine Passage realm to oversee the city's resurgence, including a royal ancestor of the 8th level of the Divine Passage realm. The attitude of these esteemed members of the Great Chu royal family towards the Lin family was notably cordial. They did not treat them with disdain due to the connection with Chu sighting. They understood that, despite such ties, in Lin Chen's eyes, his own kin would always take precedence. Moreover, the Lin family's ascendance had brought considerable benefits to the Great Chu dynasty. Take, for instance, the annexation of the Great Han dynasty. Surrounding kingdoms dared not voice dissent and even sent their own formidable members to the Great Chu capital to extend their congratulations. When the Lin family announced their intent to rebuild Dian City, renaming it Yanhua City, various nations dispatched skilled craftsmen and laborers to assist in the construction. In addition, Numerous sects also contributed their efforts towards the development of Yinhua City. In a short span, the number of individuals participating in the construction surged to an astonishing 10 billion. Various edifices rose rapidly, captivating the citizens of neighboring nations, with many powerful figures traversing thousands of miles, even further, merely to witness this monumental spectacle. Thus, 3 years swiftly elapsed. Within a secret chamber, as a fierce aura flickered briefly in the void, Lin Feng, seated in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Having reached the 4th level of the Transcendence realm, he was now poised to fulfill the task entrusted by the ancestor. Regarding the supreme celestial spirit, Lin Feng does not underestimate its prowess. Even though his overall talent somewhat surpasses that of Liion Gang, it is merely a consequence of his advantage in soul power. In terms of cultivation and combat efficacy, he is indeed inferior to the celestial spirit. Nevertheless, he possesses his own strengths. The abundant resources provided by the Lin family, coupled with the guidance of the exquisite pagoda within him, have allowed him to attain an extraordinary comprehension of martial arts, even leading to the nascent understanding of the concept of the spear, tantalizingly close to true mastery. Furthermore, his rank as a talisman master has ascended to the pinnacle of the 4th tier. Once he breaks through to the 5th tier, he will inherit a legacy of restrictions, granting him the identity talisman for contributing to the family's alchemical endeavors. In pursuit of a focused breakthrough to the 5th tier and to resolve the lingering obsession in his heart, Lin Feng resolved to visit the Yunyu sect to challenge Li's celestial spirit. True to his decisive nature, he swiftly made preparations, reported to the family head, Lin Wudi, and departed from the Lin family, heading towards the Yunyu sect. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after his departure from Dian City, a cold and ruthless man clad in a black bodysuit, situated in a remote mountain thousands of miles away, received this news and vanished from his location in an instant, leaving behind only a faint echo within the cavern. Having been in the Great Chu dynasty for half a year, you have finally left Dian City. Your life has now been claimed by me, Xian Shiqi. Indeed, he is a Xian-level assassin from the Mingyun Pavilion, ranked 17th in the branch of the Wilderness State. Renowned for his formidable track record of having once assassinated an 8th layer of the divine realm. However, even with such credentials, he dared not act recklessly in the treacherous environment of Dian City, particularly with the Lin family's elder residing there. Thus, he refrained from raising any alarms, lurking instead like a venomous serpent awaiting the opportune moment to strike. At last, that opportunity had presented itself. Oblivious to the fact that he had drawn the attention of an assassin from the Mingyun Pavilion, Lin Feng departed Dian City without a moment's pause, racing directly to the territory of the Yunyu sect. His arrival did not go unnoticed. The upper echelons of the Yunyu sect were already prepared for him. I, Lin Feng, have arrived for the 200,000 contribution points. As he gazed upon the towering Yunyu mountain, where powerful figures occasionally traversed the skies, he felt a surge of fervor. Though he lacked for cultivation resources within the Lin family, these were limited to those suited to his current level. Higher or lower tier resources would necessitate the expenditure of contribution points for purchase. For instance, Lin Chen had several talismans sealed within the treasure pavilion, containing a fragment of his power, ranging from those of the divine realm to the true spirit realm, and even talismans capable of striking at the true king level, all of which required contribution points to acquire. This is merely one of many avenues where contribution points can be expended. He is impoverished. With this thought, Lin Feng ceased to hesitate and set forth on the mountain path leading to the grand hall of Yunyu sect. Upon arrival, several guards, who were disciples of the outer sect, were poised to reprimand him. However, before they could utter a word, an ancient voice resonated in their ears. "Nephew Lin, please enter swiftly." The outer disciples, upon recognizing the speaker, felt a tremor in their hearts and hurriedly bowed, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the 3rd elder." While they spoke, tumultuous thoughts surged within them. Who is this young man? He appears only a few years their senior, yet commands such deference from the 3rd elder. Disregarding the inner musings of the outer disciples, Lin Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment at the elder's cordial demeanor. "Esteemed elder, I have come to fulfill the agreement between your esteemed grand elder and my ancestral patriarch. I am aware of this, young friend. Please proceed into the sect." The 3rd elder replied, his face betraying no hint of surprise as he maintained his genial expression. In truth, He cared little for Li Tiangong's fate and harbored a tinge of resentment towards him. Had it not been for Liion Gang and his oblivious family, he would not have had to live in dread for the past 2 decades. It could be said that the third elder would welcome Li Tiangong's demise, for then they could rest easy. Under the third elder's guidance, Lin Feng swiftly arrived beside a martial arts platform of the Yunyu sect. Please wait here, Lin nephew. We shall summon Liion Gang forth immediately. Nodding, Lin Feng remained silent and stepped onto the platform, entering a meditative state to rejuvenate his spirit. Observing this, the third elder urged the other high-ranking members of the sect before turning his gaze back to Lin Feng. 4th level of the transformative realm? Truly, the Lin family's prodigy. His cultivation speed is remarkable. However, in recent years, Liion Gang had undergone significant hardships, and the sect had discreetly provided him with resources to avoid arousing his suspicions, allowing his cultivation to also reach the 4th level of the transformative realm, along with an initial comprehension of the blade's intent. The third elder hoped Lin Feng possessed other hidden strengths. Otherwise, the thought troubled him, for should Lin Feng be harmed within their sect, the consequences would be dire. As the third elder's mind wandered, time slipped by swiftly. So, you are the genius here to challenge me? I am eager to see just how formidable those so-called prodigies of the outside world truly are. It has been far too long since I last engaged in combat. Under the guidance of the Grand Elder of Tianyuan, Liion Gang approached Lin Feng, gazing at his youthful visage with a hint of disdain. Enough talk, let us battle. In Lin Feng's eyes, Liion Gang was nothing more than a corpse. He had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. Humph, if it comes to battle, so be it. I have no fear of you. Faced with Lin Feng's provocation, how could Liion Gang endure it? As soon as the words left his mouth, he unleashed his full cultivation, the formidable aura of the 4th level of the Transcendence realm emanating vividly. However, before he could revel in his display for long, he noticed Lin Feng, standing opposite him, also unleashing his own cultivation, equally at the 4th level of the Transcendence realm, causing Liion Gang's expression to shift to one of gravity. With no hesitation, Liion Gang drew the great sword from behind him, swinging it towards Lin Feng with the technique known as the 100 birds flying towards the phoenix. Lin Feng, refusing to be outdone, executed his perfected spear technique. The clash of blade and spear resounded with crisp echoes, producing terrifying shockwaves capable of cleaving mountains and parting seas, which radiated throughout the arena, absorbed by the formation set within. The battle between the two merely caused a slight tremor in the stage, without inflicting any damage. Before long, their confrontation escalated to an intense climax. Observers, both hidden and visible, could not help but reflect deeply on the scene. The Liion Gang spirit body was indeed one of the most elite spirit bodies, its potential far surpassing that of others within the same realm, and the hope of transcending to the true spirit realm was significantly greater than that of other spirit bodies. Alas, such misfortune was self-inflicted. Had he not sought Elder Tianji to deduce the circumstances of the Lin family in a bid to aid his family's expansion and dominance in Dian City, he would not have succumbed to his current plight. Indeed, it was quite a predicament, having already made agreements with the ancestor of the Lin family. There was no need to stir up unnecessary trouble. Their modest resources could hardly withstand such upheaval. While prodigies were essential, they paled in comparison to the entirety of the sect. Amidst discussions among the powerful of Yunyu's sect, Lin Feng and Liion Gang unleashed their techniques with fervor, ultimately manifesting the embryonic forms of their respective intents, the spear intent of Lin Feng and the sword intent of Liion Gang. With another resounding strike, both retreated 3 steps. At that moment, Liion Gang suddenly spoke. Brother, considering our strengths, it seems unnecessary to continue this fight. Why not cease hostilities and settle matters peacefully? What do you think? Upon finishing his statement, he began to dissipate his energy. He felt confident in his proposal, believing that as long as this genius was not completely misguided, he would not wish to prolong the battle. However, in response to Liion Gang's self-assured words, Lin Feng's eyes revealed a hint of astonishment. Glancing at the elders observing from the outside, a thought crossed his mind. Could it be that they have kept all this information under wraps for the past 20 years? Upon sensing Lin Feng's gaze, the elders of Yunyu's sect felt a flush of embarrassment but chose to remain silent. Regardless, once this battle concludes, whether he survives or not, Liion Gang is as good as dead. I find this situation rather displeasing. Today, Upon this martial stage, only one of us shall emerge alive. What? Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Liion Gang was momentarily taken aback. Are you jesting? Only one of us can walk out alive? Ha ha ha, you amuse me to no end. On my home turf of Yenyuanzong, you claim that only one of us can leave alive? What grants you such confidence? Liion Gang laughed heartily, completely disregarding his own image. However, as the laughter subsided, the smile on Liion Gang's face gradually faded, for he sensed a shift in the atmosphere that was decidedly ominous. How pitiable, how tragic, how lamentable. It seems these years of isolation from the outside world have severely clouded your judgment. Do you still believe that Yenyuanzong is formidable enough to support you? Little do you realize, you have long since been cast aside. Shaking his head, Lin Feng's earnest words stirred a tempest of emotions within Liion Gang. His gaze turned to the numerous elders observing from the outside, and as his eyes swept over them, their gazes hastily averted, shifting to other directions. Though they remained silent, their intentions were unmistakably clear. Why? Why is this happening? Why have you chosen to abandon such a prodigious talent as myself? Liion Gang's voice brimmed with incredulity. It is worth noting that he possesses the Liion Gang spirit body. In time, he is destined to become a formidable being. At the very least a peak expert at the 9th level of the Divine Passage realm, if not breaking through to the true spirit realm. With such potential, how can Yenyuanzong so easily discard him? Chapter 103. The Slaying of Liion Gang. Assassination. Do you recall the actions you took back then? From that moment, your fate was sealed. As Liion Gang succumbed to madness, Lin Feng's voice, tinged with indifference, echoed in his ears. Enough of idle chatter. It's time to send you on your way. With a swift motion, Lin Feng unleashed the pinnacle of a high-grade human-level spear technique, transforming it into a cascade of waves that surged towards him. This martial skill was Lin Feng's trump card, the very foundation of his confidence in conquering his adversary. It is worth noting that an ordinary individual at the 4th level of the transformation realm would consider it a significant achievement to master a low-grade human-level martial technique to great perfection. Reaching a state of completion would render them a minor genius. Just moments ago, both Lin Feng and Liion Gang engaged in battle, wielding high-grade human-level techniques, each perfected and imbued with the nascent essence of intent. Thus, neither could best the other. However, upon Lin Feng manifesting the 9 layers of spear intent, Liion Gang's expression shifted dramatically. The profound heavy blade technique. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately deployed his signature blade technique, infusing it with his intent in an attempt to withstand the impending blow. Yet, the difference between a perfected high-grade human-level martial skill and a perfected upper-grade human-level technique, though seemingly a mere tier apart, resulted in a disparity of power that was several-fold. How could a mere upper-grade human-level technique possibly endure? Boom! Under the watchful gaze of numerous elders from the Cloud Moon sect, the clash erupted, and Liion Gang was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily onto the arena floor before he could even endure a single breath. Cough! A mouthful of reverse blood spewed forth from his lips. Before he could regain his composure, Lin Feng, spear in hand, charged at him once more. No! As the silver spear loomed closer, Liion Gang's pupils constricted in horror, and he managed only a terrified scream before the argent spear pierced his chest, extinguishing his life force. Phew! I have finally fulfilled the task assigned by the ancestor. Sensing the lifeless Liion Gang, a flicker of excitement surged within Lin Feng. This exhilaration stemmed not only from the prospect of earning 200,000 contribution points, but also from the satisfaction of not disappointing the ancestor by vanquishing an opponent they once revered. Lin Xianzi, the day is drawing to a close. Why not stay the night at the Cloud Moon sect? At that moment, an elder of the Cloud Moon sect lifted the restrictions of the arena's formation, casting not a glance at Liion Gang beneath Lin Feng's feet, and inquired with a beaming smile. There remained but an hour until darkness fell, and the journey to Dian City was long. Even with Lin Feng's extraordinary cultivation at the Transcendence Realm, he could not return within a mere hour, especially after having just endured a fierce battle. The elders of the Yunyu sect were reluctant to risk his safety by allowing him to travel home at night. Additionally, there existed a desire within the Yunyu sect to cultivate a favorable relationship with the Lin family through Lin Feng. After all, following Lin Chen's single-handed destruction of the Domei dynasty, The Lin family had become an exceptionally unique entity not only within the confines of the Dechu dynasty, but also across the vast Hundred Dynasties alliance. Countless individuals aspired to align themselves with the Lin family, a formidable force with a promising future. Then I shall trouble your esteemed sect, Lin Feng responded. Feeling the tumultuous energy coursing through his veins and reflecting on the insights gained from his recent battle. After a moment of contemplation, he accepted the elder's goodwill. Come, Lin Xianzi, this way please, the elder of the Yunyu sect said, his face blooming into a radiant smile as he led the way. As Lin Feng followed the elder towards the guest quarters to rest, elsewhere outside the Yunyu sect, Xian Shiqi, who had been closely monitoring Lin Feng's movements, frowned upon witnessing the scene. However, he quickly relaxed. Within the Yunyu sect, although there were a few formidable old-timers, he was confident that as long as he struck decisively, escaping would pose no challenge for him. With this resolution in mind, Xian Shiqi, a renowned assassin ranked 17th among numerous Shuanga-level killers, was far more formidable than he appeared. At the 7th level of the divine ability realm, he could match up against an 8th level expert if he unleashed his full power, if he employed his assassination techniques. Even an average 8th level practitioner would find it impossible to evade his lethal strike. Tonight, your life shall be forfeit, he proclaimed coldly, casting a disdainful glance towards the direction of the Yunyu sect. His body trembled slightly as he began to meld with the surroundings, infiltrating the Yunyu sect. He needed to scout the terrain beforehand and establish an escape route, for if he delayed too long, the deep-rooted strength of the Yunyu sect could very well ensnare him. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, who was being targeted by this assassin, he had just completed a banquet organized by the higher-ups of the Yunyu sect, and it was now midnight. Upon returning to his guest room, he noticed a black envelope resting on the table, which bore two ominous characters, Death's End. What is this? Lin Feng queried, a hint of confusion crossing his face as he picked up the envelope. He had never encountered anything like it before. Lin Xianzi, have you rested? I have instructed my subordinates to prepare a hangover soup for you. Just as Lin Feng was pondering the meaning of the envelope, the knock on the door from the guiding elder interrupted his thoughts, prompting him to momentarily set aside his curiosity and open the door. As the third elder of the Yunyu sect entered, he placed the detoxification soup on the wooden table, only to be met with the sight of a death notice lying there, causing his expression to shift dramatically. A death notice? What could this mean? How had the Death Notice Pavilion set its sights on you? The remnants of the Great Beauty Dynasty. Indeed, it must be those individuals, lacking the strength to confront your Lin family's ancestors, who have resorted to the Death Notice Pavilion to issue these assassination orders. The third elder's mind raced, quickly piecing together the events leading to this dire situation. A quiet lament surged within him. What a calamity! Third elder, what is the Death Notice Pavilion? Upon witnessing the urgency in the third elder's demeanor, Lin Feng's countenance turned grave. The fact that a dignified elder of the Yunyu sect displayed such panic indicated that the Death Notice Pavilion possessed an extraordinary background. The Death Notice Pavilion. This force is not merely a faction of our Hundred Dynasty alliance, nor is it even local to our wild state. It originates from the distant Feng state and is a notorious assassin organization on the Dantian continent. Rumor has it that the Death Notice Pavilion has achieved terrifying feats, including the assassination of Nirvana realm experts. A saying has persisted in the wild state: when the death notice appears at the witching hour, a life shall surely be taken. After uttering this phrase, the third elder's expression changed drastically. This is bad. I must urgently inform the sect's powerful practitioners. No sooner had he spoken than he produced a jade talisman from his storage ring. Regardless of the circumstances, this was the Yunyu sect. Should Lin Feng fall here, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if it required the entire sect's strength, they must ensure Lin Feng's safety against the assassins of the Death Notice Pavilion. However, before the third elder could utilize the jade talisman to contact the sect's experts, a swift attack struck it from his grasp, shattering the talisman. Simultaneously, a chilling glimmer surged through the room, directing its lethal intent towards Lin Feng. No. Witnessing this scene, the third elder's eyes widened in fury as he unleashed his terrifying aura, sending the entire guest chamber flying, attempting to intercept the attack from Xian Shiqi. Yet, as a mere third layer of the divine ability realm, how could he contend with the sudden strike from Xian Shiqi, who was at the 7th layer? What is happening? Sensing the commotion, Many formidable practitioners of the Yunyu sect turned their gazes towards the disturbance. There, a figure clad in black, wielding a dagger, had approached Lin Feng. The oppressive aura emanating from him ensnared Lin Feng, rendering him immobile, as the right hand, dagger in grip, slashed mercilessly towards his neck. The icy gleam of the blade sent shockwaves through the elite members of the Yunyu sect, leaving them momentarily aghast. Yet, before they could react, the next scene left them frozen in place. Just as the dagger was poised to pierce Lin Feng's skin and extinguish his life, an overwhelming force erupted from within him, manifesting as a jade-like, elongated hand that effortlessly deflected the dagger's deadly edge. Then, this force surged forth like a tempest, engulfing the figure cloaked in black. How could there possibly remain a fragment of power from a true spirit realm expert to safeguard you? Sensing the overwhelming might, Xian Shiqi's countenance shifted dramatically, his eyes filled with terror. According to the intelligence gathered by the Mingyin Pavilion, Lin Feng was merely a spirit body, valuable to ordinary 6th tier and even 5th tier forces. Yet in the eyes of an unparalleled powerhouse like the Lin family's ancestor, whose strength rivaled that of a true king, such a trifling spirit body should be inconsequential. Why would he leave behind a remnant of his power if the individual was not even his progeny? How absurd. Although Xian Shiqi's mind raced with thoughts, reality unfolded in the blink of an eye. Instinctively, he abandoned his assassination attempt, seeking to evade this impending assault. However, the next moment, he was horrified to discover that his body had become immobile. Boom! Before he could utter another word, a delicate hand pierced through him, and the tremendous force shattered the very essence of his being, causing him to perish instantaneously. Witnessing this scene, everyone was momentarily stunned, even Lin Feng, gazing at the corpse beneath him, bore a trace of uncertainty upon his face. Were it not for the remnant power left by the ancestor, he too might have met his demise here. Mingyin Pavilion, I shall remember you. Casting a glance at the lifeless body of the cloaked figure, Lin Feng silently vowed that he would not forget this day and would ensure that the Mingyin Pavilion pays a grave price. No matter the reason, those who dare to offend the Lin family shall meet their end. Following such events, Lin Feng felt no desire to linger. The formidable members of the Yunyu sect, still shaken after deliberation, dispatched 2 esteemed elders to personally escort Lin Feng back to Dian City under the cover of night. Chapter 104. In the blink of an eye. 30 years of transformative change meanwhile, in the desolate province, the branch of the fate-ending pavilion. What? Xian Shiqi actually failed? Lin Feng possesses the protective might bestowed by the ancestor of the Lin family, the master of this branch, responsible for the fate-ending pavilion. Witnessed the scene of Xian Shiqi's demise through a secret method, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Even he had not anticipated that a mere insect of the transcendent realm, with only the aptitude of a spirit body, could attract the attention of the Lin family's ancestor and be granted a life-preserving talisman. He issued orders to elevate the mission to assassinate Lin Feng, Lin Xia, and other Lin family prodigies, informing the financier behind this mission that if they wished to continue pursuing Lin Feng, an additional 2 billion inferior spirit stones would be required. After a moment of contemplation, the branch master dispatched a series of commands. Soon, the news reached the ears of the remaining formidable figures of the Great Beauty Dynasty. What? An additional 2 billion inferior spirit stones? What kind of jest is this? Indeed, this was the word from the fate-ending pavilion. The assassin they had previously dispatched had failed in the assassination attempt and even perished in the process. Upon hearing this, many powerful individuals present exchanged glances. They had a slight understanding of the fate-ending pavilion. An assassin was nearly of the caliber of a divine realm existence. The demise of such a formidable figure in an assassination attempt was indeed alarming, leading to the price increase. However, they found themselves lacking the necessary spirit stones. The fate-ending pavilion indicated that they could grant them some time to gather the required spirit stones before resuming the task. My lord, should we continue? Agreeing to their terms is merely a matter of spirit stones. With our true spirit realm cultivation, acquiring spirit stones should not be overly burdensome. The vendetta for my father's death must be avenged. Otherwise, I shall never swallow this bitter humiliation. Indeed, my father also fell by the sword of the Lin family's ancestor. This grudge must be settled. Agreed. The destruction of the Great Beauty Dynasty, the slaughter of their parents and kin, leaving only a few stragglers, was an unbearable wound for them. They paid no heed to Lin Chen's justifications. They only knew that the Lin family was their sworn enemy. For the sake of avenging the Lin family, they would relinquish everything they currently possessed. As time flowed by, 30 years passed in the blink of an eye. Through the relentless efforts of countless skilled artisans and laborers, the city, now renamed Yanhuang City, was expanded nearly 100-fold from its original size, finally completed. The endeavor consumed an unfathomable amount of manpower and resources. Were it not for the various factions of the 100 Dynasties Alliance seeking to carve up the territory of the Great Beauty Dynasty, providing the Lin family with substantial revenue, it is likely that the Lin family would have exhausted a considerable portion of the wealth amassed from the royal coffers of the Great Beauty Dynasty in constructing this grand city. In a secret chamber within the back mountains of the Lin family, after 3 decades of seclusion, Lin Chen's eyes suddenly snapped open, revealing a pair of dark, profound orbs that seemed to pierce through layers of space, absorbing all that transpired in Yanhuang City. 30 years had elapsed, and at long last, Yanhuang City had been completed. With the arrangement of the Inyang 5 Elements Grand Formation, the final step in the construction of this city could be fulfilled. Over 30 years ago, when preparations for Yanhuang City began, Lin Chen had already selected the formation designed to gather spiritual energy and protect the city, the Inyang 5 Elements Grand Formation. This 7th-tier advanced array, when wielded by a capable adept, could withstand the full assault of a being below the 6th level of nirvana for 3 days and nights, while also possessing formidable offensive capabilities. Beyond the formation, within a radius of 10,000 miles, it could suppress all entities below the nirvana realm. Even a typical nirvana realm monarch would find little advantage within the formation, potentially even facing dire consequences. Furthermore, its most significant function lay in its ability to accumulate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It could not only draw in the spiritual essence from a million-mile radius, but also transmute the boundless energies of the void into the spiritual energy of the world. Such was the formidable prowess of this formation. Throughout the entire wasteland, even the protective formations of the 3 dominant powers paled in comparison. Once the formation was established, Yanhuang City would soon emerge as a sacred ground for cultivation across the wasteland. The Lin family, in control of this city, would consequently ascend in status, reaping endless resources and wealth, ushering in a new era. The mere thought of this stirred excitement within Lin Chen. At this moment, the Lin family, having undergone over 30 years of development, had not only seen a significant increase in its population, from a mere 3,000 to over 50,000, but also a substantial enhancement in overall strength. With ample resources at their disposal, the family head, Lin Wudi, had advanced from the 5th level of the Transcendence Realm to the 9th, standing merely a step away from the Divine Passage Realm. Yet, he was not the most remarkable achiever within the Lin family. The most astonishing was Lin Chen's son, Lin Xia, who, in just over 30 years, had surged from the 2nd level of the Transcendence Realm to the 3rd level of the Divine Passage Realm. Indeed, he had ascended an astounding 11 levels, capturing the attention of countless observers. It is undeniable that Lin Xia, inheriting the exceptional talents of Lin Chen and Chu Sighting, had unleashed a potential under the abundant resources that left the other prodigies of the Great Chu Dynasty in awe. It is worth noting that among the contemporaries within the dynasty, the strongest had barely achieved the Transcendence Realm. Even within the ranks of those advanced and super dynasties in the 100 Dynasty Alliance, the most formidable were limited to the 7th level of the Transcendence Realm, starkly contrasting with Lin Xia, who had already reached the 3rd level of the Divine Passage Realm. However, Lin Xia had yet to showcase notable achievements. Otherwise, both the high and low could enter the ranks of the Tianjiao list of the wasteland, placing within the top 10 or even the top 3. Apart from Lin Xia, the performances of the siblings Lin Feng and Lin Ling were also exceptionally striking. Lin Feng had already broken through to the 5th rank of talisman crafting over a decade ago, inheriting the status of a talisman maker that bore contribution points. Although this endeavor had diverted a considerable amount of his cultivation time, his prowess had nevertheless ascended to the 9th level of the Transcendence Realm, with his talisman crafting skills elevating to the intermediate 5th rank, merely a step away from the advanced tier. In comparison, Lin Ling's progress was even more remarkable. Not only had her alchemy skills advanced to the high 5th rank, but her cultivation had also reached the 1st level of the Divine Ability Realm, second only to Lin Xia. Within the Lin family over the years, aside from these three extraordinary prodigies, numerous talents and even paragons had emerged. Among them, there were 9 individuals of the spiritual body level, with over 100 possessing top-tier qualifications beneath that level. It can be said that with a 20% increase in aptitude, coupled with the elevation of the clan members' cultivation, their standards had significantly risen. The wives they married were, at the very least, of average quality, leading to a rapid enhancement in the quality of the Lin family's descendants over time. Of course, when considering who had reaped the greatest rewards in recent years, it was undoubtedly Lin Chen. After more than 30 years of seclusion, despite consuming a significant portion of his fortune points, he had advanced his cultivation from the 4th level of the true spirit realm to the 9th level, achieving a meteoric rise in power. Reflecting upon this, Lin Chen clenched his fist, feeling the terrifying strength within him capable of effortlessly splitting the void and creating a personal space as a coordinate. A faint smile graced his face. In just over 30 years, he had elevated his cultivation to such heights primarily because his physique had evolved from a top-tier innate divine body to the level of an innate sacred body. It is important to note that this sacred body does not refer to the sacred body of sages from the primordial world, but rather is a designation for a type of physical talent in the fantasy realm. The enhancement of his physique directly allowed Lin Chen to leap across 3 realms in his cultivation, further augmenting his combat prowess. Additionally, he had mastered the accompanying martial techniques and movement methods of the martial classics to a level comparable to the perfection of mid-tier heavenly martial skills. Compared to the innate divine body, the innate sacred body provided a more formidable enhancement to both physical strength and cultivation speed, surpassing the average sacred body significantly. Under normal circumstances, the physical strength of a sacred body wielder is 81 times that of other powerful beings of the same realm, with some exceptionally strong individuals reaching 99 or even 100 times. However, my innate sacred body directly grants me an astonishing 108 times the strength of those in the same tier, sufficient to withstand a low-grade magical treasure of the 7th tier with bare hands. Furthermore, my comprehension of the Guardian Sword domain has evolved to the 2nd level of the Sword domain. With my current cultivation, complemented by numerous hidden cards, my combat power has far surpassed that of the so-called Sacred King realm. It is rumored that a peerless powerhouse possessing the strength of a Saint King can contend with an ordinary First Tribulation Nirvana realm practitioner. I wonder if my own combat prowess could rival that of an ordinary 4th Tribulation Nirvana realm expert? It should be feasible, I suppose. For a cultivator to break through to the Nirvana realm, one must undergo the tribulation of Nirvana. With each tribulation overcome, one's cultivation level ascends. However, the Nirvana tribulation is exceedingly perilous. A moment's carelessness could lead to instant demise. Without thorough preparation, few would dare to invoke the Nirvana realm. Yet, those who successfully traverse it reap astonishing benefits. The baptism following the tribulation significantly enhances their physical strength, purifies their soul, and elevates their comprehension of the spiritual realm. This leads to a staggering disparity among practitioners within the Nirvana realm. Remarkably, even though Lin Chen has grasped the 2nd level of Sword domain and possesses an innate sacred body, bolstered by the supreme martial classic as his foundation, he does not dare to assert that he can certainly match a 4th Tribulation Nirvana realm powerhouse. Of course, if he were to receive the enhancement of the Eternal Sword, now elevated to the pinnacle of the 6th tier thanks to the Lin family's auspices, he feels confident in facing a 4th Tribulation Nirvana realm expert without issue. After all, at this level, the Eternal Sword still grants him a tenfold increase in combat strength. It is said that the ancestors of the 3 major hegemonic factions are predominantly at the 1st or 2nd Tribulation Nirvana realm. Given this context, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I should be invincible in the. However, one must not underestimate these formidable factions that have endured for millions of years. After such a vast expanse of time, who knows what terrifying foundation they possess? A single Nirvana realm practitioner, unless fate intervenes, could easily boast a lifespan of at least 129,600 years, with the possibility of reaching up to 200,000 years being quite plausible. Reflecting on this, Lin Chen's previously inflated heart became markedly more serene. Regardless of one's strength, there will always be beings stronger than oneself in this world. Although ranks in the lower tier of the It remains an ancient and vast land that has birthed numerous strong practitioners. One can only wonder if those formidable beings might occasionally recall their homeland and return for a visit. Furthermore, it is uncertain whether practitioners from other major states might wander through. In any case, as long as he quietly develops his family, he can swiftly enhance his strength. Regardless of how far he ascends, there is no need for excessive proclamation. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them, he declared resolutely. System, open my personal panel. With a flicker of thought, Lin Chen promptly issued the command. Instantly, a luminous screen, visible only to him, appeared before his eyes. Name, Lin Chen. Cultivation level, pinnacle of true spirit realm, 9th stage physique, innate holy body, innate Dao body, currently undergoing fusion. Martial arts comprehension, mid-tier heavenly grade martial skill, one sword to control the universe, complete, double guardian sword domain. Tasks 1. Cultivate Lin Ling to become an alchemist. This task is divided into multiple stages. The 5th grade alchemist stage has been completed, 6th grade alchemist, pending completion. 2. Ultimate challenge task. 2nd stage. For specific task details, please click here to expand. Fortune points. 3, 568, 712 family buffs, total. 1. Increased birth rate of newborns by 40%. 2. Enhanced qualifications of newborns by 20%. 3. Increased cultivation speed of all Lin family members by 20%. Compared to before, Lin Chen's personal profile is undeniably more luxurious. Whether in terms of cultivation or the martial skills and comprehension he possesses, he truly resembles a formidable expert. However, the balance in the fortune points column caused him to shake his head in dismay. The previously amassed fortune points, amounting to over 100 million, combined with the fortune points generated from the Lin family's development over the years, have dwindled to such a meager amount. It is indeed rather wasteful. Nevertheless, as long as I can successfully develop Yanhuang City, it will undoubtedly provide me with a continuous influx of fortune points in the future. With this thought, Lin Chen's gaze turned toward the already constructed Yanhuang City, a flicker of anticipation glimmering in his eyes. Through years of observation, he discovered that within the same territory, the same establishment could yield different fortune points depending on its environment. The more powerful and prosperous the territory, the more terrifying the fortune points generated. Conversely, in impoverished and backward regions, even if one were to completely control a city, the fortune points generated might not even compare to those of a bustling street in a prosperous area. It is time to emerge from seclusion. Casting a glance at his wife, who was still in closed-door cultivation, Lin Chen chose not to disturb her and vanished from the spot in an instant. At this moment, Chu Sighting, under the resources he provided, had reached the pinnacle of the 9th stage of divine ability, just one step away from breaking through to the true spirit realm. According to his estimation, this step could take her anywhere from 3 to 5 years, or at most 8 to 9 years, to achieve this breakthrough. 3 days later, within a grand assembly hall deep in the Lin family estate, many senior members gathered at Lin Chen's summons. Over the years, everyone had performed admirably, and the family's strength had seen considerable growth. However, as time passed, you must have sensed that the cultivation levels of our Lin family's younger generation are rapidly approaching your own. For the better development of the family, I propose that you select a designated heir, allowing you to retreat to the background and focus on your cultivation. Let us set the timeline for 50 years from now. What do you all think? Upon observing the gathering of the esteemed members of the Lin family, Lin Chen first acknowledged their previous efforts, then deftly shifted the conversation to reveal the primary purpose for convening this meeting. In the days following his emergence from seclusion, he took the time to assess the situation of these high-ranking officials within the Lin family. He noticed that many were struggling to manage their responsibilities, which consumed a significant portion of their cultivation time, something Lin Chen found undesirable. After careful consideration, he resolved to make the aforementioned decision. The wise ancestor, one elder, remarked, "I have sensed my own limitations for some time. From managing merely a few hundred members in the Lin family to now overseeing thousands, the leap has been quite overwhelming. Indeed, I aspire to witness our Lin family evolve into a venerable lineage spanning millennia, potentially even a family of eternal life. Yet I do not wish to succumb to the ravages of time prematurely. It is true that attending to these trivial matters greatly hinders one's cultivation." Lin Chen's words resonated with the assembly of high-ranking Lin officials, eliciting their agreement. Although retreating from the forefront of power would diminish their authority, their standing within the family would remain significant, and they would gain more time for cultivation, an enticing prospect for those harboring ambitions of ascension to greater realms. With unanimous consent, Lin Chen announced, "After this meeting concludes, you shall commence preparations for the tasks at hand." He then proceeded to discuss the second matter, the completion of Yanhuang City. In approximately 1 month, he would establish a grand array of yin and yang, along with the 5 elements within the city. The preparations for Yanhuang City had been underway for over 30 years, and as Lin Chen broached the subject, the subordinates reported their progress in a systematic manner. Everything was advancing smoothly. "Very well, execute the plans at the agreed price," he commanded. Second Elder, prepare the invitations to summon the major forces of the 100 Dynasties Alliance for the ceremony. Fourth Elder, make arrangements for the family competition to be held in 1 month. All descendants of the Lin family are eligible to participate. The competition will be divided into 3 categories. Those under 18 will be referred to as young dragons, those under 30 as crouching dragons, and those under 300 as true dragons. Following this family competition, the young dragon competition will occur every 3 years, the crouching dragon competition every 5 years, and the true dragon competition every 30 years. The rewards for the competitions should be discussed among you and reported back to me. Remember, this marks our Lin family's inaugural formal appearance before the major forces. Do not tarnish our family's reputation. After the high-ranking officials concluded their reports, Lin Chen summarized the proceedings, issuing a series of commands that stirred the warriors present, igniting their fervor within. Chapter 105. The perfect cycle of family development after years of relentless effort. Is the Lin family finally poised to grace the grand stage of the 100 Dynasty Alliance? The mere thought of this ignites a surge of excitement among the senior members of the Lin family. There is no greater sense of accomplishment than witnessing the gradual ascent of one's family under one's stewardship. We shall faithfully adhere to the will of our ancestors. Without a trace of hesitation, the esteemed members of the Lin family solemnly nodded in agreement. They then turned to depart from the grand hall, each assuming their respective duties to fulfill the myriad tasks entrusted to them by their forebears. As leaders of the Lin family, they have long placed the family's honor above all else. Thus, such exhilarating developments are something they are eager to initiate without delay. Consequently, in merely 3 days, they meticulously arranged all aspects of the family competition and the corresponding rewards. Invitations were dispatched to the various factions stationed in Diyan City. In no time, word spread like wildfire, centering on Diyan City, about the Lin family's forthcoming banquet in a month's time to celebrate the completion of the Yanhuang City. With surprises to be unveiled, alongside a family competition to showcase the talents of their younger generation. After over 30 years, a staggering investment of manpower and immeasurable financial resources has culminated in the completion of Yanhuang City. What a remarkable feat! One can hardly fathom the sheer scale of the city. Even the capital of our great Chu dynasty pales in comparison. Moreover, Yanhuang City boasts splendid construction, offering not only breathtaking scenery but also numerous facilities to aid in cultivation, making it the most advanced city I have ever encountered. However, one cannot overlook that the spiritual energy in this region is rather sparse. The Lin family's ambitious undertaking in constructing such a vast city may not prove advantageous in the long run. I remain uncertain, yet, given the ancestral style in which the Lin family operates, it would be prudent to refrain from hasty conclusions lest one be proven wrong. Such a colossal city. I find it hard to believe they can truly innovate in this regard. Since Lin Chen's decisive strike against the great Mei dynasty, every action taken by the Lin family has garnered the attention of the great Chu dynasty and its neighboring realms. Thus, upon the emergence of this news from the Lin family, a ripple of excitement surged through dozens of surrounding dynasties. Countless discussions erupted regarding Yanhuang City and the Lin family. Even the lofty 4th and 5th tier powers convened meetings to deliberate on the matter. In the grand hall of the Yunyu sect, the sect leader, Yu Bai, gazes at the red invitation in hand, a look of bewilderment crossing his features. He reminisces about decades past, when the Lin family was but an insignificant ant in the eyes of the Yunyu sect, and now they have ascended to a stature that commands reverence. Truly, how unpredictable the tides of fate can be. Esteemed elders, the forthcoming banquet of the Lin family is bound to attract numerous powerful factions. and our Yunyu sect occupies merely a humble position within this hierarchy. It would be imprudent to bring an excessive number of attendees. Thus, I, the sect master, intend to take only 6 individuals, with 3 representing the elders and 3 from the younger generation. As Moon White reflected on these matters, he became acutely aware of the fervent gazes from the assembled elders. After a moment of contemplation, he reached a decisive conclusion. One must possess self-awareness. Should any other faction within the Great Chu dynasty extend an invitation to our Yunyu sect, even the royal family could easily assemble a host of formidable warriors to attend without hesitation. However, this instance is distinct. We are dealing with the Lin family, whose grand event does not merely target factions within the Great Chu dynasty, but extends invitations to all notable powers within the 100 Dynasty Alliance. Were it not for our Yunyu sect's location in the Great Chu dynasty, the Lin family likely would not have considered us worthy of an invitation at all. After all, the Lin family is a transcendent force, presided over by an unparalleled ancestor capable of slaying true kings, long having shattered the confines of dynastic authority and standing at the apex of the food chain in the wilderness. Despite the reluctance felt by many senior members of the Yunyu sect, they ultimately refrained from voicing their discontent. Yet, in the next breath, their glances toward one another turned vigilant. Everyone yearned to partake in the Lin family's banquet, but the opportunities were limited. What should be done in such a predicament? The answer was simple: fight. By vanquishing their opponents, they would naturally secure their places. Thus, the group of powerful individuals from the Yunyu sect vanished in an instant, leaving behind a cacophony of earth-shattering sounds reverberating through the vast expanse. Meanwhile, within the confines of Dan City, the 6th-grade alchemist Tian Danzi received an invitation from the Lin family as well. However, as he gazed at the purple missive in his hand, it felt akin to bearing the weight of a mountain, constricting his breath. He was not alone in this sense. Other powerful figures within the Dan City Alchemist Association were similarly ensnared in silence. President, shall we attend the Lin family's grand event? What if they turn against us? One individual ventured, trailing off, yet everyone present understood the unspoken implications of his words. They were painfully aware that decades prior, they had witnessed Lin Ling fall victim during the alchemist competition, and rather than offer assistance, they had even gone so far as to aid the injured Prince of Freedom. While their actions might have been justified from their standpoint, from the Lin family's perspective, it was seen as inaction. Should the Lin family's warriors seek retribution, few would dare to intercede on their behalf. The cycle of cause and effect is relentless. With the Lin family's invitation now in hand, do we truly believe we have a choice? Ask the esteemed royal families of advanced and super dynasties, which one would dare to decline such an opportunity? Departing may not necessarily be a negative course of action. However, abstaining will undoubtedly invite a multitude of criticisms, leading others to believe that we harbor grievances against the Lin family. In such a scenario, even if the Lin family does not take the matter to heart, they may still feel compelled to act against us for the sake of their family's reputation. Upon hearing this, Tiandanzi could not help but shake his head. As an ancient being who has lived for thousands of years, his experiences are quite extensive, and with his formidable spiritual power, he can easily discern the intricate relationships at play. Upon hearing these words, the numerous powerful figures present fell into silence. Very well. This matter originates from the Alchemist Association and is greatly connected to me. Thus, I shall personally lead the expedition to Yanhuang City. As for the rest of you, assemble 10 individuals to accompany me. With Tiandanzi, the president of the Alchemist Association, making such a declaration, none of the powerful figures dared to refute him. After some deliberation and exchanges of interests, the selection of individuals to embark on the journey to Yanhuang City was swiftly decided. Once a generous congratulatory gift was prepared, Tiandanzi promptly set off with these formidable allies. A similar scene unfolded among the major factions of the 100 Dynasty Alliance. However, unlike the situation in Dan City, other factions bore no grievances against the Lin family. Upon receiving the invitation, they eagerly advanced, even engaging in fierce competition for attendance slots, creating quite a lively spectacle. Naturally, such a commotion spread far and wide, leaving countless individuals astonished. What? They actually started fighting? I did not expect the grand event hosted by the Lin family to possess such immense allure. This does not surprise me. After all, the ancestral figure of the Lin family possesses unparalleled combat prowess capable of slaying true monarch-level experts. Everyone is striving to forge connections with him. And considering that several decades have elapsed since then, it is entirely possible that the Lin family's ancestor has attained God-King level strength. If you were in their position, you would likely be even more fervent. Indeed, this banquet will surely see the attendance of the Lin family ancestor. Should he take a liking to you and offer some casual guidance, it may spare you from numerous detours, a tremendous opportunity. Moreover, the Lin family has repeatedly emphasized that surprises will be unveiled, so perhaps there is truly something fortunate in store. In an instant, the events transpiring within the various factions became a topic of conversation amongst practitioners during their training, leaving many in awe. Thus, nearly a month passed in the blink of an eye. Within Yinhuang City, after a period of meticulous preparation, Lin Chen has successfully arranged the Yingyang 5 Elements Great Array purchased from the system. Once activated, its coverage will be sufficient to encompass the entirety of Yinhuang City. The resulting phenomena will be astonishing and spectacular. Maintaining the operation of the Yingyang 5 Elements Great Array will require a staggering 12,000 premium spirit stones annually, truly exorbitant. As the master of the Grand Formation, Lin Chen felt a clear awareness of the spiritual stones required to maintain the array, which left him silently astonished. Were it not for the annihilation of the Great Beauty Dynasty, which allowed him to harvest the profound foundation accumulated over several tens of thousands of years. Even if he possessed sufficient resources to exchange for this formidable array, he would have been left in despair at such terrifying consumption. After all, prior to acquiring the foundation of the Great Beauty Dynasty, he had barely possessed fewer than 10,000 supreme spiritual stones. However, after reaping the fruits of the Great Beauty Dynasty's legacy, the number of supreme spiritual stones at his disposal exceeded 10 million, sufficient to sustain the Yingyang 5 Elements array for nearly a century. Nevertheless, in comparison to the efficacy of this grand formation, the annual consumption of 120,000 supreme spiritual stones was trivial, as long as it could activate Yinhuang City. This expenditure would likely be but a fraction of the revenue generated by the city itself, with the advantage of a spirit energy concentration several times, even tens of times, greater than that of the outside world. The development of Yinhuang City was rendered remarkably simple. Contemplating this, a faint smile graced Lin Chen's face. The profits from Yinhuang City would not only sustain the resource consumption of the entire Lin family, but also provide him with an unceasing influx of fortune points to enhance his strength. His burgeoning power, in turn, would bolster the confidence of the Lin family. When the returns from Yinhuang City no longer sufficed to support the entire Lin family, he could further expand the influence of Yinhuang City, thereby providing more resources for the Lin family and additional fortune points for himself. It could be said that a relatively perfect closed loop had been established. Chapter 106. The Rise of Various Forces and the Commencement of the Family Competition. Meanwhile, at the Lin family, as the time for the family competition drew near, thousands of clan members who had been honing their skills in the outside world returned to the Lin family, transforming the already lively atmosphere into a cacophony of excitement. Among the more than 50,000 members of the Lin family, those under the age of 18 constituted a significant portion, numbering over 30,000. Additionally, there were nearly 10,000 members aged between 18 and 30. The remainder were those above 30. Theoretically, given the ages of the Lin family members, even Lin Wudi, the head of the family, possessed the eligibility to participate in the prestigious True Dragon competition. However, none of the senior members of the Lin family chose to enroll. After all, their esteemed positions within the family rendered participation somewhat unbecoming. The prowess of Lin Xia, Lin Feng, and Lin Ling alone was enough to deter these high-ranking members. What face would they have if they were to be bested by these younger generations in front of an audience? The long-awaited family competition had finally arrived. Though I had only just broken through to the blood exchange realm and was still under 18, I was eligible to compete in the Young Dragon tournament, where I was certain to secure a commendable rank. Indeed, achieving a top 10 placement in the Young Dragon tournament would not only earn me a monthly contribution of 10,000 points for cultivation, but also a plethora of other rewards. It was said that the first-place victor would receive a pill capable of elevating one's aptitude to that of a top-tier spiritual body. A top-tier spiritual body? Are you sure such a reward exists? Why would I deceive you? This information is almost public knowledge. If you don't believe me, why not inquire with the elders directly? Countless young members of the Lin family gathered together, exchanging intelligence gleaned from the family elders, eliciting waves of astonishment. The rewards for the first place in each competition zone ignited their enthusiasm, filling their hearts with fervor. It is important to note that within the entire Lin family, including Lin Feng, there were only 10 spiritual bodies, despite the clan's population exceeding 50,000. This meant that, even with a 20% enhancement to aptitude, the probability of producing a single spiritual body was a mere 1 in 5,000. One can only imagine the rarity of such spiritual bodies. Moreover, the first place reward of the competition, a pill that could elevate one to a top-tier spiritual body, was particularly enticing. A top-tier spiritual body. This almost guaranteed that as long as one remained alive, they would inevitably ascend to the realm of divine powers. With sufficient resources, becoming a king in the true spirit realm was not beyond reach. Such a monumental opportunity held an immense allure for these disciples. In a flash, nearly all clan members aged 15 and above, confident in their abilities, signed up for the Young Dragon tournament. Meanwhile, those under 15 silently vowed to double their efforts over the next 3 years, preparing diligently for the forthcoming Young Dragon tournament. Thus, in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The time had now reached the 1-month mark. Cultivators from numerous, even dozens, of dynasties flocked to Yanhuang City, gradually infusing this vast city, which had initially appeared desolate, with a sense of vitality as it began to flourish. Particularly near the Lin family's residence at the heart of Yanhuang City, the throngs of people surged, extending as far as the eye could see. The moment had finally arrived. One could only wonder how many formidable powers would descend upon the Lin family to witness this grand celebration. Surely, the various royal families of the 100 Dynasty Alliance would send their strongest representatives. In comparison to this, I was even more curious about the surprises that the Lin family had in store. Indeed, my heart brimmed with intrigue. Countless individuals crowded around the open space beside the Lin family's grand entrance, excitedly discussing amongst themselves, creating a cacophony of noise. However, the plaza before the Lin family's gates was exceedingly vast. The clamor of the crowd did not disturb Lin Wudi, the head of the Lin family, and the numerous high-ranking officials standing beside him. At that moment, they were all in a state of meditation, awaiting the arrival of the esteemed representatives from various powers. Just then, a series of formidable auras revealed themselves to their senses. Following this, a resounding voice suddenly echoed from the heavens. The contemporary king of the great Chu dynasty, Chu Haoyan, accompanied by members of the royal family, had come to pay his respects. The high-ranking officials of the Lin family immediately lifted their gazes toward the sky. They beheld a procession of several dozen elegantly attired men and women, led by the foremost figure, descending from the void into the plaza. Among the crowd, Lin Wudi promptly approached with a beaming smile. Ha ha ha. I wondered why a magpie was chirping outside my window this morning. It turns out His Majesty the King of Chu is visiting. Welcome, welcome, please come in. After exchanging a few casual words with King Chu, Lin Wudi instructed the Grand Elder to escort them into the Lin family, where their designated seats awaited. Not long after, another fifth-tier power from the great Chu dynasty descended from the skies, Yin Yu sect. This time, Lin Wudi did not step forward to receive them. Instead, the sixth elder welcomed them and guided them into the Lin family. With the arrival of the first and second powers, it was as if a domino effect had begun, with fifth-tier powers continuously descending. The onlookers did not express much surprise. They merely whispered among themselves, introducing the familiar powers they recognized. However, this state of affairs did not last long. Soon, a fourth-tier power made its appearance, the closest intermediate dynasty to the great Chu dynasty, known as the Great Yin dynasty. Similarly, the ruler of this dynasty led the royal family and was welcomed by Lin Wudi. In an instant, the gazes of the surrounding onlookers grew fervent, with expressions of bewilderment flickering across the faces of many keen observers. How peculiar it seemed that the number of fifth-tier forces participating in the Lin family's grand familial competition was so scant, and most of them appeared to be from within the Dechu dynasty. The forces arriving from beyond the Dechu were either fourth-tier entities or the royalty of lesser dynasties. I too noticed this anomaly. Could it be that the Lin family did not extend invitations to non-royal fifth-tier forces outside the Dechu dynasty? This was quite plausible. After all, inviting all fifth-tier forces would be an overwhelming undertaking. Indeed, not only would it be numerous, but some fifth-tier forces located far from the Lin family might lack the capability to traverse vast distances within a month to reach Yanhuang City. It is well known that within the Dantian continent, there exists an unwritten rule. Aside from the first force to make an entrance, those that follow possess increasingly elevated status. The presence of fourth-tier forces implies that all fifth-tier forces have already entered the Lin family grounds. Of course, there remains a possibility of unforeseen circumstances, though the likelihood is exceedingly slim. However, as the crowd engaged in their analysis, they unearthed a remarkably rational explanation. Observe there. Is that not a formidable dynasty known as the Great Wu Dynasty? They are separated from Yanhuang City by hundreds of millions of miles, yet they have also come to pay their respects. Furthermore, take note of the vessel behind them, emblazoned with the character Chong. It is likely from the Great Chong Dynasty. Another super dynasty. It feels as though all the super dynasties have converged here. Could it be that the Lin family's grand ceremony is set to encompass all the elite forces of our 100 Dynasties alliance? One cannot help but marvel at the Lin family, which boasts a peerless powerhouse who has stepped into the sword domain. Their allure is undeniably immense. Naturally, that is a being of the sword domain. Look over there, a line of onlookers shouldering long swords. Most of them are sword cultivators. Their intent simple, to catch a glimpse of the Lin family's ancestral elder, a formidable presence who has entered the realm of the sword domain. As one super dynasty after another, or elite fourth-tier sects, were welcomed into the Lin family by their higher-ups, the excitement among the crowd gradually transformed into profound astonishment. It is crucial to recognize that these are super dynasties and top-tier fourth-tier sections. Their presence was felt in sound, yet they remained elusive to the eye. Indeed, for the majority of those present, who had not even attained the transcendent realm, it would take a lifetime to traverse the territories controlled by any one of these super dynasties or top-tier fourth-tier forces. To encounter even one of these entities in everyday life would be akin to a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Yet now these forces, which had previously seemed exalted and existed only in legend, were descending upon Yanhuang City to partake in the Lin family's grand ceremony. The impact on them was far more visceral and clearer than the prior rumors suggested about the Lin family's ancestral power and their terrifying combat prowess. Regardless of the fervent discussions among the crowd, Lin Chen remained unaffected, or rather, this was precisely the outcome he desired. Although the numerous factions of the 100 Dynasties Alliance had gathered, he refrained from activating the formation just yet. After all, the phenomena it would conjure were exceedingly daunting. The concentration of spiritual energy that coalesced was profoundly awe-inspiring. Should he activate the Inyang 5 Elements Grand Array at this moment, the spectators would lose all interest in witnessing the family competition, which was not a scenario he wished to encounter. It had been several decades since the family's fortune ascended to a blue hue. Over the years, while this fortune had grown considerably, almost reaching a staggering size of 10,000 zhong, there had been no sign of it evolving into a purple fortune. Contemplating this, Lin Chen's gaze drifted skyward above the Lin family estate. There, he beheld a vast azure fortune, nearly 10,000 zhong in size, gathering in the central expanse above the Lin family. Within this aura lay a silvery long sword, resting quietly, receiving the blessings of fortune. This sword was the Lin family's divine weapon, the eternal sword. Fortune is the essence of all things. Humans possess fortune, objects possess fortune, the earth possesses fortune, and even space itself holds fortune. The greater the power, the more potent the fortune. Similarly, the higher the grade of an object, the more abundant the land, and the more solid the space, the stronger the quality and concentration of the contained fortune. According to ancient texts seized from the Great Beauty Dynasty, a faction boasting a blue fortune of 100 zhong qualifies for the potential elevation to a purple fortune. The larger the fortune, the greater the hope for ascension. At this moment, the Lin family, with its tens of thousands of members, occupying Yanhuang City, and having absorbed the fortune of super dynasties like the Great Beauty Dynasty, should, in theory, have long been able to elevate to a purple fortune. Yet, they had not achieved this, nor had they shown any signs of breakthrough. Thus, a possibility emerged in my mind. Perhaps the Lin family's reputation had yet to reach the standard required for ascension in the eyes of other beings. I hope my conjecture proves incorrect. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Lin Chen's gaze turned towards Yanhuang City, observing the countless throngs of people gathered. A glimmer of anticipation crept onto his face. He had invited numerous factions to bear witness and had opened the gates wide for the common populace to enter Yanhuang City and spectate. What was the purpose of this? Was it not to elevate the Lin family's renown? The more individuals who recognized the Lin family's strength and status, the closer they would be to the chance of their blue family fortune ascending to purple. Furthermore, this was also an opportunity to showcase the Lin family's soft power, ensuring that they would not be looked down upon by the lesser beings, thus avoiding a plethora of troublesome matters. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Lin family, a grand martial arena emerged, with numerous platforms rising under the manipulation of the Lin family's formidable warriors. Adjacent to the arena, in the ethereal void, a multitude of floating seats were filled with figures. Powerful individuals from various influential factions gathered to witness the event. Surrounding the arena, many Lin family disciples stood in anticipation, occasionally engaging in conversation with friends or curiously observing the esteemed guests seated in the stands. The Lin family exuded a vibrant energy. Moreover, the caliber of these younger generations was commendable, rivaling that of disciples from our esteemed fourth-tier factions, though it seemed they still lacked a sufficient number of exceptional talents. Nevertheless, considering the Lin family's rapid development over just a few years, one could speculate that, given a few hundred more years, their progeny might even surpass ours. Isn't that far-fetched? Our factions have been evolving for no less than 100,000 years. It is hardly plausible to be outpaced so easily. Doubt it. Observe the Lin family's younger generation under 12 years old. There are scarcely any of low aptitude among them. Now, cast your gaze upon those over 30. A mere glance reveals several of lesser quality. With such a comparison, do you still fail to comprehend? Hiss, could it be that fortune favors them? Even before the competition commenced, the hearts of the powerful from the top-tier fourth-grade factions began to tremble. They discerned that the quality of the Lin family's younger generation was visibly ascending, improving with each successive generation. Under normal circumstances, even a family thriving exceptionally would see the quality of its descendants increase at a painstakingly slow pace. The quality that their own kin have achieved took them no less than 100,000 years to attain. As for the Lin family, such a phenomenon was something they had only encountered in ancient texts. It was said that in the primordial era, before the true martial world was fractured, the continent flourished as a unified entity, nurturing countless powerful beings, with fortunes akin to fire-fueling oil, immensely prosperous. Some families, favored by fortune, accomplished their endeavors with divine assistance, and their descendants, blessed by this fortune, became increasingly formidable, transforming from an inconsequential faction to a leading power within mere thousands of years, earning renown across the true martial world. Had it not been for the catastrophic events of ancient times, that family might have ascended to become one of the pinnacle forces in the true martial world, observing the ever-changing tides of the world. If the Lin family is indeed a clan favored by fortune, does this imply that our Dantian continent, and even the true martial world, are on the brink of calamity? Clans favored by fortune are often referred to as clans of tribulation. If the Lin family truly enjoys such favor, the possibility becomes all the more real. This matter is of great significance. Once this concludes, I shall upgrade the stronghold of Yanhuang City and dispatch a venerable elder to oversee the changes within the Lin family. Should we ascertain the truth, we will promptly report to the human race sanctuary. I concur. Reflecting upon the various legends surrounding the favored clans, the countenance of the formidable beings from these elite factions shifted dramatically, ultimately reaching a consensus. These powers have been inherited for at least 100,000 years, some even nearing 1,000,000, and are privy to countless secrets. The world instinctively senses the latent dangers, which in turn bestows blessings of fortune upon certain factions or individuals, allowing them to flourish. When such events transpire, the true martial great world enters an era of golden cultivation. Countless factions and prodigies rise, ancient secret realms and techniques emerge, and even the density of spiritual energy permeating the void intensifies. At such a time, chaos will escalate and bloodshed will increase, all in the pursuit of birthing true powerhouses or dominant forces capable of influencing the very fabric of existence. As the powerful entities from various factions exchanged hushed communications, overwhelmed by myriad emotions, the elder in charge of the family competition ascended to the highest central platform, loudly proclaiming the competition's procedures, rules, and rewards. The structure of the contest entails first determining the top 100 in the Young Dragon competition, followed by the top 50 in the Hidden Dragon contest, and ultimately the top 20 in the True Dragon tournament. Prodigies on the Young Dragon list may challenge those on the Hidden and True Dragon lists, while those on the Hidden Dragon list may contest against the True Dragon list. Successful challengers will receive double rewards. It is important to note that downward challenges are prohibited. The competition rules stipulate that opponents will be randomly matched through a draw, with victory achieved by either casting an opponent off the platform or through surrender. Those who rank among the top 100 in the Young Dragon list, the top 50 in the Hidden Dragon list, and the top 20 in the True Dragon list will all receive generous rewards. I hereby declare the inaugural family competition of the Lin family officially commenced. Boom, boom, boom. As the elder announced the commencement of the competition, 3 resounding and melodious chimes echoed throughout Yanhuang City. Subsequently, family stewards positioned the drawing boxes before the participating disciples. Due to the overwhelming number of contestants, to expedite the process, a total of 108 platforms, adorned with formations and prohibitions, were erected within the grand training grounds, commencing simultaneous contests to determine the top competitors in the Young Dragon, Hidden Dragon, and True Dragon lists. Finally, challenges will be initiated. Should there be no challenges, the rankings will stand as final. These platforms were acquired by Lin Chen from the Great Beauty Dynasty. Not only is their defensive capability superior to that of the platforms used by the prodigies of the Great Chu Dynasty, but their effectiveness is equally commendable. According to Lin Chen's estimations, even a peerless prodigy at the level of divine abilities can engage in fierce battles upon these platforms without the fear of endangering their opponent's life. Contestants who drew number 1, please step onto the arena for the competition. Contestants who drew number 2, please proceed to the arena. Number 3. Soon, a multitude of contestants had completed the drawing of lots and were summoned by the officiants to the stage. Among the crowd, Lin Feng, Lin Ling, and Lin Xiao watched with great interest as the battles unfolded. Although, given their cultivation levels, they could easily discern the numerous flaws in the techniques employed by these clansmen. There was a certain charm in observing the matches. At the very least, many of the martial arts displayed were unfamiliar to them, and it was indeed beneficial to broaden their horizons. Most of the Lin family's members under the age of 18 were at the cleansing marrow stage, with scarcely any reaching the blood exchange stage. Furthermore, as it was the beginning of the contests, the disparity in strength among opponents was quite pronounced, leading to swift victories in several matches. Within just a few hours, more than half of the participants had been eliminated, leaving only a little over 200. During this time, several exceptionally talented individuals emerged, namely Lin Fengwu, Lin Wuxia, Lin Bufan, and Lin Kong. All 4 possessed spiritual physiques, the youngest being 16 years old, while the eldest was just a month shy of 18. Each of them had cultivated beyond the first level of the blood exchange stage, with the strongest already having reached the 3rd level. These youngsters were impressive. Deep within the Lin family estate, Lin Chen observed the grand competition, and as he witnessed the remarkable performances of these gifted individuals, a faint smile graced his face. It is worth noting that when Liion Gang, who possessed a top-tier spiritual physique, reached 18, he had only attained the first level of the muscle transformation stage. Although there exists a disparity in resources enjoyed by both parties, and the Lin family benefits from a 20% increase in cultivation speed, this advantage is not insurmountable. Clearly, Lin Wuxia and his peers have dedicated themselves to rigorous training over the years, coupled with a continuous influx of resources, leading to such an astonishing gap in prowess. Before long, a day had passed, and the top 100 on the Young Dragon ranking were confirmed. The first place went to Lin Wuxia, the second to Lin Bufan, the third to Lin Fengwu, and the 4th to Lin Kong. A treasure, resembling a scroll and of the 5th tier, slowly unfurled in midair, revealing the rankings of this Young Dragon Grand competition. However, this ranking was only provisional. A final challenge match awaited, presenting the possibility that someone could achieve a breakthrough before the contest and usurp the positions of those ahead of them. Thus, the talented individuals who had ascended the rankings did not allow themselves to grow complacent after the competition. Instead, they seized the opportunity to intensify their training. Chapter 107. Lin Yi, another prodigy of the Lin family, we have little hope of challenging our elder cousins on the potential dragon ranking. However, Lin Wuxia and Lin Bufan do possess a chance. Indeed, within our Lin family, there are only 10 spiritual bodies in total. Excluding the 3 yet to mature and our uncle Lin Feng, among the family members aged 18 to 30, only 2 possess spiritual body levels. The rest, despite their exceptional qualifications, have merely attained the blood exchange realm. With the strength of brothers Wuxia and Bufan, should they manage to break through to the 4th stage of the blood exchange realm, they might very well infiltrate the rankings of the potential dragon list. I deem this somewhat challenging, as those who secure positions within the top 50 are undoubtedly formidable opponents, not to be underestimated. Amidst the discussions of the clan members, Lin Wuxia and Lin Bufan exchanged glances, each perceiving a spark of combativeness in the other's eyes, and simultaneously departed from the martial arts arena. They intended to seize the time before the rankings of the potential dragon and true dragon lists were determined to elevate their prowess. The departure of Lin Wuxia and Lin Bufan did not impede the progression of the grand competition. For those among them who were all at least in the blood exchange realm, a single night without sleep posed no hindrance. Indeed, even a week without rest would have little effect. Thus, the trials of the potential dragon competition commenced. As before, opponents were drawn by lot. Before long, an attendant called out the number of the draw, summoning competitors to the stage. The unfortunate soul on platform 69 is truly ill-fated. Their first match is against Lin Yi, universally acknowledged as the foremost contender in the potential dragon competition. Indeed, though Lin Yi is merely 27 years old, he has already attained the 3rd stage of the blood exchange realm, and his combat prowess rivals even those at the 7th or 8th stages of the same realm, making him a paragon akin to Lin Ling and Lin Feng. His strength is astonishing. It is puzzling how Lin Yi has cultivated so rapidly. Prior to the age of 18, he displayed only average abilities, yet post-18, he has soared to great heights. Could it be that he has received some divine opportunity granted by our ancestor? That seems plausible. Otherwise, it is difficult to account for his swift advancement while remaining in the Lin family. Alas, I wonder when I too might catch the ancestor's attention. At that moment, a keen-eyed disciple spotted a familiar figure on platform 69 and exclaimed loudly, prompting many onlookers to direct their gaze towards the stage, igniting a flurry of discussion. Not only that, but even those from the esteemed powers invited by the Lin family to observe sat up straighter, their attention fully engaged. At just 27 years of age, at the 3rd stage of the blood exchange realm, Lin Yi is a figure of inheritance even among their top-tier forces. Furthermore, the accounts from the Lin family disciples, declaring Lin Yi's combat strength comparable to that of 7th or 8th stage masters, affirm their heightened regard for him. If Lin Yi's combat prowess can indeed rival that of the 7th level of the Transcendence realm and beyond, he would undoubtedly be a formidable entity, comparable to Lin Ling. Indeed, although the Lin family possesses few prodigies, their quality is exceedingly high, a peculiar circumstance that can only be attributed to their favored destiny. However, it is prudent to refrain from speaking with such certainty about unconfirmed matters. I would prefer to believe that the Lin family situation is merely an anomaly. As the powerful figures of various factions observed Lin Yi triumphing over one opponent after another, they engaged in whispered conversations amongst themselves. Some factions increasingly believed that the Lin family was indeed the fabled lineage blessed by fortune, while others, despite witnessing the aberrations among the Lin descendants, were reluctant to accept this notion. After all, should such an entity arise within the true martial world, it would signify the potential resurgence of the forbidden forces that had once shattered the very fabric of the ancient era's flourishing true martial world. Only within those forces exist the taboo experts that the very essence of the true martial world fears and respects. This is a scenario they are desperate to avoid. Chaos signifies peril. For these lesser beings, the probability of perishing amidst such calamity is as high as 99. Naturally, great terror often accompanies great opportunity. Should these factions seize every chance, they might well reverse their fortunes and emerge as renowned powers within the true martial world. Yet, the likelihood of such an outcome is exceedingly slim. A lineage blessed by fortune, the ancient calamity, the existence of taboos. It appears that the situation in the true martial world is even more intricate than I had imagined. Within the depths of the Lin family, Lin Chen, who was equally focused on the matches in the arena, utilized his formidable spiritual power to intercept the conversations among the powerful figures of various factions, his gaze sharpening with realization. He was certain that his Lin family was by no means a lineage favored by fortune. After all, had it not been for his awakening of the system, the Lin family might have already succumbed to the oppression of the Li family. Nonetheless, this scenario is far more intriguing. With the existence of the system, Lin Chen harbors no fear of challenges. In fact, the more chaotic the true martial world becomes, the more opportunities he has to harvest fortune points. The greater the tempest, the more valuable the fish. Similarly, the more tumultuous the situation, the easier it is for him to navigate the murky waters. However, it is still premature to dwell on this. For now, he must ensure the Lin family's grand competition is executed flawlessly, then activate the Yin Yang 5 Elements Great Array to gather boundless spiritual energy from heaven and earth, elevating Yanhuang City into a sanctuary of cultivation within the wilderness state, thereby making the Lin family's name resonate throughout the region. Perhaps by that time, the accumulated blue fortune, nearing a colossal size, might just ascend to purple. The blue family fortune has already bestowed significant advantages upon the Lin family. Should it elevate to purple, it would mark the true dawn of the Lin family's ascent. With this thought, Lin Chen could not help but feel a surge of anticipation. One must remember, the entire 100 Dynasties alliance, even the once mighty Great Beauty Dynasty, which dominated this region, had not attained the illustrious purple level of fortune. Lin Chen began to harbor doubts. Had the three supreme hegemonic powers of the desolate state truly reached such a lofty status? As Lin Chen's mind swirled with countless thoughts, time continued to tick away. With each opponent Lin Yi vanquished, his reputation soared to unprecedented heights. Each time he entered the arena, the crowd erupted in cheers, while his contemporaries, feeling the weight of impending confrontation, couldn't help but feel a twinge of trepidation before the fight even commenced. A day later, the grand contest of the Hidden Dragon had reached its climactic final battle. It was the ultimate showdown. Both Lin Yi and Lin Feng had dispatched their adversaries with a single strike. Who would emerge victorious in this decisive clash? The two formidable spirit embodiment wielders, each at the third level of the Transcendence realm, stood ready. However, Lin Feng, having reached the age of 29, was arguably at a disadvantage compared to the younger Lin Yi. Indeed, Lin Yi had triumphed against a formidable opponent at the 7th level of the Transcendence realm merely 3 months prior, whereas Lin Feng's greatest achievement, over a year ago, was defeating a 5th level opponent. I held faith in Lin Yi's ultimate victory. Yet, one could not dismiss the possibility that Lin Feng might be concealing his true capabilities, biding his time for a spectacular revelation. As Lin Yi and Lin Feng ascended the competition stage, the atmosphere in the arena erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Numerous members of the Lin family began to rally in support of their favored champion. Even Lin Xiao, Lin Feng, and Lin Ling, who had grown weary of their ongoing battles, found themselves drawn once more to the arena. Lin Yi, my junior brother, you are well. On the stage, Lin Feng gazed at the younger figure before him, a smile gracing his lips. In the Lin family, each prodigy occupied their own circle. Lin Xiao, Lin Ling, and Lin Feng formed a tight-knit group, impenetrable to outsiders due to their overwhelming prowess. Similarly, Lin Feng and Lin Yi belonged to another circle, their ages and strengths comparable, fostering a mutual admiration. Then there were Lin Fengwu, Lin Wuxia, Lin Bufan, and Lin Kong, who constituted yet another circle. While each group maintained its own dynamics, bonds existed among them, albeit constrained by age, cultivation levels, and familial hierarchy, preventing them from truly mingling. Lin Feng, my elder brother, a year ago when we sparred, Lin Yi was slightly lacking in comparison to you. During this time, I fortuitously acquired certain opportunities that have significantly enhanced my strength. Do be cautious. As Lin Yi spoke, he was transported back to a night when he was 18. At that time, his cultivation was merely at the first level of the cleansing marrow realm, a level that was neither particularly high nor low within the Lin family, rendering him somewhat inconspicuous. Yet, it was on his birthday that everything changed. Suddenly, a multitude of inexplicable insights flooded his mind. Insights pertaining to the cultivation of martial arts techniques and the comprehension of various realms. Moreover, there existed an unseen force that aided him in purifying his physical form and enhancing his innate qualities. From that moment forth, his cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds. At the age of 19, he broke through to the 7th level of the cleansing marrow realm, beginning to make a name for himself within the Lin family. By 20, he had attained the blood transformation realm, becoming a prominent prodigy under the family's focused training. At 25, with the abundant resources provided by the Lin family, he achieved a breakthrough to the transcendence realm. Now, at 27, his cultivation has reached the third level of the transcendence realm. Furthermore, under the influence of that unseen force, his innate qualities have ascended to the pinnacle of spiritual physique. During this year, Lin encountered a fortuitous opportunity. Upon elevating his physique to the spiritual level, a cultivation technique appeared in his mind, the Xinyuan Dragon Control Technique. Its grade remains unknown. Yet Lin could distinctly sense that this technique far surpassed the primordial harmony technique he had been practicing. Consequently, he has devoted the past few months to diligently cultivating this newfound art at home. Although he has only grasped the surface of it thus far, his strength has significantly increased nonetheless. The reincarnation of Emperor Xinyuan, an emperor? Lin Yi's words sparked a flicker of curiosity within Lin Chen, who resided deep within the Lin family. Instinctively, he employed the eye of fate to observe, and his expression shifted into one of astonishment. In the true martial great world, those of the true spirit realm are kings, while those of the nirvana realm are emperors. To earn the title of emperor, one must be on par with the powerful beings of the cave heaven realm across the entire Dantian continent. What is the cave heaven? Every movement encapsulates the power to pierce through heaven and earth. It allows one to traverse the boundless void and establish a realm of cave heaven that adheres to the true martial great world. Note that this refers to a world, one with a complete energy cycle and laws, unlike the imperfect secret realms and dimensions riddled with flaws. Such beings possess lifespans that reach terrifying lengths, often spanning millions of years, with some long-lived cave heaven cultivators living for tens of millions of years. Even when their lifespans draw near to an end, they can relinquish everything to step into reincarnation, awaiting the day of true spirit awakening. Logically speaking, the Lin family, with its current fortune, cannot sustain the awakening and growth of an emperor's reincarnation. Could it be that? Upon contemplating this, Lin Chen's expression grew peculiar. If developments proceed normally, as Lin Yi's cultivation reaches a certain level and he is poised for a complete awakening, the heavens will inevitably descend with trials of life and death. Should the Lin family face an insurmountable enemy, or if the news of Lin Yi's possession of the emperor's legacy were to leak, countless forces would undoubtedly cast their covetous eyes upon him. In any case, regardless of the circumstance, the Lin family would face utter annihilation. Lin narrowly escaped a calamity, fully awakening the memories of his past life, and then he surged forth, ascending to the pinnacle of the Dantian continent, his name echoing through the ages. Under the gaze of destiny, Lin sought to awaken the memories of his former existence, requiring at least the cultivation of the divine passage realm to withstand the torrent of recollections. Currently, he remained at the third level of the transcendence realm. To invoke the Great Tribulation, he would need to possess at least the ninth level of the transcendence realm. Thus, it seems I still have a preparation period of 2 or 3 decades. It appears that I must hasten my advancement into the nirvana realm. Muttering to himself, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a mixture of amusement and exasperation. He never anticipated that one day he would be compelled to strengthen himself due to the formidable foundation of his junior. Nonetheless, Lin Chen did not dwell on this matter. As long as he developed the Yanhuang city, he could harvest a significant amount of fortune points in a short time. If the fortune points were sufficient, not only could he break through to the nirvana realm within 2 or 3 decades, but he was also confident he could achieve it within 10 years. All right, the warm-up is over. Brother Lin Feng, it's time for me to get serious. With this move, I have only grasped a mere fraction of its essence. My control over it remains imperfect, so do take heed. Just as Lin Chen's thoughts were racing, the atmosphere on the arena shifted. Lin Yi, after a series of warm-up matches, suddenly wore a serious expression and cautioned Lin Feng, who stood not far away. Rest assured, my junior brother Lin Yi, with this celestial talent arena in place, what misfortune could befall me? I am rather curious about the level of martial skills you have cultivated that grants you such confidence. Lin Feng did not take Lin Yi's words to heart. Rather, he was eager to witness the depths of his capabilities. Chapter 108. The Hidden Cards of Lin Ling and Lin Feng. Shocking everyone in response, Lin Yi nodded in agreement. Over the years, they had frequently engaged in sparring on the Celestial Champion arena, yet no matter the ferocity of their battles, they could not inflict even the slightest damage upon it. Moreover, whenever either of them faced a life-threatening danger, the arena's array would promptly activate, shielding them from harm while transporting them safely outside the arena. The existence of this celestial champion arena allowed the geniuses of the Lin family to fight with abandon, honing their skills without the dread of life and death, thereby gaining invaluable combat experience. However, while the experience accrued within the protective confines of the arena was beneficial, it still paled in comparison to the genuine trials of mortal combat. I present to you a punch, taste its might. With this thought, Lin Yi did not linger any longer. He called out to Lin Feng and unleashed his newly acquired unparalleled fist technique, the Imperial Ultimate Shocking Fist. As one of the accompanying divine abilities of the Xianyuan Dragon Ascension technique, the precise level of this fist technique eluded even Lin Yi himself. Nevertheless, he was aware that the power unleashed by this entry-level Imperial Ultimate Shocking Fist surpassed that of his fully cultivated high-grade martial skill. Kill! He bellowed, and instantly, his aura transformed dramatically. Following this, a colossal fist imprint, imbued with overwhelming celestial majesty, materialized before him, rushing towards Lin Feng with an unassailable force. In that moment, the very air on the arena became stifling, and Lin Feng, enveloped by this terrifying fist imprint, found his breath increasingly labored. Wind and cloud palm. Shatter it. Despite the discomfort coursing through his body, Lin Feng gritted his teeth, veins bulging, and shouted with fierce determination. He summoned all his strength, executing his most adept technique in an attempt to counter Lin Yi's punch. However, both were evenly matched in cultivation, each at the third tier of the Transcendence realm, with their comprehension of martial intent still in nascent forms. Yet Lin Yi's strike, the Imperial Ultimate Shocking Fist, wielded a power akin to that of a perfected high-grade martial technique, while Wind and Cloud Palm was merely a high-grade skill. Even if Lin Feng had mastered it to perfection, the disparity between them was several-fold. Boom! In less than 3 breaths, Lin Feng's desperate palm strike was shattered by Lin Yi's cataclysmic punch, which continued its relentless trajectory towards him. Fortunately, at that critical moment, the array and prohibitions of the Celestial Champion Arena activated, forming a faint energy shield around Lin Feng's body, absorbing the entirety of the punch's force. With a tremor in the surrounding void, Lin Feng's figure vanished, only to reappear outside the arena. I have lost. With a heart resigned to defeat, Lin Feng gazed up at Lin Yi atop the arena, admiration evident in his eyes. Lin Yi, the next challenge is yours. Haha, I assure you, you will not be disappointed. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi leaped down from the arena and extended a hand to lift Lin Feng up. The two exchanged glances, and simultaneously, laughter erupted between them. I hereby declare Lin Yi as the champion of this Qianlong Grand Competition. Let us extend our congratulations to him. Applause erupted in a thunderous wave across the arena as the referee announced the name of the victor. Amidst the applause, Lin Yi and Lin Feng departed from the stage. What follows is the highlight of the Lin family, the Qianlong Grand Competition. The anticipation is palpable. If the Qianlong Grand Competition showcased such thrilling battles, the Qianlong Grand Competition will undoubtedly be even more captivating. It is no mere triviality. Only those who have attained at least the 7th level of the blood transformation realm are qualified to participate in the Qianlong Grand Competition, making it far more prestigious than the Qianlong and Yonglong competitions. Regrettably, there is no one in the Lin family capable of facing Lin Xia, leading to the absence of an exceptionally riveting match. Alas, what status and qualifications does he possess? Competing against him would be akin to seeking humiliation. Though the family has not disclosed the level of Lin Xia's physique, they are not fools. With a remarkable birth accompanied by extraordinary phenomena, and having reached the 1st level of the Transcendence realm at merely 16, he is undoubtedly a prodigy of unparalleled potential. His physique is certainly not to be underestimated. At the very least, it cannot be compared to an ordinary spiritual body. The pace of the Qianlong Grand Competition is significantly swifter than that of the previous 2 contests. As the rounds progress, the disparities between each realm become increasingly pronounced. The disciples eligible for the Qianlong Grand Competition not only possess cultivation above the 7th level of the blood transformation realm, but have also undergone years more of training than those participating in the Yonglong and Qianlong competitions. Their combat experience is far richer, often Even a slight difference can decisively determine victory or defeat. If there exists a disparity in strength, even a mere 1 or 2% can lead to a swift triumph over an opponent. Thus, within just a few hours, the Ling Long Grand Competition reached the semifinals, commencing the fierce battle for the championship, runner-up, and third place. Lin Xia, Lin Ling, and Lin Feng, please come forth to draw lots. Under the expectant gazes of countless spectators, the three ascended the grand central arena. Just as Lin Xia reached to draw from the box, Lin Ling's melodious voice resonated above the arena. Her subsequent words not only astonished the surrounding crowd, but also stirred a flicker of anticipation within their hearts. Uncle Lin Xia, given your prowess, neither of us siblings could possibly shake you in battle. Instead, how about we join forces against you? I wish to gauge the gap between our strengths. As Lin Xia looked on, a grave expression emerged in Lin Ling and Lin Feng's eyes, clearly indicating they had deliberated this decision prior to taking the stage. Lin Xia's eyes gleamed with intrigue at this unexpected proposal. Indeed, as Lin Ling has articulated, it is essential to acknowledge that his cultivation has ascended to the third stage of the divine passage realm. In terms of combat prowess, fortified by the innate yin-yang divine body and martial scriptures, he is capable of rivaling practitioners at the 8th or even 9th stage of the divine passage realm. Neither Lin Ling, at the first stage, nor Lin Feng, at the 9th stage of the transcendence realm, pose any threat to him. He could effortlessly subdue them without even exerting half of his strength. However, the scenario shifts dramatically when the two unite. Lin Xia is acutely aware that, despite their inferior cultivation, neither of them is to be underestimated. Take Lin Feng, for instance. His 9th stage transcendence cultivation, while potentially comparable to the 4th stage of the divine passage realm, is still easily dispatchable by him. Yet, with Lin Feng's alternate identity as a 5th-tier advanced talisman master, the outcome changes significantly. 5th-tier talismans equate to the presence of a formidable divine passage cultivator. Advanced 5th-tier talismans can unleash combat power equivalent to that of the 7th or even 8th stage of the divine passage realm. Of course, in a one-on-one confrontation, Lin Feng would hardly have the opportunity to deploy his talismans before succumbing to Lin Xia's might. I concur. I have my suspicions regarding Lin Feng's hidden cards and combat tactics, yet yours remain an enigma to me. Let us proceed. I hope you do not disappoint me. Lin Xia, being decisively resolute, readily acquiesced to the requests of Lin Ling and Lin Feng. This elicited a hint of exasperation from the referee overseeing the match. These three young prodigies, he mused, are beyond his control, and even the elders would find them daunting. Thus, he resigned himself to their whims and vacated the arena. Fight! 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 As he departed, the referee sensed that the formation of the celestial arena had been activated, prompting the trio to simultaneously unleash their formidable auras. The gathered spectators held their breath, eyes wide open, fearful of missing any thrilling spectacle. A 9th stage transcendence cultivator, a 1st stage divine passage cultivator, and a 3rd stage divine passage cultivator. Indeed, these are the pinnacle prodigies of the Lin family, living up to their illustrious reputation. Remarkably, none of them has yet surpassed the age of 100. In fact, they are still quite distant from that milestone. Given another century or two for growth, they could easily dominate the top 3 of our prodigy rankings. Lin Xia is undoubtedly a certainty. Lin Ling possesses some hope, while Lin Feng remains uncertain. Indeed, even the most exceptional spiritual bodies are merely spiritual entities, unless he stumbles upon a significant opportunity. Like the Lin family's onlookers, the powerful figures from various factions remained fixated on the arena, engaging in discussions amongst themselves. With their level of cultivation, they might not discern the intricacies of Lin Xia and Lin Ling, but Lin Feng's true capabilities were not easily concealed from their perceptive eyes. After all, he does not possess a grandmother like Xiao Jia, nor a father akin to Lin Chen. However, considering the extraordinary development and opportunities that the Lin family enjoys, they dare not speak with absolute certainty. Those who are favored by fortune can alter their fates. Similarly, a family endowed with great fortune can also influence the destinies of its members. What if Lin Feng were to be favored by the Lin family's fortune, transforming his innate talents? Who can say for certain? Yet, unbeknownst to them, Lin Feng has long been one of the fortunate beneficiaries of the Lin family's legacy. In fact, Lin Chen believes that as long as Lin Feng can gather all the shards of the Ling Long pagoda and obtain the inheritance of the Ling Long Taoist, His future accomplishments could rival those of Lin Yi, who is the reincarnation of an emperor. He is undoubtedly one of the most exceptional talents in the Lin family. Spirit Sword Talisman activate. Pill Dao Sword Talisman commence. Amidst the clash of momentum, Lin Xia quickly gained the upper hand, prompting Lin Ling and Lin Feng, the two siblings, to exchange a glance, each discerning a spark of determination in the other's eyes. Without a hint of hesitation, they unleashed their long-concealed trump cards. With a unified roar, 9 high-grade spirit talismans, each at the 5th tier, materialized before Lin Feng, exuding an astonishing sword aura. The 9 talismans moved with an unpredictable grace, resembling a singular entity, and their unleashed momentum was comparable to that of a 7th-tier practitioner who had comprehended a fraction of sword intent. On the other side, Lin Ling was equally unyielding. She opened her mouth to expel a pill, resembling a pigeon's egg in size, which radiated a rich medicinal fragrance. To the astonishment of the onlookers, this pill transformed into a long sword, instantly augmenting Lin Ling's cultivation from the 1st to the 3rd tier of the Divine Passage realm, matching Lin Xia's prowess with ease. What manner of technique is this? The Spirit Talisman array emanates sword energy rivaling that of a 7th-tier Divine Passage practitioner. And possessing a fraction of sword intent is one thing. After all, there are numerous types of talismans, including offensive ones. Lin Feng's ability to create a Spirit Sword Talisman array indicates extraordinary talent. However, what is this Pill Dao Sword Talisman? When did alchemists acquire combat capabilities? The Pill Dao Sword Talisman, this combat technique, is unheard of, unseen. Could it be a self-created method? No, that's impossible. How could a mere Divine Passage practitioner devise a new combat style? It must be an inheritance. Yes, it has to be. Lin Ling, at such a young age, has reached the Divine Passage realm, and her alchemical prowess is at the pinnacle of the 5th tier. Surely, she has a renowned master guiding her and possesses ancient legacies. Indeed, this must be the case. Upon witnessing the explosive techniques of the two, the powerful figures from various factions rose abruptly from their seats, their eyes filled with astonishment. Setting aside Lin Feng's Spirit Sword Talisman array, Lin Ling's Pill Dao Sword Talisman is undoubtedly an unparalleled divine technique. Such a technique has never been witnessed in the wild state, nor has it been heard of in several states beyond. This inevitably led them to question Lin Ling's background. Beyond being a scion of the Lin family, she is undoubtedly a bearer of an ancient lineage. Undoubtedly. Observing the arena where Lin Ling and Lin Feng unleashed their formidable reserves to engage in a fierce contest with Lin Xia, the esteemed powers present became increasingly convinced of this notion. The Lin family is far more formidable than I had anticipated. It is prudent to foster goodwill rather than enmity. With the unparalleled powerhouse Lin Chen at the helm, and the extraordinary talents Lin Xia, Lin Ling, and Lin Feng beneath him, alongside emerging geniuses like Lin Yi and Lin Feng, it is evident that once they all mature, the Lin family could ascend to become a premier force in the wasteland, potentially even the 4th hegemonic power in the region. It seems I must devise a means to associate myself with the Lin family. Regardless of whether they are indeed a clan fated to face calamity, the potential they have displayed is sufficient for my Daowu dynasty to court them. Moreover, our 9th princess, a paragon of grace and yet unmarried, could perhaps, in an instant, the gazes of the various influential figures in attendance shifted towards Lin Xia and her companions. Wherever one finds oneself, when one demonstrates considerable worth, there will always be those eager to forge connections. In their eyes, this is merely an investment. Some prefer to gamble modestly for grand returns, while others opt for substantial stakes. Regardless, Lin Xia and her companions have undoubtedly captured the attention of these formidable powers, elevating their status to one of parity with their own. Chapter 109, Various Forces. Help, I am so poor. The Yin Yang Divine Fist. Upon witnessing the techniques displayed by Lin Ling and Lin Feng, Lin Xia's expression shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a martial skill he had comprehended from the martial classics, having perfected it to an impressive mid-grade earth tier, and boldly approached them. Lin Xiao's combat style was remarkably fierce. He wielded no weapons. Instead, he relied solely on the extraordinary physique granted by his innate Yin Yang divine body to directly confront Lin Ling's Dan Dao sword pellet and Lin Feng's spirit sword talisman formation. The surrounding spectators were left utterly astonished. Even the esteemed experts from various powerful factions could not help but feel a tremor of surprise. The divine body, Lin Xia, was undeniably a being of divine essence. Indeed, had it not been for his divine physique, even the immense power of his fist would not have been able to withstand the assaults of Lin Ling and Lin Feng. It was evident that the Lin family was favored by fortune. It is crucial to note that Lin Xia's two adversaries were formidable in their own right. One possessed a top-tier spiritual body, while the other was suspected of harboring a treasured body, boasting of physical prowess several times that of their rank. Particularly, Lin Ling, utilizing her Dan Dao sword pellet, not only elevated her cultivation to the third level of the divine ability realm, but also augmented her combat strength to rival that of the 8th level of the divine ability realm, an impressive leap across 7 realms, making her a truly deserving prodigy. Lin Feng, while not as overwhelming as Lin Ling, was nonetheless an exceptional talent, wielding combat strength at the 7th level of the divine ability realm. Yet, despite facing such extraordinary prodigies, Lin Xia did not resort to any magical artifacts or secret techniques. He engaged them purely with his physical prowess and martial arts, resulting in a stalemate. This extraordinary occurrence could only be attributed to Lin Xia's divine body, leaving the onlookers at a loss for any other explanation. It became imperative to cultivate a favorable relationship with the Lin family. In that moment, even those who had previously hesitated, doubting the Lin family's influence over the powerful factions, resolved firmly in their minds. With Lin Chen at the helm, and the likes of Lin Ling and Lin Feng, prodigies capable of transcending 7 realms, alongside the backing of a divine body, the Lin family was destined for greatness. In a few millennia, they would undoubtedly evolve into a formidable force. Failing to ally with them now would be a grave mistake, for once they flourished, the Lin family would no longer remain confined to the periphery. Regardless of the opinions held by the powerful factions, the battle on the arena between Lin Feng, Lin Ling, and Lin Xia had escalated to a fever pitch. However, despite the siblings' ever-changing tactics, Lin Xia effortlessly countered their onslaughts using solely his Yin-Yang divine fist. The aftermath of their clash, however, left the once sturdy prodigy arena pockmarked and battered. The terrifying fluctuations of energy triggered a series of earth-shattering explosions, drawing the attention of those meandering through the grand city of Yanhuang towards the direction of the Lin family. What could be the cause? Wasn't the Lin family engaged in a grand family competition? Such a commotion surely suggested that a formidable master at the Divine Passage realm was battling. Could it be that some of the many forces gathered to witness the event had turned against the Lin family? No, that was implausible. The Lin family was under the protection of their esteemed ancestor. Not even the lowly ants of the Divine Passage realm would dare to challenge them. And even a ruler of the true spirit realm would be compelled to bow. Indeed, how one wished to be present at the Lin family's gathering to discern the happenings within. As the resounding booms above the Lin family intensified, the curiosity of the onlookers in Yanhuang City grew insatiable. What could possibly be occurring within the Lin family? Surely, it could not be a battle among the Lin family's prodigies? That seemed far-fetched. The Lin family had only been on the rise for a few years. How could their younger generation possess such mastery at the pinnacle of the Divine Passage realm? The more they pondered, the more their intrigue deepened. However, despite the gathering of over 200 true spirit realm experts, none dared to probe with their spiritual senses or ascend to a higher vantage point. Should they do so, their presence would undoubtedly be revealed to the perceptive true spirit realm masters, and the consequences were unpredictable, though certainly they would not bode well. Dan Dao Sword Talisman. Spirit Sword Talisman Array, splendid techniques. You have indeed not disappointed me. Time slipped by, and observing the visibly exhausted and pale Lin Feng and Lin Ling, a glimmer of admiration appeared in Lin Xia's eyes. Under normal circumstances, given Lin Ling and Lin Feng's cultivation level, they could not have engaged him in such an extended battle. The disparity between each level of the Divine Passage realm is substantial, let alone a difference of 2 levels. This gap would be sufficient to create an overwhelming advantage even for an ordinary cultivator, and for prodigies like Lin Xia and Lin Ling, the divide would be even greater. Yet, despite their disadvantage in realm, Lin Ling and Lin Feng had managed to compensate for this disparity through their secondary professions as alchemists and talisman makers. Such prowess, if coupled with talents that matched their own, could lead to limitless achievements in the future. Alas, it still posed no threat to him. nor could they even force out a hint of his hidden cards. Rather than feel pride from Lin Xiao's acknowledgement, Lin Ling and Lin Feng were instead consumed by a sense of melancholy. They had exerted themselves to the utmost, yet even in their near exhaustion, Lin Xia remained as unruffled and graceful as ever, his aura undisturbed. It must be noted that their ages surpassed Lin Xia's by a considerable margin of 10 to 20 years. To force out my hidden card? Upon hearing this, Lin Xia was rendered momentarily speechless. His hidden card? Not to mention the current Lin Ling and Lin Feng. Even if they were tenfold stronger, they would be incapable of compelling him to reveal his true strength. The innate yin-yang divine body is not merely a supreme physique. It is an unparalleled embodiment where both the physical form and the soul attain this exalted level. The might of his physical body is estimated to be 72 times that of cultivators at the same realm. Merely based on this, Lin Xia possesses the capability to contend with typical 7th-layer practitioners of the Divine Passage realm, let alone the fact that his spiritual power has reached a staggering 720 times, with comprehension far exceeding ordinary expectations. This has enabled him to cultivate several martial techniques from the martial canon to a level comparable to the perfected mid-tier earth-grade techniques. With these two formidable foundations, Lin Xia is confident in battling against formidable adversaries at the 8th or even 9th layer of the Divine Passage realm. However, this is not his ultimate combat strength. With my current cultivation, should I manifest the yin-yang realm I have comprehended to 50%, I could likely slay even the 9th layer practitioners of the Divine Passage realm, much like my father. Additionally, there is the yin-yang divine sword gifted to me by my father. When unleashed to its full potential, while I cannot claim to rival true sovereigns of the spirit realm, I could certainly contend against lower-tier kingdoms such as the Great Chu dynasty. Contemplating this, Lin Xia chose not to unveil his hidden strengths before the gazes of the crowd, despite Lin Ling and Lin Feng's disappointment. The latter understood this implicitly. After a brief moment of reflection, he conceded defeat and stepped down from the arena. Subsequently, Lin Ling and Lin Feng did not engage in another contest. Lin Feng, recognizing his inadequacy against his sister, who had already reached the 1st layer of the Divine Passage realm, willingly accepted 3rd place. I hereby declare that the 1st place in the Lin family's True Dragon Tournament goes to Lin Xia. With the referee's announcement, the air above the martial arena erupted with the fervent applause and cheers of countless spectators. Remarkable. The residual battle aura from the arena was such that even a typical 7th-layer practitioner of the Divine Passage realm would likely retreat in awe. Now, who would dare assert that the 100 Dynasties Alliance could not produce true prodigies? If my memory serves me right, the youngest among those on the Huangzhou Prodigy list is already over 220 years old, with their cultivation levels seemingly starting from the 7th layer of the Divine Passage realm, and the most powerful among them at the 9th layer. Should Lin Xia take the stage, not only would he secure a position within the top 10, but he could also potentially ascend into the top 50, or even the top 20. No, I believe that given Lin Xia's recent display of ease, he undoubtedly possesses the chance to enter the top 10. In contrast to the admiration of the Lin family disciples, the powerful figures from various factions were reminded of the regrets harbored within the 100 Dynasties Alliance. The Huangzhou Prodigy list, a ranking that had seen no one ascend from their alliance for nearly 10 millennia. Yet today, they glimpsed hope in Lin Xia. Indeed, there are many who believe that the latter can achieve a commendable rank. As the challenge commenced, the top 10 from the Young Dragon ranking and the Hidden Dragon ranking ascended the grand arena at the behest of the second elder, Lin Wuxia Lin Yi, and others from the top 10 of both rankings stepped onto the colossal stage. Please choose your challengers, announced the second elder. I forfeit. I also forfeit. As soon as the second elder's words echoed, 17 individuals relinquished their chance to compete. Only Lin Wuxia, Lin Yi, and Lin Feng remained. Second elder, I wish to challenge my cousin ranked 50 on the Hidden Dragon ranking. For the sake of caution, Lin Wuxia opted for the last place on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Despite not having reached the 4th level of the blood transformation realm during these days of rigorous training, he had achieved the pinnacle of the 3rd level. The cousin ranked 50 on the Hidden Dragon ranking, however, was merely at the 5th level of the blood transformation realm. Although he held a 2-level advantage, Lin Wuxia was confident that with his exceptional spiritual physique, bridging the gap of mere 2 realms would pose no challenge. Subsequently, Lin Yi and Lin Feng chose to challenge their cousins ranked 19th and 20th on the True Dragon ranking. both of whom were at the fourth level of the transforming reality realm. Logically, given their combat prowess, Lin Yi and Lin Feng should not have been so cautious. However, considering their additional 10 to 20 years of training, it was prudent to start from the 19th and 20th ranks to avoid any potential embarrassment should they falter. After all, should they lose against higher-ranked cousins, it would invite unwelcome gossip, even if no one openly criticized them. The three challengers faced no unexpected difficulties. Despite the arduous nature of their battles, they triumphed over their opponents. Nonetheless, Lin Yi and Lin Feng decided against further challenges. After all, the rewards for advancing from the top 50 to the top 20 in the Hidden Dragon ranking, and from the top 20 to the top 11 in the True Dragon ranking were identical. Continuing their challenges would serve no advantageous purpose and might expose their hidden strengths. Thus, the grand family competition of the Lin clan concluded with great fanfare. The awarding of prizes commenced. The 100th place on the Young Dragon ranking received 10,000 contribution points, while the first place was awarded a rebirth elixir, 200,000 contribution points, and a spirit pill, as the second elder distributed the rewards, particularly when announcing the first prize for the Hidden Dragon ranking. The atmosphere erupted in excitement. To everyone's astonishment, a pill capable of forging a supreme spiritual root had been unveiled. Lin Wuxia was poised to rise to prominence. The rewards for the first place in the Young Dragon competition were astonishingly generous. Who would have thought that the Lin family's foundation was so formidable? One could only wonder what treasures awaited the victors of the Hidden Dragon and True Dragon competitions. As Lin Wuxia held the jade vial containing the transformative elixir, the eyes of numerous powerful factions present at the ceremony widened in astonishment. It is worth noting that a pill capable of crafting an individual with supreme spiritual talent would be a treasure even among the most esteemed factions, a symbol of their profound heritage. In fact, many of the factions present lacked such a rare gem altogether. However, within the Lin family, this was merely a prize awarded during a competition involving a group of youths under the age of 18, a contest seemingly devoid of significant merit. This revelation evoked a sense of bitterness among the powerful figures. The disparity between individuals appeared excessively vast. Yet, little did they know that this was merely the beginning. As the rewards for the Young Dragon tournament were distributed, it became evident that the accolades for the Top Dragon tournament were substantially more impressive. The contribution points alone far exceeded those of the latter, amounting to a staggering 50,000 for the top 50 participants. As the rewards for the 10th position were announced, although lacking the transformative elixir, they were nonetheless comparable to Lin Wuxia's accolades. Upon reaching the second and third places, not only did these winners receive the transformative elixir, but their family contribution points and spirit pills were also doubled. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The most astonishing revelation came when the first prize of the Top Dragon tournament was announced, a rare flame dragon mystic pill capable of manifesting a flame dragon body. The onlookers were taken aback. Was the Lin family truly so generous as to bestow such a treasure? What lavishness! What extravagance! Is this what other families possess? After the rewards for the Top Dragon tournament were dispensed, the second elder proceeded to announce the accolades for the True Dragon rankings. The rewards for the 20th to the 11th places were somewhat predictable. However, as the rewards for the 10th position were unveiled, an unsettling sensation swept through the powerful figures. Their apprehensions were confirmed as they witnessed the distribution of the third prize for the True Dragon tournament. Lin Feng, the third-place recipient, was awarded a supreme returning essence pill, 500,000 family contribution points, a bottle of spirit pills, and a true spirit pill. Ling Ling, who claimed the second place, received a supreme nurturing pill, 800,000 family contribution points, 2 bottles of spirit pills, and 2 true spirit pills. Lin Xia, the first-place winner, was granted a Yin Yang Mystic Dragon Pill, 1 million family contribution points, 5 bottles of spirit pills, 1 true spirit pill, and a protective jade talisman. The overwhelming magnitude of these rewards left the powerful figures in a state of utter numbness. As they beheld the accolades bestowed upon the younger generation of the Lin family, their minds buzzed, transitioning from initial shock to a profound silence, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of awe. At this very moment, they found themselves at a loss for words. Overwhelmed by a singular thought, I am so impoverished. As myriad reflections flitted through the minds of the powerful from various factions, leaving them in a state of dazed contemplation. A gentle, yet immensely potent aura suddenly emanated from the depths of the Lin family, akin to a refreshing breeze caressing one's sleeves. Following this, a strikingly handsome young man clad in white appeared, gracefully traversing the void, approaching the crowd step by step. Chapter 110. The Astonishing Powers of Various Forces. A sensation, we pay our respects to the ancestor. We have met you, dear friend Lin Chen. Upon witnessing Lin Chen standing majestically in the void, akin to the very center of the universe, all present, be they disciples of the Lin family or representatives of various esteemed forces attending the ceremony, incline their heads in reverence. There is no need for such formalities. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively, then turned his gaze towards the numerous Lin family disciples on the stage, continuing, "This family competition marks the inaugural event of the Lin family. Yet it shall certainly not be the last. I hope you all strive diligently to set an exemplary standard for the future generations of our clan. We shall not disappoint the ancestors' expectations." Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the talented youths of the Lin family, standing on the platform, erupted with fervent shouts. Each countenance radiated with an intense enthusiasm and excitement. Although Lin Chen rarely appeared within the Lin family, his prestige remained unparalleled, garnering adoration and respect from his kin. From the inception of the Lin family, accumulating decades of foundation, to confronting the threats posed by the Li and Wang families, he took decisive action to avert disaster, ultimately leading to the downfall of both the Li family and the millennia-old Wang family. Furthermore, his legendary battle with the esteemed elder of Tianyun propelled his name throughout the Great Chu dynasty, compelling the royal family to offer numerous grand cities such as Dian City and Dahanqing as fiefs in hopes of alliance. From that moment forth, the clansmen felt as though the Lin family were favored by the heavens themselves. Their cultivation accelerated, the innate talents of the next generation flourished, and the resources for training became increasingly abundant. Although Lin Chen never explicitly stated it, the members of the Lin family understood that all these miraculous occurrences were inextricably linked to their ancestor. After all, as their cultivation and understanding deepened, they realized that such feats could not merely be accomplished through the realms of the transcendence and divine powers. There undoubtedly lay a profound secret beneath these events. However, they refrained from delving deeper, for they were certain that the ancestor would never lead them astray. Over a month ago, our Lin family announced an impending surprise for all. With a gentle motion of his hands, the numerous Lin family disciples fell into a hushed silence. At this moment, Lin Chen surveyed the surroundings of Yinhuang City. Speaking in a calm tone, since the establishment of Yinhuang City, many powerful beings and factions have approached our Lin family with requests to purchase properties, all of which we have resolutely declined. Do you know why? A wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd upon Lin Chen's statement, prompting many to engage in hushed discussions with their companions. Oh, such events have transpired? Yet, why would the Lin family refuse? Surely, they would not construct such a vast city only to keep it unsold? It seemed improbable that the Lin family, with merely tens of thousands of members, would squander such an opportunity. I believe the decision not to sell stems from the guidance of our ancestor. The reasons will soon be unveiled. Indeed, given the Lin family's ostentatious proclamation of an impending surprise that pertains to the collective, there must be something of significance at hand. Let us await the revelation with bated breath. If it were not for the intervention of the venerable ancestor of the Lin family, even if they were to suggest that a surprise awaited, expectations would remain tempered. However, the appearance of the Lin family's ancestor signals that this surprise is destined to surpass all imaginations. In an instant, the crowd's attention converged upon Lin Chen, enveloping the entire Yinhuang city in an eerie silence. The initial reluctance to sell stemmed from the pricing. It was not due to an undervaluation by them. For the present circumstances of Yinhuang City, their offered price was indeed reasonable. Yet, as Lin Chen surveyed the assembly with a sweeping glance, he deftly shifted the conversation, directing his gaze downward at the colossal Yinhuang City. Without allowing time for their curiosity to fester, he gestured forward. In an instant, 1, 10, 100, before long, a staggering 12,000 premium spirit stones hovered before Lin Chen, emanating a remarkable aura of spiritual energy. Those in proximity to Lin Chen felt the atmosphere thickening with an increased concentration of spiritual essence. The sheer volume of premium spirit stones left the onlookers in astonishment, their minds swirling with questions. Having obliterated both the Great Han Dynasty and the Great Mei Dynasty, Lin Chen had amassed the entirety of their resources, particularly from the latter, a superlative dynasty steeped in over several 100,000 years of heritage, replete with treasures of the earth. Thus, it was not surprising that Lin Chen could present such artifacts. With the universe boundless and the laws of nature at work, he commanded, "Array, rise." Yet, before the crowd could fully grasp the unfolding spectacle, a thunderous shout echoed around them. In the blink of an eye, the 12,000 premium spirit stones, suspended in the void, seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, scattering in all directions and vanishing into the surrounding ether. Subsequently, intricate, ethereal patterns materialized in the air, gradually merging with Yanhuang City. In an instant, the city trembled thrice, radiant golden light soaring towards the heavens. A colossal array enveloping the entirety of Yanhuang City began to ascend before the awestruck eyes of the spectators, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors that illuminated the vast expanse. As gusts of wind swept through the throngs of bewildered onlookers, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, resembling a tempest as a cacophony of howling winds erupted. Then, an unfathomable surge of spiritual energy emanated from the Lin family, radiating outward in all directions until it reached the boundaries of Yanhuang City, where it was finally halted by the array's formidable barrier. Once, twice, thrice. Amidst the trembling gazes of countless onlookers, the concentration of spiritual energy permeating the void was astonishingly increasing at a visibly discernible pace. Particularly, the formidable beings from various factions residing in the Lin family found themselves rendered momentarily speechless. 90 times, 91 times, 100 times. The concentration of spiritual energy within the Lin family was astonishingly 100-fold greater than before. It was unclear how much time had elapsed when an ancient figure, having attained the 7th level of the true spirit realm, turned around and sensed the dramatically altered concentration of spiritual energy surrounding him. He abruptly stood up, filled with a profound sense of awe. One must recognize that this concentration was 100 times that of the outside world. Even though the territories of their respective factions boasted a denser spiritual essence than the Great Chu dynasty, the difference was merely a factor of 1 or 2 times at most. The cultivation chambers they had painstakingly constructed only reached concentrations of 3 to 4 times that of the Great Chu dynasty, with most factions unable to even achieve such levels. 100-fold concentration of spiritual energy could likely only be matched by the cultivation chambers established by the 3 dominant powers of the. It was utterly unfathomable. What a remarkable feat to endow this region with such an extraordinary concentration of spiritual essence. The Lin family was defying the heavens, not only in this territory, but even in the areas designated as the inner city of Yanhuang City. The concentrations varied between 30 to 60 times that of the outside world. Even the largest outer city maintained a concentration within the range of 5 to 20 times that of the external realm. It was no wonder that when we previously sought to purchase a residence from the Lin family for our base, they were unwilling. Had I been in their position, I too would have hesitated. Indeed, amidst such a rich tapestry of spiritual essence, the previous price seemed akin to trading mundane coin for miraculous elixirs, utterly ludicrous. I must hasten to inform the sect's powerful practitioners and urge them to bring ample rare treasures forthwith. The factions invited by the Lin family were predominantly first-rate powers from, all boasting true spirit realm guardians. Thus, they quickly awakened from this earth-shattering transformation. After expressing their astonishment, they began to produce communication jade talismans to relay this extraordinary news to their respective factions, urging them to bring an assortment of rare treasures to Yanhuang City as soon as possible. In an instant, the entire 100 Dynasties alliance was set abuzz. Upon receiving such news, the upper echelons of one faction might suspect their members were under duress. However, nearly all the notable factions within the 100 Dynasties alliance received similar communications, allowing them to maintain contact. They could no longer remain still. In the capital of the Great Martial Dynasty, one of the few super dynasties within the 100 Dynasties alliance, although its strength did not quite match that of the Great Beauty Dynasty, it was still home to a formidable super powerhouse at the 9th level of the true spirit realm. Upon receiving the communication from his subordinates, His Majesty the Emperor of the Dawu Dynasty, after a thorough exchange, confirmed that no issues had arisen. He promptly convened an urgent meeting. Numerous formidable warriors from the Wu clan were summoned, and even the venerable elders, who had been in secluded cultivation in their ancestral grounds, appeared in the grand hall. What matter could prompt you to strike the great Wu bell 7 times? One inquired. Indeed, what has transpired, father? Is there a possibility that another super dynasty intends to strike against us? Surely not. Our Wu dynasty stands as one of the foremost super dynasties within the 100 Dynasty Alliance. Who would dare to challenge us? They must be seeking their own demise. In the realm of the 100 Dynasty Alliance, the only entity capable of posing a threat to them was the ancestor of the Lin family. Could it be that troubles have arisen in Yanhuang City? Upon uttering this, the atmosphere in the grand hall fell into an eerie silence, with a flicker of panic crossing every face. It was well known that even the mighty Demei dynasty had been annihilated by the Lin family's ancestors single-handedly. And given that their own Wu dynasty was inferior in strength, should they provoke his wrath? The very thought sent a shiver through the assembly, their faces turning ashen. However, it was at this moment that the Wu king, roused from the murmurs of the crowd, observed the expressions of the formidable warriors and felt a surge of exasperation. He quickly interjected, "Enough of your baseless conjectures. Indeed, there is a situation in Yanhuang City. Yet it is not unfavorable. Rather, it is a fortuitous event, a monumental blessing." As he spoke, a glimmer of reverence illuminated the Wu king's countenance as he began to recount the recent occurrences within the Lin family. An unparalleled grand formation? A 100-fold concentration of spiritual energy? A collective gasp echoed among the assembled warriors, their eyes wide with incredulity. Those who had reached such a level of cultivation were far from foolish. They comprehended the implications of such spiritual energy density. A luminous future lay ahead. Your Majesty, what are we waiting for? Let us swiftly gather the resources from our treasury and make haste to Yanhuang City. Should other factions seize the opportunity to occupy favorable territories before us, we would suffer a tremendous loss. Indeed, the secluded cultivation chambers we have painstakingly crafted possess merely over 30 times the spiritual energy concentration found in the Dechu dynasty, whereas the inner city of Yanhuang boasts a concentration exceeding 30 times that of the outside world, with certain areas reaching as high as 60 times. If we were to reside in such an environment, within 3 decades, I could surely ascend to the 4th tier of the true spirit realm. Moreover, if our descendants were to benefit from such a superior cultivation environment from an early age, under equivalent talent and resources, they would undoubtedly surpass us by 2 or 3 realms within a decade. The greater their innate potential, the more pronounced the disparity would become, accumulated over the years. It is plausible that our Wu dynasty could eventually produce superlative powerhouses at the true king or even divine king level. At this juncture, the eyes of all present sparkled with renewed vigor, their breaths quickening in anticipation. If the great Wu dynasty were to give birth to a superlative being possessing the combat prowess of the true king realm, it would undoubtedly rank among the paramount forces across the vast expanse of the wilderness province. Should a being of the nirvana realm emerge, the great Wu dynasty would henceforth be exalted as the great Wu empire. This matter bears significant implications for the future development of our great Wu dynasty. Ancestor San, I beseech you to undertake a journey with these resources. In contemplation of this, even His Majesty of the great Wu dynasty found it difficult to contain his excitement. Without further ado, he produced a storage ring filled with a plethora of rare materials and spirit stones, presenting it to an individual of the 8th level of the true spirit realm. Ancestor Sen nodded solemnly in acknowledgement. Without a moment's hesitation, he soared into the sky, making haste toward Yanhuang City with the treasures in tow. Witnessing this, all the remaining formidable beings of the great Wu dynasty, who were otherwise unoccupied, promptly followed suit. A similar scene unfolded across various dynasties and sects within the 100 Dynasties Alliance. Upon verifying the authenticity of the news, every force that received the information unanimously gathered substantial resources to head toward Yanhuang City. As for resorting to brazen theft, they lacked the audacity for such actions. Of course, there is no secret that cannot be uncovered. Moreover, the conspicuous mobilization of the major forces swiftly disseminated the news regarding Yanhuang City, constructed by the ancestral Lin family, which had obliterated the great Mei dynasty decades prior and boasted a concentration of spiritual energy 100-fold that of the outside world. Initially, many dismissed it as a jest. However, As the intelligence networks of the various forces relayed the information, the entire wilderness province became rife with undercurrents of intrigue. Chapter 111. Some rejoice, some grieve meanwhile. In the City of Ruins. As the largest and oldest city in the Wild Province, Ruin spans an impressive area of 1 million square miles, inhabited by countless beings, numbering in the hundreds of billions. Such a vast metropolis commands significant respect even across the entire Cave Heaven continent. At the heart of Ruins lies an expansive palace complex, currently teeming with formidable individuals. They scrutinize the intelligence reports in their hands, their eyes still reflecting traces of astonishment. The concentration of spiritual energy here is 100-fold that of the outside world, not in a training chamber, nor in a special secret realm, but in a regular training environment. The Lin family is rather enigmatic. The powers of the 100 Dynasties Alliance regard the Lin family as a legendary clan blessed by the fortune of heaven and earth. Initially, I scoffed at such notions, but it seems there may indeed be some truth to it. Nonsense. The human race sanctuary has yet to issue any directives, indicating that we have not yet reached the time of great tribulation. The Lin family likely enjoys good fortune or perhaps has unparalleled strong supporters behind them. Regardless of whether they are truly a clan favored by destiny or merely backed by powerful allies, one must ask, should we also take action and acquire a piece of territory in Yanhuang City? Upon hearing this, the many powerful figures present could not help but feel a flicker of temptation. Though Ruins boasts a long-standing heritage, regarded as the finest in the Wild Province, even the prime locations within the city yield only 10 times the spiritual energy of the Great Chu dynasty. This is only due to the presence of a mid-level 7th-grade fusion array and several lower-level 7th-grade arrays that envelop the entire city, maintaining this level of spiritual energy. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, the concentration of spiritual energy in the territory of Ruins would at best be 5 or 6 times that of the Great Chu dynasty. After all, a gathering array that can cover a radius of 100 meters is no less difficult to set up than a 5th-grade array. And constructing a large-scale gathering array that encompasses the entirety of Ruins would require at least a top-tier 7th-grade array, with a difficulty level akin to that of an 8th-grade array. Such an extraordinary formation, looking across the entire Cave Heaven continent, would be nearly impossible for anyone to establish. Even if one could, gathering the requisite materials for the formation would be a formidable challenge. If the Lin family is selling, then we shall purchase. It is worth knowing that in the top 3, or even the foremost large states of the Cave Heaven continent, the spiritual energy concentration in their state cities is at most 20 to 30 times that of the Great Chu dynasty's territory, far inferior to that of Yanhuang City. With less than a century remaining until the next gathering of prodigies, we should seize this advantage to strive for a stunning performance in the forthcoming contest and redeem our past disgrace. Indeed, not only that, but if we are able to cultivate in an environment rich in spiritual energy, the immediate benefits may be minimal, yet over the long term. Even with our current cultivation levels, we could reap significant rewards. I concur with the sentiments of the city lord. Acquiring a manor in Yanhuang City would be an endeavor replete with benefits and devoid of drawbacks for them. Thus, it was not long before the formidable figures of the Wasteland City reached a consensus. To demonstrate their sincerity and probe the true nature of Yanhuang City, they dispatched a vice city lord accompanied by several esteemed followers, tearing through the fabric of space en route to the territory of the Great Chu dynasty. Simultaneously, the other 2 dominant forces among the 3 great hegemonic powers made similar decisions. They either sent their vice sect leaders or dispatched the esteemed elders of their clans, accompanied by a cadre of formidable warriors, towards Yanhuang City. In an instant, Yanhuang City became the focal point of countless factions within the wasteland. Meanwhile, as the various powers of the wasteland hastened towards Yanhuang City, the Lin family within Yanhuang City activated the Inyang 5 Elements Grand Array. Subsequently, Lin Chen announced the pricing for purchasing or leasing properties in various locations throughout Yanhuang City, commencing with the outermost periphery, where the concentration of spiritual energy was 5 times that of the outside world. The price began at 10,000 contribution points per square unit, escalating to a staggering 1 billion contribution points per square unit in the inner city, where the spiritual energy concentration reached 60 times that of the outside. The disparity was a staggering 100,000 times. Although the prices were steep, in comparison to the permanent spiritual energy concentration, they were deemed exceedingly worthwhile. As Lin Chen's figure vanished from the crowd's sight, countless powerful beings could no longer contain their eagerness and rushed towards the Lin family elders and stewards, who were prepared to welcome clients. In no time, a long queue formed. A powerful figure, boasting a cultivation level of the 9th realm of the divine ability stage, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the displayed prices within the hall and could not help but inquire, "Pray tell, esteemed friend of the Lin family, what exactly are these contribution points, and how might one acquire them?" The beings behind him, upon hearing this, perked up their ears, their hearts filled with trepidation. The profound concentration of spiritual energy in Yanhuang City represented an immense allure for any cultivator. The thought of being unqualified to settle in Yanhuang City due to an inability to acquire contribution points would indeed leave one in despair. These contribution points, explained the Lin family elders patiently, are a form of transactional currency established by our esteemed ancestor, specifically for use within Yanhuang City. There are myriad ways to obtain them, the most common being the exchange of one's cultivation resources and various rare materials. Roughly speaking, a low-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 1 contribution point. Additionally, one can earn points by completing tasks posted within the mercenary guild or through alchemical endeavors. As for the size of a square unit, it is approximately 3 feet long and 3 feet wide. The elders of the Lin family were quite patient in addressing the multitude's queries, and soon, the crowd grasped the trading rules. In an instant, some rejoiced while others lamented. Alas, even in the most desolate of places, a mere plot requires a staggering 10,000 contribution points per unit, equating to 10,000 inferior spirit stones. Given the dimensions of the residences constructed by the Lin family, the smallest spans at least 66 square meters, which translates to an astounding total of 660,000 inferior spirit stones. This is exorbitantly expensive. To my dismay, my entire fortune amounts to less than 1/10 of that sum. It appears I am destined to remain unanchored in Yanhuang City. One must ponder how the Lin family, after more than 30 years of toil and countless resources, could erect such a colossal city so effortlessly. At such a price, even selling a mere 1% would likely recoup their costs. It is ludicrous to assume that the unparalleled grand formation enveloping us comes without expense. Moreover, to sustain the operation of this formation, the ancestral patriarch of the Lin family has invested over 100,000 premium spirit stones into the void, and it remains uncertain how long it will endure. If it lasts but a month, the Lin family may indeed profit handsomely, yet this price is undoubtedly fair. Indeed, several 100,000 inferior spirit stones are but a trifling sum that a formidable practitioner at the first level of the Transcendence realm could amass after a century or more of diligent effort. Chapter 112. Partnership Purchase. Among the crowd, there were indeed individuals well-versed in discerning value. They had a faint understanding of the immense worth of the unparalleled grand formation that loomed over Yanhuang City. Therefore, upon hearing someone declare the prices exorbitant, they immediately retorted. Although the Lin family had already decided to commence sales, allowing these individuals to spout nonsense could potentially infuriate the Lin family. If they were to retaliate in anger and refuse to sell to them, it would spell disaster. As the trading rules began to circulate, the throng that had once been tightly packed in line soon dispersed of their own accord. They cast envious glances at those who remained queued. Alas, even if I were to liquidate all my assets, I could not afford even the most modest dwelling within Yanhuang City. Though our cultivation levels may appear comparable to those in line, it is likely that in a decade or two, significant gaps in realms will emerge. In the crowd, a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, sighed and shook his head at his companions, his words imbued with a sense of melancholy and envy. His cultivation had reached the 7th level of the blood exchange realm. Initially, upon witnessing the transformations in Yanhuang City, he felt a glimmer of hope for a breakthrough. However, the exorbitant housing prices struck him like a bolt from the blue, diminishing his spirit. Could it be that, despite that person's cultivation allowing him to afford it, he would only be able to purchase a dwelling in the outer city, which boasts a mere 5 or 6 times the concentration of spiritual energy compared to the outside world? How could a mere decade or two yield such vast differences in realms? After all, he does not reside in the inner city. Indeed, my brother, we have experienced the effects of 5 to 6 times the concentration of spiritual energy, and it is not as terrifying as it seems. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's remarks, A flicker of doubt crossed the faces of the other two companions. As scattered cultivators, while they often lacked resources for cultivation, there were times when they encountered fortuitous opportunities to amass wealth. Otherwise, they would not have reached the blood exchange realm. In their pursuit of a breakthrough, they had once gritted their teeth and invested substantial resources to enter a cultivation chamber constructed by a trading house. The concentration of spiritual energy within that chamber was approximately 5 times that of the Great Chu dynasty. We spent only a brief period in that chamber to achieve our breakthroughs, and thus did not perceive a significant effect. However, even if the improvement was merely a third greater than their usual cultivation speed, the cumulative effect over time would yield an astonishing figure. Not to mention, in 20 years, he would likely have ascended to the transformation realm while we remained stagnated in the 7th level of the blood exchange realm. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other two men faltered, and they fell into contemplative silence. Although their time spent in the chamber with 5 times the concentration of spiritual energy was brief, and they did not consciously measure their cultivation speed against their usual pace, they were certain that under such conditions, their cultivation rate was undoubtedly more than just a third faster. Brother, did you just mention that the smallest dwelling in the outer city of Yanhuang requires 660,000 low-grade spiritual stones? As the 3 men fell into silence, a noticeably younger individual among them suddenly brightened his eyes, as if struck by a profound thought, and turned to his elder brother for confirmation. Yes, what is it? After all, none of us can afford it. Indeed, none of us can afford it individually. But what if we collectively purchased it? With our combined wealth, could we not bear the expense of 66,000 low-grade spirit stones? Boom. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's mind was suddenly struck as if by a thunderclap, and his eyes gleamed with newfound brightness. Indeed, if I cannot purchase a property in Yanhuang City alone, how could we, as 3 brothers together, be unable to afford it? Second brother, you should go and queue here. Third brother, let us consult with the steward or elder of the Lin family. If feasible, we shall jointly acquire a property, proportionate to our contributions. Yes, elder brother. Upon hearing these words, smiles emerged on the faces of the second and third brothers, who promptly set about fulfilling the middle-aged man's instructions. Before long, the middle-aged man, accompanied by the third brother, approached a steward of the Lin family. Jointly purchasing a property? The steward mused. Yes, that is entirely possible, provided it is clearly stated as a shared investment. With over 30 years of preparation, the higher-ups of the Lin family had meticulously considered every aspect of selling properties in Yanhuang City. Coupled with Lin Chen's insights, they were adept at handling various unforeseen circumstances. Thus, when the middle-aged man inquired, the steward was readily able to provide an answer. Excellent, excellent. Thank you, fellow Taoist, thank you. Upon receiving the steward's affirmative response, the middle-aged man and the third brother could not help but display their joy, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. They then took their leave and found the second brother, explaining the situation. Soon, their turn arrived. For purchasing properties within the inner city, select from this purple physical sand table. For properties in the outer city, choose from this white one. Red indicates properties that have already been purchased, while white signifies those still available. Detailed information about the houses can be acquired by utilizing your spiritual sense to make contact. As he spoke, the fourth elder, responsible for this queue, gestured towards 2 large circular sand tables, each approximately 3 meters in diameter. Understood, esteemed elder. The middle-aged man respectfully nodded at the fourth elder and then infused his spiritual sense into the white sand table. Instantly, he felt a lightness in his body, and everything before him became strikingly clear, as if he were viewing Yanhuang City from a divine perspective. Please select the multiplier of spiritual energy concentration in the specific location. At that moment, a small sprite, approximately 30 centimeters in size, fluttered beside the middle-aged man, offering a reminder. 5 times the spiritual energy concentration. And let us reside in the southeast, the middle-aged man replied promptly, though somewhat astonished by the sprite's appearance. With so many people still queuing outside, including formidable individuals in the transcendence realm and even the divine ability realm, he dared not delay. Understood. As soon as the words of the little sprite fell, she waved her delicate hand, and the once model-sized Yanhuang City began to expand dramatically. In no time, to the east of Yanhuang City, houses with 5 times the concentration of spiritual energy were neatly arranged before his eyes. The middle-aged man, willing to expend a fortune on properties in Liion City, was primarily drawn by the allure of the heightened spiritual energy. He paid little heed to the decorations of the houses, casually selecting one that was relatively pleasing to the eye before making his decision. 66 square meters, with a 5-fold concentration of spiritual energy. I kindly request that you provide treasures valued at 660,000 contribution points, remarked the fourth elder, observing the middle-aged man who had just returned to his senses from the sand table. Chapter 113. Astonishing Wealth. 20 years in the blink of an eye, esteemed elder. My 2 brothers and I wish to jointly purchase this residence. I shall contribute 50% of the total price, while the remaining 50% will be shared by my second and third brothers. Upon hearing the elder's words, the middle-aged man suddenly pointed at his second and third brothers, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Although they had consulted the steward of the Lin family and received a favorable response, the house had not yet been secured. What if? However, before they could dwell on their thoughts, the elder merely regarded them with surprise for a brief moment before nodding in acknowledgement. This is the property deed. In duplicate, you may imprint your spiritual marks upon it, and then proceed with the payment. Understood. After glancing at the deed's content and confirming its accuracy, the 3 brothers collectively imprinted their spiritual marks upon it. They then drew forth the majority of their wealth, ultimately exchanging it for 66,000 contribution points to finalize the transaction. As the 3 brothers departed in high spirits, a stir erupted among the onlookers who had witnessed the entire event but lacked sufficient contribution points to make a purchase. Is it truly possible to do it this way? Are there any brothers with insufficient contribution points willing to co-invest in a property with a 10-fold concentration of spiritual energy? We can split the profits 50-50. I'll join. I was lamenting my inability to afford a property with a 10-fold concentration of spiritual energy, but I never imagined we could purchase it together. Not only can we acquire a residence with a 6-fold concentration by pooling our contribution points, but we can also conserve some resources. This is simply marvelous. Indeed. Everyone, hurry and find partners to collaborate. In no time, the news of co-investing in property spread throughout Liion City, prompting countless individuals who initially intended to purchase residences with 5- or 6-fold concentrations of spiritual energy to spring into action. Though joint purchases may present certain inconveniences, the prospect of attaining a higher concentration of spiritual energy rendered such minor drawbacks inconsequential. Thus, the fervent sale of these residences continued for several months before eventually returning to normalcy. Liion City has become increasingly vibrant, with the streets and alleys bustling with a noticeable influx of people. Indeed, I initially believed that the exorbitant prices of courtyards in Liion City would deter buyers. Yet it appears there are so many wealthy individuals in the world. Moreover, I have even spotted members of the demon and wild god clans within Liion City. What astonishes me most is that, despite the gathering of so many formidable beings, not a single bloody incident has occurred. Do you not consider who is in charge of Liion City? To act recklessly here is to court death. Exactly. Let us not forget that merely a few months ago, the 3 major overlords of our wild state intervened and only managed to secure a plot with a 60-fold concentration of spiritual energy from the Lin family. The Lin family continues to maintain a firm grip on the heart of Liion City. It is indeed a chilling thought. Numerous residents who had purchased properties in Liion City in its early days began to engage in conversation, expressing their awe towards the Lin family amidst the city's transformation. In this ruthless realm of Zhenwu, where the strong prey upon the weak, the Lin family has managed to firmly grasp the golden egg that is Liion City. Despite the covetous gazes of various powerful factions, it is evident that the Lin family, or Lin Chen in particular, is far more complex than he appears. Otherwise, the ownership of Liion City would have long since changed hands. Within the grand hall of the Lin family, numerous high-ranking members convened to report to Lin Chen on the bountiful harvest of the past few months. A series of astonishing figures erupted from their lips, inciting a wave of excitement among the Lin family elites present in the hall. The resources amassed, valued at 30 trillion contribution points, had accumulated in a mere few months, wealth that even a typical 4th-tier faction would take hundreds of thousands of years to gather. The speed at which these resources materialized was staggering. Indeed, 30 trillion contribution points converted to top-tier spirit stones amounts to a staggering 30 million. The entirety of the Great Beauty Dynasty's resources, when exchanged for top-tier spirit stones, barely reaches this figure. Such income is somewhat expected, considering that powerful factions from the wasteland purchased vast estates with 60 times the concentration of spiritual energy, claiming a significant portion of the wealth. Without this influx, it is unlikely that such a sum would have been generated. Nevertheless, this revenue has already far exceeded the Lin family's expenditure. Currently, the Lin family comprises only a few tens of thousands of members, the majority of whom possess low cultivation levels. Over the course of a year, their consumption of spirit stones does not exceed 10,000 top-tier spirit stones. This is still a result of the Lin family's exceptionally generous treatment of its members. Under normal circumstances, a faction of similar size and cultivation would consume merely 1,000 top-tier spirit stones annually. Moving forward, I decree that the rewards for producing offspring within the Lin family will be tripled, and efforts to cultivate the younger generation will be intensified. It is imperative that within 20 years, the number of Lin family members surpasses 100,000. Following the reports on recent achievements from the high-ranking members, Lin Chen first offered words of encouragement, commending their efforts, before shifting the conversation to issue a new command. Since the activation of the second phase of the ultimate challenge task, the Lin family has met many of the system's requirements. The only criteria yet to be fulfilled are the number of family members and the need for 2 fourth-tier alchemists and 1 fourth-tier formation master. However, Lin Chen holds no concerns regarding the latter. At this juncture, the Lin family has cultivated a multitude of alchemical talents within the alchemy chamber awarded by the system, with more than 10 reaching the pinnacle of third-tier alchemists, and even one achieving the level of a fourth-tier alchemist. As for formation masters, although they lack the support of specialized buildings, they benefit from the inheritance bestowed by Lin Chen. Several esteemed third-tier array masters have emerged. Should even one of them achieve a breakthrough, the task requirements will be fulfilled. According to Lin Chen's estimations, it will take no more than a decade for a fourth-tier existence to arise from among these alchemists and array masters. In stark contrast, the Lin family's population barely exceeds 50,000, falling significantly short of the 100,000 required for the task. Accomplishing this goal within 20 years would be considered a remarkable achievement. Yes, we shall faithfully adhere to the ancestors' orders. The senior members responded without hesitation upon hearing Lin Chen's words. From their perspective, with a foundation of 50,000, providing sufficiently generous incentives would ensure the completion of this objective within the stipulated time frame, presenting no insurmountable challenges. The concentration of spiritual energy in this region is several-fold, even dozens of times greater than that of the outside world, inciting fervor among the various factions in the compelling countless powerful individuals to expend their entire fortunes in pursuit of a dwelling in Yanhuang City. It is evident how alluring a high-concentration cultivation environment is for practitioners. Meanwhile, the Lin family's descendants, residing in the heart of Yanhuang City, bask in an unparalleled spiritual energy concentration, 100-fold that of others. As they revel in this privilege, they also diligently seize the opportunity to cultivate. Previously, the family's small population and limited resources may not have posed much concern. However, with the development of Yanhuang City, the Lin family now boasts tens of thousands of members, and rumors have begun to circulate. It is said that in a few years, the family will implement a redistribution system. Those who do not meet the cultivation standards will be dispatched throughout Yanhuang City to manage various affairs and alleviate the family's burdens. Of course, it is not that they are unwilling to assist the family. The issue lies in the fact that being sent to various locations in Yanhuang City means sacrificing the exceptional cultivation environment enjoyed by the family, compounded by the distractions of mundane affairs, which would inevitably encroach upon their cultivation time. For those seeking higher realms and longevity, this news is profoundly disheartening. Consequently, upon hearing this rumor, many Lin family members have begun to intensify their efforts. These young scions only seem to realize the importance of diligence when confronted with bad news. It is perplexing. Had they been afforded such a superior cultivation environment and abundant resources, they would have cherished every moment. They are fortunate to be born in this prosperous era of the Lin family's ascent, yet without experiencing hardship or pressure. How can they be expected to strive for greatness? Indeed, one's greatest adversary is oneself. In the absence of external pressures, self-discipline becomes a formidable challenge. Let us proceed. One member suggested. We have not deceived them. Yanhuang City is vast. While we can oversee the inner city, the outer city is a different matter. Most of the inhabitants there belong to 7th-tier forces, with a few 6th-tier, making it an ideal arena for their growth. In a secluded corner, several dignitaries adorned in the garb of the Lin clan observed the figures of their younger kin engaged in arduous training or sparring within the martial arena. A faint smile graced their lips as they took in the scene, yet they lingered not, departing swiftly from the locale. In recent years, buoyed by Lin Chen's formidable reputation, the Lin clan had enjoyed a life of unwarranted ease. Many of their members had forsaken the diligence and tenacity of yore, succumbing instead to a state of relative lethargy. This decline was an unsettling sight for the upper echelons of the clan. To counteract this trend and to reignite the fervor for cultivation among their kin, they devised an elite program. Those with mediocre talents, low cultivation, and a lack of perseverance in their training were dispatched to other regions to bolster the family's resources for cultivation. Nevertheless, the clan's leadership did not implement this plan immediately. They deliberately disseminated the information as a means to afford their members one final opportunity. Thus, time flowed inexorably onward, and nearly 2 decades slipped by in the blink of an eye. Through the years of development, the Lin clan's Yanhuang City had risen to prominence across the wasteland, even hinting at a burgeoning reputation in other great states. The reasoning was simple. Within the majority of factions, the presence of transcendent cultivators, those of the transformation realm, was commonplace in Yanhuang City. To stand out and attain renown within its confines, one would need to possess at least the cultivation of the true spirit realm. Consequently, a saying took root in the wasteland: until you visit Yanhuang City, you cannot grasp the extent of your own insignificance. Chapter 114. One does not realize their own weakness until they visit Yanhuang City. Thus, a saying has emerged in the wild state: one does not comprehend the depths of their own weakness until they have journeyed to Yanhuang City. In the tales recounted by many storytellers, Yanhuang City is depicted as a realm where remarkable beings abound and myriad supernatural powers flourish. Yet only the true spirits can truly manifest their prowess. Over the course of nearly 2 decades, Yanhuang City has undeniably transformed into a sacred haven for cultivation in the hearts of the denizens of the wild state. Particularly, a decade ago, when the venerable ancestor of the Lin family made an appearance, a treasure of mid-6th grade, resembling a scroll, was suspended in the skies above Yanhuang City. Heralded as the Yanhuang City Genius List, countless young prodigies flocked to Yanhuang City, eager to secure a spot on this illustrious list. With a total of 365 positions available, merely achieving a place, regardless of whether one ranks last, grants the opportunity to earn a reward of 1 million contribution points, provided they remain for a full month. Those fortunate enough to enter the top 100 are entitled to even greater rewards, including 2 million contribution points and the privilege to purchase medicinal pills from the Lin family of 6th grade or below. This single opportunity could fetch nearly 1 million contribution points in the market. However, it is not solely this that incites fervor among various factions and countless geniuses. It is the rewards for the top 10 that truly stirs their excitement. Not only do they receive 10 million contribution points, but they also gain the right to purchase any 6th grade medicinal pill from the Lin family. It is crucial to note that this includes any pill. 10 years prior, Ling Ling of the Lin family ascended to the status of a 6th grade alchemist and acquired an ancient formula, creating a pill that sent shockwaves through all major factions, the Yin-Yang transformation pill. This pill boasts terrifying effects, significantly enhancing spiritual physiques and marginally improving treasure body qualities. Its grade stands at 6. In the latest news, it has been reported that Tian Xiaofu, the young master of the Tianyang sect, has made his debut on the Yanhuang City Genius List, securing the 11th position. With merely a day left until the month concludes, he is certain to challenge the 10th-ranked individual tomorrow, promising an exciting spectacle. Indeed, having debuted on the Yanhuang Genius List, completing a full month entitles him to a ranking reward, calculated at the last moment. The top 10 possess the eligibility to purchase a Yin-Yang transformation pill. How could Tian Xiaofu possibly forego this opportunity? After all, missing this chance would mean waiting 30 years for the next reward settlement, a span far too lengthy. Yes, a 30-year interval, with the added limitation of being under 300 years of age, means that even the most gifted among us can scarcely hope to claim rewards more than a few times. Brother, before voicing such sentiments. Shouldn't you exclude Lin Xia from consideration? Ah, he is an anomaly. No further explanation is needed. Whenever Lin Xia is mentioned, a flicker of reverence inevitably appears in the eyes of the crowd. This reverence harkens back to when the Yanhuang City Genius List was first inaugurated 10 years ago. Due to the rewards and the gathering of numerous prodigies from various powerful factions in Yanhuang City, it has attracted considerable attention from many exceptional talents who have rushed to compete for a place on the leaderboard. Particularly, the Lin family announced that those who ascend into the top 10 would be eligible to purchase the coveted Yin Yang creation pill, leading to a remarkable surge in the prestige of the Yanhuang Prodigy rankings. Countless hidden talents from various forces emerged to vie for a position, providing great excitement for the citizens of Yanhuang City. At this juncture, a young man emerged from the Lin family, wielding an impressive cultivation of the 7th level of the spiritual realm, effortlessly overpowering even the current second-ranked prodigy on the Yanhuang list. This individual, the young master of the archaic god clan, had trained for 280 years, reaching the 9th level of the spiritual realm, with rumored feats of slaying true spirit realm monarchs. Yet, astonishingly, this unparalleled prodigy was soundly defeated by Lin Xia, who was not yet 100 years old and possessed a cultivation 2 levels beneath his own. The magnitude of this shock to the world is unimaginable. Inspired by Lin Xia's remarkable prowess, many unparalleled talents, endowed with supreme physiques, and previously uninterested in the Yin Yang creation pill, emerged to challenge Lin Xia's status. The outcome, as one might expect, has been evident. To this day, Lin Xia firmly retains the top position. Indeed, in the hearts of countless individuals across the archaic continent, the prestige of the Yanhuang Prodigy rankings has surpassed that of the archaic continent rankings, although the latter remains unchallenged. As the populace eagerly anticipates the unfolding drama of the next day, several figures emanating the aura of true spirit realm experts are tearing through space, heading towards Yanhuang City from hundreds of thousands of miles away. However, for some unknown reason, their pace has notably slackened as they approach the city. Your Highness, are we truly to assassinate the Lin family prodigy in Yanhuang City? Once we strike, there will be no retreat. Indeed, Your Highness, the city is teeming with powerful experts, and with the Lin family's ancestral master present, while we may be true spirit realm warriors, we would be no more than ants in their eyes. If we could exact our vengeance, even at the cost of our lives, it would not be in vain. Yet, we fear that before we can act, the Lin family's ancestral master may apprehend us. Our deaths matter little, but if anything were to happen to you, the legacy of the Bai family would be irrevocably severed. After an indeterminate passage of time, having calmed from the fervor of their reckless ambition to perish alongside the Lin family's prodigy, the group began to voice their concerns. Initially, following the fall of the Great Beauty dynasty, they harbored intense hatred towards the Lin family, believing they still held hope for vengeance. However, after repeated setbacks, despair has taken root, diminishing their resolve for retribution. If we do not act now, once the Lin family prodigies mature, will we still have a chance for revenge? Shall I simply resign myself to watching our enemies thrive? Upon hearing the remarks of several formidable individuals from the Bai family, a flicker of turmoil crossed by Yuan Hong's eyes. Yet, reflecting upon the grievances endured over the years, he could not suppress his anguished roar. It is important to note that for the past 2 decades, they had tirelessly scoured the Beast Mountain range for spiritual herbs, vanquished ferocious beasts, and accepted various missions issued by prominent factions, all in an effort to gather the requisite spiritual stones to summon assassins from the Mingyun Pavilion. A full 20 years had elapsed. He had nearly become a wild man of the mountains. Just as he had finally amassed the resources to meet the price set by the powerful figures of the Mingyun Pavilion 2 decades prior, he arrived here in a state of exhilaration, only to be informed by a cloaked figure within the pavilion that, due to the emergence of Yanhuang City and the enhanced prowess of the Lin family's prodigies, the cost to eliminate Lin Feng and his companions had escalated significantly, by no small measure. The resources they had painstakingly accumulated over 20 years amounted to a mere 1/9 of the price for Lin Feng's assassination. And even the newly emerged Lin Yi required double the quantity of spiritual stones they had prepared. This revelation sent by Yuan Hong into a blind rage, causing him to vomit blood in his fury. When he regained consciousness, he found himself returned to his dwelling by his subordinates. It was then that he conceived the notion of perishing alongside the Lin family's prodigies, culminating in the scene described above. However, given their strength, it was uncertain whether they could indeed triumph over the Lin family's unparalleled geniuses. The most critical factor was that launching an attack within Yanhuang City would almost certainly lead to their demise. Even if His Majesty were to watch over them from beyond, he would not wish for the prince to take such a perilous risk, thereby jeopardizing the Bai family's bloodline legacy. Among these individuals, aside from Bai Yuanhong, the others were merely collateral branches of the Bai family. Thus, only Bai Yuanhong could carry forth the family's lineage, and they naturally did not wish for him to take such a reckless gamble. A legacy? Does my Bai family still possess a legacy? Bai Yuanhong retorted. If you fear death, then I shall venture to Yanhuang City alone in search of opportunity. With that, he disdainfully tore through the fabric of reality before him and set off towards Yanhuang City. My lord. Witnessing this scene, the formidable figures exchanged glances, ultimately gritting their teeth and following in his wake. The deeply ingrained notion made it impossible for them to abandon Bai Yuanhong, their prince, to survive alone. Soon, after donning a disguise, Bai Yuanhong entered Yanhuang City after exchanging 100 low-grade spiritual stones. Upon entering the city, the rich spiritual energy that greeted him caused their expressions to shift in astonishment. Come and see. Freshly produced third-grade blood exchange pills for sale at an unbeatable price. Only 399 contribution points each. Don't miss out. Treasure maps for sale. Unearthed from an ancient tomb. Perfect for treasure hunters seeking to strike it rich overnight. Just then, a cacophony of hawkers' calls snapped them back to reality as they looked up to see a bustling street at the city gate. Each vendor, at the very least possessing the cultivation of blood exchange realm, was vociferously hawking their wares to the leisurely passers-by, among whom were also formidable beings of the transcendence realm and even the divine passage realm. This city of Yanhua. Witnessing this scene, Bai Yuanhong and his companions fell into a contemplative silence. It is important to note that this was merely the outer city. Burdened with heavy thoughts, Bai Yuanhong made his way into the inner city. Gradually, they perceived an increasing concentration of spiritual energy until they reached the inner city, where they located an inn. After paying 100 high-grade spirit stones for a 7-day stay in a designated room, the astonishment etched on their faces had yet to dissipate. They were taken aback by the sheer number of powerful beings within the inner city along their journey. They had sensed no fewer than 10 auras of true spirit realm monarchs, many of whom were undeniably more formidable than themselves. Moreover, just moments ago, 2 true spirit realm strongmen within the inner city had evidently clashed, yet no one dared to engage in battle within the city limits, suppressing their conflict until they reached outside of Yanhuang City, whereupon a fierce confrontation erupted. It appeared they held a profound apprehension towards the Lin family. Your Highness, having witnessed numerous occurrences within Yanhuang City, they had begun to form a clearer understanding of the Lin family's might. However, this realization only served to amplify their feelings of heaviness and confusion. Do I possess the strength to seek retribution against the Lin family? Chapter 115. The expanding Little Thousand Worlds, surging strength, the arrival of the Evil Moon Sect's experts after nearly 2 decades of development. Not only has Yanhuang City flourished, but the Lin family has also undergone a remarkable transformation. Firstly, with abundant cultivation resources and an unparalleled environment rich in spiritual energy, 100-fold compared to the outside world, many high-ranking members of the Lin family have ascended to the realm of divine abilities. Among them, the family head, Lin Wudi, has reached the 4th level of divine abilities. It is inevitable, as the family members are now able to concoct the yin yang creation pills, which enhance the innate qualities of their bodies. How could they, as the elite of the Lin family, not experience a surge in their cultivation? In comparison, the progress of Lin Xia and Lin Ling, the prodigies of the family, is even more impressive. Lin Xia, the possessor of the supreme innate yin-yang divine body, broke through to the 7th level of divine abilities a decade ago, dominating the Yanhuang Prodigy ranking. Today, 10 years later, he has reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of divine abilities, merely a step away from the true spirit realm. Additionally, Lin Ling's cultivation is not to be underestimated, having reached the 8th level of divine abilities, just behind Lin Xia. As the younger brother, Lin Feng has also benefited from his sister's brilliance, elevating his talent from a top-tier spiritual body to a treasure body. and he has successfully broken through to the 7th level of divine abilities. The two siblings are now sharpening their blades in preparation to challenge the Yanhuang Prodigy ranking. Since the inception of the Yanhuang Prodigy ranking, due to the orders of their ancestors and their own unwillingness to remain outside the top 10, they have refrained from making a bid for the ranking, resulting in widespread misconceptions among the people of the who believe that apart from Lin Xia, there are no other top prodigies within the Lin family. At this moment, Lin Ling's gaze inadvertently drifted towards the Yanhuang Prodigy ranking floating in the void, a fierce battle intent flashing in her eyes. Today, they shall demonstrate to the people of that the Lin family possesses not just Lin Xia, their esteemed ancestor, but also true top prodigies among the younger generation. Nodding in agreement, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with a hint of battle fervor. 2 decades of hidden cultivation and transformation have brought about a seismic shift in their strength. They are confident in their ability to break into the top 10, or even the top 5 of the Yanhuang Prodigy ranking. With this in mind, Lin Ling and Lin Feng wasted no time and departed from the gates of the Lin family, hastening towards a grand martial arts arena at the center of the inner city. There, not only are there multiple prodigy arenas personally enhanced by Lin Chen, but the Yanhuang Prodigy ranking also hovers above, revered by all in Yanhuang City. Are they finally about to take action? As the two moved, Lin Chen, awakened by the system prompt from deep within a secret chamber of the Lin family, murmured to himself upon sensing their movements. A decade ago, he established the Yanhuang Prodigy ranking not only to foster the development of Yanhuang City, but also to encourage the members of the Lin family to strive diligently in their cultivation. Subsequently, as many prodigies vied for a place on the ranking, its prestige reached an astonishing level, prompting the long-dormant system to suddenly take an interest. Detected eligible prodigies for the ranking. Family development task activated. Cultivate the younger generation of the family to ascend the Yanhuang Prodigy ranking. Completion of the task will yield substantial rewards. Note, this task can be completed multiple times, with higher rankings yielding greater rewards. Under Lin Chen's investigation, he discovered that as long as the descendants of the Lin family made it onto the rankings, the system would commence its countdown. With a duration of 1 month, rewards would be distributed at the final moment based on the rankings. Therefore, to maximize benefits, Lin Chen advised siblings Lin Ling and Lin Feng to ensure they were fully prepared before attempting to ascend the rankings, showcasing the prowess of the Lin family's top talents. In contrast, the population of the Lin family has finally surpassed 100,000, successfully completing the second phase of the ultimate challenge. Retracting his gaze, Lin Chen couldn't help but glance at the system notifications on his personal panel. And even though it wasn't his first encounter with such news, a profound joy surfaced on his countenance. Congratulations to the host for completing the second phase of the ultimate challenge, receiving system rewards, a growing small world, a 20% increase in the birth rate of family newborns, a 10% enhancement in the qualifications of newborns, a 10% boost in the cultivation speed of all Lin family members, 1 innate origin pill, and 10 million fortune points. A growing small world, an independent and self-sufficient realm detached from the true martial great world, currently classified as a level 1 small world. By devouring sufficient heavenly materials and earthly treasures, it can be upgraded to a level 2 small world. Effects: with adequate sacrifice, it can reverse time and alter the spiritual energy concentration within a certain range. The specific effects are for you to explore. Innate origin pill, a spiritual elixir refined by the human powerhouses of the primordial world using innate spiritual energy and a trace of primordial essence. Upon consumption, it can significantly enhance the fusion progress of the innate Tao body and increase comprehension of cultivation. Among these rewards, setting aside the others for the moment, the first reward of a growing small world alone would drive the strongest beings of the Dongtian continent into a frenzy. To possess a world. This not only ensures personal safety, but also grants dominion akin to that of a creator within this realm, propelling the Lin family's development to unprecedented heights. After all, even the legendary Dongtian realm powerhouses, while capable of establishing a small world, do so not in independence from the true martial great world, but rather as an attachment to it, susceptible to visits from other powerhouses of the same level. Most critically, such small worlds cannot evolve autonomously and must adhere to the operational rules of the true martial great world. For instance, reversing time. Fortunately, My cultivation has now transcended to the second tribulation nirvana realm, qualifying me to refine this small world. Otherwise, I would merely be left in helpless astonishment. These past 20 years have not been in vain for Lin Chen. His cultivation has not only surpassed the nirvana realm, but has also ascended to new heights, successfully overcoming the second nirvana tribulation. In terms of sword domain, he has advanced from the original second sword domain to the third sword domain. The martial skills he has diligently practiced have reached a level comparable to top-tier heavenly techniques, resulting in a monumental transformation in his strength. Without comparison, it remains uncertain to what extent my combat prowess has reached. However, based on my current cultivation level, it can be deduced that, without resorting to external forces, I should not fall short of an ordinary seventh tribulation nirvana realm. Contemplating this, Lin Chen hastened his movements. He glanced at the Lin family, where Lin Yi had already vanished from sight. Without hesitation, he flipped his palm, and the innate source elixir rewarded by the system materialized in his hand. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not hinder the work of chopping wood, although the second tribulation nirvana realm can refine a small thousand worlds. The speed is certainly not remarkable. First, he would digest the innate source elixir to enhance his physique and subsequently refine the small thousand worlds, ensuring a result that is twice as effective with half the effort. The profound essence of Tao and spiritual energy enveloped him. As he sensed the subtle craving emanating from his body, Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Without further delay, he swallowed the elixir. It dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, unleashing boundless Tao essence and innate spiritual energy throughout his being. Without the need for Lin Chen to exert control, his body began to greedily absorb this overwhelming medicinal force, continuously fortifying his corporeal form. Concurrently, the atmosphere within the secret chamber, infused with spiritual energy hundreds of times denser than that of the outside world, surged towards Lin Chen like moths drawn to a flame, visibly elevating his physique. Initial stage of the innate holy body. Peak of the initial stage of the innate holy body. Thus, the entire secret chamber returned to its previous tranquility. Meanwhile, billions of miles away from Yanhuang City, within a secret realm, a youthful figure soared out from the exit of the realm. Before anyone could react, he tore apart the talisman in his hand, vanishing from the sight of numerous beings. Infuriated, a young man who had pursued him from the secret realm bellowed, "How dare you seize what belongs to my evil moon sect? No matter who you are, I shall scour the entirety of Fengzhou and the surrounding states to find you." It is crucial to note that this secret realm was left behind by an unparalleled monarch who had followed the emperor millions of years ago. Although it did not contain his true legacy, even some miscellaneous notes or casual insights would suffice to benefit him for a lifetime. Not to mention, there were substantial resources within. To his dismay, after expending immense effort and resources to finally unseal the center of the secret realm, just as he was ready to reap the rewards, a mere ant at the third stage of the divine ability realm snatched away all the benefits right before his eyes. This was an unbearable humiliation for him. Ever since his elder brother became the holy son of the evil moon sect, he had never suffered such a significant loss. Damn it, I merely sought to reclaim the resources left over from my past life, and yet you dare to bark at me? Traversing through the void, Lin Yi perceived the faint echoes of impotent fury whispering in his ears, prompting him to mutter a curse under his breath. Ever since his ascendance to the realm of divine powers, fragments of his past life's memories had awakened within him. As an emperor, having chosen the path of reincarnation, it was only natural that he left behind certain contingencies. Consequently, he utilized the majority of the contribution points he had accumulated over the years to exchange for a couple of life-preserving talismans, which Lin Chen had placed in the family treasury. Following the recollections of his previous existence, he employed a secret method to enter the nearest hidden realm. To his astonishment, upon his arrival, he found that others had already set their sights on the treasures left behind from his past life. Thus unfolded the scene described above. With the foundation secured and once fully assimilated, I would at least be able to transcend to the 9th level of divine powers and grasp the essence of fist intent to over 70%. After awakening the memories of my previous life, Lin Yi's cultivation speed surged remarkably, far surpassing his previous pace. Nevertheless, despite this rapid progress, he harbored no arrogance or complacency. Not to mention Lin Xia, a contemporary within the Lin family, whose cultivation speed rivaled his own. presenting a considerable prospect of overcoming the 9 tribulations of rebirth to attain the status of emperor. Moreover, one must not overlook the enigmatic ancestor of the Lin family, who, with singular prowess, had elevated the family to prominence, commanding respect across an entire continent. This being had comprehended the domain of the sword while still in the realm of true spirits, even as a reincarnated emperor. Lin dared not presume he could match such a formidable presence. In his previous life, he had been utterly alone, rendered powerless against the impending calamity, forced into reincarnation. In this lifetime, having been born into the extraordinary Lin family, there exists a genuine possibility of withstanding the forthcoming cataclysm. Contemplating this, a subtle smile graced Lin Yi's countenance. The cave heaven continent was not always as feeble as it appears today. In his era, the concentration of spiritual energy in the heavens and earth was at least tenfold that of the present, and the beings born during that time possessed talents predominantly above intermediate qualifications, nurturing countless precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It can be said that, during that period, any being with even a modicum of talent could transcend to the transformation realm, and those who reached the divine powers realm were numerous. Only those in the true spirit realm were deemed true powerhouses, holding a certain status. To establish a dynasty, one must possess a cultivation level of at least the 7th layer of the true spirit realm. Otherwise, the acknowledgement of the populace would remain elusive. Furthermore, within each state, numerous third-tier sects and dynasties were firmly established, with Nirvana realm experts abounding. Even emperors like himself held sway. Yet, despite the formidable might of the cave heaven continent, it could only manage a tenuous resistance against the incursions from the forces of the endless sea, were it not for his self-sacrifice at the last moment, igniting his essence to construct an unparalleled formation enveloping the entirety of the cave heaven continent. It is likely that millions of years ago, this land would have ceased to exist. Alas, one cannot help but wonder about the circumstances in other continents. This accursed demon race has sullied the boundless seas of my true martial world, leading numerous races into the depths of darkness, perpetuating endless slaughter. If it were not for them, my Dantian continent would not be in such dire straits. The mere thought of this ignites a fierce rage within Lin Yi's heart. Nevertheless, he understands that it is premature to dwell on these matters. The pressing concern is to swiftly enhance his strength, for that is the true path to salvation. Retreating into a secluded mountain range, Lin Yi casually established a cave dwelling and commenced his closed-door cultivation. However, unbeknownst to him, during his seclusion, the notorious Xiao sect, the foremost sect in Fengzhou, issued a bounty, scouring the world for information regarding Lin Yi's whereabouts and lineage. How audacious! A mere cultivator at the 3rd level of the divine passage dares to seize a meal from the mouth of the saint's son's brother? This predicament spells doom for him. Indeed, it is not merely his fate at stake. With the Xiao sect's ruthless dominance, even his ancestors through 18 generations would face utter annihilation. Indeed, the Xiao sect is a monumental force, boasting several Nirvana realm sovereigns. Even within the entire Dantian continent, it ranks among the most formidable powers, and offending it is tantamount to courting one's own demise. Could it be that his audacity to snatch from the saint's son's brother is backed by a similarly powerful force? As this thought was voiced, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence, with all eyes fixating on the speaker, as though gazing upon a fool. This elicited a perplexed expression from the one who had spoken, who timidly inquired, "What is it? Have I said something amiss?" The laughter erupted in the crowd at this individual's bewilderment, with some susceptible to humor nearly brought to tears. Even those with stern expressions could not suppress a hint of amusement. Can you fathom such a notion? Do you think the myriad strongmen of the Xiao sect have overlooked this? The issuance of a bounty implies thorough verification with numerous peer powers, confirming that the perpetrator was not a disciple of those factions before making such a grand announcement. Otherwise, do you suppose there would be subsequent developments? Oh, youth is often marked by inexperience. One should listen and observe more, lest one becomes the subject of ridicule. The crowd, exchanging remarks, left the earlier speaker blushing and embarrassed, hastily retreating from the gathering as the discourse gradually subsided. Such scenes unfolded across various locales in Fengzhou. Thus, 10 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. Under the immense pressure of the Xiao sect, having scoured all of Fengzhou without uncovering any trace of Lin Yi's backing, Their gaze shifted towards the nearby regions of Huangzhou and Xianzhou. Months passed. Within the grand hall of the Evil Moon sect, a sharp glint flashed in the eyes of the young master, Xie Daoqing, as he probed. Are you certain that this individual named Lin hails from the Lin family of Huanghuang City in the wasteland? Is this information accurate? In response to the young master's inquiry, his subordinate reported, Esteemed young master, this projection stone was procured from the wasteland. Depicting the scene from the Lin family's grand competition. There is a person within it who bears an uncanny resemblance to the one you mentioned, who seized victory from the jaws of defeat. This subordinate, possessing crucial evidence, delivered the information without trepidation, presenting the prepared projection stone to the young master. The Lin family of Huanghuang City in the wasteland? Quite an impressive lineage, Xie Daoqing mused, his demeanor growing cold as he assessed the images revealed by the stone. However, those who dare to offend the Evil Moon sect should not underestimate us. Even the three dominant powers of the wasteland would kneel before me. After scrutinizing the projection, he dismissed his subordinate and vanished from sight, intent on reporting this matter to his elder brother. After all, the Lin family was no small clan. They were a formidable force capable of establishing the renowned Huanghuang City. Over the years, the Lin family had subtly poised itself to ascend as the fourth dominant power in the wasteland. Several hours later, two figures exuding an aura of terror led a group into the void. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, having exhausted the resources acquired during a decade and a half of seclusion, emerged from his retreat. The pinnacle of the ninth realm of divine abilities and 7 layers of fist intent. As I anticipated, I have made considerable progress. It is high time I return to the Lin family. This time, I shall certainly secure my place on the Huanghuang talents list, he mused. Casting his gaze towards the direction of Huanghuang City, a fierce battle intent flickering in his eyes. Despite being a reincarnated emperor with rapid cultivation speed, the time since his awakening was still too brief. He could not yet disregard those prodigies who had trained for over 2 centuries. Of course, aside from that aberration, Lin Xia, he harbored no fear of anyone else. Have you heard? It seems the Evil Moon sect has identified the person who stole from them a decade ago. They claim he belongs to a power from the wasteland and have already dispatched strong warriors to confront them, someone remarked. The wasteland? Is that credible? Are there truly forces bold enough to provoke the Evil Moon sect? Another questioned. Why would I deceive you? Many powerful figures have flocked there to witness the spectacle. Came the reply. Alas, that power is doomed, one sighed. Not necessarily. I've heard that family possesses considerable strength, having built the vast Huanghuang City, dubbed the sacred ground for cultivation in the wasteland. Even many strong individuals from Fengzhou have journeyed there, and it is whispered they are on the verge of being recognized as the fourth dominant power of the wasteland. Please, even if they are merely rumored to be the fourth, what does that matter? When faced with the wrath of the Evil Moon sect, they are bound to meet their demise. Indeed, emerging from a remote and desolate area, Lin Yi was immediately met with the murmurs of the surrounding crowd, causing his expression to shift dramatically. He had not anticipated that this individual would harbor such deep-seated grudges, willing to expend vast resources and even a decade of time to uncover his background. I cannot stand idly by as my family faces their persecution. With this thought, a glimmer of resolve flickered in Lin Yi's eyes. As a reincarnation of a great emperor, he possessed his own contingencies. However, resorting to such measures would exact an unfathomable toll, potentially even damaging the unparalleled grand formation that enveloped the entire Dongtian continent. Although this was not my desire, in this life, the Lin family has nurtured and supported me, along with numerous brothers and sisters who endured hardships alongside me. I cannot bear to witness their suffering. I have safeguarded this continent for millions of years. In this lifetime, I shall act solely for myself and my family. As he murmured to himself, Lin Yi's gaze grew increasingly resolute. He accelerated to the utmost, racing towards the direction of the Lin family. Yet, how could his speed rival that of the practitioners in the Nirvana realm? As Lin Yi soared towards Huanghuang City, the forces of the Xiao sect were already perilously close to their destination. Simultaneously, deep within the Lin family's secluded chamber, Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes wide. Has this day finally arrived? Since discovering Lin Yi's disappearance a decade ago, he had sensed calamity looming. At that time, although he possessed combat strength comparable to the 7th level of the Nirvana realm, he could not afford to relax, unaware of the enemy's true capabilities. He promptly began refining the innate source elixir rewarded by the system. After more than a decade, he had successfully refined it completely. Not only had his physique surged from a primary innate sacred body to an advanced innate sacred body, but his cultivation had also progressed from the second tribulation of the nirvana realm, overcoming 3 additional tribulations, reaching the terrifying realm of the 5th tribulation nirvana. Coupled with his formidable foundation, his strength was among the most elite in the entire Dantian continent. A second tribulation nirvana and a 5th tribulation nirvana. This is all? Through his probing, Lin Chen quickly discerned the strength of the Xiao sect's experts, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Chapter 116. Dare to harm the Lin family? Do you think you are worthy? Under the gaze of fate's eye. The true nature of the Nirvana realm experts from the Evil Moon sect held no secrets before Lin Chen. These 2 formidable beings possessed the qualifications of divine bodies. Their comprehension of the power of intent barely reached 90% of perfection, leaving them with considerable distance from the domain realm. In terms of martial skills, they had merely perfected a few low-tier heavenly techniques. Their combat prowess was formidable among their peers. However, in comparison to Lin Chen, they fell woefully short. One could even assert that with his deep-rooted strength, a single decisive strike from him could easily subdue them all. This was hardly surprising. For when Lin Yi was born into the Lin family, his cultivation was not even at the 9th level of the true spirit realm. Who would have imagined that within a mere few decades, he would not only break through to the nirvana realm, but also attain the terrifying cultivation of 5 tribulations in nirvana? According to the typical progression of a family, he should have remained at the 9th level of the true spirit realm. Reflecting on this, a faint smile emerged on Lin Chen's face. As the saying goes, experiencing a surge of power is exhilarating, and continuing to wield such power is even more delightful. The laws of heaven and earth only impose tests when triggered, and they do not increase in difficulty due to fluctuations in one's strength. What is meant to be will simply be. Yet, human calculations cannot rival the fortuity of divine intervention. Swish, swish, swish. As myriad thoughts swirled within Lin Chen's mind, a sudden rush of piercing sounds filled his ears. Upon focusing his gaze, he beheld numerous formidable figures from the Evil Moon sect, led by the 2 Nirvana realm experts, appearing above the skies of Yanhuang City. Meanwhile, in the outside world, observing the Yanhuang City below, the experts from the Evil Moon sect were taken aback, their breaths catching in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Within the city, the air was saturated with ethereal spiritual energy, resembling wisps of fog. In certain areas, the accumulation of this energy even manifested as a gentle drizzle. However, this rain was merely the liquefied essence of the world's spiritual energy. This phenomenon resulted in the streets and alleys of Yanhuang City, as well as its mountains, being abundantly adorned with spiritual herbs and plants. While those of 3rd-grade quality were still harvested for alchemical purposes, the 1st and 2nd-grade spiritual herbs proliferated like weeds, receiving hardly a second glance from passers-by. Yet, this was not the most astonishing aspect. The true spectacle lay within the Lin family. With the enhancement of 100-fold concentration of spiritual energy, even 3rd-grade spiritual herbs flourished within the Lin family, as if they were mere weeds. Deep within the Lin family's hundreds of spiritual fields, thousands of 4th-grade and even 5th-grade spiritual herbs thrived, and in the very heart of those fields, they even glimpsed the shadow of 7th-grade spiritual herbs. A sanctum of cultivation. A genuine sanctuary for practitioners. To think that Yanhuang City indeed possessed the rumored 100-fold concentration of spiritual energy. I previously believed that the natives of the wasteland were merely boastful, lacking in experience. Now that we are aware, it is not too late. As long as we eradicate the Lin family, this sacred ground for cultivation shall belong to our Evil Moon sect. With the profound heritage of our sect, should we manage to seize this land, we could undoubtedly establish ourselves as a dominant force in the Dantian continent after a millennium, thus reaping lifelong benefits and even aspiring to glimpse higher realms. At this juncture, the 2 leaders, both of whom have attained the Nirvana realm, found their breaths becoming increasingly rapid. It is worth noting that even the cultivation chambers constructed with utmost effort by our Evil Moon sect possess a spiritual energy concentration merely 70 to 80 times that of the great Chu dynasty's domain. Although, with a certain cost, it can be elevated to 100-fold, it pales in comparison to the Lin family's residence in Yanhuang City. which can consistently maintain such a concentration. Swiftly, without delay, despite the passage of time seeming prolonged, the reality unfolded in an instant. The Lin family of Yinhuang City. Come forth and meet your demise. The practitioners of the Evil Moon sect, coveting Yinhuang City, wasted not a moment and bellowed aloud. A thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens. The overwhelming aura, though mostly obstructed by the yin-yang five elements array, still weighed heavily upon the inhabitants of the city, bending their proud physiques as if they bore the weight of a great mountain. Nirvana realm. This was undoubtedly a force from the Nirvana realm. Cursed fate. How could the Lin family have provoked such a formidable enemy? Am I destined to perish here today? The attire bore the insignia of the Evil Moon sect. A hegemonic power from Fengzhou. My heavens, how has the Lin family drawn the ire of such a force? It is over, utterly over. Yinhuang City is home to countless powerful beings from the entire, many of whom are well versed in the ways of the world. Upon witnessing the insignia of the Evil Moon sect, despair flashed across their faces. Although it seemed as if the Evil Moon sect merely sought trouble with the Lin family. Based on their previous conduct, all living beings in Yinhuang City could potentially face annihilation. Better to kill 1,000 innocents than to let one escape. To ensure the complete destruction of the Lin family, they would not allow a single soul to exit the gates of Yinhuang City alive. Cease. A voice pierced the air, accompanied by Lin Yi's anxious tone, echoing through the void. Instantly, it captured the attention of all present. A peak existence of the 9th level of the divine ability realm? Upon sensing Lin Yi's aura, a flicker of disappointment crossed the eyes of the onlookers. Lin Yi, it is he. Could this formidable adversary, the Evil Moon sect, be the result of his provocations? Cursed fate. Some who recognized Lin Yi felt a surge of anger at the sight of him. Even Lin Chen, who was prepared to step forward and suppress the Evil Moon sect practitioners, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing him. In a mere decade, Lin Yi's cultivation astonishingly ascended to the terrifying pinnacle of the 9th layer of the divine ability realm. Truly, he is the reincarnation of an emperor, and his rate of growth is simply remarkable. When he himself ascended from the 1st to the 9th layer, it took him nearly 20 years. Yet Lin Yi has surpassed him in speed. Even though Lin Chen is aware that Lin Yi's rapid advancement is bolstered by the foundation of his past life, he cannot help but be in awe. If such formidable power exists even within the divine ability realm, what of the realm lords beyond, or even higher realms? Could they not effortlessly create worlds and traverse the cycles of time and reincarnation? The concept of a singular universe, let alone multidimensional beings of immense power, sends a shiver down Lin Chen's spine. Although the lifespan of powerful beings in the divine ability and realm lord realms remains finite, it is significantly prolonged. The crucial factor is that such beings can tread the path of reincarnation, awaiting the awakening of their true essence to live again. Perhaps, during certain epochs. The number of divine ability and realm lord cultivators birthed in the true martial great world is limited, yet over countless ages, this number becomes quite substantial. Those who venture into reincarnation may remain trapped within its cycles until their true essence is utterly consumed, leading to their complete demise. Yet there exists a considerable probability of awakening, reclaiming their peak, and defying fate. The stronger one is, the more opportunities they have for rebirth. This implies that the mightier beings are, the less likely they are to be ensnared by the cycles of reincarnation. Contemplating this sends a chill of apprehension through Lin Chen. The true martial great world is indeed unfathomable. Even the continent of Dantian, born from the fall of divine ability realm cultivators, boasts a history of nearly 10 million years. What of the continents shattered by ancient forbidden powers? How many years do they encompass? Tens of millions? Hundreds of millions? Or perhaps even more? Regardless, it is certain that their history far exceeds that of Dantian. Over such vast epochs, who can fathom how many terrifying beings of the divine ability and realm lord realms have emerged, and how many powerful figures have awakened from reincarnation to reclaim their former glory? Lin Chen cannot ascertain, yet he surmises that the number of such beings is likely substantial. Ah, Lin Yi, you timid tortoise, you have finally shown your face. Did you ever consider the consequences of daring to seize what belongs to me, the Evil Moon sect? As myriad thoughts flitted through Lin Chen's mind, among the formidable figures of the Evil Moon sect standing in the void, a young figure suddenly directed a cold smile towards Lin Yi. He was none other than Xie Daoqing, the younger brother of the sect's holy son. Having never suffered such a great loss, he had long regarded Lin Yi as the stain on his life. Now that he had finally forced Lin Yi to reveal himself, would he not seize the opportunity to humiliate him? Treasures of the secret realm rightfully belong to those of virtue. You, Xie Daoqing, are merely a waste who relies on the power of your elder brother and the evil moon sect to flaunt your might. Should a confrontation arise, I could suppress you with a mere flick of my hand. Lin Yi regarded the words of the heretical sect with utter disdain. From the beginning to the end, he had never cast a glance at this young man, significantly older than himself, yet merely a fifth-tier cultivator of the divine passage realm. Regardless, he had already resolved to employ a secret technique, drawing upon a fragment of his former life's power to subdue this adversary. Unperturbed by the prospect of offending the evil moon sect. How audacious of the youth! To insult a disciple of the evil moon sect, you shall meet your demise. Having firmly decided to strike against the Lin family, the sixth ancestor of the evil moon sect, a formidable being of the second tribulation nirvana realm, launched an attack on Lin Yi without a moment's hesitation. A thunderous roar echoed through the air. Under the astonished gazes of countless beings, the sixth ancestor extended his hand towards Lin Yi's direction and gently clasped it. Instantly, the void within 1,000 miles around Lin Yi began to fracture, resembling a shattered mirror, threatening to obliterate both him and his physical form. Do not regret your actions. In the face of the sixth ancestor's lethal assault, Lin Yi remained remarkably composed, uttering words shrouded in enigma. However, before he could make any move, a voice, chilling and filled with an unfathomable aura, resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. Why must there always be those ignorant fools seeking trouble with the Lin family? Those who dare to touch my kin. Do you truly believe you are worthy? Chapter 117. The annihilation of the evil moon sect's stronghold, suspected reincarnation of a powerful being. As the words echoed in the air, a young man clad in white appeared before Lin Yi, seemingly out of nowhere. The shattered space around them instantaneously restored itself to its former state. An overwhelming aura, fierce and unyielding, surged from him, ruthlessly descending upon the formidable figures of the evil moon sect. Die! With Lin Chen's indifferent voice resounding once more. The countless souls within Yanhuang City had yet to comprehend the unfolding calamity. When the subsequent scene left them agape, their eyes filled with disbelief. Crack, crack. Just as Lin Chen's formidable presence inundated the space where the strong of the evil moon sect gathered, the dimension, a mere rift that only true spiritual realm cultivators could hope to breach, shattered in an instant, revealing a pitch-black void. A terrifying gravitational force. Before the three ancestors and 6 elders of the evil moon sect could react, engulfed the powerful figures who stood beside them. Those unfortunate souls barely had time to emit a cry of despair before Lin Chen's might, amalgamated with the lethal blades formed by the collapsing space, cleaved them into countless pieces, their fall occurring right before the eyes of their comrades. Among them was the so-called Holy Son's brother, Daoqing, Yu Ming. You insolent wretch, even if you too possess the prowess of the 5 tribulations nirvana realm, today, this old ancestor shall reduce you to ashes, to appease the spirits of my disciples from the evil moon sect. In the instant Lin Chen made his move, he did not conceal his cultivation. Thus, it was effortless for them to perceive his true realm, sharing the same 5 tribulations nirvana realm. The 3 ancestors of the evil moon sect declared that they could not believe that, together with the 6th brother, they were not a match for Lin Chen. Enough of your prattle. In the face of the 3 ancestors' fury, Lin Chen remained utterly unimpressed. With his advanced innate holy body and the existence of the triple sword domain, he felt no threat even from those at the 6 or 7 tribulations nirvana realms. He could easily dominate them. Since awakening the system, he had never encountered an opponent within the same rank. Chinquan palm. Contemplating this, Lin Chen's movements were swift. That palm, infused with the protective sword domain, seemed to defy the constraints of time and space, manifesting above the heads of the 3 ancestors and 6 elders of the evil moon sect. It then transformed into a colossal hand, sealing them within a specific dimension before crashing down with ferocity. No, this is impossible. How can such power emanate from someone at the 5 tribulations nirvana realm? You have deceived me. The moment they felt the overwhelming force of Lin Chen's palm, causing their very souls to tremble, The expressions of the 3 ancestors and 6 elders shifted dramatically, their eyes betraying sheer terror. This strike, let alone them, would pose a grave threat even to the grand ancestor of the Evil Moon sect, an unparalleled powerhouse at the 7 Tribulations Nirvana realm. Boom. Without any means of resistance, the 3 ancestors and 6 elders of the Evil Moon sect were utterly consumed by Lin Chen's devastating blow. The terrifying might reduced everything within 1,000 miles to mere dust, had it not been for Lin Chen blocking the residual waves of battle. The Yinyang 5 Elements Grand Array protecting Yanhuang City would have surely suffered damage. Lin Yi, return to your family first. Turning his head, Lin Chen instructed the dazed Lin Yi, who stood frozen, staring at the obliterated void. Lin Chen's gaze then shifted towards the direction of Fengzhou, a hint of coldness flickering in his eyes. To come uninvited is impolite. Those who dare to strike at the Lin family must consider the consequences of their failure. Contemplating this, Lin Chen casually pulled at the void before him, causing himself to vanish in an instant. Yes, ancestor. Upon finally regaining his senses, Lin Yi's eyes reflected a trace of reverence as he respectfully responded to the space where Lin Chen had just been. Without caring for the reactions of the inhabitants of Yanhuang City below, he made his way towards the Lin family. It was only after a considerable time had passed, as Lin Yi was about to disappear through the gates of the Lin family, that the people of Yanhuang City snapped back to reality. Did I just see that correctly? The 2 Nirvana realm sovereigns of the Evil Moon sect have fallen just like that? The instantaneous annihilation of Nirvana realm sovereigns, one of whom was a terrifying existence at the 5 Calamities Nirvana realm, was nothing short of shocking. The Lin family ancestor is defying the heavens. Not merely defying the heavens, he had already transcended beyond that. How long had it been? He had not only broken through to the Nirvana realm, but had also ascended to the 5 Calamities Nirvana realm. Since when did cultivation become so effortless? It was not that cultivation had become easier. Rather, for the Lin family ancestor, the path of cultivation was remarkably simple. The speed of his ascension was such that if one were to claim the Lin family had merely obtained some form of inheritance, I would undoubtedly be skeptical. There was something amiss with the Lin family ancestor, without a doubt. Indeed, legend speaks of a certain type of individual whose cultivation speed mirrors that of ordinary beings prior to awakening, but once awakened, their speed accelerates tremendously. Such individuals are referred to as reincarnators. Could it be that the Lin family ancestor is the reincarnation of a peak powerhouse from this realm? Very likely. I have heard that before reaching 100 years of age, the Lin family ancestor was not only of average talent, but also had a lackluster cultivation speed. As the discussion continued, the crowd grew increasingly convinced of this hypothesis. Such a rapid rate of cultivation, let alone a divine body. Not even the legendary sacred body could possess such capability. Only the reincarnated body of a powerful being would adequately explain Lin Chen's astonishing speed of cultivation. In an instant, the events that had just transpired, along with the revelation of Lin Chen as a reincarnated powerhouse, spread like wildfire from Yanhuang City. Simultaneously, observant individuals noted that after Lin Chen had slain the members of the Evil Moon sect, he had vanished from sight. Combining this with his previous patterns of behavior, they arrived at a conclusion that left them utterly astounded. The Lin family ancestor had set out alone towards Fengzhou to exact revenge on the Evil Moon sect. Upon the emergence of this news, the entire region of, along with those formidable individuals who had hastily arrived from and other great states to witness the spectacle, felt a profound tremor in their hearts. Amidst their incredulity, they instinctively altered their course, flocking towards the location of. Truly astonishing. Who would have anticipated that such a remote and desolate state could harbor such fierce individuals? One who had attained the 5th level of nirvana and another at the 2nd level, executing their lethal intentions without a hint of hesitation, showing utter disdain for. If I possessed the power to annihilate a 5th level nirvana master with a mere gesture, I too would not regard with any measure of respect. Yet, to directly confront without a trace of hesitation? As these powerful beings hastened towards, they engaged in fervent discussions among themselves, their words imbued with awe and longing. Such an extraordinary figure daring to challenge a dominant force like, if they failed to witness this momentous event with their own eyes, they would undoubtedly regret it for a lifetime. Meanwhile, as countless factions across several great states were stirred by Lin Chen's actions, within a secluded courtyard, Bai Yuanhong and several remnants of the Bai family, who had been lying in wait for over a decade, were in a state of disarray, gazing at the void where Lin Chen had vanished. The thought of having effortlessly obliterated two Nirvana masters, one of whom was at the 5th level, instilled a deep sense of terror within Bai Yuanhong. It is crucial to remember that even at the pinnacle of their great Mei dynasty, no Nirvana sovereign had ever emerged. Yet now, Lin Chen could erase Nirvana masters with a mere gesture. No, it is imperative that we do not linger in any longer. We must flee at once. After a considerable period, as his emotions gradually stabilized, only a singular thought occupied Bai Yuanhong's mind. At this moment, he had relinquished all hope for revenge. Bai Wu and the others were correct. Seeking vengeance was now impractical. Preserving the legacy of the Bai family must take precedence. We must gather our belongings and depart from immediately. Once we leave, I shall seek out the burial site of my father and mother, pay my respects, and settle any lingering matters before we venture far from. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, a glimmer of determination flashed in Bai Yuanhong's eyes as he spoke. Your Highness, this is splendid news. You have finally come to your senses. Let us prepare to gather our belongings. Upon hearing this, Bai Wu and the others displayed expressions of excitement, promptly retrieving their storage rings to collect the items within the courtyard. In the span of just a few breaths, they completed their task. Without any delay, seizing the opportunity while Lin Chen was absent from, they hurried towards the city gates. However, unbeknownst to them, at the very moment they departed from Yanhuang City, a shadow emerged from the Lin residence. Days later, in the vicinity of the capital of the great Mei dynasty, Bai Yuanhong and his companions finally arrived after a swift journey. With some effort, they soon learned from a local inhabitant the location of the burial site of the great Mei dynasty's formidable warriors. Situated on a small hill several thousand miles outside the eastern gate of the capital, Bai Yuanhong and his companions, all of whom were true spirit realm experts, reached the site in mere moments. My father, my mother, I am unfilial, he lamented. With my current cultivation, it is unlikely I will ever be a match for the Lin family, nor can I avenge you. I am truly unfilial as he surveyed the chaotic scene. With numerous tombstones strewn about like a disordered graveyard, tears welled in Bai Yuanhong's eyes, and he fell to his knees, weeping inconsolably. Bai Wu and the others, following closely behind, were also moved to tears, falling into a profound silence. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. After exhausting his grief, Bai Yuanhong gazed at the graves before him, his eyes flickering with inner turmoil. Yet, upon recalling Lin Chen's terrifying prowess, his indecision transformed into resolute determination. My father, my mother, do not blame me. I am left with no choice. If I do not act this way, even if I were to flee to another continent, who knows what means he might employ to track me down, to avoid implicating you and to ensure the continuation of the Bai family's legacy. I am left with no alternative. With this thought weighing heavily on his heart, Bai Yuanhong's expression hardened as he drew a dagger from his bosom. Chapter 118. Lin Chen of the Lin family arrives to annihilate the clan. As he contemplated, Bai Yuanhong's expression hardened, and he withdrew a dagger from his bosom. The prince. Upon witnessing this scene, Bai Wu and the others were instantly taken aback. However, before they could utter a word, the unfolding events left them agape. After Bai Yuanhong brandished the dagger, his left hand unexpectedly reached for a tuft of hair atop his head. Gazing at the grave before him, he fervently declared in a resolute whisper, Father, you have dominated the 100 Dynasties alliance for millennia, earning the reverence of countless beings. Yet here I stand, a mere wanderer, helplessly watching our enemies revel in their freedom, while I remain powerless. I am but a useless wretch, an unworthy and unfilial son. What face do I have to call myself your child? Today, I sever our father-son ties. As for the vendetta of patricide, you may seek counsel from the depths below. Farewell. With that, Bai Yuanhong, amidst the astonished gazes of Bai Wu and the others, severed a small lock of hair with the dagger, allowing it to drift to the ground with the gentle breeze. Ignoring their stunned reactions, he rose and strode away, intent on leaving Huanzhou as far behind as possible. After a prolonged silence, it was only when Bai Yuanhong's figure nearly vanished from the chaotic burial ground that Bai Wu and the others regained their senses. They exchanged silent glances, ultimately deciding to follow him. Although the prince's actions bewildered them, they were still members of the Bai family. With the demise of the Great Beauty Dynasty and the extinction of its formidable warriors, they were left with no other recourse but to accompany him. Indeed, remnants of the Great Beauty Dynasty. This fellow. Meanwhile, not far from the burial ground, Lin Ling, alerted by Xiao Jia, had witnessed the entire scene unfold. Just as she was preparing to act, the sight before her momentarily rendered her speechless. Even Xiao Jia, who prided herself on her extensive experiences, fell into silence upon witnessing the spectacle. After a considerable time, she sighed softly. This individual has undoubtedly cultivated without the burden of inner demons. Not only devoid of inner turmoil, it seemed that henceforth, nothing or no one could bring him unhappiness. Hearing Xiao Jia's words, Lin Ling, now regaining her composure, could not help but respond. As cultivators, we strive for a clear conscience and an enlightened mind. Yet this individual seems capable of convincing himself to dismiss any guilt, ensuring his thoughts remain perpetually lucid. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jia's lips quivered. She had not anticipated such an extraordinary presence within the realm of cultivation, which broadened her horizons. This mindset of his, such a formidable cultivator, must not be allowed to remain. Regardless of the circumstances, the Bai family harbors a deep-seated vendetta against my Lin family. They have not only targeted me, but have also sought the services of assassins from the Mingyin Pavilion to eliminate Lin Feng. Such a profound enmity cannot go unavenged. Only with their demise can I depart from thee and venture into other realms for my training. As she spoke, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in Lin Ling's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, she pursued onward. After years of diligent cultivation, although she had yet to break through to the true spirit realm, she was merely a step away. With her comprehension of the sevenfold sword intent and the innate divine ability of the Pill Dao Sword Pill, her combat prowess could rival that of a top-tier true spirit second level. The cultivation levels of Bai Yuanhong and his companions barely reached the true spirit second level at most, without requiring Xiao Jia's intervention. She was confident in her ability to triumph over them. Meanwhile, on the other side, Your Highness, wait for us. As Bai Wu and his companions regained their composure, they hurriedly followed suit, quickly converging together. The atmosphere among them was slightly awkward. After all, Bai Yuanhong's recent actions were truly, well, it was hard to articulate. In any case, they felt a sense of discomfort within. However, their awkwardness did not linger for long. Suddenly a whoosh, a sound of something piercing through the air reached their ears, and they abruptly discovered a figure clad in a white gown standing in the void before them, blocking their path. Who are you, and why do you obstruct our way? Bai Wu stepped forward, questioning the figure with a hint of hostility. The others instinctively took their positions, encircling Bai Yuanhong for protection, a habit they had long cultivated. I am here to take your lives. With that, Lin Ling turned her gaze, her eyes cold and indifferent as they fell upon Bai Yuanhong and his companions. A terrifying murderous aura erupting from her. A member of the Lin family? Lin Ling, you are Lin Ling of the Lin family. Upon recognizing the emblem on her attire and her visage, Bai Yuanhong and the others' expressions changed drastically. Despite her current cultivation being merely at the peak of the ninefold divine ability realm. Who in the was unaware that Lin Ling harbored a soul of the true spirit ninth level within her, making her immensely formidable. With her focused gaze upon them, they sensed that their fate was dire. Remnants of the Great Beauty Dynasty, prepare to meet your end. As her words fell, Lin Ling unleashed her formidable aura without holding back. Instantly, she manifested her comprehension of 7 parts of the sword intent and the Pill Dao Sword Pill. Waves of terrifying sword energy, capable of rending the very fabric of space, surged forth toward Bai Yuanhong and his company. Your Highness, flee. We will intercept her. Sensing the lethal attack comparable to that of a top-tier true spirit second level, Bai Wu and the others' faces paled, and without a hint of hesitation, they unleashed their famed techniques, attempting to counter Lin Ling's lethal strike while loudly urging Bai Yuanhong to escape. Bai Wu, upon witnessing this scene, Bai Yuanhong could not help but clench his fists, yet he was acutely aware that this was not the time for impulsive actions. He merely nodded solemnly before soaring away without a backward glance. However, Lin Ling, who had long anticipated his escape, would not allow him to fulfill his desires. The Pill Dao Sword, a lethal force unleashed. Without sparing a glance at Bai Wu and the others, who were struggling to fend off her previous divine attack, Lin Ling's gaze fixed on Bai Yuanhong, her eyes igniting with a brilliant light. Instantly, the space around Bai Yuanhong began to fracture, and an overwhelming intent of the sword coalesced into a colossal sword aimed directly at him. Danger! Retreat! Bai Yuanhong felt the hairs on his body stand on end as a profound sense of peril surged within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he retreated with explosive speed. Yet, just as he thought to flee further, Lin Ling, adept in her maneuvers, had already encompassed him within her range of attack. Cursed be this situation. A flash of ferocity crossed Bai Yuanhong's face as he realized he had missed the opportune moment to escape. In a surge of desperation, he unleashed all his cultivation alongside Bai Wu and the others to strike at Lin Ling. On Bai's side, both Bai Yuanhong and Bai Wu were at the second level of the true spirit realm, while the remaining three were at the first level. 5 formidable true spirit realm warriors launched an assault on Lin Ling. Despite her extraordinary combat prowess, comparable to that of a top-tier true spirit realm second level, it would take her some time to subdue them. The battle raged fiercely, with both sides exchanging blows. Overall, however, Lin Ling maintained the upper hand. Boom, boom, boom. A true spirit realm warrior could obliterate vast expanses of land with a single strike, had this been in the universe of Lin Chen's past life. Such power would be capable of annihilating entire planets. Although the Graveyard of Chaos was a desolate area, it lay only a few thousand miles from the former capital of the Great Beauty Dynasty. Thus, their fierce clash had begun to affect this ancient colossal city. Within mere breaths of their conflict, numerous powerful figures began to appear around them. Oh, isn't that Bai Yuanhong, the prince of the Great Beauty Dynasty? How dare he appear here? And that woman battling him, hiss, at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the divine realm? A genius, an unparalleled prodigy. To challenge 5 true spirit realm kings from the 9th level of the divine realm, including 2 at the 2nd level of the true spirit realm, this. Oh, isn't she Lin Ling, the talented daughter of the Lin family? No wonder they are clashing. So she is Lin Ling. Bai Yuanhong and his companions are in for a dire predicament now. At this moment, the capital of the Great Beauty Dynasty had already been divided among various factions. Though few had encountered Lin Ling, those who had quickly recognized her. In an instant, a glimmer of relief washed over the crowd's expressions. Should another prodigious talent capable of challenging 5 true spirit realm kings emerge in the wilderness state, it would certainly stir a tremendous uproar. However, if the events were to transpire involving the younger generation of the Lin family, Lin Ling, Lin Xia, and Lin Feng, then it would not be surprising at all. Ah, what brings you back? Among the crowd, some venerable figures, reminiscing about past ties, could not help but sigh at the sight before them, shaking their heads in reluctant dismay. Yet, that was as far as their empathy extended. The Great Beauty Dynasty had already met its demise. They were fortunate not to have faced retribution. To provoke the Lin family out of a fleeting sense of compassion, they were not so foolish. Time passed, and as Lin Ling seized her opportunity, a blade of sword energy struck down a formidable opponent of the 1st level of the true spirit realm, inflicting grievous wounds and diminishing his strength significantly. The disadvantage faced by Bai Yuanhong and his companions became increasingly apparent. Half an hour later, with a couple of figures spewing blood and crashing heavily to the ground, it felt as though the dust had begun to settle. Damn it, you have forced my hand. Upon witnessing this scene, Bai Yuanhong could no longer contain himself. His countenance twisted in rage as he unhesitatingly invoked his ancestral secret technique. Spirit Offering. Thunderous roars erupted as a power tenfold greater than before burst forth from Bai Yuanhong. Gray flames swirling around him, warping the very fabric of the surrounding void. Having employed the secret technique and igniting his true spirit, Bai Yuanhong's aura rivaled that of a newly ascended 4th-tier true spirit powerhouse. In a moment of urgency, he waved his hand, extinguishing Lin Ling's assault, and the residual energy surged toward her, forcing her to retreat. Let us go? Aware that Lin Ling still held hidden cards, he hesitated not a moment longer. Scooping up the fallen individuals and propelling himself and Bai Wu away into the distance. This sudden turn of events caused a stir among the powerful figures who had regained their wits. If I were to intervene and halt Bai Yuanhong and his companions now, would it not pave the way for a favorable relationship with Lin Ling and the Lin family? The mere thought ignited a thrill within their hearts. It was well known that the Lin family harbored a terrifying ancestor capable of slaying 2 Nirvana realm monarchs in a single strike. Such a family, not even a trifling region like the Wild State would dare to provoke. let alone the entirety of the Dantian continent. Establishing ties with the Lin family would grant one a license to walk boldly in the wild state. Master, I must trouble you once more. However, just as these powerful beings prepared to act, excitement coursing through them, Lin Ling resolutely called out in her heart. Faced with the burning true spirit of Bai Yuan Hong, her current cultivation was insufficient to contend or pursue. She had no choice but to seek assistance from Xiao Jia. A trivial matter. Nodding, Xiao Jia swiftly took control of Lin Ling's body. In an instant, an aura comparable to that of a ninth-tier true spirit erupted from her, leaving the multitude in astonishment. Only Lin Ling extended her hand slightly forward. The void surrounding Bai Yuan Hong and his companions, who were fleeing for their lives, suddenly shattered. Before they could react, terrifying shards of space transformed into merciless scythes, tearing their bodies apart. A chilling scream abruptly ceased, accompanied by their dismembered limbs being devoured by the void, which then returned to its original state. Consequently, the once tumultuous world fell into an eerie silence. Regaining control of her body and restoring her cultivation to the 9th layer of the divine ability realm, Lin Ling swept her gaze around without uttering a word, then vanished in a flash. Gulp. The 9th layer of the true spirit realm? How could it be that the soul within Lin Ling had recovered to such a formidable level in such a short span of time? Was she truly only a 9th layer true spirit realm expert in her former life? Indeed, those surrounding a prodigy are also prodigies. This family is astonishingly extraordinary, continuously revealing hidden talents, leaving one to wonder about the extent of their limits. Why not seek out a member of the Lin family and test your luck? You can go if you wish. I certainly won't. Why would I, with my frail limbs, seek trouble with someone from the Lin family? It would be better to find a patch of earth to bury myself. After a while, the onlookers, regaining their senses, gazed in awe at the vanishing silhouette of Lin Ling, their words brimming with respect and envy towards the Lin family. Since the rise of Lin Chen, the number of celestial talents born from the Lin family has been increasing. Lin Xia, Lin Ling, Lin Feng, and Lin Yi, the 4 unparalleled prodigies, shine like the sun in the heavens, dominating the wastelands. Following them are Lin Wuxia, Lin Fengwu, and Lin Feng, all of whom are considered the pinnacle of talents in the wastelands. It can be said that the most exceptional prodigies within the Lin family occupy half of the territory of the wastelands. Currently, they have yet to fully mature. Apart from Lin Chen, the Lin family lacks top-tier experts to oversee their affairs. However, in a few years, when these prodigies truly grow, the Lin family will undoubtedly ascend to become one of the most formidable forces in the Dantian continent. At times, they dream of the opportunity to be reborn as members of the Lin family, yet unfortunately, they lack such capabilities. While Lin Ling was eliminating Bai Yuan Hong and the others, Lin Chen, having traversed billions of miles into the territory of Fengzhou, swiftly located the headquarters of the Xiao sect. By this time, the Xiao sect, already informed of the fall of their ancestral figure, had activated their protective formation and summoned the remaining 5 ancestors of the sect. The Grand Ancestor at the 7th Tribulation Nirvana realm, the 2nd Ancestor at the 6th Tribulation Nirvana realm, the 4th and 5th Ancestors at the 3rd Tribulation Nirvana realm, and the 7th Ancestor at the 1st Tribulation Nirvana realm. Such a lineup, before Lin Chen's rise, would have been sufficient to dominate the entire wasteland. One can only say that the Xiao sect is truly worthy of being the overlord of Fengzhou, one of the premier forces in the Dantian continent. Damn! How could a formidable warrior like Lin Chen reside within the Lin family? At the 5th stage of Nirvana, he effortlessly dispatched the 3rd and 6th elders, his combat prowess seemingly rivaling that of the apex 7th stage Nirvana. With such immense strength, how could he remain hidden in a mere desolate state? Within a grand hall, the leader of the Evil Moon sect recounted the events and their outcomes to the ancestors, prompting an explosive reaction from the 4th, 5th, and 7th ancestors. Even the venerable elder, possessing the strength of the 7th stage Nirvana, could not suppress a frown. Not even he could guarantee that he could slay the 3rd and 6th elders with a single strike. Yet, before they could ponder further, an overwhelming aura suddenly descended from the heavens, crashing forcefully against the protective array of the Evil Moon sect, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The barrier, capable of withstanding the relentless assaults of a 4th stage Nirvana warrior for 3 days and nights, began to ripple violently. Before the practitioners of the Evil Moon sect could react, A series of sharp cracks echoed in their ears. The protective shield of the array shattered, leaving the sect exposed to the world. Lin Chen of the Lin family had come to obliterate the sect. As soon as the words were uttered, Lin Chen's figure appeared above the evil moon sect, capturing the attention of countless beings. Is this truly Lin Chen? Though he possesses an appealing appearance and an impressive demeanor, does he truly possess the strength spoken of in legends? Doubtful. Feel free to test him. Just kidding, my brother. Indeed, he is at the 5th stage of nirvana, a level that allowed him to slay the 3rd and 6th elders of the evil moon sect, compelling them to reveal their full strength. An unprecedented feat. The evil moon sect, accustomed to tyranny, has finally provoked a formidable opponent. A spectacle awaits. Having received news, many powerful beings lurking near the evil moon sect eagerly awaited Lin Chen's arrival. Upon hearing his audacious proclamation as he hovered above the sect, discussions erupted, replete with those reveling in the misfortune of the sect. As the sole ruler of Fengzhou, the evil moon sect had long imposed its will upon the region, inciting widespread discontent among various factions. Now that they had encountered a formidable challenge, their only response was elation. To exterminate my evil moon sect? Such audacity. Upon hearing Lin Chen's icy words, the venerable elder of the evil moon sect let out a disdainful snort and gazed up at the figure clad in white, his eyes brimming with a fierce intent to kill. Since the moment they dispatched the 3rd and 6th elders to annihilate the Lin family, the conflict had escalated to an irreconcilable level. Only one side could emerge victorious in this deadly struggle. Come down here. With thoughts swirling in his mind, the grand ancestor of the evil moon sect swiftly acted, unleashing his formidable aura while striking fiercely towards Lin Chen. You dare? Yet, in the face of the grand ancestor's palm, which posed a threat even to the pinnacle of the 7th tribulation nirvana realm, Lin Chen remained unfazed. An immense force erupted from within him as he met the incoming strike with equal fervor. The heavens roared with an explosive sound, the terrifying shockwaves from their clash fracturing the void for millions of miles around. Had it not been for the countless generations of powerful individuals who had inscribed protective runes within the sect's domain, bolstering its stability by nearly 100-fold, the vast evil moon sect would have been reduced to ruins by the sheer intensity of their battle. In the midst of their confrontation, the grand ancestor faltered first, crashing heavily onto the ground and leaving deep craters in his wake, barely managing to stabilize himself. 2nd brother, 4th brother, 5th brother formed the Blood Moon Grand Formation. 7th brother, guard the sect. Acknowledging the overwhelming force emanating from Lin Chen, the grand ancestor wasted no time in instructing his comrades, and together with 3 other ancestors, they ascended into the sky. A mysterious energy radiated from the 4, casting a shadow over the landscape as a blood moon suddenly hung in the firmament. Under the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, the blood moon erupted with blinding light, casting a crimson beam upon the grand ancestor. Instantly, an inexhaustible torrent of energy surged forth from all directions, flowing into the grand ancestor's body, elevating his cultivation from the 7th tribulation nirvana realm to the pinnacle of the 8th tribulation nirvana realm, a transformation of more than a single level. Lin Chen, prepare to meet your doom. Feeling the surge of power magnified tenfold within him, the grand ancestor let out a triumphant roar, charging towards Lin Chen with unwavering confidence. He could hardly believe that Lin Chen, at the 5th tribulation nirvana realm, could possibly wield strength comparable to the peak of the 8th tribulation nirvana realm. Surely, even the most extraordinary talent must have its limits. Seeing the grand ancestor's triumphant demeanor, Lin Chen remained impassive, his voice resonating through the heavens. Suddenly, with a flick of his wrist, a silver-white longsword appeared in his grasp, the fabled eternal divine sword of the Lin family. With a single stroke, Lin Chen unleashed his formidable protective sword domain, engulfing the grand ancestor and the sect behind him within its embrace. In that moment, across a vast expanse of millions of miles, countless sword cultivators were struck with awe as the swords in their hands, or those resting within their treasure vaults, began to tremble uncontrollably. Some swords, positioned closer to Lin Chen, broke free from their master's control, hovering in the void. They bent slightly towards Lin Chen, akin to the subjects of an empire bowing before their sovereign, signifying their submission. Chapter 119. The Demise of the Evil Moon Sect. Gasp. Witnessing this extraordinary spectacle, Countless beings simultaneously inhaled sharply, their eyes filled with astonishment. Particularly, the martial artists who practiced the sword path gazed at Lin Chen with a fervent admiration, as though they beheld a divine entity. The realm of the sword domain. Could this truly be the might of its champions? It was utterly terrifying, unquestionably formidable. The sword domain was renowned for its unparalleled combat strength. Evidently, Lin Chen was not merely at the first layer. It was no wonder he could engage foes beyond his level. One must acknowledge that the hidden power of the Evil Moon sect was quite formidable, befitting an ancient force with a legacy spanning over 1,000,000 years. When two tigers contend, one must surely be injured. It remains uncertain who shall emerge victorious. This is difficult to ascertain. One side boasts an extraordinary and breathtaking talent, while the other possesses a profound and long-standing heritage. Both are formidable adversaries, making the outcome unpredictable. The many spectators, witnessing such a grand display of combat, could not help but engage in fervent discussions. Those who have attained the realm of domain are exceedingly rare, even across the vast expanse of the Cave Heaven continent. Each one stands as a towering figure atop the continent, and without significant fortune, one might never even catch a glimpse of such beings, let alone witness their battles firsthand. It can be said that regardless of the outcome of this clash, it would serve as a source of prideful conversation for them. The murmurs of the crowd did not affect Lin Chen in the slightest. Empowered by the third layer of the sword domain, he unleashed a sword strike, heaven and earth, that radiated unparalleled might. Waves of sword energy, both large and small, materialized in the sky, creating a world of swords. The third layer of the sword domain, a consummate tier of heavenly martial arts. How could this be possible? Upon feeling the power of Lin Chen's sword, the grand ancestor of the Evil Moon sect's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes wide with disbelief as he exclaimed loudly. The news of Lin Chen's comprehension of the sword domain was not a secret to them. However, there exists a hierarchy among the sword domains. The disparity in power between the first and third layers was several dozen times greater. Furthermore, mastering a consummate tier of heavenly martial arts left them utterly astounded. After all, even he, at the seventh tribulation nirvana stage, had merely perfected an intermediate heavenly martial art. Nothing is impossible. From the moment your Evil Moon sect initiated hostilities against my Lin family, this outcome was destined. Lin Chen's gaze remained indifferent, yet his actions were swift. The boundless sword energy permeating the void surged forth like a torrential downpour, bearing an unstoppable momentum as it swept toward the grand ancestor of the Evil Moon sect and his three companions. Damn! Observing Lin Chen's dismissive demeanor towards them, the grand ancestor of the Evil Moon sect felt a surge of frustration. However, faced with the lethal threat posed by that sword strike, the immediate priority was to stop it at all costs. Blood Moon Great Formation, shield me. In his heart, Lin Chen contemplated as the grand ancestor of the Evil Moon sect fervently activated the Blood Moon Great Formation, summoning an array of crimson brilliance that coalesced before them into an immense barrier, seeking to intercept Lin Chen's strike. With a thunderous roar, their clash erupted, generating a cataclysmic sound that resonated across the void for miles, causing the very fabric of the surrounding space to tremble thrice. The terrifying shockwaves of the explosion radiated outward in all directions. Were it not for the presence of several formidable beings among the onlookers, who were at the nirvana stage and intervened to contain the dispersing remnants of the battle, the land within 1,000,000,000 miles would have undoubtedly suffered catastrophic consequences. Nonetheless, centered around the Evil Moon sect, the area spanning 1,000,000 miles, which belonged to the sect, endured unimaginable devastation. The onlookers might have quelled the fallout, but they would not offer assistance to the Evil Moon sect, even with the might of a single seventh ancestor at the first level of the nirvana stage. And despite a significant portion of the energy being absorbed by the grand ancestor and his allies, the remaining force was diminished to nearly nothing. Yet, it still proved taxing for him to manage, forcing him to relinquish some territory and fortify the core of the sect. 1 breath, 3 breaths. The battle's residual energy lingered for several dozen breaths, before the brilliant light from their collision began to wane, revealing the scene within. Lin Chen remained as he was, clad in snow-white robes, while on the opposing side, the grand ancestor of the Evil Moon sect and 3 other nirvana stage experts knelt on one knee in the void, their faces ashen. Their once magnificent garments were now tattered, and numerous wounds, inflicted by sharp blades, bled profusely, defying even the formidable regenerative capabilities typical of Nirvana stage warriors. The residual protective force of the sword domain around their injuries hindered their recovery, intensifying their plight. "Ah, so you could withstand my strike?" Lin Chen mused, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze as he beheld the state of the Evil Moon Sect's grand ancestor and his companions. It was known that the power he had unleashed with that sword was comparable to that of a typical Nine Calamities Nirvana stage expert. Logically, even if he could not slay all four of these Nirvana stage warriors in a single blow, at least one should have fallen. However, this was where it ended. Despite this, Lin Chen did not dwell on their predicament for long. If one strike was insufficient to eliminate them, then he would unleash a second. Resolutely, Lin Chen raised the eternal sword anew before the watchful eyes of the assembly. "Wait, fellow Taoist," they implored, fear flickering across their faces. "We are willing to surrender and submit to the Lin family. Might you spare our lives?" They hastily begged, disregarding their grievous injuries. After all the arduous effort to reach the Nirvana stage, they wished not to meet their demise so swiftly. Moreover, given Lin Chen's prowess, even in submission, they believed that the world would not cast aspersions upon them, nor would they feel any disquiet within their hearts. After all, in this brutal world where the survival of the fittest prevails, submitting to the powerful is not a matter of shame. It can even be argued that with Lin Chen's unparalleled talent, it is highly plausible for him to break into the realm of the cave heaven, a domain that has not been traversed in a million years, and ascend to the status of a formidable emperor, dominating the world. To submit to him would not only be worthwhile, but rather a significant gain. What is this truly submission? One wonders if Lin Chen would accept their allegiance. He likely would, considering that the Evil Moon sect remains a dominant force in the cave heaven, boasting countless disciples and several Nirvana realm experts to safeguard it. Although Lin Chen's prowess is formidable, the Lin family has developed too swiftly, lacking in mid to high-tier power, and absorbing the Evil Moon sect would perfectly remedy this shortcoming. Indeed, having Nirvana realm experts at one's command is immensely beneficial. The onlookers, upon hearing the elder of the Evil Moon sect plead for mercy, erupted into a chorus of astonishment. Yet, relief washed over them as they began to speculate whether Lin Chen would accept the latter's submission. Most believed he would, for firstly, a living Nirvana realm expert holds far greater value than a deceased one. Secondly, the Lin family lacks top-tier guardians, and possessing a few employable Nirvana realm experts would alleviate numerous troubles. However, a considerable faction believed Lin Chen would refuse. These individuals, primarily from the wilderness state, were well aware of his character. He adheres to the principle of not provoking others unless provoked himself, and if wronged, he would exact vengeance. This had been his unwavering approach, from the Li family to the Wang family, and across the Great Han Dynasty to the Grand Beauty Dynasty. To submit to me? Lin Chen was taken aback by the elder of the Evil Moon sect's words. Even he had not anticipated such a turn of events. Observing Lin Chen's demeanor, the elder's confidence surged, nodding repeatedly. He was certain that no one could resist the allure of having Nirvana realm experts at their disposal. In my domain, enemies are enemies. Submission does not absolve past grievances. Yet, under the elder's hopeful gaze, Lin Chen shook his head without a moment's hesitation, his eyes still imbued with indifference. Those who err must pay with their lives. Thus, you should meet your end. As soon as he spoke, without waiting for a response, Lin Chen unleashed an even more formidable strike, soaring above the elder of the Evil Moon sect in an instant. No. Upon witnessing this scene, the elder, now jolted awake from Lin Chen's rejection, was overtaken by a flicker of terror. However, severely injured as he was, he had no capacity to resist this impending attack. He could only emit a ghastly scream before Lin Chen's sword pierced through him, shattering the vitality within his being. As for the second, fourth, and fifth elders of the Evil Moon sect, they were even less fortunate. They did not even have time to let out a cry before they were utterly obliterated before the eyes of the crowd. In an instant, the entire realm fell into an eerie silence. All eyes were fixated on the lifeless body of the Evil Moon sect's powerful figure, adrift in the void. Their expressions a mixture of shock and complexity. Today, the Evil Moon sect was destined for annihilation. Yet, Lin Chen paid no heed to the reactions of those around him. He cast a glance at the corpses of the sect's ancestors, collected them with a wave of his hand. and turned his gaze towards the chaotic remnants of the evil moon sect below. Without a moment's hesitation, he extended a finger forward. In that instant, an endless downpour of sword rain surged towards the evil moon sect. Devoid of the protective barrier of their sacred formation, they had no means of resistance, relying solely on the guardianship of a single Nirvana realm elder. As the sword rain fell, the scene was frozen in time, showcasing lifeless bodies maintaining their postures from life. An unsettling sight that sent chills through the hearts of countless witnesses. I am filled with hatred. Cursed Holy Sun, cursed evil path purifier. You are the sinners of my evil moon sect. It is over. Everything is over. Faced with Lin Chen's onslaught, the disciples of the evil moon sect, irrespective of their cultivation levels, were utterly powerless to resist. Even the elder of the Nirvana realm fell easily to the sword rain unleashed by Lin Chen, perishing on the spot. In less than a quarter of an hour, the entire evil moon sect was extinguished, having dominated Fengzhou for nearly 1,000,000 years. Now reduced to nothingness, the resources plundered from the fallen Great Beauty dynasty had scarcely been consumed, and now the evil moon sect delivered their own bounty, coupled with the profits brought by Yanhuang City to the Lin family. It seems it is time to enhance the benefits for my clan members upon my return. There is simply too much to spend. As Lin Chen gathered the resources of the evil moon sect, he couldn't help but reflect on the current state of the Lin family, feeling a tinge of helplessness. Sometimes, an abundance of resources is not necessarily a blessing. When they accumulate yet remain unutilized, it becomes a source of frustration. However, the words of the evil moon sect's ancestor served as a reminder to Lin Chen. Aside from himself, the Lin family indeed lacked top-tier guardians. The previously established rules no longer suited the present circumstances of the Lin family. Though unable to directly cultivate true top-tier experts, the vast resources at hand could significantly shorten the time required for their emergence. Is it not merely a matter of expending substantial resources? I possess plenty. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Chen swiftly stripped the evil moon sect of all its resources. He then turned his gaze towards the gathered crowd, where no one dared to meet his eyes, each bowing their proud heads. The stronghold of the evil moon sect held no significance for me. Surely, many present are aware of the matters concerning the Great Beauty dynasty. Thus, I shall wait here for an hour. If any of you have intentions regarding this territory, prepare sufficient resources to purchase it. Having experienced previous encounters, Lin Chen, unfazed by the anticipation of various factions, boldly announced this revelation before the gathered multitude. Although he had thoroughly depleted the resources of the evil moon sect, the spiritual essence cultivated within its confines over generations of formidable warriors was equivalent to 26 times that of the Great Chu dynasty, rendering it an extraordinary treasure trove. Additionally, the sect boasted numerous cultivation chambers meticulously crafted by its powerful members, including one chamber with an astonishing concentration of spiritual energy, reaching 90 times the norm. Beyond these, the sect's grand halls, spiritual fields, alchemy rooms, and artifact crafting pavilions were rare gems that would be coveted in the outside world. He was resolute in his belief that the surrounding factions could not possibly restrain their desires. As Lin Chen's words echoed, a wave of commotion rippled through the crowd. Even the strong from other races displayed fleeting interest, yet upon observing the numerous human factions surrounding them, they stifled their impulses. Recalling that the evil moon sect was also a human power, a sigh escaped the heart of a warrior from the divine Ant clan as he pondered. Why do human warriors continually emerge? When will my clan produce a true powerhouse? This thought ignited a flicker of envy within him. Throughout history, the human race has consistently stood atop the realm of the Cave Heaven continent, unmatched in dominance. Even when combined, other races could not threaten human supremacy. However, the might of human warriors largely resided within the sanctum, refraining from action unless absolutely necessary. This, coupled with the camaraderie forged during battles millions of years ago, allowed for a tacit acceptance of the existence of myriad races. For instance, in Huangzhou, the Rock God clan, one of the 3 dominant factions, represented a relatively weaker race among the 100. Over the years, while skirmishes between the 100 races and humans were commonplace, they remained manageable, allowing for a fragile peace. Yet, should anyone dare to covet the stronghold of human elite, it would undoubtedly provoke the ire of other human factions, proving to be a perilous endeavor. May I inquire, Senior Lin, Do you truly intend to sell the stronghold of the evil moon sect? Amidst the myriad thoughts of the 100 races warriors, a formidable figure of the three tribulations Nirvana realm stepped forward, respectfully posing the question. Rest assured, my words are not mere jest, Lin Chen replied, his eyes opening slightly to regard the inquirer. Upon receiving this definitive response, the crowd erupted into a frenzy, with a flurry of communication jade talismans illuminating the air, transmitting news back to their respective factions. This was indeed the stronghold of a top-tier power on the continent. How could the Lin family's ancestor so readily forsake it? With such clarity in his declaration, disbelief was rendered moot. It appeared that the Lin family in Yanhuang City possessed a concentration of spiritual essence 100 times that of the outside world, thereby dismissing the painstakingly cultivated haven of the evil moon sect as beneath their notice. 100 times? Is that truly credible? What purpose would there be in deceiving you? This matter has swiftly circulated among the formidable beings across several major states. Hiss! Many of those unfamiliar with the Lin family gasped in astonishment upon hearing this. The Lin family has increasingly become an enigma in their minds, even sparking thoughts of venturing to Yanhuang City. Before long, half an hour had elapsed in the blink of an eye. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At some unknown moment, the sound of breaking air resonated in the ears of the crowd, and soon, amidst their astonished gazes, figures emanating the aura of Nirvana realm experts appeared before them. However, these powerful beings, upon seeing Lin Chen still in meditation, wisely refrained from disturbing him. After casting a glance at the surrounding competitors, their attention shifted to the underbelly of the evil moon sect. Upon sensing the complete absence of any life force, a profound shock flickered in their eyes. The evil moon sect has truly been annihilated. The thought left them momentarily dazed. It is known that this was the sole hegemon of Fengzhou, and even when viewed across the entire Dantian continent, it is among the top-tier powers. Such a terrifying force has been single-handedly eradicated by this young man in white, wielding but a single sword? Contemplating this, their gazes towards Lin Chen were imbued with a newfound reverence. As time flowed, another half-hour swiftly passed. The designated hour had arrived. Let the bidding commence. Without a moment's delay, as soon as the appointed time arrived, Lin Chen opened his eyes, nodded at the many powerful figures present, and announced the beginning of the auction. Senior Lin, our Liion Gang offers 10 million premium spirit stones. Is it not a touch presumptuous to bid a mere 10 million for a top-tier sect's cultivation treasure? We, the 9 Tribulations sect, bid 30 million premium spirit stones. 40 million. With the first sect's bid, a continuous wave of offers soon echoed through the void. The onlookers were left utterly astonished. It must be noted that these are premium spirit stones. One premium spirit stone equates to 100 high-grade spirit stones, or 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, or 1 million low-grade spirit stones. The transactions involving tens of millions of premium spirit stones would amount to an unfathomable figure when converted to low-grade spirit stones. Regardless of the crowd's reactions, the auction persisted. Ultimately, the coveted cultivation treasure of the Evil Moon sect was secured by the Tianyuan sect, the second most powerful sect in Fengzhou, at a staggering price of 86 million premium spirit stones. This acquisition ensured an ample supply of spirit stones, enough to upgrade the Inyang 5 Elements Grand Array, potentially sustaining it for several centuries. It is noteworthy that the Great Beauty Dynasty accumulated its foundation over several tens of thousands of years, and all its premium spirit stones combined barely total 10 million. The disparity is over 8-fold. Adding the spirit stones plundered from the Evil Moon sect only amplifies this advantage. The figure is likely to multiply several times over. Bearing abundant resources, Lin Chen nodded to the formidable figures of the Tianyuan sect, and, before the watchful eyes of the crowd, tore through the fabric of space, vanishing from sight. With Lin Chen's departure, coupled with the new dominion over the residents of the Xiao sect, the multitude of onlookers dispersed in a flurry. However, the events transpiring within the Xiao sect reverberated through the populace, spreading outward from Fengzhou in a manner of extraordinary upheaval. The Xiao sect has been annihilated. What? The Xiao sect has been destroyed by the ancestral figure of the Lin family from Huazhou? Surely, this is a jest. How could a mere Huazhou harbor such a powerhouse? Indeed, I recall that the 3 dominant forces of Huazhou often ranked at the bottom during the Celestial Tea gathering on Dantian continent. And yet this barren region could produce a force capable of obliterating the Xiao sect, one of the premier powers of Dantian continent? Such a notion is absurd. Moreover, I have heard from the elders of our sect that the Xiao sect possesses profound roots, with an unparalleled powerhouse residing at the Seven Tribulations Nirvana realm. And the sect is fortified by a blood moon grand array capable of temporarily enhancing one's strength by 1 or 2 realms. In the case of the Xiao sect, their annihilation would necessitate the intervention of a supreme being at the 9 Tribulations Nirvana realm. Otherwise, it is but a dream. Indeed, the fabrication lacks credibility. You assert that this destroyer of the Xiao sect hails from Huazhou and is at the 5 Tribulations Nirvana realm? I would wager my very abode on its implausibility. Aside from a few states in close proximity to Fengzhou, the other major states dismissed the news relayed by their acquaintances with disdain, utterly disbelieving. The information regarding Lin Chen was undeniably perplexing. Originating from Huazhou with a cultivation of the 5 Tribulations Nirvana realm, had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would scarcely believe such a peerless powerhouse existed. Thus, in response to their friend's skepticism, they harbored no anger. Time would unveil the truth. As anticipated, with the passage of time, the tale of the Xiao sect's obliteration, attributed to the ancestral figure of the Lin family from Huazhou, proliferated. Those who had once scoffed began to sense an unsettling dissonance and commenced their inquiries. The skeptics, possessing varying degrees of background, were compelled to delve deeper into the strength of the Xiao sect, which informed their disbelief in the capacity of Lin Chen, a 5 Tribulations Nirvana realm cultivator, to bring about its downfall. Consequently, they swiftly acquired a recording stone from a first-rate power in Fengzhou, capturing the events as they unfolded. Chapter 120. The pinnacle of the 9 calamities Nirvana realm. Power surge upon witnessing the scenes recorded on the reflection stone. The crowd exchanged astonished glances, their hearts tumultuous with waves of disbelief. Although the distance and the overwhelming auras of the 2 figures rendered the imagery somewhat unclear, they could still discern the dialogue between Lin Chen and the ancestral figure of the Evil Moon sect. This alone was sufficient to validate the rumors circulating among them. To their astonishment, the Evil Moon sect, a prestigious power with a legacy spanning over 1,000,000 years, had indeed been vanquished by a mere 5 calamity Nirvana realm practitioner emerging from the wasteland. Had the evidence not been laid before them, they would have found it utterly implausible. Who could argue otherwise? Moreover, Lin Chen's conquest of the Evil Moon sect was not a result of cunning or deceit, but rather a testament to his formidable strength. As a fellow practitioner of the 5 calamity Nirvana realm, I find myself at a loss for words. His might is overwhelming. It seems that before long, this ancestor of the Lin family will ascend to become a true pinnacle powerhouse of the Cave Heaven continent, dominating all beings beneath him. In truth, this development may be beneficial, for unrest has been brewing across the seas lately. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions grew serious, a hint of gravity shadowing their features. Several hundred millennia ago, the grand formation that enveloped the entire Cave Heaven continent was breached by powerful beings who had succumbed to dark paths, resulting in vulnerabilities. At that time, numerous sea tribes surged onto the continent, causing substantial carnage. Had it not been for the vigilant guardianship of the top-tier 3rd-grade powers along the borders, who swiftly dispatched formidable warriors to quell the sea invaders and stationed others to mend the formation while preventing further incursions, the Cave Heaven continent might have already descended into chaos and ruin. Even so, the situation on the Cave Heaven continent has grown increasingly tense. Especially now, the elite forces stationed at the borders are feeling the strain. With even the upper echelons of the human sacred hall and the alliance of various races subtly indicating a need to summon the might of the various powers of the Cave Heaven continent, it is evident that the situation along the borders has deteriorated to a critical point. In such circumstances, the rise of each new top-tier powerhouse offers a glimmer of hope for the beings of the Cave Heaven continent. As for the fallen warriors of the Evil Moon sect, while their demise is regrettable, it is merely a consequence of their own actions against Lin Chen. Meanwhile, as news of Lin Chen's obliteration of the Evil Moon sect spread across the Cave Heaven continent with astonishing rapidity, he was en route back to the Lin family, having harvested a substantial bounty of resources. At that moment, a mechanical and cold notification echoed within his mind. Congratulations, host, on the destruction of the rival faction, the Evil Moon sect. Fortune has been successfully absorbed. You have gained 680,000,000 fortune points. 680,000,000 fortune points? Upon hearing this announcement, Lin Chen, traversing the void, momentarily halted, his face lighting up with uncontainable joy. Recently, from the clandestine scrolls of the Evil Moon sect, I have come to learn of a secret known only to the most formidable of powers. As I lamented the lack of fortuitous opportunities to enhance my strength, serendipity smiled upon me, and fortune presented itself. With this thought, Lin Chen quickened his pace, and soon, the city of Yanhuang lay within reach. Upon returning home, Lin Chen did not immediately retreat for seclusion and cultivation. Instead, he convened the formidable members of the Lin family to deliberate on the future trajectory of their clan and the welfare of its members. After 3 days of extensive discussion and refinement, they arrived at the following resolutions. First, to continuously encourage clan members to procreate, ensuring sustained high-quality growth. Second, to intensify the cultivation of prodigies possessing spiritual body-level qualifications, hastening the development of Lin family's elite combat power. Third, to assign clan members who do not meet cultivation standards to oversee the Lin family's enterprises, accompanied by a comprehensive set of rewards and penalties, the specifics of which are as follows. The resolutions broadly encompass 3 main points, particularly the second, which Lin Chen underscored with emphasis. Among the treasures scavenged from the Evil Moon sect were not only various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, but also miraculous elixirs, miscellaneous records of the continent, and introductions to various powerful factions. From these, he received some rather troubling news. The Endless Sea. Given the current circumstances, it is likely that within a few years, the human race Sacred Hall and the alliance of hundreds of clans will formally summon the strongest from various factions to the battlefield. There exists a potential threat that the unparalleled grand formation shielding the entire Dantian continent may be shattered by the powerful entities of the Endless Sea, thereby rekindling the cataclysm that transpired millions of years ago. Upon contemplating this, Lin Chen's expression grew grave. Millions of years prior, the Dantian continent was guarded by an emperor-level powerhouse of the Dantian realm. Yet, under the siege of the forces from the Endless Sea, they were compelled to burn themselves, transforming into the protective formation that has safeguarded the continent until now. Should this protective formation be breached, the factions of the Endless Sea would invade the continent. Without a Dantian realm powerhouse to defend, the consequences would be unfathomable. The power of the Endless Sea, having developed over countless years, is likely far greater than it was millions of years ago. I must hasten the refinement of the small 1,000 worlds and leverage its time-reversing capabilities to rapidly increase my strength. Time is what Lin Chen lacks most. Given enough time, with his superior innate sacred body, breaking through to the Dantian realm would pose no obstacle whatsoever. Very well. The Lin family shall develop according to the strategies devised in this discussion, with the finer details left for you to deliberate and perfect. I have but one request: to swiftly enhance the overall strength of the Lin family without compromising the potential of its members. With that, Lin Chen rose, and in a swift motion, vanished from sight. Indeed, we shall faithfully adhere to the ancestors' command. Observing this, the high-ranking members of the Lin family promptly stood, respectfully affirming towards the place where Lin Chen had disappeared. Subsequently, they too withdrew. 3 days later, a freshly minted document detailing the welfare benefits for the various stages of the Lin family's descendants was prominently displayed in a bulletin board adjacent to the family square. This immediately captivated the attention of countless members of the Lin clan. The revised benefits for procreation included a one-time reward of 1,000 family contribution points for bearing a child of no qualifications, 5,000 points for low-level qualifications, 20,000 for intermediate, 100,000 for advanced, and a staggering 500,000 for top-tier qualifications, alongside a bounty of 5 million for spiritual bodies. Astonishingly, the rewards for raising a child had surged tenfold. This is splendid news. With 10 wives, if I can manage to have 3 advanced or 1 top-tier qualified child each year, I will secure the cultivation resources I require. Anything beyond, that would be pure profit. If only I had married 2 more wives earlier. Alas, this policy seems rather unfriendly towards our female clan members. While you can take several wives to bear children, I can only rely on myself, no matter how many husbands I have. Haraha. Among the crowd, a female clan member, upon seeing the rewards for childbearing, felt a wave of frustration wash over her, prompting hearty laughter from many, with some male members casting smug glances her way. Within the Lin family, the treatment of clan members is generally quite equitable, save for this particular rule, which is less favorable to the women. However, given the circumstances of gender, it is commendable that the Lin family strives to cultivate its female members, standing out favorably among other powerful factions. In addition to the childbearing rewards, two other regulations also garnered significant attention. The requirement for clan members under the age of 30 who have not yet reached the transcendence realm to be dispatched to the family's enterprises for training. It seems we cannot evade this duty. Business. I have always been intrigued by this field. If I could oversee a family enterprise and elevate it, I believe the family would not overlook my contributions. Perhaps, the family's collective strength aims to forge top-tier powerhouses. All clan members of spiritual bodies and above will have their cultivation resources fully covered by the family, along with one-on-one guidance from family elites. If fortune smiles upon me, I might even receive insights from the ancestors. This treatment is extraordinarily generous. Previously, even prodigies like Lin Feng and Lin Ling had access to resources but lacked these additional benefits. It appears the family is intent on nurturing genuine powerhouses. Indeed, although our Lin family possesses commendable mid-level combat strength, we have consistently been deficient in high-level prowess. I fully support the family's initiative. It is only through cultivating top-tier power that the future of the Lin family will be secured. Regarding the other two announcements, the members of the Lin clan did not exhibit a strong reaction. After all, the news of dispatching underqualified clan members to the family's enterprises for training had circulated many years ago. This is merely the formal implementation of a long-anticipated policy. Moreover, there exists another approach that wholeheartedly cultivates top-tier geniuses, to which there is little dissent. After all, in the true martial world, the principle of survival of the fittest is vividly illustrated. Without genuine guardians of strength, a family becomes nothing more than lambs to the slaughter. Nurturing exceptional talents and swiftly forging high-end combat power for the Lin family aligns with the interests of all its members. The Lin family acted swiftly. Within an hour of the announcement, all prodigies with spiritual body-level talents were approached by family stewards who inquired in detail about the resources they required, which were then promptly reported to the higher-ups. Under the command of the family head, Lin Wudi, the treasures necessary for these gifted individuals were soon delivered to their hands. Even resources not present in the family treasury were procured through powerful figures dispatched by the Lin family to negotiate with various factions. The major powers, in turn, showed respect and engaged in trade with the Lin family. Naturally, the Lin family refrained from exploiting the reputation of Lin Chen for their own gain. As a result of the accumulation of abundant resources, the overall strength of the Lin family surged at an astonishing pace, especially among those possessing spiritual body-level talents, who could break through their cultivation realms almost every 3 to 5 months. Even upon reaching the transformation realm, they could ensure a breakthrough in a span of 3 to 5 years. After all, the rich concentration of spiritual energy within the Lin family's territory, combined with the ample supply of resources, yielded effects that far exceeded mere addition. Meanwhile, as the Lin family's overall strength ascended rapidly, Lin Chen began to refine the small world rewarded by the system. Originally, the small world required thousands of years to refine beneath the second tribulation nirvana realm. However, having reached the fifth tribulation nirvana realm, Lin Chen completed the refinement in just 50 years. Furthermore, leveraging the feedback from refining the small world, he advanced his cultivation to the seventh tribulation nirvana realm, marking a significant enhancement in his power. Most gratifying for Lin Chen was the revelation that the small world's capabilities surpassed his expectations. In addition to the functions exemplified by the system, Lin Chen discovered a particularly valuable effect, or rather, a divine ability, the power of the world. As the name suggests, this power enables Lin Chen to draw upon the strength of the small world when confronted by insurmountable foes. With his current cultivation, even without the aid of the eternal divine sword, he could rival those of true emperor caliber, and should he utilize it, he could contend with even divine emperors. When employing the power of the small world in combat, few could stand against him beneath the cave realm. similar to the true spirit realm. The ninth nirvana realm and below the cave realm are also categorized into 3 levels of combat prowess: true emperor, divine emperor, and sacred emperor. These levels denote divisions of combat strength rather than cultivation realms, regardless of whether one is a true emperor, divine emperor, or sacred emperor. Their cultivation remains at the ninth tribulation nirvana realm. The essence of each individual varies significantly, leading to considerable differences in the combat prowess they can manifest. To better distinguish these differences, such classifications of strength have been established. Is this truly the realm of the lesser thousand worlds? Astonishingly devoid of life. The concentration of spiritual energy is so rich. No, that's not quite right. This spiritual essence seems distinct from that found on the continent of heavenly caves, appearing even more ethereal and vibrant. This is the resonance of Tao. The ability to refine the spiritual energy of this realm surprisingly allows for an enhanced comprehension of the profound realms. Lin Chen, who was eager to enter the lesser thousand worlds, was immediately taken aback upon his arrival, especially by the density of the spiritual energy and the Tao resonance contained within. His mouth fell agape in awe. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen promptly activated the Eye of Destiny. In an instant, everything within the lesser thousand worlds seemed to lay bare before him. The spiritual energy here is postnatal. No wonder it yields such remarkable effects. Moreover, altering the flow of time within a zone suitable for my personal cultivation requires expenditure of fortune points. For a ratio of 100, 1 over a year, it would cost around 100 million points. For 200, 300 million points, and the outrageous 1,000. 1 ratio for a year demands an astronomical 1 billion points. This is sheer robbery. Upon realizing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but open his personal panel. Name: Lin Chen Cultivation Level, 7th Stage of Nirvana Realm Physique. Advanced Innate Sacred Body, Innate Tao Body, undergoing continuous integration. Martial Arts Realm, Heavenly Tier, Supreme Martial Skill, 1 sword to command the universe, perfected, Triple Guardian Sword Domain. Tasks: 1. Train Lin Ling to become an alchemist. This task is divided into multiple stages, having completed the 6th grade alchemist stage, 7th grade alchemist, pending completion. 2. Ultimate challenge task, 3rd phase, pending activation. Fortune points, 12, 235, 687, 120 family buffs total. 1. Increased birth rate of newborns by 60%. 2. Enhanced potential of newborns by 30%. 3. Increased cultivation speed of all Lin family members by 30%. The rewards for annihilating the evil moon sect, combined with years of accumulation, totaled just over 120 billion fortune points. If I were to use 100 billion points to reverse time, I would have little fortune left. Contemplating this, Lin Chen fell into deep thought. At his current level of cultivation, suitable resources for advancement often require expenditures of hundreds of millions or even billions of fortune points. Should he allocate all his fortune points towards acquiring resources for cultivation, he would have a 30% chance of breaking through to the cave heaven realm. However, this would necessitate hundreds, if not thousands, of years in secluded cultivation. In ordinary circumstances, such a time frame would pose no issue. After all, as a formidable being at the 7th tribulation of the Nirvana realm, a millennium is hardly significant. Alas, time is not on my side. Over the years, the fluctuations of the grand formation enveloping the Dongtian continent have become increasingly pronounced, even prompting various powerful factions to relocate human beings from the peripheral regions to the heart of the continent. In a matter of decades, or at most a century, upheaval is certain to occur on the Dongtian continent. Contemplating this, Lin Chen deliberated extensively and ultimately resolved to expend 3 billion fortune points to adjust the flow of time in a particular area to 500. 1. After exchanging for numerous cultivation resources suited to his needs, he wasted no time and plunged into seclusion for rigorous training. Thus, within the confines of that realm, 500 years swiftly elapsed while merely a year passed in the outside world. As time progressed, the distorted temporal state gradually reverted to normal. In an instant, an overwhelmingly formidable aura surged within this small universe. At the pinnacle of the 9 tribulations Nirvana realm, he possessed the battle prowess of an unparalleled holy emperor. Sensing the surging power within him, a glimmer of ecstasy flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. He felt an overwhelming conviction that he could effortlessly obliterate this small universe beneath his feet with his current strength. It appeared that, with his present cultivation, he could contend with beings at the early stages of the Dantian realm without reliance on the small universe. The status of this small universe was comparable to that of a Dantian realm expert, and Lin Chen's ability to annihilate it essentially signified that he wielded the combat power of the Dantian realm. Upon reaching the Dantian realm, the classification diverges from previous stages. The cultivation within the Dantian realm can be divided into 5 tiers: early, middle, late, peak, and completion. However, in terms of combat strength, there are 7 distinct tiers. Above the completion of the Dantian realm, there exist 2 additional classifications: the Heavenly Emperor and the Holy Emperor. Beyond that lies the realm of the World Master, a level that, even in the vast expanse of the true martial world, is regarded as belonging to the elite echelon of power. With exceedingly few individuals attaining such heights, most continents have never even given birth to one. Regrettably, the fortune points are insufficient, otherwise he could have surged into the Dantian realm in one fell swoop. With this thought, Lin Chen's gaze drifted to the balance of fortune points displayed on his personal panel, and upon seeing the mere 100 million remaining, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. Chapter 121. Cultivating the next generation of the family. Regrettably, my fortune points have dwindled. Otherwise, I could have surged into the realm of the cave heaven in one breath. Contemplating this, Lin Chen's gaze inadvertently drifted to the balance of fortune points displayed on his personal panel. Upon seeing a mere 100 million points remaining, he couldn't help but sigh. With Lin Chen's exceptional innate holy body, should he adhere to a systematic approach to cultivation, he could effortlessly break into the cave heaven realm even without the aid of fortune points. However, this would significantly prolong the time required. At the very least, given his current foundation, he would need to accumulate several hundred years to achieve this. After all, the speed of cultivation with ample resources is fundamentally different from that without. Nevertheless, the Lin family's development over the years has been commendable. In recent years, they have consistently provided an income of 40 to 50 million fortune points annually. This implies that if they persist for another 2 or 3 decades, Lin Chen would be able to fully step into the cave heaven realm, employing methods to alter the flow of time in the minor world. Over the years, the Lin family has undergone a remarkable transformation. Firstly, the initial cadre of high-ranking members, including the family head Lin Wudi, has retreated into the background, assuming the role of elder statesmen. These elders possess at least the 7th level of the Divine Passage realm, with the strongest among them having reached the pinnacle of the 9th level, merely a step away from breaking through into the true spirit realm. Of course, aside from Lin Chen, the most formidable presence within the Lin family is none other than Lin Xia. Long before Lin Chen entered closed-door cultivation, Lin Xia had secluded herself with a wealth of cultivation resources, preparing to advance to the true spirit realm, with the abundant celestial aura and various treasures aiding her. Over the decades, Lin Xia not only ascended to the true spirit realm, but also surged to the 4th level, her combat prowess renowned, overwhelming countless challengers and earning her the title of the foremost youth in the wasteland. Following her closely is another member of the Lin family, but not Lin Ling or Lin Feng. It is the rising star Lin Yi. As the reincarnation of an emperor, with the revival of the true spirit, Lin Yi's aptitude has skyrocketed, and insights into various divine techniques have come in rapid succession, allowing him to cultivate at an astonishing pace. After acquiring resources from the Fengzhou secret realm and being compelled back to the Lin family, despite the crisis being resolved by Lin Chen's overwhelming might, Lin Yi felt a sense of guilt. Thus, he has not left Yanhuang City for several decades. Even so, with the Lin family's rich celestial aura and boundless cultivation resources, Lin Yi has reached the pinnacle of the 3rd level of the true spirit realm, just a step away from the 4th. Beneath Lin Xia and Lin Yi are Lin Ling and Lin Feng, both at the 2nd level of the true spirit realm. However, Lin Ling stands at the peak of this stage, while Lin Feng has only just entered it. Such strength is already on par with many established 4th-tier forces. Consequently, Lin Chen triggered the 3rd phase of the Ultimate Challenge mission several decades ago. Congratulations to the host. The comprehensive strength of the family has reached the required standard, triggering the next stage of the Ultimate Challenge mission. Lead the family to advance to a 4th grade power, and upon completion of the task, generous rewards will be bestowed. The specific requirements are as follows. 1. The family must possess a strong individual at the true spirit realm to oversee them. 2. The number of individuals at the divine ability realm must exceed 100. 3. Cultivate 1 6th grade alchemist and 2 5th grade alchemists. 1 6th grade formation master and 2 5th grade formation masters. 1 6th grade talisman master and 2 5th grade talisman masters. 1 5th grade weapon master and 2 4th grade weapon masters. 4. The number of family members must surpass 1 million. After reviewing the system's advancement requirements, Lin Chen fell into deep contemplation. Among these 4 conditions, the first and second are relatively straightforward, while the third and fourth pose greater challenges, particularly the third. Each of the 4 auxiliary professions, with the exception of the weapon master, requires the presence of at least 1 6th grade individual. If this were to be placed among other 4th grade powers in the Cave Heaven continent, it is likely that none would meet this requirement, and even many 3rd grade powers would struggle to comply. After all, the classification of powers in the true martial world only necessitates a certain number of strong individuals, with no stipulations regarding alchemists, weapon masters, etc. If the Lin family were to continue developing at their current pace, it would take no less than several centuries to fulfill the ultimate challenge mission's 3rd stage. This is untenable, as the Cave Heaven continent is soon to face a great calamity, and the Lin family cannot afford to wait. Sighing, it seems the only recourse is to utilize this small universe. With this thought, Lin Chen's gaze turned towards the small universe beneath him, which spans a diameter of over 10 billion li, murmuring to himself. Reversing the flow of time within a certain area is not only related to the ratio of time, but also to the cultivation level of the beings within. The higher the ratio, the stronger the cultivation, and the greater the cost incurred. According to Lin Chen's estimations, reversing time in a region capable of accommodating 10 true spirit realm practitioners, with a time ratio of 100:1, would require approximately 30 million fortune points. Furthermore, designating a section that can house 100 individuals simultaneously engaged in alchemy, weapon forging, talisman crafting, and formation studies, also at a 100:1 time flow, would require around 20 million fortune points. Altogether, this sums to a mere 50 million fortune points. Even accounting for discrepancies, it would not amount to significantly more. Thus, it is decided, not only these prodigies, but also the previous generation of Lin family experts, who have retreated behind the scenes, along with all qualified members who are married, must be allowed to enter the small universe for cultivation. Even without reversing time, the enriched spiritual energy inherent in the universe will fortify the potential of their descendants. In this manner, should they encounter an overwhelmingly powerful adversary, the Lin family shall not face extermination. With this resolution, Lin Chen hesitated no longer. He vanished into the small universe in a flash. Shortly thereafter, he summoned the upper echelons of the Lin family to a grand assembly hall. The second-generation patriarch of the Lin family, Lin Jihao, is approximately 100 years old and possesses an extraordinary physique. Although he achieved this through postnatal enhancement, his cultivation has already reached the 3rd level of the divine ability realm. The esteemed elders beneath him, including the Grand Elder Lin Jian and the Second Elder Lin Jifeng, also share the same realm of cultivation. Upon encountering Lin Chen, the presence of Lin Jihao and the others stirred a flicker of excitement within them. However, having occupied high positions for many years, they have learned to master their emotions, swiftly suppressing their exhilaration beneath a calm facade. There is no need for excessive formalities, Lin Chen remarked, observing them closely. After inquiring about the Lin family's circumstances, he fell into contemplation. Under their anxious gazes, Lin Chen turned his attention to the many dignitaries present. I grant you 3 days to select the 50 most exceptional individuals from the younger generation of the Lin family, excluding the previous generation of prodigies. Additionally, identify 50 promising descendants suitable for alchemy, artifact forging, talisman crafting, and formations. I shall take them under my personal guidance. He continued. Furthermore, inquire among all clan members over 30 years of age, possessing top-tier talent or above, who are already married, whether they would be willing to relocate to a new place. If they choose to go, they will not return for an extended period, and this should be communicated to them directly. Having spoken, Lin Chen made no further delay and vanished before their eyes. 50 prodigies? 50 talents in the 4 auxiliary professions? What does the ancestor mean by this as this possibility dawned upon them? The Lin family's senior members felt their breaths quicken in anticipation. Did I hear that correctly? The ancestor truly intends to personally nurture them? Yes, you heard right. The excitement surged. This is an opportunity that even the previous generation of Lin family prodigies did not experience. Our Lin family is finally on the brink of a complete resurgence. It is worth noting that their ancestors single-handedly vanquished the formidable force of the Xiao sect. Now, decades have passed, and judging by the ancestor's rate of growth, his strength must have reached unfathomable depths. With such an unparalleled powerhouse personally instructing them, how could the talents of the Lin family not soar to new heights? With these thoughts, Lin Jihao and the other senior members could no longer contain their excitement. They swiftly exited the council hall, and within moments, news of the ancestors' intention to personally select 50 cultivation prodigies and 50 talents in alchemy, artifact forging, talisman crafting, and formation spread throughout the entire Lin family. What was once a tranquil Lin family residence erupted into a fervent buzz. No way did I see that correctly? The ancestor is personally taking them to cultivate them. If chosen, they will surely soar to greatness. But only the top 50 will be selected. We, who are not even spiritual bodies, should refrain from meddling. What of the spiritual entities? Given the current circumstances of the Lin family, even if one were to possess a spiritual body, there can be no assurance of ranking within the top 50. However, as for the four major, I might still strive for a commendable position. 3 years ago, during my assessment, I boasted an 18-fold soul power, and now that I have reached adulthood, my soul strength has significantly increased. Thus, securing a place among the top 50 remains a distinct possibility. How admirable is Brother Ong. It is truly enviable. Those of us, whose soul power merely reaches 7 or 8 times that of an ordinary individual, can only watch in awe as our esteemed brethren showcase their prowess. At present, the Lin family boasts a population exceeding 200,000. With the aid of various enhancements, the potential of the younger generation has escalated remarkably. Currently, not a single individual among the newly emerged descendants possesses inferior qualifications, and even those of intermediate caliber are scarce. The majority exhibit advanced qualifications or higher. The number of prodigies at the level of spiritual bodies, excluding the previous generation, has surpassed 1,000, with no fewer than 10 possessing the revered treasure body. To select the most exceptional 50 among such a plethora of talents, rigorous examinations and competitions are imperative. Consequently, the senior members, including Lin Jihao, announced the testing and competition procedures that afternoon, granting the younger generation ample time for preparation. The following day, the martial arena within the Lin family was teeming with spectators. The cacophony resonated throughout the heavens and earth, even reaching the inner city of Yanhua City beyond the Lin family's confines. Within a tavern, patrons, who had been indulging in drinks and hearty meals while exchanging banter with friends, turned their attention to the commotion emanating from the Lin family, sparking their curiosity. Pray tell, what has transpired within the Lin family to incite such fervor? Are you not aware? I heard from my nephew that the ancestral figure of the Lin family is personally training the family's prodigies, engaging in competitions. What? Are you certain it is the ancestral figure who is personally training them? Absolutely. This is no secret. It shall not be long before word spreads far and wide. This generation of Lin family members is indeed fortunate. Alas, I lament that I am not a member of the Lin family. Otherwise, I would not be languishing at the 9th level of the Transcendence realm, unable to break through. Dream on. With your qualifications, even within the Lin family, you would scarcely rank among the top 50. Is that so? What benefit would there be in deceiving you? Allow me to share with you the details I know regarding the internal affairs of the Lin family. As an external relative of the Lin family, he had the privilege to witness the family competition and thus possessed some understanding of the prowess of the Lin family members. Among the younger generation under 100 years of age, there are no fewer than 50 members at the Divine Power realm, while those at the 9th level of the Transcendence realm number at least a dozen. While not every one of them possesses the combat strength of the Divine Power realm, over half do indeed wield such power. In addition, there are thousands of transcendent practitioners among the younger generation of the Lin family. Such exaggerated numbers leave the gathered crowd utterly astounded. Most of the patrons within the tavern are outsiders, not residents of Yanhua City. In their perception, the ancestral figure of the Lin family possesses an unfathomable power, ranking among the elite of Dantian continent. The prominent talents such as Lin Xia and Lin Ling are indeed formidable, but beyond them, the strength of other Lin family members appears considerably lacking. A few insignificant cats and dogs, one might say. Has the Lin family truly experienced such rapid growth? In just a few years, an overwhelming number of transcendent practitioners have emerged among the younger generation. If they were to develop for a millennium or more, would they not see the emergence of even more formidable beings, perhaps those at the divine ability or true spirit realms? We too are perplexed. Yet the Lin family continues to evolve normally, with each successive generation growing stronger. It is a mystery how they have achieved this. Could it be that the Lin family is indeed favored by fortune? Unthinkable. That is utterly impossible. If such a fortunate lineage truly existed in this realm, we would not merely contend with the endless sea, but rather confront the tainted demon race, a catastrophe so dire that even the will of the true martial world would tremble at its approach. Indeed, the rapid advancement of the Lin family raises many questions in the hearts of the onlookers. If they were truly a lineage blessed by fortune, the defenses of Dantian continent would have collapsed long ago. How could they have endured until now? If not, then their rate of development is exceedingly peculiar, defying all logic. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, with Lin Chen at the helm, no one dares to delve deeper into the mystery, even if they are filled with doubt. Ultimately, the strength of the Lin family serves to benefit the current state of Dantian continent. Lin family, Lin Xia, are they not the foremost among the Yanhuang's celestial rankings? If only I could defeat them, my invincible momentum would be fully cultivated, allowing me to practice the unparalleled techniques of heaven and earth. And through the legacy of the Nine Heavens dynasty, I could ascend to the Nirvana realm, thriving through battle and leveraging the calamity of the endless sea to vie for the title of emperor. While the crowd engages in conversation, in a corner of the tavern, a young man clad in a golden robe listens to the myriad of information wafting through the air, a slight smile gracing his lips. His name is Huang Jiaquan, the most formidable talent of the Yuzhou Nine Heavens dynasty. Yuzhou, like Lingzhou, lies on the outermost fringes of the Dantian continent, suffused with abundant spiritual energy, possessing 40 to 50 times that of the Dechu dynasty, even without the aid of formations. In such a rich environment, the caliber of prodigies born is far superior to that of the wasteland. In Yuzhou, any individual under 300 years of age who makes it onto the celestial rankings boasts a cultivation level no lower than the true spirit realm. In their generation, due to the looming threat of the endless sea, all major powers have devoted their utmost efforts to nurturing prodigies, thereby enhancing the strength of their elite practitioners, resulting in an even higher quality of the celestial rankings. In such circumstances, Huang Jiaquan, relying on his formidable innate talent, firmly occupies the pinnacle of the Yuzhou talents list. Having attained the peak of the sixth realm of true spirit, he is indeed a peerless genius. The emperor once stated that in 10 years, the various powers of the Dantian continent would unveil a fissure, engaging in combat with the formidable beings of the endless sea. This not only prolongs the duration of the protective formation, but also allows our younger generation to undergo rigorous training, better assimilating their legacies and awakening their potential. Contemplating this, a trace of solemnity flickered in Huang Jiaquan's eyes. If the Dantian continent fails to birth an emperor-level powerhouse before the protective formation shatters, there awaits them only one fate: death. Time is of the essence. It is indeed time to conclude this trial. With this thought, Huang Jiaquan stepped forward, appearing in midair above Yanhuang City, and drew forth a challenge notice, proclaiming loudly, "I, Huang Jiaquan, the contemporary prince of the Yuzhou Nine Heavens dynasty and the foremost of the Yuzhou talents list, hereby challenge the foremost talent of Huangzhou, Lin Xia. Do you dare to accept?" Though his voice was not loud, it resonated clearly throughout the entirety of Yanhuang City. In an instant, the entire expanse fell silent. Even the previously boisterous Lin family was momentarily hushed. Soon after, some knowledgeable powerhouses erupted in astonished exclamations. Huang Jiaquan, it is he. Who would have thought he would challenge in Huangzhou, this being the final leg of his journey? Gasp. Does this imply that he has defeated the young elites from the other 80 major states? One could assert such, yet it is not entirely accurate. He has only challenged the foremost talents openly recognized in each state. Some extraordinary prodigies, whose talents are overwhelmingly powerful, are generally concealed by their respective factions, unless, as in Huangzhou, They are all lured forth by the rewards of Lin Xia and the Yanhuang talents list. Thus, it cannot be said that he has dominated the younger generation of the continent. Now it is understood. Upon hearing this clarification, the crowd nodded in agreement. Nonetheless, their gazes converged upon Huang Jiaquan, a glimmer of anticipation dancing in their eyes. Lin Xia has dominated Huangzhou, crushing countless prodigies for nearly a century. Can he shatter this myth? Chapter 122. The first prodigy of Dantian continent. Huang Jiaquan deep within the Lin family, upon hearing the voice. Lin Chen's gaze fell upon the speaker. Activating the Eye of Destiny, information regarding the individual was laid bare before him. A 6th-level true spirit realm practitioner. Having previously triumphed over a 9th-level counterpart, his strength was commendable. However, challenging Xia was indeed a grave miscalculation. Shaking his head, Lin Chen withdrew his gaze. Although Huang Jiaquan possessed notable combat prowess, he held greater confidence in his son's abilities, despite Lin Xia's cultivation being 2 levels beneath his. In terms of combat strength, he was not at all inferior. In fact, he surpassed Huang Jiaquan. After all, the innate yin-yang divine body transcended ordinary peak divine bodies, with both physical and spiritual prowess advancing in harmony, lacking any weaknesses, rendering it significantly more formidable than Huang Jiaquan's imperial divine body. Crucially, Lin Xia was also training in martial classics and wielded a treasured artifact bestowed by Lin Chen. Moreover, he had comprehended the essence of yin and yang to a remarkable degree, achieving near perfection. Even at the 3rd level of the true spirit realm, he exhibited combat strength comparable to that of an 8th-level pinnacle practitioner. Not to mention that Lin Xia now stood at the apex of the 4th level of the true spirit realm. Presently, his combat prowess likely surpassed that of an average 9th-level practitioner by a considerable margin. An invincible aura? You should not dare to challenge me. Meanwhile, deep in the Lin family, Lin Xia, engaged in martial training, sensed Huang Jiaquan's voice and stepped into the void, appearing before him. Feeling the aura of invincibility emanating from Huang Jiaquan, he could not help but sigh and shake his head. To cultivate an aura of invincibility does not necessitate true supremacy over the world. It suffices that one believes themselves invincible among their peers. In other words, having challenged numerous top-ranking prodigies from various great states, Huang Jiaquan could still cultivate an aura of invincibility without further contesting the numerous barren states, including the wasteland state. For he could genuinely look down upon these impoverished regions, considering himself invincible among the younger generation. Thus, an aura of invincibility could still be established. Oh, it seems you harbor great confidence in your abilities. Yet, you are merely a 4th-level true spirit realm practitioner. On what grounds do you believe you can defeat me? Surpassing 2 realms? Upon hearing Lin Xia's words, Huang Jiaquan raised an eyebrow, his tone swiftly turning unfriendly. He had always been an undeniable genius since birth, with scant rivals among his peers. The notion of facing a talent younger and of a lower realm was particularly galling. Lin Xia's words were clearly dismissive of him. In that case, I invite you to the Prodigy arena for a duel. Without further ado, Lin Xia gestured for an invitation and turned to stride towards the Prodigy arena established in the inner city. The Celestial Arena, though seized from the magnificent dynasty, has been remarkably fortified through Lin Chen's enhancement. It now possesses an expansive interior, perfectly suited for fierce battles among the formidable beings of the true spirit realm. Observing this, Huang Jiaquan's gaze momentarily sharpened, yet he refrained from uttering further words and chose to follow suit. He could hardly believe that a paragon of the true spirit realm at the 6th level would be vanquished by a mere prodigy of the 4th level from a remote region. The challenge was set. Lin Xia had accepted. What a spectacle awaited. A peerless genius ranked first in the Yuzhou list of the true spirit realm, pitted against a top contender from the Huangzhou list at the 4th level. With such a disparity in realms, one could only expect overwhelming dominance. Little did he know, Lin Xia's combat prowess was extraordinarily formidable. Since his emergence, he had never encountered a worthy adversary. Indeed, Lin Xia was the direct descendant of the Lin family's ancestral patriarch. In contrast to the outsiders, the majority of Huangzhou's strongholds harbored considerable confidence in Lin Xia. Over the years, the concealed geniuses from various factions in Huangzhou had challenged him at every opportunity, especially when they sought to prove their might as they ascended the ranks of the Yanhuang genius list. Yet, No challenger had ever compelled Lin Xia to unleash a second attack. After decades, their profound awareness of his terrifying capabilities had become ingrained in their very essence. Even though Huang Jiaquan held an advantage of 2 levels in cultivation, they remained unwavering in their belief that Lin Xia would prevail. As the formations within the celestial arena activated, both Lin Xia and Huang Jiaquan unleashed their formidable auras. Lin Xia made the first move, employing his martial technique, the Yin Yang Divine Palm, which had reached the pinnacle of earthly grade excellence. With a powerful strike aimed at his opponent, the atmosphere trembled. Boom! The overwhelming essence of Yin and Yang tore through the very fabric of space, descending upon Huang Jiaquan with unparalleled force. Witnessing this, Huang Jiaquan's expression tightened. He dared not underestimate Lin Xia and promptly countered with his own signature technique. In an instant, a cacophony of explosive sounds reverberated across the heavens and the earth as the two engaged in a flurry of blows, exchanging countless strikes. Yet neither could gain the upper hand. This realization cast a serious pall over Huang Jiaquan's countenance. He was not holding back in the slightest. With his mastery of the nearly perfected yin-yang essence and his formidable comprehension, he acknowledged, "Your prowess is commendable. Your fist intent has reached a level of effortless mastery, not far from perfection." Upon hearing this, Huang Jiaquan shook his head, yet his mind grew earnest. In the realm of Dantian, the common manifestations of intent included fist intent, palm intent, sword intent, among others. However, there also existed more unique forms of essence, such as the yin-yang intent. In such an ethereal realm, if an ordinary genius were to comprehend its essence, their power would only surpass that of a typical understanding marginally. However, if an exceptional individual endowed with the yin-yang spirit body, the yin-yang treasure body, or the yin-yang divine body were to grasp its significance, the might they would wield would vastly exceed that of a common comprehension. At the very least, their understanding of the fist intent would be significantly more potent, especially considering that the individual in question has only achieved an 80% mastery. Despite being a mere step away from the pinnacle of 90%, the power that can be unleashed within that single step is astronomically different. Coupled with the disparity in the intensity of their respective insights, this effectively compensates for any gap in their realms of understanding. Your prowess warrants my utmost effort. Henceforth, you must exercise caution. With that, after exchanging a blow, Huang Jiaquan deftly turned his wrist, and a pair of gossamer thin gloves adorned his hands. Simultaneously, the Huangji divine body and the inferior heavenly tier technique he practiced surged wildly within him. Thunderous roars echoed as his aura erupted. From the peak of the 6th layer of true spirit realm to the 7th, and then to the 8th. In the blink of an eye, amidst the astonished gazes of countless spectators, Huang Jiaquan's aura surged to the 9th layer of true spirit realm. Yet, before the crowd could fully comprehend the spectacle, Lin Xia, demonstrating his own formidable foundation, unveiled the supreme Yin sword bestowed upon him by his father and began to circulate his innate yin-yang divine body and martial classics. His own aura surged dramatically. Guldong, the 9th layer of true spirit realm. Yet again the 9th layer of true spirit realm. How could a 4th layer of true spirit realm unleash the combat strength of the 9th layer? What manner of physique does he possess? Truly, he is the 2nd strongest prodigy ever to arise from Huangzhou, and this strength is nothing short of legendary. With a father of such extraordinary prowess, the son is equally monstrous, truly a testament to their bloodline. Witnessing the renewed clash, Lin Xia, who showed no signs of weakness and perhaps even held a slight advantage, ignited a flurry of gasps from the assembled crowd. Their eyes brimmed with admiration, envy, and other complex emotions. They believed that were it not for Lin Xia's father being the venerable ancestor of the Lin family, even with his divine physique, his combat strength could not be so fearsome. Only through the meticulous guidance of Lin Chen could such extraordinary power be attained. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Lin Chen had not excessively intervened in Lin Xia's cultivation. He merely offered guidance when Lin Xia faced challenges and provided resources suited to his training. It can be said that Lin Xia's current strength is solely the result of his own efforts. Thus, after several hours, with a resounding bang, Lin Xia thrust his sword into the arena, while Huang Jiaquan lay defeated upon the ground, devoid of any fighting spirit. Clearly, this contest concluded with Lin Xia emerging superior. "I have lost," As he parted his lips, a hint of despondency flickered in Huang Jiaquan's eyes. He had not anticipated that he would stumble in the barren province of Huangzhou, a place he typically regarded with disdain. How ironic. However, although Lin Xia triumphed over him, the victory was hardly effortless. Though today he was bested by Lin Xia, he had gleaned new insights into the essence of combat, and he believed it would not be long before he stepped into the realm of 90% perfection, at which point his strength would undoubtedly surpass Lin Xia's. Furthermore, upon his return, he would receive the legacy of the Nine Heavens dynasty. Though this prince has fallen by your hand, it shall not be long before I surpass you once again. Shall we engage in battle anew at that time? To demonstrate my sincerity, I present you with this jade talisman, containing information that may pique your interest. With that, Huang Jiaquan retrieved a jade talisman from his storage ring, inscribed with details regarding the situation in the Dongtian continent and the distribution of forces in the Endless Sea, presenting it before Lin Xia. At this, Lin Xia paused momentarily but then shook his head, gazing earnestly at Huang Jiaquan from a distance. Those whom I have defeated, regardless of their identity, have never managed to keep pace with me. The chasm between us shall only widen. Nonetheless, it is true that there are few talents of your caliber among the younger generation of the Dongtian continent, and I welcome you to challenge me at any time. I hope you maintain this level of confidence. As his words fell, Lin Xia grasped the floating jade talisman and gracefully departed from the scene. Witnessing this, Huang Jiaquan clenched his fists. Throughout his life, he had never been so underestimated. I shall surpass you without fail. Watching Lin Xia's retreating figure, Huang Jiaquan silently vowed, determination flashing in his eyes. He then turned away, leaving Yanhuang City and Huangzhou behind. He aimed to return swiftly to the Nine Heavens dynasty, to internalize the insights gained from this battle and to achieve a breakthrough in the realm of 90% perfection in combat essence, thus reaping greater benefits when he embraced the legacy of the Nine Heavens dynasty. Just wait. Once I emerge from the place of inheritance, I will certainly defeat you. Huang Jiaquan departed, yet the news of this battle swiftly spread in all directions. This time, with prior preparation. Many had utilized recording stones to document the entirety of the battle, and as the news circulated, the images captured by the recording stones followed suit. The Tiangong Pavilion, responsible for updating the list of prodigies in the Dongtian continent, promptly replaced Huang Jiaquan's name with Lin Xia's, placing him at the top of the prodigy rankings. This action immediately stirred a tremendous uproar. In Lingzhou, at the Xiao Jia sect, a figure clad in a black robe stood at the edge of a cliff, a glint of displeasure flashing in his eyes as he gazed at the intelligence in his hand. Lin Xia, the foremost prodigy of the Dongtian continent, with a dismissive chuckle. It is evident that Huang Jiaquan is merely the most prominent genius among various factions. Defeating him, while significant enough to consider him a worthy adversary, does not warrant the title of the foremost prodigy of the Dongtian continent in my eyes. As I smirk, a formidable aura emanates from Jie Tianqiu, signifying his peak at the 6th level of the true spirit realm. His cultivation surpasses that of Huang Jiaquan, and his momentum rivals that of an existence at the pinnacle of the 9th level. A decree shall be issued in 9 years. The first stop for entering the world of cultivation will be set in the wild state, as I aim to demonstrate to all beings of the Dongtian continent what true genius entails. Understood, young master. Observing the retreating figures of his subordinates, Jie Tianqiu closes his eyes once more, entering a meditative state. He is confident that within 9 years, he will ascend to the 7th level of the true spirit realm and fully comprehend the 9 tribulations sword technique, a low-grade celestial martial skill. By then, coupled with his near-perfect understanding of sword intent, the younger generation shall regard him with reverence. Not only Jie Tianqiu, but many hidden talents among the great factions have also made similar resolutions. Since ancient times, there has been no absolute number one in martial prowess. In this world where strength reigns supreme, the title of the foremost is particularly resplendent, yet equally coveted. Lin Xia's victory over Huang Jiaquan, the ostensible top prodigy, has naturally drawn the attention of inheritors from various factions. Moreover, countless beings across the Dongtian continent are converging towards the wild state. According to the regulations, after 9 years, the Genius Tea Party, held once every millennium, will take place in the homeland of the current top genius of the Dongtian continent. The venues will be managed by the human race sanctuaries and the branches of the 100 Races Alliance in each state. The Genius Tea Party, how splendid. Our wild state shall finally host one, and I am about to witness history. Indeed, it has been countless years since our last genius assembly in the wild state. Nearly 1,000,000 years, which is truly remarkable. We are certainly in for a treat. The Genius Tea Party will draw forth many concealed prodigies. I wonder if Lin Xia can maintain his position as number one. He did not exhibit his usual dominance against Huang Jiaquan, so it is likely to be quite challenging. Alas! Chapter 123. The gathering of talents commences. The clamorous world outside did little to dampen the exhilaration coursing through the Lin family. After 3 days of meticulous selection, the candidates Lin Chen sought were finally confirmed. A total of 100 prodigious individuals, 50 gifted in cultivation and 50 skilled in auxiliary professions, were chosen, each boasting no less than spiritual body-level aptitude, with the majority rivaling the pinnacle of such abilities. Furthermore, a considerable number of elite family members over 30 years of age, already wed, expressed their willingness to accompany Lin Chen to a new realm. Thus, Lin Chen, accompanied by these individuals alongside the previous generation of prodigies and Lin family elders, ventured into the Little Thousand World. This locale possessed a density of spiritual energy far surpassing that of the Lin family's homeland. You may select any area here to thrive and multiply, Lin Chen proclaimed. I shall return in 50 years to assess your progress. Upon entering, Lin Chen's gaze fell upon the pairs of Lin family members, and he gestured towards the ground beneath them with a casual air. Without waiting for their reactions, he waved his hand, transporting the group to the earth below. Continuing deeper into the Little Thousand World, Lin Chen found a place with even richer spiritual energy to settle Lin Wudi and the Lin family elders. He then led Lin Xia, Lin Ling, and other young prodigies to 2 opposing sites where time and space began to warp, as if existing in reality yet resembling scenes played at 100-fold speed, creating an exceptionally surreal atmosphere. Time distortion? Such a phenomenon actually exists. At this moment, Xiao Jia, concealed within a jade talisman, could no longer restrain herself and revealed herself to the onlookers. Her face was awash with awe and disbelief. It is crucial to understand that time distortion pertains to the legendary power of time itself. Compared to the relatively tangible realms of space, time is far more elusive, challenging to comprehend. Throughout the millennia of history on the Dantian continent, no entity possessing mastery over the power of time had ever emerged. Even the ancient records unearthed from long-lost relics bore no mention of any formidable being wielding such abilities. Time distortion? Teacher, what exactly is time distortion? Lin Ling inquired curiously. Her gaze lifted toward Xiao Jia upon hearing her exclamation. Not only she, but many present from the Lin family turned towards Xiao Jia, their eyes filled with intrigue. It is worth noting that Lin Ling's soul entity was not only a high-ranking alchemist, but also a formidable being at the 9th tier of the true spirit realm. For something to astonish her so profoundly, it must be extraordinary. Time distortion, as the name suggests. Stealing a glance at Lin Chen and observing his unperturbed demeanor, Xiao Jia began to expound upon her knowledge gleaned from an ancient tome regarding time. It involves altering the flow of time within a specific area. 100 days inside, yet only a single day outside. The power of time, the laws of time. Upon entering the realm of the Tao, one begins to comprehend the myriad forces of various principles. The sword path possesses its own laws, while the blade path has its distinct principles. Hiss! As Xiao Jia's words faded, the numerous prodigies present could not help but draw a sharp breath. Yet, almost immediately, their hearts ignited with fervor. The prospect of experiencing the passage of time at 100-fold rate within that space for a period of cultivation was tantalizing. At this thought, their bodies trembled, and a glimmer of yearning shone in their eyes. It is worth noting that among the talented members of the Lin family, most are between 100 and 200 years old, still far from the 300 years dictated for the younger generation. In such circumstances, once the Genius Tea gathering commences in 9 years, given the situation in Huangzhou, apart from Lin Xia, Lin Ling, Lin Feng, and Lin Yi, the others would undoubtedly be overwhelmed by external talents. Furthermore, in the disputes among the younger generation, as long as the actions are not excessively unreasonable, even with the exceptional prowess of Lin Xia and others, they would be rendered helpless. After all, it is impractical for them to intervene simply because these prodigies bested the Lin family descendants. Xiao Jia is indeed correct. These two areas are precisely the places where time is distorted. The flow of time within is 100 times that of the outside world. And this effect can last for a year. During this year, you shall diligently refine your cultivation and enhance your strength. I hope that at the Genius Tea Gathering in 9 years, you will shine brilliantly and bring glory to the Lin family. At this moment, Lin Chen's gentle voice resonated in the ears of the crowd. Enough, time must not be squandered. The area to the left is imbued with a richer essence of heaven and earth, conducive to cultivation, while the right harbors a denser spiritual force, suitable for the 4 auxiliary professions' secret practices. You each take your positions and strive to cultivate diligently. With that, Lin Chen vanished from sight in an instant. Not waiting for their reactions, he understood that his presence might exert considerable pressure on these juniors. Having brought them here, it was now time to observe their own performances. There was no need for him to linger. We express our profound gratitude for the ancestors' bestowal, and we shall not fail the ancestors' mandate. The fervent voices of the youths resonated throughout the realm, eliciting a subtle smile from Lin Chen, who was already in the center of the small 1,000 worlds, preparing to elevate the world-S level. The sensation of being revered by a group of family juniors was quite pleasant. Suppressing his chaotic thoughts, Lin Chen ascended to the highest point of the central space of this small 1,000 worlds. With a thought, a portal radiating a spectrum of colors appeared before him. Here lies the source space of this small 1,000 worlds. Such vibrancy, what a rich essence of primordial power. Upon stepping into this realm, Lin Chen felt as though he had entered an entirely new world. This space, though limited in size to merely a few dozen miles, was saturated with primordial energy, far surpassing that of acquired spiritual essence. Surrounding him were numerous intricate patterns, etched into the void. Faintly, Lin Chen perceived the innate prohibitions evolving within the emptiness, imbued with boundless power. Were he not the master of this minor 1,000 realms, even he would have no choice but to retreat before the might of these restrictions. The elevation of this world necessitated a considerable expenditure of rare materials. He pondered whether the treasures confiscated from the Great Beauty Dynasty and the Evil Moon sect could enhance the tier of his small 1,000 realms. Contemplating this, Lin Chen summoned a plethora of rare materials before him, items of the 1st grade, 2nd grade, all the way up to the 7th, each in singular quantity. Under his command, within a mere half hour, they were devoured and refined by the primordial space. A glimmer of growth emerged within the small 1,000 realms. Although this enhancement was exceedingly faint, Lin Chen, possessing an innate sacred body and augmented perception as the master of this realm, detected even the slightest increase with remarkable clarity. Based on this rate of growth, even if he were to consume the entirety of the resources amassed by the Evil Moon sect over millions of years, it would still be insufficient to elevate the small 1,000 realms to the 2nd tier. Shaking his head, Lin Chen fell into deep contemplation. Were it possible to elevate this minor world to the next tier using the resources plundered from the Evil Moon sect, he would undoubtedly have devoured them without hesitation. Yet, it was evident that the resources of merely one sect could not achieve such a feat even when combined with the substantial heritage of the Great Beauty Dynasty. It would still fall short. While enhancing the tier of the small 1,000 realms would similarly augment his own power, these resources were not inherently his. He could not justify consuming them entirely for the sake of elevation, as the development of his family was his primary objective. He could not afford to act foolishly, like the one who discards a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. Thus, he resolved to first identify the treasures that would provide the most significant benefit for the elevation of the small 1,000 realms. With that thought, Lin Chen wasted no time. A myriad of resources manifested before him, and aside from a scarce few treasures, he laid out the remaining rare materials for comparison. Ultimately, Lin Chen selected several items that demonstrated superior efficacy over others of the same grade. The corpses of formidable beings, treasures infused with the energies of the 5 elements and yin-yang, artifacts embodying space and time, and items imbued with primordial force. Murmuring to himself, Lin Chen furrowed his brow. None of these items were easily obtained. Take the corpses of powerful beings, for example. Under normal circumstances, Lin Chen would never resort to the senseless slaughter of the innocent. The treasures imbued with the 5 elements, although significantly more abundant than those containing yin and yang, space, or time, remain exceedingly rare in the realm of Dantian continent. As for the primordial power, it is even more elusive. With a deep breath, Lin Chen mused that where there is a will, a way shall emerge. He decided to refine the corpses of the formidable adversaries from the Evil Moon sect that he had previously collected. With this thought, he waved his hand, and several corpses of Nirvana realm experts materialized before him. Immediately, the primordial power that pervaded the space enveloped them. Mysterious energies surged into the corpses, and within the indifference of Lin Chen's gaze, they began to shrink, gradually diminishing in size. 3 days later, the once immortal corpses, capable of enduring a millennium, had utterly vanished. In the mid-stage of a minor thousand worlds, Lin Chen sensed the transformation of the primordial space and muttered to himself. However, he had anticipated this outcome and felt neither joy nor disappointment. After discarding a few rare materials to fortify this minor world, he turned and departed from the primordial space. Glancing at the individuals lost in their cultivation, he chose not to interrupt them. With a single step, he exited the minor world and approached Chu Sighting. "Tinger," he called softly. "My husband, what brings you here?" Chu Sighting's eyes sparkled with surprise upon seeing Lin Chen. Over the years, her husband had been preoccupied with enhancing his strength, and their meetings had become increasingly infrequent, nearly becoming a habit for her. "I have not been able to accompany you much these years. Having reached a bottleneck in my cultivation, I realized that further solitary training would yield little benefit. So I thought to spend some time with you. You are so wonderful, my husband." Hearing his words, a flicker of emotion crossed Chu Sighting's eyes as she embraced him tightly. Bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, the moment felt exquisitely tender. Gently stroking his wife's head, Lin Chen offered no verbal response. Yet his gesture elicited a sweet smile on Chu Sighting's face, prompting her to nestle comfortably in his embrace. As time flowed like water, 9 years swiftly passed. During this period, the wasteland region had become increasingly lively. Countless young geniuses, accompanied by their elders, flocked to the wasteland. Additionally, many onlookers had also arrived to witness the unfolding events. Meanwhile, the reputation of the Lin family in Yanhuang City rose to unprecedented heights. After all, the concentration of spiritual energy in the heart of Yanhuang City was 100-fold, enough to astound various factions. However, given Lin Chen's formidable power, none dared to harbor malicious intentions. Nonetheless, the city attracted numerous talented individuals. 9 years had elapsed, a full 9 years, and the long-awaited gathering of prodigies, occurring once every millennium, was finally approaching. There would be no more excuses for the Lin family to avoid battle with Lin Xia and others. I believe the head of the Lin family's claims of seclusion are merely a facade, clearly afraid of me, the young master of the 9 calamities sect of Lingzhou. Jia Tianxiu. Bah, I would assert he fears Ji Tianyi of Xianzhou even more. In comparison to the formidable powers of these top-tier talents from and regions rich in spiritual energy, undeniably expressed their dissatisfaction with Lin Xia's title as the foremost on the heavenly talents list of Dantian continent. After all, Lin Xia's previously displayed cultivation was rather misleading. At the 4th level of the true spirit realm, he appeared significantly weaker when juxtaposed with the inheritors from various factions, who typically possessed a cultivation level of 7. However, what they remained oblivious to was that Lin Xia and Lin Ling, among others, had undergone a remarkable transformation in their cultivation. Although the time-distorted space could only sustain itself for a year, the 100-fold acceleration allowed them to cultivate for an entire century. A century, even without abundant resources tailored to their cultivation needs, enabled their innate talents to flourish, resulting in a profound enhancement of their abilities. Foremost among them was Lin Xia. As a natural yin-yang divine body, after a century of accumulation, his cultivation soared from the peak of the 4th level of the true spirit realm to the pinnacle of the 8th level, and subsequently, under the guidance of Lin Chen, he broke through to the 9th level. Not only did he compensate for his previous shortcomings, but he also surpassed the inheritors of the various factions by 2 levels. Next in line was Lin Yi, the reincarnation of a great emperor. His cultivation also ascended to the pinnacle of the 8th level of the true spirit realm, and his comprehension of the Xianyuan dragon mastering art reached a significant level of accomplishment. Moreover, he perfected several mid-tier celestial martial techniques. Additionally, the sibling duo of Lin Ling and Lin Feng had both elevated their cultivation to the pinnacle of the 7th level of the true spirit realm. showcasing prowess that not only matched but even surpassed that of the inheritors from other factions. Crucially, besides these four prodigies, the Lin family now boasted numerous outstanding individuals at the true spirit realm level, each radiating their unique brilliance. Among them was a prodigy named Lin Chen, who had attained the fourth level of the true spirit realm. It could be said that the Lin family had reached a level comparable to the three major hegemonic powers of, save for the lack of sufficient Nirvana realm experts to oversee them. After 9 long years, it was indeed time to depart from this place. In the small world, the now composed Lin Xiao, Lin Ling, Lin Feng, and Lin Yi stood at the edge of a cliff, gazing at the breathtaking scenery before them, a hint of reluctance flickering in their eyes. Despite the external world having passed only 9 years, they had spent a total of 108 years honing their skills in this realm. Such an extensive period constituted a significant third of their lives, naturally fostering a deep attachment to this place. Let us depart. The reputation of the Lin family must not be tarnished. Haven't those prodigies outside been clamoring to challenge us? We must oblige them and demonstrate what true genius entails. Ah, that phrase sounds familiar. Is it not the words of that fellow named Jia Tianxiu? An eye for an eye, do you understand? Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, the other 3 individuals momentarily froze, their hearts heavy with silent lament for Jia Tianxiu. They were acutely aware of the former's prowess, having engaged in numerous sparring sessions over the years. Yet, they had never managed to unveil Lin Xiao's hidden cards. Instead, they had suffered considerable defeat, returning with bruised faces. In their eyes, Lin Xiao was an anomaly, a veritable monster among monsters. Meanwhile, in a long-abandoned dragon vein site in the heart of Huangzhou, powerful figures from the human race sanctuary and the alliance of 100 clans had commenced restoration efforts 9 years ago, aiming to revive this venue for the illustrious Tianjiao gathering. Under the formidable might of these 2 great factions, the renovations were completed in a mere 3 years. Furthermore, after meticulous reinforcement, inspection, and rectification by several top-tier Nirvana realm experts, this sacred ground, long shrouded in dust for nearly 1,000,000 years, finally regained its vibrancy. Now, the spectator seats outside the venue for the Tianjiao gathering were teeming with eager onlookers. The long-anticipated event was about to commence. Questions arose regarding who would ascend to the prestigious throne of the foremost genius in Dongtian continent. I believe Jia Tianxiu, the young master of the 9 Tribulations sect, has a significant chance. Ji Tianyi, the young master of the Ji family in Xianzhou, is no slouch either. Personally, I have faith in Lin Xiao. His ability to create numerous miracles makes it entirely possible for him to continue his legendary journey. After all these years of using seclusion as an excuse to evade challenges, he seems more like a turtle hiding in its shell. How could he possibly claim the top spot? Exactly. As they observed the gathering of many prodigies within the venue, the spectators erupted with fervent enthusiasm, engaging in heated discussions about who might seize victory. While many supported Lin Xiao, given the plethora of miracles he had achieved over the years, which had deeply resonated with countless people from Huangzhou, the undeniable fact remained. He had not accepted a challenge from his peers in 9 years. Thus, confronted with the crowd's sarcasm, his supporters could only respond with silence. They're here. The Lin family has arrived. Amidst the cacophony of the crowd, a voice rang out, instantly silencing the atmosphere as all eyes turned to the source. Chapter 124. The eerie aura before them stood a young man clad in a white robe, accompanied by a retinue of dozens, as they traversed the void and entered the Taoist temple. Among them were Lin Xia and Lin Ling, along with others. The sword sect master, Wang Fei, greeted Lin Chen, as did the master of the 9 Tribulations sect, Jie Qi. Upon catching sight of Lin Chen, the leaders of various formidable factions, who had been seated in solemnity, could not help but display a flicker of gravity in their eyes. They rose to introduce themselves. To secure a position as the leader of a dominant force on the Dongtian continent, their prowess was undoubtedly formidable. The minimum cultivation standard among them was the 7 Tribulations Nirvana realm, with some even reaching the pinnacle of the 8 Tribulations Nirvana realm. Such strength ranked them among the elite across the entire continent. Nevertheless, when they attempted to gauge Lin Chen's power, they encountered an overwhelming sensation. As if he were an unfathomable black hole. This situation could only imply 2 possibilities. The first being that Lin Chen possessed a treasure or secret technique capable of concealing his true cultivation. The second, more likely scenario was that Lin Chen's cultivation far surpassed their own. Indeed, they favored the latter, as the depth of the sensation was palpably authentic. Unlike anything simulated by a mere artifact. Gulp. Could it be that his cultivation has reached the Nine Tribulations nirvana realm? The leaders of the dominant factions found themselves momentarily stunned by this thought. One must understand. The Nine Tribulations nirvana realm represented the pinnacle of existence throughout the Dantian continent, with no one surpassing it. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The critical point lay in Lin Chen's combat prowess, which had consistently exceeded that of his contemporaries. In his previous 5 Tribulations Nirvana stage, he had obliterated the 7 Tribulations Nirvana stronghold, employing the Blood Moon array of the Evil Moon sect, demonstrating battle capabilities on par with the 9 Tribulations Nirvana. If his cultivation had indeed ascended to the 9 Tribulations Nirvana realm, would his combat strength not have transcended even that of the true Emperor, reaching the Divine Emperor realm? It was conceivable that he could be among the most formidable within the Divine Emperor tier. Goodness, how swiftly he has progressed. It has only been a short span of time. Our various factions have legacies spanning millions of years, with the strongest ancestors within our sects barely attaining the strength of a Divine Emperor. Yet, Lin Chen is said to be merely several hundred years old. At this rate, the younger generation of our factions need not contend, for he is likely to be the one to break through to the Dantian realm. As the leaders of the dominant factions engaged in hushed discussions, Lin Chen had already taken his rightful place among them. However, the previous scene had diminished the cacophony that once filled the air by a staggering 90%. The leaders of each dominant faction had personally approached the ancestor of the Lin family, and the demeanor with which they regarded him was nothing short of astonishing. Upon contemplating the potential that resided within their hearts, the crowd could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Those fortunate enough to observe from the front row were beings of at least the true spirit realm, each having lived for over a millennium. As the saying goes, the elderly become wise. These formidable individuals, having cultivated for countless years, possessed profound understanding of human emotions and worldly affairs. They certainly would not believe that Lin Chen, having obliterated the Evil Moon sect, earned the right to stand on equal footing with these sovereign forces. The only circumstance that could compel the leaders of these dominant factions to rise and greet him, indifferent to Lin Chen's demeanor, was his overwhelming prowess far surpassing theirs. Regardless of the complexity of their sentiments, as the formidable beings from various factions gathered, the long-awaited gathering of prodigies commenced under the auspices of 2 powerful figures from the human sacred hall and the alliance of hundreds of clans. This prodigious tea gathering differed from ordinary competitions, comprising 3 distinct phases. First, a contest of willpower. Second, a contest of speed. And third, a contest of strength. I hereby declare the commencement of the first phase of this Prodigy tea gathering. All participants, please proceed to the center of the Prodigy arena, announced a powerful figure from the human sacred hall. With a whoosh, numerous young figures swiftly manifested in the center of the arena. Lin Xia and the others were no exception. Although the Lin family had a lineage of merely a few centuries, their understanding of the Prodigy tea gathering was not inferior to that of the great factions, bolstered by the rich heritage of the Great Beauty Dynasty and the Evil Moon sect. Though referred to as a tea gathering, only those who reached the third phase would savor the enlightenment tea provided by the human sacred hall. For even within the heart of the human sacred hall on the Dantian continent, there existed but a single branch of the enlightenment tea tree, yielding a limited supply insufficient for distribution. The first challenge would test their willpower. Shortly, an oppressive force would envelop them. Those unable to endure could shatter the jade talisman in their hand or succumb to the ground. Do you understand? In the center of the arena, an elder of the 7 Tribulations Nirvana realm appeared in midair, imparting his instructions to the assembly below. Understood. Very well, let us begin. With a nod, the elder chose not to elaborate further. As his words faded, a vast aura rapidly filled the arena, intensifying from weak to strong with each passing moment. True Spirit Realm, 3rd level. True Spirit Realm, 6th level. True Spirit Realm, 9th level. Within mere breaths, this oppressive force surged to a level comparable to the 9th level of the True Spirit Realm, and it continued to rise. At that moment, some prodigies of lower cultivation, around the 3rd level of the True Spirit Realm, began to tremble slightly, beads of sweat cascading from their foreheads. After several more breaths, a thunderous sound erupted from the void, causing the oppressive force enveloping the crowd to surge exponentially. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the young prodigies found themselves overwhelmed by the sudden surge of oppressive force, unable to maintain their footing and collapsing to the ground. Many managed to steady themselves, yet their bodies trembled uncontrollably, leading some to shatter the jade talismans in their grasp. In an instant, the multitude of competitors dwindled to a mere few hundred. Half an hour later, as the pressure dissipated, only slightly over 300 participants remained in the center of the arena. Phew! At last it has passed. The intensity of this pressure was truly formidable. From tens of thousands of contestants, only a scant 300 of us persisted through the first hurdle. An astonishingly high elimination rate. Humph, what right do the weak have to stand alongside me? Those young prodigies who had advanced past the first trial gazed around in disbelief, reflecting on the vast number that had once filled the space, now reduced to this mere handful. They shook their heads in contemplation, their expressions grave. If the first trial was this arduous, how much more challenging could the second be? Especially considering that those who remained were the elite of the younger generation. Competing against them would be no easy feat according to the ancient texts left by the Evil Moon sect. The second trial of the Prodigy Tea gathering would take place in an environment with 10 times the gravity of the true martial world, requiring participants to traverse a distance of over 1,000 miles, encountering 3 checkpoints along the way, each increasing the gravity tenfold. What trials await us in this second round? Amidst the crowd, Lin Xia, Lin Ling, and other prodigies of the Lin family gathered, engaging in discussion with their kin while surveying their numerous opponents. Knowledge of oneself and one's adversaries is the key to victory in every battle. Although they held great confidence in their own prowess, they remained vigilant and did not allow complacency to take root. The strongest among them were those at the peak of the 7th level of the true spirit realm. It appeared that the Lin family was poised to shine brightly in this gathering of prodigies. Lin Xia, having reached the 9th level of the true spirit realm, felt a smile creep upon his face as he sensed the cultivation levels of those around him. It is worth noting that within the Lin family, aside from himself, there existed Lin Yi at the 8th level and Lin Ling and Lin Feng, both extraordinary talents at the peak of the 7th level. Based on his understanding of these three, securing a place in the top 10 seemed well within reach, with a possibility of even contending for the top 5 slots. Thus, he would undoubtedly fulfill the task entrusted to him by his father. Prior to the competition, Lin Chen had observed that the auspicious energy above the Lin family had accumulated to nearly 1,000,000 zhong in size. Yet it had not yet transformed to a purple hue. Through his observations of various major factions, he noted that only the dominant forces had experienced a transformation of their fortunes into purple, albeit in a rather muted shade. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The true impetus behind Lin Chen's command stemmed from the realization that beneath the surface of these dominant factions' fortunes lay countless pillars of energy, both great and small, supporting them. A significant portion of these pillars originated from the myriad forces and powerful beings of the Cave Heaven continent. In other words, for the Lin family to ascend to the realm of purple auspiciousness, they must not only possess sufficient strength, but also earn the respect of various powerful factions. Now, the second phase of the competition begins. Before you lies a trial road stretching 1,000 miles, comprising 3 significant challenges: the Sea of Fire, the Swamp, and the Sword Mount. Surmounting these 3 trials will lead to the ultimate destination. Enough of the preamble, let us commence. It is still that venerable elder. As his words faded, numerous prodigies surged forth. Instantly, they felt their bodies weighed down, as if they were carrying a small mountain. Their movements significantly slowed. Meanwhile, a flicker of flames erupted beneath their feet, swiftly transforming into a vast sea of fire. The prodigies could only channel their inner techniques, utilizing the power of true spirits to form a magical barrier that enveloped them, allowing them to proceed. However, under the strain of tenfold gravity and the searing flames, their magical energy was depleting at a visibly alarming rate. Coupled with the disruptive formations along the trial road, there was not an ounce of spiritual energy to be found, rendering them incapable of replenishing their dwindling reserves. Consequently, some of the weaker prodigies, barely halfway through the Sea of Fire, could no longer endure and shattered the jade talismans in their hands. One leads to another. As the first prodigy shattered their talisman and was eliminated, many others, their faces pale from exhaustion, followed suit, summoning their own talismans to be transported outside. Alas, prodigies of the fifth realm of true spirit are being eliminated so swiftly. This second challenge is indeed formidable. But is this the focus? Have you not noticed the Lin family's Lin Xia swiftly outpacing the others, with Lin Yi closely behind? Even Lin Ling and Lin Feng are on par with the inheritors of the dominant factions, their growth rates. Truly astonishing. Indeed, this family is remarkable. Lin Xia has astonishingly advanced to the ninth realm of true spirit, while Lin Yi has reached the eighth realm. What on earth transpired during these 9 years? It is inconceivable, utterly unbelievable. As Lin Xia and the others showcased their prowess, countless spectators soon became aware of their cultivation transformations, stirring waves of astonishment, their faces reflecting profound disbelief. It is worth noting that 9 years ago, Lin Xia was merely at the fourth realm of true spirit, and Lin Yi was only at the third realm. Just 9 years. Both of them, along with siblings Lin Ling and Lin Feng, have undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. If they had not encountered some earth-shattering fortune, it would be hard to accept. Rumors once circulated that the Lin family's ancestor intended to personally nurture the clan's prodigies. Is this true? Even with personal guidance, could they possibly break through multiple realms in a mere 9 years? Are you jesting? Indeed. Even if the 9 dominant powers of the Dongtian continent were to expend their utmost resources, accomplishing such an astonishing feat would remain beyond their capabilities. How then did the ancestral figure of the Lin family achieve this? If I knew the answer, would I still be standing here, observing alongside you? Not only the onlookers, but even the leaders of the various factions seated in the grandstands of the venue could scarcely conceal their astonishment. 9 years and 5 realms. Despite their unwavering dedication to nurturing a single individual, they could not attain such a milestone. After all, this pertains to the realm of true spirit, as opposed to those initial, feeble stages of cultivation. The Lin family must undoubtedly harbor an immense secret. Contemplating this, their gazes inadvertently fell upon Lin Chen, who seemed to be in deep meditation, seemingly indifferent to the surrounding discussions. His eyes flickered with uncertainty. Lin Chen, however, was well aware of their thoughts, yet he remained unfazed. With his current strength, he could effortlessly dominate the entirety of the Dongtian continent in mere moments. What piqued his interest further was the fleeting moment when Lin Xia's cultivation was revealed. He sensed a peculiar aura that filled him with profound aversion, vanishing in the void. Although this aura was faint, so faint that even he nearly overlooked it, Lin Chen was certain he had not been mistaken. How curious, he mused. There should be no creatures within the Dongtian continent capable of invoking such an instinctual repulsion in him. No, instinctual aversion. Could it be the presence of demons? Suddenly, memories surfaced in Lin Chen's mind, recalling accounts from the scriptures of the Xiao sect. Thousands of years ago, a flaw in the protective array of the Dongtian continent had been discovered by beings from the Endless Sea, who sought to invade once more. However, this was timely thwarted by the powerful figures of the various factions, alerted by that innate sense of repulsion. This aura, as legend has it, belonged to the demonic race that had invaded the true martial great world in ancient times. After being repelled, the world instinctively imprinted this aura upon the heavens and the earth as a warning to all sentient beings. Of course, Lin Chen was unaware whether any remnants of the demonic race still existed within the true martial great world. Yet, he was certain that the entity concealed within the void was not a demon itself, but rather a being from the Endless Sea, tainted by the blood of a demonic warrior. Chapter 125. The Powerhouses of the Endless Sea. Lin Chen's plans. How intriguing, truly intriguing. It is unexpected that there exist powerhouses from the Endless Sea within the realm of the Cave Heaven continent. It seems they began their schemes long ago, perhaps during the cataclysm that transpired hundreds of thousands of years ago. So then, are the various factions of the Cave Heaven continent truly all composed of their own? Moreover, how many powerhouses from the Endless Sea remain concealed upon the continent? With a reading experience equivalent to 100,000 novels from his previous life, Lin Chen, utilizing his formidable cognitive abilities, swiftly deduced the intricate web of cause and effect surrounding this situation. For others, these hidden powerhouses within the Cave Heaven continent would evoke apprehension, even fear. Yet for Lin Chen, who possessed the combat prowess of a Cave Heaven emperor, they were but a swarm of ants. Unless there resided among them a powerhouse of equivalent emperor-level strength, they posed no threat to him whatsoever. However, how could a horde of timid mice hiding in the shadows possibly harbor an emperor-level powerhouse? As these thoughts swirled within his mind, Lin Chen maintained an outward composure. The enemy was in the light while he remained in the dark. He was curious to see what tricks these mice would attempt to play. Meanwhile, far removed, by several billion miles, from the talented one's training grounds, within a vast secret realm, several figures emanating a terrifying aura encircled a colossal conference table, seemingly embroiled in a heated debate. I disagree. With our current strength, should we recklessly engage in war with the major factions, if our identities are discovered? We would be unable to withstand their collective wrath. Fortune favors the bold, do you not understand? The more powers we entangle ourselves with, the greater our contributions will be. Lord Whale Demon will be able to shatter the shell that envelopes the cave heaven continent more swiftly, and at that time, even if he casually bestows some treasures upon us, it would elevate our strength significantly. Are you not tempted? Do you not aspire to transcend the true Emperor realm and step into the divine Emperor realm? The thunderous challenge plunged the atmosphere into silence. Were they not tempted? Naturally. It was impossible. They dreamed of ascending to greater heights. After all, the competition in the Endless Sea was exponentially more brutal than that of the cave heaven continent. In the Endless Sea, it was commonplace to kill without reason, and many powerhouses deliberately slaughtered millions, or even more, to further their own cultivation. Among the dominant forces of the cave heaven continent, there exist terrifying entities with divine emperor strength. If we reveal ourselves now, what difference would it make from seeking death? If you wish to be reckless, do not involve us. Indeed, no matter how well we perform or how many rewards we might gain, one must have the means to enjoy them. I concur, it would be wise to consider our course of action carefully. Indeed, let us proceed as previously discussed, dispatching formidable warriors to covertly eliminate the prodigies of the Dongtian continent, thereby diminishing their chances of birthing supreme beings. This endeavor would indeed be a significant feat, potentially earning rewards sufficient to transcend into the realm of the divine emperor. However, it was not long before the strong individual who had earlier engaged in debate could not suppress a derisive laugh, expressing disdain that quickly garnered the agreement of the remaining warriors. The adage remains true: men die for wealth, while birds perish for food. In desperate circumstances, they might not hesitate to stake everything. Yet, as members of the noble sea race, their lifespans far exceed those of the human race. Despite sharing the same cultivation level of 9 tribulations nirvana, due to the influence of demonic blood and their unique lineage, they possess lifespans extending into the hundreds of thousands of years, some even reaching 1,000,000. Compared to the average human cultivator of the same realm, their longevity is doubled or even multiplied several times over. At the very least, they still have 100,000 years to live, rendering it unnecessary to risk their lives for an uncertain opportunity. Moreover, once Lord Whale Demon breaches the protective array of the Dongtian continent, leveraging their understanding of the continent's various factions, they could seize the chance to devour and refine enough of the essence of the strong, potentially granting themselves the opportunity to ascend to the divine emperor's realm. Upon witnessing the collective sentiment of the group, the proponent of war, a formidable being from the Endless Sea, was left in a state of indignation. However, faced with the group's resolution, he could only succumb to silence. Ultimately, this proposal faded into obscurity. Since their arrival in the Dongtian continent over countless millennia ago, they had remained hidden in the shadows, establishing a notorious assassin organization known as Tianyuan. From its inception, this organization has firmly held the title of the continent's premier assassin faction, having executed numerous high-profile assassinations of prodigies listed on the Dongtian continent's ranking, instilling fear far and wide. Even when several dominant forces joined forces to eradicate the Tianyuan assassins, they found themselves utterly powerless against this enigmatic organization, unable to locate its headquarters. Furthermore, they could never fathom that this illustrious assassin organization, renowned across the Dongtian continent, was actually founded by the formidable beings of the Endless Sea. Regardless of the thoughts harbored by the leaders of the Tianyuan organization, time continued its unyielding march. After several days of competitions, the second phase of the Prodigy tea gathering approached its conclusion. Unsurprisingly, the first figure to emerge from the trial path was Lin Xia, who had reached the 9th level of True Spirit Realm, followed closely by Lin Yi, and finally, the heirs of the major dominant factions along with the siblings Lin Ling and Lin Feng. This unexpected scene left countless spectators astounded while eliciting exhilaration among the denizens of the performances of Lin Xia and others filled them with pride. Truly, they are the legendary family of, and their achievements are commendable. I wonder who could possibly underestimate now. Ha ha ha, now I wonder who dares to belittle us. I hereby declare that I shall henceforth be a devoted supporter of the Lin family's prodigies. We have merely just transitioned past the second phase. Who can truly claim victory in the end remains uncertain. In contrast to the fervent adulation from the denizens of the wilderness state, the onlookers from other great states cannot help but harbor a twinge of envy. However, the expressions of the formidable beings from various powerful factions remained unchanged. Days prior, upon sensing the prowess of Lin Xia and his companions, they had already steeled themselves for this eventuality. Subsequently, the 36 prodigies ranked among the top 36. Under the auspices of the venerable beings of the human race sacred hall, were led to the periphery of a grand arena within the prodigy training grounds. There, 36 seats floated in the void, arranged like a pyramid, igniting fervent anticipation among the assembly. Esteemed guests, please take your seats. As soon as these words were uttered, a flurry of sounds resonated in the ears of the crowd. Leading the charge was Lin Xia, who, as a ninth-level true spirit, effortlessly claimed the grand throne at the pinnacle of the pyramid. Following closely, Lin Yi secured the second position on the left below him, seating himself with undeniable authority. Although the heirs of the dominant factions felt a twinge of displeasure, they deemed it within the bounds of tolerability. However, they would not allow the Lin family to claim the third position without contest. Take action. A voice rang out, and soon, the heirs from various dominant factions launched an assault on Lin Ling and Lin Feng, who aspired to ascend to the third throne. A total of 9 prodigious beings, each a 7th-level true spirit, with over a third at the pinnacle of their realm, joined forces against them. Despite Lin Ling and Lin Feng's formidable capabilities, they could not help but pale under the pressure of the onslaught. Dan Dao Sword Pill, Exquisite Divine Palm. Lin Ling and Lin Feng unleashed their signature martial techniques. Yet, in the haste of the moment, they were unable to channel their full might, resulting in a hasty retreat of several steps to regain their balance. Meanwhile, the 9 united prodigies had already secured the seats from 3rd to 11th place, leaving Lin Ling and Lin Feng with a countenance that darkened with dismay. With the positions now occupied, they had no choice but to settle for 12th and 13th places, respectively. How shameless! It is utterly disgraceful to conspire against siblings Lin Ling and Lin Feng in such a manner, they murmured. Alas, with the sibling strength, they could have easily laid claim to the 3rd or 4th spots, or even secured a place among the top 10. Yet, who could have anticipated such underhanded tactics? Nevertheless, once the challenge commenced, all would be unveiled in due course. Indeed, upon witnessing this scene, the surrounding crowd erupted in a cacophony of discontent, as many beings from the expressed their profound dissatisfaction with the actions of these heirs to the dominant powers. After all, such behavior was rather overbearing. Nevertheless, it incited anticipation among those who favored Lin Ling and Lin Feng, eagerly awaiting the conclusion of the inaugural tea tasting to witness their formidable prowess in vanquishing their adversaries. As all 36 seats were filled, the venerable elder who presided over the Tianjiao tea gathering reappeared before the assembly. He clapped his hands, and forthwith, a pair of diminutive, winged spirits, approximately several dozen centimeters in height, emerged from the grand hall nearby. They gracefully bore teapots, dividing into 2 factions. One team approached the Tianjiao seats, serving the gathering a cup of the subtly nuanced enlightenment tea, which emanated waves of profound Tao resonance. Concurrently, intricate barriers ascended from their seats, isolating them from external disturbances. The other team, meanwhile, attended to the powerful representatives of various factions, presenting them with cups of spirit tea infused with potent spiritual energy and a hint of Tao resonance. Esteemed guests, please. Under the elder's guidance, the assembly raised their teacups, clinking them in the air before savoring the exquisite brew. Upon the first sip, Lin Chen was engulfed by a refreshing aura that coursed through his entire being, clearing his mind and awakening a flicker of insight. However, this state was fleeting. Before he could fully immerse himself, he regained his senses. They are still in the midst of comprehension? It was understandable, as most of them were divine bodies, with a few being exceptional top-tier embodiments. Although this spirit tea was cultivated from the branches of the Enlightenment tea tree by the human race's sacred hall, its effects were considerably diminished, proving inconsequential for someone like me who possessed an innate holy body. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen grasped the essence of the situation without dwelling on it, choosing to savor the tea by himself. Meanwhile, those enveloped by the formation, the younger generation, imbued with a sense of anticipation, partook of their first sip of Enlightenment tea while the powerful figures savored theirs. Boom, boom, boom. The instant they consumed their first sip, a tempest of spiritual energy erupted around them, inundating their hearts with a torrent of realizations. Some of the more seasoned Tianjiao entered a state of enlightenment almost instantaneously. Lin Ling and Lin Feng were no exceptions. With a century of accumulation within the minor world, their foundation not only rivaled that of the heirs to the dominant powers, but even surpassed it. At the moment they tasted the first sip, the decade-long bottleneck that had plagued them began to loosen. Break for me. Uncertain of how much time had passed, two thunderous exclamations resonated above the Tianjiao seats. Two terrifying auras suddenly swept across the entire Tianjiao Dao venue. Crack, crack. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the cultivation of Lin Ling and Lin Feng surged dramatically, breaking through from the pinnacle of the true spirit realm's 7th level to the 8th. As their breakthroughs transpired, it was as though a domino effect had been set in motion, with an unending stream of prodigies achieving success and ascending to higher realms. The potency of the Enlightenment tea is truly astonishing, is it not? Merely a sip has enabled over a third of the participants to attain breakthroughs. If one were to finish an entire cup, would it not result in universal success? Yet, it is not so simple. While the effects of the Enlightenment tea are remarkable, they are also contingent upon the profound accumulation of these prodigies. It merely serves as a catalyst. Moreover, I have heard that the initial sip of the Enlightenment tea yields the most significant effects, with subsequent sips diminishing in potency. This extraordinarily dramatic scene prompted an audible gasp from the onlookers, their gazes fixated with fervor upon the teacups of the prodigies seated before them. Fortunately, numerous powerful entities were present to maintain order, and the seating area of the prodigies was fortified with arrays and restrictions, preventing any strong individuals from succumbing to the temptation to seize the tea. After all, there are countless formidable beings trapped at a particular level for centuries, even millennia, unable to break through. The profound depth of their foundations makes the Enlightenment tea an opportunity so enticing that it could drive them to madness. Thus, 3 days passed. Once the prodigies had absorbed the benefits bestowed by the Enlightenment tea, the restrictions enveloping their seating area gradually dissipated. Simultaneously, the ethereal beings prepared spiritual tea for all. I shall refrain from elaborating further on the rules. Those who wish to challenge may ascend to the platform. Casting a glance at the eager prodigies, the elder presiding over the tea gathering spoke directly and succinctly. I will participate. No sooner had the words left his lips than a 6th-tier true spirit realm prodigy, ranked 32nd, soared forth. I challenged the 24th ranked by Rulin. Nodding affirmatively, the elder's gaze turned toward the exquisite maiden dressed in blue seated among the prodigies. Without uttering a word, she gracefully rose, her steps as light as a lotus gliding across water, and entered the arena. Chapter 126. He is too young. Qin Xiaofeng of the Qin family. I humbly ask for your guidance. Taoist Bai? By Rulin of the Bai family. As they took the stage, both individuals introduced themselves, immediately unleashing their formidable auras. The peak of the 6th level of the true spirit realm? Feeling the overwhelming presence emanating from Bai Rulin, Qin Xiaofeng's gaze involuntarily sharpened. However, that was merely the extent of his concern. Under the influence of the Enlightenment tea, he too had recently attained the pinnacle of the 6th level in the true spirit realm, not inferior to her. With a resounding shout, the two engaged in combat, their forms flickering as they collided. Various sword and blade techniques emitted a dazzling, yet chilling brilliance. The crisp sounds of clashing echoed throughout the arena, captivating the surrounding onlookers, who were entranced lest they miss a moment of the spectacle. Yet, Bai Rulin's achievement of the 24th rank was no mere fluke. After a fierce exchange, she unleashed her pride and joy, her perfected earth-level martial skill, defeating Qin Xiaofeng with a single strike, securing her position. Conceded. Bai Ruolin returned to her seat with an air of composure. Shortly thereafter, another prodigy ascended the stage to challenge a preordained target. All participants present were at least in the 5th level of the true spirit realm, their martial skills and levels far surpassing those of their contemporaries, captivating the audience and providing insights to many strong individuals amidst the throng. After all, there were simply too many beings present, several of whom practiced similar martial skills, making it entirely natural for them to gain enlightenment by observing the displays. Thus, amid the series of challenges, the atmosphere crescendoed, with countless beings cheering for their favored prodigies' victories, while others fell silent upon witnessing the defeats of their champions. Nevertheless, the hubbub in the arena only grew louder. Several hours later, as yet another contest concluded, Lin Feng, who had remained silent, suddenly rose. In a flash, he appeared on the stage. His gaze swept across the numerous peers at the Prodigy arena, ultimately settling on the 5th-ranked disciple of the 9 Tribulations sect, Jia Tianxiu. Do you dare to descend for a duel? Lin Feng recalled how audacious Jia Tianxiu had been during their seclusion, and how he had been among the first to confront him and his sister during previous encounters with other esteemed prodigies. Thus, he directly focused on him. Challenge me? Very well. This young master intended to conserve energy for dealing with Lin Xia of your Lin family, but since you seek to challenge me, I shall grant you the opportunity. I hope you do not disappoint me. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Jia Tianxiu's expression turned icy. Who was he? He is the esteemed heir of the Xiao Jia sect, a dominant force in the Dantian continent, wielding immense power and holding a revered status. Even though Lin Feng and he both occupy the 8th realm of true spirit, in his eyes, the former is utterly incomparable. His true rival should be Lin Xia, the most formidable prodigy of the Lin family. How dare you challenge Uncle Lin Xia? A look of disdain filled Lin Feng's face. You have provoked my ire, he warned. As Jia Tianxiu stepped onto the arena and perceived Lin Feng's expression, a chilling glint flashed in his eyes. Without further ado, a formidable aura emanating from the 8th realm of true spirit erupted from him. In response, Lin Feng, undeterred, unleashed his own newly attained 8th realm of true spirit cultivation, standing resolutely against him. Crackling sounds filled the air as their confrontation unleashed a series of sonic booms in the void, causing ripples to dance across the transparent space. Unfortunately, neither could gain the upper hand over the other. Xiao Jia blade technique, kill. Realizing he could not suppress Lin Feng's momentum, Jia Tianxiu wasted no time. With a swift motion, a large blade materialized in his hand, and he charged forward. Exquisite divine palm. Lin Feng, unwilling to back down, countered with his own technique. Over the years, he had not been idle. He had discovered several fragments of the exquisite pagoda and acquired part of the inheritance from the exquisite Taoist, which included the exquisite divine palm he was about to execute. The precise rank of this martial skill was unknown, but he possessed half of its complete version. Yet, even this half, in Lin Feng's estimation, was no less than a top-tier heavenly skill. As for the full version's potential, he had no desire to speculate. He was content with mastering this extraordinary technique. Boom. The clash between blade and palm produced a thunderous sound that reverberated throughout the celestial prodigy platform, shaking the surrounding void thrice. Minor achievement in a top-tier heavenly skill. Sensing the profound aura and power radiating from Lin Feng's technique, the seasoned Jia Tianxiu gasped in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. Theoretically, to cultivate a top-tier heavenly skill to minor achievement, one would need to be in the Nirvana realm. And not just any Nirvana realm. Only a formidable practitioner of the 3 calamities Nirvana could accomplish such a feat, yet here was Lin Feng, merely in the 8th realm of true spirit, reaching this level. Even as a prodigy, this was simply extraordinary. You possess keen insight. If you lack a more formidable means, your position will soon be mine, Lin Feng replied coolly, casting a glance toward the direction of the prodigy seats. Humph. Merely a minor achievement in a heavenly skill is insufficient to claim my position, Jia Tianxiu retorted, his expression darkening but refusing to concede. He unleashed the 9th form of the Xiao Jia blade technique, Heavenly Calamity, merging his comprehension of blade intent to an impressive degree, significantly amplifying the power he could unleash. In Lin Feng's perception, the battle was only just beginning. The force unleashed by this strike was nearly comparable to the near-perfect Ling Long divine palm. Alas, it seemed insufficient. With a sigh resonating in his heart, Lin Feng dismissed further contemplation. After all, Jia Tianxiu, as one of the few prodigies of the Dongtian continent and a scion of a dominant force, possessed a depth that was anything but trivial. It was entirely reasonable that the Ling Long divine palm alone could not subdue him. Spirit Sword Talisman Array Swift. Casting a penetrating glance at Jia Tianxiu, Lin Feng hesitated not a moment and invoked his strongest divine ability. As the incantation resonated, 36 high-grade 6th-tier spirit talismans materialized before Lin Feng, radiating an astonishing sword aura. These talismans shifted and transformed in a manner that suggested unity, their collective might rivaling that of 9 formidable beings at the 8th level of the true spirit realm. With a thunderous clash, the Spirit Sword Talisman Array collided with the 9 Calamity Blade techniques, producing a deafening roar. The battlefield, shrouded in formations, witnessed the very fabric of space within 100 miles shatter, revealing the dark, abyss-like mysteries concealed behind. Yet, this tumultuous state was fleeting, swiftly rectified by the natural restorative powers of the world. In the aftermath of this confrontation, it became clear that Jia Tianxiu's execution of the 9 Calamity Blade techniques was ultimately lacking, resulting in his expulsion from the fray, bloodied and retreating. Victory belonged to Lin Feng. After a considerable pause, the elder, finally regaining his composure, manifested to declare the outcome of the contest. At this moment, the surrounding onlookers awakened from their stupor. Wow! Lin Feng has actually defeated Jia Tianxiu, the young master of the 9 Calamity sect. Remarkable! Lin Feng is indeed formidable. Previously, Jia Tianxiu had proclaimed with unwavering confidence his intention to best Lin Xia at the Prodigy conference and seize the title of the foremost prodigy of the Dongtian continent. Yet now, even Lin Feng, the weakest among the 4 prodigies of the Lin family, had surpassed him. How ironic. A heart soaring high yet a life as fragile as paper. It appears that the Lin family is poised to evolve into yet another dominant force on our Dongtian continent. The lively exchanges around him did not perturb Lin Chen. At this moment, he appeared to be in contemplative repose, yet he was acutely vigilant in secret. Should a concealed powerhouse make a move, he would be prepared to react swiftly and rescue any victims. As the Prodigy team meeting approached its conclusion, the lurking strongmen, if they were to strike, would undoubtedly target these prodigies, particularly in the moments when all were most relaxed. Yet, when would this relaxation truly occur? The thought caused Lin Chen a degree of vexation. Nevertheless, it was not a grave concern. With his keen spiritual sense, he could easily manage the situation. No matter when he chose to act, it would serve as a stepping stone toward his objectives. Time swiftly advanced to the conclusion of the Prodigy Conference. During this period, numerous battles, both grand and minor, unfolded, yet none dared to challenge Lin Xia. After all, his cultivation at the 9th level of the true spirit realm was overwhelmingly intimidating. No one relishes the prospect of being subjugated. Furthermore, Lin Yi firmly retained the 2nd position. While it is noteworthy that Lin Ling ascended from the ranks of the teens to claim the original 3rd place. Astonishingly, I have just realized that among the top 5 of this Celestial Tea Conference, 4 are members of the Lin family. This revelation is nothing short of terrifying. Historically, the Celestial Tea Conferences, which have been held for millennia, have rarely seen a single faction achieve such a feat. The Lin family is indeed defying the heavens. As we observe the many prodigies standing on the arena, poised to receive the rewards bestowed by the Human Race Sanctuary and the Alliance of Hundreds, it dawned on the crowd that 4 out of the top 5 were, in fact, individuals from the Lin family, a realization that sent shockwaves through their hearts. Not only them, but even the formidable figures from various factions now regarded Lin Chen with entirely transformed eyes. If previously, their admiration for the Lin family was solely based on Lin Chen, now their regard has expanded significantly. In summary, they have elevated the Lin family to a status that is equal to, if not surpassing, their own. This is largely due to the youthfulness of Lin Chen and his family, which promises boundless potential for the future.